The man gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. He tried to move his limbs, but suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body at all. At that moment, an ominous premonition quickly spread through his mind. He tried to move his eyes to see what had happened to his body, only to be shocked to find that he had turned into a scarecrow that could not move. This discovery instantly filled him with intense fear. Just then, a sudden flood of memories rushed into Zhou Mo's mind. He had been playing a game called Stardust, but due to a sudden malfunction in his gaming equipment, he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself transported into the world of the game and had become a low-level monster, the Scarecrow. Just as this memory surfaced, an excited voice came from not far away. A player had spotted him. Zhou Mo knew that once he was killed in the game, he would be completely wiped out from this world. This gradually swallowed him up with despair. Just when he was about to give up hope, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Activate player panel. Remove some restrictions. Can move within a certain range. Then, the system continued to announce, killing game players will grant experience, allowing you to level up and evolve indefinitely. Hearing this series of notifications, Zhou Mo's mood was like a roller coaster ride, instantly rising from the bottom. He realized that from this moment on, the roles of prey and hunter had quietly changed. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to survive. He also had to keep killing other players, evolve rapidly, and rise quickly in this game world. Oh no, we've been spotted. Zhou Mo quickened his pace, even though he knew he couldn't outrun the player behind him. The handsome player looked excited and smiled smugly. Ha! This Scarecrow is a bit cunning. It even knows how to sneak away. Maybe it's a mutated monster. Zhou Mo couldn't help but complain in his heart, only hating that his two straw legs were too slow. Hurry and chase. This kind of monster might drop some top-tier equipment, the handsome player shouted, accelerating as he charged forward. Although he was a newbie who had just entered the game, there was a fundamental difference between players and monsters, and a handsome player's movement speed was obviously much faster than Zhou Mo's. Snap! -1. Zhou Mo felt a sudden pain all over his body as he was struck by the wooden sword, and he almost instinctively let out a cry of pain. If scarecrows could cry, he would probably be in tears right now. The pain felt incredibly realistic, even more so than a real-life accidental injury. While the game simulates pain when the player is attacked in an attempt to create immersion for the average player, that pain is like a mosquito bite. But now he's a wild monster, and the pain is magnified many times over, making it almost impossible for him to concentrate on anything. Zhou Mo glanced at the panel. His health had already been reduced to 9 points. If he were to be hit 9 more times, he would be completely wiped out from this world. He couldn't die. He gritted his teeth and kept running forward, while the handsome player followed closely behind, determined to catch him no matter what. Snap! -1. Another hit, and his health dropped to 8. If this continued, he probably wouldn't survive much longer. Just when he felt there was nowhere to escape, a large group of scarecrows suddenly spawned in the open space ahead. Zhou Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring the pain, he plunged headlong into the pile of scarecrows without hesitation. He didn't stop, but moved around among them for a few moments, quickly and perfectly concealing himself. To outsiders, these scarecrows were almost indistinguishable. Although he knew he wasn't an ordinary monster, from the player's perspective, each scarecrow looked like it was made from the same mold, making them impossible to differentiate. The handsome player was clearly stunned by this move. Standing in the crowd of straw, he looked left and right, but couldn't tell which one was the one he had just chased. Just then, the female player next to her suddenly spoke up. Look at the health bar. That one you hit definitely doesn't have full health anymore. Zhou Mo was startled. This girl has an extraordinary eye for talent. Normally, he would probably have to cling to her as a powerful figure, but now, he himself is the one whose leg is about to be cut off. He quickly glanced around and saw that there were about a dozen scarecrows, clearly a small to medium-sized monster spawn point. For level 1 new players, a dozen or so monsters, while not a fatal threat, can still create considerable pressure. However, the system has a protection mechanism for new players. As long as the player does not actively attack other monsters, even if they are standing in a group of monsters, those low-level monsters will not attack them on their own initiative. So the handsome player wasn't worried at all. He gripped his wooden sword and charged straight into the pile of scarecrows, his only goal being to find the mutant monster he had previously defeated. He understood the game mechanics, and knew that as long as he kept an eye on the monster that was losing health, the other monsters wouldn't attack him. But this also gave Zhou Mo a chance to catch his breath. At this moment, he forcibly suppressed his nervousness, blending in motion among the other scarecrows, allowing himself to completely immerse himself. He knew this was a gamble, perhaps a battle between life and death. The handsome player's eyes scanned each scarecrow, trying to find the one with a low health bar. With a hint from the female player, he finally found his way. He ignored the scarecrows standing motionless around him and fixed his gaze on one target, the scarecrow with a low health bar. From a beginner's perspective, the scarecrow's health bar, though still green, is indeed slightly lower than full health. The handsome player was overjoyed, his eyes practically sparkling, and he charged forward, brandishing his wooden sword. He could almost see the top-tier equipment exploding on the ground with a crash, and he excitedly made his move, determined to get it. However, the sword missed. As if sensing something, the scarecrow dodged and hid behind another scarecrow. The handsome player's wooden sword struck the passerby scarecrow without any suspense. "Interesting," he said in a low voice, his smile widening. "This mutated scarecrow is really different. It knows how to run away and even how to find cover." Unwilling to give up, he charged forward again and swung his sword down once more. Crack! Once again, another scarecrow blocked the blow for him. Despite several attempts, none of them hit the target, as the other innocent scarecrows blocked the blows for the mutated monster. At this moment, the handsome player finally realized an even more serious problem. The scarecrow's health bar had automatically and slowly recovered to full. Once it plunged headfirst into the scarecrow pile, the handsome player couldn't tell which one it was. This frustrated him greatly. Zhou Mo, whom the players called the mutant scarecrow, was secretly overjoyed. By constantly diverting trouble, he had successfully concealed his whereabouts completely. What reassured him most was that his health bar had fully recovered, and he was no longer on the verge of instant death like before. Even better, the scarecrows that had been accidentally injured now began to take revenge, surrounding the handsome player and baring their teeth and claws. Although scarecrows don't have high attack power, a group of several attacking them together is not an easy task for a level 1 beginner to handle. The handsome male player was caught off guard by the crowd, and a female player nearby couldn't help but call out worriedly, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" The handsome player waved his hand and said with great enthusiasm, "You just stand over there and cheer me on. Watch me clean up these idiots in a bit, then pull out that mutated scarecrow and I'll give you a set of top-tier gear." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up and she sweetly exclaimed, "You're amazing. Keep it up." Her eyes were practically sparkling with stars. However, Zhou Mo did not let his guard down. He knew very well that this small victory was only temporary, and once the handsome player dealt with the scarecrows in front of him, he would still have no way out. The only way now is to take him down before he does. Damage indicators on the battlefield kept popping up with -1 and -1. On one side, a handsome player was wielding a wooden sword, while on the other side, several scarecrows were slowly counterattacking. The two were pecking at each other, which looked somewhat comical, but Zhou Mo was calculating in his mind. He knew very well that the wild monster scarecrow had 10 health points, while the player started with 30 health points. Furthermore, the player's attack speed is much faster. The scarecrow attacks once every 2 seconds, while the handsome player can swing his sword in 1 second. At this rate, the handsome player can take down a scarecrow in about 10 seconds. To eliminate the 4 scarecrows surrounding him, it would take a maximum of 40 seconds. But how much damage can 4 scarecrows deal in those 40 seconds at 1 point of damage every 2 seconds? With all 4 attacking simultaneously, the total damage would only be around 50 points. The problem is that new players start with 3 small bottles of healing potions, each restoring 20 health points. If a male player hasn't used all 3 bottles, he actually has 90 health points. In other words, these scarecrows alone couldn't kill him. Having figured this out, Zhou Mo no longer hesitated. Waiting any longer would only lead to death. He quietly moved, bypassing several scarecrows, and stealthily approached the handsome player from behind. Taking him by surprise, Zhou Mo prepared to launch a surprise attack. With a soft rip, Zhou Mo, the scarecrow, stealthily reached out from behind the handsome player and grabbed him hard. -1. This blow wasn't heavy, only causing a little damage, but it instantly enraged the handsome player. He turned around and couldn't tell if it was the same mutated scarecrow that had run away before, but anything that could ambush him from behind, even if it wasn't, had to pay the price. He whirled around and swung his wooden sword. Whoosh! The sword strike was incredibly powerful, slashing down on his head. Critical hit. The -2 number triggered a critical hit effect. However, he didn't realize that the attack hadn't hit Zhou Mo, but instead accidentally injured another ordinary Scarecrow. The next second, the Scarecrow that had been hit also retaliated angrily, joining the attack. I can do it. Zhou Mo was secretly encouraged. Taking advantage of the handsome player's flustered state, he launched another sneak attack from the other side. Snap! Another damage notification popped up, and the handsome player accidentally injured the third Scarecrow again. The battle began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. As a special Scarecrow that has broken free from system restrictions and activated its player panel, Zhou Mo is no longer the low-level monster that can only stand and take hits. He can attack proactively and move freely, and his combat awareness far surpasses that of other Scarecrows. In a short time, he used this luring tactic to lure 10 Scarecrows into the battle, all of which then surrounded and attacked the handsome player. Watching his opponent get overwhelmed and his health rapidly decline, Zhou Mo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It's under control. 10 Scarecrows ganging up on you is a formidable challenge, even for a player. The handsome player finally sensed something was wrong and hurriedly pulled out a small bottle of healing potion, drinking it down in one gulp. However, he had overestimated the potion's effectiveness. These lowest-level healing items only restore 20 health points, and the recovery is slow, far from keeping up with his rapid health loss. Seeing his health still steadily declining, he gritted his teeth and downed the remaining 2 bottles of healing potion. Even 3 bottles of wound medicine couldn't save him. His face turned pale, and his hands began to tremble slightly. Just then, the female player beside him finally noticed something was wrong and rushed over with her wooden sword. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," she said anxiously, clearly genuinely worried. However, her support arrived too late. The handsome player's health bar had already plummeted into the red alert zone, flashing a warning of imminent death. His final health points were a paltry 6. The female player charged into the fray, relentlessly swinging her sword, and quickly killed one of the attacking Scarecrows. However, at this very moment, the handsome player's health was still steadily decreasing. The slow recovery rate of the healing potion couldn't keep up with the continuous damage he was taking, and his health was down to only 2 points. Zhou Mo stood not far away, silently observing the opportunity, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He took a step forward, extended his thin arms, and launched a fatal blow at the handsome player. -1. Just before his attack hit, the handsome player lost another point of health, clinging to life with only a sliver of strength. Any Scarecrow in front of him, even with the slightest touch, would finish him off. Zhou Mo's hand landed precisely at that moment. Sizzle. The sound of nails tearing through skin rang out again, and a faint trail of blood appeared. -1. The handsome player's health instantly dropped to 0. He let out a scream, then turned into a speck of light, dying instantly. At that moment, the system notification clearly rang in Zhou Mo's mind. Successfully killed player, brother revered by 10,000, experience points +5, level increase +1. Chapter 5: The Scarecrow Upgrades. After killing the handsome player, Zhou Mo finally had time to check his personal panel. Although he was still a monster, he had successfully activated the player system and was no longer subject to some of the monster's restrictions. He had just achieved his first kill, and the system rewarded him with experience points, instantly leveling him up to level 2. This delighted him, as it was earned through genuine combat experience. He opened his status interface, where the information was clearly displayed. Name: Zhou Mo. Race: Scarecrow, normal. Level: 2 health points, 30/30ths mana points, 10 out of 10. Attack power 3. His initial pitiful 10 health points have now tripled, which is quite reassuring. Zhou Mo also noticed that with each level up, his basic attributes such as attack and defense have significantly improved. He is no longer the useless Scarecrow who could only run away and be used as a punching bag. He was even confident that he could stand and fight a level 1 player who didn't use any potions and still not lose. Of course, he also knew that real players had ways to heal, especially with the starting potions given by the system. If he foolishly tried to fight wild monsters head-on, he would still be worn down and killed, so he absolutely couldn't take that path. He looked up at the female player, standing not far away, and another thought began to pop into his head. If killing players could level him up, shouldn't he also use this player in front of him, he started to think, It was time to make his move. The female player, unaware of how her husband had died, stood angrily before the spirit. "Husband, I'll avenge you," she shouted at the spirit, her voice filled with rage. The spirit, that of course, was left behind by the handsome male player after his death. He couldn't be resurrected yet. During this time, players can still briefly communicate with each other as points of light. A handsome male player's voice came from one of these points. "Honey, don't worry. I'll take revenge myself after I respawn." A female player immediately responded obediently. "I'll wait for you." She plopped down on the ground, waiting for the handsome player to return to town and respawn before rushing back. Zhou Mo listened to their interaction, inwardly sneering. He knew, of course, that the respawn point in the newbie village wasn't far from here, and that person would be there in a few minutes. If he didn't act now, and that guy came back and teamed up to attack him again, the opportunity might be gone. So he quietly took action, using the speed he gained from leveling up to slowly approach the female player. Although his movement wasn't fast, it was already close to 70 to 80% of a novice player's level, making it entirely feasible to catch her off guard. At this moment, the female player was completely unprepared, humming a little tune and sitting on the ground looking exceptionally relaxed. She never expected the Scarecrow to ambush the player. That wasn't how the game mechanics were designed. But Zhou Mo wasn't an ordinary Scarecrow. He approached, quietly circled behind her, and grabbed her back with his two thin, straw hands. Sizzle. -2, because the attack power increased to 3 points, and the player's defense was reduced by 1 point. This attack directly dealt 2 points of damage. The female player cried out in pain and immediately jumped up from the ground, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 6. The same old trick. Although the pain level in the game can be turned down, even at the lowest setting, it's impossible to feel nothing at all. Otherwise, the meaning of an immersive experience would be lost. The female player had set her pain level very low. She had just been scratched, not hard, but it felt like a mosquito bite, making her frown. She turned around and saw a scarecrow waving its claws at her, momentarily stunned. When did scarecrows start attacking on their own? But she quickly realized that the one that dared to attack must be the legendary mutant Scarecrow, because all the other scarecrows were just standing there dumbfounded. In her eyes, this guy was clearly different from ordinary monsters. He knew how to ambush, knew how to lie in wait, and even dared to fight players one-on-one. He was definitely not a normal product of the system. She wasn't planning to wait for the handsome player to return any longer. She thought she could take down the Scarecrow now, and maybe even get a top-tier piece of equipment to take back as loot. But when she raised her wooden sword and struck the Scarecrow, she was surprised to find that its health bar didn't react at all, as if it hadn't been injured at all. She was slightly taken aback, thinking that her attack had missed, and quickly struck again. This time, a damage number of -1 finally appeared. Although Zhou Mo, acting as a Scarecrow, leveled up and his defense improved, the system still imposed a minimum damage threshold, meaning he would still lose health. This is the game's mechanics. Even if the attacker couldn't break through his defenses completely, they would still be forced to inflict some basic damage, which can be considered compensation for the player. However, this compensation is still a huge burden for Zhou Mo, a monster with only 30 HP, since he doesn't have any healing skills or potions. In contrast, although the female player's attacks only deal 1 point of damage, her attack frequency is high, allowing her to attack once per second, which introduces unpredictability into the battle. Zhou Mo, on the other hand, deals 2 points of damage per attack, but his attack speed is slow, only able to attack once every 1.5 seconds, making them appear evenly matched in terms of stats. However, a problem arose. As a formal player, the female player could use the 3 healing potions given by the system to restore health at any time, with each potion providing at least 20 points of healing. Zhou Mo knew clearly that if he went head-to-head with the female player, she could use the potions to restore health at any time, and his 30 points of health wouldn't last more than a few rounds before he was dead. So, after exchanging a few blows and successfully raising the girl's hatred level, Zhou Mo sneered and prepared to repeat his using someone else to kill tactic once again. He took a step back, cleverly hiding behind a scarecrow that was in a daze, and then slipped to the side to get next to another scarecrow. The female player was already in a frenzy of killing and didn't care about observing carefully. She raised her sword and slashed, but with a smack, she hit the scarecrow. The unlucky monster got hit, and a -1 appeared above its head, but it didn't get angry. It just mechanically switched its attack target to the female player. They were killing each other. How could one word describe the tragedy? Zhou Mo felt sorry for the Scarecrow, but on the surface he didn't show the slightest bit of apology. The scene grew increasingly lively. Relying on his intelligence, Zhou Mo fought and maneuvered, managing to drag in 4 or 5 more Scarecrows. These Scarecrows, though lacking in intelligence, were as loyal as if they had been brainwashed. If anyone hit one of them, it would immediately recognize you as an enemy. The female player's aggro level kept rising, and the Scarecrow launched repeated attacks on her, quickly trapping her in a pincer movement. However, unlike the handsome male player, she reacted much faster and was clearly smarter. Realizing the situation was dire, she immediately tried to escape. She endured the damage caused by the Scarecrows and began to back away, trying to create distance and shake off these little troubles. But Zhou Mo had anticipated this move and blocked her retreat path in advance, like a moving wall blocking her hopes. Chapter 7: Killing the Girl to Gain Experience. Zhou Mo slowly stepped forward, ruthlessly blocking the female player's retreat. Only then did she realize that she had been surrounded by Zhou Mo and several Scarecrows, trapped in a circle of 6 monsters. The game's mechanics dictate that even monsters have physical size, meaning players cannot pass directly through them. They must either go around them or break through their defenses. The female player panicked completely. She quickly opened her inventory and drank a healing potion, trying to use the healing effect to withstand the sudden onslaught. However, the delayed effect healing potion was completely unsuitable for being surrounded by multiple monsters, and her health bar continued to drop rapidly. Just as she was about to give up, Zhou Mo seized the opportunity during a lull in the attack to deliver the final, precise blow, ending the battle completely. A familiar notification sounded in her mind. Successfully defeated player's sister's exclusive favor. Experience points +5. Current experience points, 5 out of 10. The increase in experience points made Zhou Mo somewhat relieved, but when he saw that he was still 5 points away from the next level, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He originally thought that defeating 2 players would allow him to level up to level 3, but he didn't expect the system's experience requirement to suddenly double. After the female player was knocked down, she too transformed into a speck of light, and her choice was exactly the same as the handsome players, to return to base and respawn. A flash of white light, and her speck of light vanished instantly, signifying that she had left the battlefield and was about to return. The problem then arose. Zhou Mo knew very well that these 2 had died twice and would definitely not let it go. After being resurrected, they would surely team up to take revenge. Moreover, they weren't fools. The previous tactic of using someone else to do their dirty work could only be used once. They wouldn't fall for it again when they returned. Thinking of this, Zhou Mo dared not linger any longer. He immediately used his 2 straw legs to run away before the Avengers could return. Fortunately, the female player was so enraged that she immediately recalled the town, without considering staying to keep an eye on Zhou Mo's movements. This gave him an opportunity. As long as he can escape this area before the 2 are resurrected, he will be completely out of danger, and his enemies will have to rely on luck to find him. Of course, this is also thanks to the player's habitual thinking. Who would have thought that a Scarecrow monster would actually run away on its own and even know how to avoid players? No matter how clever they were, they couldn't possibly suspect that a system-generated monster possessed independent consciousness and behavioral logic. So, Zhou Mo kept a low profile while carefully avoiding all the newbie players leveling up and cautiously made his way toward the edge of the map. After a while, he finally reached the edge of the Scarecrow monster area. A few more steps, and he would enter the spawn area for other types of monsters. Theoretically, he could leave, but Zhou Mo didn't because that would be too stupid. He wasn't an idiot. Although he is a mutated Scarecrow, he looks exactly like a regular Scarecrow and can blend into a pile of Scarecrows unnoticed. However, if he were to wander alone into another strange area, it would be like a black cat infiltrating a group of white cats. He would be recognized immediately. Even worse, if players happen to pass by and see a Scarecrow that seems to have wandered into the wrong place, they'll likely try to get some equipment from it, even if they mean no harm. To avoid falling into a trap, Zhou Mo simply found a secluded spot at the boundary between the 2 monster spawn areas and pretended to be clueless. He looked exactly like the other Scarecrows, standing straight with his hands hanging down, motionless, disguised as an ordinary monster, quietly hiding away. He hadn't stood there long when the surrounding air suddenly rippled, and a series of hurried footsteps approached his location. A player, wielding a wooden sword, strode into the Scarecrow's spawn area, and Zhou Mo's nerves immediately tightened. Chapter 8 Elite Scarecrow. Zhou Mo continued to hide in the straw pile, quietly observing the movements ahead. Suddenly, he saw a player skipping and hopping into the spawn area, an excited smile on his face. The man laughed and said smugly, "This place is great. No one's stealing my monsters. After I chop down one more Scarecrow, I'll go back to town to heal. I'll definitely level up 2 levels before that guy." After saying that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the last bottle of wound medicine. Then, he swung his wooden sword at a Scarecrow beside him. Zhou Mo glanced at it a few more times and noticed that the player's health bar was almost completely red, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of death. Given the average Scarecrow's attack power, the player shouldn't be in such a sorry state, unless the opponent is a relentless leveling maniac who's constantly pulling monsters. With his low health, a single healing potion would be more than enough. He could recover his health after killing 1 monster. Zhou Mo hadn't originally intended to meddle, but just then, another Scarecrow spawned right next to the player. The player hesitated for a moment, then turned and charged at the newly spawned monster, clearly driven by greed. Zhou Mo watched from the side, shaking his head involuntarily. If he had been more cautious, he could have waited until he recovered before attacking the second one. Now, he's biting off more than he can chew, and his health has become even more precarious. He could be killed at any moment. However, if the opponent were just 2 ordinary Scarecrows, the player could barely hold on, and the problem wouldn't be too big. But the problem is that his opponent is not only these 2 Scarecrows in front of him, but also Zhou Mo, who is silently waiting for his chance to strike. Watching the health bar nearly drop to the bottom, Zhou Mo sighed inwardly. The opportunity has arrived. At this stage, shedding the monster identity is out of the question, so he can only go further and become stronger on the path of the monster. He quietly slipped through the straw crowd and approached the player from behind, raising both hands to strike the player's back. -2, the damage number appeared, and the player was startled, turning around reflexively. While he was still wondering who had attacked him from behind, Zhou Mo had already unleashed a second strike, cleanly taking away his last bit of health. The player's health was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground as a glowing dot, not even understanding how he died. He could only return to town to revive, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, on Zhou Mo's side, the system notification sounded precisely on time. "Successfully killed player, call me the strongest young generation. Experience points +5. Level up +1, current level 3, experience points 0/20. Zhou Mo's face lit up with joy. Another level up. It came at just the right time. He even felt like cheering. But the notification sound didn't end there. Updates continued to pour in. Conditions met. Level within this race increased, advancing to Elite Scarecrow. Appearance slightly changed. Gained the Elite Scarecrow's exclusive talent, doubled health. Gained the skill tier, consumes 5 mana, instantly casts 3 attacks, each dealing 80% attack power, with a 50% chance to inflict bleeding, deducting 2 health points per second for 5 seconds, with a 5-second cooldown. The benefits of this upgrade were so great that Zhou Mo was momentarily stunned and quickly opened the panel to check. Originally, his health was 60 points at level 3, but now, thanks to his talent that doubles his health, it has jumped to 120 points, a qualitative leap. His attack power has also increased by 6 points, and other attributes such as defense and speed have also improved, greatly enhancing his overall strength. Zhou Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From being cautious at the beginning to gradually gaining a foothold now, he is finally no longer afraid of novice players. With his current attributes, Zhou Mo could easily put up a fight even against a level 1 player, as long as the opponent didn't use excessive potions. In fact, if he played his cards correctly, he might not even be afraid of a level 2 player, especially with a group of Scarecrows as cover. More importantly, he has now become an elite-level monster, no longer the helpless level 1 weakling he was when he first transmigrated. As long as he doesn't act recklessly and doesn't reveal his identity, he can completely dominate this monster area. Chapter 9, Actively Hunting Players. After leveling up to level 3, Zhou Mo's attributes increased significantly, and even his physique looked more robust. He glanced at the Scarecrows beside him, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. What would happen if he attacked these kindred spirits? Without hesitation, Zhou Mo grabbed the nearest Scarecrow. His attack power was currently 6. With a light grab, he instantly dealt a high damage of -5, reducing the opponent's health bar by half. The Scarecrow didn't react at all, remaining standing there in a daze, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow and swiped down again. -5. The health bar emptied, and the Scarecrow collapsed with a thud, turning into a pile of scattered grass. However, the experience notification sound that Zhou Mo was expecting never sounded. He sighed inwardly. Just as he had guessed, although he had a player panel, the system still classified him as a monster, so killing monsters wouldn't give him experience. Understanding this, Zhou Mo stopped worrying. Now, if he wanted to continue getting stronger, the only way was to kill players and gain experience to level up. He stood there thinking for a while, and the more he thought about it, the clearer it became that even if he was now an elite monster, he was still just a low-level being. He wouldn't last more than a few seconds against a high-level player. Even if high-level players wouldn't randomly come to the newbie village to level up, there was always the chance that a bored veteran would come with their apprentice and casually clear out some monsters. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. So he made up his mind that he couldn't just hide in this haystack and waste his days. He had to take the initiative, grow stronger through killing, and eventually become so strong that no one dared to mess with him. Having made up his mind, Zhou Mo decisively left his hiding place and quickly headed towards the area where he had initially spawned monsters, preparing for the next round of hunting. He hadn't gone far when he saw a player fighting a Scarecrow one-on-one. The Scarecrow's health bar was almost full, and the battle looked easy and secure. Zhou Mo immediately recognized the opponent as a level 1 newbie, the perfect target. Without hesitation, he quietly circled behind the opponent. Taking advantage of the opponent's focus on fighting, Zhou Mo decisively unleashed a tier skill, and 3 damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously. -4, -4, -4. With just one skill, the player's health was reduced to the red line, the health bar instantly reaching 0, a truly terrifying scene. The player, startled by the sudden damage, cried out, "What the hell? What the hell ambushed me?" At that moment, a notification sound rang out. Successfully triggered bleeding effect. The enemy has been inflicted with a bleeding debuff, losing 2 health points per second for 5 seconds. Zhou Mo was overjoyed upon seeing the system notification. The bleeding effect, with a 50 chance of triggering, had actually worked on the first try. Today truly was his lucky day. Meanwhile, the player, still reeling from the shock, saw his health bar inexplicably dropping and frantically gulped down a small bottle of healing potion for emergency relief. But Zhou Mo didn't give him a chance to breathe. He swung his hands again, and the straw claws slammed heavily onto his opponent, triggering a critical hit. -10. A bright red number instantly appeared. Combined with the bleeding effect, the player didn't even have time to react before being sent back to the city. Chapter 10 Skill Points. The player who had just been killed had turned into a speck of soul light, still lingering in place watching the battle. He raised his ghost perspective and saw a Scarecrow standing next to his corpse. Strangely enough, the Scarecrow looked different from the other silly Scarecrows. It was more robust, and its outline was clearer, making it obvious at a glance that it was no ordinary creature. He immediately perked up. Could this be the mini-boss? His eyes lit up at the thought. In his mind, what did a mini-boss equal? It meant top-tier, glittering equipment. If he could defeat the Scarecrow and get a full set of good gear, he'd be set for life. So, he excitedly noted down the coordinates, planning to immediately return to town to revive, buy potions, and fight again. He never even considered the possibility that he'd been one-shot by the Scarecrow. He just thought he was unlucky and happened to be ambushed while low on health. After recalling to base to replenish his supplies, he was brimming with confidence, certain he could whittle down this boss Scarecrow. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo was completely unaware that he had been targeted as a wilderness boss. He was still walking along, secretly chuckling to himself that if the player actually came back looking for him, they would probably be disappointed. He wasn't the kind of stupid monster who would just stand there and wait to be attacked. He had already changed positions and was continuing to look for lone players to take his hits. In just over 10 minutes, he took down several newbies in a row. His efficiency was astonishing. Successfully killed player Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Experience points +5. Level increased by +1. Current level 4. Current experience points 040. He leveled up again, and Zhou Mo was overjoyed. He immediately opened his personal panel to check his latest attributes. Name, Zhou Mo. Race, Scarecrow, Elite. Level, for HP, 160/160 MP. 30/30 its attack, 9 defense. 5 his HP and attack have been greatly increased. He is no longer the level 1 Scarecrow that can be slaughtered at will. This upgrade also included a skill point. Although Zhou Mo only had one skill, tier, he still hesitated for a moment. What if he learned new skills later and didn't have enough skill points? But there was no point in thinking about it now. He might as well just put the point into tier and become stronger first. Successfully added tier skill, tier LV2, consumes 5 mana points, instantly launches 3 attacks, dealing 3 by 90% attack damage, 60% chance to inflict bleeding effect, deducting 3 health points per second for 5 seconds, 5-second cooldown. Although the attack power only slightly increases after the upgrade, the bleeding effect is stronger, which is the real core. It is invincible against novice players. A single tier throw followed by a claw strike can take down most level 1 players. The operation is smooth, precise, and ruthless. After all, in the original system design, elite Scarecrows weren't intended for level 1 players. Normally, it would take a team of level 3 players, along with potions, to slowly whittle them down. But Zhou Mo wasn't an ordinary monster. He could think, he could launch sneak attacks, and he wouldn't just stand there and take a beating. Naturally, he didn't intend to let himself be surrounded. He sneered and continued to patrol the edge of the newbie village, looking for the next unlucky victim. Chapter 11, Meeting the Enemy. Zhou Mo's current attribute panel is almost a one-sided crushing victory when facing level 1 players. Even against level 2 novices, as long as the opponent doesn't run away immediately and tries to fight head-on, the outcome will most likely be death. Now his appearance is slightly different from ordinary Scarecrows. From the player's perspective, you can see the words Scarecrow Elite above his head. The result is that every time players see him, they only have one thought in their minds: loot his gear. But a common problem for new players is that they don't know their true strength. When they see an elite monster, they get carried away and their first reaction is to rush up and slash a couple of times, without even thinking about running away. By the time they realize something is wrong, their health bars are already almost empty, and Zhou Mo's tear skill has finished its cooldown, allowing him to unleash another combo. The novice, caught off guard, instantly turned into soul specs. At that moment, Zhou Mo was staring at a level 2 player. The opponent's equipment looked decent. He carried several potions, and he seemed confident. It appeared this person intended to take a direct confrontation, gambling on getting top-tier equipment. However, a few seconds later, the player was dumbfounded. His potion was almost empty, while the opponent's Scarecrow's health remained stubbornly high. It's understandable, really. Zhou Mo is already level 4 with a defense of 5 points. A novice player at level 2 only has 3 attack points, unable to penetrate his defense, relying entirely on the system to forcibly deduct 1 point of health. But Zhou Mo's tear attack not only took away half his health bar, but also inflicted a bleeding status. Losing 3 points of health per second, ignoring defense, is truly terrifying. The player was clearly panicked. Instead of running away immediately, he looked up and down another potion. The outcome was predictable. Zhou Mo grabbed him with both claws, and the player collapsed to the ground, becoming a spirit. Successfully killed player, Wah, I'm so bad. Experience plus 10. Seeing the experience bar soar to 30/40, Zhou Mo was quite satisfied. He didn't even glance at the unfortunate player, turned around, and continued walking forward, looking for his next target. Honey, you're awesome. I leveled up. A familiar voice drifted into his ears from afar, and Zhou Mo immediately stopped. He looked ahead and saw it was the same couple of players from before, brother respected by all, and sister doted on by one. Unexpectedly, his aimless wandering led him to run into an old acquaintance. What a small world. These two had also reached level 2. They certainly hadn't been idle lately. Zhou Mo stared at them, noticing that the female player, as always, wasn't participating in the battle, but simply cheering them on from the sidelines. He shook his head, utterly baffled by their team-up strategy. Was it some kind of couple pairing, half the battle power tactic? The men were charging into battle, while the women cheered them on from behind. It was somewhat comical. After watching for a few seconds, Zhou Mo decided to go around them. Although he was already very strong, the Scarecrow's movement speed was still limited. If they spotted him and tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch them easily. More importantly, he only wanted to ambush lone players and didn't want to get caught in a troublesome siege. Unfortunately, while he wanted to keep a low profile, others weren't going to let him off the hook. The female player, with sharp eyes, spotted him not far away and immediately raised her voice. "Honey, it's that mutated Scarecrow." Chapter 12. It Can Wear It Down. Zhou Mo's original plan was simply to pass by quietly, avoiding any encounter with his two old enemies, and let them forget each other in the martial world. But reality wasn't about to let him off the hook. The sharp-eyed female player standing nearby spotted him immediately and exclaimed, "Honey, it looks like that mutated Scarecrow." If he could speak, Zhou Mo really wanted to ask, how could you tell that his appearance had changed? Now he was wearing the name of Elite Scarecrow. His figure was taller and more upright than before, and the straw on his body had become thicker and stronger. From the appearance, he was obviously different from an ordinary Scarecrow. "Honey, this Scarecrow looks different from the previous one, doesn't it?" The handsome player frowned. The girl shook her head decisively. Although the appearance is different, the lewd movements and expressions are definitely the same. How could there be a second Scarecrow like this? Hearing this, Zhou Mo silently wrote a big, "I'm impressed," in his heart. Seeing that he had been exposed, Zhou Mo stopped struggling in vain. He knew that with the current speed settings, he, as a Scarecrow, had no chance of escaping the player's pursuit. Since he couldn't run, he had no choice but to confront them head-on. The handsome player finally saw the text above Zhou Mo's head, and his eyes lit up. "Wife, look! Elite monster. Ha. This time it's definitely going to drop top-tier equipment." Zhou Mo rolled his eyes. "Bro, where do you get the confidence to beat me? Have you forgotten how you died last time?" However, he didn't mind the opponent underestimating him. In fact, he hoped they would continue to be careless. The handsome player excitedly approached, having already reached level 2, his confidence soaring. The female player stopped being a spectator and stood up, saying seriously, "Honey, elite monsters definitely have higher attack power than regular monsters. Let's go together and finish them off quickly so no one else can steal the kill." The handsome male player had originally wanted to take on the elite monster one-on-one, like a man. But Zhou Mo slapped him with his claw, and a red -7 instantly appeared, almost making him spit out the potion in his mouth. The words, "I'll do it myself," immediately stuck in his throat. Seeing the two attacking him from the left and right, Zhou Mo quickly made a judgment. A level 2 player has 2 points of defense, while he currently has 9 points of attack, meaning a normal attack would deal 7 points of real damage. But there were 2 opponents, both with considerable health and potions available. If he were to fight them head-on, he could easily be worn down and killed. Zhou Mo decided to set a trap. While fighting back, he deliberately avoided using the tear skill, relying solely on basic attacks to strike left and right. Left and right, it looked like a clueless elite monster mechanically dealing damage. He had been a player before and understood most people's thinking all too well. As long as a monster's attack pattern seemed clumsy, they wouldn't immediately sense danger. Most players don't immediately use potions every time they lose health. They usually wait until their health drops to half, or even lower before using them. Zhou Mo was exploiting this time difference. Sure enough, the handsome player was initially nervous, but later discovered that although this elite monster had high attack power, its intelligence was lacking, and its attack pattern was slow, posing no real threat. "Honey, we've got this in the bag. If it hits me, I just need to use a potion. We'll wear it down." The female player echoed optimistically, Yeah, come on, honey. Let's hold on a little longer. It's almost out of health." The two took turns using potions to replenish their health, attacking the enemy while confidently planning their equipment. Zhou Mo continued his relentless attacks, moving left and right, until the handsome player's health dropped below half without him using any healing items. His chance had arrived. He suddenly closed in on the handsome player and silently activated his tier skill. Chapter 13, Killing One. A chill suddenly ran through the handsome player's heart. An inexplicable unease quietly spread through his chest. He felt that something was wrong, but then he looked down and saw that the elite Scarecrow in front of him had already had a third of its health bar whittled down by the two of them working together, while his own health, although still around half, remained steady and unshakable. "I'm overthinking it." He shook his head, banishing that vague worry from his mind. He still had 21 health points left. Logically speaking, he could wait for the Scarecrow to attack him again before drinking a healing potion. After such a long battle, he had figured out the Scarecrow's attack rhythm. After attacking him once, it would turn around and attack the female player standing on the other side. Therefore, he had ample time to calmly use potions to recover health, without any panic. Just as he was thinking -7, the Scarecrow's next attack arrived as expected, instantly reducing his health to 14 points. The handsome player, however, remained completely unfazed. His finger was already on the potion, ready to gulp it down at any moment. Once this healing potion was in his system, he could fight a few more rounds. But in that instant, he seemed to see the Scarecrow in front of him raise its head, a mocking smile on its face. An illusion? The handsome player was stunned. How could it be? How could a low-level monster made of straw make such a sophisticated expression of sarcasm? Before he could even react, a series of blood-red damage numbers exploded above his head. -6, -6, -6, a triple attack that instantly dealt 18 points of damage to his already low 14 health bar. He didn't even have time to open the healing potion bottle before his entire body, accompanied by a piercing scream, turned into specks of soul light and collapsed to the ground. The system notification sounded promptly. Successfully killed player, brother respected by 10,000 people. Experience +10. Level increase +1. Current level 5. Current experience 0 out of 80. Level reach 5. Access function unlocked. World channel. Zhou Mo was slightly taken aback. He knew, of course, that the world channel was a system for players to communicate across maps, but for ordinary players, it was open from the moment they entered the game. However, as a monster, he didn't gain access until level 5. He initially thought this was a limitation of his Scarecrow status, but unexpectedly, the system actually opened up access automatically after he leveled up. What does this mean? It means that as he continues to level up, he might be able to gradually unlock more player-exclusive privileges and features. Perhaps even, ultimately, completely shed his monster status? Thinking of this, Zhou Mo's heart burned with excitement, and a gleam of anticipation flashed in his eyes. But now is not the time for such lofty ideals. The handsome player is dead, that's true, but there's still a female player standing there. Her health isn't low either, hovering around half, just like the handsome players. Seeing her husband suddenly killed, she panicked instantly, completely stunned. Wife run. The handsome player, though now just a speck of light, still shouted a warning. This elite Scarecrow has a burst skill with incredibly high damage output. You can't beat it, Run. The female player, of course, also realized the seriousness of the situation. She watched as the Scarecrow killed her husband, and its health bar instantly returned to full, as if blessed by some kind of system mechanism. A sense of powerlessness welled up inside her. Could she kill it? Obviously not. Run. She turned and fled without hesitation, decisively and without looking back. Having leveled up in the Scarecrow spawn area for a long time, she had already figured out the trick. These monsters move very slowly, and as long as she runs fast, there's no risk of being caught. This is probably one of the game's protection mechanisms for new players. Unfortunately, this time she didn't encounter a system-generated wooden monster, but Zhou Mo. And Zhou Mo, of course, wasn't going to let her escape. To plan this battle, he had lost a third of his health bar to the two of them, and all of this wasn't just to watch her run away. He raised his hand and grabbed Sizzle. A single strike landed, reducing the female player's relatively healthy health to single digits, leaving her with only 9 points. She screamed and turned to run away at full speed. But Zhou Mo pursued relentlessly. She was betting on the system setting that the Scarecrow's movement speed is low and it can't catch the player. And indeed, this setting applied to ordinary Scarecrows. Chapter 14 Chat Channel. The female player was running for her life while her mind raced. She made up her mind that once she escaped this time, she would never touch this elite-level Scarecrow again for a while. She knew very well that at this stage, her and her husband's levels were too low, and a direct confrontation was futile. But she was also very confident that since she and her dear husband were players, they could quickly level up with some time. That Scarecrow is just a wild monster. Although it looks like it's leveled up, it's still not a human and definitely has a limit. Right now, you're so arrogant, chasing people all over the place. When we get back, we'll beat you down in no time and leave you with a whole bunch of top-tier equipment. The more she thought about it, the more smug she became. She even started planning which piece of equipment she would wear first after it dropped. Just as she was getting into her plan, a sudden, sharp pain shot through her back. Her last bit of health was instantly wiped out, everything went black, and she was transformed into a speck of soul light. Using her after-death soul vision, She looked back and saw that the Scarecrow had caught up with her. She was filled with questions. How could this thing possibly catch up with her? Its speed was clearly off. Zhou Mo, however, secretly nodded in satisfaction. There wasn't any particular reason he was able to catch up with the female player. It was simply that after reaching level 5, his speed had increased, finally allowing him to keep pace with ordinary players. He casually opened his attribute panel and saw that his health had risen to 200 points and his attack and defense had also improved. Most importantly, the newly opened World Channel feature suddenly gave him a player-like feeling. Without hesitation, he immediately added the skill points he had just acquired to the Tear skill, instantly leveling it up to level 3. Tier LV3 consumes 5 mana, unleashes a triple attack, dealing 3 by 100% attack damage, with a 70% chance to trigger bleeding, which deducts 4 health points per second for 5 seconds. 5-second cooldown. The skill damage skyrocketed, and the inflicted bleeding effect was even stronger. Zhou Mo nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't studied the skill details in detail yet, he couldn't wait to try out the new effects. But before that, he opened the newly unlocked World Channel. The channel was divided into all-server channel and regional channel, and he was currently in the Noob Village channel, number 12. It turns out that to avoid too many players competing for monsters, the game started with 30 beginner villages to ensure a smooth leveling experience. As soon as the chat channel opened, Zhou Mo was immediately drawn to the screen full of messages. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Did anyone notice? An elite monster appeared in the Scarecrow area. Its attack was explosive. I was killed in just a few hits. Time, and you are both unlucky. Yeah, it's insane. It's not that I don't try. It's just that it's really too ruthless. Call me the strongest new generation. Huh? How come I remember when I died, the system told me that the one who killed me was just an ordinary Scarecrow? My camera won't shake. No. I checked, it was definitely an elite monster with Scarecrow, Elite, written on its head. Zhou Mo stared at the screen, his lips twitching involuntarily. He hadn't realized it until now, before the world chat was open. It seemed the hunter was about to become the prey. Sure enough, players quickly began to organize. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. I suggest everyone team up and attack it. Maybe we can get rare equipment, the drops distributed according to damage output. Time, and you are both unlucky. Agreed. Level 1 newbies shouldn't come here to feed kills. Don't get killed before you even get a chance to attack. Watching the players' heated discussion, Zhou Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He vaguely remembered this time, and you are both unlucky player. I think he was only level 2, and now he's already calling others newbies. It's hilarious. But he didn't know that on the other side, the female player he had defeated wasn't idle either, currently chatting privately with her handsome husband. Sisters doting love. Honey, they're about to attack that Scarecrow. What should we do? Brothers respected across the land. Let's join in too. We can't beat them both anyway, so we might as well get a share and maybe even pick up some equipment. The next second, brothers respected across the land also spoke on the World Channel. Brothers respected across the land. I have 2 level 2 combatants here, and they're willing to join the attack. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Welcome, brother. And this beautiful lady too. Time, and you are both unlucky. The more people the better. Let's split up and find the monsters, then send us the coordinates. Immediately afterward, a handsome player added, brother respected by 10,000. But I have a small request. If any equipment drops, my wife wants to pick one first. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Reasonable, providing coordinates is a contribution. What do you all think? Call me the strongest new generation. Agreed. Unknown passerby. Acceptable. The channel erupted in responses, and the players' morale soared. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo, while reading these chat logs, quickly turned and ran. A coordinated attack against him had officially begun. Chapter 15, The Ambush begins. These players who plotted to ambush the elite Scarecrow never expected that the Scarecrow would be able to see their chat history. It's as if all their plans were laid bare before their target, leaving no room for secrecy. When they set off from the starting village and arrived at the coordinates provided by brother respected by 10,000 people, they found that although there were many Scarecrows in front of them, they were all ordinary monsters, and the elite one was nowhere to be seen. The group immediately erupted in excitement, and the chat channel became lively as well. Time, and you are both unlucky. Wasn't the elite Scarecrow supposed to be here? Where's he? Bro, that's not fair of you. My camera won't shake. Yeah, are you kidding us? At that moment, the brother revered by thousands, who had also rushed to the scene, immediately blushed and hurriedly argued. Brother revered by thousands. I'm not lying, really. It was here a few minutes ago. Maybe it's already gone. My sister dotes on me the most. Dear brothers, we're sorry. We really didn't lie, and we hope you can believe us. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Alright, stop arguing. Since they're not here, let's split up and look for them. However, the preferential treatment I promised you before is now void. You'll be allocated resources according to your damage output later. Both of them looked displeased, as the brother was admired by thousands and the sister was doted on by only one. However, faced with this situation, they could only swallow their anger silently. At this moment, upon seeing the coordinates sent by the other party in the channel, Zhou Mo had already quietly moved away from that area. However, as more and more players joined the search, his situation became increasingly dangerous. Although the area where the Scarecrow spawns is not small, it cannot withstand the overwhelming carpet-like search by these players. Soon, a player who was leveling up spotted Zhou Mo and immediately posted his location in the chat channel. The players were immediately excited and all rushed towards the new coordinates. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Brother, please hold it off for now. Don't let it escape again. Hit once and run. Just keep its aggro. Zhou Mo looked at the message from the side and couldn't help but nod inwardly. This Wolf Smoke Extreme Killer is indeed knowledgeable and has a very good grasp of the game mechanics. The player who found him was initially hesitant. After all, elite monsters are not to be trifled with. But after others expressed their willingness to let him choose a piece of equipment first, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. However, Zhou Mo sneered inwardly upon seeing this. These guys are really good at making empty promises. The battle hasn't even started yet, and we don't even know if any equipment will drop, but they're already in a hurry to divide the loot. There was no time to think about it. The player had already charged forward. The player was a level 2. After cautiously approaching, the wooden sword in his hand struck Zhou Mo with a snap. -1. This pitiful amount of damage was no threat to Zhou Mo, whose defense had reached 7 points. It was like scratching a thorn. He knew very well that players below level 3 didn't have any powerful skills and posed little threat to him. However, if they were to surround him in large numbers, it wouldn't be impossible to wear him down by using up his health, consuming potions, and resurrecting. Therefore, he cannot be entangled with this person and must resolve the matter quickly. He quickly calculated in his mind that the opponent was level 2 with 40 health points and 2 defense points, while he himself had 12 attack points. One normal attack followed by a tier is enough to kill instantly. -10. Zhou Mo first struck out, dealing a full 10 points of damage, and then, without waiting for the opponent to react, released his skill directly. -10, -10, -10. The triple damage numbers popped up instantly, and without even needing to trigger bleeding, the player just screamed and fell to the ground, turning into a soul dot. Successfully defeated player, I'm awesome. Experience points +10. Current experience points, 20 to 80. Meanwhile, in the newbie village channel on the 12th, Brother is admired by thousands, finally sent out a belated reminder. Brother is admired by thousands. Brother, be careful. That Scarecrow has a burst skill that deals extremely high damage. Watch your health bar. I'm so cool. Bro, why didn't you say so sooner? I'd be lying on the ground right now. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Don't worry, brother. We're almost there to avenge you. Zhou Mo didn't linger and immediately turned to leave, but soon he saw that many players were rushing towards him. His heart tightened. From his current position, it was almost impossible to escape from this group of people who were surrounding him. He gritted his teeth, almost ready to fight on the spot, but quickly calmed down. He wouldn't be too afraid if all his opponents were level 2 players, but if there were level 3 or higher players mixed in, then he'd be in trouble. He only has one life, while players can respawn infinitely. He can't afford to engage in this war of attrition. Stability is paramount. He must find a way to extricate himself. Zhou Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and tried sending a message to the chat channel. Zhou Mo, everyone come quick. I saw that elite Scarecrow. It's now at coordinates 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 5, 6, 7, 6, 4. Time, and you are both unlucky. Holy crap. This Scarecrow is too clever. How can it run like that? Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Thanks, brother. Please keep an eye on things for us. We're on our way. Zhou Mo. Okay. Seeing the reactions of everyone in the chat channel, Zhou Mo felt a slight jolt in his heart. He was initially worried that he was a monster and wouldn't be able to use the chat channel, but to his surprise, he was able to speak normally. This is where things get interesting. He looked into the distance and saw a large number of players turning around and swarming towards the fake coordinates he had given. If the Scarecrow could have expressions, Zhou Mo knew that his face would be full of smugness right now. Chapter 16. 3 players in a group. The players rushed to the scene according to the coordinates, but the result was disappointing. Although there were many Scarecrows, there was no sign of the elite target. The chat channel suddenly became lively again, and everyone began to question Zhou Mo, who had reported the coordinates. Time, and you are both unlucky. Brother Zhou Mo, where is the promised elite Scarecrow? Where did it go? My camera won't shake. Are you kidding us? Meanwhile, the real Scarecrow, Zhou Mo, was hiding in the distance, secretly laughing. He immediately feigned innocence in the channel and sent a message. Brothers, I was trying to stop it, but that guy's attack was too high, and I was instantly sent back to town. I should have just stayed out of it. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Brother, don't be discouraged. I still have to thank you. If you return to town to revive and come back, you'll still get a share of the loot. Zhou Mo ignored these nice words and turned around to leave the area, intending to continue his pursuit. But at this moment, Wolf Smoke Killer spoke in the channel again and began to organize the next tactical plan. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Listen to me, everyone, this is too passive. I suggest we split into groups of 3 and start fighting as soon as we spot a target and send out the coordinates. He paused, then continued. With the 3 of us taking turns tanking the damage and using healing items, we should be able to hold out until the others arrive. Upon hearing the idea, the chat channel responded enthusiastically. Agree. I agree. Great idea. The players in the starting village quickly formed groups according to this tactic and began a thorough search. Seeing this scene, Zhou Mo knew that his tactic of diverting attention through the chat channel probably wouldn't last long. Ultimately, these players are becoming more sophisticated and their strategies are becoming more meticulous. They can stall for time, but not forever. Especially when a player reaches level 3 or higher, his level 5 elite Scarecrow becomes difficult to deal with. So Zhou Mo decisively changed tactics and impersonated a player to post a message on the channel. Zhou Mo. Hello everyone, I've been resurrected. I'm currently at 4245, 3245. Are there any brothers nearby who want to team up? As soon as the message was sent, someone responded immediately. Sorrow like fog. Haha, I just respawned back in town and I'm near you now, wait for me. Waiting for one person for a lifetime. I'm almost there too, brother, leave me alone. Zhou Mo. Okay, let's form a team, just the 3 of us. Soon, 2 players came into Zhou Mo's field of vision, one after the other. Zhou Mo himself was secretly hiding among a pile of ordinary Scarecrows and could not be seen unless you looked closely. The 2 players quickly arrived near the coordinates and looked around with some confusion. And Miss Like Sorrow, brother, where are you? We've all arrived. Zhou Mo. I'll be there soon. Please wait for me. The 2 stopped walking without giving it much thought. One of them casually suggested, why don't we take advantage of the time while waiting for everyone to fight a couple of Scarecrows and level up? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a Scarecrow suddenly emerged from the crowd and launched an attack. -10. And Miss Like Sorrow. It's that elite Scarecrow. We're so lucky. Waiting for one person for a lifetime was much calmer, directly stepping forward to take the next attack, while reminding, are you sure this is good luck? -10. Both of them took a hit, and their health points dropped to only 30. A Miss Like Sorrow quickly downed a bottle of wound medicine. As Zhou Mo watched the 2 move nimbly, he nodded inwardly. These 2 really cooperated well. It was their first time teaming up, yet they were able to achieve such a high level of synergy. He knew perfectly well that the guy named waiting for one person for a lifetime was deliberately blocking his way. The purpose was to prevent myself from taking advantage of the situation and using burst skills to instantly kill Miss Like Sorrow. If it were before he reached level 5, this move would have really given him a headache. But now he's already level 5, and his tear skill has been upgraded to level 3, making him completely immune to this tactic. So Zhou Mo launched another normal attack at waiting for one person for a lifetime. -10. The opponent had just used a potion and wasn't at full health yet. This attack immediately reduced their health to 27 points. He quickly downed another bottle of medicine, trying to hold on. Unfortunately, Zhou Mo didn't give him a chance at all. He immediately followed up with a skill, tier activated. -10, -10, -10. 3 high-damage attacks landed instantly, and waiting for one person for a lifetime didn't even have time to react before being turned into a soul point. He was killed instantly on the spot, without any suspense. Chapter 17 is almost here. Qing Yishur waited for one person, but he never expected that he would still be killed instantly. He now realized that he and his fellow players had underestimated that elite Scarecrow. Its attack and burst damage far exceeded the expectations of these players. Now that he had become a point of spiritual light, he was too lazy to worry about his teammates and took the opportunity to enter his current coordinates in the chat channel. Meanwhile, he was still asking, "Hey, Zhou Mo, where are you? We've run into an elite Scarecrow. I've already gone down, but another brother is still holding on. Hurry up and take over. The rest of you, hurry up too. Hold on, brothers, I'm almost there. It's very close." Several teams of players responded, indicating that it wasn't too far from here. At this moment, Zhou Mo sensed that the misty sadness in front of him was becoming increasingly negative, and that he might give up at any moment. Since the tear skill was still on cooldown, he simply stopped his normal attacks and opened the chat channel to type a message. "Zhou Mo, don't worry, I'm almost there. I'll take over soon. Good luck to the rest of you." Upon hearing these words, the misty sorrow immediately dispelled the idea of retreating. Moreover, he suddenly noticed that the elite Scarecrow seemed to have gone mad, standing there blankly and no longer launching an attack. Overjoyed, he no longer wanted to retreat. He attacked with his wooden sword, while simultaneously taking medicine to replenish his health. 5 seconds passed quickly. Zhou Mo's tear skill has completed its cooldown again. He typed another message in the chat channel. "Brother, I've arrived. Hang in there a little longer, I'll be right there to take over." After saying that, he immediately launched a normal attack, and then used the tear skill. -10, -10, -10, -10. The 4 damage numbers jumped up almost in a row, instantly killing the player in front of them without giving them a chance to react. For a level 5 player like him, as long as the tear skill is off cooldown, a level 2 player can be instantly killed in one combo, which is completely unreasonable. His mind was blank, filled with a misty sadness that had turned into a speck of light in his soul. He felt extremely distressed and asked in the chat channel, "Brother, where are you? How many times have you said you're almost there? Does it really take this long?" Having said that, he lost all interest and immediately chose to return to town to revive. Before him, the one who had waited a lifetime for someone had already returned to the city and been resurrected. Since players don't have resurrection skills anyway, waiting here is useless. It's better to go back to town and resurrect sooner. "Zhou Mo, brother, I'm here. Where are you?" "Ah, an elite level Scarecrow. Its attack is so high." "Ah, I'm dead too." At this moment, a strange sense of joy welled up in the heart of the misty sorrow who had returned to the city and resurrected. "Humph, serves you right for giving out random coordinates, and now we've run into an elite Scarecrow. Humph, you took so long to gather, and now we've been killed by the Scarecrow. Humph, now you're finally done for, aren't you? You yourself died at the hands of the Scarecrow." Zhou Mo was unaware of his fellow players' sinister intentions. He pretended to die at the hands of the elite Scarecrow in order to avoid meeting other players. As long as he doesn't meet other players, he can continue using this identity in the chat channel. At that moment, looking at the other players appearing in his field of vision, he made an important decision. After killing the 2 players, his experience points have reached 40 to 80. He only needs to gain another 40 experience points to level up. A level 2 player provides 10 experience points, meaning that he needs to kill 4 more players to level up. The situation is becoming increasingly dire due to the encirclement by other players, and slowly developing his character is no longer the best option. Once the level caps of other players in the starting village rise in large numbers, you will face a tragic end. It's time to let loose and make some bold progress. Seeing the 3-person group approaching, he sneered inwardly and went straight to meet them. With his tear skill ready to be unleashed, coupled with a normal attack, he could easily kill a level 2 player instantly. This time the Scarecrow didn't run away. "Everyone come quick, our team will hold them off." As the squad approached, they sent a message in the chat channel. Zhou Mo ignored them and attacked one of them directly. -10. With a single normal attack, the player immediately lost 10 health points. For someone with only 40 points of maximum health, this is already a terrifying attack power. The other 2 players immediately launched an attack on Zhou Mo, while the injured player retreated slightly. However, contrary to their expectations, the elite Scarecrow in front of them did not shift its attack target to them, but continued to chase after it and launch an attack on the player who was originally injured. The tearing action was initiated. 3 consecutive -10 damage numbers appeared instantly, and the player fell to the ground without uttering a sound, turning into a speck of soul light. Successfully defeated player, 10 years of hard work, experience points plus 10. Current experience points, 50 to 80. 1. Zhou Mo silently muttered something to himself and immediately launched an attack on another player. These players thought that by having 3 people together, they could take turns drawing aggro, but they were wrong. Their strategy would be correct against ordinary monsters, but Zhou Mo is not an ordinary monster. Before he transmigrated into a monster, he was a player with human thoughts. The player's petty schemes had no effect on him. He would only follow his own plan and concentrate his efforts to defeat them one by one. Chapter 18 Retreat in Advance. After killing one player, Zhou Mo immediately launched an attack on the second player. At this moment, the main group of players was on their way, and he was very nervous. At this point, running away is unlikely to solve the problem. If you want to survive, you have no choice but to forge ahead and strive to level up. I'm still 30 experience points short of leveling up to level 6. Even if I kill the remaining 2 members of this group, I still won't have enough experience points. He has decided to make this place his final battleground. The 2 remaining members of the group were also somewhat conflicted. They really hadn't expected that even with 3 people attacking them, one of them would still be instantly killed by this elite Scarecrow. It's one thing for an elite Scarecrow to have high attack power, but if it can instantly kill someone, then the situation is completely different. High attack power can be countered by using potions to heal, but if you get instantly killed, there's nothing you can do. While they were still debating, another group of members arrived. The 2 were overjoyed and exclaimed, "Brothers, come quickly," and surrounded. With the addition of the 3 newcomers, the 5 people surrounded Zhou Mo. At this point, the players gradually calmed down. At this moment, Zhou Mo, the elite Scarecrow, was equally happy. 5 people ganged up on him, which seemed to put some pressure on him, but in reality, they couldn't pose much of a threat to him at all, because all 5 players are level 2. With their pitiful level 2 attack power, they couldn't even break through Zhou Mo's defense, and could only inflict 1 point of force damage. At their attack speed, the 5 of them combined could only deal a total of 5 points of damage to Zhou Mo per second. With Zhou Mo's current 200 points of health, it would be enough for them to take a long time to finish him off. If they fight to the death and refuse to retreat, Zhou Mo's attack power is more than enough to take them all out. Soon, 5 seconds passed, and the tear skill's cooldown was complete. This means that Zhou Mo now has the ability to instantly kill another player. He didn't bother to choose, and directly used the tear skill on the current target. The player was unsurprisingly turned into a speck of soul light. Zhou Mo's experience points increased by 10 points again. At this point, there are only 20 experience points left to level up to level 6. Now only 4 players remain to besiege the enemy. "Brother, hold on. Reinforcements are on their way." 5 seconds later, the tear skill was used again, and another player turned into a white light. Current experience points, 70 to 80. I only need 10 more experience points to reach level 6. However, at this moment, another squad arrived and joined the battle. At this moment, Zhou Mo's health bar also dropped, losing a full 45 points of health. It must be said that having a large number of players can indeed have some impact on him. The original 3 players, plus the 3 newly joined players, now make up a total of 6 players attacking Zhou Mo. 4 seconds later, Zhou Mo lost another 24 points of health. At this point, even with 200 health points, he had already lost almost half of his health bar. Fortunately, he only needs to wait 1 more second for the tear skill to cool down, and then he can kill another person, gain experience points, and level up to level 6. At that time, his health will be fully restored, and his various attributes should also increase further. However, just as he was about to use the tear skill on his current target, he discovered that the target had retreated ahead of time and moved out of his attack range. His intended tear skill lost its target for a moment, with the remaining players holding him back. He couldn't catch up and could only watch helplessly as the player used a potion to recover to full health. Meanwhile, the player laughed. "Ha, I figured out this guy's attack pattern. He has a burst attack skill with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Looking at the elite Scarecrow being besieged, he said smugly, If this skill is used, it can kill us instantly as long as we are not at full health. But if we time it right and retreat in advance, it will be helpless. The other players suddenly realized what was happening and became alert. It has to be said that Zhou Mo was quite impressed with that player. It turns out they're skilled players. They figured out some of my weaknesses in such a short time. At this moment, numerous figures could be seen rushing over from all directions. The main force of players has arrived. Chapter 19, Leader Level Scarecrow. Within sight, one player group after another rushed forward. Each group had 3 players, but at this moment, there were no fewer than a dozen groups of players rushing over. Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel anxious. He looked at the men surrounding him and sneered. That's outrageous. Are you trying to show off your skills to me? D. The tearing action was initiated. Tier LV3 consumes 5 mana, instantly unleashes 3 attacks, dealing 3,100 attack damage, with a 70% chance to inflict bleed, reducing the user's health by 4 points per second for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Instantly, 3 damage numbers of -10 appeared, and after those 3 damage numbers, the player felt a slight tingling pain in his body. -4. Another damage number appeared. Damn it, this burst skill also causes continuous damage. The player was horrified, terrified by the tearing and bleeding effect. Of course, as a basic courtesy of a player, he still trembled as he forced himself to drink a bottle of wound medicine. If Zhou Mo hadn't followed closely, there would have been no flaws in his actions. The key issue is that, because he was startled by the bleeding effect, he retreated a fraction of a second slower. It's just that tiny difference, yet it makes the difference between life and death. Zhou Mo's movement speed was already comparable to that of these novice players. When the opponent's reaction was slightly slow, he had already caught up and launched another normal attack. -10. An ordinary damage number appeared, but the result was extraordinary. At that moment, it was enough to empty that player's health bar. As the player was killed and turned into white light, a notification sound rang in Zhou Mo's mind. Successfully killed player, brother, lonely and wounded. Experience points +10. Level up +1. Current level 6. Current experience points 0 to 160. This time, the notification sound kept going off. Conditions met, rank within this race increased, advancing to leader level Scarecrow. The racial appearance has been subtly altered. Gain the unique talent Royal Mandate from boss level monsters. 5 times the health, and increased automatic health regeneration. Gain the unique talent Guardian of the Clan from boss level monsters. When health drops below half, automatically summon 4 elite Scarecrows and 20 regular Scarecrows to join the battle. Gain the unique talent Berserk from boss-level monsters. When health drops to 20%, automatically enter Berserk state, doubling attributes and unleashing area of effect attacks for 10 seconds. The Tear skill is upgraded to Crow Peck, consuming 15 mana to summon a flock of crows to peck at the target, dealing 20 to 40 peck damage to targets in a small area, with a 50% chance to inflict bleed, reducing health by 5 points per second for 10 seconds, and stacking. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. At this moment, Zhou Mo was incredibly excited. He originally thought that he would see some improvement after leveling up to level 6, but he did not expect that the improvement would be so great. He had actually met the requirements for advancement within his race, and directly advanced from Elite Scarecrow to Leader Scarecrow. Zhou Mo was well aware that although it was only a stage leap within a race, it represented more than just a simple small stage leap. He knew very well that if elite-level monsters were considered mini-bosses in a monster horde, then leader-level monsters were the final bosses of that horde. Of course, he was already a monster in the wild after only 2 weeks of the game's release. He didn't know what the game would be like later on, but at least at this stage, a boss-level monster was not something that the players rushing in now could easily deal with. Generally speaking, to conquer a boss-level monster, the entire guild must be actively preparing and working in perfect coordination. For a random, unorganized team like this to try and take on a boss-level monster, that's basically a pipe dream. Of course, given the level 2 player's abilities, even if they cooperated perfectly, they wouldn't pose a threat to him now. The difference in strength is simply too great. Seeing that the other players were still some distance away, Zhou Mo ignored the players attacking him and directly opened his personal panel. Name, Zhou Mo. Race, Scarecrow Leader. Level, 6. HP, 750 to 750, Royal Command. Magic points, 100 to 100. Attack power, 20. Defense, 10. The attack speed, agility, and evasion stats have all seen slight increases compared to before. However, for the low-level monsters in the beginner village, agility and evasion are not very useful for the time being. The overall strength of players in the beginner village is not very high. So in terms of game design, we will not consider adding too many attack speed, agility, evasion, and critical hits to the monsters in the beginner village for the time being. But Zhou Mo is now incredibly strong. After closing his personal attribute panel, Zhou Mo looked at the 5 players who were still attacking him and smiled coldly to himself. At this point, the 5 players can still only inflict a forced -1 damage on me, and these 5 players can only inflict a total of 5 damage per second. Even with the King's Mandate bonus from the leader level, it can't even keep up with my health recovery speed. These ants can no longer bite their own elephant. Zhou Mo didn't wait long and immediately used the skill he had just acquired. Crow's Pecking is launched. Chapter 20 Crow's Pecking. Tier evolved into Crow's Peck, an area of effect attack skill that can deal a total of 20 to 40 pecking damage to targets in a small area. At this moment, Zhou Mo used Crow's Peck, and the 5 players saw many dark crows suddenly appear in the air, pecking at them. -6. -6. A large number of damage numbers floated up. The single-hit damage coefficient of Crow's Peck was rather low. After deducting the player's defense, each peck could only deal 6 points of damage. Crow's Peck can deal a total of 20 hits of damage, which are evenly distributed among the 5 players, with each player taking 4 hits. Therefore, each person suffers 24 points of damage. Compared to the original Tear skill, the Crow's Peck skill actually has a reduced burst damage on a single target. Although the 5 players were startled by the massive damage numbers, they were relieved to see that their health bars had only dropped by a little over half. However, they were too complacent. Besides the instant damage from the pecking attack, Crow Peck and the previous Tear skill can both cause bleeding. Moreover, unlike the Tear skill, the bleeding effect caused by Crow's Pecking can be stacked. Each of them just took 4 hits, and with a 50% chance of bleeding, almost all of them triggered the bleeding effect more than twice. -10, -10, -15, -10, -15. Of the 5 players, 3 triggered the bleeding effect twice, resulting in a combined loss of 10 health points per second. 2 others fared even worse, their obvious luck allowing them to trigger the bleeding effect 3 times, resulting in a combined loss of 15 health points per second. The 2 players watched as their health bars jumped, instantly dropping from 16 points to just 1 point. They hurriedly downed 2 or 3 bottles of wound medicine. However, the low-level wound medicines they used did not provide instant relief. They required a certain amount of time to heal. Right in front of Zhou Mo, they watched helplessly as their health recovery speed couldn't keep up with the 3-layered bleeding effect, and in the next second, their health bars were completely wiped out by the bleeding effect. 2 flashes of white light appeared, and the 2 players were transformed into points of soul light without any surprise. With 20 experience points gained, Zhou Mo's current experience points have reached 20 to 160. The remaining 3 players were not faring much better. Although they only had 2 stacks of the bleeding effect, their health was still dropping faster than the healing potion could restore it. Zhou Mo didn't stand on ceremony with them, and immediately stepped forward to unleash a normal attack. -18. The unlucky one chosen from the 3 instantly turned into a point of soul light, and Zhou Mo gained another 10 experience points. Only 2 players remain. The main force of players was already very close, and the 2 had lost their will to fight, so they turned and ran. Unfortunately, now that Zhou Mo is a leader-level Scarecrow, his movement speed is no longer a weakness, so he won't be easily kited by these newbie players. He then chased after them and took one down with another normal attack. But the other one fled in the opposite direction, and he couldn't catch it. However, after silently counting the time, he wasn't worried. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the system notification sounded. Successfully defeated player Dragon Palace Overlord. Experience points +10. Although the player escaped Zhou Mo's attack range, the healing potion's effect was interrupted while running, and the player was directly killed by the 2-layer bleeding effect. It was fate. At this point, Zhou Mo had wiped out both player groups. The group of players was only 20 meters away, and Zhou Mo could already see the faces of the other players clearly. However, he was not in a hurry and first took stock of his gains. Nama, Zhu Montak. Race, Scarecrow leader. Level 7. Current experience points 40 to 160. Remaining skill points 1. Damn it, I was in such a rush that I completely forgot I had a skill point left unused. Since he only had one skill, Zhou Mo didn't hesitate and directly allocated the skill points to Crow's Pecking. Crow Peck LV2 consumes 15 mana, summons a flock of crows to peck at the target, dealing 20 to 50 peck damage to targets in a small area, with a 60% chance to inflict bleed, reducing health by 6 points per second for 10 seconds, stacking. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Interesting. After upgrading to LV2, Crow Peck seems to be much more powerful than before. If I had had LV2 Crow Peck, it would have been easier to deal with those guys. At this moment, the large group of players had already surrounded Zhou Mo. Their gazes fell on Zhou Mo, and they suddenly became somewhat puzzled. This is an elite-level Scarecrow, but a leader level 1? Just then, a message came through the chat channel. Dragon Palace Overlord. Everyone be careful. This is an evolving Scarecrow. It was an elite-level creature before, but it upgraded to a leader-level creature after killing a player. Rare banana. Not bad. This leader's attack is terrifying. Several of us were instantly killed by it. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Zhou Mo felt somewhat helpless. Bro, you're exaggerating. When did I ever instantly defeat all of you? It clearly took a lot of effort. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill. Alright, thanks for the information, brothers. Let's surround this leader first, no rush. Since we can't beat this leader at level 2, let's level up here while keeping an eye on it. Time, and you are both unlucky. Wolf Smoke is right. Once we reach level 3, change our equipment, and learn the skills, this thing will be a piece of cake. Call me the strongest young generation. Ha, that makes sense. Let's do it this way. This Scarecrow can evolve, and maybe can drop some top-tier growth equipment. We definitely can't miss it. Watching everyone discussing how to deal with him in the chat channel, Zhou Mo couldn't help but sigh. Their plan was indeed brilliant. The premise is that I am truly a native Scarecrow monster. Unfortunately, I have a brain that's just as sharp as theirs, and I can see their plans from beginning to end in the chat channel. How could I be so foolish as to just wait to die? Are you all just going to be okay if you don't mess with me? Do you know what it means to take the initiative? Chapter 21, Level 3 Player. A large group of Level 2 players were scattered around the leader-level Scarecrow, each finding some ordinary Scarecrows to level up. They had already planned to take this opportunity to level up first, and once they reached level 3, they would use all the skills and equipment from the newbie gift pack before dealing with this leader-level Scarecrow. Looking at the numerous players going their separate ways, Zhou Mo secretly shook his head. These guys have a great idea, but unfortunately, I can't let them level up in peace. Of course, I can't stop everyone, but it's rare to gather so many level 2 players together. If I don't take advantage of them, how can I live up to their hard work in gathering us? He immediately targeted the player closest to him, charged forward, and unleashed his skill. Crow's Peck is originally a small-range attack skill, but when used to deal with a single person, its power becomes terrifying. What would happen if 20 instances of damage were applied to one person? -8, -8, 20 damage numbers, almost overlapping each other, suddenly appeared, dealing tons of damage to the player. Unable to withstand the massive damage, the player had no chance to resist and was instantly reduced to a speck of soul light. Zhou Mo, having successfully killed this player, easily gained 10 experience points. His proactive approach deeply shocked the other players. They were now further away from Zhou Mo, the leader-level Scarecrow. Brothers, don't be afraid of it. We can be resurrected, but it can't. There are more of us, so let's see who can outlast whom. Yeah, we're just newbie players anyway. There's no penalty for dying, so what's there to be afraid of? Such words spread among the players, and there was indeed some truth to them. As a result, many players stopped panicking and began to focus on leveling up. The scene suddenly became very strange. The players were trying to level up by killing ordinary Scarecrows, while Zhou Mo was killing players everywhere to level up. It was as if the two sides were engaged in a strange race. Soon, one of the players excitedly shouted, "I've reached level 3. Ha! I've finally reached level 3. Get out of the way, let me handle this." Another player shouted this as they charged towards Zhou Mo. More and more players are upgrading to level 3. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo had just finished hunting down a number of players, successfully leveling up to level 7, and still had 20 experience points left over. Zhou Mo frowned inwardly as he watched the several level 3 players rushing towards him. Level 3 players aren't much to him right now, but seeing the endless stream of players leveling up to level 3, Zhou Mo felt something was amiss. Since they were able to collectively upgrade to level 3, they can naturally collectively upgrade to an even higher level. He can still control the situation now, but once the players reach higher levels, he will be in real danger. But there was no point in thinking about it now, so he looked closely at the players in front of him. Enable player information, viewing permission. While Zhou Mo was concentrating, the game immediately granted him new privileges. Player name, call me the strongest young generation. Occupation, none. Level 3. Health points, 60. Mana points, 20. Attack, 6+8. Defense, 3+3. Equipment, beginner's iron sword, attack +8, level requirement 3. Equipment, beginner leather armor, defense +3, level requirement 3. Skill, triple thrust, level requirement 3. He looked at each player's information one by one, and all of their information was in his sight. However, players in the beginner village have not yet reached the requirements for job advancement. Players of the same level have basically the same attributes, so looking at one is roughly equivalent to looking at all of them. No one of these guys have become so arrogant. It seems that wearing the newbie equipment given by the game and learning the newbie skills has made them overconfident. It is our duty to help them rediscover their original aspirations. For level 3, players rushed up, and almost simultaneously, for triple stab struck Zhou Mo. The triple strike deals 3,120 damage, far surpassing Zhou Mo's Crow Peck in terms of single target attack coefficient. With their current 14 attack power from the beginner Iron Sword, they can already kill ordinary Scarecrows with a single hit while leveling up. The problem is that even with the beginner's Iron Sword, these level 3 players' attack power is still somewhat insufficient against Zhou Mo in his current state. Zhou Mo's defense has now reached 14 points, so a triple stab only dealt him 6 points of damage. For players, 4 triple stabs dealt him a total of 24 points of damage. For Zhou Mo, whose health has now reached 1,000 points, this 24 points of damage is nothing more than a tickle. The 4 players were stunned when they saw their triple strike skill, which they had placed high hopes on, be unleashed, but the opponent's health bar remained unmoved, still unfathomably deep. At this moment, Zhou Mo had no intention of being polite to them. Without thinking, he immediately unleashed a crow's pecking attack. Having reached level 7, his attack power had reached a terrifying 26 points. Even though these players were wearing beginner leather armor, which improved their defense, they still seemed overly vulnerable to such an attack. -10. -10. Each of the 4 players was hit by 5 crow pecks, causing their health bars to plummet from a full 60 points to a critical 10 points. But that wasn't all. All 4 players were also affected by the bleeding effect at least twice, and more damage numbers started popping up. -14. -14. Zhou Mo's Crow's Peck has been upgraded to LV3, which can deal 7 points of bleed damage per second that ignores defense. With 2 stacks, it directly depleted the remaining health of the 4 players, completing the kill. Successfully defeated player, call me the strongest young generation. Experience points +15. The 4 players provided him with 60 experience points. Seeing that he had already reached 80 to 320 experience points, Zhou Mo was very satisfied. His gaze fell on the other players, and he chuckled cruelly to himself. The hunt has begun. Chapter 22, Job Change Player. More and more players reached level 3, but it was only then that they realized they had underestimated the situation. Even if they reach level 3, are equipped with beginner gear, and learn beginner skills, they still cannot be a match for a leader-level Scarecrow. Moreover, this leader-level Scarecrow is too cunning. It never goes to crowded places and specifically targets lone players or small groups of 2 or 3. As everyone has seen, this leader-level Scarecrow has a small-range burst attack skill that can instantly kill a level 3 player. And players who are targeted by it are basically unable to escape. Later on, the sight of flocks of crows flying in the air sent chills down the spines of many players. While level 3 players can inflict some damage on leader-level Scarecrows, it's not very effective unless they can surround them. Zhou Mo moved swiftly and fiercely, getting carried away with the fighting and losing control. Opportunities like this, where low-level players are gathered together for him to hunt, are not common. In a short period of time, Zhou Mo had hunted enough experience points to level up again, reaching level 8. At this point, his attributes improved again, making it even easier for him to deal with these level 3 players. There were more than 100 players gathered here, but they were completely powerless to fight back under his hunt. If they could surround it, they might be able to wear down the Scarecrow, but the Scarecrow was too cunning and didn't give them a chance to surround it. By this time, many novice players finally realized the truth. They couldn't possibly defeat that leader-level Scarecrow on their own. On the game's chat channel, some players started asking higher-level players for help. In fact, this idea had crossed everyone's minds at first, but they all ignored it. First, they believed that this leader-level Scarecrow wasn't that powerful, and that if they upgraded their abilities, they could still successfully surround and kill it. Secondly, if we let high-level players come over, not only will it be embarrassing, but even if they drop something, we probably won't even get a drop of soup. Advanced players might not value the loot dropped by the newbie village boss, but no one is willing to take the risk. But now they can't remain silent. This leader-level Scarecrow is far too powerful for them to handle. At this point, even if they give up on killing the leader-level Scarecrow, with this guy hunting players everywhere, they can't even level up in peace. I call my classmate over. He's a level 7 player who has changed jobs and hasn't been restricted from entering the newbie village yet. I also called someone a level 8 thief with awesome attack power. In a short time, 5 or 6 players contacted their familiar pro players. These pro players we contacted were all below level 10, and most of them had just recently changed jobs. After all, the game Stardust is designed so that players above level 10 cannot enter the newbie village leveling area. This is a special feature of the game designed to prevent advanced players from disrupting the leveling environment in the starting village. After all, if a high-level player enters the newbie leveling area to help their friends level up with their powerful, wide-range attack skills, other players won't even need to play. All the monsters that spawn will become theirs. Players below level 10, although they have completed their job advancement and are much stronger than the average new player, still haven't reached the point where they can easily overwhelm all the monsters in the newbie village, so their damage to the newbie village's leveling area is not significant. Zhou Mo, who was able to see the player chat channel, naturally understood the situation at this time. He felt as if he'd been doused with a bucket of cold water, and his enthusiasm for hunting players vanished instantly. His experience level is currently 30 to 480, which is still a long way from leveling up to level 9. It is unlikely that he can level up again before those pro players arrive, because in his sight, a figure had already pushed through the crowd and walked to a short distance in front of him. With the permission to view player information activated, he could clearly see the other player's information. Player name, Elegant Man. Level, 7. Class, Mage. There are many attributes listed below, which immediately catch the eye. Zhou Mo's heart skipped a beat. The man chuckled and looked at the leader-level Scarecrow in front of him. Say, interesting. I didn't expect there to be leader-level Scarecrows. I didn't even notice it when I was leveling up. Facing the gazes of many novice players, he held up a finger, waved it lightly, and smiled. Don't worry, this mere Scarecrow will be taken care of in no time. He held a magic wand about 30 centimeters long in his hand, gently drawing an esoteric path while chanting incantations. Little by little, sparks of light began to gather at the tip of the magic wand in his hand. Soon, the sparks formed a fireball the size of a human head, which flew out with a whoosh and headed towards Zhou Mo in the distance. Zhou Mo shook his head inwardly. He had to admit that fireball was a common skill used by novice mages, as it was a low-level spell. He didn't complain about the game's unoriginal design, because the fireball spell was indeed the perfect solution to his problem. The player, nicknamed a man of temperament, remained calm and unconcerned. In his view, isn't straw something that catches fire at the slightest touch? Although I've only learned the most basic introductory spell, Fireball, it might be a bit of a stretch to deal with other monsters, but it should be a piece of cake to deal with Scarecrows. The Fireball technique travels at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding Zhou Mo's current movement speed, making it impossible for him to dodge it. Looking at the Fireball only 3 meters away from him, he helplessly realized that he was destined to take this Fireball spell. Chapter 23 is just a weakling. The Fireball flew towards him, and Zhou Mo had no way to dodge it. With a poof, the Fireball hit him squarely. He felt a burning pain, and his health bar dropped unusually. -67. A damage number popped up, but fortunately, after becoming a leader, his fire resistance had increased significantly, and he wasn't directly ignited by the Fireball. Although the Fireball went out quickly, Zhou Mo was still startled. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful attack since he became a Scarecrow. Before becoming the Scarecrow, he had already become a player who had changed jobs. Although he was not a mage, he still had some understanding of the methods of mages. Fireball is the first magic skill that new players can learn after changing their job to a mage. A level 1 fireball can deal 40 points of magic damage, including the level 7 mage player's own magic attack and a magic attack bonus from equipment. The opponent only dealt minus 67 points of damage directly. The fact that he was easily hit with minus 67 damage shows that even though he has reached the leader level, his magic defense is still 0. After all, as the lowest level monster in the starting village, the game did not design the Scarecrow to be overly powerful. This is very bad news for Zhou Mo right now. Ignoring his own injuries, he charged straight at the other person. The cooldown of Fireball is 3 seconds, which is shorter than the cooldown of my own skills. If I don't take care of that guy quickly, I will definitely be put on the defensive. Although he had 1250 HP at level 8, he couldn't withstand being bombarded with Fireball spells, and he wasn't the only class change player who came to help. Haha. As expected, I've attracted their hatred. The mage player, who called himself Charming Man, smiled smugly and ran off to the side. Despite being a magician, he ran incredibly fast, no less agile than anyone else. Zhou Mo was very annoyed. It seemed that this guy, as a magician, also possessed skillful kite-flying techniques. However, the LV1 Fireball spell is not meant for kiting boss-level monsters. The Fireball spell has a full second of casting time. It might not be a weakness when fighting some small monsters, but it's a bit of a stretch against boss-level monsters like Zhou Mo. By the time he stopped to unleash his second Fireball, Zhou Mo was already 4 or 5 meters away from him. Minus 67. Another damage number appeared, but Zhou Mo ignored the burning pain and quickened his pace to continue chasing after the other party. "Hold the tank for me. I'll deal damage," he shouted, man of quality. At this point, he realized that he couldn't defeat this leader monster with ordinary kite-flying skills alone. So he addressed the many new players present. For these novice players, isn't their sole purpose in being to use their bodies to block the attacks of the leader-level Scarecrow? However, his words were met with few responses. Only 2 or 3 players hesitated before rushing forward, raising their beginner iron swords and tentatively slashing at Zhou Mo. But Zhou Mo had no time to pay attention to them. He let their iron swords slash across his body, bypassed them, and rushed to the mage player. "Damn, my damage is too high. Your attacks can't draw aggro at all." The quality man screamed in terror as he watched the leader-level Scarecrow reach out to grab him, but it was too late to run. The next Fireball has a 1-second cooldown. As a mage, he was extremely averse to being attacked at close range by wild monsters. He knew very well that although he was a player who had changed jobs and had reached level 7, he was not much better than players who had not changed jobs in terms of health and defense. Magicians are known for their fragile skin and low health. Even with his novice mage robes, a level 7 quality man only has 12 points of physical defense at this moment. Its health points are also pitifully low, only 140. For those level 3 novice players, his attributes are naturally quite powerful, and he wouldn't be afraid to even fight someone with a magic wand. But compared to other professions, he is extremely fragile. Hopefully, this leader-level Scarecrow's attack power won't be too strong. At this moment, all a quality man can do is pray in his heart. Zhou Mo ignored his inner prayers. Having finally caught up with this mage player, he had no intention of letting him go easily. A large flock of dark crows flew in the air, and the crow's peck attack was already in place, striking the quality man. This time, he was all alone. He had to endure the 20 attacks of the crow's pecking all by himself. At this moment, Zhou Mo had upgraded crow's peck to LV3. After a full 20 attacks, a large number of damage numbers appeared instantly. -7. -7. After deducting the quality man's defense, each attack only deals -7 damage, but after 20 attacks, a total of 140 damage is dealt. The quality man has exactly 140 health points, and Zhou Mo's crow's peck attack also deals exactly 140 damage. It has to be said that the world is full of strange things. Zhou Mo was very satisfied as he watched the level 7 mage player turn into points of soul light. "I'll let you fly a kite with me. Now you're out of luck, aren't you? Although you can kite me and deal high damage, I can withstand many fireballs, while you only have one chance once I catch you." Just as Zhou Mo was feeling smug, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his back to his heart, and his vision went a little blurry. A terrifying damage number floated up. Critical hit triggered successfully. Minus 240. Chapter 24 is a bit stressful. After a sharp, piercing pain, Zhou Mo turned around. Even the excitement of gaining 35 experience points from killing that mage player couldn't mask the intense pain. Suddenly, the air in front of him rippled, and a figure appeared on the empty ground, the short blade in his hand gleaming with a dark, eerie light. They're thieves. Zhou Mo knew the man's background at a glance. This is a level 8 rogue player. That attack was the rogue's basic skill, stealth. After successfully landing the attack, the thief player quickly retreated, creating a safe distance. Zhou Mo glanced around, activated his access to view player information, and had already taken in all the information about this thief player. Player name, draw knife to get heads. Level 8. Occupation, thief. Among the numerous pieces of information, Zhou Mo found the skill section. Sure enough, this guy's stealth skill had already been leveled up to level 2. No wonder it hurt him so much. Stealth LV2. Enters stealth mode and increases movement speed by 20 for 20 seconds. Attacks deal additional 80 damage and exit stealth. 20% chance to ignore defense. 20% chance to trigger a critical hit. Cooldown, 15 seconds. The 80 extra damage from level 2 stealth, plus the rogue's own 40 attack points, shouldn't have hurt me that much. As a level 8 leader level Scarecrow, I have a physical defense of 18 points. The key issue is that this thief was incredibly lucky. His stealth attack not only triggered the ignore defense effect, but also resulted in a critical hit. Or perhaps my face is just too dark. In short, by the time Zhou Mo was about to retaliate, the thief had already retreated far away. As thieves, although their stealth skill is incredibly powerful, they're also incredibly fragile. Once they appear, given their physique, they won't fare much better than mage players when facing enemy attacks. Zhou Mo was helpless. He wanted to give chase, but he couldn't catch up at all. This thief player was very sneaky. After successfully stealing Zhou Mo earlier, he never turned around and launched even a normal attack. Faced with players who were determined to escape, Zhou Mo had no way to catch up. At this moment, he only regretted that he didn't have ranged attack skills. At this time, even more players arrived. Seeing Zhou Mo like this, one player didn't hesitate and charged forward with his shield raised. Seeing the player charging at him, wielding a small round shield in one hand and a large cleaver in the other, Zhou Mo immediately understood that this was a warrior player. Warrior players are known for their tankiness and resilience. If they choose the knight route for their second job advancement, they will become even more unbearably tanky. Faced with a warrior player charging straight at him, Zhou Mo was helpless, but he had no choice but to give up his plan to chase the rogue player. Click! The warrior player slashed at Zhou Mo with his sword. Minus 10. A damage number appeared on the screen. Although he's much stronger than those novice players, for a player who has already changed classes, his damage output is indeed a bit appalling. Zhou Mo currently has 18 points of physical defense, which means that this level 7 warrior player only has 28 points of attack power with his equipment. Zhou Mo also stretched out his hand and launched a normal attack at the warrior player in front of him. Minus 10. Forehead. Zhou Mo realized that the damage he had caused was also pitiful, and he seemed to lack the right to ridicule others. My attack power is 32 points, which means that the warrior player in front of me has a defense power of 22 points, which is even higher than my own, a boss-level monster. That doesn't make sense. A leader-level Scarecrow? Is it really that lacking in prestige? Then he saw the other person's actions and felt relieved. The warrior player held a shield in one hand, blocking the attack. My attack just now clearly hit his small round shield. Zhou Mo understood that this was one of the class skills that warrior players could choose when changing jobs. Shield Guard. The so-called shield defense, as the name suggests, is to use a shield for defense, which is very simple. After using the Shield Guard skill, the warrior player's defense will be greatly increased for a certain period of time, but their attack speed will be greatly reduced. Of course, newly promoted warrior players don't have very high attack power to begin with. If you're determined to give up on attacking, this shield defense skill is a good way to tank monsters. Of course, simple defense is not enough to deal with a leader like Zhou Mo. Other attackers are needed to coordinate and output damage. Zhou Mo felt that he couldn't defeat this warrior player in a short time. At the same time, an arrow flew through the air and hit Zhou Mo directly. Minus 32. Such damage was not excessively painful. Zhou Mo looked in the direction of the injury and saw that a player had already drawn the bowstring of his powerful bow. He's an archer player. For at least a moment, Zhou Mo considered turning around and running away. Mage, thief, warrior, archer. Several players who have changed their professions have already set their sights on him. As a lowly monster in the starting village, facing so many players who have changed their professions, the situation is likely to be very serious. Even if you're the leader of the lowest level monsters, it won't be easy for you. But after a short period of consideration, Zhou Mo dismissed the idea. The enemy has archers, mages, and a thief who can enter stealth mode. Even if I wanted to escape, I probably wouldn't be able to. So, is the only option left to fight head-on? Looking at the warrior player holding up a shield in front of him, Zhou Mo made a decision. The duration of the opponent's shield guard was almost over, so he dealt with it with normal attacks while secretly preparing. As for the thief player, he had already disappeared, perhaps hiding right next to Zhou Mo, and there was nothing Zhou Mo could do about it for the time being. Within seconds, under the combined attack of the warrior and archer players, and with the injuries he had sustained earlier, Zhou Mo's health bar had dropped to 2/3. After calculation, it was found that exactly 15 seconds had passed since the thief player last ambushed him. In other words, the thief player's stealth skill should have successfully cooled down again. Zhou Mo himself had been a player, so he naturally understood that the other party would not give up such an opportunity. He was currently being held back by the warrior player, while there were archer players providing additional damage in the distance. This was the perfect opportunity for the rogue player to launch another sneak attack. 3, 2, 1. Zhou Mo silently counted 3 times in his mind, then turned around abruptly without regard for anything else, unleashing a crow-pecking attack on a small area behind him. As the crows flew by, the air in front of them rippled, and a figure was forced to retreat from stealth. Chapter 25 Equipment Drops. Are you kidding me? Monsters can predict your movements. An incredulous voice rang out, and at the very spot where Zhou Mo's crow's peck landed, a figure appeared right in the midst of the crow's encirclement. This person was the same level 8 thief player who had ambushed Zhou Mo with a stealth skill before disappearing into the distance. Once the 15-second cooldown of the stealth skill was over, he stealthily approached again, intending to stab Zhou Mo once more. If Zhou Mo were to be ambushed by this rogue player again, his already meager health would be further depleted. So he took a gamble, betting that the thief player wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity to ambush. As expected, the result was very satisfactory. The thief player stealthily moved behind Zhou Mo as soon as the stealth skill was off cooldown. The stealth skill has a weakness. While it allows the user to become invisible and undetectable, it doesn't make the user disappear into thin air. In fact, although the user is invisible, his body still exists and others can still attack him. If you encounter a skill that attacks in an area of effect, you might just get lucky and die a horrible death. But what the rogue player found hard to accept was that the leader-level Scarecrow knew how to set a trap for him. He intended to launch a sneak attack from behind, and the Scarecrow's skill was conveniently placed behind him, indicating that his thoughts and plans had been discovered by the other party. For a brief moment, the rogue player felt as if his intelligence had been crushed by a wild monster. Regardless, at this point, the rogue player has no choice but to face the crow's peck attack head-on. The LV3 crow's peck hit the rogue player, and he received all 20 attacks without missing a single one. However, the rogue player's defense was still superior to that of the level 7 mage, and with the rogue leather armor he was wearing, his physical defense reached 16 points. The crow's peck attack only deals -3 damage per hit to him. -3. -3. There were 20 pecks in total, but it only dealt 60 points of damage. For low-level novice players, this is still enough to kill them instantly, but although the rogue player is also fragile, he already has 240 health points at level 8. Losing 60 out of 240 health points is a bit scary, but it's not a complete collapse. Looking at the damage from crow's pecking, Zhou Mo felt helpless. He knew very well that as the most basic monster in the game, he could hardly have an overwhelming advantage against these players who had changed classes. However, while the direct damage from crow's peck doesn't pose a significant threat to rogue players, the added bleeding effect is a welcome bonus. The LV3 Crow Peck skill has a 70% chance of causing bleeding, and out of 20 pecking attacks, it was successfully triggered 14 times. Not exactly lucky, not exactly unlucky, just average. The 14-layer stack bleed effect is quite interesting. Each layer causes a 7-point loss of health, and the stacked effect results in a total of 98 points of health loss. Minus 98. This time, the loss of health was more terrifying than the direct damage. The rogue player's health had dropped from 240 points to 82 points. At that moment, his face turned dark. He had never encountered a leader-level Scarecrow when he was leveling up in a newbie village, and had no idea that a leader-level Scarecrow could be this terrifying. Seeing that his health had dropped to less than half, he quickly downed a medium-sized bottle of wound medicine and retreated backward. The medium-sized healing potion can restore 40 health points, but it takes a long time to recover. It's perfectly fine to use it while leveling up. But this is about fighting a boss. He's oversimplifying things. The thief player retreated, but the warrior player in front of him blocked Zhou Mo in time, and the archer player on the other side also put pressure on him, helping to cover the thief player's retreat. These players who change jobs actually work together quite well. Zhou Mo watched this scene with a cold smile. What good is perfect teamwork, or how far you run? Do you really think that if you run far enough, the bleeding effect won't be able to catch you? The next second, another damage number popped up on the retreating figure of the rogue player. Minus 98. At this point, after being healed by the medium-sized healing potion, his health had barely recovered somewhat, leaving him with 8 points after deducting the 98 points. Seeing the rogue player's health bar already flashing, Zhou Mo sneered inwardly, "You're dead." Meanwhile, the thief player, who had already escaped 6 or 7 meters away, looked ashen-faced and muttered to himself, "I'm dead." The next moment, a white light flashed, and the damage from the third second jumped up, emptying his health bar and turning him directly into a soul point. Successfully killed player draw knife to secure kill. Experience points plus 40. Current experience points, 105 to 480. While Zhou Mo was secretly pleased, he couldn't help but shake his head. A level 8 player only gets 40 experience points. That's far too little. At this rate, when will I ever be able to level up again? However, something unusual seems to have just happened. His gaze fell on the spot where the rogue player's soul point had disappeared, where other lights began to shine. Kill the opponent, and they will drop a rogue's short sword. Pick it up first and protect it for 1 minute. Pick up permission enabled. This unexpected joy made Zhou Mo happy, and he no longer cared about anything else, heading towards where the thief's short sword had fallen. Chapter 26 Equipment Attribute Extraction. Zhou Mo was a bit far from where the equipment dropped, but the other novice players watching were closer. Some of them couldn't resist their greed when they saw the dropped equipment. Several new players emerged and rushed toward the dropped equipment. The thief's short sword is a good piece of equipment for novice players. However, when they get to the place where the equipment was dropped, they find that they can't pick up the equipment that is placed on the ground in front of them. The game system gave them a heartbreaking message. Equipment drop and pickup protection in effect. It cannot be picked up unless the player is killed. Protection lasts for 1 minute. At this moment, Zhou Mo had already walked to the side where the equipment had dropped. 3 novice players, unable to acquire any equipment, stood by and stared blankly at Zhou Mo. Players might be foolish, but Zhou Mo is not. At this moment, the cooldown time for Crow's Peck was over, so he didn't need to think too much and just use Crow's Peck directly. Players who have completed a class change can survive a crow pecking attack, but novice players simply cannot survive it. 1 Crow's Peck attack grants 15 experience points. However, Zhou Mo's appetite and horizons have broadened, and he doesn't particularly value these 15 points of experience. Now he's more concerned about the dropped equipment. Picking up equipment is a very common thing for players, but for Zhou Mo, who has become a monster, this is an experience he has never had before. He had no idea what the granting of equipment pickup privileges would bring him. The archers in the distance were still attacking him, and the warrior player was in hot pursuit. Despite the unpleasant feeling of losing health, he eventually picked up the dropped equipment. The moment he picked up the equipment, he couldn't help but wonder what form it would take in his hands. Or will I become the first Scarecrow to wield a weapon? However, he was overthinking it. The game doesn't have that feature at all. He clearly heard the game's notification sound the moment he picked up the equipment. Equipment successfully acquired. Equipment attributes extracted. This is the first time this equipment has been acquired. Current extraction ratio is 50%. Then, Zhou Mo discovered that the piece of equipment he had picked up had suddenly vanished without a trace. At the same time, another game notification sound rang out. Thief's short sword attribute successfully extracted. Current extraction ratio 50. attack power +6. Then, Zhou Mo discovered that his attack power on his attribute panel had changed from 32 to 38. The Thief Short Sword is the entry-level weapon for the Thief class, with an attack power of +12. After being extracted at a ratio of 50, the Thief's Short Sword disappeared, but Zhou Mo's attack power was increased by 6 points. This was an unexpected surprise. At this moment, Zhou Mo turned around and looked at the warrior player and the archer player in the distance, his eyes lighting up. Before becoming the Scarecrow, he had been a player himself and knew very well that after players changed classes, the newbie protection would disappear, and from then on, if he was killed, he might drop equipment or anything in his inventory. If these two players who have changed jobs are killed, will they also lose their corresponding equipment? Zhou Mo knew, of course, that the chance of equipment dropping was extremely small, but even if it was small, there was still a chance. If Zhou Mo weren't a Scarecrow, the other party would definitely have seen the wolf-like look in his eyes. Unfortunately, he was just a Scarecrow. He had no eyes on his face, only 2 dark eye sockets. Zhou Mo charged toward the archer player. Although the warrior player kept pestering him, begging for his favor, he wasn't very interested in the warrior player. In fact, it would be the same for anyone. No one would want to pay attention to an opponent who is tough but weak in attack. The priority should be to deal with opponents who have high attack power but are very fragile. The newly promoted warrior player lost because he didn't have a taunt skill. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Mo abandoned him. The archer player was comfortably dealing damage, but when Zhou Mo switched his target to him, he could no longer leisurely focus on attacking. He put away his bow and arrows, turned and ran. Not far behind him, Zhou Mo followed closely, never stopping, while behind Zhou Mo, the warrior player followed just as closely, like a string of candied hawthorns. Finally, the archer player made a difficult decision. He stopped running away, drew his bow, and aimed at the Scarecrow, Zhou Mo's head. He finally understood that if he kept running away, he would have no chance to attack, and the warrior players behind him would also have no chance to catch up with the leader-level Scarecrow. If this goes on for too long, the damage you've done to the Scarecrow will probably slowly recover. He felt he was a little tankier than the mage player, and surviving one of the leader-level Scarecrow's skills shouldn't be a problem. By then, the warrior player should have caught up, and I can then easily escape. His plan was correct. With that arrow, the Scarecrow, Zhou Mo's health dropped to less than half. However, archer players did not expect that the leader-level Scarecrow would have a passive skill called Clan Protection. When he brought the Scarecrow Zhou Mo to below half health, the warrior player behind him did catch up, but when he tried to escape, he found that he had nowhere to land. When health drops below 50%, the clan's protective skill is activated. In Zhou Mo's mind, such a prompt sounded. Then 4 elite Scarecrows and 20 ordinary Scarecrows appeared out of thin air, surrounding the archer player. At this moment, the archer player realized that it was impossible for him to escape. Elite level and regular Scarecrows certainly pose no threat to these job change players, but they are more than enough to hold them off for a while. By the time the archer player had painstakingly cleared away the ordinary and elite Scarecrows blocking their path, 5 seconds had already passed. Zhou Mo's next Crow's Peck attack has already cooled down. Looking at the archer players who were still trapped and unable to escape, Zhou Mo secretly sneered. He and the warrior players shared the burden of that crow attack, and they did manage to survive it. But what about the next one? Can he hold on? Chapter 27, Don't Let It Out of the Battle. Although archers and thieves have different attack methods, they're not much different in terms of fragility. Among all classes, archers are only slightly tougher than mages. This archer player has reached level 9, making him the highest level player among the several players who have changed classes. Among the players who changed jobs, he was indeed the one who dealt the most damage to Zhou Mo. At least half of the health bars that Zhou Mo lost were due to him. At this moment, he was surrounded by Scarecrows summoned by Zhou Mo's passive skill Clan Guardian, and could only face this terrifying leader-level Scarecrow directly. He had already been hit by Zhou Mo's Crow's Peck, but thanks to the warrior player's help, the Crow's Peck and the resulting bleeding effect only caused him to lose more than half of his health. After taking the wound medicine, his health had recovered to more than half of his original level. However, he still couldn't withstand a barrage of attacks aimed directly at him. The level 9 archer player has 165 health points remaining, and with the addition of physical defense from his equipment, he has a total of 16 points. Zhou Mo first launched a normal attack to test the attack power of his sword after extracting the Thief's Short Sword. -22. A damage number popped up, much to Zhou Mo's satisfaction. His original attack power was only 32 points, but after extracting the attributes of a thief's short sword, his attack power increased by 6 points, reaching 38 points. At this moment, seeing the effects of the attack on the archer player, he could finally be 100% certain that the equipment attribute extraction was real and not an illusion. Then, of course, the next moment was when the eager crow's pecking struck. -6. -6. A row of 20 damage numbers floated up, and this crow's peck directly dealt 120 damage to the archer player. 120 points of damage is certainly not enough to instantly kill an archer player who still has most of their health remaining, but it is enough to bring the archer player to low health. After these 20 direct attacks, there's also a bleeding effect triggered by the skill. Zhou Mo wasn't very lucky this time. Out of 20 attacks, he only managed to trigger the bleeding effect 10 times. The combined effect of 10 layers of bleeding damage resulted in a loss of 70 points of health. The archer player instantly turned into a white light, becoming a point of soul light. Zhou Mo, having successfully completed the kill, naturally gained another 45 experience points. At this moment, his experience points have reached 165 to 480, but still a long way from being upgraded. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about whether the archer player dropped any equipment after being killed, rather than whether he had leveled up. Defeat the opponent to obtain the archer's leather armor. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. It has to be said that he was actually quite lucky. At this point, no novice players would be foolish enough to come forward and pick up the items. They already understand that there is a pickup protection period for dropped equipment. If it wasn't dropped by the enemy they killed, they simply cannot pick it up within 1 minute. And how do you expect to hold out for even a minute against that leader Scarecrow? They didn't even dare to think about it. Seeing that the leader-level Scarecrow has been reduced to less than half health, it shouldn't be difficult to take down this Scarecrow leader if a few more players who have changed jobs come. When that time comes, we'll see if we can get a share of the profits. At this point, Zhou Mo was too lazy to pay attention to them. His mind was now focused on the newly acquired equipment. Successfully picked up the archer's leather armor item. The item's attribute is +5 physical defense. Attribute extraction is underway. This is the first time this item has been obtained. The current extraction rate is 50%. Then, the piece of equipment that Zhou Mo had picked up disappeared without a trace once again. At the same time, another game notification sounded. Archer's leather armor attributes successfully extracted, current extraction ratio 50, physical defense +2. Zhou Mo checked his attribute panel again and found that his physical defense had increased from 18 points to 20 points. Although it only increased physical defense by 2 points, even a small amount is still something. So, Zhou Mo had no complaints. After his physical defense was raised to 20 points, Zhou Mo faced even less pressure when dealing with the remaining warrior players. Although he only has about half his health left, the warrior player's damage output is not strong, so he can definitely hold on. -8. This time, the warrior player struck him with his sword, dealing only 8 points of damage. Zhou Mo also landed a normal attack on the warrior player. -16. With the tides turning and the tides rising, Zhou Mo's output in battle completely overwhelmed his opponent. If no one else intervenes, Zhou Mo can wear down the warrior player to death, even with just normal attacks. Moreover, he has the burst skill Crow's Peck, so killing the warrior player might only take the time it takes to use 2 skills. The warrior player also felt the pressure. He shouted, "Friends in the newbie village, hurry up and help me wear this down. My friends will be here soon. Don't let this Scarecrow disengage from combat. If it does and recovers to full health, all our previous efforts will have been for nothing." The warrior player is right. Boss-level monsters are different from regular monsters and have a special design. The setting is that once a boss-level monster loses its target for a certain period of time, it will disengage from combat and instantly recover to full health and mana. There are many reasons why an attack target might be lost. Sometimes it's because the leader has killed all of its targets, and sometimes it's because its target deliberately avoids it and leaves its aggro range. The warrior player's biggest worry at this moment is that if he can't hold on and gets killed, the leader-level Scarecrow will enter a disengaged state, and all their previous efforts will be in vain. He had already arranged to meet several players below level 10 through a private chat channel. As long as he held out until they arrived, this leader-level Scarecrow would surely not escape its fate. The key question now is whether we can hold out until our friend arrive. However, After witnessing Zhou Mo's attack method of instantly killing players who had changed jobs, these newbie village players were unwilling to step forward. "Go for it, boss. We believe in you. You can do it. We're here to support you." One new player shouted this. At this moment, most of them were thinking, "Are you telling us to go up and help wear down the boss? Isn't that just sending us to our deaths? Once we're all dead, your friends will come and happily kill the boss and loot the gear. What'll we get then? It's better to just stand aside and watch. If the job change players and the leader-level scarecrows fight to the death, we might even have a chance to make a fortune." Seeing that he couldn't get the new players to join in, the warrior player was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. He tilted his head back and gulped down a bottle of wound medicine, then raised his small round shield once more, silently praying, "Hopefully I can hold out until those guys arrive." Chapter 28, Monarch-Level Scarecrow. Zhou Mo was unaware of what the warrior player was thinking, but as he looked at the warrior player who had raised the small round shield again, he hesitated. If you persist, as long as no one comes to help the warrior player, it shouldn't be difficult for you to kill him. But that would take a long time, and right now what he lacks most is time. My health bar has dropped to below half. If I stay in a stalemate with this warrior player for too long, and new players who have changed classes join the battle, I will be in a very passive position. In a flash, Zhou Mo suddenly turned around and rushed towards the novice players who were watching from the sidelines. At this moment, he decided to stop engaging the warrior player and instead launch an attack directly on the novice players. These newbies, who also provide experience points, are much easier to kill than the warriors who have advanced to the next class. At this moment, for some reason, as the leader-level Scarecrow charged towards the novice players, the warrior player's reaction was noticeably slower, and he was unable to stop Zhou Mo, who rushed in front of the novice players. Meanwhile, the warrior player followed leisurely behind, staying within the aggro range of Zhou Mo, the leader-level Scarecrow, to prevent him from disengaging from combat. At this moment, Zhou Mo completely ignored the warrior players following behind him and launched an attack on the group of novice players standing in a huddle. The flock of crows pecking strikes directly. Zhou Mo's crow's peck poses little threat to professional players as long as they disperse their attacks, but it's a different story for novice players with low health and defense. Most of these new players are level 3, with a base defense of only 3 points. Even with the newbie leather armor that level 3 players can equip, their defense is only 6 points. With Zhou Mo's current attack power of 38 points, each peck of his skill, Crow's Peck, will deal minus 16 points of damage. His Crow's Peck attack covered exactly 5 novice players, and each player received 4 pecking attacks, instantly killing them. The game kept beeping, and Zhou Mo instantly gained 75 experience points. Seeing that his experience points had reached 240 to 480, Zhou Mo was in a great mood. Killing these newbie players is indeed much easier than targeting those who have changed classes. Keep in mind that even the level 9 archer player he killed not long ago only gave him 45 experience points. Having tasted success, Zhou Mo didn't wait and rushed towards other novice players. As for the warrior player behind him, he still pretended not to see him. He knew perfectly well what the other party was thinking. Wasn't it just a ploy to divert trouble and make these novice players hold him back? Unfortunately, there was one thing that the warrior player didn't understand. He was different from ordinary monsters because he had access to the player panel. You can gain experience points by killing other players, and you can use these experience points to level up. The warrior player only knew that disengaging from combat would instantly restore his full health, but he didn't know that once he gained enough experience points and leveled up, he could also restore his full health. Moreover, unlike when you're out of combat, you'll also see an increase in your attribute values as you level up. By then, it will be even more difficult for him to deal with me. Of course, this kind of thing can't be blamed on the warrior players. He may know that he will be promoted from an elite Scarecrow to a leader Scarecrow, but he may not know that even after becoming a leader Scarecrow, the path to promotion will not be interrupted. Thus, Zhou Mo and the warrior player formed a strange tacit understanding. The warrior players followed closely behind, while Zhou Mo raced ahead, relentlessly chasing down the novice players. When the Crow's Peck skill is on cooldown, he uses normal attacks to deal with novice players. With his current attack power, a level 3 novice player can be taken down in 2 normal attacks. During the cooldown of a Crow's Peck attack, he can often take down 2 more novice players. His passive skill, Guardian of the Clan, summoned scarecrows that unexpectedly killed 2 players during this time, providing him with some experience points, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Finally, The warrior player who had been closely following Zhou Mo blocked his way and smiled slightly. This farce should end now. Within sight, 5 or 6 players who had changed jobs began to approach rapidly. Yes, this farce should end. Zhou Mo muttered to himself as he unleashed a crow's peck attack on 2 novice players not far away. Successfully defeated player, sister's exclusive favor. Experience points plus 15. Successfully defeated player, brother revered by 10,000. Experience points plus 15. Hearing the game's notification sound, Zhou Mo was momentarily stunned. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. This could truly be considered a twisted fate. However, the long-awaited notification sounded the next moment. Level up plus 1. Current level 9. Current experience points, 0 to 640. Conditions met. Rank within this race increased, advancing to Monarch level Scarecrow. The current level is the limit within the race. The next advancement will usher in a completely new stage. The racial appearance has been subtly altered. The unique talent, Royal Mandate, has been upgraded to Imperial Mandate, increasing health tenfold and enhancing automatic health regeneration. Unique talent, Clan Guardian, upgraded. When HP drops to 50, automatically summon 4 leader-level Scarecrows, 8 elite-level Scarecrows, and 40 ordinary Scarecrows to join the battle. Unique talent, Berserk, advanced. When health drops to 20, automatically enters Berserk state. Attributes doubled, area of effect attacks, duration 30 seconds. Awakened Monarch Scythe, attack range increased by 3 squares. Attacking players can charge the Monarch Scythe. Once charged, the Monarch Scythe can activate the Scythe Strike effect once, increasing attack speed by 100 and movement speed by 20 for 20 seconds. Upon receiving the game notification sound, Zhou Mo felt excited but also somewhat disappointed. My favorite skill, Crow's Peck, didn't evolve or improve. However, it's just a minor flaw. Looking at his current attributes, even Zhou Mo himself had to admit that he seemed to have become even more abnormally strong. With these attributes, is it really possible for a player to kill themselves in the starting village? It seems highly unlikely. Did the game designers really consider this possibility? Looking at the several players who had changed classes and approached him, Zhou Mo chuckled to himself. Come on, my Monarch Scythe is itching for a fight. Chapter 29 Instant Explosion. Seeing the several players who had changed jobs surrounding him, each holding a Monarch Scythe, Zhou Mo's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. In that brief moment, he had already opened his attribute panel and seen his current attribute strength. Name, Zhou Mo. Race, Scarecrow, Monarch. Level 9. Health points, 300 to 300. Magic points, 320 to 320. Physical attack power, 45 plus 24. Physical defense, 24 plus 2. Equipment, Monarch Scythe, normal. Attack range increased by 3 squares. Attack power 18 plus 6. Physical defense 0 plus 2. The attributes extracted from picked up equipment will be carried by the Monarch Scythe. Once the added attributes reach a certain level, the quality of the Monarch Scythe will be upgraded. Zhou Mo casually added 1 skill point he gained from the upgrade to the Crow's Peck skill, raising it to LV4, and then looked up at the several players who had changed jobs in front of him. These players who changed jobs have a pretty complete set of class configurations, including warriors, archers, mages, and even a healer who can heal teammates. Including the players he had previously killed who had changed classes, he now had quite a few players to face. However, Zhou Mo was not afraid. He swung the Monarch Scythe in his hand and charged forward. They had killed so many new players, but because of the game's new player protection, none of them dropped a single piece of equipment. Although Zhou Mo didn't think much of their beginner equipment, every little bit helps. Now that he had Monarch Scythe to nurture, he couldn't be picky. The newly arrived players were startled when they saw the Scarecrow charging at them with a large black scythe. This is a leader-level Scarecrow? How come it has weapons? I'm not well-educated. Don't try to fool me. This isn't a leader-level Scarecrow. It's clearly a Monarch-level Scarecrow. Look at the name on its head. But when did monsters start having a Monarch-level rank? I've never heard of it before. There are many things you haven't heard of. The game has only been out for 2 weeks, and you're just a newbie who doesn't know much about it. Brother Guang, you messing with us? Weren't you supposed to be a leader-level Scarecrow? How come a Monarch-level one suddenly appeared? The one called Brother Guang was the warrior player who had been at odds with Zhou Mo. He shook his head and said, It was indeed a leader-level monster before, but it just killed a lot of newbie players, and suddenly it's upgraded to a monarch-level monster. No way, it'll upgrade again? What if it upgrades into some terrifying thing later? The group started working as they talked. Brother Guang and the new warrior player consciously took the lead. The mage and archer players also wisely stepped back. The only healer player was positioned between the warrior player and the two range attackers. While healers aren't as tanky as warriors, they're still much better than archers and mages. Under normal circumstances, they can withstand a few attacks without much problem. As the battle began, Zhou Mo completely ignored the two warrior players in front of him, bypassed them, and charged towards the healer player behind him. His plan was very clear. The enemy had a healer who could restore health, and there was no point in him wasting his time with the two soldiers. It would be better to take out the healer first, and then deal with the others slowly. His idea was not wrong, but it was not easy to bypass these two warrior players. Two warrior players raised their small round shields and used their bodies to block Zhou Mo's path. Meanwhile, the mage in the distance had already unleashed his first skill. Surprisingly, it wasn't the fireball spell that novice mages usually use. Zhou Mo felt the soil beneath his feet suddenly soften, sinking more than 20 centimeters. He lost his balance, and his movement speed decreased significantly. Sans top technique. Zhou Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he already knew what kind of magic the other party was using. This is also one of the introductory spells that newly promoted mages can choose. The problem is that Sand Trap is different from Fireball. As an introductory spell for mages, Sand Trap does not have offensive power and can only be used as an auxiliary spell. If a mage has just changed jobs, they cannot learn a second spell before level 10. With a spell like Sand Trap that has no offensive power, it is extremely difficult to level up to level 10 by fighting monsters on their own. Unless, of course, a team can team up with him to level up. Looking at this well-equipped team, Zhou Mo nodded. It seems that I have encountered a small but complete group this time. Things don't seem to be as simple as I thought. Fine, I haven't even tested my current strength since I advanced to Monarch level. I'll use these two annoying warrior players in front of me to test the waters. A flock of crows pecking at it. Zhou Mo silently chanted in his heart, and with a swing of the Monarch's scythe, he had already used the crow's peck skill, which had reached level 4. -26. -26. Facing two warrior players who raised their small round shields and possessed the shield guard defensive skill, Zhou Mo's crow's peck still dealt -26 damage with each strike. The two warrior players each took 10 hits, instantly losing 260 health points. These two warrior players were only level 7, with only 360 health points each. This attack reduced their health bars by more than half, leaving them with only 100 health points. The two warrior players turned pale. But that's not all. The LV4 Crow Peck skill has an 80% chance of causing bleeding. After 10 pecking attacks, each person will have 8 stacks of the bleeding status. The current Crow's Peck skill causes a loss of -8 health points with each layer of bleeding. With 8 layers of bleeding, both players will lose -64 health points each. The two warrior players each had only 36 health points left, and the bleeding effect might finish them off in the next second. At this point, even if they were given wound medicine, it would probably be too late to save them. But Zhou Mo was too lazy to wait for the bleeding to start, and directly raised the Monarch's scythe and slashed down. -47. -47. 2 striking damage numbers popped up, 2 flashes of white light streaked by, and the two warrior players who had planned to hold out until the end of time instantly collapsed to the ground. Although the situation was already difficult enough, they still hadn't expected that the Monarch Scythe in Zhou Mo's hand was actually a weapon capable of area of effect attacks. What's the point of playing this game? It exploded instantly. The entire squad of players who had changed classes were stunned. They had only just set up their formation, and it was already over. The healer player's eyes widened. He had just been about to heal his two teammates when, in the blink of an eye, they became soul points, and there was no time to heal them. On the chat channel, Brother Guang, who had become a beacon of light, desperately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! This thing is unplayable now. Let's go back and discuss it first, or we'll die for nothing." Zhou Mo was actually startled by his own terrifying output, but looking at the messages in the chat channel, he sneered inwardly and headed towards the healer with the Monarch's scythe in hand. "Since you're here, don't leave." Neither of the two warrior players dropped any equipment, which made them somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 30 Scythe Killing. Having killed 2 warrior players, Zhou Mo has already gained 70 experience points. However, for him now, experience points are secondary. His main goal is to deal with all these players who have changed jobs. The remaining two ranged attackers hesitated for a moment. They're still far away, so it would be very easy for them to escape. Even the strongest Monarch-level Scarecrow still has to catch up with them first. At that distance, they should be able to retreat safely. However, the situation is different for the healer player who is closer. At that distance, if the two of them don't help him delay, he might end up like the two warrior players. Since it's a game, players can revive after dying, so deciding between the two ranged attackers wasn't too difficult. The magician watched Zhou Mo approach the healer and already had an idea in mind. His sand trap skill was almost off cooldown. He just needed to use sand trap again to slow down the Monarch-level Scarecrow's movement speed, allowing the healer player to escape successfully. However, while he had a good plan, he never expected that Zhou Mo's Monarch Scythe had already been fully charged after he killed the two warrior players with Crow's Peck. The Monarch Scythe, which is still at the common tier, is not difficult to charge up. It only requires attacking the player 20 times. One Crow's Peck is enough to fully charge the Monarch Scythe. Without waiting any longer, Zhou Mo activated the Scythe Kill skill that came with the Monarch Scythe. In an instant, a faint black mist appeared on the massive black scythe, then slowly flowed around Zhou Mo, enveloping his entire body in a thin black mist. With the activation of Scythe Kill, Zhou Mo's attack speed instantly increased by 100, and his movement speed also increased by 20. A movement speed of May 20th not seem like much, but it could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo arrived in front of the healer player, while the mage player in the distance was still waiting for the second sand trap spell to cool down. As for the arrows shot at him by archer players, they only caused a tickle-like amount of damage, which he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to. With his current defense, each arrow from this archer player can only deal him minus 14 damage, which is practically a tickle compared to his 3,000 health points. At this moment, Zhou Mo had already raised the Monarch Scythe and was slashing at the physician. After advancing to the Monarch level, his attack speed, which was already at 1 attack per second, was further boosted by the Scythe Slash skill, increasing to 2 attacks per second. Minus 50. Minus 50. 2 damage numbers popped up in a row. The healer player's defense, combined with their equipment, reached 19 points, only slightly lower than the warrior players. However, under Zhou Mo's attack power of 69 points, they still suffered a damage of minus 50. With his current attack speed, he can deal 100 points of damage in just 1 second. This healer player only had 280 health points. Even without using the Crow's Peck skill, it would only take Zhou Mo 3 seconds to kill him. Of course, this is on the premise that the other party does not heal. But as a healer, how could the other person not heal? As Zhou Mo's scythe fell, the healer player subconsciously used the basic healer skill healing spell on himself. Plus 80. This healing spell restored more health than Zhou Mo could have in a single strike. However, the healing spell is different from Zhou Mo's slash. It has a 1.5 second cooldown. Under normal circumstances, such a healing rate would actually be enough to withstand Zhou Mo's normal attacks. The problem is that Zhou Mo is not in a normal attack state right now, but has activated the Scythe Kill skill. This healer can heal 80 points of health in 1.5 seconds, but 1.5 seconds is enough for Zhou Mo in Scythe Kill state to strike 3 times, dealing 150 points of damage. Therefore, even a healer player with recovery abilities like healing spells would still be unable to withstand Zhou Mo's attacks. But at this moment, the mage player in the distance had already cooled down his skills, and a sand trap spell landed at Zhou Mo's feet. Zhou Mo immediately felt that he could hardly move. Even with the Scythe Kill skill activated, which increased his movement speed by 20, he probably couldn't run fast anymore. "Old Mike, run." That's what the magician shouted. Zhou Mo was helpless. He had originally wanted to try to kill the opponent by relying solely on the Scythe Kill skill. But there's nothing we can do now. We can't just stand by and watch them escape. Fortunately, the Crow's Peck skill was off cooldown again, so I had to use this cliché skill to get rid of the opponent. Dark crows flew in, instantly obscuring the healer player. Even the 2 warrior players perished under the Crow's Peck attack, and the healer player, having taken the entire Crow's Peck attack alone, was naturally not spared. As the healer player transformed into a speck of soul light, Zhou Mo noticed something flickering with a faint light next to it. Zhou Mo who already had experience, was delighted, knowing that more loot had dropped. Successfully defeated player, powerful resurrection, who dropped the healing spell skill book. Zhou Mo was slightly taken aback. What had dropped was not the equipment he had imagined, but a skill book. What uses a player's skill book to a monster like myself? But since things had already come to this, he didn't think too much and simply stepped forward to pick up the skill book. Successfully acquired the healing spell skill book. Skill book attributes extracted. This is the first time this skill has been acquired. Current extraction percentage is 50%. What the heck? Skill books can be extracted too? Zhou Mo felt a little dizzy. Healing skill book attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Healing amount plus 40. Monarch Side's additional skill, healing spell, costs 10 mana, heals by 40, and has a 3-second cooldown. Looking at the additional skill that had appeared on the Monarch Scythe, Zhou Mo shook his head, unsure of what to think. To be honest, I'd rather get some equipment than this healing skill book. Keep in mind that you have a full 3,000 health points, and this time you can only recover 40 health points, and it's a skill with a 3-second cooldown. It's practically useless. However, something is better than nothing, and Zhou Mo knew he couldn't be too ungrateful. The effect of the sand trap gradually wore off. Looking at the two ranged attackers who had already fled far away, Zhou Mo shook his head and gave up the idea of continuing the pursuit. He turned and charged toward the novice players who were still watching the battle dumbfounded. The scythe kill state still has about 10 seconds left, so we can't waste it. Keep in mind that this is a skill with a cooldown of 2 minutes, so you have to make the most of every time you use it. Chapter 31: What to do if it suddenly becomes popular? The novice players who were watching the game, dumbfounded, had no idea that just watching the drama could lead to trouble. When they saw the Monarch-level Scarecrow approaching with a large black scythe, they snapped out of their daze and scattered in all directions. However, it was clearly too late to think about escaping at this point. Zhou Mo was still in scythe kill mode, with a 20% movement speed bonus. How could these novice players possibly outrun him? In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the players, raised the Monarch's scythe in his hand, and with a gentle swing, the players turned into soul specks. The experience points are a given, but unfortunately these are all newbies who have a newbie protection period and won't lose anything. Zhou Mo stopped hoping for such things, and simply followed closely behind the group of new players, repeatedly striking with his Monarch scythe. With his current attack power of 69, he can easily take down these novice players who generally only have 60 HP and a few points of defense with a single normal attack. Moreover, his Monarch scythe can increase the area of attack by 3 squares. Often, a single normal attack can wipe out players within a semicircular area. At this moment, Zhou Mo was mowing down enemies like a mowing down field, enjoying himself immensely. In contrast, there's a large amount of experience points gained. Although the novice players ran very fast, Zhou Mo still managed to capture more than 20 of them. Successfully defeated player XXX, gaining 15 experience points. Successfully defeated player XXX, gaining 15 experience points. The information about gaining experience points flooded the screen, and Zhou Mo didn't have the mind to count them all at once. Zhou Mo stopped when all the players in his line of sight had run away, and he could no longer find a single one. He then opened the panel to check the experience points he had gained. At this point, the scythe kill skill had long since expired, and he exited the scythe kill state. After the previous attack, Monarch Scythe is now fully charged again, but the 2-minute cooldown period has not yet ended, so it cannot be reactivated. Of course, now that there are no targets to attack, Zhou Mo wouldn't use it even if it were available. He counted his points and found that he had just gained a total of 420 experience points. He had just casually reaped the rewards, which was more than he had earned by fighting those players who had changed classes. Mowing down enemies is indeed the best way to gain experience and level up. Unfortunately, all the new players have left, making it difficult to find another one. Zhou Mo did not intend to give up and continued to patrol around, hoping to find more players to kill and gain experience points. However, news that a Monarch-level Scarecrow had appeared in the Scarecrow area had already spread through the chat channels. All the players in the entire number 12 beginner village, whether they wanted to level up or not, dared not enter the Scarecrow area at this moment. Although new players have newbie protection and won't suffer any losses if they die, who would like to just throw their life away for nothing. The news spread far and wide, gradually no longer limited to the chat channel of the 12th newbie village, but spreading to the chat channels of the entire game. After the news spread through the game's chat channels, it also reached the official forums for the game's Stardust. Many players may not be online right now, but they often follow the game's official forums. Once this news spreads on the forums, it quickly becomes known to many players. The post about the Monarch-level Scarecrow gradually became the #1 hottest post on the game forum. More and more players are paying attention to and discussing this issue, both inside and outside the game. Upon learning about the trending post in the game's chat channel, Zhou Mo was startled and realized something was terribly wrong. He then realized that he had been getting a little too cocky. While it's certainly satisfying to relentlessly chase and kill other players, and the experience points gained are real, it's also incredibly annoying and will attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As the saying goes, people fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. Zhou Mo felt like that fat pig who was worried about being slaughtered. To make things easier for players, the game allows them to log in to the forum directly within the game. Zhou Mo, filled with a sense of crisis, decided to try it out and see if he could log into the forum. He was now eager to see what the trend was in the hot posts on the forum. Game forum access enabled. Players can now use the player game forum. A notification sound rang out, confirming that Zhou Mo had indeed gained access to the game forum. He couldn't wait to log into the forum from the game, and without even searching, a popular post was already at the top of the list. A Monarch-level Scarecrow has appeared in the newbie village, and a large number of players have been hunted down. Is this a game bug or a little Easter egg prepared by the developers? Seeing such a title, Zhou Mo felt a pang of heartache and quickly entered the post. How much prosperity is like a dream? As everyone knows, this is the first time a Monarch-level monster has been discovered. I personally believe that this is a bug caused by the game developers' lack of rigor, and it must be removed. Scattered extravagance, +1. Overbearing and domineering, +1. Is it because they can't take a joke? They just ban anything they can't beat. They really know how to play the game. Fallen vanity. What are you pretending to be? You think you can even beat them? With an air of domineering confidence. Exactly, anyone can make sarcastic remarks. If you're so capable, go and kill that Monarch-level Scarecrow. Fellow Taoist He Fong said, in my opinion, the key is not here, but that this Scarecrow will upgrade and evolve. I remember that at first it was just an elite Scarecrow. It has evolved all the way to become a leader Scarecrow, and then a Monarch Scarecrow. Who knows what it will become next? It really wasn't me. Yes, the fellow Taoist upstairs is right. If every Scarecrow or even other wild monster could level up and evolve like this, what would be the point of us players leveling up? We'd just be used as leveling tools by others. The brother, admired by thousands, said, yes, I can testify that my wife and I were among the first to discover that Scarecrow. At first, it was just an ordinary Scarecrow, not even an elite one. The younger sister, who dotes on her the most, said, yes, my husband is right. Everything not greater than follows the wind. There's no point in saying more. Let's submit feedback first and see how the official team handles it. At this very moment, Zhou Mo, who was reading the post, frowned deeply, if he even had eyebrows. He hadn't expected it to cause such a huge sensation. Will the game company find out that I've transmigrated into a Scarecrow? Could they use the excuse of fixing bugs to simply eliminate themselves, the Scarecrow? Or perhaps they will discover that they have had an accident while using gaming devices, thus helping them return to a normal life? With that in mind, Zhou Mo disregarded everything else and began searching for information related to gaming equipment accidents on the forum. Chapter 32, The Vase-like Streamer. After a long while, Zhou Mo stopped searching the forum and frowned. He did not find any posts related to gaming device accidents. Unfortunately, he was reborn as a monster in the game, and his access was limited to the game's official forum. He couldn't enter the wider online world. He had personally experienced the gaming device accident, and given the popularity of Stardust, he absolutely refused to believe that such an incident would simply disappear without a trace. There is only one reasonable explanation. The game's official team used unconventional methods to suppress this information. Zhou Mo had every reason to believe that the game developers would make such a choice. After all, the incident involving the game equipment was extremely detrimental to the game developers. Since there's no way to find information about the game incident, the highest priority now is to get yourself out of trouble and prevent the game developers from fixing it. He had a vague feeling that the way he had evolved after transforming into a Scarecrow was extremely unusual. Perhaps, from the perspective of the game's developers, they themselves are also a bug that appears out of nowhere. and they will try every means to fix themselves. What he didn't know was that at that very moment, somewhere within the game company's headquarters, a heated discussion was taking place. How could you do such a big thing? Didn't you notice it during the previous tests? Mr. Lee, this is not our fault. To be honest, the permissions we inherited to modify the main program of the game are limited. You have never revealed where the main program comes from. There is nothing we can do about some unpredictable minor changes that occur in the game. Stop arguing with me. I'm just asking you. Can you solve this problem even with your men? If not, there's no point in us cooperating. Well, now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to release the new version ahead of schedule. This is one of the very few permissions our team has. Then let's go and deal with it. Mr. Lee, where exactly does this Stardust come from? Just focus on your work and don't ask questions you shouldn't. Unable to find any useful information on the official game forums, Zhou Mo returned to the game. He also considered posting on the forum for help to see if there was any way to get someone to find out the situation in reality, but then he realized that the official forum was definitely under the control of the game's official team, so he had to give up the idea. He had just returned to the game when he discovered that someone else had entered the Scarecrow area. Which player is so fearless? Zhou Mo leaned forward with some curiosity. A series of words burst from the player in front of him. Hey everyone, as you can see, Roy has now entered the Scarecrow area in the number 12 beginner village. Next, I'm going to let you connect with the Scarecrow Monarch, if it doesn't refuse. Haha, Goddess Luo, aren't you afraid of running into that Monarch-level Scarecrow by yourself entering the Scarecrow area alone? To be honest, Roy was scared to death, but in order to give all the brothers and sisters a live broadcast, Roy had no choice but to go for it. As the popularity of the live stream steadily increased, Roy was very pleased with himself. As a game streamer, she has always been jokingly referred to as a pretty face streamer because of her terrible gaming skills. If she only wants to make a living based on her looks, then the term pretty face is actually a compliment to her. The newly released game, Stardust, captivated countless players upon its release, becoming the most popular game and squeezing out other existing games from their survival space. Roy saw the potential in the Stardust game and actively threw himself into it. Unfortunately, she lives up to her reputation as a pretty face streamer. Despite being in the game for so long, she still hasn't managed to leave the starting village. She had already planned to give up, but unexpectedly, fate gave her a chance. Suddenly, news of a Monarch-level Scarecrow broke on the game's official forum, and it became incredibly popular. And this Monarch-level Scarecrow just happened to come from the same starting village she was in, number 12. This was an opportunity that was practically tailor-made for her. Each person can only have one game account, and none of the other streamers are still in the newbie village like her. Even if they wanted to stream the Monarch-level Scarecrow, they couldn't. Upon learning the news, she disregarded everything else, immediately opened her live stream, entered the game, and headed towards the Scarecrow area in the beginner village. What she wanted to do was actually not complicated and could even be said to require no technical skill at all. She just wanted to live stream everything about the Monarch-level Scarecrow up close to show the advanced players who could no longer enter the Scarecrow area of the beginner village and to broaden their horizons. As for whether she would die or not, it was just a game, and she wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, she realized that she was really lucky. She had only just started streaming when she encountered that Monarch-level Scarecrow. The one carrying the huge black scythe walking towards us is none other than the Monarch-level Scarecrow. Ordinary Scarecrows would never have such a cool design. Wow, I really saw it. Goddess Luo is awesome. Yeah, this Monarch-level Scarecrow is no ordinary creature just by its appearance. No wonder so many newbies got killed. It's a pity I can't go into the Scarecrow area anymore. Goddess Luo, could you zoom in a bit? I'd like to admire your monarch-like presence up close. Seeing the live stream suddenly become incredibly popular, Roy was overjoyed. She glanced into the distance and made up her mind. Brothers and sisters, watch closely. I'm going to connect with the Scarecrow now, so you can all hear its roar. Viewers in the live stream were puzzled. Does the Scarecrow make a roaring sound? No. Yes. If Goddess Luo says yes, then she must be. I've decided to become a fan of Goddess Luo from today onwards. If anyone calls Goddess Luo a pretty face anchor, I'll fight them. Yes, get angry with him. As Roy drew closer, some viewers finally began to worry. Goddess Luo would better not get too close, or that Monarch-level Scarecrow might crack you. Brother, how can you talk like that? Even if you get cracked, Goddess Luo won't get cracked. That's right, that's right. Goddess Luo is beautiful, kind-hearted, and brave. Even a monarch-level Scarecrow would definitely not be willing to attack Goddess Luo. Yes, I think so too. Just look at the Scarecrow's staring eyes, and you can tell it's bewitched by Goddess Luo. Bro, even though I'm a fan of Luo Goddess too, how did you figure out the Scarecrow's eyes with those two black-rimmed glasses on its face? As the camera zooms in, the monarch-level Scarecrow is indeed different from ordinary Scarecrows. Not only is it more robust, but the black scythe in its hand is also very imposing when it is swung. Wait, wave it. The next moment, a white light flashed in the live stream room, turning it into a white blur. Goddess Luo, what's wrong? Yes, what happened? After a long while, Roy's face reappeared in the live stream. She was no longer as cheerful as before, but instead looked miserable and said, I was killed by that monarch-level Scarecrow. Chapter 33, The Despicable Scarecrow. Seeing Roy's mournful face, many people in the live stream were indignant. Damn it, this Scarecrow is too much. If I could enter the Scarecrow area, I would definitely teach it a lesson. Goddess Luo, don't be sad. This Scarecrow is clueless. Let's not bother with it. Seeing the live stream's popularity increase rather than decrease, Roy felt both distressed and somewhat happy. She gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and said, Humph, it's just a Scarecrow, it can't scare me. I'll keep going, and I'll definitely broadcast every aspect of its life to everyone. Goddess Luo is mighty. She's taking care of the Scarecrow. At this moment, Zhou Mo looked at the empty space in front of him and slowly shook his head. That player was indeed beyond his expectations. She's already a level 6 player, just one more level and she can change jobs, but instead of going to other monster areas to level up properly, she comes here to mess around. Even a fool could see that this could not possibly have a good outcome. However, although that player was a bit silly, she was still grateful to him for providing 30 experience points. After all, once the news spread, no new players dared to enter this area. At this moment, Zhou Mo also dared not attempt to enter the habitats of other wild monsters. In that case, even a blind man could see that there was something wrong with his Scarecrow. By then, the game developers probably won't even need to consider it. They'll simply fix the bug themselves. Sigh, if only there were more idiots like that player. Zhou Mo sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He now has 555 to 640 experience points, and he's almost ready to save enough to level up. When the Scarecrow was promoted to Monarch level, the notification sound said that the next upgrade would enter a completely new stage. Zhou Mo was curious about what this new phase was and whether it would allow him to escape his current predicament. However, he also knew that his idea was basically wishful thinking. Under such circumstances, how could anyone be foolish enough to come to the Scarecrow area? Then, when he looked up, he saw another figure. From a normal man's perspective, the graceful figure appearing before him is indeed the kind that would easily make one's heart race. But in Zhou Mo's eyes now, Roy, who has reappeared in front of him, is only valuable for providing experience points. Zhou Mo was happy that the female player had come again, but he couldn't help but wonder what she was after. She had already been easily killed by him once, yet she still eagerly came to his doorstep again. Could this female player be a masochist? Zhou Mo suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and tightened his grip on the monarch's scythe. Roy, who was already associated with some kind of strange fetishist in his mind, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The game simulation was a bit too realistic. Looking at the terrifying monarch-level Scarecrow in front of him, Roy was momentarily unable to move his legs. A giant rocket flew across the live stream room in an instant, and all sorts of virtual gifts poured down as if they were free. Money emboldens people, and Roy suddenly felt his legs stop trembling and his cold sweat stop, giving him a sense of courage to face any challenge. She even gave the monarch-level Scarecrow the middle finger and arrogantly declared, "Trash Scarecrow, come and kill me if you dare." Roy would not normally do this. She actually has quite a bit of experience in how to behave like a proper lady. However, after spending a long time in the live streaming circle, she gradually figured out some tips and tricks. Sometimes, deliberately acting a bit rough around the edges can actually help you connect with your fans. Sure enough, after she performed like that, the live stream room immediately became lively, and the gifts were sent even more frantically. Ah, Goddess Luo is mighty. Sister is awesome. That's how it should be. Strategically despise the enemy. Some players who had been killed by Zhou Mo also entered the live stream, and they started shouting wildly. Sister is so generous. She let us vent our anger as well. Fortunately, Zhou Mo can't see the other party's live stream right now. Otherwise, he would have thought he was about to be completely crushed. He strolled up slowly, heard Roy's declaration, and immediately raised the monarch's scythe to unleash a normal attack. For a level 6 newbie like Roy, it's not worth using Crow's Peck at all. 2 or 3 normal attacks will be enough to take him down. In the blink of an eye, Roy in front of him turned into a white light. Looking at the points of soul light in front of him, Zhou Mo shook his head inwardly. I've never seen anything like it before. There really are people who deliberately seek death. Since the other party insisted that he kill her, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept the experience points. Another 30 experience points gained. Looking at the spot where the soul light disappeared, Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Will that guy come back again? Unbeknownst to Zhou Mo, Luo Yi's livestream was already in an uproar. Ah, that wretched Scarecrow, it's attacked our goddess Luo again. This is outrageous. If I hadn't just reached level 11 and couldn't enter the newbie village leveling area anymore, I would have made this Scarecrow know what regret is. This is outrageous. They actually killed our goddess Luo twice in a row. Roy appeared in the live stream once again. She watched the increasingly lively live stream and felt completely satisfied. Although being killed twice by the Scarecrow was a bit of a disaster, she felt it was all worth it because it brought her popularity in the live stream and the gifts she received. Brothers, let's give Goddess Luo a bunch of gifts to comfort her wounded heart. The fan who said this immediately donated a large rocket, and other fans followed suit, generously contributing as well. Seeing that the insiders he had arranged were starting to stir things up, Roy was secretly pleased. She entered the Scarecrow area once again. It's really happening again? Even Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised, but how could he possibly let go of experience points that were delivered to his doorstep? A flash of white light. Ah, I've been killed again. That heartless Scarecrow. Don't cry, Goddess Luo. Again. Damn it, my Goddess Luo. The Goddess Luo, with tears streaming down her face, stirred the emotions of many fans in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Zhou Mo didn't care about this at all. At that moment, his experience bar finally filled up and the long-awaited notification sound rang out. Successfully killed player, Roy. Experience points plus 30. Level up plus 1. Current level, 10. The Scarecrow has completed its racial advancement and will now enter the racial conversion and promotion stage. Activate the race conversion experience bar. Once the current experience bar is full, you can advance to the next level. Current experience points, 5 to 1,280. Chapter 34 Hunting Activities. Next, it seemed that Manhwa was determined to challenge Zhou Mo, and he went into the Scarecrow area 5 or 6 more times. Although Zhou Mo didn't quite understand what the other party was thinking, he figured he might as well take the experience points that were offered to him. After going back and forth like this several times, his current experience points have reached 185, 1280. Zhou Mo even wanted to give the other person a thumbs up. If things continue like this, wouldn't I be able to accumulate enough experience points for race conversion just by relying on the experience points provided by Roy? If only that were true. Zhou Mo was disappointed to find that after 5 or 6 times, the guy named Roy stopped coming. This made him feel somewhat disappointed. What a great person to grind experience with. It's such a shame they're gone. If Roy knew that the Monarch-level Scarecrow was thinking such things, he would be furious. However, for the time being, she no longer needs to come to the Scarecrow area. To be honest, after being killed by the opponent so many times in a row, she had developed some psychological trauma. The live stream's popularity has reached a new peak, and fans are urging her not to go and risk her life anymore. The ability to evoke sympathy from fans is one of the secrets behind Roy's enduring popularity despite being a pretty face streamer. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Mo spent a boring yet long night in this game world. After Manhwa left, no player dared to enter this area, and Zhou Mo could only stand there idly all night. When the sun rose on the second day in the game, Zhou Mo, who had been following the game's official forums, finally got the information he wanted to know. The forum was buzzing with discussion. The official game announcement has been released, stating that the Monarch-level monsters are not a bug, but rather part of the new version. Yes, the full implementation of the Monarch-level monsters will be completed in an online update in 30 minutes. Given that it is the first Monarch-level monster to appear in the game's official team also plans to launch an event for the Scarecrow. Zhou Mo, who was keeping an eye on the official forum, couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. The official event was something that was directly related to him, and something he was extremely unwilling to see. But no matter how unwilling he couldn't change the game's official decision. The game's first Monarch-level monster, the Monarch-level Scarecrow hunt, is waiting for you. The event itself wasn't complicated. Given the immense power of the Monarch-level Scarecrow, the game developers decided to temporarily grant certain players access to the monster area in the beginner village. These specific players refer to those who have changed jobs and are below level 15. According to the game's previous settings, in order to protect the smooth development of new players, once a player exceeds level 10, they can no longer enter the monster area of the starting village. However, this Monarch-level Scarecrow was far too powerful, and it was difficult for players below level 10 to deal with it. Players complained about this, and the game developers made some concessions as a result. However, allowing players below level 15 to enter the Scarecrow area is already the biggest concession the game developers can make. If higher-level players are allowed to participate, the event would become meaningless given their formidable strength. The announcement clearly states that in this Monarch-level Scarecrow hunt event, the player who ultimately kills the Monarch-level Scarecrow will receive a large reward, while other players will also receive corresponding benefits based on the proportion of damage dealt to the Scarecrow. However, to maintain balance, the game developers have implemented a new setting. Any player level 10 or higher who enters the Scarecrow area will have their experience points and equipment dropped as a penalty if they die. Whether or not players choose to take the risk of participating in this hunt is entirely up to them. After reading the announcement, Zhou Mo's expression turned grim, if he could even show it. Without lingering, he quickly returned to the game. The hunting event mentioned in the announcement was about to begin in 30 minutes. There's no way to escape it. The only thing to do is prepare. But after thinking about it, he realized that there was almost nothing he could prepare. He was just a Scarecrow monster, and apart from the Monarch's scythe in his hand, he had nothing else to offer. What preparations could he possibly make? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mo tried to walk toward the secluded place. He knew very well that the people participating in this event must have come from the beginner village, and he couldn't stay near the beginner village. Try to stay as far away as possible, so that when these people come out to search for you, they won't find you so easily. Only after they inevitably create distance can I defeat them one by one. Despite his powerful attributes as a Monarch-level Scarecrow, Zhou Mo was not blindly arrogant. He can easily mow down a bunch of new players who haven't changed jobs, but if a bunch of players who have changed jobs stand together and coordinate their attacks, he'll have a harder time. Suddenly, a storm was brewing. Both inside and outside the game, players eager to participate in the event were all itching to get started, waiting for the event to begin in 30 minutes. Roy, a pretty face anchor, was surprisingly excited at this moment. She never expected her luck to be so good. It was simply unstoppable. Yesterday's live stream about the Monarch-level Scarecrow situation already brought a huge influx of viewers to her stream, and it's unexpected that the game's official team would be launching such an event again today. Currently, he is the only well-known streamer who can enter the monster area of the beginner village. Isn't this opportunity right in front of him? There was still some time to spare, but she had already entered the game and connected to the live stream. My babies, Roy am back again. Even now, I still remember the pain of being killed by the Monarch-level Scarecrow yesterday, but today, countless warriors will avenge me. You stinky Scarecrow, just you wait. There were already quite a few people in the live stream, and they started to speak up. Goddess Luo is amazing. Even the game's official team can't stand the Scarecrow bullying you, so they're going to organize an event for everyone to get revenge for you. Hehe, that's possible. Maybe among our Goddess Luo's fans are insiders from the game's official team. Count me in. I thought that at level 14, I wouldn't be able to avenge Goddess Luo, but I didn't expect that God would give me such an opportunity. Goddess Luo, remember to give me more screen time later. Okay. I'll remember this brother named Luo Tian de Jiao. There's still 5 minutes before the event starts, and I've run into that Monarch-level Scarecrow again. Is this what they call bad luck? Looking at the Monarch-level Scarecrow hiding in a secluded spot in the distance, Roy proudly broadcasted his live stream, turning the camera on it. Alas, it's a pity that this Scarecrow can't talk, otherwise I would really have to interview it and ask it about its current thoughts and feelings. Zhou Mo, who thought he had hidden himself away, felt a surge of anger when he saw Luo appear in front of him again. Do you want to know my thought process? So I only have one word. Damn it. A black scythe is swung, and white light flashes. The live stream was filled with white light, and many fans knew that Goddess Luo had been killed by that monarch-level Scarecrow once again. It seems that Goddess Luo's repeated live streams have thoroughly angered that monarch-level Scarecrow. Chapter 35, The Hunt Begins. In fact, Roy and her fans misunderstood Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo wasn't angry because Roy kept bothering him. What angered him was that the monarch-level Scarecrow hunt was about to begin, and he had finally managed to hide, but Roy was relentlessly coming over to broadcast his location live, making his efforts to hide meaningless. After killing the streamer Roy, Zhou Mo quickly changed positions. Although this position isn't as good as the one we had at the beginning, we can't worry about that now. The previous location has already been broadcast live by the other party. Although I don't know how many people are in the other party's live stream, it's still better to be careful. Time passed by, and finally it was time for the update. All players in the game received the game's announcement notification. In version 1.1 update, the highest level of wild monster bosses has been increased to Monarch level, which is stronger than the leader level boss. Players are advised to proceed with caution. The special event for beginner villages on the 12th is now open. The Monarch level Scarecrow hunt has officially begun. Effective immediately, players of levels 10 to 15 will have no restrictions on entering the Scarecrow monster area, and the death penalty will be doubled. Zhou Mo had access to the game chat channel and received the announcement at the same time. At this moment, players began to enter the Scarecrow monster area. The fastest risers are those who have changed jobs and reached level 10 to 15. Previously, they had no opportunity to enter the monster area of the beginner village and could only learn about monarch-level monsters from forum posts. Now that they had the chance to experience them firsthand, they certainly couldn't resist. Moreover, they were extremely confident in their own abilities and determined to win the rewards of the event, all hoping to find the monarch-level Scarecrow first. On the contrary, players below level 10 who have changed jobs have a certain understanding of the strength of the monarch-level Scarecrow, and they are not confident enough in their own strength, so they are not willing to run ahead and become cannon fodder. Zhou Mo, hiding in his new spot, finally saw a figure appear in his line of sight. This time, she's finally not that annoying female anchor anymore. The one who ran up to him was a thief player. Zhou Mo used his access to view player information and was able to see all of the other party's information. Player name: I advise you to keep a low profile. Occupation: thief. Level: 14. Equipment: thief's short sword, fine. Attack plus 24, critical hit chance plus 5. Equipment: thief leather armor, fine. Physical defense plus 8, health plus 80. Equipment: thief's bracelet, fine. Strength plus 3, agility plus 3. Zhou Mo knew very well that the thief player in front of him was completely different from the other players he had encountered before who had changed classes. When players reach level 10, they can leave the starting village and receive a set of excellent equipment as a gift from the job change mentor. Players who reach level 10 will unlock a third equipment slot, allowing them to equip a bracelet in addition to weapons and clothing. This is a huge boost to the player's strength. Secondly, once players reach level 10, the ability to freely allocate attribute points will be unlocked. During the level 10 to 20 stage, players will receive 3 free attribute points for each level they gain, which they can allocate to the corresponding attribute directions according to their needs. Adding strength can increase attack power, while adding agility can increase attack speed and movement speed, and so on. In short, adding skill points can make players stronger. After Zhou Mo upgraded to level 10, he also unlocked the corresponding permissions. After receiving the 3 attribute points as a reward for leveling up, he immediately added them to strength. 1 point of strength can increase attack power by 3 points, so with this addition, his attack power increases by 9 points out of thin air. With the attribute bonus from leveling up to level 10, his attack power has now reached 69 plus 24, which is 93 points. His own upgrade did not lead to an upgrade of Monarch's Scythe. Monarch's Scythe still only adds 24 attack points. It seems that to upgrade Monarch's Scythe, you still need to pick up equipment and use the equipment attribute extraction to add it. As for his signature skill, Crow's Peck, he naturally added the skill point he gained after leveling up 10 without hesitation. At this moment, Crow's Pecking has been upgraded to LV5, making it much stronger. When Zhou Mo encountered this thief player who came knocking on his door immediately, he had no intention of being polite and had already prepared his skills. However, the next moment, the thief player vanished right in front of him. Zhou Mo naturally understood that the other party had used the stealth skill. The question is, Is it really okay to use this kind of sneak attack skill in front of yourself? They really think there's some kind of mindless monster. In fact, it's not the other party's fault. If it were a player enemy in front of them, they certainly wouldn't openly use the stealth skill. The crux of the matter is that Zhou Mo is a Scarecrow monster. Who would have thought that a Scarecrow monster could possess intelligence? The next moment, the thief player suddenly appeared behind Zhou Mo. At that moment, a large damage number popped up. The moment he appeared, the attack attached to the stealth skill struck Zhou Mo. Minus 197. The damage wasn't a critical hit, but this level 14 rogue player already had considerable attack power, and with the stealth skill at level 5, the additional damage was quite good. Even with Zhou Mo's greatly enhanced defense, he still managed to deal such high damage, which shows that the output of the thief class is indeed terrifying. If Zhou Mo didn't have 3,500 health points now, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. This thief player's skills were exceptional. After revealing himself with stealth, he flicked his wrist again and effortlessly unleashed his second skill. Instantly, 3 more damage numbers appeared. Minus 62. Minus 100. Minus 62. This is a new skill that rogue players can learn at level 10, called Slice and Dice. This rogue player has leveled up their cut skill to LV3, allowing them to instantly swing their short sword to cut and attack the opponent, dealing 3,110 damage and having a 30% chance to ignore defense. He just attacked Zhou Mo, which triggered an attack that ignored defense and caused 100 points of damage. Zhou Mo's health bar dropped further, leaving him with only 3,079 points. A level 14 thief with such excellent attack power. However, it all ended there. With a cold heart, Zhou Mo launched a crow's peck attack in response to the opponent's cut skill. Chapter 36, Squad Siege. The thief player who ambushed Zhou Mo was shocked. He hadn't expected that a mere monster boss would react so quickly. Just as he used the cut skill, the opponent's crow's peck had already hit him. In an instant, a large flock of dark crows swooped down and pecked at him. A level 14 thief player doesn't have very high physical defense. Even with equipment, it's only 31 points. With Zhou Mo's current LV5 crow peck, each peck from the dark crows can deal minus 43 damage to him. In an instant, a large number of damage numbers appeared. The 20 pecks dealt a total of 860 damage to the rogue player. A level 14 rogue player, even with the added health from equipment, only has 560 health points, which is not enough to withstand a single crow's peck. After Zhou Mo's attack power increased, the damage of this crow's peck skill also increased accordingly, making it something that ordinary people could not withstand. A flash of white light, and the first thief player to find Zhou Mo became a point of soul light. Successfully killed player, advice to keep a low profile. Experience points plus 70. Current experience points, 285, 1280. Kill the opponent, and they will drop a thief's short sword fine. Pick it up first and protect it for 1 minute. Killing an opponent will drop a rogue leather armor fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Zhou Mo ignored the other person's remorse and simply looked at the 2 flashing lights on the ground, feeling happy. He never imagined that simply killing a player would cause the opponent to drop 2 pieces of equipment. It seems this is the official explanation for the double death penalty for players level 10 to 15 entering the Scarecrow area. The so-called double death penalty does not mean that you will definitely drop 2 pieces of equipment, but rather that the drop rate of equipment is doubled. This, I advise you to keep a low-profile message, is just incredibly unlucky, as it resulted in the loss of 2 pieces of equipment at the same time. This death will also cause the opponent to lose a lot of experience points, requiring them to work harder to level up again. Zhou Mo picked up the 2 pieces of equipment directly. Successfully picked up the thief's short sword fine. Equipment attributes extracted. This is the first time this equipment has been obtained. Current extraction rate is 50%. Successfully picked up the thief's leather armor fine. Equipment attributes extracted. This is the first time this equipment has been obtained. Current extraction percentage is 50%. Thief's short sword fine. Attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Attack power plus 12. Critical hit rate plus 2. Thief leather armor fine. Attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Physical defense plus 4. Health plus 40. A wisp of black energy spread towards the monarch's scythe in Zhou Mo's hand. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Mo discovered that the attributes of the monarch's scythe had indeed changed again. Monarch's Scythe, normal physical attack. 18 plus 18, physical defense. 0 plus 6, critical hit rate. 2, healing spell LV1, mana cost. 10, healing amount. Plus 40, cooldown. 3 seconds. While the experience points gained from killing the rogue player are certainly welcome, the biggest reward is probably the 2 pieces of equipment that dropped. Zhou Mo was very satisfied with the significant increase in his attributes. With these attributes, they should be more confident in facing the large number of players coming. After the Monarch's Scythe gained new attributes, Zhou Mo's confidence increased significantly. Now that this location has been exposed, we can no longer stay here. He slowly moved to other positions, observing other players entering the area, and decisively attacked any lone players. As a result, he did encounter several lone players, and with the help of the Crow's Peck skill and Monarch's Scythe, he easily killed them. However, his luck wasn't always that good. Apart from giving him some experience points, these players didn't drop any more equipment. As time went by, even lone players were no longer a possibility. By this time, all the players who intended to participate in the Monarch-level Scarecrow hunt event had entered the Scarecrow area. By this time, the entire Scarecrow area was teeming with people, making it impossible for Zhou Mo to hide any longer. Before he knew it, he had been caught red-handed by a group of players. This team of players consisted of 7 or 8 people, all of whom were level 13 or 14 players who had changed jobs. Zhou Mo inwardly cried out in alarm, but there was no way to escape now. The group of players surrounded them. Fortunately, this group of players seemed to want to keep Zhou Mo to themselves and did not share his location in the chat channel. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Zhou Mo only needed to deal with these 7 or 8 players for the time being, instead of facing all the players participating in the event. However, even facing these 7 or 8 players is by no means easy. Moreover, if the problem cannot be solved in a short period of time, more and more people will definitely discover this place. Both sides had similar ideas, and 4 players from that team moved closer to Zhou Mo. 4 warriors went up to tank it. I've analyzed it. It has a small area attack skill. The more people it attacks, the more the damage is spread out, so it won't be able to kill you instantly. Zhou Mo frowned deeply. These people were indeed different from those he had encountered before. Before participating in the event, they had already researched their skills on forums and other platforms and knew how to target their weaknesses effectively. Little Peach and I will heal in the middle, while you 2 deal damage from behind. The person in charge on the other end was a doctor, and it has to be said that his arrangements made a lot of sense. With 4 warrior players and 2 healers to heal them, Zhou Mo really wasn't confident he could quickly take them down. The 4 warriors in front of him were mostly level 13 or 14, with an astonishing 1,000 plus HP. Coupled with the highest defense among first-tier classes, it would be extremely difficult for Zhou Mo to kill them. With a swing of the Monarch Scythe, he slashed down to test his opponent's defensive capabilities. Minus 38. Minus 38. These are 2 warrior players holding round shields and using the shield guard skill. Minus 58. Minus 58. These are 2 warrior players wielding greatswords, without using their shield guard skill. But regardless, such damage is negligible compared to the mere 1,000+ health points of several warrior players. With 2 healers providing healing, it would be difficult to achieve much by relying solely on normal attacks. At that moment, the 4 soldiers also launched their attacks on Zhou Mo almost simultaneously. Minus 20. Minus 20. Minus 64. Minus 64. The 2 players who dealt 20 damage were 2 warriors wielding shields. However, the 2 warrior players wielding swords were the ones who dealt 64 points of damage. They used their swords to unleash the heavy slash skill, which warriors can learn at level 10. The LV1 heavy slash skill can deal 150 attack damage, and the 2 of them had both unlocked the LV3 heavy slash skill, which can deal 170 attack damage. The 4 warrior players had just lost health when the 2 healers behind them raised their hands and restored their health bars to full. This can't go on. Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and, without further hesitation, unleashed the Scythe kill skill. Chapter 37, The Arrival of the Main Player Force. A black mist rose from the Monarch's Scythe, enveloping the entire weapon and shimmering with an eerie light. This means that the Scythe kill skill has been successfully executed. At this moment, Zhou Mo's attack speed increased by 100, and his movement speed increased by 20. However, Zhou Mo did not use the Scythe Kill skill to deal with the 4 warrior players in front of him. Even with the Scythe Kill skill activated, taking them down in a short time is by no means easy, because there were 2 doctors behind the opponent constantly healing them. To strike a snake, strike its vital spot. To defeat this squad, one must start with the 2 doctors. Otherwise, with these 2 doctors constantly healing him, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with any member of this team. Enduring attacks from 4 warrior players and withstanding attacks from 2 ranged DPS players, Zhou Mo used the movement speed boost from Scythe Strike to charge towards 2 healers not far away. With the movement speed boost, he could now escape the encirclement of the 4 warrior players and pursue the healer. In just a short moment, he had arrived in front of the 2 doctors. This Scarecrow is interesting. It seems to have some brains. One of the doctors laughed, raised his hand, and cast a defensive spell on himself and his companion. This is precisely one of the physician's optional skills, Fog Barrier. Mist Barrier is one of the optional skills for the healer class. It can create a fog in a small area, weakening the attack ability of enemies within it, and giving allies a slow recovery status. It must be said that the doctor who released the skill had a very clear mind. He saw Zhou Mo rushing over and knew that it was not realistic for the 2 of them to retreat. It would be better to use Mist Barrier to protect themselves and withstand the opponent's attack. Anyway, with the health and defense of Doctor, they can withstand some damage. They only needed to hold out for a short while for the 4 warrior players to catch up, at which point they could retreat at their leisure. It must be said that the Doctor's plan was very successful. Zhou Mo entered the Mist Barrier and found his body weakened. His attack power, which had reached 105 points, was reduced by 15 points, leaving him with only 90 points. With such an attack power, the Crow's Peck attack would be significantly less effective, and it's uncertain whether it could instantly kill the 2 doctors. But now that things have come to this, Zhou Mo can no longer back down. Dark crows flew around, and Crow's Peck finally made its move, launching an attack on the 2 doctors. -32. -32. The 2 doctors received 20 pecking blows, 10 to each of them. Attacked by the Crow's Pecking, the 2 doctors each lost 320 points of health, their health bars dropping by more than half in an instant. As healers, although their health points are not as high as those of warriors, they still have 700 or 800 points, so they won't be instantly killed. -81. -81. The bleeding effect, stacked 9 times, caused their health bars to drop even further. However, the Fog Barrier continued to heal, and the 2 doctors' health points recovered somewhat. +50. +50. Although it doesn't reduce the bleeding effect as much as a level 9 healer, it still provides some relief. As healers, they raise their hands again, unleashing their level 5 healing spells to heal themselves. +160. +160. Although the blood loss did not restore them to full health, both doctors' health bars returned to a healthy state. Zhou Mo frowned deeply. This was troublesome. These level 14 to 15 players who had changed jobs were even more troublesome than he had imagined. But Zhou Mo had no other choice. While still in the Scythe Kill state, he raised the Monarch's scythe in his hand and swung it quickly at the 2 healers. Although they have healing abilities, these abilities also have cooldowns. If your damage output is fast enough, their healing might not be able to keep up. The Scythe Slash skill, which has been enhanced with 100 attack speed, is indeed extraordinary. Zhou Mo can now unleash 2 slashes per second, while the opponent's healing spell has a 1.5 second cooldown. In other words, Zhou Mo could unleash 3 normal attacks in the time it takes for the opponent to use a healing spell once. Of course, this can only be done in the Scythe Kill state. -50. -50. In 1.5 seconds, Zhou Mo unleashed 3 strikes, dealing -150 damage to each of the 2 healers. With the added bleeding effect from Crow's Pecking, even with the 2 healers constantly healing, they could barely maintain their own health. Zhou Mo's attack and the opponent's response suddenly entered a strange stalemate. This stalemate can be broken when the next Crow's Peck cooldown is complete. However, Zhou Mo at present cannot have such an opportunity. The 4 warrior players rushed up and surrounded Zhou Mo once again. After enduring the team's attacks, Zhou Mo's health has dropped to about 2/3. If this continues, there is a high possibility of danger. Zhou Mo's gaze fell on the 2 attackers in the distance. It was a magician and an archer. He had initially targeted the doctors, but he hadn't expected that the 2 doctors would cooperate so well, preventing his surprise attack from achieving significant results. At this moment, the two healers are threatened by bleeding status and should be unable to heal the two ranged attackers. I can take advantage of the time that Scythe Kill still has to go forward and take down the two squishy characters. However, just as Zhou Mo's idea took shape, a change occurred in the scene. The chat channel suddenly became very popular. Haha, it's really funny that you guys are eating all by yourself here. Exactly. A monarch-level Scarecrow should be attacked by everyone, right? You guys secretly attacked it. What kind of behavior is that? Hello everyone, I'm your host Roy. I'm about to give you a live broadcast of the monarch-level Scarecrow hunt. Within sight, a large number of players rushed up, representing all sorts of professions. Besides those level 10 or so players who had changed professions, there were also quite a few new players who hadn't changed professions yet. Zhou Mo's heart sank to the bottom. He really didn't expect that he had only encountered this team for a short while, yet he had already been noticed by a large number of players. The members of that team were also not in a good mood. Seeing the large group of players rushing over, their captain spoke again. Ignore them, keep attacking. We can't take it all by ourselves, so let's deal more damage. In the end, we'll still get the lion's share. As most players arrived, ranged attackers had already unleashed their arrows and fireballs. Zhou Mo's health bar dropped instantly, falling to half its original value in no time. Each of these players may not have done much damage to him individually, but their sheer number was enough to deplete his health bar in a short span of time. When health drops to 50, Clan Protection is activated, automatically summoning 4 leader-level Scarecrows, 8 elite-level Scarecrows, and 40 ordinary Scarecrows to join the battle. In an instant, a large group of Scarecrows appeared around Zhou Mo, including leader-level, elite-level, and many more ordinary-level Scarecrows. Chapter 38 Monarch's Scythe Advancement. After becoming a Monarch-level Scarecrow, this was the first time Zhou Mo had been forced to activate his Clan Protection talent. The Monarch-level Clan Protection talent far surpasses that of the leader-level talent. 4 leader-level Scarecrows, 8 elite-level Scarecrows, and 40 ordinary Scarecrows all spontaneously launched an attack on the enemies, besieging Zhou Mo. For these level 10-plus players who have changed jobs, the elite and normal Scarecrows are no match for them at all. They could be easily killed in just a few hits. However, the 4 leader-level Scarecrows that were summoned are a bit of a problem. These 4 leader-level Scarecrows are at the same level as Zhou Mo, all at level 10. Their attributes are similar to Zhou Mo's before he was promoted to Monarch-level Scarecrows, and they also possess the Crow's Peck skill. Before the game updated to the Monarch level, the leader level was considered the highest level boss among the wild monsters. Normally, players below level 10 need multiple people to cooperate if they want to defeat a leader-level Scarecrow. The simultaneous appearance of 4 boss-level monsters has indeed caused some trouble for these players who have changed jobs. The 4 warrior players who were closest to Zhou Mo were now the 4 leader-level Scarecrows who simultaneously unleashed their Crow Peck attack. At the same time, Zhou Mo also used his Crow's Pecking skill. In a fleeting moment, seemingly endless dark crows enveloped Zhou Mo. This was an unprecedented sight. The 5 crows pecking attacks combined to peck a total of 100 times. Even if 4 warrior players share the burden at the same time, each warrior player still suffers 25 pecks. However, these 4 warrior players had high defense. Apart from Zhou Mo's Crow Peck, the other 4 leader-level Scarecrows' Crow Peck could not break through their defense at all, and each hit could only cause a forced -1 point of damage to the warrior players. The direct damage from Crow's Peck is not high, but its bleeding effect is different. It ignores defense. These 4 leader-level Scarecrows, like Zhou Mo, also possess the LV5 Crow Peck skill, which has a 90% chance of causing bleeding, with each layer of bleeding effect resulting in a 9-point health loss. Each warrior player endured 25 pecks, essentially stacking the bleeding effect more than 20 times. -189, -198, -198, -207. Every second, each of the 4 warrior players loses about 200 points of health. Given that these 4 warrior players currently have just over 1,000 health points, without a healer to help them heal, the bleeding effect alone, which lasts for 10 seconds, would be enough to kill them. -38, -38, -58, -58. Zhou Mo is currently in Scythe Kill mode, wielding the Monarch Scythe and slashing at the 4 warrior players. Every second, Zhou Mo could strike twice, causing the four warrior players to lose health even faster, to the point that even the two healers couldn't keep up. If time allowed, Zhou Mo could have slowly dealt with these four warrior players, but a large number of players had already arrived, and a dense barrage of attacks was directed at him and the leader-level Scarecrow beside him. His health is dropping rapidly. 5 seconds later, his health had dropped to only 30. Meanwhile, the four warrior players around him were kept alive with around 30% health thanks to the healer's efforts to heal them. But by this time, the cooldown of Crow's pecking had ended. Without any hesitation, Zhou Mo used Crow's pecking again. In response to his actions, all four leader-level Scarecrows simultaneously used Crow peck. A large flock of dark crows took flight again. The four warrior players endured a total of 25 pecks once again. The bleeding effect that had been stacked more than 20 times earlier hadn't worn off yet, and now another 20 times have been stacked on top of it. Minus 396. Minus 396. Minus 405. Minus 414. The combined effect of 2 rounds of Crow's pecking resulted in over 40 layers of bleeding, causing a terrifying amount of health loss. The four warrior players, who already had very little health left, turned into white light at the same time and were successfully killed by Zhou Mo. Killing these four warrior players gave Zhou Mo 280 experience points, but he was still far from filling the race conversion experience bar. At this point, Zhou Mo's health bar was gradually dropping to 20. Even though he's a monarch-level Scarecrow, his health bar still isn't strong enough against the many players who shouldn't be in the starting village. At that moment, the game notification sounded, and all four warrior players had dropped their equipment. Defeat the opponent to obtain warrior iron armor, fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Defeat the opponent to obtain warrior iron armor, fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Defeat the opponent to obtain the warrior round shield, fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Defeat the opponent to obtain the warrior round shield, fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Defeat the opponent to obtain the warrior's broadsword, fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Defeat the opponent to obtain the warrior's broadsword, fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. The four warrior players dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment. Zhou Mo didn't think too much about it and directly picked up the 6 pieces of equipment, then selected to extract the equipment attributes. Successfully acquired warrior iron armor, fine. Equipment attributes extracted. This is the first time this equipment has been acquired. Current extraction rate is 50%. Successfully picked up warrior iron armor, fine. Equipment attributes extracted. This equipment is not the first time it has been obtained. Current extraction ratio is 20. Successfully picked up warrior round shield, fine. Equipment attributes extracted. This is the first time this equipment has been obtained. Current extraction ratio is 50%. Successfully picked up warrior round shield, fine. Equipment attributes extracted. This equipment is not the first time it has been obtained. Current extraction ratio is 20. Warrior iron armor, fine. Attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Physical defense plus 8. Health plus 80. Warrior iron armor, fine. Attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 20. Physical defense plus 3. Health plus 32. Warrior round shield, fine. Attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Physical defense plus 10. Health plus 40. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo successfully extracted the attributes from these 6 pieces of equipment, gaining the following attribute enhancements. Attack plus 14. Physical defense plus 27. Health plus 168. These attributes are added to the Monarch's Scythe, further enhancing its properties. With the required attribute bonuses met, the Monarch's Scythe, common, quality has been upgraded to Monarch's Scythe, excellent. Chapter 39, The Rampaging Monarch. The notification sound came unexpectedly, and Zhou Mo was pleasantly surprised. He glanced at the current attributes of Monarch's Scythe. Monarch's Scythe, fine, physical attack, 56 physical defense, 36 health plus 240, skill side strike LV2, skill side absorb LV1. Side Slayer LV2, increases attack speed by 120, increases movement speed by 30, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Scythe Absorption LV1. When attacking with Monarch Scythe, there's a 5% chance to absorb 30% of the attacker's attack power as health. The healing skill originally obtained from the physician skill book is gone. In its place is the passive skill, Scythe Absorption. Of course, Zhou Mo liked this change. The passive skill, Scythe Absorption, was much more practical than the original healing spell. After Monarch's Scythe is upgraded, his overall attributes are also greatly improved. At this time, the attack power of Monarch's Scythe reaches 125 points, and the physical defense reaches 68 points. The maximum health has also been increased to 3,740 points. However, none of this could stop his health from dropping. Although his defense had increased significantly, his health was eventually reduced to below 20 after only a few seconds. When health drops to 20, the Berserk talent activates, entering a Berserk state where attributes are doubled and area of effect attacks are unleashed for 30 seconds. In an instant, Zhou Mo's health points, which were originally only a little over 700, doubled to 1,500. But that's not the most important thing. His other attributes also doubled at the same time, including his movement speed and attack speed. After his attributes were doubled, his physical attack reached 250 points, and his physical defense reached 136 points. These level 13 or 14 players who had changed jobs generally did not have an attack power of 136 points. For a moment, their attacks could only cause a forced -1 point of damage to Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo's health bar stopped falling abruptly. At this moment, Zhou Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments before, he almost thought he was about to die here. The changes to the Monarch-level Scarecrow were also unexpected by many players. Seeing that they couldn't damage Zhou Mo for the time being, one player shouted, "Don't be discouraged, everyone. This state of his is just a last gasp before he dies. It won't last long. Let's keep attacking and not let him disengage from the battle. Once his Berserk state is over, we can kill him." Zhou Mo suddenly realized that the mage's fireball and wind blade spells could still cause significant damage when they hit him. As a beginner monster in the starting village, the Scarecrow race does not have magic defense in its design. Even Zhou Mo, who is at the Monarch level, still has no magic defense. The mage can damage him. Everyone help hold him off so the mage can deal damage. A player shouted a message, which also alerted Zhou Mo, and he charged directly towards the mages. With twice the movement speed, he quickly closed in on the mages who were still launching their attack. "Why didn't you stop them?" The mages were shouting and yelling, but the warrior players in the front row seemed uninterested. Zhou Mo, having been a player himself, quickly understood the warrior players' plans. In their view, the current Monarch-level Scarecrow only has 20 HP left, and physical attack classes like warriors can't break through its defenses or deal damage for the time being. In this situation, the mages are still able to unleash powerful attacks. If left unchecked, they would probably kill the Scarecrow before its Berserk state ends. We, the warrior players, have worked hard to tank monsters for most of the day, only to have someone else easily reap the rewards? Don't even think about it. The warrior players were not very enthusiastic, so the mage players could only face Zhou Mo in his Berserk state. Zhou Mo arrived in front of the mage, raised the Monarch Scythe, and slashed it down at the mage player. -230. -230. With 2 strikes in a mere second, the mage's health was reduced to 0, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a streak of white light. Another 70 experience points have been credited to my account. At this point, 27 seconds of the 30-second Berserk state remain. The kill of the mage went very smoothly. There are no warrior players blocking the way, and no healers to help heal. All the players seem to be standing by and watching the show. Zhou Mo shifted his gaze and set his sights on 2 mages in another direction. The 2 mages stood together and launched a joint attack on Zhou Mo, causing his health to drop rapidly. With twice the movement speed, the kiting technique commonly used by mages is no longer applicable. 2 seconds later, Zhou Mo was already in front of them again. A massive black scythe was raised, and the Monarch's Scythe slashed at the 2 mages at a rate of 2 strikes per second. After Monarch's Scythe is upgraded, the cooldown of the Scythe Slash skill has been refreshed, but the charging requirement is higher, requiring 40 attacks on the player to complete the charge. Therefore, he cannot use the Scythe Kill skill for the time being. However, against a fragile class like a mage, 2 normal attacks per second are sufficient. With 2 more swings, these 2 mages, just like the previous one, turned into white light and became points of soul light. 140 experience points have been credited to your account. Besides that, 2 other points of light flashed. Defeat the opponent to obtain a magic robe. Fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Defeat the opponent to obtain a magic robe. Fine. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Zhou Mo was already very skilled at it, and he picked it up directly and extracted the equipment attributes. Successfully extracted attributes for the magic robe. Fine. Current extraction rate, 50%. Magic defense +8, mana +40. Successfully extracted attributes for the magic robe. Fine. Current extraction ratio, 20. Magic defense +3, mana +16. The Monarch Scythe then gained an additional 11 points of magic defense and 56 points of mana. This was the first time Zhou Mo had gained magical defense, and as a result, the remaining mage's attacks on him took significantly less damage. His Berserk state, which doubles his attributes, has 23 seconds left, and his experience points have reached 1,000 to 1280. He is 280 experience points away from being able to perform a race change. Whether he can survive depends on whether he can gain the 280 experience points before the Berserk period ends, allowing him to complete the race conversion. This is like racing against death. If you keep standing by and doing nothing, all the mages will be dead soon, and then what will you use to fight? Seeing that 3 mages had been killed by the Monarch-level Scarecrow, the remaining mages felt a sense of shared grief and questioned the other players. Alright, let's stop scheming and form teams. Once we kill the boss, we'll distribute the loot as needed. Okay, I agree. Let's do it this way. Someone spoke up and immediately received approval. This is good news for those mage players, but for Zhou Mo, it's a terrible thing. If the players stop scheming against each other and instead unite, he will inevitably fall into danger again. Berserk state, 22 seconds remaining. Chapter 40, life or death. Regardless of whether the players unite again or not, Zhou Mo currently has no other choice. Seeing that the players were about to gather in groups, he spotted a small group of 2 mages and a healer and charged straight at them. It's a race against time now. As long as we can gain enough experience points within the rage time, everything will be fine. At this point, all the scarecrows summoned by Clan Guardian had been killed, including the 4 leader-level scarecrows. Zhou Mo had already rushed up to the 3 players. At this point, the players had reached a consensus. They would no longer fight individually and would no longer abandon the mage. The healer beside the magician raised his hand and cast a mist barrier spell. But at this moment, Zhou Mo's Crow's Peck skill had reached its cooldown. He charged straight into the mist barrier and knocked the 3 of them down with a Crow's Peck. Now that his attributes have doubled, the attack power reduction from mist barrier is not fatal to him. -176. -176. -158. With Zhou Mo's current attack power of 250, the damage output of Crow's Peck is terrifying. Each peck can deal more than 100 damage to 3 players. The entire Crow pecking consisted of 20 pecking attacks, which were shared by the 3 people, with each person enduring 6 or 7 pecking attacks. The 2 mages and the healer were no match for the 3 of them, and were instantly reduced to specks of soul light. Gained 210 experience points. The current experience points have reached 1210 to 1280. You only need to kill 1 more level 14 player to reach the maximum experience points. At this point, the Berserk state still had 18 seconds remaining. After killing several mages, Zhou Mo's health was significantly reduced. Even so, he now only has about 10 HP left. There were just too many players this time. Even though he killed 5 mages, several more continued to attack him. By this time, the players had already formed their own teams, and the remaining mages were being protected by the warrior players. 5 or 6 warrior players surrounded Zhou Mo, attempting to intercept him. Zhou Mo instinctively swung his Monarch Scythe at them, but the warrior players had good health and defense, and with the help of healers, even Zhou Mo in his Berserk state could not defeat them in a short time. After a few hits, the health bars of the warrior players remained firm, hovering around 50. Zhou Mo's damage output is very strong in his Berserk state, but even with 8 or 9 healers working together to heal, it was still difficult to keep the warrior players' health up. Zhou Mo's health bar had dropped below 10 and started flashing. Many players breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that defeating this Monarch-level Scarecrow was a sure thing. Zhou Mo's heart sank. There were still 12 seconds left in the Berserk state. The Crow's Peck skill has cooled down, but 2 more warrior players have surrounded him, bringing the total to 8. Even if the Crow's Peck attack is used, it is distributed among 8 people, so each person only needs to endure 2 or 3 pecking blows. With the warrior player's health and defense, there is not much pressure at all. Zhou Mo knew in his heart that it was impossible to find a breakthrough with these warrior players. Just as he was rapidly calculating in his mind, a voice caught his attention. "Hello, everyone. What you see now is players besieging and killing a monarch-level Scarecrow." It was that female anchor, Roy. She turned the camera to Zhou Mo and said, "Now we can see that this monarch-level Scarecrow hunt event is nearing its end. What kind of top-tier equipment will the first monarch-level boss to be killed in the game drop? Keep your eyes peeled, everyone with Roy." The live stream was filled with laughter and chatter. One fan joked, "Goddess Luo, that Scarecrow was chasing you and trying to kill you earlier. Be careful not to get too close, or it might attack you again later." Roy laughed and said, "Thanks for your concern, baby, but I'm just standing here watching. I haven't launched any attacks, so I'm unlikely to attract any hatred." A rogue player appeared next to Roy, waved to her, and called out, "Hey, Goddess Roy, do you remember me?" Roy looked at the person in front of him, and upon seeing the name, he suddenly realized, "Oh, you're Luo Tianda Jiao, who spoke in a live stream before. You're here for the event too." The thief player named Luo Tianda Jiao laughed and said, "Didn't I say before that I was going to avenge Goddess Luo? You think I was just bragging? I'm planning to give that guy the final blow later. Goddess Luo, remember to let the camera record my cool moment." "Haha, this Luo Tian Banana brother is so kind. I'll definitely thank you. Watch closely, I'm about to make my move." Luo Tianda Jiao rubbed his hands together, exhaled, and prepared to use the high burst damage of the rogue player to deliver a fatal blow. Zhou Mo's health was down to only 5, and it seemed that a few more fireballs hitting him would be enough to take him down. At this moment, Zhou Mo's mind became unusually calm. Berserk State has 10 seconds remaining. That's enough. The scythe kill skill is activated. In the recent intense battle with numerous warrior players, I have completed 40 attack charges. The LV2 scythe slash skill increases attack speed by 120 and movement speed by 30. Combined with the Berserk State that doubles the attributes, Zhou Mo's movement speed becomes astonishingly fast. Before anyone could react, Zhou Mo had already rushed to the front of the female anchor, Luo E. Beside her was a level 14 thief player, who is Zhou Mo's main target. Here come the final 70 experience points. The fireball spell hurtled through the air, and Zhou Mo immediately raised the monarch scythe. A flock of crows pecking at it. Roy, at level 6, turned into white light during his first peck. With her pitiful health and defense, she couldn't even withstand a single peck. Why did so many people target me? I didn't attack them at all. The moment he turned into white light, this question arose in Roy's mind. She could never understand why she had suffered this calamity, all because of that Luo Tian Banana, who had vowed to avenge her. -172. -172. The remaining 19 pecks were all taken by Luo Tian Banana. With his thief-like physique, he simply couldn't withstand it. He was only a little slower than Roy before turning into a point of soul light. Successfully defeated player Luo Tian Jiao. Experience points plus 70. Chapter 41 Mystic Demon. The fireball hurtled towards him, as if in the next instant, Zhou Mo would be wiped out of his last bit of health and become the player's spoils of war. At this critical moment, a warning sound rang out. The race change experience bar is full. Do you want to change races immediately? Yes. Zhou Mo disregarded everything else and resolutely chose to switch. As Zhou Mo uttered the word yes in his heart, he felt as if time had suddenly stopped, and his vision was covered by boundless white light, making it impossible to see anything else. Then, when he could feel his body again, he heard a notification sound. Race conversion successful. Current race is Mystic Spirit. This does not match the race's level. You'll be automatically upgraded to the lowest level for that race. Before Zhou Mo could listen to all the subsequent notification sounds, they were drowned out by a server-wide announcement from the game system. Congratulations to player Lu Yishou for defeating the Monarch-level Scarecrow. As the first Monarch-level monster in the entire game, the kill reward is increased by 100. Zhou Mo raised his hand blankly, looking at his exquisitely crafted wooden arm, listening to the game's server-wide announcement, unsure of what to think. It seems that by choosing to change races at that moment, I successfully transformed from a Scarecrow into a Mystic Spirit, while the remaining Monarch-level Scarecrow body turned back into an ordinary Monarch-level monster, which was then killed by the players. He looked ahead and found himself in a vast forest, with other mystic spirits roaming around in the distance. Through the experience of other players and the information he found on the forums in his spare time, Zhou Mo gained a considerable understanding of his current location. It seems I've arrived in the Nightmare Forest. In the game's backstory, the so-called Nightmare Forest is the stronghold of an evil alchemist. No one knows how many years this evil alchemist has existed. All that is known is that the alchemist has been hiding in this Nightmare Forest, conducting wicked research. These magical puppets that roam the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest are one of the alchemist's masterpieces. These pieces of information flashed through Zhou Mo's mind, and he ignored them, starting to sort through the pile of prompts to understand his current specific skill attributes. He directly opened his own panel. Nama, Zhou Mo. Race, Mystic Spirit, Normal. Level, 20. Health points, 4000 to 4000. Magic points, 1000 to 1000. Physical attack, 200. Magic attack, 200. Physical defense, 150. Magic defense, 100. Number of available attribute points, 33. When he changed races, he was only level 10, but the minimum level of the Mystic Spirit race, he was converted to his level 20. So after the conversion, his level was directly increased to level 20. Between levels 10 and 20, there are 3 spare attribute points for each level up, which are naturally reserved for him so that he can allocate them freely. There's no rush. Zhou Mo continued reading. Equipment. Monarch's Scythe, fine. Zhou Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He was very pleased that he could still inherit the Monarch's Scythe after changing races. Having already become quite familiar with the Monarch's Scythe, he temporarily set aside that and continued to look at other information. Skill. Puppetry. Disguise LV1. Disguises as a target within 50 meters. Convert abilities based on the target. Current conversion rate is 50%. Skill. Puppet. Mirror image LV1. Creates a mirror image of a user, which possesses 50 of the user's own abilities. Duration. 60 seconds. Cooldown. 120 seconds. In fact, before the accident that caused him to transmigrate into a Scarecrow, Zhou Mo had never been to this Nightmare Forest to level up. Because he entered the game relatively late, before his transmigration, he was only level 18. In fact, it's not just him. The game itself hasn't been open for very long, and the highest level player in the entire game right now is only level 29. At level 30, players can undergo a second job change. However, the experience required to level up from level 29 to 30 is far greater than before. In the 2 weeks since the game was launched, no one has yet reached level 30. Therefore, Zhou Mo was curious about the Puppet Demon skills and directly used the skill Puppet Disguise. Please select a target within the selected area for camouflage. Zhou Mo then discovered that many targets within his field of vision had become the basis for his disguise. However, this was originally on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, where most of the creatures were like him, mystical spirits. There was no point in him disguising himself as one of them. Among all these targets that could be disguised, he discovered a special place. Player Zhou Mo spotted. Is he impersonating someone else? What the heck, player Zhou Mo? He is indeed Zhou Mo, but now he is transmigrated into a wild monster. Zhou Mo was shocked, but still, as if possessed, chose to confirm the disguise. In an instant, Zhou Mo felt a strange change in his body, transforming from a magical puppet into the appearance of a player. Player panel detected. The disguise has undergone unpredictable changes. All player privileges are currently available. When disguised as Zhou Mo, the current player state can last for 60 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. Currently in the player's state, you can kill monsters to gain rewards, with a reward ratio of 50%. The original monster attribute panel is no longer valid. You can cancel the disguise of your current player status and return to the original monster attribute panel. Killing monsters will no longer yield any rewards. A series of notification sounds left Zhou Mo somewhat stunned. In other words, I can now have 1 hour of player time every day and can switch back to monster mode at will. Zhou Mo was overjoyed. If all of this was true, it would be of great significance to him. He had previously worked as a Scarecrow and knew all too well how harsh the living environment was for a wild monster that grew out of grass. Throughout his life as a Scarecrow, he is almost constantly being hunted by players, and if he is not careful, he will likely die and become experience points. Now, having the opportunity to disguise oneself as a player, even though it's only for 1 hour a day, is still very useful. Imagine this. When you're a monster being chased by players and have nowhere to run, you suddenly switch to player mode. Wouldn't that allow you to easily escape? Zhou Mo, who was immersed in various imaginings, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Huh, this player is standing still like an idiot. It must be a mystic demon in disguise. Let's kill it and gain some experience. No, I am a human being. Zhou Mo screamed in terror. He had just switched races and still had a lot of attribute and skill points to allocate, not to mention the combat techniques of his current race. Fighting someone at this time would be a very unwise choice. Oh, it can talk, so it's not a monster. The visitor showed little interest, and then a figure appeared before Zhou Mo. Chapter 42, Xiaqian. Zhou Mo looked in the direction of the sound and saw a female player leaning against a tree trunk, looking at him sideways. This female player has her hair tied in a ponytail and is dressed in light and simple clothing, yet she is a rare fighter class. This class is too difficult to operate, and its attack and defense capabilities are not particularly outstanding, so not many people play it. The female player's game name was Xiaqian. She looked at Zhou Mo and asked with some confusion, "What's your class?" "I can't see it." Zhou Mo was taken aback by the question, and then he remembered that although he had used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as Zhou Mo himself had not yet changed jobs. So when he disguised himself, he was also in a state of not having changed jobs. Zhou Mo explored the current functions and quickly understood that, due to the current special circumstances, after completing the disguise, he could directly choose any profession and allocate corresponding points. However, now may not be a good time. As he was trying to figure out how to brush it off, Xiaqian waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I'm not interested anyway." She looked at Zhou Mo again and asked, "Are you leveling up here? If so, I'll find another leveling spot." Zhou Mo quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I'm just passing by. I'm leaving soon. You can continue leveling up." He could tell that the female player named Xiaqian was a level 26 fighter. He hadn't even gotten his attributes sorted out yet, so he didn't dare linger in front of her. If you accidentally let the other side discover that you're a monster, you won't even know how to spell death. All right, since that's the case, you can go now. I'll take over this monster spawn point. As Xiaqian said this, she clenched her fists and got into a fighting stance, ready to start battling the monster. But things clearly wouldn't go so smoothly. Just as Zhou Mo was about to leave, a large number of players surrounded him. No one is allowed to leave. Since you are her friends, you should stay with her. Nearly 20 players, all in their early 20s, surrounded Zhou Mo and Xiaqian. Zhou Mo inwardly cried out in alarm, but outwardly remained calm and asked, "Brothers, what's going on? Who's your older brother?" The leader of the opposing team glared at Zhou Mo. She was a female player who looked to be no more than a teenager, an age when she could laugh, scold, and be swear without restraint. At this moment, Xiaqian, who was surrounded, had given up fighting monsters. Looking at the female player, she said coldly, "I've already left the guild. What are you all doing following me?" The female player sneered, "Of course we're settling accounts with you. Otherwise, do you think we're going to have a farewell party for you?" She looked at Xiaqian in front of her and said hatefully, "The #1 fighter in the whole server, so what? The guild leader gave you the position of vice guild leader without saying a word. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant after I take all your equipment and drain your experience bar." Zhou Mo could see clearly that he had inadvertently become entangled in other people's grudges and feuds. He reached out and beckoned to the female player, asking tentatively, "Could I interrupt for a moment? What are you trying to say?" The female player gave him a cold look. Zhou Mo helplessly shrugged and said, "What I meant was, you guys go ahead with your business. I'm just passing by. Can you let me go first?" "No. Who knows what your relationship with her is? Even if you have no relationship, you just happen to run into her, so you can only blame your bad luck. She's just a level 20 guy. It won't take much effort to deal with her." Xiaqian, who was surrounded by them, looked at Zhou Mo and found it somewhat amusing. If you can leave, then you can, but it probably won't be easy. They must have brought the forbidden magic stone, which can intercept teleportation and resurrection back to town. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Mo smiled slightly, his figure becoming ethereal, and he vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. In that instant, he decisively chose the thief class and added points to the stealth skill, using it to enter stealth mode. It's stealth, he's actually a thief. Female gamers couldn't help but jump up and down in anger. It was a miscalculation. They only thought about dealing with the fighter Xia Qian, but they didn't bring anyone who could deal with the thief stealth. The next instant, the following message appeared in the chat channel. Zhou Mo, haha, you guys are busy, don't worry about me, I'm leaving now. The female player glanced around, looked at the player next to her, and asked, did he really leave? The player who was asked nodded matter-of-factly and replied, Vice Guild Leader, of course he's gone. When it comes to our guild's affairs, who dares to meddle? So the female player ignored everything else, looked at Xia Qian in front of her, and sneered, since that's the case, let's get down to business. You're right, I brought forbidden gems and a healer who knows resurrection. It's impossible for you to go back to town and resurrect. Just wait for me to turn you into a blank slate. If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop talking so much nonsense. Xia Qian suddenly looked up, a fierce glint in her eyes, and charged forward like a ferocious beast. She simply strode forward, kicking up mud and rocks with each step, making her momentum unstoppable. Warriors, hold her off. Healers, apply healing and debuffs. Archers, follow me and deal damage. The female player shouted and waved her wand, already chanting a spell in preparation to unleash her magic. However, Xia Qian pushed off with her feet, dashing left and right, and managed to break free from the encirclement of 5 or 6 warrior players without even being touched by a single piece of her clothing. And without exception, all the arrows shot at her from the sky landed behind her. In just a few quick movements, she had already broken through the human wall. Stop her! Don't let her escape! The female player shouted out. Escape? Who said I was going to escape? Xia Qian revealed a mocking smile, pushed off the ground, and flipped backward, landing next to the female player. Then, she bent her elbow forward and suddenly rammed it into the female player's neck. Critical hit. Minus 988. A terrifying damage number popped up, and the female player was sent flying backward, her health bar flashing. In just one move, he almost wiped out the female players. 3 healers promptly restored her health, and the female player struggled to her feet, hiding behind several warrior players, and cried out in disbelief. Impossible! Fighters don't have such skills. Xia Qian sneered. You're making a fuss over nothing. Who says you have to have this kind of skill to hit someone? Upon hearing her words, the nearly 20 people present were all stunned. They simply cannot accept such arguments. Not far away, Zhou Mo, who was still invisible, was equally astonished. So it seems that Xia Qian is actually a skilled player? Zhou Mo had heard of players like this before, but this was the first time he had ever witnessed one in person. Logically speaking, a player facing nearly 20 players of similar levels would have no chance of resisting. However, this female player named Xia Qian taught him a lesson with facts. A thought suddenly struck him. Wasn't Xia Qian's ability exactly what he needed? As a wild monster, I will always evolve toward becoming a boss, and I will definitely face many situations where I am surrounded by players in the future. While you can fight even with the stats of a boss-level monster, wouldn't it be even more powerful if you mastered some great techniques? His gaze toward Xia Qian suddenly took on a different meaning. Chapter 43, Cold Autumn. Zhou Mo used the stealth skill to remain hidden and watch the show from the sidelines. In this short period of time, Xia Qian was able to take the initiative to attack despite facing a number of players that outnumbered her by more than 10. It should have been those dozen or so players who were dominating Xia Qian, but instead, they were the ones being chased and beaten by her. Although they have ranged attack classes, such as archers and mages, Xia Qian's footwork is very strange. When their skills and attacks are unleashed, Xia Qian dashes forward and backward, shifts left and right, and always manages to dodge every attack with perfect precision. Several archers and mages were completely unable to pose any threat to Xia Qian. Those warrior players, whose classes are not particularly agile, couldn't even keep up with Xia Qian's strange movements. If they hadn't seen other fighter players, they would have almost thought that the fighter class was unbalanced in terms of power. However, none of the other fighters have Xia Qian's abilities. Xia Qian is so difficult to deal with, which is entirely due to her personal abilities. Stop them, stop them. The female player was chased by Xia Qian until she was out of breath and kept calling out. However, Xia Qian leaped into the air, spinning like a windmill, and kicked the female player in the pretty face. Critical hit. Minus 864. Although the damage was less than the last time, the female player, who wasn't at full health when she was being chased, was still kicked into a white light. Watching the female player's soul points remain after she was killed, Xia Qian stepped back slightly and watched with a leisurely air. Resurrect me. I'm going to kill her today. The female player was shouting loudly in the chat channel, and the healer in the team, who knew the resurrection spell, quickly cupped his hands and cast the resurrection spell on her soul point. As the healer cast the resurrection spell, the other warrior players stood in front of him as if facing a formidable enemy, forming a semicircle. Xia Qian shook her head and chuckled. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to stop you. I'm happy that she wants to be resurrected. After all, I haven't fully warmed up my muscles yet. Soon, the female player was revived by the resurrection spell and restored to full health by the healer's healing skills. However, at this moment, her gaze towards Xia Qian was filled with fear. From initially being arrogant and wanting to teach the other party a lesson, to now being hesitant and indecisive, it's only been a few short encounters. Xia Qian looked at the female player, and her expression gradually turned cold. Lonely Fairy, I've already left the guild, but you're still not letting it go. Do you really think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Xiao Sahan's face isn't that big. A female player named Lonely Demoness complained bitterly. I've been teaming up with Xiao Sahan since the newbie village, and I was involved in the establishment of the guild from beginning to end. Why should you, Xia Qian, take the vice president position that rightfully belongs to me as soon as you appear? Xia Qian shrugged. Because I'm very strong. Lonely Fairy was speechless for a moment. She frowned and said, Okay, you are indeed strong, but now that you have become the vice president, why do you still not care about the affairs of the guild? Do you really think that Xiao Sahan asked me to be the vice president so that I could help build up the guild? Xia Qian shook her head. You're overthinking it. I told him when I joined that I'm just here to lend my name and not to bother me with anything else. She gave a cold laugh. If I weren't the #1 fighter in the entire server, why would Xiao Sahan be looking for me? He just wants me to be a living advertisement. All right, today I'll kill you until you're a blank slate, and see if you can still be the #1 fighter. With a wave of her hand, Lonely Fairy waved her hand, and the dozen or so players launched another attack on Xia Qian. With just these few ugly ducklings? You never learn your lesson. Xia Qian tossed her head slightly, clenched her fists, and pushed off with her feet, rushing forward. However, just as she broke through the encirclement of the warrior players and was about to punch Lonely Fairy, a sudden ripple appeared in the air, and a short sword abruptly appeared out of thin air, piercing her body. -568. As a damage number popped up, Xia Qian felt her strength give way, and she could no longer move forward. She made a quick decision, pushed off the ground with both feet, and flipped herself backward. Only after she had retreated several meters away did she finally focus her gaze on the figure that had just appeared in the air. Cold autumn colors? As the 3 words escaped her lips, Xia Qian's brows furrowed slightly. The person who arrived was none other than the guild leader, a level 28 rogue player named Xiao Sahan. Xia Qian's expression immediately turned serious. If it were just the original dozen or so people, she could have been completely unconcerned, but with Xiao Sahan added, things were quite different. As the guild leader, Xiao Sahan is different from those other oddballs. He is a seasoned gamer with an excellent understanding of games, and his gaming skills are naturally quite good. If Xiao Sahan didn't have some ability, Xia Qian wouldn't have agreed to join the guild as vice president. Xia Qian looked at Xiao Sahan, who had appeared, and asked coldly, Is this your doing? Xiao Sahan did not answer directly. The short sword in his hand gleamed with a black light as he slowly said, Xia Qian, why did you leave the guild in a fit of pique? Come back, and I will still keep this vice president position for you. Before Xia Qian could express his opinion, the lonely, alluring woman behind him called out, Xiao Sei. Xiao Sahan waved her hand, leaving no room for negotiation, and said, Yao Yin, Xia Qian is a talent that the guild needs. I hope you can think more about the guild. Lonely Beauty snorted coldly, but there was nothing she could do. She could only sulk to the side, her eyes wide open, staring intently at Xia Qian. However, Xia Qian remained unmoved by the chill of autumn, simply shaking her head slowly. No need, I never look back. What a pity. Autumn color sighed and asked again, Will you join other guilds? Xia Qian thought about it seriously and said, Maybe, if I meet the right person, it's not impossible. Upon hearing her reply, Xiao Sahan sighed and said, Then I can only apologize. I do not wish for the #1 fighter to leave my guild and join someone else's. Xia Qian narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Xiao Sahan in front of her. I don't quite understand. Am I a threat to you? Xiao Sahan was unusually patient with Xia Qian. He nodded and replied, "That's right. I have news that the game will hold its first guild war in 2 weeks. I don't really want to encounter an opponent of your strength on the opposing side. Although I feel a little sorry for you, I plan to kill you at least 10 times today, take all your equipment, and empty your experience bar." Having uttered these words calmly, Xiao Sahan vanished in a thin air once more. He used the Thief class's stealth skill again. A level 28 rogue player like him naturally has a lot of rogue skills, but the skill Stealth that allows him to become invisible is still the signature skill of the rogue class. Let's see who kills whom. Xia Qian's eyes flashed as she downed another bottle of wound medicine and assumed a fighting stance. At this moment, Zhou Mo, who had been repeatedly using the stealth skill to remain invisible, also quietly crept to the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 44 Sneak Attack. Previously, Zhou Mo used his stealth skill to walk far away and hide deep in the jungle. There, he quickly used up all his spare attribute points and skill points. Players start at level 3 and gain 1 free skill point for each level they gain. Zhou Mo, who is currently level 20, has a full 20 free skill points. After using the Puppet Disguise skill to disguise himself as a thief, all the skills he now possesses are those of a thief. Stealth Attack / Shadow Blade, Ghost Step. These are the 4 skills that Zhou Mo currently possesses. With 20 skill points, he could level up these skills to a high level. Shadow Blade and Ghost Step are passive skills. Shadow Blade can increase attack speed and attack power, while Ghost Step can increase dodge chance. Aside from skill points, Zhou Mo allocated all 33 remaining attribute points to strength. Adding 33 points to strength directly increased his attack power by 99 points. Unfortunately, when he used the skill Puppet Disguise earlier, he did not level up the skill first, so he only used the LV1 version of Puppet Disguise, which can only copy 50 attribute values from a level 20 thief player. Zhou Mo's disguise stats showed only half the health and attack power of a level 20 thief player, with a mere 650 health points and a pitiful 65 attack power. Fortunately, due to special circumstances, he still had 33 attribute points and 20 skill points left to allocate after disguising himself. After adding all the attribute points and taking into account the bonus from the LV5 passive skill Shadow Blade, his attack power reached 199 points. Aside from his still pitifully low health, his attack power is not far behind that of other rogue players. At this moment, the Monarch's Scythe, inherited from the Monarch-level Scarecrow, fell into his hands. Monarch's Scythe, fine, physical attack, 56, physical defense, 36, magic defense, 11, health plus 240 mana, 56, skill side strike, LV2, skill side drain, LV1. With the added attributes of Monarch's Scythe, his attack power even surpasses that of an ordinary level 20 rogue player. Although the low health was terrifying, Zhou Mo still hid to the side watching the two sides fight, refusing to retreat. The battle before him left Zhou Mo in awe. The fighter Xia Qian was seen fighting against more than a dozen players single-handedly, holding her own against them. With every move, she weaved through the numerous warrior players, making the fragile ranged classes scream in pain. Especially that mage girl named Lonely Demonis. She was killed twice more. Xia Qian seemed to have her eyes on her. Suddenly, Xiao Sahan appeared in the air and stabbed Xia Qian in the back, then activated the skill cut. Minus 568. Minus 185. Minus 185. Minus 185. In one combo, the two skills dealt a total of over 1,000 damage, and Xia Qian's health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. Fortunately, fighters are considered a class with high health, otherwise this attack would have been fatal. Zhou Mo, who was watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of anxiety, almost thinking that Xia Qian was about to meet her end. However, despite being caught off guard and suffering terrible damage, Xia Qian remained calm and whirled around like a whirlwind, her arms already reaching out towards Xiao Sahan, who had launched the sneak attack from behind. As a thief, Xiao Sahan naturally retreated after successfully landing a blow. Unfortunately, Xia Qian's reaction speed far exceeded his expectations. He had just begun to think about retreating when Xia Qian's hands had already reached out in front of him. With fingers like hooks, she instantly grasped Xiao Sahan's clothes. Xiao Sahan tried to break free, but couldn't move at all. Although thief players are slippery, once they're caught by fighters, it is simply impossible for them to compete with fighters in terms of strength. Xia Qian didn't attack Xiao Sahan. She just looked at his ashen face, chuckled, and suddenly swung him around. In terms of pure strength, fighters are even much stronger than warriors. At this moment, the attacks from the archers and mages on the perimeter were already upon them. Xia Qian grinned and used Qiu Sihan's swung body to block the incoming magic and arrows. Qiu Sihan let out a muffled groan as he was hit squarely by these attacks, and his health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. He's just a thief, so in terms of health and defense, he can't compare to a fighter. The archers on the perimeter were in a flurry of activity, and Lonely Beauty cried out, "Stop! Stop! Don't hurt the guild leader!" Zhou Mo, who was secretly watching from the sidelines, was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. This works? The game's realism is so high that the game system even tacitly approves of Xia Qian's operating skills. She used Autumn Cold as a shield, remaining unharmed from the attacks of archers and mages, and instead turning the tables on them. Having suffered this blow, which was tantamount to being intellectually crushed, Qiu Sihan's expression turned ugly. While still in midair, he trembled his short sword and was about to launch an attack on Xia Qian. Although thieves are not good at head-on combat, Xia Qian's health bar is almost empty now, and the medicine she drank will take time to recover, making it the perfect time to press her attack relentlessly. As for himself, he still had a little over half of his health remaining, and in such a fierce battle, he should be the one who could hold out until the end. However, he had only extended the short sword halfway when he felt a chill on his back and could no longer extend it. As a thief himself, he was very familiar with the chill in the air. In a fraction of a second, the thought crossed his mind. It's a thief. A thief is trying to ambush me. At this moment, Xia Qian was still holding his clothes, so he couldn't turn around to face the enemy. Moreover, the enemy was launching a surprise attack from behind, so turning around to deal with it might not be a good choice. In a flash, he made the most suitable response. He pushed off with his feet and rushed forward, taking Xia Qian with him, and rushed forward more than a meter. As a level 28 rogue player, he knew very well that the opponent was using the same short sword as him. When he suddenly rushed forward more than a meter, his attack should have missed because of the insufficient attack range. Qiu Sihan's idea made a lot of sense, but the next moment, he felt a chill and realized he had been attacked. Minus 312. In an instant, his health was almost completely depleted, and the empty health bar began to flash. I was far enough away, so why could he still attack me? Qiu Sihan was somewhat dazed and turned his head blankly, only to see a player appear behind him. The weapon in his hand was not the short sword he had imagined, but a huge black scythe that was 2 or 3 meters long. What the heck? When did thieves start using such big and cumbersome weapons? Zhou Mo ignored his doubts, blinked, and muttered to himself, "The attack is too low. Even Stealth Strike can't kill it instantly. It's still one hit short." As he spoke, he lightly swung the huge scythe in his hand, slicing across the stunned Qiu Sihan and turning him into a white light. Chapter 45. Rare Equipment Drops. A flash of white light, and the chill of autumn transformed into points of spiritual light. At that moment, Zhou Mo also received a game notification. Successfully defeated player Autumn Cold. Experience points plus 140. Current experience points 1407200. Defeat the opponent to obtain the Black Iron Short Sword. Rare. Prioritize picking it up for 1 minute of protection. Zhou Mo never expected that after disguising himself as a player, killing other players would also grant him experience points. And in fact, he would receive 100% of them without any reduction. What's even more exciting is that I couldn't resist launching a sneak attack and actually got a piece of equipment. That's incredibly lucky. He didn't care about anything else and picked up the dropped equipment directly, then selected Attribute Extraction. Black Iron Short Sword. Rare. Attribute Extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Physical attack plus 32. Physical critical hit rate plus 5. Ignore defense chance plus 4. Zhou Mo was thrilled to find that the equipment dropped by Qiu Sihan had such good stats. Looking at the soul specks on the ground, he couldn't help but think, should I revive him and kill him again? His other equipment should be pretty good too. But Zhou Mo quickly dismissed the thought after it had only crossed his mind for a moment. My current attributes are not at their peak, and I was only able to kill the opponent by sneaking up and picking off a low health enemy. If Qiu Sihan were at full strength, Zhou Mo didn't think he could beat her in his current state. He looked up at Xia Qian in front of him and hesitated for a moment. This one is also low on health. In front of him, Xia Qian had taken some wound medicine, but her health was still recovering very slowly, and her current health points looked to be only 200 or 300. In this situation, it seems that I could easily finish him off with a simple cut skill using Monarch Scythe. Without thinking, Zhou Mo, as if possessed, swung the Monarch Scythe in his hand and used the cut skill of the rogue class. At this point, he completely forgot that he had only originally wanted to come out to save people. The Monarch Scythe was swung horizontally, slashing directly at Xia Qian at the waist. Despite the danger, Xia Qian remained calm and braced herself with both hands, managing to hold down the side of the Monarch's Scythe and fly out along the force of its swing. Even so, she was still hit by the force of the Monarch's Scythe and took -56 damage. But compared to being slashed directly by a sickle, that's nothing. Zhou Mo felt that everything today was beyond his expectations. He really couldn't believe that a game could involve such sophisticated operations. Resurrect the president. The people on the outside finally reacted. A large number of warrior players rushed up to separate Qiu Sahan's soul light from Zhou Mo and the other two, and surrounded the healer players, asking them to use resurrection spells on Qiu Sahan and prepare to heal her. At this moment, they stared at Zhou Mo and Xia Qian not far away, as if facing a formidable enemy, not daring to launch an attack, and only able to defend passively. Xia Qian and Zhou Mo then had time to talk. After escaping the attack of the Monarch's Scythe, Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo with some confusion and asked, "Didn't you come back to save me?" She had the second half of her question left unasked. "Then why did you attack me?" Looking at Xia Qian, whose health had gradually recovered to more than half, Zhou Mo felt a little embarrassed and said shyly, "Sorry, it's a habit. I just couldn't help myself when I saw you were low on health." What kind of bullshit explanation is this? Xia Qian stared coldly at Zhou Mo in front of her, her gaze turning fierce, and slowly said, "So what now?" "Of course not now, you're busy." Having witnessed Xia Qian's actions, Zhou Mo felt immense pressure and didn't believe he could withstand her in his current state. He was already having second thoughts. Having already gained experience and equipment from defeating Qiu Sahan, this round was worthwhile, and there's no need to risk continuing to fight them to the death. Leave your equipment behind. At this time, Qiu Sahan had been resurrected and recovered to full health thanks to the healing skill of the team's healer. The lost black iron short sword, rare, caused him great distress. Rare-level equipment is extremely rare in the current stage of the game, so he naturally didn't intend to let Zhou Mo go. Unfortunately, Zhou Mo was a thief at the moment, and by using his stealth skill, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Place an area of effect attack skill there. Under Qiu Sahan's command, the archers and mages unleashed their skills simultaneously. Unfortunately, after a round of skills, that area remained completely empty, without even a ghost in sight. Zhou Mo actually managed to disappear and escape. Autumn Color's face turned ashen, yet there was nothing he could do. The stealth skill lasts for 20 seconds and increases movement speed by 20 during use. With 20 seconds of invisibility, the opponent would have already gone far away if they wanted to, and it would be impossible for us to catch up. He couldn't catch up with Zhou Mo, so he could only vent his anger on Xia Qian. In his view, the thief player who ambushed him was clearly in cahoots with Xia Qian. Xia Qian wasn't afraid of him. Looking at Qiu Sahan, whose face was ashen, she chuckled and said, "You've even had your weapons destroyed. What are you going to use to fight me?" At this moment, Zhou Mo had truly distanced himself from this area and dared not linger any longer. Just now, when he was hiding and trying to escape, he was still hit by the enemy mage's area of effect skill, which instantly cost him more than 300 points of health, reducing his health bar to half. In that situation, if I had run any slower, I probably would have been doomed. He used several stealth skills to run a long way before finally stopping and leaning against a big tree. Although he used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a thief, he didn't have any healing potions in his inventory, so he couldn't recover the half of his health he had lost and could only rely on his own health bar to regenerate automatically. But that's too dangerous. If you run into a player with the same bad intentions as yourself and they casually stab you as they pass by, you won't even have time to cry. So he quickly deactivated the puppet disguise skill and returned to his mystic spirit state. Although puppet disguise allows him to disguise himself for an hour, he can remove the disguise at any time if he wants. However, he will have to wait until the cooldown ends the next day to disguise himself again. It seems that he had been out of human form for too long. In his disguised player state, he felt completely insecure. Only when he returned to his mystic spirit state did he feel surprisingly relieved. Only then did he have time to take a look at the Monarch's Scythe, which had just been given new attributes. Monarch's Scythe, fine physical attack, 56 plus 32, physical defense, 36, magic defense, 11, health, plus 240, mana, 56, physical critical hit rate, plus 5, ignore defense chance, plus 4, skill scythe strike LV2, skill scythe absorb LV1. After this enhancement, the Monarch Scythe is significantly more powerful than before. The rare level equipment dropped by Chiu Sehan does indeed provide extraordinary additional attributes. Zhou Mo then opened his panel again and found that it had returned to the Mystic Demon panel from the Thief player panel. The skill points and attribute points he had added while in disguise were still idle. In other words, you can still allocate skill points while in Mystic Spirit form. Chapter 46, 3 Clones. Zhou Mo wasn't in a hurry to add points. He first observed the Mystic Spirit next to him and realized that he was quite different from the other Mystic Spirits. In terms of appearance, I should be the same as other Mystic Spirits, but I have an extra Monarch Scythe. That's something other Mystic Spirits don't have. Zhou Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. Holding such a cool black scythe, he could almost see the endless stream of players rushing towards him in the future. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Since it stands out from the other Mystic Spirits, it would be strange if players didn't target it. Is there any way to hide your cool Monarch Scythe? Unable to find a good solution for the time being, Zhou Mo could only put the Monarch Scythe in his backpack so that players wouldn't notice its uniqueness from afar. As a wild monster, it's true that killing players to gain experience is a good thing, but I'm just an ordinary Mystic Spirit right now, so it's better to keep a low profile. Thinking back to when he was a Scarecrow and was constantly being chased, Zhou Mo felt a bit tired of it. Then, Zhou Mo discovered something strange. Those Mystic Spirits of the same level as me only had 1800 HP. Compared to their own 4000 health points, they're less than half of what they have. Based on this, their other attributes, such as attack and defense, should also be much lower than mine. It seems that although I'm only an ordinary Mystic Spirit for the time being, because I was transformed from a Monarch-level monster, my starting point is quite different from that of an ordinary Mystic Spirit, and is significantly higher. Upon learning this information, Zhou Mo became happy. This information gap is extremely advantageous to him. From the player's perspective, the Mystic Monster only has 1800 HP and corresponding attribute values. So, when they come to level up, what if a Zhou Mo with more than twice the power suddenly appears? Wouldn't that be a very strange situation? Zhou Mo felt smug and hummed a little tune to himself as he put all 33 of his spare attribute points into strength. He finally understood that compared to monsters, players have shorter health bars, but they have the ability to use potions to restore health. If you're leveling up in a group, there's also a healer to heal you. Therefore, it is unwise for you, as a wild monster, to increase your defense and health to fight them at a loss. At times like this, you should increase your attack power and take advantage of the player's inattention to deliver a fatal blow and steadily gain the experience points. After adding all 33 attribute points to strength, he started adding skill points as well. He now has a total of 18 skill points, but only 2 skills, Puppet Disguise and Puppet Mirror Image. He didn't care about anything else and directly added points to those 2 skills. Unfortunately, although he had a lot of skill points, these 2 skills could only be upgraded to level 5 and could not be upgraded any further, leaving his remaining skill points useless. It seems that to make use of the remaining skill points, we'll have to wait until our race advances and we master new skills. But he's already quite satisfied with the 2 skills he's upgraded to LV5. Skill: Puppetry, Disguise LV5. Disguises as a target within 50 squares. Converts abilities based on the target. Current conversion rate is 100%. Skill: Puppet Show. Mirror Image LV5. Creates 3 mirror images of the user. Each mirror image possessing 100 of the user's own abilities, lasting 120 seconds, with a 120-second cooldown. Neither skill is a weakness anymore, but the lack of the burst damage skill Crow's Peck from his Scarecrow days makes him feel a little uneasy. Without such burst damage skills, would my ability to kill players be significantly weaker? Fortunately, I brought the Monarch Scythe with me, and it didn't disappear like Crow's Peck. However, the downside is that the weapon skill that comes with the Monarch Scythe cannot be directly upgraded. It must be upgraded by extracting the attributes of the equipment. This made him somewhat dissatisfied. Just as Zhou Mo finished allocating all his skill and attribute points, a player happened to appear in his field of vision. Seeing this level 20 player struggling against a mystic spirit, Zhou Mo felt a surge of joy. It seems I'm in luck. I was just getting ready when fate sent me a practice opportunity. This is a warrior player with good health and defense, but his attack power is a bit weak. However, with a large amount of healing potions in his backpack, he could still level up on his own without any problem. After all, leveling up is not as difficult for warrior players as it is for fighter players. Fighter players, due to their extremely high skill ceiling, often need to crush monsters several levels higher to level up comfortably. Warrior players, on the other hand, with their simple controls and strong survivability, can even level up by fighting monsters 1 or 2 levels higher. However, this means nothing to Zhou Mo at the moment. Regardless of the player's profession, he had no intention of letting them go. Level 20 monsters are already capable of attacking proactively. Once you enter their attack range, they will swarm around you like sharks that have smelled blood and attack the players who have entered the range. The warrior player was very cautious. The mystic he chose was far away from the group of mystic spirits. Even the nearest mystic spirit was 20 meters away, next to a big tree. In this situation, he could easily fight this mystic demon one-on-one for ages, take it down, and then deal with the one next to the tree. As he was thinking this, he suddenly looked up and discovered that the magical puppet spirit beside the big tree, 20 meters away, had disappeared. Then he felt a pain in his back, and the game system notified him that he had been attacked by a mystic demon. He turned around and found a magical puppet attacking him. Although the warrior player couldn't distinguish the differences between each mystic, he could guess that this must be the one that had been wandering over from beside the big tree. Minus 187. A damage number popped up, startling the warrior player. This mystic spirit has pretty high attack power. My physical defense has already exceeded 100 points, but I still managed to take so much damage from a normal attack. Don't ordinary mystic spirits only deal a little over 100 damage when they attack themselves? This mystic spirit isn't even an elite level creature, so how come its attack power is so much stronger than its companions? This thought only flashed through the warrior player's mind for a moment before he saw the mystic demon that had ambushed him use the puppet mirror skill. A strange and short sound rang out, and in front of him, the mystic spirit split into 4, surrounding him perfectly. The warrior player suddenly felt uneasy. He wasn't unfamiliar with the mystic spirit's mirror image skill, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a powerful one. Normally, a mystic spirit can only create a mirror image of one clone, and its attributes are only half of the original, so its strength is not very powerful. The mystic demon doesn't have any explosive damage skills. With his warrior class health and defense, plus the large number of healing potions in his inventory, even if the mystic demon creates a clone, he can slowly wear it down. But now the opponent has directly created 3 clones. Can I still hold on? Chapter 47, Clone and Scythe Kill. Zhou Mo used the puppet mirror skill to create 3 illusory clones, surrounding the warrior player in the middle. At this point, there was no need to be polite. With the coordination of his main body, all 3 clones simultaneously launched an attack on the warrior player. The mystic spirit has no attack skills, so Zhou Mo and his 3 illusionary clones can only use the most basic normal attacks. Minus 187. Minus 187. Minus 187. Minus 187. 4 identical damage numbers popped up. A level 20 warrior has over 2,000 HP, and these 4 normal attacks only took away a small portion of the warrior player's HP. But the warrior player was still quite startled. The fact that the mystic spirit in front of him could create 3 illusory clones was already puzzling to him. But now that the 3 clones had the same attack power as the original body was even more unacceptable to this warrior player. It's one thing that the number of clones is more than that of a regular mystic spirit, but how come the strength of each clone is exactly the same as that of the main body? He was conflicted for a moment, unsure whether he should give up on this mystic spirit. At this point, the mystic spirit he had previously attacked only had a small portion of its health remaining. If we leave now, it will be like all our previous efforts have been wasted. Although these 4 are attacking him, they can only attack once per second, and there is no burst damage, so he can barely heal himself. Level 20 warrior players can already use special healing potions, which have a much faster recovery speed than ordinary large bottles of healing potions and can barely maintain their health. After quite some time, the warrior player's health bar was still around half full. Even with the use of special wound medicine, his health bar was slowly dropping under the attacks of Zhou Mo's 3 illusory clones. If it weren't for the warrior class's passive skill endurance kicking in after his health dropped to half, he probably wouldn't have been able to maintain his current health level. The so-called bottom strength skill is a passive skill that warrior players can master after reaching level 15. When their health is below 50, it can increase their defense to a certain extent. At this moment, Zhou Mo's normal attack could only deal minus 156 damage to him. Even with the 3 clones attacking together, they still managed to suppress the opponent's health, but they couldn't kill them for the time being. At this moment, the warrior player finally killed the original mystic demon. With a flash of light, a piece of equipment appeared on the ground, dropped by the slain mystic demon. The warrior player was overjoyed, picked it up, and was very satisfied with his previous persistence. If I had left immediately instead of persisting in killing the mystic demon, then this piece of equipment that dropped would have been out of my reach. After picking up the equipment, the warrior player's health bar had dropped by more than half. At this moment, he was already preparing to retreat. The magical puppet in front of him was rather strange. Not only could it create 3 illusory clones, but each of them also had the same attack power as the original. Even if I could use potions to heal myself and wear down this mystic spirit, it probably wouldn't be worth it. A whole backpack full of special wound medicine cost a lot of in-game currency. If you only use it to kill a single monster, you won't even earn back the cost of the medicine. He was already very happy because he had just gotten a piece of equipment. Although he had some doubts that the mystic spirit in front of him might also drop something, the cost was too high and the risk too great, so he gave up the idea. He downed a bottle of specially made wound medicine and then turned to leave. Unfortunately, by the time they wanted to leave, it was already too late. How could Zhou Mo let him leave? Suddenly, a huge black scythe appeared in his hand, which was the monarch's scythe he had taken from his game inventory. The monarch's scythe was already fully charged, but at this moment he didn't care about anything else and directly activated the monarch's scythe's built-in scythe kill skill. The LV2 scythe / skill can increase attack speed by 120 and movement speed by 30. Once this skill is activated, the warrior player simply cannot outrun him and is directly blocked by him and his 3 illusionary clones. Minus 244. Minus 244. Minus 244. Critical hit. Minus 488. Bloodsucker. Plus 146. After wielding the monarch scythe and unleashing the scythe kill skill, the warrior player couldn't even withstand a single blow and was instantly killed by a critical hit triggered by one of the illusionary clones. This illusionary clone was quite lucky. It even successfully triggered the scythe absorption skill, which has a 5% chance of activation. However, since the warrior player hadn't attacked Zhou Mo before, Zhou Mo's health bar was still full, so the plus 146 health restored was useless. Regardless, the successful triggering of scythe absorption made Zhou Mo realize that this passive skill was not just for show. Killing the warrior player naturally gave him 100 experience points, but now his experience bar is as long as 7,200 points, so leveling up is a long and arduous task. Compared to experience, there was something that made him even happier. As the warrior player returned to town to respawn, the equipment he had dropped upon being killed was revealed. This was the loot that the warrior player had just killed another mystic spirit, but before he could even warm it up in his backpack, it fell out again and was given to Zhou Mo. Equipment placed in your backpack has a much higher chance of dropping than equipment you're wearing. Zhou Mo ignored the warrior player's grief and happily picked up the equipment. Black Iron Broadsword Rare, Physical Attack plus 58, Strength plus 8, Stamina plus 8, Equipment level 22. It turned out to be a rare level piece of equipment, and a broadsword that was perfectly suited to the warrior class. Zhou Mo could imagine that the warrior player who had now returned to the city and resurrected must be heartbroken. Whether the other party was heartbroken or not was none of his concern. He simply extracted the attributes from the equipment with great pleasure. This Black Iron Broadsword, rare, is the first time I've obtained it, and the extraction rate is also 50%. Black Iron Broadsword, rare, attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50. Physical attack plus 29, strength plus 4, stamina plus 4. When attached to the monarch's scythe once again, its attributes are further enhanced. Each point of stamina increases health by 20 and defense by 2. 4 points of stamina can directly increase Zhou Mo's health by 80 and defense by 8. After extracting the attributes of this equipment, Zhou Mo's scythe kill skill still had 28 seconds of duration remaining. He currently lacks explosive damage skills, and the scythe kill state is his ultimate weapon, which he naturally doesn't want to waste. Having just dealt with that warrior player, he felt quite confident and charged forward in the right direction. Along with their 3 illusory clones, the 4 mystic spirits, each carrying a massive black scythe, raced along the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Chapter 48, A Small Test. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that a mystic could run so fast? No, not 1, but 4. For magical puppets carrying enormous black scythes. There were naturally many players leveling up on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Zhou Mo, carrying the Monarch Scythe, ran swiftly and soon spotted other players. It was a small group that leveled up and killed monsters. A warrior player, a healer, and an archer. 1 tanks monsters in the front row, 1 deals damage in the back row, and another is responsible for healing and sustaining the team. This combination is actually quite useful for leveling up, and it would be even more perfect if you added a mage player. Zhou Mo didn't have time to think about why the other party didn't have a mage. In fact, when he appeared carrying the Monarch Scythe, the 3 people in this small group also noticed him. A magical puppet carrying a giant scythe. Could it be the new creation of that evil alchemist? The relaxed healer player spoke up in surprise. The archer player standing next to him, while shooting arrows, said, "It's probably a new type of monster added in the game update. Let's take care of this one and test the waters. Maybe the new monsters will drop some new equipment." They had such a plan in mind, and Zhou Mo also had his own plan. At this moment, Zhou Mo, whose scythe kill state still had 21 seconds left, put his plan into action. He would slash anyone he saw. His numerous battles with other players have given him his own set of strategies. Taking advantage of his movement speed in Scythe Slayer state, he completely ignored the warrior player tanking the monsters in front of him and charged directly at the 2 behind him. Archers are just as fragile as mages, so they're naturally easy to take down. While the medical profession offers a certain degree of tankiness, it doesn't possess much offensive capability, so Zhou Mo wasn't worried about being in danger when facing him. In just 2 seconds, Zhou Mo traversed a large distance and rushed to the front of the healer and archer players. Without even greeting them, Zhou Mo raised the Monarch Scythe and slashed down with all 4 black scythes at the same time. Given the attack range of Monarch Scythe and the movement speed in Scythe Kill state, neither player could dodge it. The healer player immediately cast a Mist Barrier spell, then held onto a healing spell, intending to heal the archer teammate. He knew very well that although they were being attacked at the same time, archers were much more fragile than healers, and if he didn't heal them, they would likely fall down in the blink of an eye. It must be said that he was right. He guessed the beginning, but not the end. With the added bonus from Monarch Scythe, Zhou Mo's attack power has now reached a terrifying 428 points. Even with more powerful class equipment, the archer in front of him still had less than 100 points of physical defense. Zhou Mo's Monarch's scythe swung down, causing terrible damage. Minus 353. Minus 353. Minus 353. Minus 353. Including the illusionary clone, a total of 4 slashes were delivered, each landing squarely on the archer player, dealing over 300 points of damage. This time, Zhou Mo, along with his 3 illusory clones, failed to trigger even a single critical hit. However, this is not necessary. Even without triggering a critical hit, these 4 attacks still dealt a total of minus 1,412 damage. This archer player was only level 21, with a total health of just over 1,200 points. He was instantly killed by these 4 attacks, turning into a soul dot without even uttering a sound. Successfully killed player, Fierce Eagle, experience points plus 105. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped. Zhou Mo sighed inwardly and swung his sword again at the healer player. The Monarch Scythe can deal area damage within a 3-tile range, so if the 2 are standing together, Zhou Mo's every swing can hit both of them at the same time. The healer has superior health and defense compared to the archer. In the same 4 hits, the archer died instantly, while the healer only lost most of his health. At this moment, the healer player had already cast a healing spell on himself. Plus 687. With advanced healing spells and magical attacks, combined with the healing bonus of the healer class, this healer player recovered plus 687 health points in one go. But that's still not enough. Even with the continuous recovery from the mist barrier, he couldn't hold out against Zhou Mo for long. After 4 more strikes, the healer's health bar instantly turned red. In this situation, Zhou Mo only needs to swing the Monarch's scythe one more time, and he will die. The warrior player is still rushing this way, and, judging from the current distance, it's definitely too late to provide assistance. The healer frowned, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and he used the chain of life he had prepared. A chain, shimmering with spiritual light, spanned 7 or 8 meters across the air, connecting the healer player and the warrior player. Zhou Mo, of course, could not retract his hand. The Monarch's scythe had already slashed down due to inertia. -87. -87. -87. -87. 4 unexpected damage numbers popped up, but the healer player did not die instantly as expected. The 4 simultaneous slashes only dealt him a little over 300 damage, which was enough to sustain him given his remaining health. What's going on? Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised. Before he transmigrated into the Scarecrow, he was only level 18 and didn't know much about the advanced skills of other professions. Zhou Mo wasn't entirely familiar with the specific effects of the life chain skill used by the healer player. At this moment, the warrior player had also approached. Zhou Mo glanced at him and noticed that his health had dropped considerably compared to before. A thought struck him, and he swung the Monarch's scythe at the healer player once more. At this moment, the healer player had already recovered a significant amount of health with his healing skills, and Zhou Mo's 4 swings of his swords, as expected, failed to kill him instantly. -87. -87. -87. -87. The 4 damage numbers are also very low. But this time, Zhou Mo, who had been paying attention to the warrior player, discovered something. As the damage numbers for the healer player increased, 4 damage numbers also appeared on the warrior player side as well. Seeing the -203 damage number jump up, Zhou Mo suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that the skill Chain of Life connects the healer player and the warrior player. When you attack the healer player, some of the damage is also transferred to the warrior player. The proportion of damage transferred is approximately 70%. Given the warrior player's health bar length, such damage wasn't too difficult for him to withstand, and the healer player was thus spared from being instantly killed. With only 16 seconds left in the scythe kill state, Zhou Mo's heart tightened. This seems to be a bit troublesome. Chapter 49, The Monarch's Scythe advances again. Physician's Chain of Life is indeed a troublesome skill. Even if Zhou Mo specifically targets healers, most of the damage will be absorbed by warrior players, making it extremely difficult to kill a healer with healing abilities. The increased attack speed from the Scythe Slash skill allows Zhou Mo to attack twice per second, but such rapid attacks are not as effective against healer players. This healer player probably put all their points into stamina, and their health and defense are almost the same as those of a warrior. Moreover, he used life chains to disperse the damage, desperately used skills to heal himself, and also used potions to recover, managing to stabilize his health bar under Zhou Mo's continuous attacks. At this moment, Zhou Mo's scythe kill state only had 12 seconds left. Seeing that he couldn't deal with the healer player for the time being, Zhou Mo felt somewhat helpless. At this point, he began to miss his previous Crow's Peck skill. If he had that skill, with its burst damage, he certainly wouldn't have let this healer player survive until now. But since things have come to this point, thinking about these things is meaningless and unrealistic. At this moment, he needs to make plans for himself. Should we continue to fight these two guys, or give up and run away? Otherwise, once the scythe kill state disappears, your movement speed will drop, making it much harder to escape. This thought only briefly crossed Zhou Mo's mind before he completely forgot about it. His gaze fell on the warrior player beside him, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. The warrior player remained standing a few meters away and did not approach. He could naturally tell that Zhou Mo's Monarch Scythe was an area of effect weapon. If he stood next to the healer player, it would mean that both of them would be attacked at the same time. Every time Zhou Mo swung the Monarch Scythe, he would lose a considerable amount of health due to the Chain of Life. At this moment, the healer player only had time to heal himself and had no time to deal with him. Fortunately, warriors have high health and defense, and the special healing potions they use are quite effective, which allows him to barely maintain his health. Zhou Mo discovered that every time he struck the healer player, the warrior player next to him actually lost more health. What if the roles were reversed? and you attack the warrior player instead. Zhou Mo is always a man of action. In the blink of an eye, he abandoned the healer player in front of him and ran straight towards the warrior player. With the 30 movement speed bonus from the scythe/slash skill, warrior players cannot dodge it. Zhou Mo raised the monarch's scythe in his hand, and together with the 3 illusory clones, the 4 monarch's scythes fell on the warrior player. Minus 72. Minus 72. Minus 72. Minus 72. For pitiful damage numbers jumped up. However, seeing such insignificant damage figures made Zhou Mo happy. On the other side of the chain of life, an even higher damage number suddenly appeared on the healer player. Minus 218. Minus 218. Minus 218. Minus 218. They both have 4 damage numbers, but the numbers are reversed. In an instant, the healer player's health bar dropped by half. The healer player never imagined that a mere mystic monster could possess such a mind. Or is this a game feature designed specifically to annoy people? The healer player didn't have time to worry about much, and hurriedly used healing skills on himself. Unfortunately, while his healing skill provides a decent amount of healing, it can't keep up with the 8 attacks he can deliver per second. Zhou Mo casually swung the monarch's scythe twice more, and the healer player, who was on the other end of the chain of life and had taken most of the damage, died instantly, turning into a speck of soul light. As for the life chain, it naturally disappeared the moment he was killed and could no longer function. At this moment, Zhou Mo's scythe kill state still had 8 seconds left. Because Zhou Mo had just switched targets, the warrior player was now on the side, taking a small amount of damage, and his health bar had recovered to about 2/3. However, for Zhou Mo, at this moment, he was equivalent to a pile of experience points. Without the healing skills of a healer player, how could the opponent possibly survive my focused attacks if I only rely on potions to recover health? Minus 290. Minus 290. Minus 269. Minus 269. One attack resulted in minus 1,118 damage. When the next 2 attacks landed, the warrior player's health bar had already dropped below half, so the endurance passive skill was triggered, slightly increasing their defense. However, this is harmless. The warrior player, who already had only half a health bar left, suddenly had his health bar turn red. At this point, he only had 5 or 600 health points left. Zhou Mo only needed to attack once more, and he would turn into soul specks just like his teammates. The miracle did not happen. The next moment, Zhou Mo swung his monarch's scythe again, emptying the warrior player's health bar and finishing him off. After killing the healer and warrior players, Zhou Mo gained another 210 experience points, bringing his total experience points to 555,7200. At least we're a little closer to the upgrade. At this moment, Zhou Mo looked down at the ground and saw that after the 2 returned to the city to respawn, there was still some equipment left on the ground. I was incredibly lucky this time. 2 pieces of equipment dropped at once. Based on the previous notification sound, he knew that these were 2 pieces of equipment of excellent quality. Although it was inferior to the rare level, he didn't mind, picked it up directly, and chose to extract its attributes. Black Iron Broadsword, fine. Attribute extraction successful. Current extraction ratio 50. Physical attack, plus 18. Strength plus 3. The Physician's Soft Armor, fine. Attribute extraction was successful. Current extraction ratio is 50%. Physical defense plus 9. Magic defense plus 9. Compared to rare level equipment, excellent. Level equipment only has 2 attributes and is generally much worse. But at that moment, Zhou Mo was overjoyed to hear another notification sound that had just rang out. With the required attribute bonuses met, the Monarch's Scythe fine quality has been upgraded to Monarch's Scythe, rare. After being enhanced with attributes so many times, Monarch's Scythe's attributes finally broke through the critical value and advanced once again. Monarch's Scythe, rare, physical attack, 212, physical defense, 89, magic defense, 39 health, plus 560 mana, 112, physical critical hit rate, plus 7, ignore defense chance, plus 6, skill scythe strike LV3, skill scythe absorb LV2. After Monarch Scythe is upgraded to the rare level, its attributes are greatly improved. What excited Zhou Mo even more was that the 2 weapon effect skills attached to Monarch Scythe had each been upgraded by 1 level. Now, Zhou Mo finally understood that to upgrade the weapon's special effect skills, he had to first upgrade the quality tier of the Monarch Scythe. He was eager to find out how much the two upgraded weapon skills would improve. Chapter 50: The Challenge. Zhou Mo gripped the monarch's scythe, his exquisitely crafted wooden hand slowly caressing it as he began to examine the detailed information of the two weapon skills. Scythe/LV3 charges after 50 attacks. Once activated, it increases attack speed by 140 and movement speed by 40 for 40 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Scythe Absorption LV2. When attacking with Monarch Scythe, there is a 10% chance to absorb 40% of the damage dealt as health. Zhou Mo nodded with some satisfaction. Both the Scythe Kill and Scythe Absorption skills have become much stronger after leveling up. The Scythe Slash skill not only increases the attack speed and movement speed bonuses after activation, but also extends its duration by 10 seconds. This is a significant improvement for Zhou Mo. However, the setting that requires 50 attacks to complete the charge is a bit inconvenient to use, and you have to prepare in advance. This Scythe Absorption skill is even more impressive, with the chance of life stealing from attacks increasing from 5 to 10, doubling the trigger rate. Considering that Zhou Mo's puppet mirror can create 3 clones, his attack counts as 4 hits. In other words, he can trigger a life steal every 2 or 3 hits, which is already quite practical. Even without any health potions, he still had the resources to engage in a prolonged battle with the players. The Side Slayer's state had ended, and instead of rushing to find other players to level up, he raised the Monarch's Scythe and aimed it at a nearby mystic spirit. At this moment, he is in the form of a wild monster. Killing the mystic spirit, which is also a wild monster, will not bring any benefits. However, he is not attacking other mystic spirits for the benefit, but to attack them 50 times first to prepare the charge for Scythe Slash. In this way, the next time he faces a player, he can activate the Scythe Kill skill immediately without having to spend time slowly charging it. It must be said that his idea was excellent and effective. After defeating several mystic spirits, the Side Slayer skill finally charged up and was ready to be used again. When he attacked the mystic spirits, he discovered something amusing. These mystic spirits simply stood there dumbly, not knowing how to fight back at all. Perhaps in the settings of these mystic spirits, there is no such thing as attacking one's own kind. Zhou Mo wandered around the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, looking for lone players to level up with, while the game's chat channel had become incredibly lively. It can be quite lonely to hunt players in silence all by yourself. When he has nothing to do, Zhou Mo also pays attention to the chat channel. He discovered that the topic that was being debated endlessly in the chat channel that day was somehow related to him. Have you heard? Something happened to the Cold Autumn Guild. What Cold Autumn Guild? Never heard of it. The guild that Xia Qian, the #1 fighter, belongs to. Didn't their guild leader say before that they would make it into the top 8 in the first guild war in 2 weeks? Oh, that third-rate guild you're talking about. They don't even have a single level 29 player, yet they dare to boast about being in the top 8. Brother, don't underestimate her. You don't know, different professions are different. Although Xia Qian is only level 26, she is not afraid of other professions at level 29 at all. Fighter, that's true. I have a friend who also chose the fighter class. The controls are incredibly difficult, and leveling up is so hard. He started the game at the same time as me, and now I'm level 28 while he's only level 21. It's like night and day. Given this, with their #1 fighter on the team, it shouldn't be unreasonable for them to compete for a spot in the top 8, right? Brother, you don't know, if that #1 fighter were still around, there would certainly be hope, but she had a falling out with the Hanshio Guild. You broke up? When did that happen? Just today, Xia Qian voluntarily withdrew from the guild. I heard that Hanshio Guild even sent people to intercept her, intending to wipe her out. No way, what kind of deep-seated hatred could they have? They were once in the same guild. How could Hanshio Guild be so petty? Zhou Mo was engrossed in watching, but then he noticed that the tone of the chat channel had shifted at some point. People from the Hanshio Guild, perhaps unable to bear being discussed, had jumped out. Autumn colors. This is an internal matter of my Cold Autumn Guild. I hope everyone will be mindful of their words and not spread rumors. Also, to that thief named Zhou Mo, I'm giving you the deadline to return your equipment today. Otherwise, every member of my Cold Autumn Guild will kill you every time they see you, until you quit the game. Other players who were paying attention to the chat channel brightened up. There's some juicy gossip. However, Zhou Mo wasn't afraid of him at all, since he had nothing better to do anyway. He simply typed a message in the chat channel. Zhou Mo, that Shiosahan is just a rare grade black iron short sword. Look at how stingy you are. If you insist on giving it away, there's nothing I can do. Chiu Sahan was furious that Zhou Mo was so disrespectful, and her face turned red with anger. Meanwhile, others in the chat channel were already kicking him while he was down. Haha, the guild leader of Hanshio Guild was actually killed and his equipment was looted. That's amazing. Rare equipment is good, but it's really beneath a guild leader to be so upset about such a small amount of equipment. That's right. That brother Zhou Mo, you're awesome. Are you interested in joining our guild? Once you join our guild, the Hanshio Guild will definitely not dare to cause you any more trouble. Zhou Mo chuckled inwardly and replied in the chat channel, no need. What is the Cold Autumn Guild? I've never been afraid. Come and fight me if you dare. I'll kill one if one comes, and two if two come. Oh, remember to bring more equipment when you come. I want to get a few more pieces. Lonely Demoness. What's the use of shouting? If you're so capable, set a time and place, and our Cold Autumn Guild will definitely accompany you to the end. Zhou Mo didn't expect to bring up another member of the Cold Autumn Guild, but what Lonely Demoness said hit a nerve. Honestly, it's highly unlikely that he'd agree to a duel. He's still just a wild monster. What makes him think he can challenge someone? Moreover, I'm not a player who can resurrect infinitely after dying. I'm a monster whose death might be the end of me. Taking such a risk is simply not worth it. Before he could figure out how to respond, another person popped up in the chat channel. Xiaqian, very good, I agree. Tomorrow night at 1900 hours, the duel arena in the 4th main city of the East District. I'll be waiting for you. All 29 people from your Hanshio Guild should come without missing a single one. Lonely Demoness, Xiaqian, don't think you can be arrogant just because you ran away today. It's only a matter of minutes for our guild to deal with you. Xiaqian, the dueling arena. Do you dare, or don't you dare? Zhou Mo. Hee. Xiaqian, aren't you asking the impossible? The Hanshio Guild only dares to gang up on one person. How could they possibly dare to go to the duel arena one-on-one with you? Autumn Chill. Okay, let's meet tomorrow night at 7 p.m. And that Zhou Mo guy, our Cold Autumn Guild is never afraid of challenges. If you're not convinced, you're welcome to come. I'll be waiting for you. Xiaqian. Okay, Zhou Mo, thank you for helping me. If you have time, you can come and see how I beat up these disgusting guys. As if by some strange twist of fate, Zhou Mo nodded and said in the chat channel, all right, I'll come and check tomorrow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Mo regretted it. He was still a wild monster, so how could he enter a player town guarded by humans? Chapter 51, Entering the Player Town. Time flies, and a day has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Zhou Mo secretly hid on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, waiting for an opportunity to hunt down lone players leveling up. After a day of hunting down many more players, his experience points had reached 2585 to 7200. After hunting down so many players, he also received a few pieces of equipment. Although they were only of excellent quality, they were better than nothing. When attached to the Monarch's Scythe, they improved its attributes. The attributes of Monarch's Scythe are now higher than before, both in terms of attack and defense. For Zhou Mo, who was planning to travel to a human town, even a slight improvement would be beneficial. At this moment, he was wandering outside the 4th main city in the Eastern District. From afar, the city appeared majestic, with 4 human guards standing on either side of the city gate. Zhou Mo knew that the 4 people were NPC guards arranged by the game. For players at this stage, these 4 guards were even more terrifying than the big boss in the game. There are 4 NPC guards, 2 of whom carry knives, and 2 of whom carry bows and arrows. Players jokingly refer to one type as the knife-wielding guards and the other as the bow and arrow guards. Such guards are set up in many places in the town. There was once a high-level warrior player who, relying on his incredible health and defense, killed someone in town. As a result, he gained infamy and was shot by an archer guard from afar. He only lasted 2 seconds before dying, and his equipment was scattered all over the ground. Since then, players have known that the game has only been open for a short time, and at this stage, it is impossible for players to have the ability to fight against NPC guards. Therefore, although PK is not prohibited in most parts of the town, it is still referred to as a safe zone by players. Because in this town, as long as you behave yourself and don't kill anyone, the NPC guard will be considered the most loyal guards. If you dare to kill someone in front of the guards, these NPC guards will show you what despair is. If players have grudges, besides ambushing each other in the wild, there is also a more dignified way to resolve the issue. That is a duel in the arena. Players can come to the duel arena in the city to fight, no matter what kind of grudge they have. Once both parties confirm with the NPC in the duel arena, they can enter the arena and fight freely. No matter how many opponents they kill, they will not gain infamy or be attacked by the NPC guards in the city. But Zhou Mo knew perfectly well that he was now a wild monster. Players will not be attacked by NPC guards unless they kill someone in front of them or their infamy reaches a certain level. However, wild monsters are different. No matter what kind of wild monster it is, as long as it dares to approach the town, it will be killed by the guards immediately. Despite having disguised himself as a player using the mutated puppet disguise skill, Zhou Mo was still somewhat worried. He stood outside the town gate, looking at it from afar, and finally gritted his teeth and slowly moved towards the gate. Zhou Mo slowly approached, at a distance where even if the two guards with swords wanted to attack him, they wouldn't be able to reach him. At that distance, only the two archer guards could attack him. With the powerful attributes added by Monarch Scythe, my current defense is much better than that of warrior players, and I can withstand archer guard for 2 or 3 seconds without much problem. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo had already grasped the Monarch Scythe in his hand. As soon as the archer guard shows even the slightest intention to attack, he will immediately activate the Scythe Kill skill, using the increased movement speed of 40 to escape. It was indeed a risky adventure, but Zhou Mo believed he was well prepared and at least wouldn't lose his life here. Clatter! Zhou Mo's toes moved forward, and he finally stepped into the range of the archer guard's attacks. However, the anticipated attack did not occur. At the city gate not far away, 2 archer guards still stood there dumbfounded, as if Zhou Mo didn't exist. Zhou Mo breathed a sigh of relief and took another step forward. The attack has still not occurred. Zhou Mo finally felt relieved. Therefore, it seems that by using the puppet disguise skill to impersonate a player, one can not only fool other players but also the NPCs in the game. He exhaled, put away the Monarch's Scythe, and returned it to his backpack. Weapons like the Monarch's Scythe, 2 or 3 meters long, look imposing, but they are indeed excessively eye-catching. As a wild monster residing in a player's town, Zhou Mo's biggest fear is attracting attention. As Zhou Mo passed by the 4 NPC guards, he subconsciously quickened his pace. Although he had tested and found that the guards would not attack him, Zhou Mo still felt like a lamb surrounded by wolves. It was already quite late. There was still more than an hour until Xia Qian and Han Xiu Guild's agreed-upon time of 7 p.m. Zhou Mo quickly took long strides and ran towards it. Although it is only the 4th main city in the East District, this town covers a very large area. If we don't hurry, the duel between Xia Qian and Han Xiu Guild will probably be over before we even get there. The game chat channel gradually became lively, and everyone already knew about the challenge between Xia Qian, the #1 fighter, and the Han Xiu Guild yesterday. At this time, anyone with a little free time would gather at the dueling arena. As the dueling arena in the game, there are naturally enough seats for the audience. The game utilizes amazing technology, with each arena connected to multiple viewing areas in different spaces. On the surface, an arena may appear to have only one space with a seating capacity of over 10,000, but in reality, it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. However, this incident involving the Han Xiu Guild is neither a small nor a big deal. If it weren't for everyone's curiosity about the #1 fighter on the leaderboard, probably less than 1/10 of the people would have come to watch. Zhou Mo didn't really care about the number of people. He had a very positive attitude. He was here to be an audience member. He was arriving at the dueling arena, looking for a seat, when his personal email system started flashing. This was the first time Zhou Mo had encountered something like this since transmigrating into a wild monster. Previously, as a wild monster, it was impossible for anyone to send him emails. He was a little confused. Even now, apart from a few flirtatious remarks he couldn't resist making in the chat channel yesterday, he hadn't interacted with anyone. Who would look for me? With these questions in mind, he opened the flashing email system. Player Xia Qian has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Chapter 52, Xia Qian's Gift. Looking at the flashing player mail system, Zhou Mo hesitated for a moment before finally clicking confirm. Successfully added player Xia Qian as a friend. Player Xia Qian has sent an email with an attachment. Please receive it. Zhou Mo was a little confused and sent 3 question marks to Xia Qian on the other side. Zhu Montak. Xia Qian, I sent you some things. Please receive them. They will give you a better chance of winning the duel later. Zhou Mo. You're overthinking it. I don't plan to go on stage for a duel. Xiaqian, hurry up and accept it. Boys are all concerned about their image. If Hanshio Guild teases you a bit later, you'll still have to go on stage. Zhou Mo, if I said I don't care much about shame, would you believe me? Xiaqian, I accept, then we're even. Zhou Mo shook his head helplessly. Since the other party was so insistent, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. He decisively chose to accept. Receive a gift from player Xiaqian. 1 experience bead. Received items from player Xiaqian. Shadow short sword, rare. Shadow leather armor, rare. Shadow bracelet, rare. Shadow ring, rare. Zhou Mo was taken aback, and the expression on his face was quite interesting. The experience orb is one thing, but those 4 pieces of equipment are clearly meant for the thief class. 4 rare level pieces of equipment, and a complete set at that, are of self-evident value in the current stage of the game. The gift Xiaqian sent was so precious that even the word precious couldn't describe it. You should know that the guild leader of the prestigious Hanshio Guild was heartbroken to have a rare level weapon looted from him, and was even challenging him to a duel in the chat channel to force him to return it. Xiaqian casually waved her hand and sent him 4 pieces of rare level equipment. Shocked, Zhou Mo couldn't help but send a message to Xiaqian, asking, "Where did you get these pieces of equipment?" Xiaqian remained remarkably nonchalant. Some are dropped by monsters, and some are bought with money. Forehead. Hearing this, Zhou Mo felt unusually embarrassed. I only helped kill Qiu Sahan by chance. All I wanted was to ambush and kill Qiu Sahan, gain experience, and get his equipment. When he saw Xiaqian with low health, he thought about taking her down as well, but Xiaqian's skills were too strong and he couldn't defeat her. As he was thinking this, Xiaqian sent him another message saying, "You'd better equip these 4 pieces of equipment as soon as possible. They're more likely to drop if you keep them in your backpack. And if you go into the arena, the drop rate will double if you die." Zhou Mo, who had already decided not to participate, was surprised to hear this. "Will the death rate double if I go to the duel arena?" Xiaqian thought he was worried, so she replied, "Don't worry too much. Even if you wear this set of equipment, you might not lose. If you do lose, it's not a big deal. I could just buy you a replacement when the equipment is lost." Zhou Mo deliberately ignored the by implication in Xiaqian's words. When he's bored, he browses the chat channel and has a pretty good understanding of market prices. Rare equipment like the Shadow set is incredibly valuable. If someone is seriously leveling up in the game, even if they level up from level 1 to level 20, they still won't earn enough in-game currency to buy a single piece of equipment. Xiaqian spoke so casually, there's only one explanation. She used real-world currency to convert into game currency to make the purchase. Even so, the cost will definitely not be small. In other words, Xiaqian is quite well off in reality. Zhou Mo never expected that he would be treated differently by Xiaqian, this rich girl, simply because he helped her on a whim, and that she would spend money to buy him equipment. For a moment, I was at a loss for what to do. However, since the other party had delivered the items to him, he could only accept them with a smile. Pretending to push things away is not in Zhou Mo's nature. However, Zhou Mo clearly had a misunderstanding. She mistakenly thought she was a thief player. When he ambushed Qiu Sahan, he did indeed disguise himself as a thief. But this time, when he entered the player town, Zhou Mo used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a warrior. There's no other reason than that the warrior class's high health and defense give him a greater sense of security. In towns, the stealth ability of rogue players has no effect on NPC guards. These NPCs all seem to have true sight. If a rogue player dares to kill someone in front of them, even if they try to escape by hiding, they will definitely not be able to dodge the arrows. All right, I'm ready to go on stage. You can do whatever you want now. After sending this message, Xiaqian remained silent. Zhou Mo then had some free time and began to deal with what he had just acquired. Experience bead, a bead that stores experience points. Using it instantly increases the corresponding experience value. Currently stored experience points, 5000 to 5000. Level restriction, 20-29. Zhou Mo knew that this was a rather expensive item. Experience beads are hard to come by, and once you get one, its experience value storage is still empty. To fill the experience orb with experience points, the holder needs to carry it with them and continuously level up and fight monsters. Each time you defeat a monster, the experience points you gain will be divided equally into 2 parts. One part is obtained by the player, and the other part is stored in the experience orb. Leveling up and fighting monsters is already difficult enough, but this experience bead will take away half of the experience points, so it is of no benefit to the holder at all. Generally speaking, even if someone obtains this experience bead, few people are willing to store it because that would slow down their leveling speed. Just looking at this experience bead that's already full, Xia Qian's gift is quite valuable. Zhou Mo held the experience bead in his hand and immediately chose to use it. Experience bead successfully used. Experience points plus 5,000. Level up plus 1. Currently in puppet disguise state. Upon leveling up, puppet disguise gains a 10% attribute bonus from the original body. Zhou Mo was taken aback when he saw the experience bead in his hand disappear in a flash of white light. He had expected the level increase, but the improvement in the puppet disguise state was something he hadn't anticipated. What does it mean to gain a 10% attribute bonus from the original body? He quickly opened his attribute panel and found that in addition to his normal attributes as a warrior, there were 10 additional attributes that had been added to his current player panel, which was originally for a mystic spirit. First, let's talk about health. He was disguised as a warrior, and at level 21, without the bonus from Monarch Scythe, he should have 2,200 health points. However, his health on his stats is now 2,200 plus 450, reaching 2,650 points. Zhou Mo understood that, having reached level 21, his HP in the Mystic Spirit state should be 4,500 points. In other words, the HP of the Mystic Spirit form is converted by 10 and added to the disguised form. The same applies to other aspects such as attack power and defense. In short, Zhou Mo, in his disguised state, has become much stronger. He looked toward the dueling arena, and a certain thought in his mind could no longer be suppressed. Since that's the case, shouldn't I go up and have some fun too? With double the drop rate, I might be able to make a fortune here. Chapter 53, The Second Fighter. Zhou Mo hadn't decided whether to go on stage yet, but he immediately chose to extract the attributes from the equipment Xia Qian had sent him. Anyway, his true identity is a monster, and this time he came disguised as a warrior, so this set of thief equipment is completely unwearable. Keeping it in your backpack won't do you any good for now, so you might as well use it to enhance Monarch Scythe. These 4 items are all rare, level equipment with excellent stats. Moreover, these were all equipment that Zhou Mo had obtained for the first time, and the extraction ratio was 50%. After extracting the attributes of the 4 pieces of equipment, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe were greatly improved. However, it may still be some distance before it reaches another level of quality. After extracting and attaching 4 rare level equipment items, the Monarch Scythe now has the following attributes. Monarch is Scythe, rare physical attack, 288 physical defense, 126 magic defense, 65 health plus 1020 mana, 246 physical critical hit rate plus 8, ignore defense chance plus 7, combo rate plus 3, skill side strike LV3, skill side absorb LV2. In addition to improving all the original attributes, Zhou Mo also extracted a new attribute from those 4 rare equipment pieces. That's the combo rate. Although the combo chance was only 3, Zhou Mo was not dissatisfied at all. For him, as long as other attributes are improved, that's enough. This combo rate is practically a bonus. It's better to have it than not. The so-called combo is actually just a chance to unleash 2 attacks in an instant during a normal attack. The odds of getting 3 are so low that you might not get it even once in 30 consecutive attempts. So for now, it's better than nothing. However, Zhou Mo's Monarch's Scythe possesses this Scythe Kill skill, which can greatly increase attack speed, allowing him to make better use of this combo rate. At this time, it was already close to 7 p.m., and the time Xia Qian had previously agreed upon with the Hanqiu Guild was fast approaching. In the audience seats of the dueling arena, those who were supposed to take their seats had already taken their seats. Hanqiu Guild itself is not a well-known large guild, but with the added gimmick of being the #1 fighter and being the first major event since the game's launch that makes it easy to follow the drama, everyone is extremely curious. Eating melons, and such is one of the most beloved activities of humankind. In the dueling arena, Xia Qian immediately stepped forward. She stood in the dueling arena, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings, and called out, "Qiu Seihan, where are you?" As a duelist who had already registered with the NPCs and entered the arena, Her voice and image were broadcast simultaneously to more than a dozen audience venues and received by all the spectators. In the game chat channel, Zhou Mo finally appeared and said, "Today's match is not between me and you." Before the audience could react in disbelief, he continued, "Our Cold Autumn Guild is full of talented people, and naturally we have people to deal with you." As they were talking, a new person suddenly appeared in the dueling arena. The man was also dressed in light, simple clothing, and turned out to be a fighter as well. The fighter player looked coldly at Xia Qian in front of him and said, "Today, your opponent is me." Xia Qian frowned and looked at him, asking, "Who are you? Why doesn't Zhou Mo come up here himself?" In the chat channel, someone has already helped Xia Qian find the answer. It's Yakudo Kanjin. He's the second-ranked fighter on the professional leaderboard. So it was him. His level is actually the same as Xia Qian's, but his experience points have always been a bit behind, so he has always been ranked behind Xia Qian. This is interesting. Today's fight between the number 1 and number 2 fighters is definitely worth the price of admission. Although the Hanshio Guild is nothing special, the fact that they have connections with the number 1 and number 2 fighters elevates their status significantly. Meanwhile, in a certain audience area, Lonely Demon Face looked at Zhou Mo beside her and asked with some concern, "Zhou Mo, can that extreme fist master you found really beat Xia Qian? Although he is good, he is ultimately only the second best fighter." Zhou Mo, seemingly unfazed, shook his head with a smile. The difference between the first and second fighters is merely a matter of experience points calculated by the game system. In a real fight, it's hard to say who would be stronger. Besides, it was only because of the opportunity to duel Xia Qian in person that Extreme Fist Master was willing to join our guild. He looked at the dueling arena, his eyes turning cold, and said, "Moreover, I know that for this battle, that Extreme Fist Master has prepared a trump card, spending a lot of money to collect a complete set of rare equipment and also purchasing several experience beads. Xia Qian is a skilled professional fighter, so I will ask someone who is also a fighter to deal with her, so that her skills cannot be used to her advantage." At this point, Zhou Mo couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Someone like Jidao Quanjun only temporarily joined the Hanshio Guild because he wanted to duel with Xia Qian. It's uncertain whether the guild will be able to keep him after this incident. Zhou Mo, who was also in the audience, was naturally unaware of these intricacies. He was simply focused on the dueling arena. His purpose was different from that of most viewers. He came here at great risk, not just to watch the drama unfold. When he met Xia Qian in the Nightmare Forest, he noticed that Xia Qian's operating skills were amazing, and she could boost the combat power of her profession by several levels. He was very envious of this kind of skill. Although there's no way to get Xia Qian's personal guidance right now, observing her combat process up close might allow me to learn something from it. Zhou Mo looked into the dueling arena and saw the Extreme Fist Master coldly staring at Xia Qian, saying, "I have invited you to spar many times, but you have ignored me. I have no choice but to resort to this tactic." Xia Qian also saw the message on the chat channel. She glanced at the Extreme Fist Master in front of her and suddenly realized, "So you're the guy whose ranking has always been behind mine. Why don't you spend your time fighting monsters and leveling up instead of always wanting to spar with me? Who is that kind of boring time?" Jidao Chuanjuan's expression changed, and he sneered, "I admit that your skills are somewhat impressive, but from today onwards, the title of the number 1 fighter will no longer belong to you." As he spoke, he took out a round bead and crushed it. Zhou Mo, sitting in the audience, didn't need to hear the exclamations on the chat channel to know that the bead that the Extreme Fist Master had taken out was the same thing as the experience bead he had just received from Xia Qian. But that wasn't all. After crushing one experience bead, the Extreme Fist Master took out 3 more and crushed them one by one. Each time he crushes an experience bead, the Extreme Fist Master's experience points increase by 5,000. After crushing 4 experience beads, his experience points have increased by a whopping 20,000 points. Then, a light flashed across the body of the Extreme Fist Master, and he actually leveled up a level in the dueling arena, reaching level 27. There will be 3 updates today. 2 will be in the morning, and the 3rd will be in the afternoon or evening. I'll post it as soon as it's finished. I hope everyone can support me. Chapter 54 One-Sided Battle. As the Ultimate Fist Master leveled up, many players in the chat channel exclaimed in surprise, It's changed, the leaderboard has changed." Zhou Mo, in his current state, can also use the player leaderboard function. He opened it directly and, sure enough, saw that the number 1 fighter on the leaderboard was no longer Xia Qian, but had become Jidao Quanjun. The chat channel was still buzzing with exclamations from numerous players. 4 experience beads, a full 4 experience beads worth 5,000 experience points each. Has this extreme fist master gone mad? There are probably only a handful of these experience beads that can store 5,000 experience points in the entire East District, maybe even 20. I don't know if there are any, but last week a rich player spent 30,000 yuan in real life to buy one of these experience beads. We'll never understand what rich people are thinking. These 4 experience beads together could probably buy a car in real life. At this moment, Zhou Mo was somewhat disoriented. Although he had some understanding of the prices in the game, his imagination was limited by poverty, and he had no idea that an experience bead could be exchanged for tens of thousands of yuan in real life. In other words, he received a reward of tens of thousands of yuan from Xia Qian for his simple act of kindness on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Maybe even more, if you include that rare level shadow set. Zhou Mo suddenly felt a little guilty. Xia Qian's gift was too valuable, and he had a feeling of unease. In the dueling arena, the Extreme Fist Master was extremely pleased. Looking at Xia Qian in front of him, he said, "How about it? You're not the #1 fighter anymore. Want to challenge me?" Now that the two are already in the dueling arena, they can't escape fighting each other. The words of the Extreme Fist Master are completely unreasonable. They're nothing more than a display of superiority. However, his way of showing off his superiority was destined to be a futile effort. Xia Qian remained completely unmoved, glanced at him, and slightly raised her lips. That's it. If there are any 2 words that can quickly garner hatred from others, then these 2 words must be among the best. The face of the Extreme Fist Master turned a deep purplish red with anger. He snorted heavily and said, "Let's begin." As he spoke, he lowered his body and took small, quick steps, rushing towards Xia Qian like a storm. The moment he closed in, he threw a punch, which hurtled towards Xia Qian's head like a whirlwind. He was already much taller than Xia Qian, and this punch was aimed straight at her head. The direction was perfect, just like a skill of a professional fighter, direct punch. This punch doesn't require much technique. It's all about power and speed. -565. Xia Qian turned her body, and the Extreme Fist Master's punch only hit her shoulder. However, after putting on a full set of rare equipment, he was 1 level higher than Xia Qian, and the Extreme Fist Master's attack power was extremely strong. Even when it hit Xia Qian's shoulder, it caused considerable damage. However, after taking his punch, Xia Qian somehow swayed slightly, stretched out her hands and pulled, dragging the Extreme Fist Master's arm, causing him to stumble and almost fall. The Extreme Fist Master was pulled off balance and struggled to regain control of his body. However, Xia Qian didn't give him a chance at all. She grabbed his arms with both hands, flipped him over from behind, and delivered an elbow strike to the back of the neck of the Extreme Fist Master. -468. Her attributes seem to be quite inferior to those of the Extreme Fist Master, and her attack damage is not particularly high. This time, Xia Qian used a fighter's skill, elbow strike. However, the series of actions she performed before using the elbow strike had nothing to do with the fighter's skills. Then, while Jidao Quanjun was still dazed and unable to react, Xia Qian grabbed his body with both hands and kicked him in the heel, causing him to lose his balance again. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qian lowered her body slightly, using her body as the axis, and swung the Extreme Fist Lord in a circle, slamming him to the ground with a thud. -789. This uses a fighter's skill again, back throw. The back throw skill is one of the highest damage skills among fighters. If used successfully, it can cause considerable damage. However, the conditions for successfully using the back throw are quite demanding. Without the previous series of additional operations, it would be impossible for Xia Qian to successfully use the back throw skill under these circumstances. This is also why the fighter class is so difficult to operate. Only players who are extremely confident in themselves would dare to choose the fighter class. In just a couple of hits, the Extreme Fist Master lost over 1,000 health points. Half of his health bar was gone. After being thrown 2 or 3 meters away, the Extreme Fist Master flipped over and jumped up, assuming a defensive stance, completely bewildered. He stared blankly at Xia Qian and said, "Yes, that's it. Those skills that weren't any known fighting techniques before. Did you learn some hidden professional skills?" "There are no hidden skills," Xia Qian said calmly, crouching low as she rushed forward, and with one foot pushing off the ground, she leaped into the air. While in midair, she raised her foot like a warhammer and slammed it down on the head of the Extreme Fist Master. Overwhelmed by her imposing aura, the Extreme Fist Master reacted somewhat slowly and could only raise his arms in defense. He used a fighter's defensive skill, block the river. Puff! With a muffled thud, Xia Qian kicked the Extreme Fist Master's arm, then flipped over and leaped back, sending the Extreme Fist Master staggering back a few steps. -465. -235. As a passive defender, Ji Dao Quanjun was kicked and suffered -465 damage. The recoil also caused Xia Qian a damage of -235. However, after being knocked back, Xia Qian landed on the ground and suddenly lowered her body, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, using one foot for support and sweeping the other foot towards the lower body of the Extreme Fist Master. Zhou Mo, watching from the audience, felt a jolt in his heart. He had heard of Xia Qian's move before. In ancient martial arts, it was called a sweeping leg. However, in the current game progression, the skill called sweep kick has not yet appeared among the fighter's class skills. Without professional skills, trying to use a sweeping leg technique based solely on one's own operational skills is virtually impossible. Such professional routines cannot be executed simply by knowing the key points of the movements. Without long-term practice, it is impossible to execute them in actual combat. Could it be that Xia Qian, in real life, also knows ancient martial arts? Otherwise, it would be really hard to explain her various amazing actions. In the duel arena, Xia Qian unleashed a sweeping leg kick, causing the Extreme Fist Master to lose his balance and fall to the ground, resulting in several hundred points of damage. At this moment, the Extreme Fist King's health bar was almost empty. He's still lying on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Xia Qian only needs to deliver one more blow, and he'll probably be dead. But Xia Qian didn't rush to finish off his last bit of health. Instead, she stepped on the chest of the Extreme Fist Master and asked, "Have you submitted yet?" Chapter 55, the so-called fortune, is found in danger. The Ultimate Fist Master was stomped on the chest by Xia Qian, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was utterly ashamed. He painstakingly planned and purchased a complete set of rare level equipment and spent a lot of money to acquire several experience beads, hoping that with these, he could pull Xia Qian down from the position of the #1 fighter. If judged solely by rank, he did indeed surpass Xia Qian on the game's professional rankings, becoming the #1 fighter. However, despite having rare level equipment and a level that surpassed Xia Qian's, he was easily defeated and trampled to the ground in just a few punches and kicks. This is clearly more than just being suppressed on the ranking list. It's even more embarrassing. Despite being in such an extremely embarrassing situation, the martial arts master still wanted to salvage some dignity. He looked at Xia Qian with a cold smile and said, "So what if you can beat me once? From today onwards, the title of the #1 fighter will never belong to you." Xia Qian stepped on the Extreme Fist Master, slowly shook her head, and said, "You're overthinking it. I don't care about the title of the #1 fighter, but I really dislike it when others take anything away from me." She looked at the Extreme Fist Master on the ground and said in a serious tone, "Look carefully, this is mine, and you can't take it away from me." Then, to the astonishment of the Extreme Fist Master, she took out a handful of experience bead from the player's inventory and crushed them. Experience points plus 5,000. Experience points plus 5,000. In the same duel arena, Xia Qian flashed with light and instantly leveled up, reaching level 27. The player rankings changed again, and Xia Qian regained her position as the #1 fighter. She looked at the Extreme Fist Master, whose gaze had become somewhat vacant, and said, "It's just an experience bead. I have one too. It's time for you to step down." After saying that, she kicked out and landed on the neck of the Extreme Fist Master. Critical hit. -1056. The Ultimate Fist Master transformed into a white light and left the dueling arena, leaving behind 2 pieces of equipment shimmering with blue light. Just by looking at this blue light, everyone knows that the Extreme Fist Master dropped 2 rare level equipment. This trip was a complete disaster for him. He failed to defeat Xia Qian, couldn't secure the top fighter ranking, and even lost 2 rare pieces of equipment for nothing. Xia Qian's actions in the duel were seemingly effortless, but the audience members in the stand were far from calm. The chat channel was absolutely in an uproar. Did I see that right? Xia Qian just pulled out a bunch of experience beads. Yes, you read that right. I counted those experience beads. There are at least 6. So this Qian is also a tycoon? I'm afraid those two have bought up all the experience beads in the East District. Qian ignored the heated discussions on the chat channel. The Extreme Fist Master, who was killed by Qian in the duel arena, was hiding in some corner at this moment and had no face to speak in the chat channel. Qian stood in the dueling arena, facing the audience, and said firmly, Chiu Han and GMO Yaoyan, come up here, let's settle the score. I won't bully you. Any number of you can come up. I'll take them all on myself. Chiu Han deliberately ignored Xia Qian's challenge. He knew Ji Dao Chuanjuan's strength very well. Although Ji Dao Chuanjuan's level was lower than his own, it was hard to say who would be stronger in a fight. However, even such a powerful martial arts master could only last 2 or 3 exchanges against Xia Qian. If I were to go on stage myself and face Xia Qian, the outcome probably wouldn't be much better. Xia Qian's claim that she could fight multiple members of her guild alone was ignored by Chiu Han. At that time, on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he was surrounded by a dozen or 20 people, but Xia Qian still managed to escape. In the current duel arena, only 5 people are allowed to fight one person at most. Even if we send out all 5 of our people, our chances of winning are not very high. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of everyone. It's one thing if it happens in the wild, where no one else sees it, and it's not a big deal to outnumber someone. If things continue like that in the dueling arena, the reputation of my Cold Autumn Guild will be ruined, and it will be even more difficult to recruit some excellent players in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel even more resentful towards Zhou Mo. If it weren't for his meddling and sneak attack on her on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, Xia Qian would have been wiped out of her guild long ago, and Hanqiu Guild wouldn't be in its current predicament. So he spoke in the chat channel, saying, Xia Qian, let's put our business aside for now. I still have a score to settle with that thief named Zhou Mo. He continued, Zhou Mo, come out here. You dared to ambush me in the Nightmare Forest, but you don't dare to show your face in the dueling arena? Seeing Chiu Han taunting in the chat channel, Zhou Mo found it amusing and replied, What? It's just that I lost one rare level piece of equipment. Is it really necessary to be so relentless? Look at that guy called Extreme Fist Master. He lost 2 rare pieces of equipment and didn't say a word. Somewhere in the audience, the face of the Yokai Kinkoin changed color, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Being defeated by Xia Qian was already incredibly embarrassing for him, and losing 2 rare pieces of equipment made his heart bleed even more. But he never expected that this Zhou Mo wouldn't let him off the hook and would still try to finish him off. Although Chiu Han of the Hanqiu Guild is nothing special, he is right about one thing. This Zhou Mo is indeed very annoying. On the chat channel, Chiu Han continued, Zhou Mo, I won't say much more. I'll just ask you one question. Do you dare to come to the dueling arena? If you don't, you should avoid anyone from our Hanqiu Guild from now on. Zhou Mo, I'm only level 21. You're asking me to compare myself to someone who's level 28? Are you sure you're not joking? Or are you deliberately bullying me? Autumn Cold. Alright, I won't bully you. Our guild doesn't have anyone as low as level 21, but we do have one at level 24. Do you dare to have a go with my level 24 brother? Zhou Mo, come on. Who's afraid of who? In the audience, Zhou Mo narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with calculations. He admitted that he was tempted when he saw that Xia Qian had killed the Extreme Fist Master and obtained 2 pieces of equipment. He roughly calculated that with his current level 21 attribute panel, plus the 10 bonus from the original form of the Mystic Spirit and the already very powerful Monarch Scythe, he should have no problem facing a level 24 player. Unless, of course, it's a player like Xia Qian whose skills are off the charts. However, if Hanqiu Guild had players like that, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Xia Qian. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and decided to take the plunge. However, he still carefully chose to hide his panel information, making it impossible for anyone to see his background. In the game, players can choose whether or not to hide their attribute panel. Once hidden, no one except oneself can tell what his profession is, what level he is, or what equipment he is wearing. At this point, the Cold Autumn Guild probably still thought they were thieves. Didn't Xia Qian think the same way before, which is why she gave him a set of rare equipment for the thief class. With this in mind, Zhou Mo applied to the NPC and entered the dueling arena. He looked at the audience seats and laughed smugly. Come on, anyone who's got a death wish, hurry up and come up here. I'm in a real hurry. After upgrading the puppet disguise skill, I can now disguise myself as a player for 2 hours a day. Although this is more than before, if I don't make the most of it, I might be exposed as a player in a player town. By then, I'll probably be hated by everyone, not just the players, but even the NPC guards in the town won't let me off the hook. Chapter 56, You're Not a Thief. Zhou Mo stood in the dueling arena, looking down at the audience seats, not feeling particularly nervous. Xiaqian had already stepped down from the stage, giving the space to him. In one of the audience areas, Lonely Demon Face said to Qiu Sehan beside her, "Can Xiao really be confident against Zhou Mo?" Qiu Sehan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Zhou Mo is only level 21 and a thief. Xiao Wu is a warrior who mainly focuses on shield-based defensive skills. He plans to go for the knight route in his second job advancement, which is perfect for countering him. Several brothers lent him rare level equipment this time. Even at level 28, it won't be easy for me to defeat Xiao Wu." Zhou Mo was naturally unaware of these intricacies. He looked at the warrior player who entered the duel arena, grinned, and took out the monarch's scythe to slash at the opponent. In that instant, he activated the scythe slash skill, increasing his attack speed by 140 and movement speed by 40. A level 21 warrior already has 135 attack points, and Zhou Missouri, who allocated all his points to strength, gained an additional 108 attack points, bringing his total attack power to 243. Then, with the added bonus from the original Mystic Spirit 10, his attack power reached 268 points. With the added attack power from Monarch's Scythe, his physical attack reached a terrifying 556 points. That's something a level 21 warrior player simply couldn't achieve. But the warrior player he was facing didn't know that and thought he was just an ordinary rogue player. Before he went on stage, the president only reminded him to be careful of the strange scythe weapon in his hand. "Where's your stealth skill? Why aren't you invisible yet?" The warrior player looked at Zhou Mo and asked this question, and immediately activated the Shield Guard skill and entered the Shield Counter state. Like Shield Guard, Shield Counter is also one of the skills of the warrior class, and it is a favorite choice for warrior players who specialize in shield skills. After activating the Shield Guard skill, you can trigger the Shield Counter skill, which allows you to enter a defensive counterattack state for a certain period of time. During the Shield Counter defensive counterattack state, if you're damaged, you'll counterattack simultaneously, returning 50% of the damage to the attacker. That's why Chosei Han from the Hanshio Guild said that this warrior player, Xiao Wu, is the nemesis of thieves. Xiao Wu, who chooses the shield-based route, has extremely low attack power, but because of the shield parry skill, he is practically invincible against the thief class, which has high area of effect attack, but low health. Not to mention that his level is higher than his opponent's, making his victory even more certain. Whether the rogue player uses the stealth skill to sneak up and attack, or uses the slice skill to attack, he doesn't need to panic at all, because he had no intention of dodging the opponent's attack. He was simply standing still and waiting for the attack to happen. After equipping a full set of rare gear, one's health bar should be more than twice that of the opponent. In this situation, if the opponent attacks you for 1,000 points of health, you will also suffer a counterattack of 500 points. You can defeat your opponent by simply standing still and turning the tables on them. For a rogue class that is fragile but has high attack power, a counterattack warrior like myself who specializes in shields is incredibly annoying. Zhou Mo didn't understand what this warrior player was thinking. Seeing that the other party was standing there dumbfounded, he didn't hold back and activated the Scythe Kill skill, directly using the warrior class's attack skill Double Heavy Slash to slash at the other party. Double Slash is the strongest attack skill for warriors before their second job advancement. Zhou Mo used it right away, showing no intention of holding back. Minus 456. Minus 456. Warriors who follow the shield build indeed possess formidable defense. Even with Zhou Mo's current terrifying attack power, coupled with the LV5 double slash skill, he still only inflicted less than 1,000 damage. Minus 228. Minus 228. At the same time, the opponent's shield counter skill was triggered, directly causing Zhou Mo to suffer half of the counterattack damage. With the bonus from Monarch's Scythe, Zhou Mo now has 3,670 health points, while his opponent has chosen to hide his stats. So although he can't see them, he guesses that Zhou Mo's health is probably less than his own. The opponent has a little over 3,000 health points, and the double heavy slash just now only took away about a third of the opponent's health bar. Based on the comparison of one's own and the opponent's health, it is clear that the opponent cannot kill one using only the shield counter skill. However, Zhou Mo used the double slash skill in an instant, and the warrior player didn't even have time to react when the damage numbers popped up. Zhou Mo, of course, wouldn't give him a chance to regret it. He immediately swung the monarch's scythe in his hand and attacked the opponent repeatedly. Apart from double slash, the warrior class doesn't have any other useful attack skills for the time being, so Zhou Mo can only use normal attack for now. The basic attack speed for warriors is 1 attack per second. With the current side slash skill increasing attack speed by 140, Zhou Mo can now perform 2.4 normal attacks per second. It can unleash almost 5 normal attacks in just 2 seconds. Minus 356. Minus 356. After several slashes, the warrior player's health had dropped to only 1/3. He finally discovered that when he countered with his shield parry skill, the opponent's health bar did not drop significantly, not even 1/3 of it. "You're not a thief," the warrior player exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Mo chuckled. "You found out too late." His monarch's scythe continued its relentless attacks, and with his scythe kill skill buff, he kept slashing at his opponent. Minus 356. Critical hit. Minus 712. Finally, Monarch's scythe successfully triggered a critical hit, instantly killing the warrior player. In the duel arena, using potions to restore health is prohibited. Although Zhou Mo did not use any explosive skills, the warrior player could only watch helplessly as his health bar was gradually depleted by normal attacks. At this point, his shield counter skill only dealt a little over 1,500 damage to Zhou Mo. If Zhou Mo were indeed a thief, 1,500 points of counterattack damage would be enough to kill him. However, he happens to be a warrior player with equally high defense and health. Successfully defeating the opponent, Little 5, who doesn't like getting hit, in the duel arena grants double experience points plus 240. Defeat the opponent to obtain the Black Iron Round Shield, rare. The warrior player, filled with resentment, transformed into white light and left the duel arena. Meanwhile, Xiao Sihan, who was watching the game from the audience, was also ashen-faced, unable to breathe a sigh of relief. He clearly remembered that when the other party ambushed him on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, they used the methods of a thief. How did they turn into a warrior in the dueling arena? If I had known earlier that the opponent was a warrior, I definitely wouldn't have made this arrangement, sending Xiao Wu, who mainly specializes in shields, to his death for nothing. Zhu Montak was overjoyed. He picked up the Black Iron Round Shield, rare, and extracted its attributes. Then he said to the audience, "Does anyone from your Hanshio guild want to come up? Hurry up. I have to go back in 20 minutes. Chapter 57, The Unemployed. On the dueling field, Zhou Mo acted with unrestrained arrogance. Below the duel arena, Xiao Sihan, sitting in the audience, had a grim face. He never imagined that Zhou Mo was actually a soldier. Moreover, he watched the entire battle between Xiao Wu and his opponent, and based on the amount of health the opponent lost and the length of the remaining health bar, Zhou Mo's health was probably around 3,500 points. Even a level 21 warrior player, with all attribute points allocated to stamina, shouldn't have this much health unless the opponent is also wearing rare equipment that focuses on increasing health. And that strange, huge black scythe looks just like the one in the hands of the monarch-level Scarecrow that caused such a stir before. Could it be that Zhou Mo obtained this equipment from a monarch-level Scarecrow? But players level 15 and above are clearly not allowed to enter the monster area of the beginner village. Moreover, even if this equipment was dropped by the monarch-level Scarecrow, the attributes of the equipment dropped by a mere beginner village boss should not be too overpowered. Xiao Sihan couldn't figure out the reason, no matter how hard he tried. But looking at Zhou Mo's smug face, he still felt very uncomfortable. Seeing the damage Zhou Mo dealt and the length of his health bar, I doubt anyone in my guild is 100% confident they could take him down. If another person goes up and just sends equipment to the other side, that would be truly laughable. Seeing Zhou Mo taunting in the dueling arena, Lonely Fairy finally couldn't stand it anymore. She volunteered at Xiao Sihan, saying, "Xiao Sihan, I'll go up and teach him a lesson. He's a warrior, so his magic defense must be low. I can take him down with just 2 or 3 magic skills." Several people in the Cold Autumn Guild have volunteered to join the fight against Autumn Colors. But Xiao Sihan did not agree. He shook his head solemnly and said, "That Zhou Mo is not simple. Even if you go up, it is hard to say who will win or lose. We are not in a hurry for this match. There will be plenty of opportunities to catch him in the future. Zhou Mo, who had been calling out in the duel arena for a long time, was getting a little bored. He had finally made up his mind to risk entering the arena, but all he did was take down one person and get a piece of equipment. The Honcho Guild then fell silent and stopped sending anyone else, which greatly disappointed him. Fine, since you don't have the guts, let's call it a day. My time is also very precious, so I won't keep you company any longer. Having said that, he ignored everything else and left the dueling arena, running towards the outskirts of town. With only 20 minutes left, he really couldn't afford to waste any more time and had to hurry back to the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Otherwise, if the puppet disguise skill reaches its time limit halfway through and you directly revert to the puppet demon spirit, that would be extremely bad. The outside world is quite different from the starting village. High-level players are everywhere, so you can't be too conspicuous. He had barely reached the vicinity of the south gate of town when the email system started flashing again. Zhou Mo could only slow down and open the email system, only to find that the message was from Xiaqian. After all, he couldn't refuse someone who had given him so much. Zhou Mo had received so much from Xiaqian, so he couldn't very well turn his back on her. Xiaqian, Zhou Mo, where are you? Wait for me. I need to talk to you. In a message he received, Xiaqian's tone remained calm, and Zhou Mo couldn't immediately tell whether what she wanted to tell him was good or bad. He could only reply with a single message. I'm near the south gate. What do you need? Coming right away. After receiving the message again, Xiaqian stopped talking, presumably because she was on her way. 2 minutes later, a figure came running at high speed, her tied ponytail fluttering in the air. Seeing Xiaqian standing in front of him in the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo subtly took a small step back. Although his current attributes are good, he doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of Xiaqian. That's the #1 fighter on the professional ranking list. Not only is his level much higher than mine, but his skills are also far superior to others. If I accidentally reveal my true colors in front of her, it will be a problem whether I can leave safely. You're Zhou Mo? Xiaqian approached him, her eyes fixed on Zhou Mo's face, her gaze intense. Zhou Mo felt a little flustered under her gaze and secretly became wary. He replied, Yes, it's me. You must be Xiaqian. What do you want? He and she had clearly met on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, but she still had no recollection of it. Was her memory that bad? Xiaqian stared at Zhou Mo for a long time, then suddenly asked, Could you grant me access to view the panel so I can take a look? Sorry, no. Zhou Mo was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. Just kidding. My real identity is a wild monster. Although I've disguised myself as a player's warrior class and have a player panel, it's best to hide the panel information at all times just to be on the safe side. Otherwise, if others see that your player panel shows only a monarch scythe and no other equipment, wouldn't they become suspicious? Although others might not think of it as a monster, Zhou Mo still intended to minimize the chances of trouble arising. Xiaqian looked at Zhou Mo, who was unyielding, remained silent for a moment, nodded, and said, All right, it's your freedom. If you don't want to, then forget it. She then asked, When you helped me last time, you clearly used a thief stealth skill, so why did you use a warrior skill in the duel arena just now? Here it comes, this problem has finally been noticed. Zhou Mo was nervous, but he tried his best to remain calm and delivered the speech he had prepared in advance. Okay, this is a secret. I'll only tell you, so you have to keep it a secret from me. He glanced around mysteriously, then lowered his voice. Actually, my profession is neither thief nor warrior. Xiaqian still stared at him with curiosity. Zhou Mo swallowed hard before continuing. My profession is an extremely rare hidden profession called jobless. Unemployed. Yes, I triggered it by accidentally completing a hidden quest. After changing to jobless, there's no fixed profession, and you can choose to switch to any profession depending on the situation. That's amazing. Xiaqian blinked, her eyes full of anticipation, and asked, How do I complete this hidden quest for the jobless? Zhou Mo's heart skipped a beat, but he remained unfathomable on the surface, shook his head, and said, As far as I know, this hidden quest is unique. Once I complete it, no one else can do it. I'm probably the only one in the entire game with the jobless class. And even if the quest still exists, someone like you who has already changed jobs can't accept it. Xiaqian shook her head regretfully and said, What a pity. Then she stared blankly at Zhou Mo and asked, So, can you switch to other professions now? Let me see what you're capable of. Zhou Mo shook his head helplessly. Impossible. This skill has a cooldown time. It can't be switched anytime, anywhere. Let's talk about it next time. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Xia Qian then revealed her true intentions. Are you interested in joining my guild? The second update is here, and there'll be a third update later tonight. Chapter 58, Invitation. Guild. Zhou Mo looked at Xia Qian in front of him with some confusion and frowned slightly. Didn't you just leave the guild? Yes, that's why I'm planning to create my own guild. Zhou Mo said helplessly. You haven't even created a guild yet, and you're already inviting people to join? Xia Qian nodded naturally. With you and me, the two of you will meet the requirements for creating a guild. We can just recruit more people later. Zhou Mo waved his hand and shook his head, saying, Forget it. I hate trouble and I'm not interested in these guilds or anything like that. Just kidding. What kind of thing is it to join a player-created guild when your real identity is a wild monster? As the guild grows stronger, will we work together to conquer our own monster boss? Just thinking about it. That's really scary. Xia Qian did not give up easily. She still intended to persuade Zhou Mo. Don't worry. It's not troublesome. After joining the guild, you are very free. You can do whatever you want. There are no mandatory requirements in the guild. Zhou Mo had no idea why the other party insisted that he join the guild. The opponent is the #1 fighter, while I am just an ordinary player at level 21 on the surface. There are many players with higher levels than me in the game, so there is no need for me to be the only one. With a question in mind, Zhou Mo asked, I'm only level 21. Why do you insist on having me join your guild? Xia Qian shook her head slightly and said, Level is not important. I just watch your battle. You, the jobless, are very strong. At only level 21, your health and attack power are so high. You're not inferior to those at level 29 at all. You are exactly the kind of talent I need. Speak like a human. Zhou Mo didn't believe their story at all. He was indeed very strong, but he wasn't very confident that he was on par with level 29 players. After all, when players reach level 29, they can equip themselves with a new set of gear, which will inevitably greatly enhance their attribute values. If the set you switch to isn't just of the rare level, but an even higher treasure level, then its attributes will be far superior to those of players below level 28. As a wild monster that players will always be thinking about, Zhou Mo must have a clear understanding of his own strength. One should not underestimate oneself, but one should also never be arrogant. Xia Qian sighed and finally revealed the truth, saying, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. To be honest, the guild war in 2 weeks is a regional competition. She looked at Zhou Mo and explained carefully, each guild can send a maximum of 10 people to participate in the battle. Those whose average level is greater than or equal to 28 can only register for the A-level guild battle zone, while those whose average level is between 25 and 27 can register for the B-level guild battle zone, and those whose level is lower can choose to register for the C-level guild battle zone. Looking at Xia Qian in front of him, Zhou Mo roughly understood her thoughts. So you came to me because you value my low level and want to use me to lower the guild's average level so that you can participate in the B-level and C-level guild war zone? Xia Qian nodded and said, That's right. And it's not just because of your low level. There are plenty of low-level people. Why don't I go after them? It's because your strength far exceeds your level. Including you in the participating members can lower the average level without losing a powerful combatant. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone and very cost-effective? I see. But what does this have to do with me, Zhou Mo? Sorry, I'm still not interested. After saying that, Zhou Mo turned and left. As a wild monster, the worst thing is to show your face in front of many players. Your special identity cannot be taken advantage of like that. Why aren't you participating? Is it because you don't have time? Xia Qian persisted, pressing for answers from behind. She could tell that Zhou Mo in front of her seemed a little impatient, as if he was in a hurry. But Zhou Mo, who was in a hurry, was already about to leave the city gate and couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to her. At this point, time was slowly passing, and the duration of puppet disguise was not far from ending. If they stayed here any longer, the consequences would be severe. But Xia Qian wouldn't let it go. She called out from behind, It won't take much time. The guild war only lasts about an hour. It won't interfere with anything you're doing. Seeing that Zhou Mo still refused, she added, Just name your price. As long as you're willing to help me fight this guild war, you can name any price you want. Zhou Mo was very anxious, but Xia Qian kept following him, and he couldn't very well send her back. If he could beat her, he would certainly be willing to give it a try, but given Xia Qian's amazing skills, it was best to keep that idea to himself. Don't let the fight turn into a battle where you can't defeat Xia Qian and end up revealing your true form as a mystic demon spirit. He decided to make the other party back down and said loudly, "If you want me to help you with the guild war, fine. Bring me 20 pieces of rare equipment and I'll agree to help you." After saying this, Zhou Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt extremely proud. "Now you have nothing to say, right? I made my request, but you couldn't fulfill it yourself, not because I was unwilling to help." Zhou Mo didn't believe anyone could just casually produce 20 rare level equipment pieces. Even if you could afford to use it to get someone to help you in a guild war, the cost effectiveness would be too low. It's not worth it at all. But to Zhou Mo's surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, he received an affirmative reply from the other end. "Good." Zhou Mo was a little unsure for a moment. "Huh." Xia Qian nodded firmly and said, "I agree to your request. It's just 20 pieces of rare equipment. If you can help me win the guild war, I'll give you 40 pieces." Forehead. That was hasty. Zhou Mo only wanted to discourage Xia Qian from making a decision. Surprisingly, 20 pieces of rare equipment were nothing to her and did not scare her away at all. Indeed, poverty limited his imagination, and he had no idea of the limits of the super-rich. At this moment, Zhou Mo felt that his puppet disguise was nearing its limit. Facing Xia Qian's piercing gaze, Zhou Mo gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. "Okay, let me think about it. I have something urgent to attend to right now, and I'll get back to you later." After saying that, Zhou Mo ignored everything else and ran straight out of the city. Now that Zhou Mo had given in, Xia Qian, who was standing to the side, finally stopped trying to stop him and watched him leave. She turned around and headed back into the city, muttering to herself, "This is settled. With the rest of them, the guild can finally get together." Chapter 59 Rumors. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo was already running wildly outside the city. After leaving the town, he discovered that the scythe kill skill attached to his monarch scythe was still usable. Even though this scythe kill skill was used in the duel arena just now, the monarch scythe is still charging. It seemed that the dueling arena was independent of the game world. Skills used in it would return to their cooldown state as soon as they left the arena. Zhou Mo didn't dwell on it too much. For him, it was a good thing. With the speed boost from the scythe kill skill, he is extremely efficient at traveling. After running for only a short while, Zhou Mo's body suddenly trembled, and a cloud of smoke covered an area of several meters around him. The next instant, the smoke cleared, and a mystic spirit appeared in the same spot, continuing its frantic sprint while still wielding the monarch scythe. At this point, they were still some distance from the outer edge of the nightmare forest, but there was nothing they could do but hurry back. After all, he had just spent a lot of time dawdling with Xia Qian at the city gate. The wooden body of the mystic demon waddled as it ran, but its speed was not slower than when it was disguised as a player. Zhou Mo was focused on getting on his way, so he was unaware that someone had already spotted him in the distance while he was running. One player rubbed his eyes, patted his companion, and asked, "Have you seen a mystic spirit?" His companion, who had been walking slowly with his head down, laughed upon hearing this. "You're lying to me again. This place is still some distance from the outer edge of the nightmare forest, and it's not the spawn area for mystic spirits. How could mystic spirits possibly appear here? It really exists." The player who had spoken earlier exclaimed, "Look over there. It's running towards the edge of the jungle." "Where?" His companion looked up in the direction he was pointing, but saw nothing. "You lied to me again. How could I believe you? I was so stupid." Just a moment before he looked up, Zhou Mo had already charged into the jungle with a monarch scythe in hand. The player who had seen the mystic spirit earlier was speechless, unable to explain it clearly, and could only sigh helplessly. He shook his head and sighed, "I was so stupid, really. I only knew that you wouldn't believe me if I lied, but I never thought that you wouldn't believe me if I told you the truth either." Zhou Mo was unaware that his presence had been noticed by others. If he had known, he might have taken advantage of the situation and eliminated the two players. After making a trip to the player town, he not only leveled up but also acquired some equipment, significantly improving the attributes of his monarch scythe. At the height of his confidence, he didn't take two mere level 20 players seriously. The 40 movement speed boost from the scythe/skill was indeed remarkable. It didn't take him long to return to the outskirts of the nightmare forest. To be honest, he readily agreed to join Xia Qian's guild just to get rid of her, but he still can't decide whether to join her guild and participate in the guild war 2 weeks later. The allure of 20, no, 40 rare pieces of equipment was still quite strong, putting Zhou Mo in a dilemma for a moment. However, there's still 2 weeks before the guild war begins, so I have enough time to consider it, and there is no need to rush. Zhou Mo finally felt relieved after returning to the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. In this area, there are wild monsters called mythical golems that spawn everywhere. As long as he doesn't do anything outrageous, he basically won't attract any attention. The game has become increasingly popular since its release, with more and more players reaching level 20 or higher, and more players coming to the outskirts of Nightmare Forest to level up. Zhou Mo had just returned to the outskirts of Nightmare Forest when he ran into several players leveling up. With his current attribute panel, he didn't hesitate at all. He used the puppet mirror skill to create several clones and quickly dealt with the players. After obtaining the experience orb from Xia Qian and leveling up to level 21, his puppet disguise and puppet mirror skills can be upgraded again. Now, he has naturally leveled up the puppet mirror skill to LV6, making it much more powerful than before. Puppet Show Mirror Image LV6 creates 4 mirror images of itself. Each mirror image possesses 100 of the original's abilities. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. The LV5 Puppet Mirror skill, which originally could only create 3 mirror images, has now been upgraded to 4, significantly increasing its overall strength. With his current attack power and the addition of 4 mirror clones, plus his main body, it's equivalent to having 5 mystic spirits attacking simultaneously. Minus 521. Minus 521. Minus 521. Minus 521. Minus 521. The Monarch Scythe was raised, and 5 attacks came down at the same time. The besieged player turned into white light with a blank expression. This attack dealt over 2,000 damage points, which was far too much for a level 20 player to withstand. After upgrading Puppet Mirror, Zhou Mo found that he didn't need any explosive output skills. He could already achieve extremely terrifying burst damage. At the same time, if 5 Monarch Scythes were used to strike, very few of the same level could withstand it. On the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, Zhou Mo easily hunted down these leveling players, gaining experience points for himself. Occasionally, when he's lucky, some equipment drops, which he can then extract attributes from, providing nutrients for upgrading his Monarch Scythe. However, these leveling players are usually quite poor, and the equipment they drop is mostly of excellent grade. Moreover, there are only a few types of equipment, and with repeated acquisitions, the attribute extraction rate is only 20%, so the improvement is not very ideal. After the same piece of equipment has been extracted more than 10 times, the extraction rate will drop to 0, and it will no longer provide any attributes. However, little by little, by the end of the day, Zhou Mo felt that his Monarch Scythe attribute had improved considerably. By this time, he had killed 70 or 80 players, his experience bar was full again, and he leveled up to level 22. However, at this point, upgrading becomes much more difficult. The further you progress, the more experience points are required for each level up. Originally, it only takes 8,000 experience points to upgrade from level 21 to level 22, but it takes 12,000 experience points to upgrade from level 22 to level 23. Zhou Mo could guess why the experience points ranged so much from level 22 to 23. He also saw several elite-level mystic spirits on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, and their level was exactly 23. In other words, it is highly likely that when you reach level 23, you will be able to advance to the next rank and evolve into a mystic spirit, elite. However, looking at his current experience points, Zhou Mo felt somewhat helpless. He found it difficult to level up quickly. His current experience points are 105 to 12,000, which is more than 10,000 away from leveling up. However, obtaining these 10,000 plus experience points is not easy. He gradually realized that after a day of relentless hunting, he had begun to attract the attention of the leveling players. Players have already noticed this in the chat channels, and some rumors have begun to circulate. On the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, among the mystic spirits, there is one wielding a huge black scythe, whose strength is quite different. The first monarch-level monster that appeared in the beginner village also seemed to wield a similar large black scythe. Therefore, this may be a game setting But any monster that uses a black scythe is an extraordinary monster that can advance to the monarch level. Seeing these discussions in the chat channel, Zhou Mo couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that while their ideas are imaginative, they also seem to have touched upon some of the truth in a certain sense. Sure enough, his desire to level up and improve inevitably attracted the attention of other players. Chapter 60, The Treasure Grade Monarch's Scythe. Not only in the chat channels, but also on the official game forums, there are many posts mentioning this mystic demon wielding a black scythe. After all, the mystic spirits are monsters that players level 20 and above hunt to level up, and their importance in the players' hearts is certainly incomparable to that of the monsters in the newbie village. In a short period of time, many players formed teams and came in groups, wanting to find the mystic spirit. Players always love novelty, and these unique mystic spirits always manage to attract more of their interest. Having learned all this, Zhou Mo, despite his already powerful attributes, dared not be careless in the face of so many players, and secretly hid the monarch's scythe in his inventory. Therefore, despite the large number of players searching the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, they still couldn't find the legendary mystic spirit. They certainly couldn't have imagined that the mystic demon possessed human-like thinking and had the same inventory space as the players, allowing them to remove equipment and store it in their inventory. After circling around several times without finding the magical golem wielding the scythe, the players lost interest. Apart from those players who witnessed it firsthand or had been killed by Zhou Mo, the rest of the players no longer believed it and dispersed to go about their own business. There are many leveling spots for level 20+, and the outer edge of Nightmare Forest is just one of them. Mystic spirits possess the ability to create mirror clones, making them less than ideal for leveling up and grinding for certain classes, who have more suitable alternatives. Only after the main group of players left did Zhou Mo breathe a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. After experiencing a massive player siege, he had no interest in putting himself in the same situation again. Leveling up was important, but avoiding being surrounded by a large number of players was equally essential. After the players left, Zhou Mo was about to start leveling up again when he found that his mail system kept flashing. Previously, in order to prevent being found by players, he not only hid the monarch's scythe in his backpack, but also disguised himself as a player again after the puppet disguise skill was off cooldown. After disguising himself as a player, the mail system on his player panel kept flashing, but he was in a state of high tension and didn't notice it for a moment. At this point, most players had left, and he finally had time to open the mail system. Sure enough, it was Xia Qian who sent the message again. It makes sense, considering she's the only one on my friend list. Most other players don't know me and wouldn't send me messages. Xia Qian sent many messages, and although Zhou Mo felt helpless, he could only read them one by one. Xia Qian, Zhou Mo, you promised me that you would join my guild once it was created. Xia Qian, Zhou Mo, I have prepared the 40 rare pieces of equipment that I promised you. Here are 20 pieces, considered a deposit. Please accept them first. Player Xia Qian has sent an email with an attachment. Please receive it. Player Xia Qian has sent an email with an attachment. Please receive it. A long list of items, all of which were equipment sent by Xia Qian, were attached. Zhou Mo was a little stunned. He had only said it casually at the time, and although Xia Qian had readily agreed, Zhou Mo never expected that she would be ready in just one day. 20 pieces of rare equipment, not the kind of common items you can buy directly from NPC shops. Is the power of the rich really that terrifying? Looking at these 20 rare pieces of equipment, Zhou Mo was somewhat conflicted. Should I accept it or not? If you don't accept it, the 20 rare level equipment pieces in front of you are just too tempting. Extracting attributes from 20 rare level equipment pieces would definitely raise the attributes of your Monarch Scythe to a new level, and might even allow for another quality upgrade. However, accepting a guild means you have to join their guild and help them fight in guild wars. That's no joke. If you use your monster identity and the puppet disguise skill to show yourself in public, you might cause a big problem. Indeed, returns and risks go hand in hand. After a brief period of consideration, Zhou Mo ultimately chose to accept. He finally understood that as a mystic spirit, he had already attracted the attention of the players today. If he wanted the players to forget about all of this, he would have to give up hunting players. But this is simply impossible. If you don't hunt players, you won't have experience points to level up, nor will you have equipment to extract attributes from. so you can improve your strength. Although my current attributes are good, if I stop progressing, one day the overall level of players will rise, and at that time, anyone who happens to pass by can easily kill me. That was something Zhou Mo couldn't accept. If the hunting of players continues, then the massive player massacres that have happened before will one day happen again. Since it's unavoidable, you might as well take the initiative. As long as you improve your strength quickly enough, other players won't be able to catch up. Once you're strong enough to overwhelm all other players, what's so scary about being surrounded and killed? Received items from player Xia Qian, Savage Blood Broadsword rare, Savage Blood Iron Armor, rare, Shadow Staff, rare. With a simple click to confirm, 20 different, rare, pieces of equipment entered Zhou Mo's backpack. Zhou Mo didn't wait long and immediately chose to extract equipment attributes. After extracting 20 rare level equipment pieces, the attribute boost that Monarch's Scythe received this time was unprecedented. Just as Zhou Mo finished extracting his 20th piece of equipment, the Monarch's Scythe, which had been glowing blue, suddenly burst out with a purple light. Having had several experiences before, Zhou Mo naturally understood that the Monarch's Scythe's additional attributes had finally broken through the critical value, and its quality had advanced once again. At that moment, he naturally heard a notification tone. When the attribute bonuses meet the requirements, the Monarch's Scythe, rare, quality is upgraded to Monarch's Scythe, treasure, and the Scythe transformation skill is obtained. Monarch's Scythe, treasure physical attack, 650, physical defense, 250, magic defense, 150, health plus 2,500, mana, 500, physical critical hit rate plus 12, ignore defense chance plus 10, combo rate plus 6, skill scythe kill LV4, skill scythe absorb LV3, skill scythe transformation LV1. The Monarch's Scythe, radiating a purple light, had reached the treasure level. Its powerful attributes made Zhou Mo tremble with excitement. At this moment, however, he was more concerned about the newly appeared special effects skill, Scythe Transformation. What exactly is the Scythe Transformation skill? The second update is here, and there will be one more update tonight. Chapter 61, Scythe Transformation. With these questions in mind, Zhou Mo began to examine the Monarch's Scythe more closely. Leaving aside the recently upgraded Scythe Kill and Scythe Absorption, they're simply more powerful. This time, what he cares about is the newly emerging skill Scythe Transformation. Scythe Transformation LV1 can switch to any type of weapon. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. After switching, attribute conversion is 70%. Zhou Mo's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this Scythe Transformation skill could change the appearance of the Monarch's Scythe. He didn't wait long and immediately tried to activate the Scythe Transformation skill. Successfully used Scythe Transformation. Please select the weapon type you wish to switch to. Broadsword, shield, short sword, bow, and arrow staff. He has now become a thief using the Puppet Disguise class, and has simply chosen the short sword type. Weapon type successfully switched. Current weapon is Monarch's Scythe, dagger form. Zhou Mo lowered his head and saw a short sword glowing with purple light in his hand. To anyone else, they would only see a rogue player standing dumbfounded on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, holding a weapon that glows with purple light. Because, just as Monarch's Scythe switched to its short sword form, the game system simultaneously issued a server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for obtaining the first treasure level equipment in the entire server, the Monarch Short Sword treasure. All players on the server. Zhou Montak. Zhou Mo, who was in a daze, only stayed in his thoughts for a moment before he immediately snapped out of it. The chat channel is in an uproar. Who is Zhou Mo, and why was he able to obtain the first treasure level equipment in the entire server? While they were still basking in the glory of wearing a set of rare level equipment, this Zhou Mo was already using treasure level equipment. There is no one named Zhou Mo on the rankings of all professions. Where did he come from? Those players who had just experienced the Cold Autumn Guild Challenge seem to still have some recollection of it. At this very moment, countless players have sent friend requests, wanting to add Zhou Mo as a friend. Zhou Mo could figure out their purpose even with his toes. They just want to get some information from me, to ask where to get those treasure level equipment. What Zhou Mo didn't know was that not only were the players in the chat channels in an uproar, but even the game's official headquarters was thrown into chaos. What's going on? The treasure level equipment hasn't even been implemented yet. So how come some players have already obtained it? Mr. Lee, I don't know either. Check out this player named Zhou Mo and see if there are any problems with his data. For quite a while. Mr. Lee, we've checked, and this player's data is all normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Where did he get his rare level equipment? We haven't even officially implemented it yet. How could he just generate it out of thin air? Okay, I'll check his equipment acquisition data again. How's it going? Mr. Lee, the system indicates that you do not have sufficient permissions to perform the query. If you absolutely need to perform the query, you'll have to apply for permissions from above. Forget it, we can't get too involved anyway. Let's not investigate anymore. Then Mr. Lee, you guys handle it. Find a suitable time soon and implement the treasure level equipment. Since we can't get to the bottom of this, we have to find a way to smooth things over. Zhou Mo was unaware that his data had been checked by the game's official team. He simply ignored the numerous players who wanted to add him as a friend and remove the equipment effect of the short sword in his hand. If there is a legitimate way to obtain rare level equipment, he wouldn't mind sharing it. However, the one in his hand was the monarch's scythe in a different state, and it concerned his greatest secret, so naturally he couldn't reveal it to others. The removal of equipment effects was a decision made out of consideration for keeping a low profile. Indeed, some players like to show off the glowing effects of their entire set of equipment, as it makes them look very classy and attracts the attention of more players when they walk down the street. However, Zhou Mo was absolutely unwilling to do so, because on the surface, his monarch short sword is still the only rare level equipment in the current game. The saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If you walk around the streets with a weapon that gleams with purple light, you'll likely attract not only envious glances, but also a lot of jealousy. In this game, players will also drop equipment when they kill other players. Although the more valuable the equipment, the lower the drop rate, it's impossible to eliminate players' greed. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, Zhou Mo was willing to travel incognito. Just as he canceled the equipment effect, two players walked past him. The two players were just running past in a hurry, but after running several meters, they suddenly stopped. The two players turned around and walked back with puzzled expressions. Zhou Mo who just obtained treasure level equipment. The worst thing about this game is that even if you choose to hide the attribute panel and the equipment panel, you can't hide the player's name, unless by some special means. Of course, Zhou Mo has not yet mastered this method. He looked at the two players with a helpless expression and sighed. If I say I'm not, would you believe me? The two players exchanged a glance, unable to hide the joy in their eyes. They turned to Zhou Mo, and one of them said, "Why don't you remove the panel hiding function? Maybe we'll believe you after we see it." "I don't believe you for a second." Zhou Mo was not about to fall for it. He looked at the two people approaching him, his gaze turned cold, and said, "Since you know I'm the owner of treasure level equipment, you still dare to plot against me? With treasure level equipment in hand, it would be a piece of cake to take care of the two of you." The two players laughed, and one of them said, "Of course, treasure level equipment is powerful. If your level were higher, we certainly wouldn't dare to take the risk, but you're only level 22. These two players are level 26 and level 27 respectively. A soldier, a thief." Zhou Mo sighed, deciding not to waste any more words with them. Even before I advanced my monarch scythe, I wasn't particularly afraid of players like that. Now that my monarch scythe has advanced to the treasure level, if they still dare to act recklessly in front of me, they're practically courting death. He had only been pretending to be in disguise, so killing players wouldn't give him any experience points, and he figured it was better to avoid trouble. Since these two are so ignorant, I have no choice but to teach them a lesson on how to behave. Okay, here comes the third chapter, fresh off the press. Chapter 62, People Die for Money. The two players in front of him were plotting to gang up on Zhou Mo, but Zhou Mo had already struck first. He held the treasure, Great Monarch short sword in his hand and had already used the stealth skill. Every time Zhou Mo uses the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a player, he can reallocate his skill points. This time, as a thief, he has already maxed out stealth to the highest level of LV10. The LV10 stealth skill alone deals 480 points of additional damage, and the chance to ignore defense and the chance to trigger a critical hit are also increased to 30%. With the added attributes of the treasure, Great Monarch short sword, his chance to ignore defense and critical hit when he appears and strikes are both close to 40%. Zhou Mo acted too decisively. The two players were ultimately a step too slow, and he used his stealth skill to get close to them first. Without the slightest hesitation, he revealed himself from the stealth skill, and this attack struck the level 27 rogue player directly. Ignore defense. Critical hit. Minus 2,686. The terrifying damage numbers jumped up, and the level 27 rogue player didn't even have time to react before he was instantly turned into a white light. The thief player was devastated. Although the thief class doesn't have high health and defense, at level 27 with his equipment, he has exactly 2,600 health points. No matter how high the damage from other people's attacks, he should be able to withstand 2 or 3 hits. However, Zhou Mo, disguised as a thief, already possessed considerable attack power. With the addition of the Mystic Spirit's original form plus 10 and the thief's passive skill Shadow Blade, Zhou Mo's attack power was already quite formidable. Although Monarch Scythe can only retain 70 attributes after switching forms, its high base stats still provide Zhou Mo with 455 attack power. At this point, Zhou Mo's overall attack power had reached nearly 900 points. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. While 900 points of attack is terrifying, it would still be difficult to kill this rogue player instantly with just a stealth attack. Unfortunately, his luck was just that bad. Zhou Mo's attack, which included damage from a stealth attack, not only triggered a critical hit, but also simultaneously triggered the ignore defense effect, doubling the damage and instantly killing him without any loss. After instantly killing the thief player, Zhou Mo sighed, not entirely satisfied. While he gained experience points for killing players while in disguise, the fact that no equipment dropped after killing them left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, since the invisible thief was killed first, things are generally moving in a positive direction. He appeared, looked at the remaining warrior player in front of him, and without any hesitation, launched another attack. Use the cutting skill. Due to the limitation of skill points, after maxing out the stealth skill, Zhou Mo's cut skill can only be leveled up to LV5, and its effect has not reached its peak. Minus 864. Minus 864. Minus 864. Luck didn't seem to be on Zhou Mo's side all the time. His cut skill failed to trigger a critical hit or ignore defense in 3 consecutive attacks. But his attack power was terrifying. With just a cut skill, he dealt minus 2,592 damage to the warrior player, whose health and defense were much higher than those of the thief. This level 26 warrior player had over 3,500 HP and wasn't initially very worried. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that Zhou Mo had easily killed his companion and even used a single skill to reduce his health by 2/3. This is terrifying. He instantly lost the courage to face Zhou Mo and turned to run away. It must be said that his decision was good, but in front of Zhou Mo, his fate was sealed from the beginning. Now disguised as a thief, Zhou Mo's movement speed was already faster than that of the warrior player thanks to his passive skill, Ghost Step. He didn't even need to activate the Scythe Kill skill to easily catch up with the warrior player. Normal attack, minus 567. Normal attack, minus 543. However, the warrior player could use potions to heal, and those 2 normal attacks still weren't enough to finish him off. Furthermore, the passive skill Endurance for warrior players is very useful. The lower the health, the higher the defense bonus. Zhou Mo, who originally just wanted to save trouble, realized that he had underestimated his opponent, so he cheered up and used the stealth attack skill again. Seeing Zhou Mo suddenly disappear again, the warrior player regretted it. While taking medicine to recover his health, he cried out in terror, "Brother, big brother, please let me go, I was wrong." Perhaps because he had been a monster for so long, Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel a little lonely, and he didn't miss any opportunity to chat and joke around. He chuckled mischievously, his voice echoing in the air. "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Forehead. The warrior player was stunned, feeling as if he had swallowed a dead rat. But survival is the most important thing. He gritted his teeth and decided to endure the humiliation. So he looked at the air in front of him and murmured, "I was wrong. I was wrong to have been tempted by the treasure and to have designs on your equipment, brother." Zhou Mo, who was invisible, chuckled to himself and nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, it's good that you know. As the saying goes, it's never too late to correct your mistakes. Don't make the same mistake again next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he emerged from stealth and used the stealth strike skill to strike the warrior player. Minus 986. There was still no critical hit, nor was the ignore defense effect triggered. The warrior player, who had already recovered a lot of health by using potions, escaped death once again. However, Zhou Mo was not surprised. He swung his monarch short sword and used the cut skill, which had just finished cooling down. The moment the damage numbers appeared, he wore a sinister smile, like a bewitching demon, and murmured, "Also, your mistake was trusting people too much and foolishly waiting for my skills to cool down. Minus 824. Minus 798. Ignore defense. Minus 1,157. The warrior player, who had recovered a significant amount of health by taking medicine, died and turned into a speck of soul light. Zhou Mo chatted with him earlier because he didn't have any burst skills at the moment and was worried that he wouldn't be able to finish him off since he was constantly using potions to heal. So he used words to calm him down first and secretly waited for the cut skill to cool down. Once the cut skill cooldown is over, the warrior player's fate is sealed. There will be no chance of escape. Seeing that both soul points in front of him had chosen to return to the city to resurrect, Zhou Mo shook his head. Although I took down 2 players, I only got some experience points and didn't get a single piece of equipment from them. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I've lost out big time. Meanwhile, his friend's email system started flashing again. Zhou Mo, who only had one friend, knew that it must be Xia Qian who had contacted him again. As the main reason why Monarch Scythe was able to advance smoothly, Zhou Mo now values Xia Qian very much. He was secretly delighted. Could it be that Xia Qian has a change of heart and is planning to send me the remaining 20 rare pieces of equipment? However, he was ultimately overthinking things. The email system opens, and the information pops up. Xia Qian, the guild is created. When are you going to join? Should I come to you, or will you come to me? Chapter 63, 4 Seasons Guild. Zhou Mo never expected that Xia Qian would contact him about guild matters. He felt somewhat helpless, but he also understood that he couldn't run away from it. As the saying goes, he who takes a bribe is bound to be obligated to accept it. Having accepted 20 pieces of rare equipment from the other party, one cannot simply turn one's back on their word. However, Puppet Disguise has a time limit, and he was unwilling to go back to the player town, as he didn't know if he would have enough time to come back. In short, players should avoid going to towns as much as possible, as it's too dangerous. Last time, Xia Qian dragged me along, and I almost turned back into a mystic demon in a town. He didn't want to be too visible, so he replied to Xia Qian, "Just send me the invitation." Joining a guild doesn't require meeting in person. After much deliberation, he finally decided to join Xia Qian's guild. Since he had accepted the benefits from others, he couldn't just do nothing. However, he knew exactly how much he should participate and planned to take it one step at a time. Xia Qian, joining the guild doesn't require meeting in person, but there are a few guild members I'd like to introduce you to. Zhou Mo, maybe next time. I'm quite busy today. Zhou Mo, who was supposed to be quite busy, wasn't actually that busy. He was just worried about the time limit for his disguise, so he showed little interest in going to the meeting. All right. Xia Qian didn't force anyone and directly sent over a membership invitation. Zhou Mo sighed slightly and had no choice but to confirm. Player Zhou Mo has joined the guild 4 Seasons Guild. 4 Seasons Guild? What is it? Zhou Mo was momentarily unable to accept it. What kind of weird name was this? Could it be that besides Xia Qian, there are other spring, autumn, and winter members in the guild? It must be said that Zhou Mo has a very keen sense of touch. The guild chat channel suddenly became lively. Mu, Xia Qian, you invited people to join the guild. I didn't expect you to have acquaintances besides us. I underestimated you. Qiu Yang, I really didn't expect this. Has Xia Qian finally come to her senses? Dongwan, it's no big deal. You two are making a fuss over nothing. Tomorrow, I'll just ask and call 10 or 20 of them for you. Mu, no, this is a proper guild, not your fish pond. Zhu Montak, Zhou Mo, can I quit? Xia Qian, you promised, so help me finish the guild war first. You can quit if you want. Zhu Montak, Mu, you're quite something, young man. By the way, what's your relationship with Xia Qian? Autumn coolness. Yes, I'm curious about that too. Dongwan, what other relationship could it be? You could guess it with your eyes closed. Zhu Montak, Xia Qian, you 3 shut up. I paid Zhou Mo to come. Before the guild war, you better watch yourselves and don't let my money go to waste. Zhou Mo, who could also see the guild chat channel, felt helpless. Big sister, is it really okay for you to say that? Although he agreed to join the guild because he was interested in those dozens of rare level equipment, saying it so bluntly made him lose face. Zhou Mo, young man, I misjudged you. Xia Qian asked you for such a rare favor, and you actually accepted money. Autumn chill. It's truly heartbreaking. Dongwan. So, you and Xia Qian have a relationship based on money transactions? Zhou Mo. Yes, I'm coming clean. My relationship with Xia Qian is purely a monetary transaction. Zhou Mo. Sigh, it's over, what a letdown. Autumn chill, what a waste of time. Dongwan. Xia Qian is very rich. Remember to bid higher, or you'll lose out. Once the guild chat channel quieted down, Zhou Mo secretly messaged Xia Qian privately. The other guild members you mentioned, are these the three? Xia Qian, not bad. Zhou Mo carefully considered his words and said with some difficulty, all girls? Is it reliable to fight in guild wars like this? Besides, guild wars seem to require 10 people. Xia Qian, you look down on girls? No. Zhou Mo quickly denied it, saying with a wry smile, I just feel that the three of them seem a bit unreliable. They were more than just a little unreliable. In Zhou Mo's opinion, they were downright unreliable. Judging from their conversation just now, they didn't seem like they were planning to participate in the guild war at all. They were clearly just there to gossip. Xia Qian was silent for a while before saying, what you said makes sense. They do seem hard to trust at first glance. I'll think of a way. Then, the next second, she spoke directly in the guild chat channel. Xia Qian, you three, Zhou Mo doubts your abilities and says you're unreliable. Let's see how you perform. Zhu Montak. Is this for real? The topics I was secretly chatting with her about in private. She just leaked them to the guild channel? Zhou Mo suddenly felt a headache coming on. Zhou Mo, young man, I never thought you were this kind of person, secretly talking badly about your older sisters. Where are you? Come here and let your older sister get closer to you. Autumn chill, count me in. Don't want. Interesting. Of all the men I know, you're the first one who doesn't take me seriously. Zhou Mo. If I said this was a misunderstanding, would you all believe me? The atmosphere in the guild chat channel suddenly became tense. Xia Qian, the guild leader, finally spoke again. Xia Qian, all right, the way you three are acting, everyone will think you're unreliable. I have an idea. Let's find an opportunity to take on a boss together. This way, we can all get to know each other's strength, and it can also serve as a practice run before the guild war. What do you think? Zhou Mo. We have to move again? This is exhausting. Qiuyang. I knew Xia Qian's words were never good. Winter evening. Can I ask for outside help? Xia Qian completely ignored the three of them, disregarding their statements, and asked Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo, what do you think? Zhou Mo sighed inwardly, knowing that there was no escaping this matter. He then inquired about the details. Which boss are we fighting? When a fight? How long will it take? The three questions were all core issues that he cared about most. Zhou Mo became excited again and said, I think we can fight. Xia Qian, this is none of your business. Just follow my instructions. Zhou Mo, Xia Qian, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Xia Qian ignored her and asked Zhou Mo, how about we go to that place we went last time? There's a leveling area for levels 15 to 20 on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. How about we go there and take down a boss-level Crimson Rock monster? Can. Zhou Mo pondered for a moment and then agreed. He vaguely remembered that Red Rock monster leveling area. It was right next to the Mystic monster spawn area. The outer edge of the Nightmare Forest happens to be his base camp. If he chooses to disguise himself as a player, he can save time traveling back and forth and make the most of the 2 hours of disguise time. Moreover, in case anything happens, I can simply transform back into a mystic spirit and disappear into the large group of mystic spirit monsters, and no one will be able to find me. It's a leader-level Red Rock monster, which sounds pretty strong. I wonder if this guild can handle it. Anyway, he had made up his mind that if he went there, he would first act as a loafer and take advantage of the situation, and then leave if things went wrong. Anyway, since Xia Qian and the others can be resurrected, it's not a big problem. But for someone like me who can't be resurrected, I need to recognize my own limitations and not get carried away like them. Chapter 64, Keep a Low Profile. After Zhou Mo agreed to the guild's suggestion to team up to fight the boss, Xia Qian continued, why not do it today? The other members of the guild had no objections, but Zhou Mo expressed his disagreement. Zhou Mo, no, I have something to do today. How about this time tomorrow? Zhou Mo, I've discovered that you're a real handful. Q Liang, I'm Fina. Dongwon, alright, I'll take this opportunity to have them play it once first and record a video of the strategy process and send it to me. Zhou Mo, haha, not bad, Dongwon, your fish pond is indeed very useful. Zhu Montak, Xia Qian, it's settled then. We'll meet at the 4th main city in the East District at this time tomorrow. Zhou Mo, no need, it's fine if you come. I'll wait for you on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. An unspeakable silence. Xia Qian, okay, that's settled. Spring's End. Young man, why do you have so many little problems? Zhou Mo, young man, come out here. Just because Xia Qian isn't bothering with you doesn't mean you can treat us however you want. Late spring, small. Xia Qian, stop shouting, he's logged off. Forehead. Spring, filled with resentment, fell silent in resignation. After a long while, she suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed, isn't that Zhou Mo the one who got the first treasure level equipment in the system announcement? Xia Qian, I guess so. Although his level isn't high, his strength is not bad. It's not surprising that he can obtain treasure level equipment. Qiu Yang, no wonder Xia Qian spent money to invite him. He has the only treasure level equipment in the entire server. It's not a bad deal. Dong Wan, should I put in some effort to get information out of him? Nobody knows how to obtain treasure level equipment yet. Xia Qian, you guys should save your breath and think about tomorrow's plans first. At this moment, Zhou Mo had already instantly canceled Puppet Disguise and returned to his mystic demon spirit form. Since they had agreed to meet at this time tomorrow, he quickly canceled Puppet Disguise, otherwise the disguise skill would not have cooled down by this time tomorrow, which would be very troublesome. Since there are still 24 hours until the agreed time tomorrow, he plans to work harder in his mystic spirit form, hunt down more players, and try to improve his strength before taking on the boss. I still need over 10,000 experience points to level up. It's unlikely I'll be able to level up again before taking on the boss, but I can still manage to hunt down some players for equipment and further enhance the Monarch Scythe's attributes. As a mystic spirit, wielding a large black scythe is indeed quite eye-catching. Now that he has mastered the scythe transformation skill, he will naturally make good use of it. On the outskirts of this Nightmare Forest, all the other mystic spirits use the same weapon, a short spear about 1 meter long, which they thrust at the player when they attack. Once the cooldown of the previous scythe transformation was over, Zhou Mo did not hesitate and immediately switched the Monarch Scythe from the short sword form to the short spear form. At this moment, Zhou Mo held a short spear, finally looking just like the other mystic spirits. Aside from his ridiculously powerful attributes and skills, players simply cannot distinguish him from other mystic spirits. Monarch Scythe, Treasure, Short Spear Form, Attribute Conversion Rate 70. This time, Zhou Mo nervously watched the system announcement channel, only to find that the game system remained calm and did not issue any announcements. It seems that after transforming into a monster form, I am no longer under the control of the player system. If another announcement comes out, I'll be in deep trouble and there will be a whole host of problems to come. Even now, many players are still relentlessly trying to add him as a friend. However, after he transformed into his monster form, all these messages were blocked and could no longer affect him. Strangely, when reverting to monster form, most of the player's system functions disappear, except for the ability to still speak in the chat channel. In Xia Qian's friend system and guild member list, his information was grayed out, indicating that the player Zhou Mo had logged off. However, if Zhou Mo were to continue speaking in the chat channel at this moment, those who were paying attention would notice the problem. Zhou Mo smiled wryly, realizing he would have to be more careful in the future. It's best to avoid speaking in the chat channel unless you're pretending to be a player. When I was young and naive, I used to like to roam around on chat channels, but luckily no one noticed. Thinking about this, Zhou Mo couldn't help but have an idea. Should he delete Xia Qian from his friend list and then leave the guild? After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. That's such a jerk. He took the benefits, but he hasn't done what he promised to do. Let's wait until we finish helping with the guild war before discussing it further. After figuring things out, Zhou Mo wasted no more time. Holding the Monarch Scythe, which had transformed into a short spear, he reached out to the players who were leveling up. Now his attack power is incredibly strong. Even though the Monarch Scythe in its transformed form only has 70 attributes, his attack power still reaches 832 points. He sneaked up behind a player who was leveling up and used the Puppet Mirror skill. The Puppet Mirror skill which has reached LV6, can create a total of 4 mirror images. The 4 clones and his main body raise their short spears and thrust them at the player. -614. -614. -614. -614. -614. 5 damage numbers popped up, directly causing more than 3,000 damage points. These players, mostly around level 20, couldn't withstand such an attack and turned into a white light before they could even react. The system notification for players will only say, "You have been killed by the mystic spirit." As for Zhou Mo, who was holding a short spear at this moment, and whose appearance was no different from that of an ordinary mystic spirit, the player who had become a soul point was completely confused and could only choose to return to town to revive in a daze. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped. Then, Zhou Mo began a large-scale hunt, and more players were ambushed, following in the footsteps of the previous player. After the monarch's scythe transformed, Zhou Mo's sneak attack proceeded very smoothly. In the past, if a magical puppet wielding a 2-meter-long black scythe were to walk by, anyone would pay more attention, and a sneak attack would be almost impossible. To kill a player, you often have to chase after them with a large scythe. In comparison, it's much easier to secretly collect kills now. Before they knew it, 20 or 30 players have been killed. Zhou Mo's experience points also increased by 2865 points, reaching 3,235 to 12,000. However, there is still a long way to go before it can be upgraded. However, these players provided Zhou Mo with a total of 7 pieces of equipment, including 2 rare ones, which was a pleasant surprise. Upgrading can't be rushed, so Zhou Mo extracted the attributes from the 7 pieces of equipment and got busy again. Third update today. Chapter 65, Ready to Fight. Time flies, and before you know it, another day has passed. Since transmigrating into a wild monster, Zhou Mo has found that he no longer needs to sleep. For a full 24 hours from day to night and back to day, he has been busy on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Busy hunting down players. Unfortunately, players aren't as common as wild monsters. It takes him some time to find suitable players to hunt. After a whole day, the experience points gained were not ideal. The current experience points are only 9,875 to 12,000. There's still some distance to go before reaching level 23. The equipment drop rate was decent throughout the day, but many items were duplicates, and the drop rate dropped to 0 after 10 items. The Monarch's Scythe's overall stats have been improved. Its current stats are Monarch's Scythe, Treasure Physical Attack, 696, Physical Defense, 271, Magic Defense, 160, Health plus 2,880, Mana, 540, Physical Critical Hit Rate plus 14, Ignore Defense Chance plus 12, Combo Rate plus 7, Skill Scythe Kill LV4, Skill Scythe Absorb LV3, Skill Scythe Transformation LV1. This day wasn't a complete waste of time. At this moment, the time agreed upon with the Four Seasons Guild the day before had arrived, and Zhou Mo once again transformed into a thief. Only Xia Qian knows that I can change jobs at will, and she has promised to keep it secret. When he first joined the Four Seasons Guild, he always presented himself as a thief. Now, he doesn't intend to let others know any more of his secrets, so let everyone continue to think he is a thief. As for Qiu Sihan of the Hanqiu Guild, he might have some guesses, but he knew very little about him and was only suspicious. Zhou Mo had just disguised himself as a thief when his name on the guild member list lit up, immediately being noticed by the guild members. Qiu Mu immediately exclaimed, "Young man, you're taking it easy. We've all been waiting for so long, and you're only now slowly logging on." Zhou Mo ignored the unfriendly tone in the other person's words and said in a serious tone, "The timing is just right. I'm not late." Qiu Mu was clearly angry, and it took him a long time to speak in the guild chat channel. "Young man, you've got guts. I hope you won't keep us waiting in vain. Xia Qian, it's time. Let's all gather together." "Zhou Mo, where are you?" "Zhou Mo, I've already reached the outer edge of the Nightmare Forest. What about you guys?" "Xia Qian, coordinates 3453, 8767. We've already spotted a leader-level red rock monster. Just come over here." "Okay, right away." Zhou Mo responded in the chat channel, and then used the stealth skill to head towards the target location. The stealth skill, now at LV10, can also increase movement speed by 40, making it ideal for traveling. As for the Scythe Kill skill that comes with Monarch Scythe, Zhou Mo plans to keep it as a trump card and never waste it unless absolutely necessary. The 40 movement speed bonus was indeed very fast. Zhou Mo used the stealth skill to travel all the way, and after using the skill a few times, he arrived at the target location that Xia Qian had mentioned. At this point, they had already left the spawn area of the Mystic Spirit and entered the spawn point of the Crimson Rock Monster next door. However, Zhou Mo, who was invisible, frowned upon seeing the scene before him and did not rush to come out of his invisible state. He asked directly in the guild chat channel, "Why are there still so many people? Isn't it just our guild?" Not far in front of him, besides Xia Qian and the other 3 from the Four Seasons Guild, there were 8 or 9 male players he didn't recognize. Zhou Mo glanced at them and found that they had all kinds of professions and their levels were quite good, mostly level 26 and above. Faced with such a crowd, Zhou Mo wouldn't be foolish enough to rush headlong into the middle. He is currently disguised as a player. Although his attribute panel and equipment panel are hidden, others can still see his name by taking a look. Although reluctant, the name Zhou Mo is probably quite famous now. Faced with treasure level equipment, Zhou Mo wasn't sure if they could control their greed. If these people attack me from behind while I'm fighting the boss with Xia Qian and the others, I'll be in a very passive position. His question in the guild chat channel was answered by Zhou Mo the fastest as expected. These are Wanwan's fish ponds. Oh no, her friends here to cheer Wanwan on. Clam? Do you really need a bunch of people cheering you on to defeat a boss? What kind of nonsense is this? Am I really from Mars? At this moment, Xia Qian spoke up. Let's fight our own battle. You don't need to pay attention to them. Wanwan, you tell them that today is our guild's boss raid. They can watch, but they can't have any bad ideas. Dongwan assured her, don't worry, Xia Qian, they don't have the guts. Xia Qian then said to Zhou Mo, don't worry about that. Wanwan has already warned them. They won't have any designs on your treasure level equipment. All right, that's settled. You guys start fighting. I'll look for opportunities to deal damage. Since Xia Qian had said so, Zhou Mo couldn't be too coy. However, Zhou Mo did not completely let his guard down. Verbal promises are the least trustworthy. When treasure level equipment appears before you, it's hard to guarantee that no one will get carried away. In short, just be careful and don't get carried away. The smaller monsters around the leader level Red Rock Monster had already been cleared out. At this moment, Xia Qian and Dongwan walked up. It was only then that Zhou Mo realized that Dongwan, who had many suitors and was regarded as a goddess by many male players, was actually a warrior, a tough and resilient warrior. The most talkative person, Zhou Mo, is a doctor. She seems to lack her own opinions and only knows how to echo others' autumn sentiments. She is a magician. With a warrior, a healer, a mage, and Xia Qian, a fighter with incredibly high skill levels, the Four Seasons Guild, though small in number, has a fairly well-organized class composition. Dongwan charged forward first, swinging her broadsword like a door, smashing it down on the leader-level Red Rock Monster. Good luck on the Winter Gala. Don't worry, I'll heal you. A group of male players over there cheered. Just as Zhou Mo had said, they had come to cheer them on. Among the male players was a healer who immediately used his healing skill on Dongwan. At this moment, Dongwan hadn't even been attacked once by that leader-level Red Rock Monster, and her health bar was still full. Dongwan turned her face coldly toward them and said, "Who asked you to heal? This is our guild's drill. What if you affect our judgment?" The healer player turned pale and stammered, "I'm sorry, Dongwan, I didn't mean to. I was just afraid you would get hurt." Zhou Mo, who was still invisible, couldn't help but click his tongue and shake his head when he saw this scene. This is terrifying. It's just a winter night. Is it really necessary to turn such a fine young man into this? Zhou Mo subconsciously leaned closer to take a look at Dongwan and found that she was indeed quite beautiful. However, when creating a character in this game, you can adjust the appearance level up or down. You can adjust a 60-point appearance to make it look like a 90-point appearance, so there are handsome men and beautiful women everywhere in the game. As for acting like someone who has never eaten pork before, Chapter 66, this damage is too high. Regardless of Dongwan's conversation with his suitor, at this moment, the leader-level Red Rock Monster had also attracted his hatred and launched an attack on Dongwan. Minus 558. After all, it wasn't a very high-level boss, so the damage from the Crimson Rock Monster's attacks on Dongwan wasn't particularly outrageous. However, it is also related to Dongwan's profession. She is a level 26 warrior and is wearing a full set of high-quality, rare equipment, making her defense excellent. As Dongwan's health dropped, The healer player glanced at her, his face flushed, but ultimately refrained from healing her any further. He had initially thought he could use his position as a doctor to flatter the emperor, but he ended up making a fool of himself. At this point, he certainly dared not act on his own initiative any longer. Of course, the Four Seasons Guild also has doctors. Zhou Mo raised her hand and timely cast a healing spell, instantly restoring Dongwon's lost health. But that wasn't all. She then used a mist barrier skill, enveloping the leader-level red rock monster in its wake. Within the area shrouded by this mist barrier, the leader-level red rock monsters will be weakened, with lower attack power, while Dongwon and her companions will be able to gain a state of continuous health regeneration. Zhou Mo, watching from the side, felt a pang of sadness. He recalled how, when he was the Scarecrow boss, he had been dealt with by players using the same tactic. It's true what they say, fortunes change, and today I'm on the player's side. However, Zhou Mo himself had been a leader-level boss before, and he knew very well that the boss, who was now almost at full health, was not at his most dangerous moment. When its health bar drops to half, or even lower, the boss-level red rock monster will show a completely different side. At this moment, Xiaqian also launched an attack on the leader-level red rock monster in front of her. Her attack was much stronger than Dongwon's. Dongwon's broadsword, as wide as a door panel, smashed down, looking very powerful, but in fact it only dealt minus 112 damage to the leader-level red rock monster. Its attack power is obviously very low. Of course, this is also because the red rock monster is known for its high physical defense. Xiaqian then delivered a direct face punch to the leader-level red rock monster, dealing minus 445 damage. As a fighter, aside from being relatively difficult to master, she excels in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the mage Qiuliang, who was in the distance, still hadn't made a move. They had previously watched videos of others defeating the boss-level red rock monster and knew very well that the red rock monster's aggro shifted very quickly. So the mage, as the damage dealer, had to carefully control the damage of their attacks. She planned to wait for Xiaqian and Dongwon to attack for a while longer and deal more damage before making her move. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about the boss transferring its aggro to her and killing her, the mage, first. Zhou Mo ignored them. He knew very well that he only had 2 hours to disguise himself, and he couldn't slowly whittle down the boss. He had to take down this leader-level red rock monster as quickly as possible. Unseen by anyone else, he used his stealth skill to sneak up behind the boss. Then, without saying a word, he launched the stealth attack to reveal himself. With the addition of various buffs and the transformation into a rogue player, his physical attack power has now reached exactly 900 points. The physical defense of a leader-level red rock monster should be between 300 and 400 points. With the additional damage from the stealth skill, Zhou Mo estimated that his attack should deal more than 900 damage. However, things went much more smoothly than he had imagined. His luck was off the charts when he landed that shot. Ignore defense. Critical hit. Minus 2,760. The terrifying damage numbers jumped up, and the boss-level red rock monster's health bar dropped significantly. Even with the King's Mandate talent bonus, the leader-level Crimson Rock monster only has a little over 10,000 HP. Zhou Mo's attack directly took away a quarter of its HP. When this number appeared, the many players who were cheering and supporting them, as well as several members of the Four Seasons Guild, were all shocked. Even Xiaqian, who always seemed calm and collected, widened her eyes at this moment. The large group present, while not necessarily those on the professional ranking list, could still be considered top-tier players. They are not ignorant people. They have seen some explosion damage before. If the damage value was only slightly high, they would be surprised, but not shocked to this extent. They didn't want to be so shocked like country bumpkins, but Zhou Mo's damage was just too high. It's not just a little bit high, it's really, really too high. Even the usually talkative Zhou Mo was stunned at this moment, muttering to herself, "Xiaqian, it seems like your money was well spent. Waiting for this long doesn't seem like a loss after all." But Qiuliang, being a magician, cried out at this moment. "Back off quickly. You've dealt so much damage. The boss's aggro is definitely on you now. You're a rogue. You can't withstand the boss's attacks." As a dedicated damage dealer, Qiuliang clearly understands and pays close attention to things like boss aggro. However, Zhou Mo did not listen to her, and after appearing, swung his short sword once again. This short sword is a transformation of the Monarch's Scythe. As the first treasure level equipment in the entire game, Its attributes are far beyond what others can imagine. However, he has now hidden the equipment effects, making the short sword dull and unremarkable. Cut. Zhou Mo stood next to the leader-level Crimson Rock monster and used the main attack skill of a rogue player. The LV5 cutting skill is quite good, dealing 3,130 damage and having a 30% chance to ignore defense. Ignore defense. Minus 1,170. Minus 792. Ignore defense. Minus 1,170. This cutting skill, when used, triggered the ignore defense effect in 2 out of the 3 attacks. Today, Zhou Mo seems to be stepping back into the Grand Hall of Europe. With just these 2 skills, a total of minus 5,892 points of damage were dealt, which directly reduced the boss-level Red Rock monster's health bar by half. With a whoosh, the leader-level Crimson Rock monster's Clan Guardian talent was triggered, suddenly summoning 4 elite-level Crimson Rock monsters and 20 ordinary Crimson Rock monsters around it. Zhou Mo, Xia Qian, and Dongwan were suddenly surrounded by the Crimson Rock monsters. Run! You've definitely drawn all his aggro. If he unleashes his burst damage, you'll be instantly killed. Qiu Yang, who had never spoken so much before, was extremely worried at this moment. But by the time she said those words, it was too late. Having lost half its health bar in one go, the leader-level Red Rock monster was clearly enraged. It roared suddenly, and its 2 rock fists, each the size of a millstone, slammed down. Chapter 67, Lava Hammering. Boom, 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 boom. It slammed down 5 times in a row, and a huge Crimson Rock fist seemed to still be covered in scorching flames. It was the boss-level Red Rock monster's burst skill, Lava Hammer Strike. Strangely, however, none of the 5 Lava Hammer blows touched Zhou Mo at all. The leader-level Crimson Rock monster seemed to have mistaken them for someone else, and its hammer blows were aimed only at Xia Qian and Dongwan, completely ignoring Zhou Mo, who was standing to the side. It was as if it wasn't Zhou Mo who had taken away half of his health bar, but Xia Qian and Dongwan. The situation was urgent, and the others didn't think much of it, but Zhou Mo knew the reason very well. Even if you disguise yourself as a player, you are still a monster in essence. In the current game version, wild monsters are not allowed to attack each other, so even if you reduce the health of the Red Rock monster to half, it seems like it can't see you at all. However, it's best to keep this to yourself. There's no need to draw other people's attention to it. He quickly used the stealth skill again, disappearing from everyone's sight. In this case, everyone would think that he had simply disappeared and escaped, rather than that the boss had deliberately avoided attacking him. He managed to escape by hiding, but Dongwan and Xia Qian, who were taking the damage in the front, were in a bad situation. The leader-level Red Rock monster's 2 enormous fists slammed down, striking Dongwan. Even though she had blocked with her round shield, she still suffered a significant amount of damage. Minus 558. Minus 558. Minus 558. Minus 558. Minus 558. 5 consecutive attacks dealt minus 2,790 damage to Dongwan. In addition to this, Lava Hammer does not only cause simple physical damage. On that blood-red lava fist, liquid-like flames flowed and splashed in all directions. Dongwan couldn't dodge it and was splashed by the flowing flames, directly losing minus 430 points of damage. These splashing flames, while not particularly powerful, are magical attacks, and the damage they inflict on warrior players should not be underestimated. Dongwan's health was almost gone in an instant. If Chuanmu from the outer circle hadn't healed her in time, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. If she, a warrior, is in such a miserable state, what will become of Xia Qian, a fighter? Zhou Mo thought that Xia Qian would not be able to escape after such an attack, but he did not expect that he had underestimated her. But as the 5 consecutive lava hammer strikes came down, Xia Qian leaped up, her toes touching the surface of the leader-level Crimson Rock monster's fist. She ran swiftly along the Crimson Rock monster's arm, using the momentum to jump over the 3-meter-high monster's head. After all that, she only suffered minor shock damage from the lava hammer slamming into the ground, and burns from the flames flowing across the opponent's rocky arm. Minus 265. Minus 456. The damage from the shock wave, plus the damage from the burning flames, adds up to only a little over 700 points. Although it wasn't exactly unscathed, it was far better than that winter night. Everyone watching couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement and silently give a thumbs up. Xia Qian is indeed quite skilled to become the top fighter in the game. At this moment, after using Lava Hammer Strike, the red rock monster, whose health bar was already below half, roared, and the rocks that made up its body suddenly turned fiery red. Immediately afterwards, endless flames surged from the cracks in its rocky body, flowing down onto the ground. The space within a few meters instantly turned into a fiery hell. Even the Winter Knight, with its high defense and thick blood, quickly retreated. If someone were still standing in the flames at this point, they would likely be slowly burned to death. Faced with this unreasonable, wide-range attack, Xia Qian, known for her skillful maneuvering, also jumped away. Flames were everywhere. Even the body of the leader-level Crimson Rock monster was covered in flames, leaving no room for maneuver. Amidst the flames, the leader-level Red Rock monster's health is rapidly recovering. This is a talent skill of the leader-level Red Rock monster called Infernal Resurrection. When its health is reduced to less than half, it will spew out a large amount of flames from its body to defend itself, and quickly recover the lost health while surrounded by these flames. Having already disappeared and escaped, Zhou Mo naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to rush back. He has the identity of a wild monster, and other wild monsters will not attack him on their own initiative. However, it is different when he encounters this kind of area of effect attack skill. He has to actively approach it, and he will also get injured. No one can stop him. Having already watched the strategy video once, the members of the Four Seasons Guild naturally coordinated accordingly. As Dongwan retreated, he shouted, "Qiu Liang, keep the attack going, don't let it drop out of the fight." This is where the usefulness of remote professions becomes apparent. The Sea of Fire is like a purgatory, and melee classes cannot get close. If no attack is made for a period of time, the boss-level Crimson Rock monster will disengage from combat, recover to full health, and reset all its status. That was something the members of the Four Seasons Guild could not allow. Autumn's reaction was quick. The instant Winter retreated, she raised her staff, chanted a spell, and unleashed a magic spell. In the air, a crescent-shaped blade composed of wind elements slashed towards the leader-level Crimson Rock monster. This crescent-shaped blade, measuring 2 meters in length, is one of the mage's optional skills, Windblade. Like Fireball, Windblade is also a commonly used attack spell for mages, except that one belongs to the fire element and the other to the wind element. Using Fireball on wild monsters like the Red Rock monster is naturally ineffective. The Fireball won't cause much damage at all. This Windblade technique is quite good. Its speed is remarkable. Qiu Liang had only raised his hand a moment ago when the Windblade had already flown in front of the Crimson Rock monster, passed through the flame barrier, and slashed at its neck. -654. A damage number popped up as Qiu Liang steadily held the aggro of the boss-level Crimson Rock monster, preventing it from disengaging from a battle. In terms of monster-killing output, magic attack skills have always been more powerful than physical attacks. After Qiu Liang cast Windblade, she chanted the spell again and began to prepare for the next magic skill. The flames beside the leader-level Red Rock monster burned for a few seconds before quickly going out, and it rushed towards the distant autumn breeze. At this moment, Dongwan, who had recovered most of her health while hiding to the side, pressed forward again. Meanwhile, Xia Qian, on the other side, also moved closer. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the arena, and Zhou Mo, who had entered stealth mode, reappeared, striking the leader-level Crimson Rock monster with a sudden, visible attack. -1012. This time, his luck wasn't so good. The attack neither triggered a critical hit nor ignored defense. However, with his powerful attack and the stealth skill upgraded to LV10, he easily dealt over 1,000 points of damage. But that wasn't all. He swung his short sword and used the cutting skill again. This is the third update for today. Chapter 68, A Close Call. At this moment, both Warrior Dongwan and Fighter Xia Qian had arrived in front of the leader-level Crimson Rock monster. As a warrior who primarily focuses on stamina, Dongwan's health and defense are naturally reliable, and her attack power goes without saying. Her attacks on the leader-level Red Rock monster were barely effective. At this moment, Xia Qian used another skill of the fighter. She moved closer to the side of the Crimson Rock monster, leaned forward slightly, and threw punches forward quickly with both hands. -145. -145. -145. -145. He threw 8 punches in a short period of time. While a single attack is far less powerful than the previous direct punch, It has the advantage of more attacks and a faster frequency. This is precisely the fighter's skill, continuous punches. Each attack percentage isn't high, but the total damage output from 8 attacks is still quite good. As they attacked, Zhou Mo unleashed another cutting skill, which landed on the leader-level Crimson Rock monster. Minus 792. Minus 792. Ignore defense. Minus 1,170. Leader-level monsters have relatively high resistance to various attack effects, and this time the cut skill was mediocre and did not unleash excessive damage. Even so, the combined attack of the group still caused a lot of damage to the leader-level Red Rock monster, causing its health, which had already recovered a considerable amount, to drop below half again. However, the Guardian of the Clan's talent skill can only be used once, and this time it did not summon a new batch of minion monsters. However, the monsters that had been summoned earlier were still there, launching attacks on the group of people in the encirclement. Strictly speaking, it was actually an attack on Xia Qian and Dongwan. These follower monsters, like their leader, completely ignored Zhou Mo. However, apart from the brief moment when Zhou Mo appeared to attack, he remained invisible for a long time, and no one noticed this. Although the elite and common-level monster minions were not as powerful as the boss-level ones, their sheer numbers made up for it. They surrounded Dongwan and her companion, causing them considerable trouble. Xia Qian dashed and leaped through the monster hordes, occasionally getting bumped by a monster, but she could handle it without much trouble. As for Dongwan, she certainly didn't have Xia Qian's skills. She was too lazy to run around, so she simply put away her broadsword, raised a round shield, and focused on defense. As long as she focuses on defense, and with the healing from the physician Zhou Mo outside, she should be able to hold on. As for the attacks, those are naturally left to the damage dealers. Just then, the mage Qiu Liang finally unleashed a ranged spell he had been preparing for a long time. A giant whirlwind several meters in diameter was formed, from which countless whirlwind arrows flew out. This is precisely an area of effect spell that Qiu Liang has mastered, Storm Arrow. Countless wind elemental arrows flew out from the storm-like spinning wheel, shooting towards the group of follower monsters. Minus 268. Minus 268. Minus 268. Countless damage numbers appeared, and the ordinary level monsters in this group of Red Rock monsters fell to the ground, leaving only the 4 elite level ones. In terms of eliminating small fry on a large scale, virtually no profession can compare to a mage. Even Zhou Mo, who is currently wielding a treasure level weapon, can only admit defeat. After this round of storm arrows, the remaining 4 elite-level Crimson Rock monsters are not dead yet, but their health bars are almost depleted. With their feet almost touching the ground, Xia Qian kicked off the ground, sending pebbles flying as her entire body soared into the air, aiming a kick at an elite-level Crimson Rock monster. Minus 897. Although this attack was not a skill known to the fighter, it was powerful and heavy, instantly killing the elite-level Red Rock monster. While in midair, Xia Qian's body spun around again in an unbelievable way, turning in a completely different direction in midair, and kicked another Crimson Rock monster. By the time she finally landed, both elite-level Crimson Rock monsters had already been converted into experience points. Of course, the experience points are not very high. After all, her level was already far beyond what was expected in this leveling area. After landing, she took a deep breath and planned to take care of the remaining 2 Red Rock monsters. Dongwan was taking on the attacks of the leader-level Red Rock monster by herself, and Xia Qian certainly wouldn't allow the remaining 2 elite-level Red Rock monsters to cause trouble on the side. However, just as she gathered her strength, a wave of light washed over her, and Zhou Mo's figure appeared in the air. The stealth attack skill, which revealed his presence, killed the elite-level Crimson Rock monster in front of her with a single blow. After appearing, he didn't wait long. With a gentle thrust of his short sword, he took down another Crimson Rock monster. He didn't even use any skills. Xia Qian was slightly taken aback at first, then nodded to Zhou Mo and said, "Hurry up, there's still half health left." Zhou Mo nodded as well, and his figure disappeared into thin air once again. He naturally understood Xia Qian's meaning. Since the leader-level Crimson Rock monster had already summoned a follower monster once, it would not summon it again. Now that we've cleared out the smaller monsters, we can take advantage of this time to increase our damage output and bring down the boss-level Red Rock monster's health. What followed was simple. Dongwan relied on her high health and defense to hold on, while Xiaqian used her skills to dodge the attacks of the leader-level Crimson Rock monster and look for opportunities to attack. The most comfortable one was Zhou Mo, who directly used the stealth skill to enter stealth mode, and then followed up with the old routine of revealing himself and then using the cut skill. This combo quickly reduced the boss-level Red Rock monster's health bar to around 20. Having been a leader-level monster himself, Zhou Mo wisely hid and moved away just before the opponent's health dropped to 20%. He knew very well that when a boss-level monster like this had its health bar reduced to 50 or 20, it would inevitably unleash some extraordinary burst damage. While I'm not worried about being targeted and attacked by wild monsters, it wouldn't be pleasant to run into an area of effect attack skill. While information on regular monsters is available on the game's official forums, details about boss-level monsters and above remain confidential. The official intention is to encourage players to explore on their own, which will add to the game's enjoyment. Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Mo had no idea what kind of skill the leader-level Crimson Rock monster would unleash. The other members of the Four Seasons Guild, however, had all watched the strategy videos in advance. Just as the boss-level Red Rock monster's health was about to drop to 20, Zhou Mo from the outer circle shouted, "Qianqian Wanwan, step back. It's about to go berserk and unleash its ultimate attack." Chapter 69, The Rampaging Leader. When the Dr. Zhou Mo called out, Xiaqian and Dong Wan had already reacted and retreated. They had already watched the strategy video and knew very well that when the boss-level Red Rock monster's health dropped to 20%, it would enter a berserk state and unleash a wide-range skill called Lava Burst. However, watching guide videos and experiencing it firsthand are still different. Knowing this was one thing, but Dongwan was still a step too slow in her retreat. Amidst the roar of the leader-level Red Rock monster, the ground within 7 or 8 meters of it began to turn red and crack, with endless flames erupting along with crimson rocks. It was the leader-level Red Rock monster's ultimate skill, Lava Burst. Xiaqian leaped out of the Lava Burst range in a few bounds, but Dongwan fell behind and took the full hit of the Lava Burst attack. This skill also combines physical and magical attacks, causing Dongwan's health bar to plummet like an avalanche. Minus 489. Minus 489. Minus 489. The densely packed red rocks pelted Dongwan, generating a similarly dense array of damage numbers. In just a moment, Dongwan's health bar turned red. He only needed to withstand a little more attack before he would be killed and turned into soul specks. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiaqian pulled her out of the Lava Burst attack range. As her health bar turned red and flashed, she finally escaped the attack range of Lava Burst and survived this ordeal. Still shaken, she was given a healing spell by the equally shaken physician Zhou Mo, which immediately restored more than 700 points of her health, putting her at ease. However, as she tilted her head back and gulped down a bottle of potent wound medicine, she didn't expect that the leader-level Crimson Rock monster would charge at her like a storm. It's in a rage state. When a boss-level monster enters a berserk state, its attributes will double and it will switch to an area of effect attack mode. Having watched the strategy video, they knew that the berserk state of the boss-level Red Rock monster at this level lasts for 20 seconds. The leader-level Red Rock monster, whose movement speed had also doubled, arrived in front of Dongwan in an instant. At this point, it was simply impossible for her to continue retreating. With her opponent's movement speed doubled, she simply couldn't outrun them, even if she wanted to. The leader-level Red Rock monster raised its rocky fists, and Dongwan sighed helplessly, struggling to raise the shield in his hand. At this point, thanks to the combined effects of Zhou Mo's healing and her own medication, her health had recovered to over 1,400 points. However, it is still far from enough when facing the boss-level Red Rock monster, whose attributes have doubled. Lava Hammer. Minus 1,372. Minus 1,372. The Lava Hammer struck 5 times, but Dongwan, who now only had 1,400 health points left, couldn't even withstand 2 hits and was directly hammered into a white light. For the first time, casualties occurred in the battle where the Four Seasons Guild was trying to defeat the boss. In fact, with the doubled stats of a leader-level Red Rock monster in its berserk state, even a fully healed Winter Knight wouldn't be able to withstand a single Lava Hammer strike. When faced with this situation, you either have to avoid it or, like in the strategy videos they've watched, use human lives to fight your way through. The group of suitors from Dongwan had indeed tried to conquer the monster once before, but when the leader-level Red Rock monster entered its berserk state, they suffered heavy casualties. In the end, it was only through the relentless killing of countless lives, coupled with the constant resurrection by the healers, that the boss was finally worn down and killed. However, the Four Seasons Guild only has one warrior, Dongwon. If she falls, the remaining members may not be able to hold on. After Dongwon collapsed, the berserk Crimson Rock monster turned around and charged towards Xia Qian in another direction. However, it had just used Lava Hammer Strike, and the skill was not yet on cooldown. Relying on its doubled attributes, it rushed towards Xia Qian at high speed and smashed down with a punch. Xia Qian and Dongwon are ultimately quite different. Her operational skills far surpassed those of Dongwon. Just as the opponent's Rocky Fist was raised, she had already jumped to the side. The Rocky Fist whistled past her, barely touching her. Minus 658. A quick scan also inflicted terrifying damage on Xia Qian. But compared to a direct hit, it's much better. Seeing that Xia Qian still had more than half of her health bar left, Zhou Mo shouted, "Qian, don't fight it head on. Drag it away, and I'll revive Dongwon right away." Because healers don't need to engage in combat, but rather heal and restore health from the center, they're often able to have a comprehensive view of the situation and coordinate with their teammates during battle. However, Zhou Mo, who was in stealth mode, silently shook his head. Zhou Mo made it sound simple, but the leader-level Crimson Rock monster in its berserk state had doubled attributes and moved at an astonishing speed. It was not something that could be easily delayed. Xia Qian's skills are impressive, but she can't possibly dodge indefinitely when facing a boss whose movement and attack speeds have doubled. Although this boss-level Red Rock monster's berserk state only lasts for 20 seconds, it would be more than enough to wipe out the rest of the Four Seasons Guild if I didn't intervene. So Zhou Mo made up his mind, crept up behind the berserk boss, emerged from his stealth state, and delivered a powerful blow to the leader-level Crimson Rock monster. Minus 795. The damage this time wasn't too high. Once the leader-level Crimson Rock monster entered a berserk state, not only did its attack attributes double, but its health and defense also doubled, so Zhou Mo's attack didn't deal much damage. After taking this hit, the leader-level Red Rock monster still had more than 3,000 HP left. Zhou Mo, who had just appeared, did not intend to retreat for the time being. He immediately swung his short sword again and used the cutting skill. Zhou Mo from now on. Zhou Mo, who had originally intended to remind Zhou Mo, thought about it, and then gave up the idea. If no one intervenes, the leader-level Red Rock monster will soon be out of combat, and all our efforts will have been in vain. She understood that given the boss's terrifying attributes at this moment, any attack he made would be aimed at killing someone, either Zhou Mo or Xia Qian. Since Zhou Mo has already bravely stepped forward, I shouldn't dampen his enthusiasm. There's no need to even think about whether Zhou Mo or Xia Qian should be killed by the boss. However, the next moment she was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, and the resurrection spell she was casting for Dongwon was almost interrupted. Ignore defense. Minus 1,170. Minus 492. Ignore defense. Minus 1,170. The damage numbers jumped up, and Zhou Mo, the lucky one, achieved a remarkable result with his cut skill, ignoring defense twice out of 3 hits. With such a skill, even the boss, whose health and defense had already doubled, couldn't withstand it. It lost more than 2,000 health points, and its health bar started flashing. After the initial shock, Zhou Mo was overjoyed. She was surprised that Zhou Mo's attack was so reliable and excitedly shouted, "Xiao Qiu, prepare the strongest offensive magic." After the boss kills Zhou Mo, try to finish him off with one skill and don't give him another chance. Chapter 70. Treasures and equipment reappear. With Zhou Mo taking charge of the coordination, the magician Qiuyang silently accepted the order and began chanting incantations, his staff flashing with a dazzling light. Next, she will use the strongest offensive magic she currently possesses. However, as the strongest offensive magic it possesses, it is not so easy to cast, requiring several seconds of incantation time. However, could Zhou Mo hold out for even a few seconds? The answer is obviously no, if he were just an ordinary thief player. Zhou Mo had not anticipated his survival. In her mind, it was just a game. You could revive after dying. Dongwon was lying on the ground too. As long as you could successfully defeat the boss, dying 2 or 3 times was no big deal. She, of course, had no idea what being killed meant to Zhou Mo. Although he had never tried it, Zhou Mo had a feeling that if he were killed, he would probably disappear completely. Everyone thought he was going to die in the boss's next counterattack. But to everyone's surprise, faced with such a good opportunity, the leader-level Red Rock monster did not choose to attack, but instead turned around and ran away. This was completely unexpected. Zhou Mo could guess some things. Since he was a wild monster, the leader-level Crimson Rock monster couldn't attack him at all. At this moment, its health was extremely low, so it was understandable that it had no choice but to run away. Don't let it get away, or it will reset if it runs back to the starting position. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, and Zhou hurriedly called out. At this moment, Xia Qian, who was standing to the side, had already put her feet on the ground and charged towards the leader-level Crimson Rock monster like a bull. However, the Crimson Rock monster, with its double movement speed, was simply too fast. Xia Qian's shoulder ramming missed completely, hitting only the air, and she almost lost her balance. At this moment, the magician Xiao Yang's magic skill was still being chanted and could not be released at all. It seems that no one can catch up with that leader-level Red Rock monster anymore. All we can do is wait for it to escape successfully. At this moment, Chuanmu's resurrection spell was finally completed, and amidst a faint angelic chant, Dongwan was successfully resurrected. However, her resurrection did not change anything, and she could not catch up with that leader-level Red Rock monster. Almost everyone had given up hope. Although the attack spell Qiu Liang had prepared was powerful, it had a limited range. Once the leader-level Crimson Rock monster ran far away, her skill would only hit thin air. But Zhou Mo was different. The instant the leader-level Crimson Rock monster turned to run away, he decisively activated the Scythe Kill skill that came with a Monarch Scythe. Even when switched to short sword form, the attributes can only be maintained at 70, but the original Scythe Kill skill of Monarch Scythe is not weakened at all. The LV4 Scythe Slash skill increases movement speed by 50 when activated. Then, he simultaneously entered the stealth state of Stealth Attack. The LV10 Stealth skill can increase movement speed by 40. With the addition of Scythe Slash and Stealth Strike, plus the movement speed boost from the Thief's passive skill, Ghost Step, Zhou Mo's overall movement speed doubled. It's exactly on par with the leader-level Red Rock monster, whose movement speed doubles in its berserk state. Just as everyone was anxiously staring blankly, he suddenly appeared behind the leader-level Red Rock monster and delivered a light blow to it. Ignore defense. Minus 1,380. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the leader-level Crimson Rock monster trembled and turned into a pile of shattered Crimson Rocks. At the same time, a large MVP appeared above Zhou Mo's head, like fireworks bursting. He received a notification from the game system. Defeated the boss-level Red Rock monster, dealt the highest percentage of damage, and earned MVP. When damage output exceeds 50%, the drop rate of top-tier equipment increases. Obtain the Crimson Rock Bracelet, Treasure. There will be some more drops, but they are insignificant compared to rare level equipment. At the same time, a message suddenly popped up on the game's announcement channel. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for defeating the boss-level Crimson Rock monster, which dropped the Treasure, Great Equipment Crimson Rock Bracelet, Treasure. This server-wide announcement was received by all players currently in the game. The players who were just watching from the sidelines suddenly changed their expressions. After defeating a boss, items will not drop on the ground like when defeating regular monsters. Instead, they will be added directly to the player's inventory based on their contribution. Therefore, others often do not know what items are dropped after defeating a boss. But this time was an exception. The news was even in the game's announcement, so who wouldn't know? Just who exactly is this Zhou Mo? It was previously announced that they had obtained one rare level piece of equipment, and now they've obtained another one? Is he incredibly lucky, or is he the game's favorite? The members of the Four Seasons Guild were also caught off guard. Xia Qian looked at the players around her whose gazes were starting to turn hostile and shouted in the guild chat channel, Zhou Mo, you go back to the city first. It's hard to say how attractive a piece of rare equipment would be to a player. In short, it is unwise to be in a dangerous wilderness area at this time. Although those people around are admirers of Dongwan, they might be tempted by a piece of treasure, level equipment to change their ways, leave Dongwan's fish pond, and start focusing on their careers. Dongwan chimed in, Zhou Mo, you should leave quickly. It's usually fine, but at this point, even I probably can't stop them. Hearing Xia Qian and the others' words, Zhou Mo smiled bitterly to himself. He didn't want to leave, but the damn game system wouldn't let him. The next moment, the game system issued another announcement. The random event, Treasure Hunter, is now open and will last for 1 hour. Player Zhou Mo is not allowed to leave the Crimson Rock monster spawn area for 1 hour. The Crimson Rock bracelet, Treasure, cannot be traded for 1 hour. It will drop if the wearer is killed. Player Zhou Mo has obtained the temporary title Treasure Hunter. If he still possesses the Crimson Rock bracelet, Treasure, at the end of the event, the title Treasure Hunter will become permanent. At this moment, Zhou Mo was furious. He realized that the game system seemed to be deliberately targeting him. I killed a boss and got a rare, treasure-level piece of equipment. What did I do to deserve this? If he were an ordinary player, he would definitely file a complaint against the game's official team. However, his current situation does not allow him to make that choice. No matter how the game treats him, there's only one thing he can do right now: get through this crisis and survive. Right now, there are only a few admirers of Winter Evening here, but it is foreseeable that countless players will flock here soon. In an hour, players who live too far away might not make it, but players from nearby areas will probably all come. At that moment, Zhou Mo looked at Zhou Mo and suddenly spoke in the guild chat channel. Qian, how about we keep the good stuff in the family? This is the third update for today. Chapter 71, Cutting Off the Fire at the Bottom of the Blade. Zhou Mo's comment in the guild channel startled Qiuyang, who wasn't very quick-witted. She stammered, Zhou Mo, this isn't right. We're working together to defeat the boss, after all. Cut. Seeing Qiuyang's complete lack of understanding, Zhou Mo was disheartened. Just kidding. Look at his output. He could just go invisible and send us back to town with one strike. How could I dare to have any ulterior motives toward him? After the game announcement was released, Zhou Mo subconsciously disappeared from his spot. He was well aware that although he was already a member of the Four Seasons Guild, the level of trust between them was not very high. If a boss you fought together drops a rare, treasure, item, it's hard to guarantee that they won't have ulterior motives and try to take advantage of you. Although I might not be afraid of these members of the Four Seasons Guild, it would be better to use the stealth skill to become invisible first so that I can both attack and defend. At this moment, he stood invisibly at a distance, watching the messages in the guild channel, and smiled coldly. You do have some self-awareness. Ignoring all of that in the guild chat channel, Xiaqian asked directly, do you need any help? After a moment's thought, Zhou Mo said directly, there is a favor I can do for you. Go back to the city right now and collect some rare equipment to mail to me. Xiaqian was a little puzzled, but she simply asked, how much do you want? Zhou Mo, the more the better. At this moment, Zhou Mo poured cold water on the idea. A bunch of players will come and ambush you soon, and you'll be killed immediately. What are you doing carrying so much equipment in your backpack? Are you giving it away as freebies? Zhou Mo ignored her and said to Xiaqian, how about this? If I don't die, I'll give you this Crimson Rock bracelet treasure. In exchange, you'll help me acquire 30 rare level equipment pieces and try not to have duplicates. Xiaqian's emotions didn't fluctuate much. She simply said, okay. Then, no longer caring about the matter, she said to the others who approached her, let's go back to the city. Dongwan hesitated for a moment. Really not going to help him? Xiaqian looked at Dongwan. Then her gaze fell on the many players on the other side who were eager to make a move and said calmly, can you help them? I really can't help. These players are Dongwan's suitors. They're not making a move now only because of her feelings, but these feelings will not be very useful. Soon they will inevitably be unable to resist making a move. With only a few members in their guild, trying to stop the massive influx of players that was about to arrive for Zhou Mo was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xiaqian added, let's go. He's a thief with stealth abilities. We might have a chance. Having said that, he ignored everything else and used the Return to Town teleport stone. A few seconds later, a flash of light appeared, and Xiaqian disappeared from sight. As winter evenings, autumn chills, and spring dusk approached, the three of them also departed. The entire area was now left with only those who were fans of the winter evening. At this moment, someone among them finally spoke up. All right, Dongwan is gone, which means she tacitly approved of our actions. They can't make a move because they're in the same guild, but we don't have that kind of scruple. After finding a reason, the 7 or 8 players began to scan their surroundings. There was still some time before the main group of players arrived, and these few people were fortunate enough to be there at that time. They certainly couldn't let such a great opportunity slip by. We need to find a way to break his invisibility, otherwise we can't even see him. How can we fight him? Upon hearing this, the only healer player laughed smugly. He looked at the open space and said, I just learned the True Sight skill, which can give you the True Sight buff. But I've made it clear, whatever you get the equipment, whether you sell it for money or whatever, I'll get 1/3. At that moment, he was the only one with this ability, so he naturally raised the price on the spot. The other players naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to argue with him on the spot. They simply agreed repeatedly, hoping he would quickly grant them True Sight status. The healer player chuckled and said, Don't panic. Let me cast one on myself first. As he spoke, he raised his hand and used the True Sight skill to apply a status effect to himself. A round eyeball, gleaming with an eerie light, floated above his head. And this True Sight eye was indeed useful. He had only just used it when he saw a semi-transparent figure. The figure was just a meter away to his side. The eye of True Sight, I've learned something. Zhou Mo smiled coldly, having already emerged from stealth mode, and unleashed a powerful attack on the healer player. Minus 1,148. The damage numbers jumped up to over 1,000. There was no critical hit, nor was there any triggering of the ignore defense effect, but it still took away a significant portion of the healer player's health bar. He only has about 2,700 or 2,800 health points. After unleashing his revealing attack, Zhou Mo disregarded the danger of appearing before everyone and swung his short sword again without hesitation. Cut. Minus 942. Minus 942. Ignore defense. Minus 1,170. Zhou Mo acted too quickly. The healer player didn't even have time to cast a healing spell on himself. 3 attacks, dealing over 3,000 damage, instantly depleted the healer player's health bar, turning him into a soul in utter shock and confusion. Successfully defeated player, 1,000 feathers difficulty. Experience points plus 135, current experience points 10,200 to 12,000. When he killed the boss-level red rock monster, he also gained a considerable amount of experience points based on his output contribution. However, he could only convert 50 points in disguise, so he only got 190 points in the end. All that hard work, in the end it doesn't amount to much more than directly killing a player. Just as Zhou Mo was complaining about the lack of experience points, the other players next to the healer finally reacted and began attacking Zhou Mo. However, Zhou Mo, who had ambushed and eliminated the healer player, was too lazy to waste time with them. He simply used the stealth skill and went into stealth mode again. At his current movement speed, if he simply retreats, the player's attacks simply won't be able to catch up with him. Then, Zhou Mo hid not far away, waiting for the cutting skill to cool down while pondering carefully. While the treasure hunter event left him feeling quite frustrated, it wasn't entirely without its benefits. Looking at the details of the title Treasure Hunter, he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Treasure Hunter, title wearing this title grants plus 5 to all attributes and plus 5 to the drop rate of treasure, level, and below equipment. Such attributes are undeniably powerful. Zhou Mo secretly made up his mind to turn this temporary title into a permanent one. Since things have already turned out this way, and there's no escaping it, the only option is to try and get as much benefit as possible. He hoped that Xia Qian could send him some rare equipment as soon as possible after she returned to the city. That way, I can extract as many attributes as possible, upgrade the Monarch Scythe, and enhance my own strength. Only by increasing our strength can we better survive in this treasure hunter event. He had previously tried to extract the equipment attributes directly from the Crimson Rock Bracelet, treasure, but unfortunately the system prompted him that this operation was prohibited during the event period. Otherwise, he would have just taken it out and let others try to steal it. Now, let's see how capable the remaining players are. Before the main group of players arrives, can I take care of all these guys? Chapter 72, Doubting Life. After killing the healer player with the True Sight skill, Zhou Mo could be considered invincible at this point. At least until a new medic player arrives, the remaining players pose no threat to him. If he could leave this area, Zhou Mo could simply disappear without a trace. Unfortunately, due to the game's Treasure Hunter event, he was restricted to this area and could not leave for an hour. It is foreseeable that a large number of players will arrive soon, and at that time, one's invisibility may not be a reliable asset. The remaining players are probably contacting acquaintances right now, looking for ways to break their invisibility. From any perspective, waiting quietly is not what I should be doing right now. What I need to do now is to bravely move forward and take care of these players. Regardless of whether Xia Qian can collect enough rare equipment in time, there is still a way to enhance one's strength. That means leveling up. With just one more level up and the enhanced attributes, I will definitely be much more at ease. Without hesitation, Zhou Mo waited a few seconds until the cut skill was off cooldown again before reaching out to a player. At this moment, the players gathered together, protecting the two fragile mage players in the middle. For warrior players stood back-to-back in a circle, facing outwards, while two mage players stood inside the circle they had formed, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Although they couldn't see Zhou Mo in his invisible state, being on guard like this meant that if Zhou Mo wanted to attack them, he would inevitably face a great risk. Surrounded by four warrior players, Zhou Mo couldn't get through it all. If he wanted to attack the mage in the middle, he would have to kill the warrior players on the outside first. Otherwise, with the attack range of a short sword, he wouldn't be able to touch the mage in the middle at all. When Zhou Mo appeared to attack, the four warrior players on the periphery were able to hold out for a while and were not instantly killed. At that point, the two mages in the center of the encirclement could immediately attack Zhou Mo, while a rogue player who had also entered stealth mode could take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Zhou Mo's back. It must be said that these players are truly veteran gamers, possessing a deep understanding of the techniques for dealing with rogue classes. Zhou Mo, who was invisible, looked at them huddled together and shook his head secretly. Their actions have indeed caused Zhou Mo, who is now disguised as a thief, some trouble. When Monarch's scythe switches to short sword form, its attack range also becomes the same as that of short sword, only able to attack targets that are not far away. If he only uses a short sword to attack, he indeed has no way to get past the outer circle of warrior players to attack the mage in the middle. But is a short sword all I have? These players weren't wrong in their thinking. Their mistake was that they didn't understand themselves nearly enough. Zhou Mo's lips curled up slightly, and the short sword in his hand suddenly changed. He used the scythe transformation skill, switching it back from its short sword form to its original form as the Monarch scythe. The short sword in his hand disappeared, and in its place, a huge black scythe reappeared in the air. Monarch scythe has returned to its former glory. When a Monarch scythe is switched to its short sword form, it only has 70 attribute strength. However, when it returns to its original form, the 100 attribute strength is returned. At this moment, Zhou Mo looked at his attribute panel and found that his physical attack power had exceeded 1,000. At level 22, he already has 260 attack points. With the 39 points added to strength, he gains another 117 attack points, bringing his total attack to 377 without considering equipment. And how could such a powerful, rare, level weapon as the Monarch Scythe not be counted? With the addition of Monarch Scythe's 696 attack points, his physical attack power has reached a terrifying 1073 points. Then, the temporary Treasure Hunter title was boosted by 5, and the attack power reached 1126 points. With such terrifying offensive power, Zhou Mo chose to take the initiative and attack. Ignore defense. Minus 1126. Ignore defense. Minus 1126. Critical hit. Minus 1988. When the stealth skill is used to reveal an enemy, the resulting attack deals a total of 6 damage numbers. Including the 2 mages in the middle and the 4 warriors on the periphery, all 6 players were attacked by Zhou Mo's revealing attack. The stealth skill has a high critical hit rate and a high chance of ignoring defense. Combined with the bonus from Monarch Scythe, each of these 6 damage numbers triggers a significant special effect. With just one attack, all 6 players lost health, especially the 2 mages in the middle, whose health bars dropped by more than half in an instant. They thought that forming a circle would protect the mage in the middle, but little did they know that Zhou Mo's Monarch Scythe, in its original form, could perform area of effect attacks. The 6 players, who were clustered together, were all within the attack range of Monarch Scythe. Zhou Mo hit all 6 of them with one skill, which was extremely profitable and worthwhile. As if by reflex, the players' first reaction was not to use potions to heal themselves, but to launch an attack on Zhou Mo as they had previously agreed. -1, -1, -1, -1. The 2 warrior players facing Zhou Mo both unleashed a double heavy slash, their massive door-sized swords slashing down on Zhou Mo. As a classic attack skill for the warrior class, Both warrior players made the exact same choice. However, the result almost drove them crazy. They blinked, somewhat incredulous. Among all classes, warrior players' output ability is certainly not outstanding, but as a level 27 warrior player, with a full set of equipment, their physical attack power has already reached 300 points. In any case, such attack power cannot be considered shameful. Furthermore, the double-slash skill also has a percentage-based damage bonus, so it should pose a considerable threat to a rogue player. But what is this now? A forced -1 point health deduction? Is the person in front of me really a thief or a shield-wielding warrior who specializes in increasing stamina? Moreover, even a shield-type warrior who specifically focuses on stamina might not be able to withstand his double heavy slash without breaking through his defense, right? These two warrior players were starting to have an existential crisis. At the same time, the air in front of them rippled, and a figure appeared in the air. It was the thief player who was lying in ambush nearby. He also launched a surprise attack on Zhou Mo as if by reflex. The stealth skills reveal attack landed on Zhou Mo. Chapter 73, One-Hit Kill. Seeing that the thieves lying in ambush had also launched an attack, the two warrior players, who had already begun to doubt their existence, breathed a sigh of relief. My warriors aren't dealing enough damage, but the rogue class is a different story. The rogue class naturally has much stronger output than the warrior class. When this rogue player appeared, several warrior players widened their eyes, wanting to see how much damage his reveal attack would deal to Zhou Mo. -420. With one strike, a damage number popped up above Zhou Mo's head. The thief class is indeed different. This thief player's attack is much stronger than that of the warrior player, approaching 400 points, and the LV10 stealth skill itself has an additional 480 points of damage. With that kind of damage, if it hit Zhou Mo, he certainly wouldn't be like those warrior players who couldn't even break through his defenses. With the bonuses from Monarch's Scythe and the Treasure Hunter title, Zhou Mo's physical defense had reached 452 points. Even when facing the stealth skill, which had a very good attack power, he still did not suffer much damage. After the damage number, -420, popped up, the opponent saw that Zhou Mo's health bar only dropped a little bit, and they couldn't even notice it if they didn't look closely. Is he really a thief? This question couldn't help but arise in the minds of some players. While -420 damage isn't considered very high, it's far from insignificant against a rogue player. A thief of Zhou Mo's level should theoretically have no more than 2,000 health points. After being hit for 420 points, his health bar should have dropped significantly. However, in their eyes, Zhou Mo's health bar only dropped a little bit, almost as if it hadn't changed at all. They were naturally unaware that Zhou Mo's current health was far beyond their imagination. A level 22 rogue has a base health of 1,600 points. With the plus 2,880 health bonus from Monarch's Scythe, his health reaches 4,480 points. But that's not all. The LV6 Puppet Disguise skill can add 10 to his original attributes when he is disguised. Zhou Mo's original form, the Mystic Puppet Demon Spirit, had 5,000 HP at this time, and with the addition of 10, it would be 500 HP. With the added bonus of the title Treasure Hunter, his current health has reached 5,229 points. It's comparable to a level 28 warrior player who specializes in increasing stamina. Besides the thief player's sneak attack, the two mage players surrounding him were also chanting spells, seemingly intending to attack Zhou Mo with magical skills. Zhou Mo's physical defense is indeed quite good, but his magical defense is somewhat lacking. He didn't foolishly wait for the mage to chant the spell. After realizing that the opponent's physical attacks could not pose much of a threat to him, he abandoned the idea of immediately hiding and retreating. With a swing of his Monarch's Scythe, Zhou Mo used the massive black scythe to unleash the cutting skill that should have been used with a short sword. 1,224. Ignore defense. 1,463. 1,224. 3 consecutive attacks struck the group of players. The Monarch's Scythe, with its area of effect attack, struck each player in front of it 3 times, including the rogue player who had just appeared. Suddenly, several beams of white light flashed in front of Zhou Mo. The two magicians in the inner circle were still chanting spells, but at this moment they became the first to turn into white light. They didn't even last until the 3rd attack. After the 2 of them turned into white light, 3 of the warrior players surrounding them also had their health bars emptied and turned into white light as well. As for the rogue player who had just appeared next to Zhou Mo, he was originally at full health, but under Zhou Mo's three-cut attacks, he couldn't hold on at all and decisively turned into white light. With just one skill, only one of the 7 players remained. Successfully defeated player, no heart for battle. Experience points plus 135. A chorus of notification sounds rang out. The warrior player, who was relatively lucky, had only a sliver of health left and stared at Zhou Mo in horror. His mouth gaped open, almost unable to close. What did you do? He instantly killed 6 players, 3 of whom were warriors with high defense and health, which was hard for him to accept. Looking at the player who was already somewhat numb with shock, Zhou Mo felt a little pleased. He smiled slightly and said, "It was just sending them back to the city. Don't worry, I won't show favoritism." As he spoke, he lightly swung the monarch's scythe in his hand again, unleashing a normal attack. The warrior player, who was already low on health, didn't even utter a sound before turning into a soul. Another 135 experience points gained. His current experience points are 11145, 12000. I'm very close to leveling up again. I only have 855 experience points left. If I manage to kill a few more lone players, I should be able to level up successfully. Having just killed 7 players in one go, Zhou Mo was quite confident in his current strength. For him now, unless a player has reached level 29 and acquired a new set of equipment, the other 3 or 5 players are practically alone in his presence. He could easily take down his opponent all by himself. At this moment, the main group of players had not yet arrived, so Zhou Mo had some free time and glanced at the mail system. However, the email system remained silent, and no new emails arrived. It seems that although Xia Qian has returned to the city, collecting rare equipment may not be so simple and easy. Or perhaps she didn't actually intend to collect rare equipment for herself. Although it's said that you can know a person's face but not their heart, based on Zhou Mo's limited understanding of Xia Qian over this period of time, she shouldn't be the kind of person. Zhou Mo sighed slightly, not thinking too much about it, and simply walked to the place where the players had been killed and picked up the few pieces of equipment that had dropped. I just killed 7 players and got 4 pieces of equipment. Normally, killing 3 players might not even yield a single piece of equipment. So killing 7 players this time and getting 4 pieces is considered very lucky. Oh, if we include the healer player who was killed at the beginning, it should be 8 players killed and 4 pieces of equipment dropped. This means that for every 2 players killed, 1 piece of equipment will drop. Thinking about it that way, it seems that the drop rate of equipment is indeed much higher than before. Could it be that the title Treasure Hunter that he wore had an effect? This title grants a plus 5% drop rate to equipment below Treasure grade, which seems somewhat useful for Zhou Mo at the moment. Zhou Mo couldn't tell whether it was true or not. After all, luck is something you can't see or touch. He didn't dwell on it too much. While waiting for the main group of players to arrive, he selected to extract the attributes from these pieces of equipment. The attributes of Monarch Scythe have been improved again. As Zhou Mo watched the figures gradually appear in the distance, he narrowed his eyes. Let the storm rage on. I refuse to believe that someone with my attributes and strength can't even overcome such a hurdle. This is the 3rd update today. I was quite busy today, so this chapter is a bit late. Chapter 74, God, War Guild. Although he was quite confident in his current attributes and strength, Zhou Mo was definitely not going to be foolish enough to just stand there and wait to be beaten. He continued to use his stealth skill to remain hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The current stealth skill lasts for 20 seconds, while the cooldown is only 15 seconds, making it possible to maintain indefinite sustain. With Zhou Mo's current mana points, the mere cost of the stealth skill was nothing to him. With his mana regeneration rate, it's more than enough to sustain the use of stealth. After disguising himself as a player, Zhou Mo had considered preparing some recovery potions from other players and putting them in his backpack to improve his survivability. However, he eventually discovered that when he tried to use the recovery medicine, the game system prompted him that an unknown error had occurred and the medicine could not be used. Therefore, Zhou Mo's wish to take drugs to recover his health was dashed. Perhaps this is the pitiful fate of being a wild monster. With their minds wandering, most of the players, summoned by the game announcement, have already entered this area. Although this area is not small, with so many players coming in, there's almost no quiet place left. One player asked in confusion, "Wasn't it said that Zhou Mo was forbidden to leave this area? Where is he?" "Hey, you don't know this. I heard that Zhou Mo is a thief. He probably hasn't left yet. He's just hiding somewhere. I must say, this person is absolutely right. If we're talking about invisibility, then we'll have to wait for the doctors to add true sight. Just as Zhou Mo was about to step forward to launch a sneak attack, he suddenly saw a large group of people rushing over, and someone shouted loudly, "The people from the God War Guild are here." Many players exclaimed in surprise, and Zhou Mo was also startled. He had also looked into the game's rankings and knew that the God War Guild was one of the top 3 guilds in the game. It is said that the God Wars Guild is extremely strict in recruiting members. Every member who wants to join must reach the current maximum level for players in the game. In other words, every member of this God War Guild is a level 29 player. Level 29 may seem like just one level higher than level 28, but Zhou Mo understands that there is a big difference between them. Because after changing equipment at level 25, you can equip a new set of equipment at level 29. Moreover, the attributes of this level 29 set of equipment are much stronger than those of the level 25 set. Before players reach level 30 and complete their second job advancement, this set of equipment at level 29 can be considered the strongest equipment. Of course, Zhou Mo's treasure level equipment is not included. This is a difference in the quality level of the equipment, and they are not comparable. Players at level 28 and below can be easily dealt with by Zhou Mo's current attributes and strength, but players at level 29 are a different story. To be honest, Zhou Mo had never actually faced a level 29 player before, and didn't know if his attribute panel would still have an advantage when facing a level 29 player. However, the actions of the God's War Guild members after their arrival were completely unexpected by many players. Instead of joining the search for Zhou Mo like the other players, they simply stood there and someone immediately spoke up. "Our God War Guild is taking over today's event. All other irrelevant people, get out of here immediately." When these words spread on the regional channel, the entire player community in the Crimson Rock Monster area was in an uproar. The players' faces all changed color, and an uproar broke out. Immediately, some players couldn't help but mock. "Your God War Guild is so arrogant. Those who know you're one of the top 3 guilds, but those who don't might think you are the invincible number 1 guild in the world." Exactly. So what if you're the God's War Guild? Can't we also try our luck and get some rare equipment? With so many of us here, are we afraid of your God War Guild? We could drown your God War Guild with just a few spittles from each of us. It's just that the other 2 major guilds happen to have no one around here. Otherwise, it would be the God War Guild's turn to be so arrogant. Zhou Mo, who had been hiding, watched the spectacle with great interest. He suddenly realized that the God War Guild seemed to have incurred the wrath of many. This was something he hadn't anticipated. However, although this incident angered many players, Zhou Mo was happy to see it happen. He had originally planned to reveal himself and ambush a few people, but he immediately suppressed that thought. At this very moment, the conflict is between the God's War Guild and other players, and he absolutely cannot show himself now. Otherwise, his direct appearance would immediately attract the attention of many players, and the conflict between the God War Guild and other players might just fizzle out. The Red Rock Monster area is not large, and too many players are not in Zhou Mo's interest. Since the God War Guild has conflict with other players, why not wait a bit? Anyway, the game system limits him to 1 hour to stay here, and some time has already passed. The more other players drag things out, the more he likes it. Ideally, they should argue for an hour or so. Then you can quietly slip away and be done with it. Zhou Mo was very clear-headed. Although he needed to hunt players to increase his experience points, there was no need for him to hunt under these circumstances. Surrounded by a large group of people, risking his life for a few experience points, versus secretly and peacefully gaining experience points, Zhou Mo would much rather choose the latter. As expected, the people from the God's War Guild did not disappoint him, and they immediately ignited the entire scene. The person from the God War Guild sneered and said, "If you say we're the invincible number 1 guild, that's not wrong. The first guild war is about to begin. Keep your eyes open and watch. Our God War Guild will definitely defeat all other guilds and stand in the position of number 1 guild." He then changed the subject, saying, "But today, the fact that someone from our God War Guild is here means that the heavens are on your side. If you guys know what's good for you, then stand aside obediently. If you don't, we'll beat you until you do." Perhaps the person from the God's War Guild spoke too arrogantly, because many players in the Crimson Rock Monster area felt offended and surrounded the members of the God's War Guild. Although the God War Guild is powerful, there are only 4 people present, so what's there to be afraid of? As the crowd of players gathered around, The member of the God War Guild smiled contemptuously, a palm-sized golden token already in his hand. Then, he gently trembled the hand holding the token, and the golden token burst forth with a dazzling light and disappeared into the air. Then, beams of light flashed across the scene, and a large number of players were teleported over and appeared beside him. One player exclaimed, "It's a guild recruitment order. One of these tokens can be exchanged for several sets of the most expensive, rare level equipment. He's really willing to spend so much." Chapter 75 Magic Scroll. All the players were startled by the sudden appearance of so many members of the God War Guild. The members of 4 God War Guilds may not be scary, but what if there were more than 20? Every level 29 player could be considered a big shot in normal times, and when these big shots appear in groups, it becomes quite terrifying. The players who had already gathered around suddenly seemed hesitant. However, the arrow was already on the string and had to be released. Once this spirit of shared hatred against the enemy was broken, the many players present would become a mob and would no longer be able to cooperate to launch an attack on the God War Guild. Among the many players were some insightful individuals who hid in the ranks of the other players and shouted, "What are you afraid of? We outnumber them tenfold." It must be said that the person who made the call had a very clear mind. Many players regained their courage and continued to charge towards the members of the God War Guild. Among them, the warrior player charged ahead, while the other players followed closely behind. As for the mages in the group, they had already begun chanting spells, preparing to unleash magical skills to indiscriminately attack the members of the God War Guild. It has to be said that, faced with such an impact, an ordinary player team would probably be powerless to fight back. However, it was the God War Guild that was facing this impact. Within the God War Guild, most members simply stood there with disdain, showing no intention of making a move. However, mage players in their group raised their staffs. Zhou Mo looked over and saw that the staffs in the hands of the 4 magicians were shining with dazzling light, and the 4 beams of light were converging towards the center. At the center of the light, a fiery red scroll was floating within it. In a mere instant, the scroll at the center of the light burst forth with boundless flames and instantly turned to ashes. At the same time, a raging torrent of flames shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the numerous players who rushed over had only traveled a few meters. A raging torrent of flames erupted in the air, and an endless rain of fire fell from the sky like meteors. The fiery meteor shower seemed to be able to distinguish its target, only hitting the outer edges, while the many players of the God War Guild in the inner circle were not attacked in the slightest. The players, whose numbers were more than 10 times that of the God War Guild, were all covered by the fire meteor shower and turned into white light under its attack. It's a magic scroll, at least a sub-forbidden spell level magic scroll. The value of such a magic scroll is probably no less than that of treasure level equipment. They've gone mad. Some experienced players cheered wildly, but in the end, they were turned into soul specks under the attack of the fire meteor shower. The fire meteor shower covered a wide area, and even if they ran in all directions, they still could not escape. In the blink of an eye, the 200 or 300 players who rushed over were almost wiped out by the raging fire meteor shower. Aside from the members of the God War Guild, only 4 or 5 warrior players with decent health and magic defense remained at the scene. Zhou Mo, who used the stealth skill again amidst the chaos, had already secretly hidden near the members of the God War Guild. The fire meteor shower had just hit him, dealing him minus 343 points of magic damage, which startled him. Fortunately, he was not far from the members of the God War Guild, and with his quick reflexes, he rushed directly into the God War Guild's territory, avoiding the subsequent fire meteor shower attack. This magic scroll with its wide-range attack is indeed quite terrifying. In the God War Guild, someone laughed. "You guys are pretty good at surviving a meteor shower, but that's where it ends here." With a wave of his hand, several other archer players drew their bows, knocked arrows, and swiftly fired them, instantly eliminating the remaining warrior players. Although these warrior players had decent defense, they were already low on health after taking a hit from meteor shower, and they simply couldn't withstand the attacks from these archer players. At this point, all other players in the entire Crimson Rock Monster area had been eliminated by the God War Guild. 200 or 300 players attacked more than 20 members of the God War Guild, but they were all wiped out before they could even touch them. The God's War Guild eliminated an enemy force 10 times its size without shedding a drop of blood. The person from the God's War Guild coldly spoke in the game channel. "I said that my God's War Guild would take on the contract. and I will definitely take on the contract. If this just now did not serve as a warning to you, you are welcome to come again. Although the equipment you dropped is poor, it can be used to train our reserve branches. Zhou Mo, who was hiding to the side, felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sensing that something was amiss. The strength of the God War Guild was far beyond his expectations. Having easily dealt with some level 26 or 27 players, I was indeed getting a little cocky. These organized, level 29 players are truly different. He could tell that, regardless of the attributes of these players from the God War Guild, their two recent attacks were extremely disciplined and obeyed orders without question. Large guilds are indeed terrifying. While Zhou Mo was pondering, the person from the God War Guild turned around and asked the four mage players who had activated the scroll earlier, "How was it? Did you manage to kill Zhou Mo just now?" A mage frowned and shook his head slightly. There are too many kill notifications to read through, but there shouldn't be any. If there were kills, given the rarity of treasure level equipment, it would definitely be highlighted. The man who asked the question nodded and said, "Okay, Peanut, find him." The person he called Peanut was a level 29 healer player. While the thief is in stealth, the healer player's true sight skill can be applied to reveal the stealthed opponent. The healer player raised his hand and began to apply the true sight status to himself. Zhou Mo glanced at the opponent's position and ultimately gave up his plan to attack them. The healer player was surrounded by more than 20 members of the God War Guild, and even with the attack range of Monarch's Scythe, it was impossible for them to hit him. Moreover, all the members of these God War Guilds are level 29, each with powerful attributes. If I were to get surrounded, I would probably have a hard time escaping. At this point, it's no longer appropriate to think about stealthily ambushing them. Just as the healer on the other side applied the true sight buff, Zhou Mo ignored it and stealthily moved forward, launching an attack directly at the player closest to him. At the same time, a semi-transparent figure appeared in the eyes of the doctor player. "The flowing water is beside you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Mo appeared and launched a surprise attack on the player named Flowing Water. Chapter 76 Invitation. Within the vision of the healer player True Sight, Zhou Mo unleashed a revealing attack on the player in front of him. This player, named Flowing Water, is a fighter. As a fighter, the fighter's health and defense are not much lower than those of a warrior, so it is only natural that the fighter stands on the outer edge. With his level 29 attribute panel, he was confident that even if the opponent had treasure level equipment, it would be impossible for them to kill him in a short time. So when the healer reminded him, he didn't back down, but instead did the opposite and launched a raging fist charge forward. He knew very well that taking a hit himself was nothing. As long as he could slow down the opponent a little, the guild member's support would arrive immediately. As a guild that has already cooperated in conquering many bosses and monsters, the members of the God War Guild have excellent teamwork. Zhou Mo didn't understand what the other party was thinking, but his own thoughts were very simple: to kill them one by one, using all his strength. He had no other choice. He didn't know if the other party still had magic scrolls like Meteor Shower. Logically speaking, even a large guild like the God War Guild wouldn't have too many of those rare and precious magic scrolls. But he dared not gamble. All he could do was try to blend into the area of the God War Guild members, so that they would be hesitant to use magic scrolls with wide area attacks. Ignore defense. Minus 1,635. This attack directly triggered the ignore defense effect, but it was not a critical hit. Even so, it still dealt minus 1,635 damage to the opponent. Even a level 29 fighter with a new set of equipment only has a little over 4,000 HP. Zhou Mo's attack still took away a significant portion of his health bar. The fighter player was startled, but simply downed a health potion and cried out, "Ouch, get him done quickly." His angry fist charge clearly missed its mark. Zhou Mo appeared not in front of him, but to his left. The opposing team doesn't only have one healer. Another healer player is already preparing to use Healing Spell on the fighter player. However, Zhou Mo had hunted players many times and had developed a good feel for the rhythm of using thief skills. He simply waved his hand to minimize the pause after revealing the target and immediately used the cut skill. A rogue of his rank only has stealth and slice as his only attack skill. Although there are few attack skills, the strategy for using them is very clear, and there is no difficulty in making choices. Plus 1,050. The opposing healer player also had excellent awareness, timing the attack perfectly just before Zhou Mo's attack landed. restoring most of the fighter player's health. At this moment, the fighter player's health has recovered to around 3,500 points, which is quite sufficient. In their view, the fighter should be fine after enduring one more attack from the opponent. Ignore defense. Minus 1,501. Minus 1,196. Critical hit. Minus 2,697. However, their idea had barely taken shape when Zhou Mo's cutting skill landed with 3 attacks. Zhou Mo was lucky enough to trigger an attack that ignored defense and a critical hit, resulting in explosive damage that instantly depleted the opponent's health bar. The other members of the God War Guild were all startled when they saw the fighter player turn into white light in an instant. The money just disappeared in an instant. While the thief class does have high burst damage, are treasure level equipment really that terrifying? This is terrifying. Minus 354. Minus 333. All of this happened in just 2 seconds. There weren't enough other players to launch an attack on Zhou Mo. Only 2 archers reacted quickly, and each shot Zhou Mo with an arrow. Despite enduring 2 arrows from the opposing archer, Zhou Mo successfully re-entered stealth mode. Having lost their target, the 2 archers stopped attacking, both clicking their tongues in amazement. This guy's defense is so high. With our attack power, we only managed to inflict a little over 300 points of damage. Thieves couldn't possibly have such defense. It must be thanks to that treasure level equipment. It's not that one. It should be those 2. Don't forget, in the previous game system announcement, he also had a treasure level piece of equipment. This guy is amazing. Others can't even see one, but he has 2. Is he the reincarnation of a lucky person? Zhou Mo simply stood not far away, not daring to make any rash moves. The previous kill of the level 29 fighter provided him with 145 experience points, bringing his experience points to 11290, 12000, one step closer to leveling up. At this moment, although the other players could not see him yet, the healer player who had the true sight buff was keeping a close eye on him. If he made even the slightest move, the other party would warn him beforehand. Peanuts, what are you thinking? Hurry up and give us true sight. After one of them was killed, the other guild members became restless. The healer player chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm watching. Adding true sight to everyone one by one is too troublesome. I have a decent scroll, so let's use it. Our guild isn't short of money anyway." Zhou Mo found it. The healer player had already taken out a scroll, and with a wave of his hand, the scroll turned to ashes. A faint flame drifted towards Zhou Mo and hung directly above his head. The healer player laughed and said, "See, this inner fire scroll is still the most useful, saving me the trouble of casting true sight on each one." Zhou Mo didn't understand what the other party meant for a moment, but he noticed that the other members of the God War Guild all turned their gazes toward his direction. Looking at their expressions, Zhou Mo understood. They had clearly seen him, and his invisibility had failed. This is a huge problem. The archers of the God's War Guild began to draw their bows and aim at Zhou Mo. The magicians among its members also raised their staffs. A major war seems inevitable. Just then, the person who had been speaking earlier raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." The other members of the God War Guild then all stopped. Zhou Mo couldn't figure out what they meant for a moment and stared at the man, fully on guard. He could tell that this person was very prestigious in the God War Guild and might even be the guild's president or something. The man chuckled softly, looked at Zhou Mo not far away, and said, "Friend, I see you're quite strong. Why don't you just join our God War Guild? It'll save us from fighting each other." Join your God's War Guild? Zhou Mo was stunned. 1 second he felt like it was a fight to the death, and the next second he was being invited to join the guild. This guy has some really unique ideas. The man nodded and said, "Not bad. Although your level is not up to standard, your strength is good. I can make an exception and let you join our guild." Zhou Mo chuckled, looking at the man. "Are you serious?" Some readers reported minor bugs in this chapter, which I've roughly fixed. Chapter 77 Crisis. In response to Zhou Mo's question, the person from the God War Guild nodded and said, "That's right." He looked at Zhou Mo again and smiled slightly. "However, I have a small condition. That is, you will contribute that Crimson Rock Bracelet treasure as a reward for our guild's internal guild war." Zhou Mo's expression gradually turned cold as he said, "You want me to contribute my treasure level equipment? Are you out of your mind?" The man nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Is there a problem with that? I think I've been very lenient." Anyway, you have 2 items. You contributed 1, and you still have 1 left. Otherwise, if we really fought, killing you would still drop 1, maybe even 2 items. Seeing the self-satisfied other party, Zhou Mo laughed loudly. Fine, come and take it if you dare. The person from the Gods War Guild frowned slightly and said, so there's no room for negotiation? The moment those words left his mouth, Zhou Mo, who had no intention of consulting him, charged forward. Although he was still in stealth mode, he had been affected by mind fire, and his invisibility had vanished. Of course, the speed boost and the reveal and strike effect of the stealth skill still exist. Zhou Mo quickly approached the members of the God War Guild, already determined to confront them head-on. The person from the Gods War Guild who had spoken earlier gave a cold laugh and waved his hand, prompting the numerous guild members behind him to launch an attack. The first to attack were, of course, the archer players. Like mages, they are ranged attackers, but unlike mages, they don't need to chant spells first, so their attack speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, several arrows had arrived in front of Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo's eyes were filled with the image of the incoming arrows, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. He suddenly remembered Xia Qian's operating skills from before. If Xia Qian were facing this situation, how would she react? He could tell that although Xia Qian was the #1 fighter, her level was only 27, and her attribute panel had not reached the current limit of the fighter class. She possesses extraordinary strength, completely on par with players of higher levels, entirely due to her superb operational skills. With his attribute panel surpassing Xia Qian's, could he also perform the same actions as Xia Qian when facing an attack of arrows? Without hesitation, Zhou Mo tensed up as he faced the incoming arrow. He suddenly pushed off the ground with 1 foot, and as if struck by a boulder, he abruptly veered to the right. The sudden movement caused Zhou Mo to lose his balance and almost fall. Although his movements were stiff and his openings were huge, it must be said that his whimsical maneuver actually allowed him to dodge several incoming arrows. The arrows flew right past him, creating a loud gust of wind, but ultimately missed their mark and did not cause Zhou Mo any harm. Zhou Mo was overjoyed at such a result. Meanwhile, on the side of the Gods War Guild, both the archer players who fired the arrows and the other members were somewhat stunned. To be honest, they had never seen anyone who could dodge arrows using skill before. Or rather, they never even considered that arrows could be dodged using skillful maneuvering. For almost all players in the game, their habit is to constantly increase their attribute stats, relying on higher health and defense to withstand damage, and on higher attack to deal damage. The skills Zhou Mo learned from Xia Qian seemed to open the door to a new world for them all at once. Zhou Mo's sudden idea did startle them, but it was just a minor incident. At the same time, the warrior players had already gathered around, and at the rear of the group, the magic in the mage's hand had begun to flash. It seemed as if Zhou Mo would be overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks in the next instant. At this moment, Zhou Mo was already facing off against the frontline warrior players of the God War Guild. The distance between everyone was only 2 or 3 meters. Ignoring everything else, Zhou Mo raised the monarch's scythe in his hand and unleashed a revealing strike. -1,235. -1,221. -1,197. -1,221. This time, Zhou Mo's luck wasn't as good as before. His reveal attack hit the 4 players in front of him, but none of the 4 attacks triggered any special effects. The 4 warrior players in front of him each had over 5,000 health points, and Zhou Mo only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. For these warrior players, the threat was not too great. But at this point he had no other choice, so he swung the monarch's scythe and unleashed the cut skill. Ignore defense. -1,501. -1,078. -1,078. The cut skill is alright. 1 out of the 3 attacks triggered the ignore defense effect. This single skill dealt over 3,000 damage to the 4 warrior players in front of them. Looking at the 4 warrior players whose health bars were almost empty, Zhou Mo sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. It has to be said that the combination of stealth and cut skills in a continuous attack is his strongest burst attack at present. If these 2 skills combined can't finish off the opponent, then he'll be in big trouble. Be careful, his attack power is very high, and his weapon can also attack in an area. Try to spread out. Someone from the Gods War Guild was shouting, and before that, some of the God's War Guild members had already attacked Zhou Mo. Minus 264. Minus 264. Minus 248. Minus 248. Minus 352. Minus 333. The attacks from the warrior player and the archer player hit Zhou Mo first. Because he was in the middle of an attack, Zhou Mo was unable to perform any actions at the same time to dodge these attacks. In just a moment, Zhou Mo's health bar plummeted, dropping by nearly half of his 5,000 plus health points. Zhou Mo was startled, and his face turned deathly pale. He never imagined that in just one encounter, his health would drop so much. According to this calculation, wouldn't I be dead and die here if the other party hits me a few more times? The 4 warrior players in front of him had been reduced to a small amount of health, but the opposing guild's healer reacted very quickly, and the warrior players themselves used potions to recover health, so their health had now been restored to about half. The enemy has a large and powerful force, with archers and mages attacking from a distance, and healers providing healing support. At this rate, we simply cannot outlast them. Perhaps, in a few more seconds, I will lie down. But by this point, Zhou Mo had no way out. Even if he turned to run away, with the fire of the soul on his head, he would have no way to escape the sight of the people opposite him. Forced into this predicament, Zhou Mo gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and refused to retreat. He swung the monarch's scythe in his hand and continued to slash at the 4 warrior players in front of him. Batter. Ignore defense. Scythe absorption. Minus 1,154. Plus 577. Minus 1,154. Plus 577. It was just a normal attack, yet it triggered the combo effect and defense-ignoring effect inherent in Monarch's Scythe. In addition, Monarch's Scythe's passive skill Scythe Absorption was also successfully triggered. Monarch's Scythe is an area of effect attack. This normal attack hit 4 warrior players directly, and the Scythe Absorption effect also applied 4 times simultaneously. Zhou Mo's health bar jumped, and he suddenly recovered to full health. Chapter 78 is just one short. Whether it was the warrior players standing in front of Zhou Mo, or the archers and mages launching an attack from behind, they were all somewhat bewildered for a moment. They clearly remembered that just a moment ago, Zhou Mo's health bar had been reduced by half. How could his health be fully restored in the blink of an eye? Even if you drank several bottles of highly effective wound medicine at the same time, it would be impossible to recover this quickly. Moreover, Mo Mingming is a thief this week, so he can't use special healing potions. They were filled with questions, but Zhou Mo was overjoyed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Although Monarch's Scythe has always had the passive skill Scythe Absorption, he has hardly ever used it before and almost forgot about its existence. Because in previous battles, he had rarely been hit so hard that his health dropped this much. At this point, the Scythe Absorption skill attached to Monarch's Scythe has reached LV3. When attacking with Monarch's Scythe, there is a 15% chance to absorb 50% of the damage dealt as health. The probability of 15 is not high, but it's not low either, especially since Monarch's Scythe can attack an area. If it is successfully triggered, it will not only heal once. As he fully recovered his health, the combo effect triggered by the Monarch's Scythe in his hand instantly brought the warrior players in front of him back to low health. The God's War Guild certainly has many healers, but they have just used healing spell on these people, so they need some time to recover. Zhou Mo remained solemn and composed, continuing to wield the Monarch's Scythe in his hand. Minus 475. Minus 467. Minus 486. Minus 475. A single normal attack struck 4 warrior players simultaneously, but this time it neither triggered the ignore defense attack nor a critical hit. These 4 warrior players already had extremely high defense, and now that they were low on health, the defense provided by their passive skill Underpower was even more astonishing. Even with only a few hundred points of health left, Zhou Mo still couldn't finish them off in one go. The health bars of the 4 warrior players flickered, as if they would turn into soul specks if touched even slightly again. They didn't linger in the fight and retreated directly, giving up the space in front of Zhou Mo. In order to cover their retreat, the other members of the God War Guild rushed to attack Zhou Mo, try and stop him. Meanwhile, the rogue player from the God's War Guild appeared directly in front of Zhou Mo and launched a surprise attack on him. In an instant, Zhou Mo's health was reduced by almost half again. The health bar, which had just been fully replenished by the Scythe Absorption skill, immediately dropped back down. This health bar looks fake. Zhou Mo was furious, but at the same time, he felt a chill. As if an electric current surged through his body, Zhou Mo knew very well that if he didn't recover his lost health within 2 seconds, he would be killed by the massive attack from the God War Guild. At this moment, this scythe kill skill was finally fully charged. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Mo activated the scythe kill skill and, with the acceleration effect of the stealth skill, bypassed the rogue player in front of him and chased after the 4 retreating warrior players. He knew very well that perhaps in just 1 second, the healing spells of the healers from the God War Guild would be off cooldown again. At that time, the few warrior players that I painstakingly brought to near death will probably become full of energy again. This is something he cannot tolerate. With these tough and resilient warrior players around, he was constantly restrained in everything he did, unable to act freely. With his scythe kill skill combined with his stealth attack skill, Zhou Mo's movement speed increased by a full 100%. With his doubled movement speed, the players who were blocking him couldn't keep up with him at all, and he broke through and chased after the 4 warrior players. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo had caught up with the 4 warrior players. With his 2-meter-long sickle extended, Zhou Mo swung it downwards. It has to be said that the LV4 scythe kill skill is very powerful, directly increasing Zhou Mo's attack speed by 160. With this attack speed boost, Zhou Mo wielded the Monarch Scythe with incredible speed, completing 2 slashes in an instant. The damage numbers jumped up, and the 4 warrior players finally failed to escape, becoming victims of the scythe. After those 2 attacks, Zhou Mo was hit by an attack from the God War Guild, and his health bar dropped again, leaving him with only 1/3 of his health. It was as if one more attack would bring him down. Zhou Mo quickly calculated in his mind. Killing these 4 warrior players gave him a total of 580 experience points. Although he dropped 2 pieces of equipment, he was racing against death at this moment and had no time to pick them up. At this moment, his experience points have reached 11870, 12000. I only need 130 experience points to level up. I just need to kill 1 more player. Zhou Mo knew he had no time to waste, and in a flash, he used the stealth attack skill again. With the Heartfire active, invisibility is ineffective, but the increased movement speed is exactly what he needs. Still enjoying a 100% movement speed boost, he sprinted off again, charging towards the nearest player. The player stood in front of the members of the God War Guild, not making a move, but calmly watching the development of the battle. It was the same person he had spoken to earlier, but the person was quite far away, and at that distance, he might not be able to get close to them before his health bar was depleted. At this moment, Zhou Mo's health bar had dropped to 1/5, and the bar had turned red, almost flashing. But he was still 5 or 6 meters away from the man, and it was clear that there was no way he could get past him. A line of arrows shot through the air. It was the archer players using the rapid fire skill. At the same time, a fireball, a wind blade, and an icy arrow flew through the air. It seems that both archer and mage players want to deliver the final, decisive blow. And those 2 rogue players who were hiding nearby, using the stealth skill, must have been thinking the same thing. Both are rogues, and both use the stealth skill, but because of the inner fire status, the opponent can see them, but they cannot see the opponent. At that moment, Zhou Mo suddenly noticed that his email system was flashing. He smiled wryly to himself, realizing that Xia Qian must have sent the equipment over. She was quick enough to collect the equipment, but the God War Guild was too strong. They reduced her to low health in just a few hits, and it seemed she didn't have time to collect the equipment. Moreover, it seems better not to accept it, so that after I am killed, it won't benefit the people of the God War Guild. The email system was still flashing, and in that brief moment, Zhou Mo suddenly had a thought. Who says a thief in stealth mode can't attack? If it were Xia Qian, how would she handle it? We'll give it our all. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo gripped the Monarch's scythe tightly with both hands and suddenly swung it around his body. At the same time, he unleashed the cut skill, which had already cooled down in an unprecedented way. Chapter 79, Elite Level Mystic Spirit. Zhou Mo's spinning and swinging of the Monarch's scythe around his own body was not without reason. He recalled Xia Qian's operating skills all along and realized that she was not limited by game skills like he was. Regardless of whether such skills exist in the game, she can come up with all sorts of imaginative solutions whenever she needs them. Zhou Mo didn't know why he suddenly wanted to learn from her, But since he had made the decision and taken action, his life or death depended on this one strike. As the monarch's scythe swept past, two figures appeared on Zhou Mo's left and right sides. They were two rogue players who had stealthily approached him using the stealth skill, intending to take him down with a single, visible strike. Unfortunately, Zhou Mo swung the monarch's scythe first and used the cut skill in this way, attacking them the instant before they appeared. The stealth skill's reveal attack was abruptly interrupted. But what follows is not just a simple matter of interrupting skills. The cut skill unleashed its three attacks, with the monarch's scythe spinning like a windmill around Zhou Mo, cutting him 3 times. Ignore defense. -1,501. -1,178. Critical hit. -2,356. Both thieves were attacked, and their health and defense were far inferior to those of a tough warrior player, so they simply couldn't withstand such an attack. 2 flashes of white light appeared, and the 2 thief players, having failed in their ambush, instead gave Zhou Mo the experience points. Successfully killed player unknown. Experience points plus 145. Successfully killed player Mingming Babai Bei. Experience points plus 145. Level up plus 1. Current level 23. Current experience points 160 to 16,000. Level up, status restored, skill cooldowns reset. Level up, clearing all current negative status effects. As the notification sound rang, Zhou Mo suddenly realized that the fire of the soul above his head had disappeared. He was overjoyed and immediately used the stealth skill again, instantly entering stealth mode. At this moment, apart from the healer player who had initially been granted true sight, everyone else was once again unable to see him. At this moment, the acceleration effect of the scythe kill skill was still active, so Zhou Mo didn't linger in the fight and immediately turned and ran. He ran that way. The healer player from the God's War Guild pointed and shouted loudly. However, no matter how much he shouted, the others still couldn't see him, and Zhou Mo could only run out of sight at twice the speed. Even a healer player with the true sight ability lost sight of Zhou Mo instantly. While the true sight state allows you to see through invisibility, it does not grant you super strong farsightedness. Although the Crimson Rock Monster area is not very large, it would probably not be easy for the remaining dozen or so members of the God War Guild to find Zhou Mo again. Zhou Mo wasn't just trying to escape. He had just leveled up, and the system's notifications were coming in thick and fast, making the upgrades rather complicated. He needed to find a place to organize his thoughts. At this moment, the system notification sound continued to ring. Conditions met. This race's rank has been raised, advancing to an elite-level mystic spirit. The racial appearance has been subtly altered. Gained a unique talent from elite-level monsters, double health. Gained a unique skill, puppet show, puppets for elite-level mystic spirits. Consumes 50 mana points and 1 illusion clone. Possesses the clone's attribute of 10 to a target with less than 30 health, granting control over the target for 120 seconds. Skill cooldown, 20 seconds. Note, puppet show, tethering, can only be used on targets no more than 3 levels higher than the user. The lower the target's level and the less remaining health they have, the higher the success rate of possession. After leveling up to level 23, Zhou Mo's stats undoubtedly saw a significant improvement. Originally, the cooldown time for Puppet Disguise was a full 24 hours, but because he had just upgraded, the cooldown time of all skills was reset, and his Puppet Disguise skill was now usable. After thinking it over, Zhou Mo exited his disguise and returned to his mystic spirit form. At this moment, he was no longer an ordinary mystic spirit, but an elite-level mystic spirit. However, even as a regular mystic, his attributes were far stronger than those of other mystic monsters. Now that he has become an elite, his attributes are naturally far superior to those of ordinary elite mystic monsters. Having returned to his mystic spirit form, Zhou Mo put the monarch's scythe into his backpack and opened his original attribute panel after a long absence. Name, Zhu Montak. Race, Mystic Demon Elite. Level, 23. Health points, 12000, 12000. Magic points, 3600 to 3600. Physical attack power, 426, all points allocated to strength. Magic attack power, 240. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 150. This doesn't even take into account the attributes of Monarch Scythe. It's visibly much stronger than before. After leveling up, the original 2 racial skills also received a level up, reaching LV7. Puppet Disguise LV7 allows you to disguise yourself as any class of the same level, gaining 100 points of the class's attributes and adding 20 points to your original attributes. Duration, 2 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Puppet Mirror LV7 creates 6 mirror images of itself. Each mirror image possesses 100 of its own abilities. Duration, 180 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Puppet Show Loop LV7 consumes 1 illusion clone, attaches itself to a target with less than 60 health, and grants the illusion clone 40 attribute. The user can control the target for 240 seconds. Skill cooldown, 20 seconds. Zhou Mo, who had reached level 23, had exactly 21 free skill points, just enough to upgrade all 3 skills to LV7. After the skill was upgraded, all 3 skills were enhanced to varying degrees. Among these, the enhancement of Puppet and Disguise is conventional and unsurprising. The enhancement to Puppet Mirror is quite surprising. It has been increased from being able to create 4 clones to being able to create 6 clones, and the duration has also been increased significantly. Of course, the skill that has been strengthened the most is Puppet Master Puppets, as a skill that can only be obtained when you advance to the Elite Puppet Spirit. The strengthening is quite impressive. The number of targets that can be possessed has increased from below 30 to 60 health, making it much more widely applicable. However, the ability to add illusion clones has increased from 10 to 40, a significant leap in strength. Looking at the members of the God War Guild gradually searching towards him from afar, Zhou Mo frowned and suddenly made a decision. Chapter 80 Congratulations. With 20 minutes left in the hour, Zhou Mo knew very well that if he disguised himself as a player and didn't make full use of the Mystic Spirit's attributes, it would be difficult for him to last more than 20 minutes against the God War Guild. Although he had managed to survive before, it was extremely dangerous. He couldn't guarantee he would have the same luck again. Since that's the case, and my life is in danger, why should I be so afraid of everything? So what if the Mystic Demon appears in the Crimson Rock Monster area? So what if others can tell that you and the Mystic Demon are using the same giant scythe? Well, it still seems a bit dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Mo doesn't want others to associate him with the Mystic Monster. The enemy still has about 10 people left, and charging into their ranks directly would be very dangerous. Now that we've finally escaped their encirclement, it's best not to foolishly rush back in. There's always a solution, but before that, we need to deal with the equipment Xia Qian sent us to maximize our strength. Only then did he have time to receive the emails sent by Xia Qian. Received items from player Xia Qian. Ironwood Hunting Bow rare, Crimson Rock Broadsword rare, Shadow Short Sword rare. A total of 36 rare level equipment items. It's a mystery how Xia Qian managed to collect all that in such a short time. Along with the equipment, Xia Qian also sent an email message. I've given you the equipment. This is all I can receive for now. If you need more in the future, just let me know. He only asked for 30 items, but Xia Qian actually sent him 36, which was very generous of her. You have to understand, this is rare level equipment. Not to mention the high price. Even if you have the money, it's not an easy task to acquire all of it in such a short time. In addition, there was a new email message, which Zhou Mo casually opened. Xia Qian, you logged off? What happened? Were you killed? Zhou Mo then remembered that he had just switched back to the Mystic Spirit form, and his name would be grayed out in the guild member list and the other party's friend list. Having already decided to keep a low profile, Zhou Mo couldn't directly reply to the message while in the Mystic Spirit state. At this moment, he noticed that the guild chat channel had also started to become noisy. Zhou Mo. So Zhou Mo logged off? Was he killed and his equipment was destroyed? Is he feeling disheartened? Autumn coolness. Maybe. Dongwon. God's War Guild is one of the 3 major guilds. It's already quite remarkable that he's been able to hold on until now. Qian, you've shown some foresight by asking him for help. Zhou Mo. But if he's been given rare level equipment now, his strength should be greatly reduced, right? Can he still help in guild battles? She was clearly a little regretful and said, Qian, you're just too principled. If you ask me, we should have struck first and kept it within the guild, so the good stuff wouldn't go to outsiders. Wouldn't the treasure level equipment have ended up in our guild then? Xia Qian, you can't beat him. Late spring. Xia Qian, I'll go. Dongwan. Qian, are you crazy? That's the God War Guild. Even if you're the #1 fighter, you can't possibly win against them alone. Xia Qian, I have the God of War Descend scroll. The other three exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't that your trump card for Guild Wars? Now that you've used it, what will you do in the Guild Wars? Xia Qian, we'll talk about that when the time comes. Zhou Mo has already agreed to trade that treasure-level equipment to me. If they kill Zhou Mo and take it, isn't that stealing my things? It's only right that I go and get it back. The three of them were speechless. Finally, Zhou Mo gritted her teeth and said, Fine, we'll go with you. After all, you're our Qian, aren't you? The wind howls. Xia Qian, you don't have the God of War Descent scroll. What are you going there for? If you get instantly killed the moment you show your face, it's completely unnecessary. Zhou Mo, all right, you always have to do the cool stuff? We'll cheer you on in the game's public chat channel. Zhou Mo, who was silently observing the guild chat channel, was speechless at this moment. However, he was well aware of the power of the God War Guild. Although he didn't understand what the God of War Descend scroll was, there was really no need to drag Xia Qian and the others into it. With that in mind, he used the puppet disguise skill again, disguising himself as a player. Normally, he could only use puppet disguise once a day, but today he just leveled up and the skill's cooldown time was refreshed, so he could use it again. His name instantly lit up in the guild member list, indicating that he was online again. He spoke directly in the guild chat channel, saying, I'm fine, you don't need to come. Xia Qian, you weren't killed, and your equipment wasn't looted? Zhou Mo, yes. Xia Qian, I don't believe it. Zhou Mo, really? Xia Qian, unless you mail the equipment to me now, I absolutely will not believe you. Forehead. Zhou Mo was helpless. In theory, he had already received the 36 rare level equipment that the other party had paid for. According to the previous agreement, the Crimson Rock Bracelet treasure did indeed belong to Xia Qian. It would be perfectly reasonable to send it directly to her. The prerequisite is that the game system allows him to send it. The reality is that he has no way to do anything with the Crimson Bracelet, the treasure, until the Treasure Hunter event ends. Seeing that Zhou Mo couldn't answer, Xia Qian nodded and said, Right, you have nothing to say, so you must have been killed and your equipment was looted. I'm going to get my equipment back. Why are you stopping me? Well, Zhou Mo realized that he still couldn't keep up with Xia Qian's train of thought. He shook his head helplessly, deciding not to waste any more words with her. Anyway, she's unlikely to listen to me. There are only 18 minutes left now, and the event may be over before she arrives. Why bother with that? He refocused his attention on what was in front of him and selected attribute extraction for all 36 rare level equipment pieces. This is the second time Zhou Mo has possessed a large quantity of rare level equipment. Last time, after extracting it, the Monarch Scythe was upgraded from rare to treasure level. What about this time? Will it advance to the next level? As it turns out, Zhou Mo was overthinking things. 36 pieces of rare equipment is indeed good, because he specifically instructed that there are relatively few duplicates among them. Extracting the attributes of 36 rare level equipment pieces has indeed significantly improved the attributes of Monarch Scythe, but it is still far from being able to advance to a higher quality. After the attributes were extracted, Zhou Mo looked at the figures that were gradually appearing in the distance, and his gaze turned cold. He immediately used the Scythe transformation skill, and the Monarch Scythe in his hand was shrouded in black mist, instantly transforming into a dark and powerful bow, along with a quiver. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for obtaining the treasure level equipment, Monarch Dark Bow Treasure. Chapter 81, Concentrated Shooting. For a moment, Zhou Mo was stunned when the game announcement appeared. It turns out that every time Monarch's Scythe adds a new form, there's a game announcement. I had completely overlooked this. I was careless. Other gamers might think Zhou Mo is the game's favorite son, but Zhou Mo himself doesn't think so. In his view, this game system was simply his sworn enemy, the kind that would fight to the death. The Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, had already made him a target of numerous players' attacks, and the God War Guild is still searching for him. Now this announcement has come out again. People are probably so angry they want to kill themselves. As Zhou Mo predicted, the game chat channel was in an uproar. The players who had been kicked out by the God War Guild earlier became excited again and returned to the area. If it were just one rare level piece of equipment, They might give God War Guild some face, but now that there's another one, how could they possibly give it all to God War Guild? Why should they get all the benefits? At the same moment, a similar debate broke out in the Gods War Guild's guild chat channel. It's been so long, and your second team still hasn't sorted it out? That's right, those players are going to come back again. Who is this Zhou Mo? He actually has 3 treasure level equipment all by himself. This is no longer just a matter for your second team. That's right. We didn't respond to the guild summons because your second team was nearby. Now it seems we shouldn't worry about that anymore. If we don't hurry, the cooked duck will fly away. The one who initiated the negotiation with Zhou Mo earlier was the captain of the second team of the God War Guild. He shook his head and said in the guild channel, "This is our second team's problem, so it should be your second team's opportunity. When I joined the guild leader promised me that he wasn't here today, so you're not going to follow the rules? You'd better do things perfectly. If you mess it up, see how you will face the chairman when he gets back." The other squads finally stopped interfering, and the second squad leader, with a cold face, instructed the remaining dozen or so people in the squad. Everyone spread out a bit and search carefully. The healer should use this time to cast True Sight on everyone to prevent him from ambushing you. Meanwhile, at the Four Seasons Guild, Zhou Mo was startled and asked in the guild channel, "Zhou Mo, you got another piece of equipment? Tell me honestly, were you secretly using cheats?" Zhou Mo smiled slightly. "Guess. Spring Twilight. Are there any tips for acquiring rare level equipment? Could you share them?" Zhou Mo, it's all about luck. Late spring. Zhou Mo was too lazy to argue with her anymore, so he simply maxed out his attribute and skill points after disguising himself as an archer. For archers, allocating stat points is not simply a matter of increasing strength. As a ranged shooting class, archers have another issue that cannot be ignored compared to melee classes: shooting accuracy. Zhou Mo didn't have time to think too much. He just followed the principle of balance and distributed the points roughly evenly among the 2 attributes of strength and dexterity. The force affects how powerful a bow Zhou Mo can draw and how long he can maintain the shooting speed. Dexterity affects how accurately Zhou Mo can shoot arrows and how long he can maintain that accuracy. After extracting 36 rare level equipment pieces, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe are naturally much stronger than before. Monarch Scythe, Treasure Physical Attack, 1298, Physical Defense, 486, Magic Defense, 328, Health plus 4400, Mana, 1650, Physical Critical Hit Rate plus 20%, Ignore Defense Chance plus 17%, Combo Rate plus 13, Skill Scythe Kill LV4, Skill Scythe Absorb LV3, Skill Scythe Transformation LV1. However, after switching to bow and arrow form, the attributes of the Monarch Dark Bow can only be 70% of those of the Monarch Scythe. Zhou Mo ignored this, gripped the current Monarch's hidden bow, disregarded all the disturbances, and stared intently in a certain direction with his sharp eyes. That was where the members of the God War Guild came from. At this moment, the members of the God War Guild were still 600 or 700 meters away from him. He added points to this sharp vision passive skill for the archer class, which greatly improved his eyesight. Zhou Mo hid behind a small tree, took an arrow from his quiver, and knocked it onto the Monarch's dark bow. The bow is fully drawn, the arrow is in hand. Zhou Mo used a skill from the archer class, Concentrated Shot. Focused Shot LV7, consumes 50 mana, enters a focused shooting state, charges for 15 seconds before firing an arrow, dealing 153/50 attack damage. Critical hit chance plus 20/40. The longer the charge time, the higher the effective range, attack damage, hit rate, and critical hit rate. Cooldown, 15 seconds. At this moment, the members of the God War Guild had not yet discovered him, so he naturally chose the longest charging time. His target was the healer player in the opposing team's group. Although the healer player didn't have much offensive ability, Zhou Mo decided to take him out first, as he was the sustain class in the opposing team. A few hundred meters away, the healer player in the center of the group suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up and around, but did not see any hidden figures. No one was lurking nearby, intending to attack him. He looked puzzled, but he didn't dare to be careless. He shouted, "Everyone be careful. Zhou Mo might be hiding somewhere watching us." The archer player in the team laughed and said, "Don't worry, Peanut. Our archer class has the sharp vision passive skill, which allows us to see every little thing within a few hundred meters. I've checked it all. Within this range, apart from the bushes 600 or 700 meters away, there's nowhere for anyone to hide. Another person added, "Anyway, we're all in true sight mode, so he can't sneak up and attack anymore. My arrows can hit targets within 500 meters. Before he even gets close, we'll have turned him into a pincushion." The two archer players made a lot of sense. The healer player named Peanut finally put his worries aside and said, "Let's hurry up. We've scouted the area behind us. There are only 700 or 800 meters left. Zhou Mo has nowhere to hide." As soon as the healer finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a black lightning bolt flying towards him out of the corner of his eye, followed by a game notification sound. "You have been killed by player Zhou Mo." He transformed into white light first, unaware that behind him, where the black lightning had gone, another person had also fallen to the ground at almost the same time, turning into specks of soul light. At that moment, the damage numbers seemed to have just started to rise. Critical hit, minus 8,204. Critical hit, minus 4,102. It was an archer ambush. The members of the God War Guild exclaimed in surprise, suddenly becoming like ants in a pot that had been stirred up. The third update for today is here. Chapter 82 Archers. The members of the God War Guild in the distance stirred, while Zhou Mo, 600 or 700 meters away, slowly let out a sigh of relief. He just launched an attack using the focus shot skill, charging for a full 5 seconds, and the arrow he fired had a terrifying attack power of 350. With the quality of the Monarch's Dark Bow and a long charging time of 5 seconds, his shooting range far exceeded the imagination of the opposing God War Guild. Not only did it instantly kill the healer player, but the terrifying force of the arrow also dealt half the damage to someone behind him. Behind the doctor was a mage player, and half the damage was enough to kill him instantly. This double whammy really startled the players of the God War Guild. Why are their archers launching a sneak attack? Who dares to oppose our divine war guild? Someone shouted that. In the guild chat channel, the healer player who had become a beacon of light said, "It's Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo. Isn't he a thief? How come he also has archery skills? Peanut, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The second team captain was stunned, looking somewhat incredulous. "I don't know either. Please revive me first." Peanut didn't say much, but simply reminded the other healer players in the team. Their team has 3 doctors. If they help each other, they don't need to panic even if they are ambushed and killed. However, how could Zhou Mo allow them to be resurrected peacefully? He burst out of the bushes and appeared in the sight of the God's War Guild members. In fact, even though the two sides had gotten closer, they were still more than 500 meters apart. At such a distance, not to mention melee classes, even archers and mages would have no way to attack the other side. Thieves, go into stealth mode. Archers and mages, prepare. The second team leader began to give instructions, saying, once they are within range, the archers and mages will launch an attack immediately, and the thieves will follow up with stealth attacks to finish them off. The 2 thief players responded in unison, their eyes burning with intensity. They had previously ambushed Zhou Mo, but were killed by his spinning cutting skill, losing a lot of experience points. Although he was eventually revived by the healer player, the lost experience points could not be recovered. Therefore, at this moment, they harbored extreme resentment towards Zhou Mo, who was in the distance. The 2 groups continued to approach, and it looked like they were about to enter the archer's attack range. However, this was merely the opinion of the archer players in the God War Guild. Zhou Mo, wielding the Monarch Dark Bow, had an attack range far exceeding their expectations. While they were still thinking about getting closer, Zhou Mo had already drawn the Monarch's Dark Bow in his hand. Rapid fire. The archer used another skill, sending 4 arrows flying in a straight line towards the God War Guild. The arrow was launched and arrived in the blink of an eye, its target being another healer player. That was the healer player who used the Resurrection spell. When using Resurrection, the healer player must channel for 6 seconds and cannot move during this time. Otherwise, the skill will be interrupted. Faced with these lightning-fast arrows, not only could he not move, but even if he could move, he would have no way to dodge them. Not everyone has that kind of operating skill. The 4 arrows struck the healer player almost simultaneously. Minus 1,172. Minus 1,172. Minus 1,172. Critical hit. Minus 2,344. The Monarch Scythe is now extremely powerful, with a base critical hit rate of 20%. When 4 arrows are fired in a row, the chance of triggering a critical hit is naturally very high. Without exception, The healer player instantly turned into white light. He originally intended to resurrect others, but unexpectedly, before he could successfully resurrect them, he himself became one who needed to be resurrected. Zhou Mo, who had gained experience points again after killing the enemy, seemed somewhat satisfied. This archer's skills are indeed quite good for long-range sniping. At his current skill level, rapid fire can only fire 4 arrows, but it is already very powerful. After killing the healer player, Zhou Mo drew his bow again and aimed at the last healer on the opposing team. There are 3 healers in the opposing team. I have already taken down 2 of them. If I can take down the last one, the opposing team will not be able to revive. Everyone I kill is 1 less to kill. After another person was killed by the rapid-fire arrows, the members of the God War Guild finally woke up from their dream. How was it possible that he really knows archery skills? He's clearly a thief. This doesn't make sense. The second team leader, his face ashen, said, "Whatever his methods are, it doesn't matter now. Our whole team, are we going to let him lead us by the nose?" After giving a cold snort, he ordered again. The mage should cast another large-scale magic scroll to cover the area. No matter how slippery he is, he can't escape such a wide-range attack. The remaining mages in the group nodded, understanding that their captain was prepared to go to any lengths. At this point, considering cost-effectiveness is meaningless. If we don't quickly take down that guy on the other side, we'll not only be ridiculed by all the players in the game, but we'll also lose face within the guild. When the guild war starts, my team probably won't even get a chance to participate. 500 meters is not a long distance. Zhou Mo only fired a few arrows at the remaining healer players before entering the enemy archer's attack range. Although archers have high damage output, Zhou Mo has just used up focus shot and rapid fire, so he doesn't have any powerful burst skills left for the time being. He shot arrow after arrow at the remaining healer player. Although the attack power was good, because it was not an instantaneous burst, the healer player could barely withstand it thanks to his healing skills. Minus 1,172. After firing another arrow, the healer player's health dropped to just over 2,000 points. He cast a heal spell on himself, immediately restoring his health to plus 1,011. Including the mist barrier skill he had cast on himself beforehand, his recovery amount was exactly equal to Zhou Mo's normal attack damage. If Zhou Mo had continued to use ordinary attacks against him, he might never have been able to kill him, unless the healer player's mana is depleted. But the healer player had teammates in addition to himself. Once within attack range, the 3 archer players simultaneously unleashed the rapid fire skill. As for a focus shot, that skill requires too long a charging time, making it not very useful unless it's a sneak attack or sniping. Minus 86. Minus 86. Minus 86. Minus 86. However, the 3 rapid-fire skills only dealt about 1,000 damage to Zhou Mo. Compared to Zhou Mo's current health bar, this kind of damage is not much of a problem. Damn it, his defense has increased again. I could have dealt hundreds of points of damage to him before. The archer player cried out in disbelief, suddenly finding the bow, an arrow in his hand suddenly unappealing. Is the archer class I chose really that powerful ranged physical damage dealer? Chapter 83 Lava Hell. The 3 archers on the other side each used a rapid-fire skill, but they only dealt a total of about 1,000 damage to Zhou Mo. The Monarch's Scythe extracted 36 rare equipment pieces, greatly enhancing their attributes. Combined with the LV7 Puppet Disguise, which adds 20 to the original body's attributes, Zhou Mo's physical defense is now extremely high. Even with the attacks of these level 29 archer players, it would be difficult to inflict much damage on him. His health bar has also increased significantly. These 1,000 plus points of health only reduce his health bar by a tiny fraction when hit. Once they were within attack range, the mages in the God War Guild's ranks took out another magic scroll and began to activate it. The magic scroll shimmered with a dazzling light, perhaps about to erupt at any moment. Before a mage class undergoes a second job advancement, they do not possess large-scale magic skills. To unleash attacks over a wide area, they must rely on magic scrolls. The power and rarity of a magic scroll will affect the strength of the subsequent attack. Seeing the dazzling light on the magic scroll and how difficult it was for them to activate it, Zhou Mo, watching from afar, was startled. This magic scroll is certainly no less powerful than the previous meteor shower. He has now disguised himself as an archer, unlike before when he was a thief, where he could stealthily avoid the attack range of magic scrolls. Zhou Mo was nervous, so he tried to find a way to disrupt the release of the magic scroll. He immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow at the magic scrolls above the heads of the magicians. However, how could such a powerful magic scroll be so easily destroyed by arrows? The black arrow flew towards the magic scroll, but could not advance any further. It was blocked by the shimmering light around the magic scroll. With a slight flash of light, the arrow instantly turned into dust. Judging from the light surging from the magic scroll, a terrifying magical attack would likely descend in just 2 or 3 seconds. The rapid-fire skill was still on cooldown. Zhou Mo's eyes flashed, and he made up his mind. He drew his bow again and used the scatter shot skill. The skill was activated instantly, and Zhou Mo drew the bowstring and fired arrows at top speed, releasing several volleys of arrows in one go. In each round, 12 arrows are launched. This scattering skill fired out as many as 70 or 80 arrows. Of course, as a game, the arrows in the quiver are inexhaustible. Given Zhou Mo's skill level, it would be impossible for him to fire so many arrows in such a short time. However, this scattering is a skill designed in the game and has nothing to do with Zhou Mo's operating skills. As long as the skill is used, a large number of arrows can be launched in a short period of time. Of course, while the sheer number of arrows is astonishing, their offensive power is questionable. Each arrow has only 20% of its own attack power. With such a percentage of attack power, and after deducting the opponent's defense, the damage that each arrow can cause is even less. However, Zhou Mo's scattering skill indicates that he doesn't care about the damage dealt. -9, -9, -1, -8. Arrows with a 20% attack percentage will only deal single-digit damage to members of the God War Guild. Some enemies with high defense can't even break through your defenses and can only inflict a forced -1 point of damage. However, this single scatter skill resulted in dozens of attacks, instantly charging the Monarch Scythe. At this moment, the Scythe kill skill is once again usable. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Mo immediately activated the Scythe kill skill. At this moment, the mages in the opposing camp finally completed the activation of the magic scroll. The magic scroll burst forth with intense light and turned into ashes. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Mo felt the earth beneath his feet tremble and begin to crack, spewing out endless lava and fire. This skill looks familiar, and it's very similar to the lava burst skill used by the boss-level Red Rock monster we fought before. However, the one released from the magic scroll had a much wider coverage area than the one used by the Red Rock monster leader. Centered on Zhou Mo, the area within a 200-meter radius became a lava hell. -542. -542. An endless eruption of lava left Zhou Mo trapped within it, unable to escape, and he was instantly burned by the molten lava. At this rate, even with over 9,000 health points in his current state, he wouldn't be able to withstand many more hits. Not to mention, the 3 archer players were still standing outside the lava hell, occasionally drawing their bows to attack him. At this moment, Zhou Mo had no time to think. Fortunately, the Scythe kill skill had been activated, and his movement speed doubled again. He sprinted towards the edge of the lava hell area in a few quick steps. In the God War Guild camp, the mages' faces turned pale, and they gasped. This lava hell is no less powerful than the meteor shower we just faced. Even if several of us joined forces, we almost ran out of mana. If we still can't defeat Zhou Mo after using 2 of these magic scrolls, then this whole thing will be a huge loss. The second team leader was very satisfied and smiled. Don't worry, these 2 scrolls are indeed valuable, but they can be exchanged for more than one treasure-level piece of equipment, so it's definitely worth it. Once we get the equipment, let alone 2 scrolls, even if it were double that, the guild leader would never let the brothers suffer a loss. Take the equipment? Did you ask me? No sooner had the second team leader finished speaking than a clear voice came from not far away. He frowned and looked up. Xia Qian, the so-called number 1 fighter? Unbeknownst to them, a figure with a flowing ponytail stood quietly not far to their side. She is Xia Qian, the number 1 fighter on the professional ranking list. The second team leader gave Xia Qian a cold look and said indifferently, "You're also interested in this treasure-level equipment?" Xia Qian stepped forward slowly and said, word by word, "Zhou Mo has already sold me this treasure-level equipment. Anyone who wants to touch it will have to ask my fist first." Laughter and giggles rang out from within the God's War Guild's camp. Xia Qian's words clearly amused them. The second team captain narrowed his eyes. Anyone dares to challenge our God War Guild. You think you're something special just because you became the #1 fighter? It's just that the effort and reward of the fighter profession are too disproportionate, so everyone is too lazy to choose it. And that's why you got the lucky break. He kept a close eye on Xia Qian as she approached and whispered, "Keep an eye on Zhou Mo. Pick up any equipment that drops immediately." However, he was met with 4 arrows in succession. 4 arrows flashed past his eyes like black lightning, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, a white light flashed through the God War Guild's queue, and the last remaining healer player in the team was instantly killed. Zhou Mo, who should have been waiting to die in the lava hell at this moment, actually still had the strength to launch an attack. The second team captain was momentarily bewildered. Chapter 84, The God of War Descends. In the distance, thanks to the movement speed provided by Scythe Kill, Zhou Mo finally escaped the coverage area of lava hell after paying the price of most of his health. Seeing Xia Qian enter this area and attract the attention of the God War Guild and others, he didn't waste the opportunity and launched a rapid-fire attack on the remaining healer player. Meanwhile, the healer player was also focused on Xia Qian, who had just appeared and was taken away by Zhou Mo without warning. Of course, even if he were careful, he probably still wouldn't be able to avoid it. Plus 586. The rapid-fire attack not only instantly killed the healer player, but also triggered the Scythe Absorption effect, restoring 586 health points to Zhou Mo. Of course, compared to the fact that he has already lost most of his health, this amount of recovery is still not enough. At this moment, Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo from afar, somewhat surprised. "You're not dead?" "Certainly," Zhou Mo said helplessly. "I didn't die just now, but you wouldn't believe me even if I told you." Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo, nodded solemnly, and said, "Okay, then try your best not to die and take good care of my treasure equipment." After another of his fellow healers was ambushed and killed by Zhou Mo, the captain of the second team of the God War Guild looked very grim. He looked at Zhou Mo and Xia Qian in front of him and said, "I'm afraid this is not something you can decide." As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a gleaming gold token. It was the guild summoning order he had used before. When he used it before, the other teams in the guild gave him face and didn't come over. This time, he took out the guild summoning order again, knowing that with the remaining members of his second team alone, he probably couldn't deal with Zhou Mo in a short time. Zhou Mo's strength far exceeded his expectations. The treasure-level equipment was simply too powerful. At this moment, he was too lazy to think about why Zhou Mo had become an archer. What he wanted was to summon the main force of the guild to come and take care of Zhou Mo in a safe and easy way. As for Xia Qian blocking his way, he didn't take her seriously at all. The #1 fighter? What a load of rubbish. The token began to glow, and it was about to shatter. Once the token is broken, members of the other teams in the God War Guild will respond to his call. When dozens or even hundreds of level 29 players arrive, no matter how strong Zhou Mo is, he will absolutely not be able to hold out any longer. The token is still shining. The second team leader hesitated. He knew very well that once he formally summoned the members of the other teams, his operation to besiege Zhou Mo would be considered a failure. The captain of the second team of the mighty God War Guild, leading a squad of 20 or 30 members, couldn't even take down an ordinary player. Such a story would probably make him completely unable to hold his head up in the guild. He was still hesitating, but Xia Qian, who was standing in front of him, did not intend to wait for him to make a real decision. Xia Qian naturally recognized the guild summoning order. She knew very well that once the other party actually summoned the main force of the God War Guild, she and Zhou Mo would have absolutely no chance. Then, naturally, the treasure-level equipment had to be handed over. This is something Xia Qian absolutely cannot tolerate. So at that moment, she pushed off the ground with both feet and charged forward like a raging beast. Act recklessly. The second team leader sneered, holding the guild summoning order in one hand and raising his broadsword in the other, slashing straight down at Xia Qian. As the captain of the second team, he was a level 29 warrior. At the same time he made his move, the mage behind him also unleashed several small spells, which were also aimed at Xia Qian. Although the spells unleashed by the mages were simple, quick cast spells like Windblade and Fireball, they were still quite painful for a fighter. With a few minor spells and a broadsword strike from a level 29 warrior, even Xia Qian, who is known as the #1 fighter, would probably not fare well. She would lose most of her life, if not die. However, Xia Qian, who is usually most skilled at using operational techniques, did not make any sharp moves at this moment, but just charged straight forward. While still in midair, her eyes flashed, and she activated the scroll that had just appeared in her hand. The God of War Descends is the name of this scroll. Unlike large-scale attack magic scrolls like Meteor Shower and Lava Hell, the magic sealed in the God of War Descends scroll is a status spell that only affects the user. It is very easy to activate and does not require several mages to provide magic points to activate it. The scroll God of War Descends was opened and instantly turned to ashes, but Xia Qian's body was covered with a layer of hazy golden light. Just as the golden light rose, those few small spells had already flown to Xia Qian's side. However, just like snowflakes falling into water, those few small spells touched the golden light and vanished silently, as if they had never existed at all. Whether it was fireball, wind blade, or anything else, none of them could make a ripple. This is one of the terrifying effects of the God of War Descends scroll, magic immunity. In addition to magic immunity, God of War Descends also has other special effects. First, physical damage reduction plus 70. Secondly, the attribute value increases to 300. Then, the cooldown time of all your skills is reduced by 70%, and your mana is unlimited. This was a scroll that Xia Qian had painstakingly acquired, originally intended for the First Guild War, but it was being used here instead. According to the mysterious player who sold the scroll to Xia Qian, this God of War Descends scroll is currently the only one of its kind in the game. Zhou Mo was unaware of this at first, but he couldn't resist Chuanmu's endless chatter in the guild chat channel, and that's how he learned the details. According to Chuanmu, since Xia Qian used the God of War Descends scroll to save Zhou Mo would have to give his all, even die, to repay even a fraction of her kindness. For example, start by offering 2 or 3 pieces of rare level equipment as tribute. Xia Qian ignored Chuanmu's nonsense. Before activating the God of War Descends scroll, she said to Zhou Mo in the guild chat channel, "My God of War Descends state can only last for 180 seconds. After that time, it's up to you." Zhou Mo wasn't surprised. If the God of War Descends was really as powerful as they said, then it was only reasonable that it could only last for 180 seconds. Otherwise, if this terrifying situation continues, no one else will have a chance to play. Therefore, when Zhou Mo saw the golden light emanating from Xia Qian's body, he knew that a rare opportunity had arrived, and he had to seize it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. As those minor spells vanished before the golden light, the second team captain's broadsword also fell. Xia Qian did not dodge. Her expression remained calm, but her body was already spinning in the air. Incredibly, she kicked the spine of the opponent's broadsword, sending it flying backward, while at the same time her other foot struck the second team captain's wrist. -1,578. With a loud clang, the captain of the second team was kicked so hard that his hand bones felt like they were about to break, and the token flew out of his hand and landed on the ground. This is the third update today. I'm a bit tired from writing, so I decided to try my luck at grabbing the Supreme Throne. I suddenly realized that I'm super confident in grabbing this one. Very few people can beat me. Chapter 85. Summoning is impossible. The gleaming guild recruitment order fell to the ground. While experiencing excruciating pain in his wrist, the second team captain suddenly realized that he had underestimated this #1 fighter. After using that scroll, the #1 fighter's attack power reached a terrifying level. Despite his own defensive capabilities, he suffered over 1,000 damages from a single kick to the wrist. Logically speaking, such a thing should not happen. A level 29 warrior player was kicked by a level 27 fighter and took over 1,000 damage. It's laughable, even if the opponent is the so-called #1 fighter. Seeing that the attacks from several mages had no effect on Xia Qian, the captain of the second team was terrified. He had never seen the God of War Descends scroll that Xia Qian was using and did not know its specific function. However, seeing how powerful Xia Qian was, he realized that the current situation was not good and he could not hesitate any longer. He bent down and lunged at the token on the ground, intending to pick up the guild's summoning order and summon the other teams in the guild. But Xia Qian certainly wouldn't let him succeed. He was fast, but Xia Qian was even faster. With the God of War Descends scroll, Not only did her attack, defense, and health increase to 300, but her speed also tripled. In an instant, as if a phantom had flashed, Xia Qian had already arrived beside the token. She didn't bend down to pick it up. Instead, she kicked it out, sending the token flying towards the lava hell area with great force. In just a moment, the guild summoning order fell into the range of lava hell and was probably melted completely. At this moment, the captain of the second team had just arrived in front of Xia Qian. Xia Qian did not dodge. Instead, she lowered her body and turned to the side, her right shoulder colliding with the second team captain's body. Minus 2,454. This blow struck the second team captain with greater force than the previous kick to his wrist, causing more severe damage. The captain of the second team, whose health was over 5,000 points, now only had a small portion of his health bar left. There were no more healers in the team, so no one could heal him. He was still in the air and had already chosen to drink his special wound medicine. The healing speed of the special wound medicine is indeed good, but it can't keep up with Xia Qian's attack output. As the second team captain was thrown into the air, she pushed off the ground with both feet, leaped up, and followed closely behind. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on the second team captain's jaw, sending him flying upwards. It is one of the skills of a fighter, the Rising Dragon Fist. Minus 1895. This punch was the first proper martial arts skill Xia Qian had used in her fight with her opponent so far, and it dealt considerable damage. The second team captain's health bar has already started to flash, and Xia Qian's next attack will probably take him down. The other members of the second team launched attacks on Xia Qian, intending to relieve the siege by attacking Wei. All three archer players fired arrows at Xia Qian, and the other warriors, thieves, and so on also surrounded her. Only a few magicians were somewhat stunned, unsure whether they should pretend to be inactive or simply stand and watch the show. When faced with an orphan state like magic immunity, they can only say, "Oh wow," and then there's nothing they can do. The God War Guild had a large number of members, but they were no match for Xia Qian, who had used the God of War Descend scroll. Xia Qian's operating skills were already very impressive, and after her attributes increased to 300, her movement was like a phantom. Although there were many people on the God War Guild side, they couldn't even touch her. The second team leader, who had just landed, frowned and secretly backed away. While the other members might not pose a threat to Xia Qian, they at least drew her attention, allowing her to withdraw from the battle. The second team leader was in a bad mood. It was bad enough that Zhou Mo had dragged them on until now, but now Xia Qian, who could come along at will, could also pose a terrifying threat to them. Or did the God War Guild fall to the point where anyone can easily defeat it? The embarrassed second team leader took out another token from his backpack. Looking at the guild summoning order in his hand, he smiled coldly. Xia Qian, with her keen senses, knocked her token away first, thus blocking her way once. But who says they only have that one token left? Although Xia Qian's current state is powerful, it will not last long. Once she gathers all the teams, she will eventually be able to exhaust the opponent's scroll's duration. Once the scroll is gone, wouldn't a mere number 1 fighter be easily defeated with a flick of his finger? He held the guild summoning order in his hand, and the token began to glow. It would only take 2 or 3 seconds to activate, at which point thousands of troops would come to meet him. What number 1 fighter, what Zhou Mo, would be no problem. Wait, Zhou Mo? The second team leader then realized that he had been so stunned by Xia Qian's beating that he had completely forgotten about Zhou Mo. Given Zhou Mo's cunning and treacherous nature, how could he possibly allow himself to use the guild summoning order so easily? The thought flashed through his mind for a moment, and then he saw black lightning reflected in his pupils, which then rapidly magnified. Minus 2,116. A flash of white light, and the captain of the second team was instantly killed, with the guild summoning order falling to the ground. He tried to use the guild summoning order twice, but ultimately failed. Zhou Mo had been watching him closely for a while, and taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, he delivered a fatal blow with the already cooled-down concentrated shot. Of course, worried that he wouldn't have enough time, Zhou Mo didn't fully charge up his power for the full 5 seconds. Even so, killing a second team captain with low health is more than enough. Second team, how's the situation? Why haven't you brought us over yet? Yeah, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Don't waste a great opportunity. In the God's War Guild's guild chat channel, members of various teams started arguing. However, the second team captain, who had already been killed and turned into a soul point, was filled with bitterness and had no mood to speak. The second team now has only a dozen or so members left, but the team leader knows that with these people, it is probably impossible to keep Xia Qian and Zhou Mo. In the Crimson Rock Monster area, Xia Qian was in God of War descend state, truly like a god of war, moving freely and invincible. Her combat skills are incredibly powerful, and with an attribute panel of 300, the power of her punches and kicks is astonishing. Once a powerful attack skill is used, the opposing player will be injured if hit and die if touched. Xia Qian, a war god, is already terrifying enough, not to mention Zhou Mo, who is transformed into an archer. At this moment, he activated the Scythe Slaughter skill of Monarch's Scythe, which increased his attack speed by 160. Even when performing a normal attack, he could fire 2 or 3 arrows per second. With Xia Qian's help, who charged left and right through the crowd, the dozen or so members of the God War Guild were killed and howled like ghosts. Chapter 86. He panicked. Time flies, and in just 2 minutes, only 2 people were left standing in the area. Looking at the equipment scattered all over the ground, Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo, who had walked up to her, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. There's still more than 180 seconds of God of War descends time left. What a loss. Zhou Mo rolled his eyes. Xia Qian's imagination was something he could never easily keep up with. No, it should be said that the imaginations of everyone else in the Four Seasons Guild are beyond his reach. Zhou Mo glanced at the game's system time and said, "There is still more than 10 minutes before the restrictions are lifted. You should go back first. Without these people from the God War Guild, even if others come in again, they won't be able to do anything to me." Xia Qian glanced at Zhou Mo and said, "All right, you're pretty strong. You shouldn't die easily. We can't waste these remaining few dozen seconds of God of War's descent. I'll farm some monsters before I leave." Zhou Mo. He walked around, picking up the equipment as he went, asking, "Do you want these things?" A nouveau riche like Xia Qian would naturally disdain such things. While fighting monsters, she shook her head and said, "You can take them all." "Wait a minute. Don't you already have treasure-level equipment? Why are you picking up this junk?" A level 29 player's rare equipment is being called junk? Zhou Mo shook his head and said, "I have my own uses for it. Besides, it's good to exchange it for money. Even a small amount is still good." He had only said it casually, but Xia Qian took it seriously. She turned to look at Zhou Mo and said, "You're short of money? You should have said so earlier. I still owe you rare-level equipment. Should I just convert it into cash for you? In-game currency or real money is fine." Although it was nice to have someone give him money, Zhou Mo just shook his head and said with a wry smile, "No need. You should leave now." Xia Qian stopped after fighting a few red rock monsters. She sighed with little interest. "Oh well, the level of these red rock monsters is too low. The experience points gained are only a third of what they were before. I'm too lazy to fight them anymore." At this moment, Zhou Mo had already picked up all the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Xia Qian glanced at the numerous players peeking out in the distance and asked, "These guys don't seem to have given up yet. Should I hold them off for you?" Zhou Mo quickly shook his head. "No need. The restrictions will be lifted in 8 or 9 minutes. It's easier for me to hide by myself. By the time they find me, I should be able to leave." Xia Qian gave Zhou Mo a deep look, finally nodded, and said, "Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll head back now." After saying that, she didn't hesitate and went straight back to the city. A few seconds later, the recall stone was successfully activated, and in a flash of light, Xia Qian disappeared before Zhou Mo's eyes. Only then did Zhou Mo breathe a sigh of relief and feel at ease. He was genuinely worried that Xia Qian would stay and refuse to leave, which would cause a lot of trouble. Because not only is the time limit for the treasure hunter event about to end, but the time limit for his puppet disguise is also approaching. If his disguise ends and Xia Qian is still by his side, then the problem will be very serious. What if she sees me transformed into a magical puppet? Are you going to kill them to silence them? The problem is that in this game, players can revive after being killed, so killing someone to cover it up is completely useless. Fortunately, although Xia Qian's ideas are unpredictable, at least she's not someone who drags things out. At this moment, seeing the large group of players slowly approaching from outside the Red Rock Monster area, Zhou Mo chose to retreat and hide. He hid directly in the bushes he had previously gathered and took the opportunity to extract the attributes of the equipment he had just picked up. It must be said that although these rare level equipment were considered junk in Xia Qian's eyes, They were the best equipment Zhou Mo had ever obtained. Of course, jewelry, grade is not included. These pieces of equipment were dropped by members of the God War Guild. They are all level 29, and their stats are much stronger than the rare equipment obtained previously. The only drawback is that there are too few of them. More than 20 members of the God War Guild only managed to drop 8 pieces of equipment. After extracting all 8 pieces of equipment, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe were improved again. At this point, the attributes of Monarch Scythe are Monarch Scythe, Treasure Physical Attack, 1438, Physical Defense, 576, Magic Defense, 388, Health plus 5400, Mana, 2450, Physical Critical Hit Rate plus 23, Ignore Defense Chance plus 19, Combo Rate plus 15, Skill Scythe Kill LV4, Skill Scythe Absorb LV3, Skill Scythe Transformation LV1. Although the attributes have improved significantly, there is still no sign of further advancement. Furthermore, since it is currently in the state of Monarch Dark Bow, it can only have 70 attributes for the time being, so the improvement is not as great as expected. If other players knew about Zhou Mo's dissatisfaction, they would definitely scold him for being a well-fed man who doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. Putting everything else aside, the attributes of this Monarch Scythe alone already surpass those of a whole set of equipment from others. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Zhou Mo discovered that even though he was disguised as a player, there were still some differences. Apart from the Monarch Scythe, he still cannot wear any other equipment. Otherwise, he would have kept the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, for himself. Why would he have used it to trade with Xiaqian? At this point, the Scythe Kill skill had already expired, and Zhou Mo didn't actually intend to continue fighting those players head-on. Anyway, the event will end in a few minutes. Wouldn't it be better for him to just hide to the side and get through the crisis peacefully? There's no need to go against the players. After all, although the players who have joined now are not as strong or powerful as those in the God War Guild, they have a lot of numbers. If you're not careful and get worn down to death by these players' ranged attacks, you'll have nowhere to turn for help. These players, who had previously been sent back to the city by the God War Guild's meteor shower, couldn't resist returning after hearing the system announcement that Zhou Mo had obtained another treasure piece of equipment. Moreover, when these players returned, they suddenly found that the situation was much better than expected. Those people from the God War Guild are gone. Did they kill Zhou Mo and end the event? Impossible. If they killed Zhou Mo and stole the treasure level equipment, the game system would definitely issue an announcement. That's right. There's no official announcement, and the members of the God War Guild have disappeared again. There's only one truth. The entire God War Guild was wiped out by Zhou Mo. The noisy chat channel suddenly became quiet. The players in the Red Rock Monster area chat channel suddenly realized that if Zhou Mo could take down so many people from the God War Guild all by himself, then what could the lackeys who were sent back to the city by a single scroll from the God War Guild, possibly use to fight against the other side? Let me ask you something. Do you think Zhou Mo might have been left with very low health and on the verge of death after he defeated the members of the God War Guild? One player said this. Zhou Mo, who could also see the regional chat channel, expressed his helplessness. Dude, if you're so good at thinking, why don't you just fly to the moon? Another player raised a question. Even if he was low on health, after so much time, he should have been able to use a potion to fully recover his health, right? Good, there's someone who's clear-headed. The player who spoke earlier asked again, what if he just ran out of health potions in his inventory? It's terrifying. This guy's random ramblings almost came close to revealing the truth. The problem wasn't that I had run out of blood-replenishing medicine. It was that I was simply unable to use it at all. However, although he had lost more than half of his health bar earlier, during the process of helping Xiaqian kill the members of the God War Guild, the weapon's built-in scythe absorption skill allowed him to absorb health back. Zhou Mo decided to speak in the regional chat channel to dissuade them from their impulsiveness. Stop guessing. I'm not dead, and I'm not at low health, but at full health. Haha, Zhou Mo, did you see that? Zhou Mo is alive. Brothers, he's panicking, see? He's panicking. That's right. If he were at full health, he wouldn't make a sound at all. The fact that he made a sound on purpose means that he is not at full health. The brothers who came before me were right. He must be low on health and has used up all his healing potions, so he's trying to scare us away. Brothers, are we the kind of people who will be scared off? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Brothers, charge. The treasure equipment is right in front of us. Zhou Mo. Chapter 87, The Most Handsome Kid. Zhou Mo felt helpless in the face of these passionate players. There are probably several hundred of these players. If they were to face each other directly, even Zhou Mo, whose attributes have been improved, might not be able to handle it. Fortunately, the Treasure Hunters event was only a few minutes away from ending. Zhou Mo believed that as long as he kept a low profile, he should be able to stall for a few more minutes. In fact, that's exactly what he did. After disguising himself as an archer, his field of vision, enhanced by the sharp vision ability, far exceeded that of ordinary players. Perhaps the Monarch's Dark Bow itself also has this hidden enhancement, and its field of vision even surpasses that of ordinary archers. Therefore, he can basically sense the other person before they even see him. Using this range of vision, Zhou Mo managed to delay the enemy's advance and retreat, managing to stall for the last 3 minutes of the event without any major incident. These players didn't even manage to encounter him. At this point, he finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just a little bit more, hang in there, and this agonizing activity will be over. However, to Zhou Mo's surprise, the game system started paying attention to him again. The Treasure Hunter event has only 3 minutes left. Players who participated, please hurry. In the last 3 minutes, player Zhou Mo's location will be displayed in real time. Zhou Mo. He asked those 3 question marks not because he had a problem, but because he felt there was something wrong with the game system. What's going on? Is the game system deliberately messing with itself? Did I make the game system lose face by not being killed during the event? If he knew who issued such an announcement, he would definitely give them a good scolding. In a place unknown to Zhou Mo, at the game's official headquarters, a technician suddenly sneezed. He turned around helplessly and asked the leader behind him, "Mr. Lee, is what we're doing really in accordance with the regulations?" President Lee snorted coldly, his face turning ashen. This guy named Zhou Mo has obtained treasure-level equipment time and time again. I suspect he used some kind of illegal means. Mr. Lee, didn't we check and find nothing wrong? Just because we can't find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If we still can't do anything about this activity, could you help me contact him? Mr. Lee, we don't have the authority to view the player's real identities. If it's not in real life, then you can help me contact him in the game. I want to see what kind of person dares to disrupt the game's balance. Mr. Lee, these are all things without evidence. You can't just say things like that. We'll work together. You just need to follow my instructions. You don't need to teach me anything else. In the Red Rock Monster area, Zhou Mo was unaware that the event was deliberately set up by the authorities to target him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a firework-shaped flame shooting into the sky and exploding above his head. The sound was loud and the light was dazzling. Then, Zhou Mo discovered that the colorful firework above his head had stopped moving. He tried taking a few steps to the side and found that the firework also moved a few steps in sync, exactly the same. Damn it! Even Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel an urge to curse. What grudge do the game's officials have against me that they would do this to me? However, it's pointless to think about these things now. Zhou Mo originally planned to keep a low profile and get through the last few minutes. But unfortunately, the game system wasn't going to let him have an easy time. Hundreds of meters in front of him, the numerous players who had been searching for him without success received the game system announcement and saw the colorful fireworks. With such a colorful burst of light, Zhou Mo was the most dazzling person in the area, shining wherever he went, making it impossible for others not to notice him. He's there, don't let him get away. Haha, awesome. The game system is amazing, it marked it for us right away. That's right, his inexplicable luck is so good that even the game's official team can't stand it anymore and wants us to take him down. Hurry up, there are less than 3 minutes left. Zhou Mo felt helpless, but he also knew that running away would not solve the problem. Many players entered this area, and he couldn't possibly avoid them all. He also considered finding a place to hide from everyone's sight, canceling his disguise, and returning to his mystic spirit form. But that would be very risky. First of all, the appearance of a mystic spirit in the Crimson Rock Monster area will definitely attract the attention of players. If a player reports it to the official team, then the official team will investigate. Secondly, it would be ridiculous if a multicolored flame were still hanging above one's head after switching back to the mystic spirit form. In that case, there would be no need for players to provide feedback. The official team would directly cause trouble for them. If the official team deletes this abnormal data, will I just disappear? After clearly understanding the pros and cons, Zhou Mo could only choose the approach with relatively lower risk. It seems that the lowest risk approach is for one person to take on hundreds of players alone. Is it easy for one person to take on hundreds of players? Not at all. This risk is probably second only to suicide. Hundreds of players rushed up in a flurry. Zhou Mo almost fainted and quickly ran backward. However, the players are not coming from the same direction. If he just keeps running, the only result will be that he will be surrounded by the players. Players rushed in from all directions. At first glance, there are dozens of people in each direction. As for whether there were any thieves hiding nearby, that was beyond Zhou Mo's knowledge, since he didn't possess the true sight of a healer. He gritted his teeth, fiercely pulled back the bowstring, and unleashed the scattershot skill, attacking players in one direction. Zhou Mo's current scattering skill can fire 6 rounds of a total of 72 arrows, which swarm in the same direction like a swarm of locusts. Minus 97. Minus 89. Minus 99. Minus 112. This volley of arrows actually caused considerable damage. The people in front were hit by a large number of arrows, and 3 of them turned into white light. Zhou Mo was somewhat stunned, only then realizing that he had subconsciously overestimated the number of players in front of him because he had been hostile to the members of those God War guilds. The players in the God's War Guild are all level 29, and their attributes, equipment, and skills completely overwhelm those of ordinary players. Most of the players in front of them were level 26 or 27, and some were even level 23 or 24. Their attribute panels were no match for those of the God War Guild. The scattering skill, which is equivalent to tickling members of the God War Guild, can cause considerable damage when it hits these players. Moreover, after killing the members of the God War Guild, his Monarch Scythe gained some additional attributes through attribute extraction. With just one scatter skill, he killed 3 players and reduced several other players in front to half health. Current experience points, 3,435 to 16,000. Having already killed the players from the God War Guild, and with these 3 players added to his stats, Zhou Mo gained over 3,000 more experience points after leveling up. However, killing enemies with the scatter skill was not his intention. His intention was merely to charge Monarch Scythe with the multiple attacks of the scatter skill. The Monarch Scythe is now fully charged. The Scythe kill skill is ready to be unleashed. With the Scythe kill skill in hand, Zhou Mo's mood calmed down considerably. Chapter 3 is here today. Since it's a bit late, those of you who are already asleep, please wait until tomorrow to read it. As for the first comment, sorry, I snatched it. Even Coconut Crisp couldn't stop me. Chapter 88. Perhaps a direct confrontation is possible. With one scatter skill killing 3 players, Zhou Mo's pressure immediately decreased, and his fear of these hundreds of players also lessened considerably. After the scatter skill is used, Monarch Scythe is fully charged, and the Scythe kill skill is ready to be used. However, he didn't rush to use Scythe kill, and instead fired a rapid-fire arrow. This Scythe kill skill can only last for 50 seconds, and with more than 2 minutes left, Zhou Mo decided to use it wisely. Minus 1,345. Minus 1,345. Minus 1,345. Minus 1,345. Even though the Monarch Darkbow state only has 70 of the original state's attributes, Zhou Mo's overall physical attack power is still over 1,500 points. These players were generally low level, and their equipment was far inferior to that of the members of the God War Guild. With a single rapid-fire skill, they took down another one. While gaining experience points, Zhou Mo drew the bowstring again. There were people in all 4 directions, so he was too lazy to retreat and simply stood still, firing arrows one by one, hoping to kill as many as he could. Soon, 20 seconds had passed, and the main force of players around him was only 200 meters away. During this process, Zhou Mo killed 5 more players. He himself was also attacked by the archers among those players. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Half of the archers' attacks failed to even penetrate Zhou Mo's defenses. Minus 1. Minus 1. Minus 19. Dash 22. Minus 15. Among the hundreds of players, there were probably a few dozen archers. However, of these archers, only half could deal double-digit damage to Zhou Mo. Dozens of archers fired arrows at the same time, but the total damage they inflicted on Zhou Mo was only a few hundred points. With Zhou Mo's current health of nearly 10,000, a mere few hundred points of damage is nothing to worry about. The cooldown for rapid fire was over, and he flipped his hand and fired 4 arrows in a straight line. Minus 1,345. Scythe absorption. Plus 672. Minus 1,345. Minus 1,345. Minus 1,345. A player instantly turned into a white light, triggering the scythe absorption effect, which immediately restored Zhou Mo's health bar to full. Zhou Mo blinked, somewhat incredulous. These players are actually that weak? In that case, wouldn't I be able to just stand there and fight? However, the next moment, Zhou Mo realized that he couldn't get too carried away. Several explosive bullets exploded on his body in succession, instantly taking away a significant amount of his health. Minus 455. Minus 467. Minus 387. Minus 329. Explosive Flame Bullet is a magical skill that surpasses Fireball and is basically the strongest single-target attack skill for first-tier mages. Zhou Mo's magical defense was much weaker than his physical defense, and this Explosive Flame Bullet was a magical skill that surpassed Fireball, so it immediately caused him considerable damage. Fortunately, the Explosive Flame Bullet was a powerful skill, but it wasn't released very quickly, which allowed Zhou Mo to recover. With nearly 10,000 health points remaining, 1/10 of them were lost at this point. Not daring to be careless, Zhou Mo instantly activated the Scythe Kill skill. At this point, we can no longer keep it secret. With so many players attacking, even if you have high health and defense, you can't withstand a lot of ants. You might accidentally capsize in a ditch. The moment the Scythe Kill skill was activated, Zhou Mo saw the air in front of him ripple, and several figures appeared out of thin air. It was those thief players among the players who sneaked up to him using the stealth skill. Having disguised himself as a thief, Zhou Mo naturally understood the other party's plan. However, at this moment, he was helpless and was directly hit by the attack that revealed their true form. Minus 213. Minus 146. Minus 231. Minus 221. It's alright. The reveal strike is a physical attack, and the damage it causes isn't very high given my physical defense. But with his health bar already down by 1/10, taking further damage only made Zhou Mo's already meager health bar even worse. If I'm not mistaken, these rogue players will definitely follow up with a cut skill to make their health drop even more. How can we tolerate this? The distance was too close, so drawing the bow and knocking an arrow might not be a good choice. Zhou Mo simply gripped the Monarch's dark bow and swung it in a wide arc. The thieves who were about to continue their attack were all taken aback. What kind of operation is this? They were certain that this skill did not exist in the archer class. It's obvious that no archer would directly use their bow to smash someone. However, not having the skill doesn't mean Zhou Mo can't do it. This idea came from Xiaqian. Don't be too limited by your profession. Do whatever you want. It must be said that the quality of the Monarch's dark bow is top-notch. Even after being swung around like that and hitting someone, there's no need to worry about it breaking. However, its attack power is not impressive. Minus 548. Minus 536. Minus 552. Minus 529. This swing only dealt a little over 500 damage to each of the rogue players. For Zhou Mo, whose attack power is currently over 1,500 points, such an attack is extremely low. This is also a limitation imposed on the archer class in the game. In the game's mechanics, if an archer player doesn't shoot arrows but instead uses a weapon to launch a melee attack, their attack power is halved. If Zhou Mo's attack power wasn't high enough, with only 50 attack power, he probably wouldn't even be able to break through the defense. After all, the game's design requires archers to shoot arrows well. Zhou Mo also sensed this. So, after several rogue players were instinctively forced back a few steps by this swing, he suddenly drew back the Monarch's dark bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the rogue players could react, he had already drawn his bowstring and fired several arrows. Under the side slash skill effect, his attack speed is greatly increased, far surpassing that of ordinary players. With a rapid series of arrows, the thief player directly in front of him was caught off guard and struck by several arrows, turning into a streak of white light. At this moment, Zhou Mo drew his bow and aimed an arrow at 3 thief players in another direction. At this point, the 3 thief players no longer dared to attack and immediately used the stealth skill again. The 3 of them instantly went into stealth mode and disappeared from Zhou Mo's sight. Try to leave? Zhou Mo snorted coldly, abandoned his normal attack and used this scatter skill, which had already cooled down based on the approximate location he remembered. In an instant, a large number of arrows flew out in a fan shape. Chapter 89 brings another round of overwhelming attacks. On the open ground, not far from Zhou Mo, it seemed as if nothing existed. However, Zhou Mo himself had disguised himself as a thief and knew that the stealth skill only made the user invisible, not made them disappear into thin air. As long as the user has just used the device and hasn't left the original location, the other party still exists in the same spot, even if it's invisible. Therefore, every rogue player will quickly leave the spot after using the stealth skill. If the enemy reacts even a fraction of a second slower, they will never be able to guess the thief's location. But Zhou Mo didn't slow down. The moment the opponent disappeared from his sight, he had already unleashed the scattering skill. A torrent of arrows shot out, sweeping across the area like mercury spilling across the ground. Batter. -98. -98. -78. Critical hit. -172. -78. Critical hit. -202. -98. Ignore defense. -304. A dense array of damage numbers popped up, showing that even though the enemy couldn't be seen, Zhou Mo's attack still landed squarely on them. Of the 72 arrows fired by scattering, most hit their targets, and each person probably endured a dozen or 20 attacks. Moreover, due to the large number of attacks, many critical hits, defense-ignoring attacks, and combo effects were triggered. These three thief players were not at full health to begin with, and their health was not very high either. They were instantly killed by Zhou Mo's scatter shot skill. While they were still in stealth mode, they had already transformed into points of soul light. At this moment, Zhou Mo disregarded everything else and launched an attack on the mages among the players. In his view, no matter how many other physical attack classes there are, they can't do much damage to him in the face of his extremely high physical defense. On the contrary, those mages, every skill they unleash can cause them great harm, so they must be dealt with first. Once Zhou Mo enters Scythe Kill mode, it's equivalent to activating Hunting mode, increasing his attack speed by 160 and movement speed by 50. Other players simply can't catch up with him and can only be kited by him. The archer players who could attack him didn't deal much physical damage, while the mage players who posed a greater threat to Zhou Mo were picked off one by Zhou Mo. With his attack power and speed, he doesn't even need to use skills. He could take down a mage player with just 2 or 3 normal attacks. If a critical hit effect is triggered, it can kill instantly, leaving no time to even heal. Time slowly passed, and within the 50 seconds of Scythe Kill, he killed more than 30 mage players, while the health he lost from the attacks remained at full health thanks to the Scythe Absorption effect. From this perspective, it seems as if he can go on indefinitely. The problem is that the Scythe Kill skill has a 2-minute cooldown. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the event, there's no way we can wait for the next Scythe Kill skill to arrive. The current situation is that he must survive for 1 minute and 40 seconds without the help of the Scythe Kill skill. Fortunately, during the duration of the Scythe Kill skill, he had basically eliminated all the mage players in the player queue, and at this point, there was no one left who could inflict massive explosive damage on him. Current experience points, 8,735 to 16,000. It must be said that although it is extremely dangerous, this event is an excellent opportunity to gain experience points. In a short period of time, he gained more than 5,000 experience points, more than he usually gained in a whole day. The premise is that you can survive the duration of the event. Without the Scythe Kill buff, Zhou Mo suddenly became a bit timid. Having just killed many players, Zhou Mo naturally obtained a lot of equipment, but since the kills were all done from a distance with bows and arrows, the items were scattered among the main group of players, and Zhou Mo dared not rush in to pick them up. But at this point, the situation was really bad, as the number of players didn't seem to have decreased much. Previously, Zhou Mo had used the movement speed bonus of the Scythe Kill skill to kite and drag these players around. Now that the Scythe Kill state had ended, he was surrounded again. There were still 300 or 400 players remaining, surrounding Zhou Mo, who did not have the Scythe Kill skill. Zhou Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. In this situation, it seems he only has one choice. To survive, the only option is to switch back to the Mystic Spirit form. Otherwise, with its current archer attributes, it might be difficult to hold on. However, Transforming back into a mystic spirit in full view of everyone is tantamount to slow suicide. Even if they escape this immediate predicament, the upcoming investigation by the game's official team will likely expose them. Various thoughts swirled in Zhou Mo's mind. He was unable to make a choice for the time being, and could only continue to attack the players who surrounded him with his bow and arrow. Another 10 seconds or so passed, and he killed 3 more players, but the main force of players had already surrounded him, trapping him within a radius of only 5 meters. Without the scythe kill skill bonus, his attack speed is much slower. The frequency of normal attacks is greatly reduced, and the chance of triggering scythe absorption is naturally lower. He couldn't maintain full health. He's already lost over 2,000 health points, leaving him with only 7,000. If this continues, he will eventually be worn down and killed at some point. Zhou Mo sighed and prepared to switch back to the mystic spirit form. Although the game developers will investigate afterward, it's better than dying right before your eyes. However, before he could truly begin the switch, the situation had already changed. Endless flames descended from the sky, raining down on the players. Zhou Mo, who was among the players, was also caught up in it. Zhou Mo had seen this kind of attack before. It was the powerful magic scroll Meteor Shower used by the members of the God War Guild. Like Zhou Mo, the other players were also deeply impressed by this meteor shower. They had already been killed by this magic once before. On the regional chat channel, the captain of the second team spoke coldly. My God War Guild said we'd book the whole place, and that's it. Who do you think you are, daring to try and take advantage of the situation? He was extremely depressed because Xiaqian and Zhou Mo had previously killed him, wiping out the entire second team. The sarcastic remarks in the guild chat almost made him grind his teeth to pieces. After resurrecting in town, he ignored everything else, gathered his men, and headed back to the Crimson Rock Monster area. This time, he spared no expense, taking out his last Meteor Shower magic scroll and having the mage and his team activated to attack the large group of players who had sneaked into the Crimson Rock Monster area. As a magic scroll of the second-to-last forbidden spell level, Meteor Shower has a terrifying attack range, covering an area with a radius of 200 meters. Endless heavenly fire descended from the sky, like falling meteors, crashing down on the people below. Each meteor was as powerful as a fireball, and the falling meteors lasted for a full 30 seconds. Most of the players below turned into white light within 10 seconds. Only a few players with longer health bars, or those who were lucky enough to withstand fewer impacts, lasted until 20 seconds. By the time the 30-second meteor shower ended, only a handful of the hundreds of players below remained. The last meteor streaked down and crashed into the semi-transparent barrier erected by the survivors, shattering it with a loud bang. The defensive barrier was erected by several healer players, who also used a magic scroll. This magic scroll is a defensive type, so its rank is naturally lower than that of the Meteor Shower scroll. However, Meteor Shower is a wide-range attack, while theirs is only for defense, so they can still fight to a standstill. After the barrier shattered, the several healer players stared blankly at someone who had intruded into their ranks. Zhou Mo, who had easily avoided the meteor shower while hiding within the defensive barrier, seemed to be in a very good mood. He looked at the group and said with a grin, "This defensive magic scroll is really useful. Thank you, brothers, for your kindness and helpfulness." Chapter 90, Help Me Heal. Seeing Zhou Mo appear in their lineup, the healer players looked helpless. Helping others is out of the question. With hundreds of people besieging Zhou Mo earlier, how could I possibly be so kind as to help him defend himself now? That's absolutely impossible. This Zhou Mo, taking advantage of their inattention, secretly slipped into the defensive barrier. He's utterly shameless. Zhou Mo, however, was completely oblivious. Looking at the God War Guild members and others a few hundred meters away, he asked the people in front of him, "Aren't they annoying?" The healer players didn't answer, but judging from their indignant expressions, they clearly didn't have a good impression of the God War Guild. Zhou Mo then asked, "Can you still beat me now?" The group fell silent. They had already witnessed Zhou Mo's previous performance. He had managed to hold out until now despite being chased by hundreds of people, let alone the few healers like themselves who didn't have much offensive capability. Zhou Mo asked again, "Can you defeat the God War Guild?" The group remained silent. Zhou Mo then shrugged. "The God War Guild bullies you. Are you willing to let them get the treasure, equipment so easily?" Of course, the group was unwilling. Zhou Mo solemnly said. If you are willing to heal me, I can guarantee that I will make these arrogant guys pay a heavy price. After all, they bullied you, but I'm not the one who was bullied by you. After saying that, he ignored the group and moved away. In the short time it took to say a few words, the members of the God War Guild had already closed to within 100 meters. The archers in their ranks had already drawn their bows and launched an attack on Zhou Mo, but the mages, having just activated the Meteor Shower scroll, were temporarily in a state of magic overload and unable to use magic. Despite taking several hits from the archers, Zhou Mo was unharmed, though his health dropped from 700 to just over 6,000. With 45 seconds left in the event, Zhou Mo headed towards the border between the Crimson Rock Monster area and the Mystic Puppet Spirit area. He was determined to do this regardless of whether the other healers were willing to help or not. If I really can't hold on any longer, then I'll have no choice but to transform into a mystic spirit. The closer you are to the area of the mystic spirit, the lower the risk of transformation. As he retreated, Zhou Mo also drew his bow and fired a volley of arrows, which landed on the side of the God War Guild. The 4 arrows struck the healer player almost simultaneously. Minus 1,322. Scythe absorption. Plus 661. Minus 1,322. Minus 1,322. Minus 1,322. After the attribute extraction, the Monarch's Scythe's attributes were significantly improved. This rapid-fire attack, although it did not trigger any attack effects, still directly took down an archer player. He's too lazy to target the opponent's healer players now. Instead, his main targets are the opponent's archer players who can currently attack him. Otherwise, if you retreat while being worn down by archers, you probably won't be able to hold out even with the occasional scythe absorption effect. Moreover, the opposing rogue player has probably already stealthily arrived and will soon be able to reach you and launch a powerful attack. Clear out any irrelevant or unauthorized personnel. As the God's War Guild's ranks advanced, the captain of the second team glanced over and saw several healer players who had been with Zhou Mo earlier and frowned. Although these healer players weren't blocking his way, he still didn't want anyone else standing by and watching. Upon hearing his command, the archer players in the queue reacted swiftly, immediately turning their bows, which were originally meant to be used against Zhou Mo, and aiming them at several healer players. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow flew out, and one of the healer players was hit on the spot, instantly turning into a speck of soul light. The remaining healer players were shocked and furious. One of them shouted in the area chat channel, "God's War Guild, we've given up the event. We're not going to delay you. Why are you attacking us?" However, in response to the healer player's questioning, the second team leader sneered, "Do we need a reason to attack you? If we have to, it's because we don't like you. Since you dared to sneak in and not take our God War Guild's words seriously, you should have expected this outcome." Upon hearing this, the captain of the second team felt extremely relieved, and all the resentment and anger he had accumulated from being killed by Xia Qian and Zhou Mo was released at this moment. "We'll go back to the city ourselves and won't participate," the healer players shouted. "No need, let's see them off." The second team leader waved his hand, and another arrow flew over. However, this archer's attack was a bit weak. He only brought a healer player to low health, but didn't kill him instantly. The remaining healer players finally realized that it was impossible to reason with the people of the God War Guild. They looked at each other and suddenly made up their minds. Each person raised their hand, and a series of healing spells landed on Zhou Mo, who was not far away. Plus 1,024. Plus 985. Plus 1,085. After a few healing spells, Zhou Mo's health bar was instantly restored, and he was back to full health. "You're asking for death," the second team leader said coldly, and without needing any further instructions, the archers drew their bows again, intending to kill the few healer players first. However, just as the archer player was about to fire, 4 arrows flew in succession, instantly turning him into a white flash. However, Zhou Mo's rapid fire had finished cooling down and was fired again, taking down another archer from the God War Guild. At this point, only 2 archer players remained in the God's War Guild's queue. However, the healer players in the God's War Guild are still around. They only need to spend some time using the resurrection spell to allow the killed archers to stand up and continue fighting. However, seeing Zhou Mo's piercing gaze in the distance, these healer players temporarily abandoned the idea. The resurrection spell requires a 6-second casting time and will be interrupted if attacked. They wouldn't dare use it in front of the archer, Zhou Mo. Several healer players from a non-Gods War guild side were very satisfied with Zhou Mo's return of favor. One of them said, "Hey, Zhou Mo, you're much more conscientious than the Gods War guild members. I've decided not to steal your equipment." Although he was grateful to the other party for healing him, Zhou Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing such words. This guy talks like he actually managed to steal it. At this point, only 30 seconds remained in the event. With the help of several healer players, Zhou Mo suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to get through this safely without having to revert to his mystic spirit form. The prerequisite is that these doctor players perform well and don't die too quickly. Just as he had this idea, suddenly a figure flashed in the distance, and 3 thieves appeared in the air, launching a revealing attack on the few healer players. After careful consideration, they abandoned their plan to ambush Zhou Mo, who had high health and defense, and instead chose to directly attack the healer player who could heal Zhou Mo. It must be said that their choice was quite correct. With a single strike, a healer player who was already low on health was instantly killed, turning into a flash of white light. Third update today. Chapter 91, Cooperation. There were only 3 healer players to begin with, and with this one strike, one of them was instantly killed, leaving only the last 2. The remaining 2 thieves each appeared and attacked the other healer player. Minus 854. Minus 821. The damage numbers jumped up, showing that the 2 thieves' attack power was still much weaker than Zhou Mo's. Even if 2 people team up to attack a healer player, they can only reduce his health bar by half. They cannot kill him instantly. But Zhou Mo, who had been a thief, knew very well that the cutting skill they were about to use was the real highlight. If nothing unexpected happens, the healer player, who only has half a health bar left, will definitely not be able to withstand the next 2 cutting skills. Now that they were already on the same boat, Zhou Mo naturally wouldn't let the remaining 2 healer players be killed easily. With a swift movement, he released his arrow the moment the 2 rogue players appeared. Critical hit. Batter. Minus 2,622. Minus 2,622. With repeated attribute enhancements, the Monarch Scythe becomes increasingly powerful, and the chance of triggering various special effects also increases. This time, it was just a normal attack, but it triggered both critical hit and combo effects, instantly taking down a thief player. The remaining thief player, holding a short sword, had already used the cut skill. Minus 589. Minus 589. Minus 589. 3 attacks landed on the healer player, but the healer player also subconsciously raised his hand to cast a healing spell on himself. Just a hair's breadth away, the healer's health bar turned red, but he still wasn't taken down. And Zhou Mo's attack came again. Call out. Minus 1,332. This was still a normal attack, but I wasn't lucky enough to trigger any special attack effects. The rogue player's health bar had only dropped by a third, but he instantly became a frightened bird and quickly used the stealth skill to enter stealth mode. After instantly entering stealth mode, the thief player breathed a sigh of relief and felt slightly relieved. As long as he leaves the spot quickly, Zhou Mo will have no chance of pinpointing his location. In that case, no matter how high his attack power is, he won't be able to do anything to himself. While in stealth mode, the thief player quickly moved from his original spot to another location and safely used potions to recover health. His actions did indeed cause Zhou Mo some trouble. While the thief player was hiding in stealth, Zhou Mo wanted to attack, but was powerless to do so. The thief player entered stealth mode next to the healer player. If I were to use the same scatter attack as before, I would inevitably bring both healer players into the attack range as well. In that case, the rogue player you want to kill might not die, while the healer player you want to save might fall down first. Just as he was feeling helpless, the healer player who had been given a second chance at life seemed to sense his predicament and immediately cast a skill on his head. An eyeball gleaming with an eerie light appeared above Zhou Mo's head. The Eye of True Sight. Zhou Mo was overjoyed. At that moment, he saw a semi-transparent figure not far from the 2 healer players. It was the rogue player who had just entered stealth mode. At this moment, he simply changed his position and moved to the other side of the 2 healer players. It's likely he had no intention of leaving, but rather planned to find an opportunity to launch another attack and take the medic player away. Unfortunately, he didn't consider things thoroughly enough and didn't take this into account at all. With the help of the Eye of True Sight, Zhou Mo was no longer affected by the opponent's invisibility. He directly drew his bow and shot an arrow at the invisible thief player. Minus 1,332. It was still a normal attack without triggering any special effects, but it still hurt the rogue player a lot. The rapid-fire skill is not yet off cooldown, but relying solely on normal attacks is enough to suppress the opponent. If the scythe kill state is still active, there's no need for burst skills, just use normal attacks. With the extremely fast attack frequency, it's enough to take him down. Alas, it's a pity that the scythe kill speed up is no longer available. As if hearing Zhou Mo's inner sigh, another idle healer player raised his hand and directly cast a skill on Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo instantly felt his body become lighter, and both his movement and attacks were much faster than before. This is a support skill for healer players, speed boost. Doctor players also have different choices. Some specialize in healing and recovery, while others prefer all sorts of strange and unusual status effects. In short, during the first job advancement phase, different players have their own choices, allocating their limited skill points to their preferred skill paths. Only after the second job change can these differences be further distinguished according to the different job change paths. Zhou Mo didn't know how many levels the healer player had reached in acceleration spell, but he roughly felt that his attack speed and movement speed seemed to have doubled. This acceleration spell only provides an attack speed bonus of 100, which is less than his own scythe kill skill, but it also provides a movement speed bonus of 100, which is greater than his own scythe kill skill. With this acceleration, the bowstring of Zhou Mo's Monarch Dark Bow twanged repeatedly, and the hidden thief player had no chance to escape. He was killed by Zhou Mo with a normal attack the moment he turned around. At this moment, the second team leader, who had already run within a few dozen meters, looked ashen-faced and coldly said, "Concentrate all our forces and take care of these two troublemakers first." He realized that these two healer players were determined to stick with Zhou Mo. Given Zhou Mo's formidable strength, if another healer were added to heal him and another to restore his status, the difficulty for our side to defeat Zhou Mo would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Once the Gods War Guild decides to launch a full-scale attack on the two healer players, they will no longer be able to hold out. They were not Zhou Mo, and did not have Zhou Mo's high health and defense. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, they turned into soul specks. In the instant before he was killed, a fighting spirit was added to Zhou Mo's character. "Go for it, kill them." After uttering his last words, the healer player collapsed. The Strive skill is also one of the auxiliary skills for the physician profession, which can increase the target's attack power. Zhou Mo assessed the improvement and found it to be around 10, which was quite good. At this point, both healer players have been eliminated, and he still has a speed-up effect with 17 seconds remaining and a Strive effect with 20 seconds remaining. Only 21 seconds remain until the end of the event. It's safe now. With the increased movement speed from the acceleration spell, Zhou Mo retreated swiftly, unleashing a barrage of arrows. "Come on, let me show you what flying a kite is all about." Of course, the God War Guild also has healers who know the acceleration spell. The question is, after adding the acceleration spell, would those 2 or 3 people dare to break away from the main force and chase after Zhou Mo to face him face? Zhou Mo was very welcoming. Chapter 92 event ended. With the buffs of acceleration and Strive, Zhou Mo's kite-flying operation went smoothly, dragging on until the acceleration time ended, and the God War Guild was unable to catch up with him. While leading the God War Guild members around the Crimson Rock Monster area, he killed several more of them. On the side of the Gods War Guild, only ranged classes such as archers and mages can attack Zhou Mo, but they pose little threat to him given his high health and defense. Often, after finally managing to reduce a few health points, they're instantly sucked back up by the scythe absorption effect. Only 4 seconds remain in the event. Zhou Mo had already subconsciously moved closer to the area of the mystic puppet spirit. Finally, the game system announcement sounded. The Treasure Hunter event has ended. If player Zhou Mo was not killed when the event ended, he will still possess the Crimson Rock Bracelet, Treasure, and the Treasure Hunter title will be permanently obtained. Upon hearing the announcement, the members of the God War Guild turned pale, while Zhou Mo laughed triumphantly. He posted in the regional chat channel, "All right, the event is over. No need to see me off. Let's all calm down about what happened today. Goodbye, we're still friends." Restrictions lifted. You are now free to leave this area without any restrictions. There are no restrictions on the disposal of the Red Rock Bracelet, a precious gem. Zhou Mo nodded in satisfaction and returned to the mystic puppet spirit area. However, the members of the God War Guild had no intention of letting him go and continued to chase after him. Zhou Mo frowned. Isn't the event over? What else do you want to do? The second team leader sneered. The event time is over. That's true, but who says we can't hunt you down when we're not in the event? Zhou Mo was surprised that the other party had such intentions and couldn't help but find it a little funny. With just a few crooked and ugly people like you, you couldn't kill me even if you were restricted for an hour. Now that there's no restriction, you really dare to think about it. What's there to be afraid of? You don't really think our God War Guild only has this many people, do you? The second team leader gave a sinister smile, and Zhou Mo then noticed that many more people had suddenly appeared from all directions. Second team, we told you to use the guild summoning order a long time ago, but you insisted on doing it all by yourself. Now look what happened. The event time has passed, and it's still not over. You've made a complete fool of yourself. Forget it. Now that all 5 of our squads are here, let's surround him and kill him until he's a blank slate. That's good. Although the drop rate isn't 100% after the event ends, you'll eventually get one if you kill the monster a few more times. The second team captain blushed, but he couldn't refute it. What they said makes sense. If he hadn't been thinking of taking all the credit and bringing in members from other teams, this Zhou Mo would have been dead long ago and wouldn't have been left unfinished until the event was over. When he finally figured things out and prepared to summon the guild, he was attacked by Xia Qian and Zhou Mo in turn and lost the remaining 2 guild summoning orders. By then, he could no longer summon them, even if he wanted to. The other team members had to rush over from other areas during the event. Even so, he didn't arrive until the very end of the event. Of course, not all members of the God War Guild arrived at the scene. In more distant areas, and even in other major city regions, many members still cannot make it here. However, it's enough if some people get there. Among these people, some have already produced a guild summons order, preparing to summon all members. At this moment, facing 100 times the number of level 29 players, Zhou Mo could only retreat with a solemn expression. He couldn't believe that these members of the God War Guild were so shameless, and that they still didn't intend to let him go after the event was over. It seems that my previous behavior has aroused the greed of these people. They were unaware of the specific source of their strength, only believing that their power came from treasure-level equipment, which is why they were even more determined to obtain the treasure-level equipment they possessed. Since the event period has ended and there are no more restrictions, Zhou Mo can naturally mail the treasure equipment to others to avoid being killed and losing it. But if the members of the God's War Guild asked themselves honestly, if they had a rare, level piece of equipment, would they really be willing to send it to someone else? Even if the intention is to temporarily store it with someone else, who can guarantee that it will be retrieved later. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the most likely scenario is that Zhou Mo will keep the treasure equipment on himself. With that, the rest is simple. Just surround and kill Zhou Mo until he's completely wiped out. In this way, not only can they obtain treasure-level equipment, but they can also significantly weaken Zhou Mo's strength, preventing him from retaliating later. Zhou Mo naturally understood their thoughts and quickly retreated while they were gathering their members. He wanted to send the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, in his backpack to Xia Qian via mail, but he didn't have time for the time being. After all, sending emails is different from receiving them. Sending an email requires a few seconds of absolute silence, and right now, he can't even squeeze out a few seconds. Soon, pursued by the God War Guild, Zhou Mo stepped into the area of the mystic puppet spirit. Mystic spirits began to roam back and forth in front of him. Zhou Mo didn't wait any longer and rushed behind a big tree to avoid the sight of the God War Guild members. Then, he proactively exited the disguised state and switched back to the mystic demon form. Immediately, an elite-level mystic spirit appeared on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. 3 seconds later, several thieves from the God's War Guild used this stealth skill to catch up to the tree. Hey, he's gone. Yes, I clearly saw him hide behind the big tree just now. Aside from the mystic spirit monsters, there's nothing else. Could it be that we've been sent back to town? Impossible. Such a short time is simply not enough to activate the return stone. In the guild chat channel, the leaders of each squad in the God's War Guild frowned. The most impatient of the 2 team leaders asked, "Where's Zhou Mo? Have you seen him?" "No, I clearly saw him hide behind a big tree, but there are only a few mystic spirits here now, and one of them is an elite. The second team leader got angry. At this point, who cares about elite-level monsters? Quickly spread out and search. If he has time to return to the city, then all our efforts will be in vain. All right. With the stealth ability active, the thieves didn't need to worry about being attacked by the mystic spirits. They began to spread out and search in different directions. At this moment, Zhou Mo, who had switched back to his mystic spirit form, secretly put the Monarch Dark Bow into his backpack. At this moment, the main force of the God War Guild rushed past, completely ignoring him, this elite-level mystic spirit. Normally, elite-level mystic spirits would be considered mini-bosses, and they would be willing to fight them. However, compared to treasure-level equipment, these elite-level mini-bosses are now completely unattractive. Zhou Mo let out a soft breath, suppressing his urge to fight and level up, and watched the members of the God War Guild disperse and leave. He slowly began to make plans in his mind. Chapter 93, The Opportunity. Teams from the God's War Guild arrived, and almost the entire guild entered the mystic demon spirit area. However, Zhou Mo seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. While the members of the God's War Guild were wandering around in disarray, someone at the game's official headquarters said, "The event is over. Please contact Zhou Mo for me." After a while, was heard. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Lee, he is logged off. Send him a message first, and contact him as soon as he comes online again." Aside from certain individuals at the game's official headquarters, the only people who knew Zhou Mo had logged off at this time were the members of the Four Seasons Guild. In the Four Seasons Guild's guild chat channel, Spring Twilight was the first to speak. "Hey, Qian, he's offline." That's all. Otherwise what?" Zhou Mo seemed to have discovered some incredible secret, and said in a low voice, "Qian, you should be more careful. Maybe Zhou Mo took the large amount of equipment you gave him and doesn't even plan to give you this Crimson Rock bracelet, treasure." Xia Qian's tone remained calm. "He told you?" Zhou Mo, no. But you even used the God of War Descend scroll to save him. Yet he didn't send you the treasure equipment immediately after the event ended. Who knows if he had some bad thoughts in his mind. Qiuyang, Chunmu, Zhou Mo is also a member of our guild now. It's not good to talk bad about people behind their backs like this. Chunmu, Xiaoqiu, you have no idea how treacherous people can be. Xia Qian ended the conversation in the guild and said, "All right, I'll contact him when he logs on." At this moment, Zhou Mo, as an elite-level mystic puppet spirit, stood on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Listening to the conversation in the guild chat channel, Zhou Mo gave a helpless, bitter smile. Since he had promised to trade the Crimson Rock bracelet, a treasure, to Xia Qian, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word and take it for himself. However, suddenly going offline after the event is indeed likely to arouse suspicion. After all, although he had joined the Four Seasons Guild, he didn't have much of a relationship with Chunmu and the others, and the level of trust between them wasn't very high. If I had to say who I'm more familiar with, it would only be Xia Qian. Xia Qian took the initiative to come to the area of the Crimson Rock monster to help, and to be honest, Zhou Mo was somewhat grateful. If she hadn't appeared in time and used the God of War Descend scroll, he might not have been able to hold on and would have had to reveal his identity as a mystic demon. As the saying goes, to return a favor, Zhou Mo certainly wouldn't keep a mere treasure-level piece of equipment. However, to the others in the Four Seasons Guild, he was currently offline, so naturally he wouldn't speak in the guild chat channel and expose himself. When the email system lit up, Zhou Mo restrained himself and didn't open it. Xia Qian was the only friend on his friend list, so the person sending him a message now was probably her. Watching the members of the God War Guild disappear into the distance, Zhou Mo smiled coldly, not intending to let the matter rest. With my elite-level Mystic Spirits attribute panel, I'll definitely be much more at ease when facing these members of the God War Guild. However, it may not be possible to gain an overwhelming advantage. If all the members of the entire God War Guild were to attack him, even in his Mystic Spirit form, he might not fare well. After a moment's thought, looking at the many magical puppets around him, Zhou Mo suddenly had a bold idea. He recalled a new skill he had acquired when he advanced to the elite-level Mystic Spirit, puppet play. Puppets. Having made up his mind, Zhou Mo began to walk forward. Having spent so long on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he was very familiar with the situation there. Before long, he arrived at a certain location. And here, there is a leader-level mystic demon. This leader-level mystic spirit is Zhou Mo's target for this trip. The only downside is that, after spending so much time on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he still hasn't discovered a monarch-level mystic spirit. He doesn't know if it's because the game hasn't been released yet, or for some other reason. However, finding a leader-level mystic spirit at this point is already quite satisfactory. We shouldn't ask for too much. Even for the players of the God War Guild, a leader-level mystic demon was a very powerful boss, so they did not approach this place while chasing Zhou Mo. The thief player, using stealth, searched the area once before leading the main force to take a detour. Zhou Mo didn't wait long and immediately used the puppet mirror skill to create 6 mirror clones. With his current LV7 puppet show skill, he can already create 6 clones, each with 100 of his own attributes. As soon as the 6 clones appeared, Zhou Mo raised the monarch's scythe in his hand and surrounded the leader-level mystic spirit. Zhou Mo's current attribute panel is significantly stronger than that of other elite-level mystic spirits. However, it is probably still somewhat inferior to a leader-level mystic spirit. However, due to Zhou Mo's status as a wild monster, wild monsters do not attack each other in the current game settings. Zhou Mo, who possessed human-like intelligence, circled around the leader-level mystic spirit, which was not fighting back at all, and attacked it again and again. This is arguably the easiest boss fight I've ever had since the game's release. Before long, the leader-level mystic spirit's health bar was reduced to below 60. Zhou Mo attempted to use the puppet skill on the leader-level mystic demon. One of Zhou Mo's mirror images trembled violently, and finally, after a mere second, it exploded in a thin air, and the puppet skill failed. Zhou Mo frowned slightly, understanding that perhaps the leader-level mystic spirit had too much remaining health, which was why the success rate was somewhat low. As for the level, the leader-level mystic puppet spirit is 3 levels higher than the elite-level Zhou Mo, but it is still within the range where puppets can be used. Zhou Mo seized the opportunity and continued, finally reducing the leader-level mystic spirit's health bar to around 51. When a boss-level monster's health drops below 50%, it will trigger a Clan Guardian talent skill, which Zhou Mo was unwilling to let trigger at this time. He used the puppet show skill again. This time he was lucky. One of his mirror clones trembled, became illusory in the blink of an eye, and then possessed the body of the leader-level mystic spirit. Zhou Mo suddenly realized that one of his perspectives had changed. Looking at his main body and the other mirror images, he was overjoyed, realizing that he had successfully taken control of the leader-level mystic spirit. He was very satisfied and directly controlled the leader-level mystic spirit to use the puppet mirror skill. In an instant, 6 more leader-level mystic spirits appeared in front of him. At this moment, beside Zhou Mo, in addition to the 4 remaining mirror clones, there were 7 leader-level mystic puppet spirits. He glanced at the members of the God War Guild who, having failed to find anything ahead, began to return this way, and smiled coldly to himself before surging forward. Chapter 3 is here today. Because the event just ended and the plot took a turn, the writing was a bit slow. Chapter 94. Grass mowing mode activated. On the other side of the jungle, large numbers of members of the God Wars Guild began to return. They spent a lot of time, but still couldn't find Zhou Mo. Even though they were burning with anger, the members of the God War Guild probably understood that Zhou Mo had already logged off. Although due to game restrictions, players need to be out of combat for 15 seconds before they can log off. So much time has passed, and they still can't find him, so he must have indeed logged off. At this time, the members of the God War Guild who had not found Zhou Mo did not choose to return to the city and leave immediately. Among the several teams, the captain of the 4th team said, "It's rare for everyone to be gathered together like this, so let's not make a wasted trip. I just saw that a leader-level mystic spirit spawned when I passed by, so let's just take on a boss along the way. If we're lucky, we might even get a treasure-level piece of equipment." After hearing what the 4th team leader said, the other team leaders looked a little better. Originally, because of this incident, several teams already had a lot of complaints about the 2nd team leader. The 4th team leader, who had always had a good relationship with the 2nd team leader, said a few words, which could be considered as helping the 2nd team leader out of a tight spot. "Alright, since we've come all this way, let's take on a leader-level mystic spirit. Fortunately, our luck isn't too bad. We just happened to pass by and stumbled upon a leader-level mystic spirit spawning. Last time, several guilds even fought over this boss. Today, almost the entire guild is here, so who can beat us?" The members of the God's War Guild chatted and laughed as they followed the captain of the fourth team. The unpleasantness from before has gradually faded from memory. And so, they followed the fourth team captain to a spot not far from the spawn point of the leader-level mystic spirits, where they ran headlong into the large force of mystic spirits controlled by Zhou Mo. What's going on? 7 leader-level mystic spirits and 5 elite-level mystic spirits. Someone exclaimed in surprise, but his teammates laughed and scolded. You're making a fuss over nothing. Mystic spirits have the ability to create clones. What's so strange about that? Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I leveled up in another monster area and had never been to the outskirts of Nightmare Forest before. Zhou Mo, who was controlling a large group of magical puppets, didn't even bother to wait for them to react and charged straight at them. Among the many mirror images he controlled, the 7 bodies associated with the leader-level mystic spirit were particularly powerful. As an elite-level mystic spirit, at level 23, his base HP is 12,000. With the addition of Monarch's Scythe and the 5-point bonus from the Treasure Hunter title, his health has now reached 18270. Compared to ordinary elite-level mystic spirits, his health points are already quite high, but compared to leader-level mystic spirits, they are still far inferior. Thanks to the Royal Mandate talent bonus, this level 26 leader-level mystic spirit has a total of 35,000 HP. Even though Zhou Mo had reduced it to more than half its original value, it still had around 18,000 points. The LV7 Puppet Master skill can add 40 of Zhou Mo's attributes to the possessed target, so the leader-level mystic puppet spirit that these members of the God War Guild saw currently had more than 25,000 HP. Of course, compared to health points, the enhancement in attack power is even more remarkable. The leader-level mystic spirit controlled by Zhou Mo, in addition to its own attack power, also has 40 of Zhou Mo's attributes added to it. Furthermore, all the special effects and skills of Monarch's Scythe are universal. As Zhou Mo charged toward the members of the God's War Guild, he immediately activated the Scythe Kill skill of Monarch's Scythe. At this moment, Zhou Mo had absolutely no intention of holding back his strength. He had been cornered in the Crimson Rock Monster area by the God War Guild for an hour, and his heart was already burning with anger. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about keeping a low profile. Instead, he was thinking about mercilessly torturing these members of the God War Guild again and again. Along with Zhou Mo's main body, 7 leader-level mystic spirits and 5 elite-level mystic spirits charged towards the main force of the God War Guild with a significantly increased movement speed. At that speed, the members of the God War Guild simply couldn't dodge it. Of course, they never intended to hide. Like Zhou Mo, although they were the ones who actively surrounded and killed in the Treasure Hunter event, their ultimate failure also left them with a burning anger. They also need a place to vent their anger. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. Close combat. A certain leader-level mystic demon took the lead, ignoring the attacks landing on him, and raised his 2-meter-long Monarch's Scythe, sweeping it out horizontally. Minus 1,456. Minus 1,456. Critical hit. Minus 2,912. Scythe absorption. Plus 1,456. Ignore defense. Minus 1,727. Several players in a small area were hit simultaneously, and a large number of terrifying damage numbers popped up. If it's just a boss-level slash that deals over 1,000 damage, warrior players with around 5,000 health points can withstand it. But how could that be possible? Almost simultaneously, the other 6 leader-level mystic spirits also swung their Monarch's Scythes. The same terrifying damage numbers are coming. How high is the attack power of a leader-level mystic demon? The captain of the 4 teams, who had conquered the area more than once, believed he was qualified to speak. Based on past experience, the attack power of a leader-level mystic spirit is only 800 or 900, and at most 1,000. After deducting the defense of a level 29 warrior player, an attack would only deal 400 or 500 points of damage. The only troublesome thing is that it has a long health bar, high defense, and can split itself. It does take a long time to fight, but with a healer available to heal and restore health, the danger is actually not high. After all, the mystic spirits, as a wild monster race, are designed to lack any burst damage skills. As long as the player's level and equipment are up to par, and their health and defense are sufficient, they will generally not be instantly killed. But what's going on now? The 7 leader-level mystic spirits swung their swords simultaneously, instantly clearing an area in front of them. The ground was covered with glowing white soul points. Is this still the God War Guild, which claims to be one of the top 3 guilds in the game. Judging from their miserable state, it's like a newbie player who, unaware of the dangers of the game, tries to fight a boss and gets wiped out in one fell swoop. In an instant, 7 players were killed. In this area, those who charged the fastest were almost all warriors with high health and defense, but they still couldn't last a single encounter and were wiped out. This includes the captains of the 4 teams. Hearing the dense notification sounds of experience points being gained, Zhou Mo felt extremely pleased and didn't bother to pay attention to them for the time being. His elite-level mirror clones also stepped forward. Raise the scythe, swing it down, a flash of white light, and the experience points are gone. Zhou Mo laughed wildly in his heart. What does it sound? Shuangquai, meaning refreshing/satisfying mean. That's what makes it satisfying. What does it mean to be satisfied? That's what makes it so satisfying. The resentment from being ambushed and killed by the God War Guild was swept away. Perhaps this is the joy of mowing the lawn. Chapter 95, One Man Hunts Down a Group. The members of the God War Guild were questioning their very existence at this moment. Their original plan was to conquer the leader-level Mystic Demon, but now the situation seems to have changed. It seems that the leader-level Mystic Demons are now conquering them. No, calling it a strategy guide would be like patting ourselves on the back. This hardly qualifies as a strategy guide. It's downright mindless slaughter. The 12 mystic spirits, wielding the monarch's scythe, charge back and forth, unnoticed by anyone, their movements effortless, flashing with bursts of white light. In his mystic spirit form, Zhou Mo's health and defense are incredibly high, making it difficult for even level 29 players to inflict any threatening damage on him. With the attack speed bonus from the Scythe Kill skill, Zhou Mo's health would be immediately absorbed back by the Scythe Absorption effect if he lost any health. Originally, the leader-level Mystic Spirit controlled by Zhou Mo only had about half of its health left. After fighting for a while, its health bar not only did not decrease, but increased and was even fully absorbed, returning it to its peak state. The duration of Puppet Show Puzzle is 240 seconds, and only 40 seconds have passed. The members of the God War Guild have already been slaughtered and are crying for their mothers. How could a leader-level mystic spirit be so strong? Impossible. There must be a bug here. Retreat, retreat. Let's stop fighting today and report this to the game's official team. The members of the God War Guild were in chaos and began to flee out of the Mystic Demon Spirit area. At this point, logging off immediately is not advisable. Putting aside the fact that logging off requires being out of combat for 15 seconds, which is currently not allowed, even if they could log off, they would absolutely not choose that option. After all, logging off doesn't mean everything is fine. When you log back in, you'll still be in the same place. If we encounter that leader-level Mystic Demon again, then oh dear. At this moment, they all realized that this leader-level Mystic Spirit was invincible, and they all lost the courage to fight, only desperately trying to escape. At this moment, players who are thieves have an advantage. They use this stealth skill to become invisible and sneak away from where Zhou Mo cannot see them. The members of the God's War Guild retreated, pursued by Zhou Mo. Along the way, white light kept flashing, and one member after another died. This is probably the biggest calamity the God's War Guild has ever faced since its founding. A player at level 29, usually called a big shot by other players in the game, now only wished he had 2 more legs. Finally, some members of the God Wars Guild managed to escape the Mystic Demon Zone. Zhou Mo looked at the players and pondered for a moment. At this moment, they have already crossed the border between the Mystic Demon area and the Crimson Rock Monster area. It wouldn't be impossible for me to continue chasing them, but I've already made enough of a splash today, so there's no need to step on any more landmines. Moreover, the duration of Puppet Show is almost over. He watched coldly as the remnants of the God War Guild departed, gave a sneer, and began to return to the interior of the Mystic Spirit area. On the way back, Zhou Mo sorted out his gains. The players who had turned into points of soul light along the way had all chosen to return to town to resurrect, and at this moment, the ground was littered with equipment. These are all rare equipment used by level 29 players with quite good attributes. Zhou Mo certainly wouldn't let them go and pick them all up. However, he already had a wide variety of rare equipment, many of which were duplicates, so extracting them again wouldn't be very effective. Even so, after extracting the attributes from all these equipment pieces, the attributes of the monarch's scythe still received a certain improvement. However, compared to the beginning, the rate at which monarch scythe is upgraded has slowed down. As Zhou Mo acquires more and more rare level equipment and the variety of styles becomes more and more complete, it is likely that Monarch Scythe will eventually be unable to gain any further improvement from rare level equipment. Monarch Scythe, Treasure Physical Attack, 1622, Physical Defense, 654, Magic Defense, 512, Health plus 6900 Mana, 3150, Physical Critical Hit Rate plus 25, Ignore Defense Chance plus 21, Combo Rate plus 17, Skill Scythe Kill LV4, Skill Scythe Absorb LV3, Skill Scythe Transformation LV1. The attributes of Monarch Scythe have been significantly improved compared to before. On the surface, after multiple attribute extractions and additions, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe have grown to an extremely powerful level, but so far, there is still no sign of it advancing to the next level. Are the additional attributes not enough? Or perhaps, simply extracting rare equipment isn't enough. You also need to upgrade to higher quality equipment, such as treasure equipment. Thinking of the Crimson Rock bracelet, a treasure, in his backpack, Zhou Mo smiled bitterly. He had promised to trade it to Xia Qian, so he really couldn't secretly take it away himself. Although he had indeed transformed into a monster, Zhou Mo couldn't completely abandon his humanity. He still needed to uphold his integrity. The time for puppet show puppets finally arrived. The illusory clone that had possessed the leader-level mystic spirit trembled and vanished without a trace. Zhou Mo suddenly realized that he had lost control of the leader-level mystic spirit. He looked at the leader-level mystic spirit and, sure enough, saw it heading back to its habitat on its own. The 6 mirror images that it created for the second time under its control also returned along with its main body. However, the time for these mirror clones was almost up, and they trembled and disappeared into the air halfway there. Thus, Zhou Mo's solo hunt of the entire God War Guild came to an end. When Zhou Mo was sorting out his gains, he discovered that he had actually leveled up again, reaching level 24. The experience value at this point is 3,355 to 20,000. In just a short period of time, he actually gained 7 or 8,000 experience points. The leveling up speed is incredibly fast, especially with tasks like mowing the lawn. It's a pity that those members of the God War Guild ran away too quickly, otherwise I could have continued to reap the rewards. Meanwhile, in the outer area of the Nightmare Forest, within the Mystic Spirits region, other players had already been cleared out due to the domineering actions of the God War Guild. Therefore, at this moment, there are no players left on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, except for wild monsters. As a monster, Zhou Mo could not gain experience points by killing other monsters, such as the Mystic Spirits, so he had no choice but to temporarily stop leveling up. As for disguising oneself as a player, they'll have to wait until the puppet disguise skill cooldown is complete tomorrow. While Zhou Mo was lazing around on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he idly logged onto the game's official forum and discovered that a major event closely related to him was taking place. Chapter 96 Crisis. At this time, no one had entered the Mystic Spirit area, so Zhou Mo, who had nothing to do, wandered around the official forum. For him, this is a good channel to receive information from the outside world. However, after logging into the game's official forum, he discovered that he had already become famous on the forum even though the Treasure Hunter event had only just ended. Just how powerful is the treasure level equipment? The God War Guild surrounded and attacked, yet he was defeated by 100 men. This is the title of a popular post. It's sensational. Below this trending post, there are various other posts, and, judging from their titles, they're all basically related to this issue. For example, the game's balance is questionable if a player can defeat 100 times more opponents simply by relying on rare level equipment. Shocking. A player reveals he's the game's favorite child. The way he obtained 3 rare level equipment is a secret. Breaking news. Players are sometimes thieves and sometimes archers. Is there a huge, unknown bug in the class system? Such examples are numerous. To be honest, Zhou Mo was a little flustered. When the game announced that he had obtained treasure level equipment, he guessed that there would be jealous people, but he did not expect there to be so many jealous people and that the matter would become so big. If the treasure, great equipment changes hands and falls into the hands of the God's War Guild during the Treasure Hunter event, attention may shift to the God's War Guild. However, no one expected that the mighty God War Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in the game, would fail to hunt down Zhou Mo and instead be taught a lesson by him alone. In the eyes of most players, the God War Guild is composed of many level 29 gaming masters, and there's someone you have to avoid when you encounter them while leveling up. These powerful players, who ganged up on one player, were all wiped out by the opponent, who could take on 100 opponents single-handedly. Is this treasure level equipment really that powerful? Why not get myself? Moreover, what's with all these announcements coming one after another? How come people like us can't get even one piece of top-tier equipment, while others are getting one piece after another? And that's how Lemon Spirit came about. In fact, when Zhou Mo was cornered by the God War Guild in the Crimson Rock Monster area, he was only facing 20 or 30 members of the God War Guild's second team, not the 1 against 100 scenario described on the forum. But the audience doesn't care about the truth. They only see what they want to see. It's unclear who posted these messages, but their purpose was simple: to expose this matter and make things difficult for Zhou Mo, who obtained the treasure level equipment. Ideally, the game developers would be pressured to reclaim the treasure level equipment Zhou Mo obtained. That would be perfect. Other people who post comments, eager to stir up trouble, also harbor the same thoughts. For Zhou Mo, this matter was very serious. As for the other matter, there has been no news about his actions of transforming into a mystic puppet spirit to hunt down members of the God War Guild on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Perhaps the failure of the treasure hunter event had already made them lose face, and being hunted by the mystic spirits would be even more humiliating, so they naturally wouldn't reveal it. The discussion about this matter on the forum intensified, and finally the game's official team could no longer sit still and gave a reply that they would carefully investigate the matter. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he finally realized that the worst was yet to come. I have finally attracted the attention of the authorities, and given my current situation, I really can't understand how they will treat me. Recalling my previous search on the forums, which yielded no results related to game incidents, it's reasonable to assume that the game's official response to such matters is likely to be suppression and erasure. If they discover their own anomalies, they probably won't have a proper conversation with themselves. Instead, they'll simply erase the abnormal data. At this point, Zhou Mo really started to get nervous. He began to feel uneasy. Strictly speaking, he was just a piece of data right now. If the game's official team discovered this and erased him, he might really disappear without a trace. At this point, if you want to have a way out, you probably need to first consider your physical health and reality. However, I have no way to influence the real world. The most urgent task is to find a way to connect with the real world. At first, Zhou Mo did not dare to reveal his specific information, fearing that the game's official team would find out and thus pose a threat to himself in the game world. Although many days have passed, he is still worried about his physical body in the real world, but there are priorities, and ensuring the safety of his consciousness in the game is the most important thing. However, when I was playing the game in the real world, I was not alone. Logically speaking, if someone had a game-related accident, it would definitely be exposed on the official game forum. However, there is no news on the official forum, so there is only one possibility. It must have been after I caused the accident that the game's official team contacted me and used their influence and resources to suppress the matter. But no matter how many speculations we make, until we actually obtain information from the real world, all of this remains just speculation. After leaving the official forum, Zhou Mo patiently waited for the cooldown of the puppet disguise skill to pass. Finally, a day later, the skill cooldown was over, and Zhou Mo once again disguised himself as a player. After disguising himself as a player, he immediately opened the email system. When Zhou Mo opened the brightly lit email, he was taken aback. This email was not from Xia Qian as expected. The sender's signature field clearly stated official game personnel. The message was quite polite. Dear player, this is Xiao Fong from the game's official staff. I have some important matters related to the game that I need to confirm with you. Please reply as soon as possible after receiving this message. Zhou Mo felt a chill in his heart. They've come knocking on our door so quickly? The game's official actions were surprisingly swift. The next moment, he noticed the email's sending time and realized that it wasn't sent after the official forum post became popular, but rather right after the treasure hunter event ended. In other words, even without that hot post on the official forum, he had already aroused the suspicion of the game's officials. Zhou Mo's heart was pounding violently, and he was so nervous that he almost couldn't breathe. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Because in the Four Seasons Guild chat channel, the ever-talkative Chumu spoke up again. Yo, Zhou Mo, the great hero, you're finally online? I thought you'd run away with the treasure. Chuanmu's words were full of sarcasm and barbs, but Zhou Mo didn't care. He saw that Xia Qian was also online and sent her an email directly. The email naturally included the red rock bracelet, a treasure that she had promised to receive long ago. In addition, there was another sentence. I have something important I'd like to ask you for help with. The third update for today is here. Chapter 97 Help. Xia Qian was also online, but she didn't urge Zhou Mo as Chunmu had suggested. Upon receiving the crimson rock bracelet, a precious item, from Zhou Mo, she didn't say much and naturally accepted it. Then she asked Zhou Mo, "What is it?" Zhou Mo hesitated for a moment. When the time came, he couldn't help but find it difficult to make a decision. However, the thought that the officials had already contacted him made him unable to remain calm. So he asked Xia Qian, which area do you live in real life? It must be said that Zhou Mo's skills in chatting are not particularly profound. He's really not good at chatting. He often kills the conversation as soon as he opens his mouth. Xia Qian immediately became wary. What do you mean by asking this? Is it unnecessary for us to meet in real life? Forehead. I was misunderstood. Zhou Mo quickly explained. No, I want to ask you to help me find someone. It took Zhou Mo quite a while to explain the situation. He certainly didn't dare to directly say that this was his own business, but only said that he had a friend who had suddenly lost contact, and since he didn't live in the East District, he had no way to go and investigate. He gave Xia Qian the address and asked her to go and investigate. That person is your friend, also named Zhou Mo? Judging from Xia Qian's tone, she was clearly very puzzled. Zhou Mo felt a cold sweat break out in his chest and could only helplessly reply. That's right, actually I have a very good relationship with him. I was just trying to joke with him, so I chose a game ID that's the same as his name. Although he got along well with Xia Qian, their relationship wasn't deep enough for them to be completely open with each other. Of course, it's impossible to tell her directly that the friend she was talking about was actually herself. If he directly reveals his true identity, and Xia Qian goes there, but discovers the abnormal situation of Zhou Mo in reality, wouldn't she suspect a situation in the game? That would be absolutely disadvantageous for oneself, and should be avoided as much as possible. Zhou Mo had already decided that if Xia Qian didn't believe him and continued to ask questions, then he would throw out the trump card he had prepared long ago. However, while he was on high alert, Xia Qian did not ask any further questions. Xia Qian simply said, "Oh," and then asked, "Is it in a hurry?" Zhou Mo was extremely anxious inside, but on the surface he simply sent a message saying, "Well, if it's convenient for you, the sooner the better." Good. After saying that, Zhou Mo suddenly noticed that Xia Qian's name information had gone dark. He was momentarily stunned. That's all. I thought it would be very difficult to persuade the other party, but Xia Qian just went offline like that? Did he go to take care of the matter he was asked to handle? To be honest, Zhou Mo wouldn't be surprised if Xia Qian refused to help outright. After all, although he had joined the Four Seasons Guild, it was only because of a transaction. Among the members of the Four Seasons Guild, these women were clearly acquainted and even had close relationships in the real world. When you're alone, you're completely bound by self-interest. Therefore, Xia Qian chose to help without hesitation, which was quite unexpected for Zhou Mo and made him feel grateful. Right now, he's like a drowning person with very few straws to grasp. Xia Qian is the only person he can ask for help right now. In a student dormitory on a campus in the East District, a Stardust Game Connection device stopped working, and a girl opened her eyes and sat up from the device's recliner. The girl, dressed in a pristine white short outfit and with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, paused for a moment before walking to the side, picking up a light gray backpack and starting to fill it with things. Iya! The sound of a door opening came from outside, and a person walked into the living room. Qian, why did you quit the game? The girl was Xia Qian. As she packed her things, she said casually, I need to go out for a bit. Where are you going at this time? Looking for someone. Looking for someone? Male or female? A man. Xia Qian's tone remained calm. However, Chuanmu, upon hearing this, became quite agitated. As if she had discovered a new continent, her voice rose a full 8 octaves. What? You're going to find a man? Xiao Qiao, Wan, come quick, come quick. It's a huge deal. Qian is going to find a man. After a long while, a lazy voice came. Dongwan appeared at the door of the room and said slowly, It's just finding a man. What's the big deal? Qian should have figured it out long ago. Her gaze swept over him, and she suddenly frowned. Hey, Why are you carrying that drab gray bag, a backpack at that? Are you serious? Xia Qian looked at Dongwan very seriously and said, this backpack can hold a lot of things, which is convenient whether you're fighting or running away. Fight! Xiao Qiu, who had been standing silently by the door, suddenly widened her eyes. Qian, are you going to fight again? Don't go, please don't go. Spring Twilight laughed triumphantly, as if she wanted to stir up trouble, and said, haha, Qian, tell your sister. Who are you going to see? Are you going to deal with that scumbag? No, it's just better to be prepared. Xia Qian seemed completely oblivious to the point about late spring and continued speaking calmly. Spring Twilight grinned broadly. You really don't plan to bring your sister along? I'm a professional at teaching scumbags a lesson, you know. Dongwan sneered and exposed her without any mercy. You're not a professional at teaching scumbags a lesson. You're a professional at getting dumped by scumbags. As spring evening turned grim, winter evening stared at Xia Qian and said, you're not short of money, so why do you only have this one bag? Calling it a bag is an insult to the word bag. After staring at Xia Qian for a long time, she finally shook her head helplessly and said, fine, you can take my bag. You can choose any style you like. You can't really pick anything anyway. I'll put together a new outfit for you, from clothes to bag to shoes. However, when Dongwan took out a beautiful dress and bag from her collection, she discovered that Xia Qian was already gone. Her face was grim, and she forced out a question through clenched teeth. Where is she? Spring's End shrugged and retreated. Xiao Qiu secretly glanced at Dongwan, her voice barely audible. Qian left. She said your bags aren't very practical. They can't hold much. Dongwan was so angry that she threw her cherished clothes and bags onto Xia Qian's bed, her hands and feet trembling. They're so useful. So useful. Are bags meant to be used? Are they meant to be used to carry things? Xia Qian naturally couldn't hear Dongwan's outburst in the apartment. At this moment, she was carrying a backpack on her shoulder and wearing sneakers. She walked as if she were carrying the wind, very light and comfortable. Number 75, Xiong North Road, East 37th District. Xia Qian muttered to herself, it's quite far. I'll have to send someone to arrange a car. Chapter 98 accident. A car stopped on the side of the road. Xia Qian opened the car door and got out. The driver also quickly came out and stood respectfully in front of her. Xia Qian waved her hand and said, you go back first. I'll go back by myself after I'm done. The driver didn't say much, just replied, yes, and went back to the car. The car drove away. Xia Qian looked at the dilapidated house in front of her with some surprise and murmured, I never thought there would be a place like this. Number 75, this should be the right place. She went up to the door of the equally dilapidated low-rise house and pounded on it. Is anyone home? The words, as casual as those exchanged during a casual visit, came from Xia Qian's mouth. Who is it? After a long while, a sound came from inside. The door was opened, and a young woman peeked out. The woman looked at Xia Qian in front of her and frowned. Who are you looking for? Is Zhou Mo home? Xia Qian looked calmly at the woman in front of her. Under her calm gaze, the woman's expression changed from impatience to panic, and she subconsciously tried to close the door again. Bang! Xia Qian braced her hand against the door, causing the rusty iron door to tremble violently, but she managed to hold it in place and prevent it from closing. The woman inside the house tried desperately to close the door, but the iron door wouldn't budge. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, Xia Qian possessed extraordinary strength by supporting herself with just one hand. The woman forced herself to remain calm and shouted, What are you doing? If you keep doing this, I'll call for help. Xia Qian said calmly, I'm looking for Zhou Mo. The woman's eyes flashed, and she said, There is no one named Zhou Mo here. You've come to the wrong place. Just as the standoff was reaching its conclusion, a voice came from inside again. What's wrong? Who is it? A man came out. The man, looking exhausted, looked at Xia Qian outside the door and asked, Who are you? And what are you doing here? Xia Qian continued, I'm looking for Zhou Mo. Are you 357? The man's expression changed, and he finally let out a long sigh. He pushed aside the woman blocking the door and said to Xia Qian, Come in. Everyone sat down. The woman from before sat sideways to Xia Qian with a cold face, but her ears were perked up, clearly very interested in the conversation that was about to begin. The man gave a wry smile and said, May I ask what your relationship is with Zhou Mo, and what brings you here to see him? Xia Qian stared at the man, not missing a single change in his expression, and said, I'm Zhou Mo's friend in the game. I haven't seen him online for a while, and I was worried that something had happened to him, so I came to check on him. This was the prepared statement she and Zhou Mo in the game had prepared in advance. Her gaze swept across the house, and she asked, Where is he? The man hesitated for a moment, but finally said, Yes, he's in trouble. I promise not to tell anyone. But since you know my name 357 and your relationship with Zhou Mo is obviously not shallow, I can tell you. But you have to promise me that you won't let more people know about this. Xia Qian didn't actually understand the meaning of the name 357. She was just doing what Zhou Mo told her to do. At this moment, she was eager to know information about Zhou Mo, so she nodded and said, Don't worry, I'm not a gossip. Verbal promises are always the least reliable, and the man knew that they offered no guarantee whatsoever, but he still couldn't resist. This matter had been weighing on his mind, and perhaps he should find someone to confide in. I've known Zhou Mo for quite a while now. We were already very good comrades in the last game. Sanwiki was my ID in the last game. The man began to speak slowly. I ran away from home, and he also seemed to have no family. We hit it off immediately and decided to work together to create a career while Stardust was launching. Unfortunately, the popularity of Stardust far exceeded our expectations. Given our resources, we didn't get the equipment to play the game until almost 2 weeks after its official launch. It's okay to be a little slower. We're all veteran players. We're confident that as long as we spend more time, we can catch up and won't fall too far behind others. The man seemed lost in his memories, but Xia Qian wasn't in the mood to listen. She asked directly, And then what happened to Zhou Mo? The man felt helpless as his memories were interrupted. Looking at Xia Qian in front of him, he could only get straight to the point and said, Later, one day while playing the game, the device Zhou Mo was using suddenly emitted an alarm signal. I forcibly shut down the game device according to the instructions, but he still couldn't wake up. The man still looked frightened. I had no choice but to contact the game's official support. The game's official personnel arrived quickly, but they were unable to revive Zhou Mo on the spot. They only said that the equipment had a minor malfunction and needed to be retrieved for repair. They also took away the sleeping Zhou Mo, saying that they would contact a specialist to treat him, etc. Hearing the man's words, Xia Qian couldn't help but interrupt him. We're just going to let them take the person away like that? The man looked very unwell. What else can I do? He has no guardian, and if he stays, I have no way to treat him. Xia Qian glanced coldly at the man and stood up. Are you sure he really let the game's officials take him away? That's right. Since the incident occurred in the game's official team will naturally take responsibility. Xia Qian nodded silently and said, Okay, then I have no more questions. Thank you for your answer. After saying that, she turned and left. Not long after she got up, the man seemed to wake from a dream and shouted, Remember your promise to me. You must not tell anyone about this. Xia Qian has already gone far away. The man slumped in the chair, his face dark. The woman next to him finally turned to look at him and said, Let's move. Moving? Where to? The man muttered, Where can we move to? The woman chuckled and said lightly, Where can't you move to? Didn't you take the hush money? You always said Zhou Mo didn't have any friends, but look what happened. Now someone's come knocking on our door. If you stay here, who knows how many more will come knocking on our door in the future. The man hesitated. Are we really going to move? But what if that person finds out? Won't she tell everyone? The woman sneered. Who told you to keep your mouth shut? You want money, but also want to have conscience? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The man became angry. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want Zhou Mo to get into trouble either. Taking him away by the game officials is good for his treatment. Yes, yes. The woman shrugged and said, Move away. It's always better to have fewer worries than anything else. Okay, let's move it. The man muttered, I only agreed not to post it online. They offered me money, and I couldn't refuse? Why do I seem like the bad guy? Chapter 99, Biting Back. Xia Qian walked along the road with her brows furrowed. She promised the Zhou Mo in the game that she would find the Zhou Mo in real life. Now she has come, but she has not seen Zhou Mo's face. So, did he actually fulfill his promise to Zhou Mo in the game? However, there was one thing that bothered her. How could Stardust Games' gaming equipment malfunction? Didn't they advertise at the beginning that the equipment had undergone rigorous testing and had a 0% failure rate? After thinking about it for a while, Xia Qian, still unable to figure it out, simply shook her head. Oh well, since they asked me to come and take a look, and I've already done so, I guess I can call it a day. Am I supposed to handle the aftermath for him? That's what she thought. But when she got back to the apartment, Xiaqian still approached her 3 roommates and asked, "Do any of your families have any connection with Stardust Games?" Dongwon shook his head. This Stardust Games company is very strange. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Nobody in the industry knows where it came from or what its background is. Meanwhile, Spring Twilight exclaimed, "Qianqian, you've finally figured it out. You're planning to pay someone from the game's official team to cheat? But I've heard that the game's official team is incredibly tough and doesn't give face to anyone. Last time, the Lee family's kid asked someone to buy a high-level piece of equipment, and he was directly turned down." Xiao Qiu nodded and said, "Up to now, Stardust is arguably the fairest game. No matter who you are, no matter how rich or powerful you are, you can't get the slightest bit of preferential treatment from the game's official team. Perhaps it's because of this commitment that the game has become so popular." Xia Qian frowned. Suddenly, Chuanmu exclaimed, "Wait a minute, didn't you go out to see a man? Why are you back so early? Tell your sister what happened." Xia Qian glanced at her and said calmly, "I didn't see her." "What? Someone actually dared to stand up our Qianqian?" Xia Qian ignored the overreaction of Spring's End and went straight back to her room, re-entering the game. But Zhou Mo was already offline again. After asking Xia Qian for help, he quickly switched back to the form of the mystic spirit, pretending to be offline. After all, he hadn't replied to the message from the game's official team, and he didn't know how to reply at the moment. Therefore, he can only bury his head in the sand for now, avoid the situation, and postpone things. On the forum, the incident remains a hot topic. Soon, another day passed, and Zhou Mo logged in again, opening the email system. Xia Qian did indeed send a message. Zhou Mo opened the email with trembling hands, and the contents made his heart sink to the bottom. As Xia Qian said, the game's official team did indeed suppress the fact that she had an accident in the real world. However, San Wiki, with whom he had some past friendship, sold him for a good price. No wonder there was no news about my accident online. Anger may be present, but at this moment, it is more important not to condemn 357. Xia Qian was not online at the time. After reading the message in the email, Zhou Mo replied with a thank you email and then turned his attention to another email. That was sent by Xiao Fong, an official staff member of the game. Following the previous email, the other party urged them again. It was clear that they seemed somewhat anxious. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in continuing to run away. Zhou Mo's mind cleared up instantly, and he carefully considered the pros and cons involved. After a day, he gradually figured it out. The game's official team is certainly unaware of the anomalies in their data. At least, they don't have any evidence yet. If they really noticed it, or if they really had evidence, why would they need to ask themselves? Simply delete or repair the data, and you're done. Moreover, unlike his previous confused state, Zhou Mo realized at this moment that what the game's official had been asking was not actually about his transformation into a monster. Or perhaps they simply didn't know about it. What they actually wanted to ask was just the topic that was being hotly discussed on the forum. Is the source of my rare level equipment legitimate? Why was I able to obtain 3 rare level equipment pieces all at once? Only Zhou Mo himself knew that, from beginning to end, apart from the Crimson Rock bracelet, a treasure, dropped by the leader-level Crimson Rock monster, he only had 1 Monarch Scythe. The game announcements were actually just 2 variations of Monarch Scythe, but the game's official staff were unaware of all this. Although he didn't know how he, as a piece of data within the game, had managed to deceive the game's official team, Zhou Mo realized that he seemed to still have room to maneuver in this matter. "What's up?" Trying to calm himself down, Zhou Mo replied to Xiao Fong, the official game staff member, with this message. Almost instantly, the other party received the message and replied to the email immediately. Zhou Mo was a little stunned. As a technical staff member of the game's official team, did the other party work 24 hours a day and not need a rest? However, after seeing the content of the message sent by the other party, Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel angry. The message reads, "Dear player, given that you are obtaining rare level equipment quite frequently, could you please describe the specific ways you acquired it?" Zhou Mo gave a cold laugh, which was practically tantamount to admitting that he was cheating. He suppressed his displeasure and replied directly, "Why should I provide the specific ways to obtain the equipment? Can't your game's official team just look that up? If you have any questions, why don't you check the data yourselves?" After sending this message, Zhou Mo's heart was in his throat. However, the next moment, The other party replied, I'm sorry, dear player, we still need to trouble you to provide it, as we can use it for reference. Zhou Mo almost burst out laughing. Although the other party's words were evasive, he was finally able to confirm it. The other party couldn't find any abnormalities in his data at all. In this way, I would be much more at ease, and I would not be foolish enough to fall into the other party's trap. He ignored the other party's question and instead sent a message asking in return. Speaking of which, I do have something to ask you. I obtained a Crimson Rock bracelet, treasure. Why did it trigger such an illogical event as treasure hunter? Zhou Mo's tone grew increasingly harsh. What kind of mentality did the person who came up with this kind of event have? Am I not worthy of having treasure-level equipment? Or does everyone who obtains treasure-level equipment have to be chased by a large group of players like this for an hour? If that's the case, I'll have to share a strategy on all the major forums so that everyone won't be too happy when they get rare-level equipment, because they'll be followed by hundreds of people chasing them down. On the other end of the message, Xiao Fang's face turned green. He turned to look at his boss, somewhat flustered. President Li, what should we do? I told you this is against the rules. What if he really posted on all the major forums? General Manager Li also turned ashen-faced. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and said, Do I have to teach you what to do? Just say that only the first piece of treasure, equipment that drops will trigger the hunter quest. But Mr. Li, this isn't the first piece of treasure-level equipment. He had it before. Then say it's a random task in the game, an Easter egg, and whether you encounter it depends on luck. General Manager Li was already quite exasperated. Just as he said this, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Mr. Li, they need you to come over to the bronze door. The third update for today is here. Chapter 100 Bronsgata. General Manager Li walked forward, passing through countless doors, until finally he saw a strange door in the distance. The door appears to be made entirely of bronze, with various intricate patterns engraved on it, including flowers, birds, insects, fish, the sun, moon, mountains, and seas. Every time General Manager Li saw this door, he would feel very strange. Logically speaking, in this era, at the headquarters of such a high-tech company, such a bronze door should not appear out of place. But the bronze door just happened to appear here, as if it was meant to be here. General Manager Li shook his head abruptly, dispelling the inexplicable thoughts in his mind, and stepped into the bronze door. The bronze door silently split open on both sides. He took a deep breath and went inside. Finally, he arrived at a brightly lit meeting room. The meeting room was already full of people, all sitting upright and mostly staring coldly at the door, as if waiting for him to arrive so that criticism could begin. As soon as General Manager Li entered the conference room, the person sitting at the head of the table waved and casually said, Ah, little Li is here. Please have a seat. After inviting General Manager Li to sit down, the person at the head of the table fell silent, leaning back in his chair with his eyes slightly narrowed, appearing indifferent to everything. But apart from him, the others didn't have such a good attitude. One of them spoke up. Old Li, I heard there's been quite a commotion on the forum. General Manager Li didn't know what he meant, but replied, They have some concerns about the drop rate of treasure-level equipment, and I'm already working on resolving that. Start resolving this? Another person spoke up. Your so-called solution is just starting an event that has no beginning or end? General Manager Li frowned and said, I don't understand what you mean. I organized this event because I suspect that player used cheating methods. I want to test him and find some evidence. Then what's the evidence? One of them glared at General Manager Li and sneered, Don't forget, the company hired you to assist in operations, not to interfere with the game's progress at will. The argument in the meeting room escalated. Finally, the person sitting in the first seat sighed softly and slowly raised his eyelids. All right, let's leave it at that. He glanced at General Manager Li and then said, Little Li, you don't need to worry about player cheating or anything like that. The game's operation will handle that. You just need to do your job. General Manager Li showed some respect to the first person and asked, but that player is acquiring treasure equipment at a significantly higher frequency, and there also seem to be some issues with the class system. Has the person you mentioned really noticed this? The first person smiled and waved his hand. Existence is its own justification. Little Li, he is beyond your imagination. Nothing in the game can escape his eyes, so don't worry too much. Just go back and do what you need to do. Since even the person in the lead said so, President Li had no choice but to take his leave. After General Manager Li walked out of the bronze door, sounds gradually returned to the conference room. Old Wang, who exactly is this person you're talking about? How come we've never seen him before? To this question, the first person simply smiled and said, "You will know when the time is right. If there's nothing else, let's call it day." The first person spoke slowly, then closed his eyes again. After everyone filed out of the conference room, Old Wang, still with his eyes closed, said slowly, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Besides Mr. Wang, there was one other person who stayed in the meeting room. He had not expressed any opinion in the previous incident. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Old Wang, that person still hasn't woken up. What should we do?" Old Wang finally opened his eyes, sighed, and after a long while said, "Let's try again. If there's still no change, send it to the innermost part." Zhou Mo was naturally unaware of what was happening at the game's official headquarters. All he knew was that after he sent a threatening message, the game official staff member Xiao Fong, on the other end, simply disappeared without giving him a single reply. Zhou Mo was a little confused for a moment. What is this? Was he scared, frightened by his own threat? Is it really that amazing? After waiting a while longer without a reply, Zhou Mo had no choice but to start leveling up and fighting monsters on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Since he's currently disguised as a player, he can gain 50 experience points by killing monsters, so he can't let the time go to waste. Especially now that players dare not venture into the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, they can only barely make a living by hunting wild monsters. Taking advantage of the fact that players dared not enter the outer perimeter of the Nightmare Forest, Zhou Mo had a big appetite and set his sights on the leader-level Mystic Spirit, the big boss among the Mystic Spirits. Zhou Mo had been in the outer reaches of the Nightmare Forest for so long, but he had never seen a monarch-level Mystic Spirit. This leader-level Mystic Spirit could be considered the strongest boss of the Mystic Spirit race. Given that the Mystic Spirit is already superior to the Crimson Rock Monster in terms of racial level, this leader-level Mystic Spirit is much stronger than the leader-level Crimson Rock Monster we had previously defeated. In contrast, the rewards for killing this leader-level Mystic Spirit far surpass those for killing a leader-level Crimson Rock Monster. Of course, the fact that a leader-level Red Rock Monster can drop treasure level equipment does not mean that a leader-level Mystic Golem will necessarily drop treasure level equipment. This also depends on luck. The attack and defense attributes of the leader-level Mystic Golem are much stronger than those of the leader-level Crimson Rock Monster. At that time, the entire Four Seasons Guild worked together to defeat the leader-level Crimson Rock Monster, and it was not easy. For an ordinary player, it would be impossible to defeat the leader-level Mystic Golem alone. But Zhou Mo was different. Because of the game's mechanics, when he attacks monsters, they don't retaliate. For Zhou Mo right now, this is practically a huge bug in the game system, and one that's actually very beneficial to him. Given Zhou Mo's current situation, when he encounters such a bug, he should not choose to report it, but rather make good use of it. Furthermore, the fact that monsters don't attack each other is a feature that might be changed in the future, so we should take advantage of it while we can. Now, disguised as the thief class he was most familiar with, he ignored everything else and charged forward, unleashing a stealth attack followed by a slice combo on the leader-level Mystic Spirit. The leader-level Mystic Spirit stood there foolishly, passively enduring his attacks. The rest was simple. With the output of a thief and Zhou Mo's current stats, he could easily reduce a leader-level Mystic Spirit to half health in no time. After the Mystic Spirit was at half health, it triggered the Clan Guardian talent, summoning a large group of elite-level Mystic Spirits and ordinary Mystic Spirits, which Zhou Mo naturally accepted without hesitation, not intending to let any of them go. Soon, the leader-level Mystic Spirit was depleted of health and fell down. Defeated the boss-level Mystic Demon, dealt the highest percentage of damage, and earned MVP. When damage output exceeds 50%, the drop rate of top-tier equipment increases. Damage output reaches 100%, greatly increasing the drop rate of top-tier equipment. Obtain the Mystic Ring gem. Then, the game announcement sounded again. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for defeating the leader-level Mystic Demon, which dropped the treasure level equipment Mystic Ring treasure. Zhou Montak. All players on the server. Is this even playable? Chapter 101 Official Endorsement Without Reality. When the announcement was announced, not only were the other players stunned, but Zhou Mo himself was also stunned. To be honest, Zhou Mo didn't think he could get another piece of treasure equipment nor did I want to get another piece of treasure equipment. Strictly speaking, it's not that I don't want it, but that would be too sentimental. At this critical juncture, Zhou Mo believes that what he needs most is to keep a low profile, rather than bombarding the internet with announcements over and over again. However, the game system seemed unable to hear his thoughts, only wanting to elevate him and make him the center of attention, as if it wanted to destroy him. But since things had come to this point, Zhou Mo had no choice but to pretend he was unaware of the serious consequences of the matter and continue taking stock of his spoils. This time, the boss-level Mystic Demon, along with the elite and normal-level monsters, yielded a total of 1785 experience points, which is quite a good result. At this point, your experience points are 6,040 to 20,000, which is another small step towards advancing to the next level. In addition, Zhou Mo noticed another special trophy. Defeat a high-ranking member of your race to obtain one racial bloodline fragment. Racial bloodline fragments. These have a chance to drop from boss level or higher monsters. Fusing a certain number of bloodline fragments will generate a random, complete racial bloodline, which can be used to extract some of the race's abilities. Zhou Mo had a general idea of its function. Although he didn't need it for the time being, it was still a good item and he could put it away for now. The key issue now is that the announcement says I've acquired another, rare, level piece of equipment. What should I do? Zhou Mo can guarantee that the source of this treasure, level equipment, is completely legitimate. The question is, how did I manage to kill the boss-level mystic spirit, the source of the treasure, level equipment? The idea that one person can single-handedly kill a leader-level mystic demon is something the game developers probably wouldn't accept. The other large number of players probably wouldn't be convinced either. While he was struggling with this dilemma, little did he know that at the game's official headquarters, there were others struggling with the same thing. Mr. Lee, what do the Bronze Gates say? Are they going to officially launch an investigation into that player? General Manager Lee looked very unwell, but could only say, the investigation over there has been completed, and the player is innocent. Let's leave it at that. Okay, wait a minute. That player got another treasure level equipment. That's impossible. There's obviously something wrong with this. Mr. Lee, I agree with your point of view. That player must have been cheating. Let's submit an application to them and ask them to investigate thoroughly. In the past, President Lee would have been very happy that Xiao Fong thought the same way as him, but now President Lee is extremely annoyed by it. I've already said this matter ends here. He gave Xiao Fong a cold look and said, think of a way to smooth things over and prevent other players from making wild guesses. Soon, another hot post appeared on the game's official forum. Player Zhou Mo is frequently acquiring rare equipment. Who is he? We have petitioned the authorities to investigate this matter thoroughly. The title was fairly friendly, and the post itself was flooded with replies from players. Is there even a need to investigate? It's obviously cheating with a hack. If the official response to this matter is not reasonable, I will quit the game. Yeah, it's a trash game. It's so unfair. I'm quitting too. +1. Upon seeing this post, both Zhou Mo and Xiao Fong from the official team broke out in a cold sweat. Zhou Mo's worries are obvious, but Xiao Fong is equally helpless. Given this prevailing wind, how exactly can he salvage the situation? Soon after, an announcement was pinned to the top of the official forum. Dear players, in light of the recent occurrence of some players frequently obtaining rare level equipment, the official team has conducted a thorough investigation of the data and concluded that there are no data anomalies. The rare level equipment obtained by this player complies with the game rules, and there is no cheating behavior as some players have speculated. With our company's technical means, any cheating behavior will have nowhere to hide, and we would like to advise some players not to take chances. To address the confusion among some players, the official team would like to provide an explanation. Currently, treasure level items can only be dropped by monsters of boss level or higher, with a drop rate of 0.5. Increasing the damage dealt to bosses will correspondingly increase the drop rate. The Treasure Hunter title increases drop rate by 5, and this drop rate bonus can be shared among players in a party. This title will be awarded in the upcoming First Guild War, so please stay tuned. We wish you all a happy gaming experience. Upon seeing this game announcement, Zhou Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then according to the announcement, this matter is considered closed, and the game's official team shouldn't cause them any more trouble. The email system flashed, and an email arrived. Xiao Fong, an official representative of the game, said, "Thank you for your cooperation. Here is a small compensation for you. Attachment, double experience scroll 1. Looking at the double experience scroll that lasted for 2 hours, Zhou Mo chuckled. It seems the game's official team has backed down, but the compensation they offered was far too stingy. Although he didn't know why the game's official team let it go so easily, Zhou Mo was still quite satisfied that the crisis caused by this incident had passed. As for my real-life body being taken away by the game's official team, that's something that can't be rushed right now. With my current abilities, I really have no way to deal with this. Let's focus on dealing with things in the game first. At this time, after the official game announcement, the forums and the game itself were buzzing with discussion. Since it wasn't cheating, Zhou Mo's luck this week is just too good. He's definitely a lucky guy. Yeah, it makes me want to cling to the coattails of the lucky one. Shaw, he's a lucky guy. Do you think he'd share half of his luck with you? You know what? It actually works. Didn't you see it? The drop rate bonus for the Treasure Hunter title can be shared in a party. If we team up with Zhou Mo to fight monsters, won't we indirectly become lucky players too? That's right. The drop rate of treasure level equipment is only 0.5. Even if the output ratio is higher, the drop rate will only reach 1 at most. Compared with the 5 of the Treasure Hunter title, is simply not worth mentioning. Now I understand. Zhou Mo's ability to acquire so much treasure level equipment is inseparable from this title. Everyone thought that treasure level equipment was valuable, but who knew that this title was the real treasure? Zhou Mo? Is Zhou Mo there? Please add me as a friend. Does the big boss need any accessories? I'm available. Zhou Mo suddenly realized that the wind had changed. Because of the title of Treasure Hunter, he had suddenly gone from being a rat that everyone hated to a hot commodity. The friend system is flashing incessantly, which means there must be a lot of players wanting to add each other as friends. And similar content has begun to appear in the guild chat channels of various guilds. Spar with all your might to win the guild war and earn the title of Treasure Hunter. Everyone knows that if treasure level equipment is a golden egg, then the title Treasure Hunter is the hen that lays the golden egg. Chapter 102 Foolish and Rich. The matter of the treasure level equipment was left unresolved, and Zhou Mo discovered that the official fact that he could change professions was either not discovered by them or deliberately kept quiet, and was thus covered up. Right now, everyone's attention is mostly not on the treasure level equipment, but on the Treasure Hunter title. The friend request system was flooded with messages, and on the game's public chat channel, a large number of players were trying to persuade Zhou Mo. Some invited him to add them as a friend, others invited him to join a guild. The reason, of course, was that teaming up with him to fight monsters would allow them to share the equipment drop rate bonus from the title. In addition, on public channels, many people also want to buy the Mystic Ring treasure that he just acquired. This is quite common. Everyone wants good equipment. Especially during this period, with the first public war about to begin, everyone is preparing for the battle with all their might. Being able to acquire a piece of rare level equipment is of great benefit to the strength of individuals and even guilds. The prices offered by the people who wanted to buy the equipment were all rather high. Some even suggested that if Zhou Mo wasn't interested in the wealth in the game, they could offer him a real-world house in exchange for the Mystic Ring treasure. That asking price is a bit scary. Stardust Games does not prohibit players from trading with real money, but selling an entire house like this is still a bit frightening. Many of those bidding stopped immediately. They asked themselves honestly, if they had such a treasured piece of equipment, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation of a house either. But something happened that surprised most players. Faced with such tempting conditions, Zhou Mo didn't even think twice before choosing to refuse. He doesn't even care about a house. This Zhou Mo must be a rich man in real life. Of course it is. Otherwise, why would they be so willful? He, the one who just bid, seems to be the second-ranked warrior on the professional leaderboard. He's always been suppressed by the first-ranked warrior, and he's been holding back for a long time. He probably wants to get this treasure equipment at any cost to surpass the first-ranked warrior. Isn't the professional ranking list based on level? Even if he gets this equipment, he can't take the ranking. You're so out of the loop. After the first guild war next week, the game will get a major update. The days of rankings based on level will be over, and the class rankings will be based on strength. How does the game system determine who is stronger and who is weaker? Where the game system needs to make the determination, the current leaderboard will remain unchanged for the time being. However, players ranked lower can choose to challenge players ranked higher. Once they win, they can take their place. Huh, really? How do you know so much inside information, boss? To be honest, I have a cousin who works on the inside. Okay, I won't say any more. Those who know, know. On the public chat channel, the second warrior was in a bad mood. He asked Zhou Mo why. Faced with the other party's question, Zhou Mo was also helpless. If it were before he transformed into a monster, and if such good conditions were offered, Zhou Mo would definitely have agreed without hesitation. How could he possibly refuse such a good deal as exchanging a piece of precious equipment for a house? After all, such a foolish and rich opportunity doesn't come around every day. But now he is transformed into a monster, and his real-life body has been taken away by the game's official team. In this situation, what use is a house if you don't even have a body? However, under the current circumstances, his refusal greatly displeased the second warrior. The second soldier, his face clearly flushed, spoke in the chat channel. Are you not satisfied with the price of a house? How much do you want? Just name your price. I can satisfy you. You might think I'm a sucker, but I'm not. I'm just determined to get this equipment. Just treat me like a sucker and rip me off, it's fine. Zhou Mo was shocked that someone would willingly become a sucker. However, it wasn't that Zhou Mo was unwilling to rip off unsuspecting people. It was simply that everything in reality was meaningless to him at the moment. Tired of listening to the players' nonsense in the chat channel, Zhou Mo was about to extract the attributes from the Mystic Ring treasure. This equipment is being acquired for the first time. The current extraction rate is 50%. This equipment is of rare grade. After the attachments are extracted, Monarch Scythe will no longer be able to be attached with any equipment attributes below rare grade. Upon hearing this notification, Zhou Mo immediately stopped. He secretly thought to himself, that was close. Although extracting equipment below the fine grade no longer provides attributes, extracting rare grade equipment can still provide some. Although it wasn't much, Zhou Mo didn't intend to give up completely. Even a small mosquito is still meat. So Zhou Mo plans to extract as much rare equipment as possible before considering extracting treasure equipment. Since there are no hunting activities now, he is not worried about being ambushed and attacked again. It doesn't seem that dangerous to have a treasure-level equipment in his game backpack. The first guild war will be held in a week. Although the specific rewards have not been fully announced, all sorts of rumors are already flying around. Zhou Mo felt it was necessary to make efforts to prepare for this guild war. Xiaqian did help him step into reality, so he had to return the favor. Moreover, unlike other players, even if I participate in guild wars, I'm likely to die without any chance of resurrection. Therefore, you must ensure your survival in the first guild war. Therefore, in addition to improving their own strength, the Four Seasons Guild should also keep up with the times. Zhou Mo wasn't worried about Xiaqian's strength. With her skills, she was already incredibly powerful, and now that she had obtained the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, she would probably become even more formidable. But the remaining three guys are different. Let's leave Chumu aside for now. As a healer player, she's straightforward, but her combat awareness is probably lacking. She can't cast healing skills as quickly as she speaks. As for the cool autumn and late winter for magicians and warriors, it can only be described as mediocre. Someone of Xiaqian's skill level shouldn't be staying in such a mediocre guild, but her previous experience with the Hanshio Guild must have left her with reservations, making it difficult for her to trust other guilds. But can guild wars really be accomplished by just a few people? Zhou Mo's concerns were not unfounded. Just then, Dongwan suddenly popped up in the guild chat channel, which had been quiet all along. Dongwan, Qianqian, Zhou Mo, they want to join our guild, what do you think? Zhou Mo understood perfectly what they referred to. It was undoubtedly Dongwan's large group of suitors. However, he was a little curious. It's normal for someone to ask the guild leader if they want to join the guild, but why ask me? Does our guild require a vote when recruiting new members? Dongwan said irritably. Are you really that clueless? Or are you pretending? They want to join a guild at this time, so naturally they're after you. Is there anything wrong with me asking for your opinion while I'm at it? Chapter 103 Vice President. Hearing Dongwan's words, Zhou Mo felt a surge of amusement. Those guys had actually come up with this indirect way to achieve their goal. It was quite interesting. In fact, he was somewhat worried about the strength of the Four Seasons Guild. Regardless of their motives, Zhou Mo himself had no objection to these people joining the guild. When he last fought the boss-level Crimson Rock monster, he saw that those people were quite good in terms of level and equipment. Even if they couldn't compare to the members of the God War Guild, they were still considered top-tier players in the game. As for the claim that these people joined the guild to take advantage of the treasure hunter efficiency, Zhou Mo said that it was perfectly acceptable. He originally intended to make good use of the treasure hunter title to help the Four Seasons Guild improve its strength. Ideally, everyone in the Four Seasons Guild should have rare level equipment. That way, the attention drawn to you by acquiring several rare pieces of equipment in a row will be diverted away from you. I have no problem with it, as long as you think it's okay. But after thinking for a long time, Xia Qian suddenly gave this reply. Wan, tell them that they can join the guild, but I have the final say on all matters concerning the guild. At any time, in any matter, if there are any differing opinions, everything will be based on my opinion. That's way too domineering. Even Zhou Mo sighed in agreement. But Xia Qian continued speaking to herself. Tell them that if they can't accept it, there's no need for them to join. Zhou Mo roughly understood that Xia Qian had her own reason for saying that. She had no experience at the time and was tricked into joining the Cold Autumn Guild. As a result, due to the interpersonal relationships within the guild, she got into a lot of trouble and was even ambushed by a team that wanted to clear her name. If Zhou Mo hadn't happened to witness the situation and stepped in to help, it's uncertain whether she would still be the #1 fighter. However, a moment later, it is unclear how Dongwon communicated with those people, but in any case, Dongwon replied that they agreed. Zhu Montak was somewhat surprised. Although Xia Qian's demands had their reasons, they could be considered unequal treaties. He didn't expect that those people would actually accept them. Is it to endure humiliation for the sake of their title as treasure hunters, or to compromise for the sake of their goddess? Dongwon? Zhou Mo didn't know. All he knew was that, not long afterward, the guild channel began sending out frequent notifications. Welcome to XX joining the guild. Welcome to XX joining the guild. Before we knew it, the guild spots were almost full. The current Four Seasons Guild is the lowest level 1-star guild, with a limit of 20 members. Just now, more than a dozen people joined. With the original 5 people, the number has reached 19, just one short of the full capacity. Zhou Mo was shocked and couldn't help but say in the guild chat channel, weren't there only 7 or 8 people? How come there are more than a dozen all of them? Dongwon didn't take it seriously. Who told you there were only 7 or 8 people? It's not that our guild level is low. I could bring dozens more people. Okay, Zhou Mo is convinced. He had thought that there was only one fish pond in the winter evening, but now it seems that he underestimated her. She is probably a sea queen and may even control the 7 seas. Those who had already joined the guild could naturally hear the conversation in the guild chat channel, but they all tacitly remained silent. After everyone was added, Xia Qian began to speak. Is everyone here? I'm sure Dongwon has already made things clear to you. In this guild, I'm the one who calls the shots. Forehead. Zhou Mo was covered in cold sweat. Although the logic was sound, Xia Qian's loud and blatant remarks showed no respect for him and were tantamount to slapping him in the face. No one could stand that. In any case, Zhou Mo asked himself honestly, and he knew he couldn't possibly have put up with this kind of treatment. But to his utter astonishment, these people showed no objection whatsoever, and even echoed his sentiments. I'll do whatever the chairman says. We are new here, so please forgive us if there is anything we don't understand. Zhou Mo felt that the world was somewhat unreal. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths and adopt such a humble attitude for a mere increase in the drop rate of a rare piece of equipment? However, everyone has their own ambitions, and Zhou Mo couldn't say anything about other people's choices. In any case, the guild's strength has increased, and the chances of winning in guild wars have risen, which is better than anything else. As for the other nonsense and absurdities, Zhou Mo was too lazy to pay attention to them and had no intention of doing so. Isn't everything handled by Xia Qian, the president? And if all else fails, Dongwon, the playboy, can always have a deterrent effect. After everyone joined in, Xia Qian spoke again. All right, now that everyone is here, our guild will be on the right track. Let's arrange the tasks for each position today. First of all, our 1-star guild can have 1 guild leader, 2 vice guild leaders, and 4 team leaders. But since we don't have many members right now, we won't set up team leaders for now, as it wouldn't make much sense. I am the president, and Dongwon is only a vice president. Do you have any objections? After Xia Qian spoke, Chun Mu and Qiu Yang both expressed their agreement, since they were all considered to be on the same side, and it didn't really matter who became the vice president. Zhou Mo had no objections. He could tell that the dozen or so newcomers had all gotten in through Dongwon's connections, and having Dong Wan as a vice president would actually help keep them under better control. Xia Qian's arrangement may seem casual, but she must have taken this into consideration. Sure enough, the arrangement was well received by the dozen or so people, who all expressed their approval. However, based on Zhou Mo's understanding of Xia Qian, even if they disagreed, Xia Qian would definitely go her own way. Very good. Xia Qian continued. There's also the position of vice president. I think Zhou Mo could take it. What do you all think? He's going to be the vice president? Well, he's a special talent these days, so it's not a bad idea to tie him down with the vice president position. Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised, but after thinking about it, she finally accepted it. Qiu Yang had no objections to anything, and the dozen or so people who had just joined, who had come specifically for Zhou Mo, immediately expressed their agreement. Surprisingly, Zhou Mo's appointment as vice president garnered even more support from them than Dong Wan's. For a moment, Zhou Mo couldn't help but doubt their motives. Why didn't you just stay in the fish pond? Why does it feel like you're trying to jump out of the fish pond and focus on your career? Xia Qian, Zhou Mo, what about you? Are you willing? Zhou Mo was initially unwilling, but since Xia Qian asked him that question, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. As the saying goes, he who takes a man's gift is bound to do him a favor, and Xia Qian had done him a great favor, so he really couldn't refuse to give her face. However, he still had his own concerns, saying, being the vice president isn't impossible, but I'm used to being lazy, and I probably won't be able to help much with the guild's management. Besides, I have a lot of things to do, and for now I can only play for 2 hours a day. I won't be able to participate in guild activities at other times. The moment he uttered those words, everyone in the guild said they had no problem with it. In fact, the people who had just joined the guild only needed him as a mascot to provide a +5 chance to drop treasure equipment. As for anything else, no one really cared. The newcomers to the guild immediately revealed their true intentions. Guild leader, vice guild leader, when are we going to start teaming up to take on the boss? Chapter 104, Preparing to Conquer the Monarch Level. The newcomer asked this question, and Xia Qian and the others fell silent, waiting to see how Zhou Mo would respond. In fact, everyone knew perfectly well why these people had come. On the surface, when it came to the matter of conquering the boss, they asked the president and vice president, but in reality, they only wanted to ask Zhou Mo. There was no other way. The title of treasure hunter belonged only to Zhou Mo. Whether or not to fight the boss, and whether or not it is even possible to fight the boss, largely depends on Zhou Mo's expression. You can fight bosses without Zhou Mo, but without Zhou Mo's treasure hunter title bonus, can you easily get top-tier equipment for bosses? What is the name of a boss that doesn't drop top-tier equipment? What's the point of fighting such a boss? This idea is practically the only one in the minds of the new members. However, some of them had previously coveted Zhou Mo's Crimson Rock bracelet, a treasure, and had even made a move against Zhou Mo. Although they were ultimately taught a lesson by Zhou Mo, they had no idea whether Zhou Mo held a grudge. Therefore, they are feeling uneasy right now. Zhou Mo chuckled to himself as he watched the guild chat channel suddenly fall silent. In fact, he had planned to team up with everyone in the guild to take down the boss and equip everyone in the guild with top-tier gear. The more people who possess precious equipment, the safer you will be, and you won't attract attention because of a few announcements about obtaining precious equipment. But not now. Right now, he only has 2 hours a day to pretend to be a player, and he can't afford to waste that time. The disguise period is already more than halfway over. If we start attacking the boss now, we might end up transforming back into a monster halfway through, which is very inappropriate. So he spoke in the guild chat. I can take on the boss, but I have something to do right now, so let's do it tomorrow. Guild leader, you should discuss with everyone which boss to fight first. I only have 2 hours of game time each day, so I need to make the most of it. Okay, see you at this time tomorrow. After saying that, Zhou Mo didn't give them a chance to react and switch back to his monster form. Although he had agreed to team up with them to take down the boss, Zhou Mo did not intend to get too close to those people. Maintaining some distance is still necessary, so that others won't take it for granted that you're sharing the treasure hunter title when you're in a team. Often, only by deliberately maintaining some distance and not making people feel that you have something too easily can you gain their respect. Zhou Mo's decision to log off abruptly did indeed leave the remaining members of the Four Seasons Guild somewhat dissatisfied. Zhou Mo got a little angry. What's wrong with Zhou Mo this week? He just finished talking to himself and then logged off. Does it mean our whole guild has to revolve around him? Unlike her, Dong Wan was quite clear-headed and laughed. Isn't that right? Right now, We have to revolve around him. Otherwise, given the benefits of the treasure hunter title, plenty of major guilds would be begging him to join them. Zhou Mo snorted and became sullen. Xia Qian didn't care what the new members were thinking, and she made arrangements directly. Now that our guild has more members, we can find a stronger boss to kill tomorrow. We don't need to focus on the leader level. She paused for a moment and said, then let's take on the monarch level Crimson Rock Monster. Last time we took on the leader level Crimson Rock Monster, we got some treasure equipment. This time, we'll take on the even higher level monarch level Crimson Rock Monster. Maybe we can inherit the same luck and get some top quality equipment again. In fact, Xia Qian's arrangement was justified. Before logging off, Zhou Mo secretly sent her a private message. The gist of it is that they hope Xia Qian will try to find the bosses near the outer perimeter of the Nightmare Forest. According to Zhou Mo, his current offline location is just near the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. If he chooses a nearby boss, he won't need to spend a lot of time traveling after logging back in, and can make the most of his 2 hours of game time. Xia Qian herself didn't have any particular ideas, so she naturally accepted Zhou Mo's suggestion. After all, Zhou Mo and Dongwan were right. They should indeed be focusing on Zhou Mo now. The Treasure Hunter title increases the drop rate of treasure level equipment by 5. If the Four Seasons Guild doesn't know how to make good use of such a valuable item, then they would be fools. Since Xia Qian, as the guild leader, had already spoken on which boss to fight, the other members naturally had no choice but to agree. Anyway, it doesn't matter which boss you fight. As long as you have Zhou Mo's title bonus, that's fine. Time passed quickly. After Zhou Mo transformed back into an elite-level mystic spirit, he spent a day wandering around the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, but he didn't manage to hunt down many players, and his experience points were minimal. Since the previous incident, fewer and fewer people are coming to the Mystic Demon area to level up, and Zhou Mo is almost in the predicament of having no players to hunt. Today is the day we agreed upon with the guild to raid the boss. By the time Zhou Mo used puppet disguise again, everyone in the guild had finished their preparations and was eager to try. Xia Qian, the only person who had added him as a friend, also sent a message at this time. Zhou Mo, are you online yet? We have arrived at the Crimson Rock Monster area. Today we plan to attack the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster. Okay, wait a minute, I'll be right there. Zhou Mo, now disguised as a player, charged toward his destination, carrying the Monarch Scythe. Before long, he arrived at the location Xia Qian had mentioned. Visible to the naked eye, a Monarch-level Red Rock Monster was roaming around a few hundred meters ahead. All the members of the Four Seasons Guild had arrived, a total of 19 people, standing in a group. However, upon closer inspection, it is clear that they are divided into two distinct groups. Xia Qianxiu and several other veteran members of the guild gathered together, while the 14 new members stood a few meters apart. Having just joined the guild and given the gender difference, it's impossible for them to quickly become close with the original members. Seeing Zhou Mo charging towards her with a giant scythe, Xia Qian asked in a low voice, "What profession did you switch to today?" Zhou Mo looked at Xia Qian and grinned. Doctor. Doctor? Xia Qian was a little stunned. Your attack power is so strong. Aren't you planning to use it today? Zhou Mo chuckled and said, with so many people, there's no need for me to deal damage. Besides, I just got the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure. Don't you want to try out how powerful this equipment is? Xia Qian nodded upon hearing this and said, okay, that works too. Just provide the drop rate information and be careful. In fact, Zhou Mo had his own reasons for switching to the medical profession. When fighting a boss, the higher your damage output, the higher the chance of getting top-tier equipment. If I were to attack with all my might, I doubt anyone in the guild could out-attack me. That would contradict Zhou Mo's original intention. He hoped that others would obtain rare level equipment. Zhou Mo went to great lengths to divert everyone's attention from himself. Anyway, if I switch to the healer profession, I won't have to worry about others not being able to outdamage me. Chapter 105, I just want to be a support today. Now that Zhou Mo has arrived, everything is ready and we can begin. As the mascot for this boss raid, Zhou Mo's damage output is not important. What matters is his title. Xia Qian, as the team leader, had already set up a team, and at this time, she also pulled Zhou Mo into it. The entire team consisted of 19 people. A team can have a maximum of 20 people. The Four Seasons Guild is not big, with only 19 people in total, which is just enough for everyone to enjoy the bonus of the Treasure Hunter title. Let's begin. Xiaqian gave this call, and everyone rushed towards the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster, surrounding it. Before tackling the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster, it's natural to clear out the surrounding smaller monsters first. At this moment, Zhou Mo, a doctor, stood comfortably in the back watching. As a member of the team, this was the first time he had ever gained experience points by standing still, and the experience was quite different. Although the experience points from ordinary red rock monsters are not high, it's better to have some than nothing. At this point, before the attack on the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster had officially begun, Zhou Mo even had the leisure to slowly examine his skills and equipment. Putting skills aside, in terms of equipment, there's actually only the Monarch Scythe. This time, he did not use the Scythe transformation skill to switch the form of the Monarch Scythe. He had had enough of that chaotic game system. Even though he only had one Monarch Scythe from beginning to end, the game system would issue an announcement every time he switched forms. He's built up a huge amount of hatred for himself. This time, I'll just be a lazy bum. Let the others, who are full of energy, handle the monster hunting and charging into battle. At this point, the attributes of the Monarch's Scythe actually increased further. However, Zhou Mo discovered something frustrating. Although the Monarch Scythe had powerful attributes, it was only a physical attack item and had no magical attack power whatsoever. This is somewhat unfortunate. The healing skills that healers excel at, such as healing spells, are affected not only by the skill level, but also by the magic attack power. In other words, Zhou Mo, whose magical attack power is only a tiny fraction of what his class inherently possesses, is far less effective at using skills like healing spell than a typical healer player. Therefore, after considering for a moment, Zhou Mo gave up on focusing on healing skills, such as healing spell, and instead chose a different support path. Meanwhile, the teammates ahead had already begun their attack on the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster. The Red Rock Monster itself is level 18, while the Monarch-level Red Rock Monster is level 27. In terms of level, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster was no match for the players of the Four Seasons Guild. However, as a Monarch-level monster, its strength cannot be determined solely by its level. In terms of health alone, this Monarch-level Red Rock Monster has a whopping 30,000 points, not to mention its attack and defense attributes, which are far superior to other Red Rock monsters. The leader-level Crimson Rock monsters that the group had previously defeated were nothing more than underlings compared to this Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Among the new members of the guild, many were warriors, and two of them charged forward with their shields raised. They are warriors who primarily use shield skills, and their health and defense are superior to those of average warrior players. At level 28, their defense and health are already quite good. The Monarch-level Red Rock Monster would not tolerate their provocation and immediately raised its giant rock fist and smashed it down. Minus 889. Minus 903. Shield parry. Minus 444. Shield parry. Minus 451. The Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster has a huge fist, and a single punch can be considered a small-scale attack. The attacks of this Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster were significantly stronger than those of the leader-level monster. Even with the shield guard skill used by the two warrior players, they still took 8 or 900 points of damage. Their maximum health is only a little over 4,000 points. Their shield parry skill did deal a few hundred points of damage in a direct counterattack, but it had almost no effect on the opponent's 30,000 health bar. Moreover, this Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster not only has an astonishingly long health bar, but its automatic health regeneration speed is also extremely fast. It had just been countered and suffered several hundred points of damage, but its health was visibly recovering rapidly. Judging by this speed, it can probably automatically recover 1 or 200 health points every second. If the subsequent output doesn't keep up, its health bar will quickly and automatically recover to full. Moreover, the shield parry skill has its damage limit. Once the damage received reaches the critical point, it can no longer be countered. Therefore, it is simply impossible for a shield-wielding warrior to kill a boss by simply using shield parry. At this moment, the healer players behind them had already cast various healing and recovery skills on them, while the other archer and mage players were also poised to launch an attack. They're all veteran players, and they know very well that you can't rush when fighting a boss. You have to wait for the frontline players to draw the boss's aggro before the backline players can start dealing damage. At this moment, Zhou Mo, who was a healer, did not heal the warrior players in the front row. He knew his own limitations. His magical attack was too low, and using healing skills wouldn't restore much health, so he didn't interfere. In his gaze, Xia Qian had already rushed out. As a fighter, her health and defense are certainly not as good as those of a warrior player, but her burst damage is far superior. She pushed off the ground with both feet and suddenly leaped into the air. While still in midair, one of her legs cleaved down like a battle axe, striking the monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster. Heavy blow. Minus 1,235. Even against a monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster, Xia Qian's attack caused extremely high damage. The other players who had just joined the guild were instantly shocked, and then filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. As a level 27 fighter, Xia Qian's attack was certainly unusual, but considering that she had obtained the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, it all seemed to make sense. Outsiders assumed that Zhou Mo had kept the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, for himself, but the members of the Four Seasons Guild naturally knew that he had already traded it to Xia Qian. After joining the guild, these people may have had certain thoughts in mind. Even if they are really unlucky and can't get any treasure-level equipment, wouldn't they be more in a position to buy treasure-equipment from Zhou Mo as members of the same guild than outsiders? Zhou Mo, of course, didn't care about their thoughts. He nodded secretly when he saw the damage numbers Xia Qian had dealt. That Crimson Rock Bracelet treasure truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure-level piece of equipment. Although it can't compare to her Monarch's scythe, the enhancement it provides to Xia Qian is still clearly visible. Heavy Strike is an attack effect that comes with the Crimson Rock Bracelet treasure, which can increase attack damage by 50 and has a 15 trigger rate, which is quite good. Although it's not as powerful as a critical hit, it's still a very useful special effect. Seeing Xia Qian's incredible prowess, Zhou Mo's heart stirred, and he raised his hand, casting an acceleration spell on Xia Qian. Then, without pausing, he immediately unleashed another Strive skill. Since his magical power was not superior, he gave up on adding points to healing skills and only chose these status-based support skills. The power of these skills depends only on the skill level and is not related to magical attack power. The third update for today is here. Chapter 106, Conquering the Monarch-level Red Rock Monster. Xia Qian was attacking a Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster when she suddenly felt her body lighten as an acceleration spell was cast on her. At this moment, the Monarch-level Red Rock Monster, having taken her attack, was about to retaliate when a huge rock fist came crashing down. However, she easily dodged it by jumping. It may look like a simple jump, but the technique involved is not easy and very few ordinary players can do it. Even Xia Qian would need to be fully focused to dodge the opponent's extremely fast punches. However, with the addition of the Speed Boost spell, she was even more adept at maneuvering and easily dodged the attack. Then, Zhou Mo's other support skill, Strive, was also used on her. The Four Seasons Guild is just a small guild. Even with the addition of a dozen or so new members, there aren't many healers among them. Among these healer players, not a single one abandoned healing skills in favor of support skills like Acceleration or Strive. Because of the unique nature of healer players, it is difficult for them to level up and fight monsters alone. They need to team up with other players and leech experience points from them. As for the healer players, what other players hope to get from the healer players is help to restore health. Therefore, without a dedicated team to help with leveling, a healer player who has given up healing skills will find it difficult to even form a leveling team. Zhou Mo certainly didn't need to worry about such things. His puppet disguise skill could be easily switched. At this moment, with the boost from Zhou Mo's acceleration technique and Strive, Xia Qian seemed to be running at full power, her momentum becoming even stronger as she moved around. Taking advantage of the moment when the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster turned to attack to the left, she twisted her body and flashed to the other side of the Crimson Rock Monster. This time, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock Monster's movements were somewhat stiff, so Xia Qian directly used the continuous punch skill. Minus 345. Minus 345. Minus 345. Minus 345. With the Crimson Rock Bracelet, a treasure, and the Strive skill, Xia Qian's attack power has indeed increased significantly. Even when fighting Monarch-level Crimson Rock monsters, her damage output is quite impressive. Zhou Mo, who was standing to the side, could see clearly that although Xia Qian was a fighter, her operating habits were different from most fighters. Unlike other fighters, or rather most other players, Xia Qian does not rely excessively on professional skills. Skills are essentially a series of attack actions pre-designed and packaged by the game, plus some damage coefficients, making them much more powerful than ordinary attacks. However, Compared to other attacks, because the attack actions are pre-designed and packaged, they are not flexible enough to use. Once a skill is used, the next one cannot be used until it is completely used up. In actual combat, players need to consider the best time to release their abilities. However, not everyone can do this well. Xia Qian, however, took a different approach. She did not rely excessively on skills and mostly used normal attacks in combat. However, upon closer observation, Zhou Mo discovered that her normal attacks were different from the silly normal attacks of ordinary players. Xia Qian's physical abilities and combat reflexes are outstanding. She doesn't need to rely on skills. She can perform a variety of attack actions simply by relying on her own skills. Such maneuvers as leaping into the air, spinning, and delivering a powerful kick, operations that Zhou Mo would never even dare to dream of, were performed by her as easily as eating and drinking. This kick, though not a skill of the fighter, is far more powerful than a normal attack and rivals some attack skills. Her already outstanding operational skills were further enhanced by Zhou Mo's acceleration technique, which increased her attack speed and movement speed by 100. With the Strive buff, her attack power also increased by 20. She is now incredibly powerful. Beside the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, Xia Qian charged left and right, sometimes forward and sometimes backward, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the monster, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Zhou Mo watched in amazement. This is truly a feast for the eyes. Having played games for so long, this was the first time he had ever seen someone defeat a boss solely through skillful gameplay. Could it be that Xia Qian can really defeat the boss without taking any damage? While Xia Qian was attacking the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, the other guild members were naturally not idle either. The archers and mages unleashed their skills to the fullest. With her treasure-level equipment, Xia Qian's damage output was already comparable to that of archers and mages. With the added bonuses of acceleration and effort, her attack output now surpasses that of the mage in the team by more than double. With such high damage output, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's aggro is almost entirely focused on her, and it will only chase after her and keep attacking, completely ignoring the damage output of mages and archers. However, with the acceleration spell, granting Xia Qian a movement speed bonus of 100, her ability to dodge attacks is incredibly strong. Although the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's giant fist was fast, it couldn't hit Xia Qian at all. Just like that, the Monarch-level monster with 30,000 HP lost 10,000 HP in one go, leaving it with only half HP bar. But Zhou Mo knew that the difficult battle was only just beginning. Boom, 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 boom. Lava Hammer Strike. The Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster used this skill again. Compared to the leader-level Red Rock monster, this skill is much more powerful. Xia Qian naturally dodged first, but the two shield-type warriors still beside the Crimson Rock monster were not so lucky. Minus 1,326. Minus 1,326. Minus 1,245. Minus 1,221. Minus 1,176. The attack power of the Monarch-level Red Rock monster is naturally much stronger than that of the leader-level Red Rock monster. After such a skill, even though the two warrior players were holding up their shields and had triggered the endurance defense bonus, they still couldn't hold on. The two warrior players blocking the way instantly turned into white light. For the first time, casualties have occurred during the Four Seasons Guild's operation to defeat the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. And this is just the beginning. The Four Seasons Guild doesn't only have these two warrior players. On the other side of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, there are also 3 warriors attacking it. Minus 214. Minus 214. These 3 warrior players primarily focus on sword skills. Their defense is slightly lower than that of shield-wielding warriors, but their attack power is much stronger. Unfortunately, the Red Rock monster race is known for its high physical defense. Even a warrior who mainly focuses on sword skills can only deal a few hundred points of total damage with a double heavy slash. Meanwhile, the mages and archers in the distance were still attacking, and the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's health was still dropping. Having dodged the Lava Hammer Strike, Xia Qian rushed back and delivered a direct punch to the heart of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Heavy blow. Minus 1,425. It has to be said that Xia Qian was very lucky. At this moment, she triggered the critical hit effect of the Crimson Rock Bracelet, Treasure, again. With the Strive buff, her attack power increased significantly, making this punch very effective. The Monarch-level Red Rock monster's HP instantly dropped below 50. The Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster roared, and boundless flames surged forth from its body. -866. -866. -866. -866. -866. -866. Instantly, a series of damage numbers popped up. The three warrior players on the other side of the Crimson Rock monster didn't even have time to retreat. They were immediately surrounded by flames and burned to ashes. -912. -912. Xia Qian, who had just launched her direct punch, was also burned twice by the flames, instantly losing more than 1,800 health points. The health bar has dropped below half. Chapter 107 Powerful Life Chains. Having previously dealt with the boss-level Crimson Rock monster, Zhou Mo knew that this was another of the Crimson Rock monster boss's innate skills, Purgatory Resurrection. When its health was reduced to below half, it would spew out a large amount of flames from its body to defend itself, and quickly recover the lost health while surrounded by these flames. The Infernal Revival skill of the leader-level Red Rock monster is already terrifying, and the Monarch level 1 is even more so, with astonishingly strong attack power. The warrior players only lasted a few seconds before turning into white light. Xia Qian, who was also surrounded by flames, retreated quickly after being burnt twice. However, she was fast. The Monarch-level Red Rock monster was even faster. At this moment, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's unique talent skill Clan Protection has been activated. In an instant, a large group of Red Rock monsters appeared and surrounded her, leaving Xia Qian with nowhere to even put her feet. 4 leader-level Red Rock monsters, 8 elite-level Red Rock monsters, and 40 ordinary Red Rock monsters joined the battle. Xia Qian was suddenly surrounded by the Red Rock monsters. Not long ago, the group had fought against a boss-level Red Rock monster together, but now 4 boss-level monsters have suddenly appeared. Even Xia Qian, who already possessed treasure-level equipment, had absolutely no confidence that she could withstand 4 leader-level Crimson Rock monsters. She used her superb skills to leap out of the encirclement of the large group of Red Rock monsters and escape. However, there were far too many Red Rock monsters in this area. Although Xia Qian's skills were impressive, she couldn't dodge them 100% of the time. -567. As I passed through the gap between the 4 leader-level Red Rock monsters, all 4 monsters raised their fists and attacked. Xia Qian was unable to dodge in time and was ultimately hit by one of the leaders. Xia Qian only has a little over 1,000 HP left. For her, still trapped in the Red Rock monster pile, such a low health level was practically a death sentence, unless she can perfectly dodge every single attack. But that's basically impossible. Zhou Mo, who had been keeping a close eye on Xia Qian, reacted very quickly. At this critical moment, he raised his hand and released a skill that he had prepared in advance. In fact, he would not use this skill unless absolutely necessary. This is another skill for healer players, Life Chain. Zhou Mo had encountered this skill before when fighting against players. A distorted beam of light traversed a distance of 20 or 30 meters, connecting Zhou Mo and Xia Qian. -92. A damage number popped up on Xia Qian's screen, indicating that she had been burned by the Purgatory Resurrection flames of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster once again. However, this time, the flames only dealt her -92 damage, only 1/10 of the original amount. Xia Qian was somewhat surprised and turned her head to look, only to see that Zhou Mo's side also had a damage number pop up. -821. However, another portion of the damage from the burning flames was transferred to Zhou Mo. Damage transfer and sharing. This is precisely the effect of Chain of Life. A level 1 life chain allows targets at both ends of the chain to each take 50 damage. Zhou Mo's Chain of Life has already reached level 5. The LV5 Chain of Life allows one end to absorb 90 damage, while the other end only needs to absorb 10. As for which end bears 90 and which end bears 10, that is a choice. Simply select to switch while the chain is in the lock state. However, given Xia Qian's current health and defense, Zhou Mo certainly wouldn't choose to let her take 90% of the damage. In that case, she would still be killed and turned into soul specks very quickly, and there would be no point in me using the Chain of Life. Now that Zhou Mo is level 24, his health is already quite high, so helping to absorb 90% of the damage isn't too much of a burden. The health and defense of the healer and fighter professions are similar. A level 24 healer has 2,400 health points on the character panel. Zhou Mo, who was afraid of dying, also chose to allocate all his attribute points to strength after disguising himself as a doctor, which increased his health by 900 points. Upgrading to LV8, Puppet Disguise adds 30 to the original character's attributes, resulting in additional 4,200 HP. Combined with the current Monarch side's inherent 7,500 HP cap and the 5 bonus from the Treasure Hunter title, this is a significant improvement. Zhou Mo's current health points are as high as 15750. Fortunately, he chose to hide the attribute panel. Otherwise, if other players had seen it, it would have been another troublesome situation. With such low health, it's negligible that it absorbed over 800 points of damage. Furthermore, allocating points to stamina can greatly enhance the automatic health regeneration speed. With all points allocated to stamina, his current automatic health regeneration can reach 150 points per second, which is not far behind that of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. The other guild members thought Xia Qian was doomed, but Zhou Mo's life chain was a stroke of genius that saved her life. However, there aren't many healer players who are as generous as him and use life chains so casually. Most healers who focus on healing primarily allocate their points to mental strength, and their health is not particularly high. The chain of life can be used to bind fragile classes like mages and archers, which is fine for emergency survival, but using it to link melee classes in front of tank bosses is something we wouldn't even dare to think about. The doctor already has such a small blood volume. How could he withstand that kind of treatment? Therefore, their life chain skill is basically only leveled up to level 1, just enough to get by. As for leveling it to LV5 to share 90% of the damage with others, do you want to die sooner rather than later? After being tied up like that, Xia Qian no longer had to worry about being instantly killed. With several leaps, she finally escaped the encirclement of the Crimson Rock monster. Although I was hit twice more in the middle, the pressure wasn't too great. However, even with the protection of the life chains, she only had less than 1,000 health points left at this point. Although she has the Crimson Rock bracelet, a treasure, which is a top-tier piece of equipment, its attributes mainly increase attack power and do not increase health like the Monarch Scythe. Therefore, Xia Qian's overall maximum health is still not high. With less than 1,000 health points remaining, trying to attack the boss again will be tantamount to suicide. Even with the life chain around her, she definitely wouldn't last long. Since he had nothing better to do, Zhou Mo simply raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Plus 360. Forehead. The LV1 healing spell was quite unhelpful, and coupled with Zhou Mo's pitifully low magic attack power, the effect of healing was not significant. Zhou Mo looked at Xia Qian with an embarrassed expression. If he had only relied on his healing magic to recover, Xia Qian would probably have died long ago. At this moment, the other healer players finally realized what was happening, and 3 healing spells were cast on Xia Qian. Plus 1,054. Plus 968. Plus 985. In an instant, Xia Qian's health bar was fully restored, and she was ready to fight again. Xia Qian did not disappoint everyone, and turned around again to rush into the pile of red rock monsters. Chapter 108, Dividing the Battlefield. At this moment, Dong Wan, who was the vice president, shouted, "Everyone, don't worry about the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster for now. Let's clear out the smaller monsters first." As a longtime member of the guild, she naturally had a considerable understanding of Xia Qian. Xia Qian's forte is her operational skills, but the presence of a large number of red rock monsters in this small space is very disadvantageous for her. To allow Xia Qian to perform better, these minor monsters must be dealt with first. Of course, for the dozen or so people in the guild, 40 ordinary red rock monsters and 8 elite red rock monsters are nothing. The mage can just use a few skills, and the archer can use a few skills to clear them out. The more troublesome ones are the 4 leader-level red rock monsters. Before these newcomers joined, the Four Seasons Guild struggled to defeat even a single boss-level red rock monster, let alone now that there are 4. Even now, with more than a dozen more members in the guild, it's still highly unlikely that they can easily eliminate 4 boss-level Crimson Rock monsters. Each leader-level red rock monster has tens of thousands of HP, and its attack and defense are also very high, so it hurts a lot when it hits you. Not to mention, the leader-level red rock monster is also a proper boss. It can trigger clan protection when it's at half health and can activate Berserk when it's low on health. The Four Seasons Guild, with over a dozen members, faced 4 boss-level Crimson Rock monsters, and their strategy was not going smoothly. Before they knew it, the 2 shield warriors who had been saved by the resurrection spell fell down again. Xia Qian, who had originally focused her attention on the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, had to abandon her primary target and confront the 4 leader-level Crimson Rock monsters. When Zhou Mo saw those guys being tortured by the 4 leader-level creatures, crying and screaming, he understood that the priority now was to deal with the 4 leader-level creatures. He said, "Let's spare that Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster for now. There's nothing we can do about letting it heal. If we don't kill these leader-level monsters, we're afraid we'll be wiped out soon." The Four Seasons Guild has gained a dozen new members, and dealing with 2 boss-level Red Rock monsters at the same time is no problem for them. However, killing 4 of them is beyond their capabilities. After all, this time, Zhou Mo was disguised as a doctor and had no way to deal damage. Without Zhou Mo's burst damage, and with Xia Qian, who possessed treasure, equipment, focusing on dealing with a Monarch-level boss, the remaining members of the Four Seasons Guild actually had significantly less damage output against the boss. Bosses like the leader-level Red Rock monster become very troublesome if they can't be killed quickly, and the difficulty of defeating them increases exponentially, because they possess the skill Purgatory Resurrection. If they cannot be killed quickly, they will repeatedly recover their health using this skill and inflict area of effect magic attacks on the members of the Four Seasons Guild. Without Xia Qian's skill and the acceleration spell bonus, they would have virtually no way to escape the range of the infernal revival flames. With their low health and defense, forcibly holding on would only result in them turning into soul specks. While mages and archers deal decent damage, they dare not continue attacking once the frontline classes are no longer protecting them. If they accidentally attract the boss's aggro and the boss attacks them, they simply can't withstand it. Therefore, without sharp talents like Zhou Mo and Xia Qian, conquering the boss is a very difficult task. Xia Qian naturally understood the reasoning behind it. She said in the guild channel, "Don't provoke the Monarch-level ones. I'll lure away the 2 leader-level ones first. You guys take care of these 2 leader-level ones. Is that all right?" "That's definitely not a problem." Dongwan looked at Xia Qian with some worry. "Why don't you let Chunmu come with you? It will be very dangerous for you to deal with 2 boss-level enemies by yourself without anyone to heal you." Xia Qian glanced at Zhou Mo and said, "Don't worry, he's enough. 2 mere boss-level enemies can't take much of my health. Chunmu needs to stay here, otherwise you won't be able to heal him back up." After saying that, she launched an attack on the 2 leader-level creatures on the left, drawing their aggro and leading them dozens of meters away. In any case, when defeating a boss, as long as you stay within 100 meters of the spawn point, you don't need to worry about the boss disengaging from combat and running back. The other archers and mages also wisely refrained from unleashing their attacks on the 2 leader-level Red Rock monsters. The 2 leader-level creatures were easily led away by Xia Qian, heading to the left. Zhou Mo could only follow Xia Qian to the left, because although the life chain had a large range of effect, it also had its limits. If they were too far apart, the chain would break. Unfortunately, despite Xia Qian and Zhou Mo's beautiful plans, things didn't go entirely as they had imagined. Besides the 2 leader-level monsters, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monsters also rushed towards Xia Qian. Xia Qian gritted her teeth, didn't look back, and walked straight ahead, leading the 2 leader-level and 1 Monarch-level beings away. At least this way, it will be much easier and simpler for the remaining guild members to deal with the 2 boss-level Red Rock monsters. The veteran members of the guild, including Dongwan and Xuanmu, watched the Monarch-class guild depart into the distance, feeling anxious but helpless. Having fought the boss to this point, they've come to understand that without Zhou Mo and Xia Qian, even with a dozen more members, the Four Seasons Guild still lacks the strength to defeat the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Dealing with the remaining 2 leader-level Crimson Rock monsters would be their limit. As for Xia Qian, even if they went up with her, they wouldn't be able to help her much for the time being. Meanwhile, seeing that even Monarch-level beings had followed, Zhou Mo felt rather helpless. "Oops, I wasn't careful enough to disguise myself as a class with high damage output today. It seems that conquering the Monarch level will be a bit difficult. Let's deal with the leader-level ones first, and then we'll get you back in shape." After Zhou Mo finished speaking, he raised his hand again and reactivated the acceleration spell on Xia Qian, which had just expired. With the acceleration spell, Xia Qian was able to handle the 2 leader-level and 1 Monarch-level opponents with ease, and it wasn't as difficult as Zhou Mo had worried. Having figured out the attack habits of the Crimson Rock Monster boss, Xia Qian's skillful operation, combined with the acceleration technique, made it very difficult for the Crimson Rock Monster boss to touch her. Minus 1,105. With a straight punch, Xia Qian inflicted terrible damage on a certain leader-level Red Rock Monster. With treasure, level equipment, and the added bonus of the Strive skill, Xia Qian can easily defeat even boss-level enemies with extremely high attack and defense. Looking at the damage numbers, Zhou Mo was pleasantly surprised, but also a little regretful. If he had known Xia Qian was so powerful, he would have leveled up the Strive skill a few more times. The current Strive state is only LV4, which can only increase attack power by 20, not explosive enough. Unfortunately, there are no skill points left to allocate. This leader-level Red Rock Monster already had very little health left, and after being hit by this punch, its health instantly dropped below 50. The Clan Protection skill is triggered instantly. 4 elite-level Red Rock Monsters and 20 ordinary Red Rock Monsters participated in the battle. The sudden appearance of a large number of Red Rock Monsters meant that even though Xia Qian was prepared, she still couldn't dodge all their attacks. I still got hit a few times. Minus 52. Minus 5. Minus 5. Although there were many Red Rock Monsters, she managed to avoid attacks from the leader-level ones, only encountering 1 elite-level and 2 ordinary-level ones. However, thanks to the Chain of Life sharing the damage, the already low damage only hurt her a little bit. She could easily handle this small amount of damage by simply using potions to heal herself. As for the remaining damage, it was negligible for Zhou Mo's health bar. A simple, weak LV1 healing spell was enough to restore most of it. In addition, with its own built-in health regeneration speed, it's a great young man with a full health bar in the blink of an eye. Third update today. Chapter 109, Xia Qian fights alone. At this moment, with no worries about anything else, Xia Qian immediately turned her attack on the Crimson Rock Monsters that had just been summoned. As a fighter, her regret is that she doesn't have any area of effect attacks, and even these small monsters need to be killed one by one. However, with her current attack power, she could kill ordinary Red Rock Monsters with a single punch. As for the elite-level Red Rock Monsters, they're basically easy to deal with, taking care of them in just a few punches and kicks. With the help of acceleration, which increases attack speed by 100, even if you're just dealing damage with normal attacks, it's not too slow. However, in a very short time, she cleared out all the minions summoned by the boss-level Red Rock Monster. However, during this time, the leader-level Crimson Rock Monster used the Purgatory Resurrection skill, which restored a significant amount of its health, bringing its health bar back to more than half full. Xia Qian certainly wouldn't allow it to gradually recover its health bar like this, so she moved and attacked again. She had already jumped out of the range of the flames generated when the leader used Purgatory Revival and was not harmed. At this moment, when she attacked again, without the obstruction of numerous smaller Crimson Rock Monsters, it was even less likely that she would be hit by this leader-level Crimson Rock Monster. Even with another leader level and a monarch level being present, they still couldn't affect her. Zhou Mo, watching from behind, nodded repeatedly, feeling that he had gained a lot. Zhou Mo, who was only maintaining the Chain of Life, seemed to have nothing to do and was quite idle. Watching Xia Qian fight, he felt that she was becoming more and more proficient at defeating the Crimson Rock Monster. He also harbored deep doubts about Xia Qian's ability to perform various difficult moves. Zhou Mo knew very well that everyone's physical fitness had improved significantly in the game, but it was impossible to perform some difficult moves without extensive practice. Generally speaking, the basic encapsulation skills required for each profession are sufficient, and few people are willing to spend time practicing them. Xia Qian was able to do it either because she had indeed spent a lot of time practicing, or because she had a lot of experience in combat in the real world. Heavy blow. Minus 1,562. While Zhou Mo watched, Xia Qian swept out with her foot, finally emptying the health bar of the leader-level Crimson Rock Monster in front of her, ending its life. The corresponding experience points and loot acquisition notifications sounded. Besides experience points, this boss dropped several rare pieces of equipment, which were distributed to several players who made significant contributions. Zhou Mo also received one. However, for him now, a mere rare level piece of equipment can no longer excite him. This leader-level monster was summoned by a monarch-level Red Rock Monster, but it did not enjoy the treatment that a leader-level monster should have. After it was killed, there was no step to assign an MVP. Xia Qian continued her attack on another leader-level Red Rock monster. With the life chain in place, her fighting style became significantly more aggressive. Without the worry of being instantly killed, she was often able to try more difficult and powerful killing moves. Before long, another leader-level creature fell as well. It was just some insignificant gains. At this point, only the Monarch-level Red Rock monster remained. Just now, when Xia Qian was clearing out the two boss-level monsters, although she deliberately avoided it, there were still many monsters and it still hit her once. Fortunately, she had the life chains to protect her from serious injury. She slowly recovered by taking medication and eventually came back to health. At this moment, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster in front of them returned to a state of full health. If this Monarch-level creature hadn't remained in combat, we probably would have had to start the campaign all over again. This Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster is still in combat. Although it is still at full health, it is much less threatening than a normal Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Its clan protection has already been triggered and can no longer be used. All that's left is a lone commander. Although the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster is powerful, Xia Qian, as a fighter, is best at dealing with single enemies. Facing the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, Xia Qian ran upwards. With each step she took, pebbles flew everywhere, and in an instant she had reached the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Boom! The Monarch-level Red Rock monster clashed its fists together and slammed them down in front of it. As the punch landed, Xia Qian had already leaped up, using the momentum of her run to jump 4 meters high, landing on the shoulder of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. The opponent slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to fill the sky. But at this moment, Xia Qian had already raised her voice and unleashed a continuous punch at the head of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Minus 518. Minus 518. Minus 518. Heavy blow. Minus 818. This time, Xia Qian attacked the Red Rock monster's head, a vital area, and the damage from the same continuous punch was much stronger than before. In the game's design, even the same attack will cause different damage depending on where it hits the target. An attack like this, which strikes the head, can often cause 1.5 times the damage of an attack on a normal body part. The battle began. The Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster was attacked on the head, roared, and raised its hands to protect itself. However, with the acceleration spell boost, Xia Qian's reaction speed was incredibly fast. In one swift motion, she had already climbed off its shoulder and landed at its feet. Looking at the 4-meter-tall Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, Zhou Mo felt a chill for Xia Qian. If Xia Qian were to accidentally step on a Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, she might end up as Xia Bian, a derogatory term for a flat-chested woman. But he was clearly overthinking it. Xia Qian's imagination ran much wilder than he could have imagined. Just as Zhou Mo was helping to reapply the acceleration spell, Xia Qian shouted angrily, turned her body to the side, and suddenly rammed into the leg of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Zhou Mo almost covered his eyes, unable to bear watching. This Red Rock monster is made entirely of hard rock. Xia Qian used her flesh and blood to crash into it and resist it. Is she out of her mind? He secretly made up his mind that he would never, ever pretend to be a professional fighter again. These professional fighters are truly terrifying when they fight. Just as he was about to look away, Xia Qian had already slammed her shoulder into the leg of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. It is a skill of the fighter profession, Iron Mountain Lean. Instantly, a large damage number popped up, minus 1,465. Even though it was just a collision with the Red Rock monster's leg, which wasn't a vital area, it still caused considerable damage. All of this is thanks to the terrifying damage coefficient of the skill, Iron Mountain Lean. After being hit, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster not only lost health, but its entire 4-meter-tall body swayed and tilted to one side, unable to maintain its balance. After the impact, Xia Qian did not stop. Instead, she grabbed the Red Rock monster's legs, which were as thick as an adult's waist, with both hands and suddenly pushed it backward. She looked like she was about to use the back throw technique from a fighter's class. The problem is that this Monarch-level Red Rock monster is a full 4 meters tall, and its entire body is made of rock. Its weight is probably dozens of times that of Xia Qian. How dare she have such a thought? Chapter 1:10 Harvesting. To Zhou Mo's utter astonishment, Xia Qian exhaled a loud "ha," which actually shook the 4-meter-tall monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Then, to Zhou Mo's astonishment, the 4-meter-tall monarch-level Crimson Rock monster collapsed like a mountain, crashing to the ground with a boom. What initially seemed like a futile attempt to shake a tree, she actually accomplished. Even though they were connected by the chain of life, Zhou Mo, who was standing 20 or 30 meters away, felt the ground shaking. If he hadn't been mentally prepared, he probably would have collapsed to the ground in fear by now. Minus 1951. A terrifying damage number popped up. Xia Qian's sudden inspiration had knocked down the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, directly causing considerable damage to it. At this moment, taking advantage of the opponent's fall, Xia Qian unleashed all her attack skills that had already cooled down. A straight punch, a barrage of punches, shatter. 3 skills were used in a row in quick succession, so there was no need to worry about any operational skills. Normally, this wouldn't work, but now that the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster has been defeated, it can't mount a counterattack for the time being and is being heavily attacked by Xia Qian. In just that one moment, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's health bar dropped to less than half. Suddenly, a large amount of flames surged out from the body of the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. It is a unique skill of the Crimson Rock monster boss, Purgatory Resurrection. Xia Qian dodged backward, retreating from the range of the Purgatory Resurrection flames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster stood up again, and its health bar recovered somewhat. Once the flames subsided, Xia Qian charged forward again. Zhou Mo, who was in the back, was so bored that he almost fell asleep. With the speed boost added, it was another one-on-one duel. Zhou Mo suddenly realized that Xia Qian had actually managed to defeat the boss without taking any damage, which was an illogical thing. Defeating a boss is not something that can be done in a short time. You have to pay attention to dodging and avoid being hit by the boss even once for such a long time. You can imagine how much mental effort it takes. Even if an average person is willing to expend mental energy, it would be difficult to maintain such high-intensity movements for an extended period of time. Xia Qian's ability to maintain her position as the #1 fighter is not without reason. Soon, with Zhou Mo's assistance, after several uses of acceleration and strive spells, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's health finally dropped by more than half. At this point, its health bar was approaching the critical point of 20. Zhou Mo knew that the Real challenge was only just beginning. He said to Xia Qian, when its health dropped below 20, it will enter a berserk state. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Should we ask them to send a few people over to help? Xia Qian shook her head slightly and said, do you think they can tell them apart? Noticing the continued cheers and lively atmosphere on the other side, Zhou Mo knew that they hadn't even dealt with the 2 leader-level enemies yet, so how could they have the spare capacity to come and help here? He sighed inwardly and said, then take it easy. If it really comes down to it, don't force it. We can wait until they've dealt with those 2 leader-level opponents before launching a full-scale attack. Xia Qian did not respond, and it was unclear whether she had heard him or not. The next moment, when Xia Qian's fist landed on the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, it suddenly roared and a red light surged from its body. Zhou Mo knew that it was a marker indicating that a boss-level monster had entered a berserk state. When a boss-level monster activates its berserk talent and enters a berserk state, its attributes will double and it will transform into an area of effect attack. Judging from the monarch-level nature of this red rock monster in front of me, this rage will probably last for 30 seconds. 30 seconds isn't a long time, but sometimes it's enough to wipe out an entire team. When the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster entered a berserk state, Xia Qian did not retreat. Instead, she turned her body to the other side and threw a punch. Heavy blow. Minus 746. Her punch did land, and it even triggered the critical strike effect of the Crimson Rock bracelet, treasure, but the effect was not as good as expected, only causing minus 746 points of damage. It's much worse than before. However, when a monarch-level Crimson Rock monster enters a berserk state, its attributes double, including its physical defense. Therefore, the same attack will naturally deal less damage to it. At this point, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster should have had 20 HP left, or 6,000 HP, but in the berserk state, its attributes doubled, and it became 12,000 HP. Of course, once its rage state ends, its doubled health will naturally drop. The question is, can Xia Qian hold out until then? As Xia Qian punched the Crimson Rock monster, the The monarch-level Crimson Rock monster also swung its arm, sending its massive rocky arm swinging to the side. Xia Qian quickly retreated, blocking with both hands at the same time. Minus 120. He finally took the hit. The game has a feature where if you react quickly and successfully block an attack, you will only take half the original damage. However, when a monarch-level Crimson Rock monster enters the Berserk state, its attack power also doubles, and a single punch deals twice the damage. Even though Xia Qian's skills were outstanding and she successfully blocked the attack, she still suffered half the damage, which was minus 1,200 points. Because of the life chains sharing the damage, she only suffered minus 120 damage, while the remaining minus 1,080 damage was absorbed by Zhou Mo, who was not far away. Even Zhou Mo, who had over 15,000 health points, was quite startled. If that's the case, wouldn't I be done for after taking a dozen or so more attacks? Donji. He didn't care that his recovery skills were useless. He just threw everything at himself, from the LV1 healing spell to the slowly healing Mist Barrier. He had considered using Mist Barrier to help Xia Qian, but firstly, his Mist Barrier was only LV1, and secondly, Xia Qian's running range during battle was quite large, so Mist Barrier couldn't cover her activity range at all. Thus he gave up on the idea. He looked at Xia Qian ahead and asked with lingering fear, "Are you all right? If not, let's retreat. I'm a little worried that I'll die first." While dodging the attacks of the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, Xia Qian calmly said, "Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I was just being greedy." As expected, Xia Qian's operational skills were unfathomable. Even when the boss entered a berserk state, it was still much less agile than her when she was enhanced with speed boost. As long as Xia Qian doesn't try to achieve quick success or act rashly, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster has no way to deal with her. If she wasn't 100% sure, Xia Qian would simply dodge and not be greedy enough to attack. After a full 30 seconds of rage mode, Xia Qian lightly attacked the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster several times, but the monster didn't even manage to touch her. Once the rage state subsided, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's movements suddenly slowed down considerably. Having become accustomed to the berserk state, Xia Qian's current confrontation with the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, which was not in berserk state, was like an adult bullying child. In the blink of an eye, the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, which had recovered to 9,000 HP, was reduced to only 2,000 HP by Xia Qian's relentless barrage of attacks. Next, just 2 more attacks will be enough to finish off the enemy. Xia Qian suddenly stepped back. Having watched the battle for a long time, Zhou Mo was able to understand her intentions. After a long period of strategy, Xia Qian had basically mastered the attack rhythm of the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. If there is no miscalculation, the monarch-level Red Rock monster will unleash Lava Hammer again in the next moment. With the legs of life binding her, Xia Qian could have easily withstood the Lava Hammer attack and taken down the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. However, her long-standing fighting habits made her subconsciously choose to retreat and dodge. Perhaps this is the choice of those who pursue the aesthetics of combat. The battle to defeat the boss is just a matter of retreating and attacking. There's no need to rush. However, things took a sudden turn on the battlefield. Beside the monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, the air rippled, and a figure appeared and disappeared. Holy crap, he's trying to steal the boss. Zhou Mo, who was a frequent thief, naturally understood the other party's intentions. The other party had probably been hiding nearby for a long time, just waiting for this last moment to reap the great opportunity to kill the boss. Although Xia Qian dealt most of the damage to this monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, the game has a special setting for finishing off bosses. Regardless of the output percentage, any player who lands the final blow will be automatically awarded 10 contribution points for defeating the boss. The number of rare items a boss can drop is fixed. The more people who participate, the fewer items each person receives. Although Xia Qian is undoubtedly the MVP this time, if the opponent is incredibly lucky and gets a top-tier piece of equipment with only 10 contribution points, then our side will suffer a huge loss. I was careless. It was my first time posing as a doctor, and I hadn't thought about this at all. Otherwise, if the true sight buff had been activated beforehand, this blunder wouldn't have happened. Xia Qian naturally understood the key to it, and she also turned her body backward and suddenly lunged forward. But Zhou Mo wasn't optimistic. At that distance, by the time she arrived, it would be too late. However, with the spirit of trying anything as a last resort, Zhou Mo still raised his hand, preparing to give Xia Qian the true sight status. Ultimately, it's all my fault for being negligent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, like slow motion. In Zhou Mo's view, there was a thief on each side of his body, slowly leaping up, preparing to launch a revealing attack with the stealth skill. How many people are on the other side? They not only want to take down the boss, but they also plan to take down me. Chapter 111. 2 items dropped at once. -118. -123. Both thieves' reveal attacks landed on Zhou Mo, but only cause him 100 or 2 points of damage, like a tickle. At this moment, Monarch's size defense is enhanced, and with the original body's 30 attribute bonus from the LV8 Puppet Disguise skill, plus his status as a healer with all points allocated to stamina, his defense is already at a despair-inducing level. Zhou Mo knew that these two rogue players posed no threat to him, so he didn't bother with them and still cast a true sight on Xia Qian. -324. At this moment, the thief who had ambushed the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster had already delivered a revealing attack, but unfortunately, the effect was not very ideal. This attack only dealt -324 damage. This is also because the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster's defense is even weaker than Zhou Mo's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to inflict even 300+ points of damage. Having seen Xia Qian defeat the boss so easily, they assumed that this Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster was a piece of cake. In fact, the Red Rock monster was harder than they had imagined. The roar of the Monarch-level Red Rock monster was already in their ears. The rogue player hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to use the cut skill again, hoping to get lucky and hit a critical hit that ignores defense and finish off the boss with its last bit of health. However, it would have been better if he hadn't had this thought. Once he did, it sealed his tragic fate. Boom, 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 boom. The Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster unleashed its long-awaited lava hammer strike, striking the thief 5 times in a row without missing a single one. -1,434. -1,434. -1,434. -1,434. -1,434. Flame surged, and all 5 attacks landed. The thief player couldn't withstand all 5 attacks, and was instantly turned into white light. Even the shield-wielding warriors couldn't handle it before, let alone someone as fragile as him. Xia Qian arrived just after the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster used its lava hammer strike. At this point, things become very simple. Xia Qian used the continuous charge punch and face-to-face charge punch skills directly, easily depleting the remaining health bar of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. As for the final counterattack of the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, Xia Qian, who was in a hurry, didn't bother to dodge anymore and simply took it head-on. In fact, with the chain of life binding him, Zhou Mo bore 90% of the damage. With a roar, the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster fell, and in the team chat, game system notifications began to flood in. Player Xia Qian delivered the final blow, defeating the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster. Player Xia Qian defeated the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, achieving the highest damage output and earning the MVP title. Player Xia Qian dealt over 50% of the team's damage, increasing the drop rate of top-tier equipment. Player Xia Qian has obtained the Crimson Rock Staff, a treasure. Player Xia Qian has obtained the Lava Hell Scroll. Zhou Mo also discovered information related to himself. Player Zhou Mo achieved a contribution of 33 to defeating the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster and obtained the Crimson Rock Light Armor, treasure. Although Zhou Mo did not personally attack, he assisted Xia Qian. The better Xia Qian performed, the higher his contribution points were allocated. This is also a way of taking care of support players in the game design. Otherwise, if only outputting damage could be counted as contribution, then support players would have no chance at all. Therefore, they will not actively assist other players in defeating the boss. The entire team was stunned. They had only defeated a Monarch-level boss, and 2 pieces of treasure-level equipment had dropped. When did treasure-level equipment become so worthless? Or is the drop rate bonus from Treasure Hunter so terrifying that it has led to signs of mass production of treasure-level equipment? However, the fact that Zhou Mo obtained another racial bloodline fragment, one went largely unnoticed. Of course, besides him and Xia Qian, the other team members also received corresponding drop rewards. However, compared to the 2 pieces of treasure-level equipment, it seems somewhat insignificant. As these notifications sounds rang out, Zhou Mo also did not forget the two thieves who had just tried to ambush him. At this point, they had already re-entered the stealth state of stealth attack. However, judging from his situation, they probably don't dare to hide and launch a sneak attack anymore. They are most likely trying to escape. Logically speaking, these two should no longer pose a threat to Zhou Mo, but Zhou Mo is unlikely to be so magnanimous as to let them go. He shouted to Xia Qian, who was not far away. "Hey, come quick and save me. The healer in the back row is about to be killed." Xia Qian rolled her eyes. In the entire game, she probably knew Zhou Mo the most. She knew very well that even though Zhou Mo had switched to healer mode, with his attribute panel, it was impossible for two mere thief players to kill him. However, she certainly didn't intend to let someone who dared to cause trouble while she was fighting the boss get away with it. Zhou Mo had already cast the True Sight buff on her. Under the illumination of a dark eye above her head, the two invisible thieves had nowhere to hide. They were indeed thinking the same thing as Zhou Mo, planning to escape by hiding. Unfortunately, although stealth can also increase movement speed, in front of Xia Qian with the acceleration buff, they are as slow as snails and have no chance of escaping. Xia Qian chased after them and subdued them in a few swift moves. Zhou Mo was very confident in Xia Qian's strength, so he simply didn't bother to cast True Sight on himself. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo received a notification from the game system that he had gained experience points. This is incredible. While in a team, the player's Xia Qian kills can actually provide Zhou Mo with experience points. Killing two row players was just a minor incident. Afterwards, the guild members regrouped, the newcomers to the guild displaying a mixture of excitement and complex emotions. Although a rare level equipment dropped, it wasn't obtained by our group, which was a bit of a disappointment. As for how to allocate these two treasure pieces of equipment, frankly, they had virtually no say in the matter. After all, the victory over the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster was basically the work of Xia Qian and Zhou Mo. Regardless of how the other players in the team felt, at this moment, the entire server was in an uproar again. This time, two pieces of rare level equipment were produced, and the game's announcement system was not going to be left out. It had already issued two announcements, making the matter known to the whole world. Congratulations to player Xia Qian for defeating the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, which dropped the treasure level equipment Crimson Rock staff treasure. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for defeating the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster, which dropped the treasure level equipment Crimson Rock light armor treasure. Chapter 112, I Can't Give It to You. Two annoying announcements were suddenly thrust into view, and the world chat channel became lively. Wow, is this Zhou Mo really not cheating? Another treasure piece of equipment, or is he really the game's favorite child? Note that there is another one named Xia Qian this time. Isn't this Xia Qian the #1 fighter on the professional ranking list? Has she become a lucky charm too? I remember now, this Xia Qian and Zhou Mo have a close relationship. Last time when Zhou Mo was besieged, didn't she go to help him? Yes, it seems she also created a 4 Seasons guild, and Zhou Mo seems to have joined as well. Oh, I remember now, wasn't there a Hanshio guild before? I heard they couldn't stand Xia Qian and kicked her out. Hee. Now that they've turned around, they've got treasure level equipment in their hands. The Cold Autumn Guild is probably going to lose a lot of money. I understand now. I know why Xia Qian was able to get treasure equipment. I want to be friends with boss Zhou Mo. Nobody can stop me. The title Treasure Hunter is terrifying. Why wasn't I the one being hunted down back then? Zhou Mo looked at the message on the world chat channel with a helpless expression, while the members of the 4 Seasons Guild looked at him with envy. Some people were unwilling to give up and suggested, why don't we stay here, level up while waiting for the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster to respawn in 2 hours, and then try to defeat it again. Zhou Mo looked at the man and said, I have other things to do, so I won't get involved for now. You guys go ahead with your work, we'll fight again tomorrow. The man was somewhat dissatisfied. It's only been less than an hour, and everyone has come all this way just to fight this one boss. You know, it wasn't easy for everyone to wait for you. Zhou Mo looked at the person and chuckled. Even reincarnation needs a breath, and besides, it's just one less person. If you want to fight the boss, you can continue. It won't have much of an impact. The man's face turned red, and several others looked just as bad. They hurriedly left their original guilds and joined the 4 Seasons Guild, which had only a handful of members. What were they after? Wasn't it just for Zhou Mo's Treasure Hunter title? If Zhou Mo isn't here, What kind of boss are we going to fight? What's the point of us joining the Four Seasons Guild? Looking at these people, Zhou Mo realized that his words had angered them and were detrimental to the harmonious development of the guild. But he was very clear-headed and understood what was truly important to him. His puppet disguise skill has now been upgraded to LV8, and in fact, the time he can disguise himself as a player has increased to 3 hours, which is more than enough time to do various things. However, the other party suggested waiting there for 2 hours, which he could not accept. 2 hours later, his disguise time was basically over, so what was the point of fighting anymore? In fact, including the time it took Zhou Mo to travel from the Mystic Demon Spirit area, it has been less than an hour, and he still has a little over 2 hours left to disguise himself. However, it would take time to run back, and if the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monster respawned 2 hours later, it would be impossible to kill it before the disguise time ended. Therefore, he firmly rejected their suggestion. In the group, Zhou Mo, a veteran member of the guild, raised her eyebrows and was about to speak. To be honest, she admitted that Zhou Mo was somewhat capable, but she couldn't stand his lazy attitude. He's a member of the guild, and even the vice president, so how can he be so irresponsible and irresponsible? With guild wars imminent and the need to improve guild strength becoming increasingly urgent, can't we consider the development of the guild more? Unfortunately, Xiaqian simply glanced at her indifferently, causing her to swallow her words. Although she usually talks a lot, she really doesn't dare to say anything when Xiaqian gets serious. So, Zhou Mo secretly shook Dongwan's arm. Of the 4 people in the apartment, only Dongwan could rival Xiaqian. Dongwan smiled slightly, glanced at her, and said, "Since Zhou Mo has something to do, let's call it a day and continue the strategy tomorrow." Zhou Mo angrily flung her hand away. She hadn't expected that Dongwan would also be on Zhou Mo's side. In fact, she misunderstood Dongwan. Dongwan is different from her. She sees Zhou Mo relatively more clearly. Although Zhou Mo is keeping a low profile in the Four Seasons Guild and doesn't seem to express his opinions much, Dongwan knows very well that Zhou Mo is only able to stay in the guild because of Xiaqian. If we or the others upset him, he's absolutely capable of quitting the guild in a fit of anger. With the title of treasure hunter, Zhou Mo, even after leaving the guild, will never have trouble finding a guild to accept him. He will still be a hot commodity. But the Four Seasons Guild will forever lose this treasure trove that could bring in rare equipment. Therefore, no amount of preferential treatment is too much for an indispensable and special talent like Zhou Mo. Since Dongwan had already spoken, the other newly joined members couldn't really say anything. They might argue with Zhou Mo, but they absolutely didn't want to leave a petty impression on Dongwan. Zhou Mo was surprised that Dongwan would speak up for him and felt a little embarrassed. They made a dozen or so people come from afar and wait for them for ages, only to leave after defeating a boss. Thinking about it, it really does make people a little angry. So he said, "Everyone just need to be here on time tomorrow. It would be best to find other bosses that spawn nearby at the same time, and let's try to take down 2 in one day." Zhou Mo had given them a way out, so everyone had no choice but to accept it. It was only at this point that Zhou Mo mentioned the treasure-level equipment that everyone was concerned about. He immediately posted the Crimson Rock Light Armor, treasure, he had obtained in the guild channel, letting everyone admire its attributes. Crimson Rock Light Armor, treasure, physical defense, 150, magic defense, 100, health plus 1000, mana, 300, strength plus 10, stamina plus 5, skill, purgatory revival LV1. Members who saw the equipment stats in the guild chat channel were green with envy. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Vice President, what do you mean by showing off this equipment?" Zhou Mo, "Are the stats on this equipment strong?" Guild member, "Strong." Zhou Mo, "Do you want it?" Guild member, "Huh? Of course I want to. Is the vice guild leader planning to give me this equipment?" The guild member was stunned. Happiness seemed to have come rather suddenly. The other members were already filled with envy and jealousy, regretting that they had pretended to be reserved and didn't speak up, thus missing a great opportunity. "What's on your mind?" Zhou Mo chuckled inwardly, but said on the surface, "Although I can't use this equipment, it's a pity I can't give it to you. I think the guild leader is lacking a powerful defensive piece of equipment, so let her use this one." "What's going on?" "So the president and vice president are planning to team up and take all the benefits?" The mood of the many new members who joined the guild suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 113 Ownership. The guild chat channel fell completely silent. Zhou Mo continued. As we agreed beforehand, the treasure equipment will be given to those who need it first, but those who receive it will also have to pay a corresponding price in exchange. I believe everyone has witnessed the strength and contributions of the guild leader. Giving this equipment to the guild leader is, in my opinion, the best way to maximize its value. Zhou Mo's words actually make a lot of sense. In the entire Four Seasons Guild, there are many people with higher levels than Xia Qian, but when it comes to strength, no one dares to challenge her. Since Zhou Mo was so generous as to give up the treasure level equipment, the other guild members had no choice but to accept this arrangement. Zhou Mo then said, "In that case, the guild leader should give me 50 units of this equipment as compensation, and the remaining 50 units will be split equally among the guild members." It's settled then. Hearing this, Xia Qian was a little stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Mo to be willing to give her the treasure level equipment. However, she didn't need a good defensive piece of equipment, so she didn't mince words and said, "Okay, just tell me what you need, and I will convert everyone's 50 into corresponding game currency or other items for everyone." After saying that, she also posted the Crimson Rock Staff treasure she had obtained in the guild channel, saying, "I am not a mage, so I can't use this equipment." Now, according to the contribution ranking in this battle, the mage class with the highest contribution can get it. Of course, I and everyone else also need to receive appropriate compensation. What is treasure level equipment? In today's games, there's no worry about selling them. Even if you don't need them yourself, you can sell them and get a very high premium in no time. Of course, none of the people who join the Four Seasons Guild are short of money, and once they obtain treasure level equipment, they basically won't consider selling it. Even so, they both express their admiration for Xia Qian and Zhou Mo for being willing to take out their treasured equipment. Based on their contributions, one of the newly joined members, a mage, was extremely excited and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, President. Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, everyone. I will prepare compensation for everyone right away." In the battle where they had just defeated the boss, he and the others fought against two other leader-level Crimson Rock monsters, and his contribution was second only to Xia Qian and Zhou Mo. His excitement now is not without reason. In fact, up to now, only Zhou Mo and Xia Qian have publicly acknowledged having treasure-level equipment in the game. The mage never imagined that he would become the third person to possess treasure-level equipment. Before he could react, Xia Qian sent the Crimson Rock Staff treasure directly, saying, "When you have time, make up for the compensation to everyone." The magician was startled, and his eyes welled up with tears. "Guild Master, I never imagined you would trust me so much." Xia Qian waved her hand and took out the Crimson Rock Light Armor treasure that Zhou Mo had sent her and equipped it directly. In an instant, she felt that she was much stronger than before. "That's enough for today. Everyone go home now. See you tomorrow." Seeing the stunned guild members, Dongwon quickly added, "Don't worry, everyone. After today, you should all understand that as long as we work together, treasure level equipment is not far away. One day, we will all be able to use treasure level equipment." After hearing Dongwon's words, the expressions of the other members who had not received the treasure equipment gradually became calmer. After most of the guild members had left, Xia Qian whispered to Zhou Mo, "What do you need?" Zhou Mo smiled slightly. "The same as always. The more rare level equipment, the better, preferably different styles from the originals. It doesn't matter if it takes a little more time." In fact, Zhou Mo's decision not to keep the treasure level equipment for himself was not out of noble character, but rather because he wanted to use it to exchange for the rare level equipment he needed more. After all, he still had a mystic ring treasure in his backpack that he hadn't retrieved, so he wasn't in a hurry to get the Crimson Rock Light Armor treasure. He did indeed hope to improve Xia Qian's and even the Four Seasons Guild strength. As the saying goes, it's good to take shelter under a big tree. Only when the Four Seasons Guild becomes stronger can he be safer. When the Four Seasons Guild becomes powerful enough, if it encounters an attack by the God War Guild, it won't be completely isolated and helpless. As for Xia Qian, upon hearing Zhou Mo's request, she didn't ask him what he needed these things for, but simply nodded and said, "Okay." Then, she turned to Dongwon and said, "Wan, could you talk to that magician for me and ask him to prepare some rare equipment for me with a variety of styles?" Dongwon rolled her eyes. "Why don't you go tell him yourself?" Xia Qian smiled and said, "I'm the president, so I have to maintain an air of mystery. Besides, you're quite close to them, so it's better if you're the one to tell them. Since there was nothing else to do, Zhou Mo decided not to stay any longer and said, I'll be going now. Then I headed straight for the mystic spirit area. Once Zhou Mo disappeared from sight, Zhou Mo said somewhat unhappily, Qian, why did you give that treasure level staff to someone else? Xiaoqiu is a mage too. Xiaoqian didn't answer her, but looked at Qiu Yang to the side and asked softly, Xiaoqiu, are you angry? Upon hearing this, Qiu Yang looked up, blinked, and said, no, and my output contribution is indeed not as good as his. It's only right that you give the staff to him, Qian. Zhou Mo snorted angrily and turned her head away. Xiaoqian pretended not to see it and said to Qiu Yang, Xiaoqiu, don't worry. Next time, let's form a team in private and ask Zhou Mo for help. When the staff drops, we won't give it to anyone else. We'll just give it to you. Autumn's coolness nodded, and she smiled sweetly. So Xiaoqian, carrying Qiu Yang with her, turned and left. Seeing Zhou Mo left standing there, Dongwan turned her over and was startled. Zhou Mo's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. You're all isolating me. I was just trying to help us. What did I do wrong? Dongwan sighed helplessly and said, all right, they're all gone. Who are you going to cry to? Besides, you really can't blame Qian. She's the president now, and she can't act as willfully as we do. Dongwan continued, if we want new members to contribute in the upcoming guild wars, we can't let them down. At least we need to treat them fairly on the surface and give them some incentives. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to work for us? Zhou Mo wiped away her tears immediately and said, of course I know, I'm just angry about her attitude. She wasn't like this before. Dongwan chuckled and said, who told you to be so clueless? You always treat Zhou Mo like an outsider and are always trying to trick him. No wonder Qian is angry with you. What? Dongwan looked at Zhou Mo with disappointment and shook her head, saying, you're usually so smooth-talking, but it turns out you're just as clueless. Didn't you realize that Qian trusts Zhou Mo far more than most people? Zhou Mo's eyes lit up, and she even forgot about pretending to cry earlier. This time, she immediately started gossiping. Could it be that Qian and this Zhou Mo? Dongwan just looked at her quietly and sneered. You'd better not let Qian hear this. I was just saying that Qian and he are kindred spirits. Why does everything sound so dirty in your mouth? Zhou Mo sighed, somewhat disheartened, and said, all right, I understand now. Qian's enthusiasm for this game is clearly different from ours. Zhou Mo is quite skilled, so it seems Qian really needs his assistance. We unambitious lazybones should just obediently take a back seat. Dongwan stepped back and said disdainfully, you can say you're a lazy bum, but don't drag me into it. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo had already returned to the mystic demon spirit area. At this point, he had less than 2 hours left to disguise himself, and he didn't intend to waste any time. He immediately picked up the monarch scythe and started grinding monsters to level up. Third update today. Chapter 114, Frenzied Monster Grinding. Honestly, with his current stats, as long as he doesn't do anything reckless, it's hard for anyone to threaten him. However, Zhou Mo understood very well that he could not stop because of this. With the current maximum level being 29, my attribute panel is indeed quite formidable, but players can't stay at level 29 forever. After the first guild war, the game will likely enter an era of second job advancement. It is said that in the first guild war, there will be a second job change book as a reward. I heard that after using the obtained second job change book, as long as the level is reached, players can directly change jobs without having to do difficult job change quests. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that after the second job advancement, players' overall strength will definitely experience a big leap. If I still have the same strength by then, I'm afraid my advantage will be minimal. After all, players can change jobs twice, but wild monsters have never been known to have such a thing. To improve your strength as quickly as possible, you must work hard to level up and become a leader, monarch, or even a higher level race. There was no point in thinking about it, and Zhou Mo didn't feel bad. He directly activated the double experience scroll that the game's official compensation had given him, and gained 2 hours of double experience. As for the remaining time for disguise being less than 2 hours, he didn't care about wasting any of it. It wasn't until he actually started fighting monsters that Zhou Mo realized that his current disguise as a healer was actually a lucky accident. The healer profession itself is not strong in attack power and does not have any explosive attack skills. However, for Zhou Mo, Who wants to level up now? The two auxiliary skills, acceleration and strive, that can achieve infinite endurance are far superior to so-called burst attack skills. With only around 100 attack points to begin with, plus the 30 attribute bonus from Puppet Disguise and the addition of Monarch Scythe, his current attack power is approximately 1,900 points. Then, the 20 attack power increase from Strive includes the attack power bonus from equipment, and together with the 5 bonus from Treasure Hunter, it means that his attack power could be increased by 25 at all times. This immediately boosted his attack power to 2,375 points. Then he also has an acceleration spell that can achieve unlimited endurance, which can increase his movement speed and attack speed by 100. Zhou Mo found that his leveling and monster hunting process suddenly became much easier. Ordinary mystic monsters only have 3,500 HP. Although Zhou Mo doesn't have any attack skills, he can take one down with just 2 normal attacks, thanks to the powerful attack of the Monarch Scythe. With the acceleration spell, swinging the Monarch's Scythe twice takes only 1 second. Defeat the Mystic Spirit. Experience points plus 100. He was originally in disguise and would only gain 50 experience points for killing monsters, but he happened to use a double experience scroll, so the experience points he gained were not reduced at all. Current level, 24. Current experience points, 8,210 to 20,000. Zhou Mo smiled with satisfaction. With a movement speed bonus of 100, he rushed to a nearby Mystic Spirit at lightning speed, raised the Monarch Scythe, and slashed down. Critical hit, minus 4,450. The Mystic Spirit was killed with a single strike. Defeat the Mystic Spirit. Experience points plus 100. Zhou Mo didn't stop for even a moment. Like a typhoon passing through, he swept across the area, leaving no magical puppet unscathed. In a very short time, he had wiped out all the magical creatures in this area, leaving no time for them to respawn. Current experience points, 11410, 20000. In just a few minutes, Zhou Mo had already gained more than 3,000 experience points. If the density of mystic spirits in this area weren't relatively low, Zhou Mo's efficiency could have been even higher. However, none of this was a problem. Zhou Mo directly activated the LV4 Scythe Kill skill and headed towards another gathering point of mystic spirits. With the acceleration technique and the Scythe Kill buff, Zhou Mo not only moved at an unbelievable speed, but also attacked at a terrifying rate of 4 times per second. As he went along, Zhou Mo didn't let any of the common or elite level mystic spirits escape. However, Zhou Mo has no plans to conquer any more leader level mystic spirits for the time being. And in fact, leader level mystic spirits are not even in this area. Of course, in terms of simply gaining experience points through leveling up, the leader level mystic golem is not better than the normal level mystic golem. In the time it takes to defeat a boss level monster, you could probably defeat countless regular monsters. Moreover, the leader level monsters only respawn every 2 hours, so even if he rushes over now, he might not be able to encounter them, which is not worth wasting his time. 20 minutes later, with a notification sound, Zhou Mo was pleasantly surprised to find that he had leveled up. Level up plus 1. Current level, 25. Current experience points, 10 to 24,000. Level up, status restored, skill cooldowns reset. Level up, clearing all current negative status effects. The fact that he leveled up in just 20 minutes filled Zhou Mo with elation. He never imagined that the acceleration spell of the physician profession would be so useful. Actually, his leveling progress had been slow, not because he was killing monsters too slowly, but because finding monsters was too time-consuming. These mystic spirits weren't all piled together. They were quite far apart from each other. Basically, he can take down a monster in 2 or 3 seconds, but it often takes more time to find and run to the next monster. The movement speed bonus from acceleration halved the time he spent searching for monsters, and the attack speed bonus reduced the time he spent killing monsters accordingly. With the use of double experience scrolls, his leveling speed is now about 7 or 8 times faster than when he was in disguise. Another crucial point is that after the God War Guild incident, very few players entered the outer area of the Nightmare Forest to level up, so he no longer had to worry about anyone competing with him for monsters. After leveling up to level 25, Zhou Mo did not hesitate to add the newly acquired skill point to the Strive skill. After all, the useful speed spell is already at its maximum level, and there's nothing left to improve. The Strive skill, now at LV5, increases attack power by 25, which is a small but significant boost. With the remaining time, Zhou Mo didn't linger and continued to grind monsters relentlessly. He had an idea: to try to reach level 26 today. Is the remaining hour or so enough time? Holding his breath and grinding monsters relentlessly, another hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Zhou Mo's experience points had reached 22,810 to 24,000. It looks like the next upgrade is just around the corner. After an hour of non-stop high-intensity monster hunting, Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel a little dizzy and lightheaded. But with victory right in front of him, he was unwilling to stop. He suddenly activated Scythe Slash again after it had cooled down and threw himself into the frenzy of monster killing once more. Chapter 115, Leader Level, Mystic Spirit. After another frantic monster hunting session, Zhou Mo finally heard the long-awaited notification sound. Defeat the Mystic Spirit. Experience points plus 100. Level up plus 1. Current level 26. Current experience points 10 to 32,000. While feeling happy, Zhou Mo couldn't help but be a little surprised. He hadn't expected that after reaching level 26, the experience points required to level up would increase so much. The next time he wanted to level up, he would need 32,000 experience points, which was no longer something he could easily obtain. Meanwhile, the system notification sounds continued to ring incessantly. Conditions met, rank within this race increased, advancing to leader-level Mystic Spirit. The racial appearance has been subtly altered. Gain the unique talent Royal Mandate from boss-level monsters. 5 times the health, and increased automatic health regeneration. Gain the unique talent Guardian of the Clans from boss-level monsters. When health drops below half, automatically summon 4 elite-level Mystic Spirits and 20 regular Mystic Spirits to join the battle. Gain the unique talent Berserk from boss-level monsters. When health drops to 20, automatically enter Berserk state, doubling attributes and unleashing area of effect attacks for 20 seconds. Gain the boss-level monster-exclusive skill, Puppet, Embrace the Remnant, LV1, summoning a mirror image to return to your body, gaining all the recovered mirror image's health and 20 attribute points. Puppet, Embrace the Remnant, cannot be used again until it is deactivated. After leveling up to level 26 and advancing to the leader level, Zhou Mo's stats undoubtedly saw a significant boost. At this point, he couldn't wait to find out his attributes after advancing. With only 1 minute left in the puppet disguise duration, he sent a message to Xia Qian and then chose to remove the disguise, returning to his mystic demon form. The message read, "Give me a few double experience scrolls." As for the cost, it was naturally deducted from the price of that treasure level equipment. Double experience scrolls aren't cheap, but compared to rare level equipment, they're practically worthless. Only someone like Zhou Mo, who can fight monsters without getting countered, can go on a monster farming spree. In fact, for ordinary players, considering the recovery issue, a double experience scroll doesn't actually double the leveling speed. Furthermore, without this speed boost bonus, it's unrealistic to farm monsters quickly. However, if you bring along a healer with a speed boost spell, you'll have to give up half of your experience points, which contradicts your original goal of leveling up quickly. Having returned to his mystic spirit form, Zhou Mo opened his original attribute panel after a long absence. Name, Zhou Mo. Race, Mystic Demon Leader. Level, 26. Health points, 45,000 to 45,000. Magic points, 600 to 600. Physical attack power, 613. All points allocated to strength. Magic attack power, 400. Physical defense, 320. Magic defense, 270. Looking at the panel, Zhou Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, clearly feeling that his personal safety was somewhat guaranteed. With these attributes, even if he were to be surrounded by players again, he would at least be able to handle the situation more calmly. Having just defeated so many monsters, and to be honest, quite a bit of equipment had dropped, Zhou Mo was in a hurry to level up and kill monsters, making the most of the double experience scrolls, so he didn't have time to stop and pick them up. However, most of the equipment dropped by these monsters was of good quality, which was of little use to him. While rare equipment does exist, it is not plentiful, and picking up rare equipment is not a high priority compared to gaining experience and leveling up as quickly as possible. However, the equipment will not respawn within 20 minutes of dropping. Zhou Mo, who had already returned to his mystic spirit state, was no longer in a hurry and leisurely walked around, picking up the equipment one by one. However, as he followed the route where the equipment had fallen and picked it up, he discovered something that was both funny and frustrating. Not far ahead of him, another player was following closely behind, picking up equipment along the route he had taken when he killed monsters. Zhou Mo could even hear the other person humming a little tune. The little girl, picking mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket, she collected the most equipment, so many as countless as the stars. Tai lulo zi tai, bot. When she picked up another piece of equipment and looked up, she found a boss standing in front of her. And it's not just an elite-level mini-boss, but a leader-level big boss. Oh no, it turns out this boss is just like me. He likes to collect equipment. If I try to steal the equipment from it, won't it get furious? She subconsciously put the piece of equipment in her hand in her backpack, and with a mournful face, she looked at the leader-level mystic spirit in front of her and said, "If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me?" She was greeted by a huge black scythe. Successfully defeated player, little girl, picking mushrooms. Experience points plus 100. Current experience points, 110 to 32,000. Hearing the game system's notification sound, Zhou Mo shook his head. This little guy's name is something else. Looking at the equipment that had dropped on the ground, he chuckled to himself and sighed, what a loss. He could guarantee that the guy had picked up far more than just the two pieces of equipment that had dropped in front of him. The little girl, picking mushrooms, who had already chosen to return to town to revive, went from looking sad to beaming with joy after checking her backpack. She chuckled, not bad at all. I picked up more than a dozen items and only lost 2. I'll definitely go again next time. The outer edge of Nightmare Forest is really a great place. I wonder which rich guy is so powerful that he doesn't even bother picking up equipment while leveling up. At this point, Zhou Mo, a tycoon who owns a mine, no longer cared about this matter. The player who was just level 20 was probably not familiar with the events of the God War Guild, which is why he recklessly rushed towards the outer edge of the Nightmare Forest. However, because of this, she managed to find quite a few fine and rare level equipment. For a player who has just reached level 20, rare level equipment is already quite good. After all, apart from a few people like Xia Qian and Zhou Mo, there is no one else who can afford treasure level equipment for the time being. This was just a minor incident, and Zhou Mo didn't care. He started to think about his own affairs. Now he has 2 more skill points available. He is considering which skill to add it to. He now has a total of 24 skill points, starting from level 3 when he can add skills. I've already added the LV8 Puppet Disguise, LV7 Puppet Mirror, and LV7 Puppet Pulling, and now I have an additional LV1 Puppet Embracing the Cripple skill. Where should I allocate the points? Thinking about what he had gained today, Zhou Mo made a decision and gritted his teeth to put both skill points into Puppet Disguise. After all, the experience of grinding monsters like crazy and leveling up twice in one go today was just too awesome. With players finding it increasingly difficult to hunt large numbers of monsters these days, disguising oneself as a player to grind monsters is the best way to level up quickly. As for other things, everything should be put on hold. Chapter 116 Preparations for War. Zhou Mo put both skill points into Puppet Disguise, raising the skill level to LV10. The game system indicated that the Puppet Disguise skill had reached its maximum level and could not be upgraded further. Puppet Disguise LV10 allows you to disguise yourself as any class of the same level, gaining 100 of the class's attributes and adding 50 to your original attributes. Duration, 5 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Looking at his Puppet Disguise skill, which was maxed out at LV10, Zhou Mo was very satisfied. Having unlocked the LV10 Puppet Disguise skill, not only does it grant an additional 50 attribute points, but the disguise lasts for 5 hours. For him now, a 5-hour duration is important. With this extra time, he could be more relaxed when tackling bosses with his guild members. In addition, the time spent pretending to be a player to level up has greatly increased. After all, at his level, opportunities to hunt players in large numbers are rare, so the only way to level up quickly is to rely on this disguise ability. In the following days, the Four Seasons Guild, with Zhou Mo at its core, frantically hunted down bosses everywhere. In the past few days, they were not the only guild that had been fully preparing for the guild war. Other guilds also went around trying to defeat bosses, striving to get better equipment or various magical auxiliary items for their members. Within a few days, the bosses of suitable level in the game collectively faced a catastrophe. Basically, every boss of a suitable level is available 24/7, and every 2 hours, as soon as it spawns, it is surrounded by players. After such a frenzied hunt for the boss, the game system's announcements finally stopped favoring only Zhou Mo. Finally, other people also obtained treasure level equipment, and treasure level equipment no longer belonged only to the Four Seasons Guild. While those people were overjoyed, Zhou Mo was also extremely happy. Only then did he feel completely at ease. The more and more people possess treasure level equipment, the more the unfriendly gazes that once attracted the treasure hunter gradually shifted away from him. For Zhou Mo, not becoming famous is better than anything else. In the past few days, the Four Seasons Guild has defeated more than a dozen bosses, during which time 3 pieces of treasure level equipment have dropped, which have been distributed according to contribution points. As the guild leader, Xia Qian's contribution level had always been the highest, but since none of these 3 treasure pieces of equipment were suitable for the fighter class, she naturally took them out and distributed them to other guild members. In just a few days, the many new members have developed a strong sense of belonging to the Four Seasons Guild. In the past few days, in order to ensure his leveling progress after defeating the boss, Zhou Mo had been pretending to be a healer and acting like a lazy bum while fighting the boss. However, within the entire Four Seasons Guild, only Xia Qian truly understood Zhou Mo's strength. Zhou Mo has always connected Xia Qian with the chain of life, allowing her to output without any worries. After advancing to the leader-level Mystic Spirit, he also maxed out the Puppet Disguise skill. Even in healer mode, his health is terrifyingly high. With the chain of life pulling him along, 90% of the damage from the boss is distributed to him, posing little threat. After all, Xia Qian is different from ordinary players. After defeating the boss multiple times, her skills have improved significantly, greatly reducing the probability of being hit by the boss. The only downside is that Zhou Mo hasn't been able to acquire a second treasure level piece of equipment in the past few days. However, this didn't matter to Zhou Mo. No matter how powerful the treasure level equipment is, it can't surpass his Monarch Scythe, and for him, the treasure level equipment is nothing more than material for extracting attributes. In the past few days, Xia Qian has been continuously providing him with the rare level equipment she promised him. Finally, after the most recent extraction, the game system finally gave a notification. The bonus attributes extracted from rare great equipment using Monarch Scythe have reached their maximum. Extracting rare great equipment will no longer provide upgrades. At this point, the attributes of Monarch's Scythe finally reached a certain stage. Monarch's Scythe treasure, physical attack, 2000, physical defense, 900, magic defense, 700, health plus 10,000, mana, 5,000, physical critical hit rate plus 30, ignore defense chance plus 25, combo rate plus 20, skill scythe kill LV4, skill scythe absorb LV3, skill scythe transformation LV1. Perhaps due to type limitations, no matter how many magical attack enhancing equipment Zhou Mo extracted, the Monarch Scythe did not gain even a single bit of magical attack power. In the end, the Monarch Scythe was just a purely physical type of equipment. However, from a physical perspective, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe are already terrifying. Zhou Mo guessed that perhaps players would need to wear a full set of treasure equipment for their attributes to be on par with the Monarch Scythe. However, considering that Zhou Mo is a monster, even after disguising himself as a player, he can only equip one Monarch Scythe. It is only natural that the Monarch Scythe has stronger attributes. The reason other players' attributes are lagging behind is simply because they haven't equipped a complete set of rare level gear yet. Zhou Mo refused to accept the batch of rare equipment that Xia Qian had recently sent him. It just so happened to be the time for today's intensive boss battle, and Xia Qian walked over and asked Zhou Mo in a low voice, "Why did you refuse to accept those equipment?" Zhou Mo smiled slightly and said, "That's enough. I don't need rare level equipment anymore. But if you still have the double experience scrolls you gave me before, please give me a few more." Xia Qian nodded, not delving into the matter, and simply said, "Double experience scrolls are probably hard to buy at this stage, even if you have money. With the second job advancement opening soon, everyone is putting in their best effort to level up. At this time, double experience scrolls can increase leveling speed, allowing you to reach level 30 faster than others and advance to the second job change sooner. Nobody would be willing to sell them. Zhou Mo sighed and shook his head. Then there's nothing we can do. Xiaqian looked at Zhou Mo in front of her with some surprise. You're already level 28 now. How did you level up so fast? When I saw you yesterday, you were only level 27. Zhou Mo chuckled. After all, everyone's aiming for level 29. If I don't level up soon, I'll fall behind. You reached level 28 a couple of days ago, didn't you? Dongwon also walked over at this time, and was equally surprised to see Zhou Mo, who had been promoted another level. She said to Xia Qian, didn't you say you wanted to participate in B-level or C-level guild wars? Now that your levels have increased, how can you still participate in B-level or C-level guild wars? Chapter 1:17 A Change of Place. Regarding Dongwon's question, Xiaqian replied matter-of-factly, that was before. Now our guild has quite a few members, and we've gotten several treasure-level equipment drops from the bosses these past few days, which has greatly improved our strength. Now that we have the strength, of course we should participate in a more difficult, but also more rewarding A-level guild wars. Dongwon wasn't as optimistic as her, and simply said, alright, since you've decided that, then we'll probably have to focus on leveling up and spend some time raising everyone's level. Xiaqian understood what she meant. Currently, apart from one or two players who had reached level 29, most of the guild members were level 28, and their strength was still considerably weaker than that of level 29 players. After all, being able to equip a new set of rare level equipment at level 29 will definitely improve one's strength. Although the guild has been fighting bosses recently and has obtained several rare level equipment items, it's impossible for everyone to have one. Moreover, even if everyone has a piece of precious equipment, they still need rare level equipment. After asking Xiaqian for her opinion, Dongwon said, since it's decided, I'll sign up for the A-level guild war today. Today is the deadline. The guild war will officially begin in 3 days. Xiaqian nodded and asked Zhou Mo, after we finish defeating today's boss, we'll probably be focusing on leveling up for the next 3 days. Do you want to join the others? Zhou Mo shook his head and said, no need, I can handle it myself. Since we won't be fighting bosses for the next few days, I won't come to the gathering. Xiaqian didn't insist. She simply nodded upon hearing this, and then the Four Seasons Guild started a new round of boss fighting activities. Perhaps it was the last day to defeat the boss, but the Four Seasons Guild had an incredible stroke of luck, dropping 3 pieces of treasure equipment this time. However, this time it wasn't Zhou Mo who was lucky, but the other teammates. Zhou Mo did not intend to compete with them for these treasure-level equipment, since even if others were willing to give them to him, he would not be able to offer corresponding compensation. After all this time, he had basically exchanged everything he had acquired for Monarch Scythe's rations. So now, apart from Monarch Scythe, the only valuable thing he had left was the Mystic Ring, a treasure. However, that Mystic Ring, a treasure, was also a ration he reserved for Monarch Scythe. Of the 3 treasure equipment items revealed this time, one of them happens to be a gauntlet-type weapon, which is perfect for the fighter class. As the only fighter in the guild, this treasure gauntlet rightfully belongs to Xiaqian. Moreover, Xiaqian's contributions as the guild leader have been evident to all, and all guild members are convinced of her merits, even expressing that they do not need Xiaqian to make any further compensation. With that, the boss fighting mission came to an end, and Zhou Mo didn't linger for even a second before taking his leave. He was in such a hurry because he wanted to return to the Mystic Spirit area to level up. Now that the double experience scrolls are gone, his leveling efficiency has dropped by half, so he naturally has to make the most of every second and not waste even a little bit of time. Moreover, the experience points he needs to level up from level 28 to level 29 are extremely high, requiring a full 48,000 points. Right now, his experience points are only 1,020 to 48,000. Reaching level 29 is still a long way off, especially now that there are no double experience scrolls available. Moreover, because of his increased level, he now gets less experience points when killing normal level Mystic Spirits. A normal level Mystic Spirit that could originally provide 100 experience points can now only provide 50. Reducing his experience points by 50 is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for him now. Moreover, who knows if it will continue to decrease after upgrading to a higher level. Zhou Mo returned to the Mystic Demon Realm, his mind racing with plans. He discovered that the Mystic Spirit area was no longer the best place for him to level up. Perhaps I should turn my attention to the deeper parts of the Nightmare Forest? There should be higher-level monsters and more experience points there. Since I've already had 5 hours of disguise time, it wouldn't hurt to leave the Mystic Spirit area and go further away. Having made up his mind, Zhou Mo headed deeper into the jungle. Along the way, the number of mystic spirits decreased, and eventually, they could hardly encounter any at all. Then, after walking quite a distance, Zhou Mo began to hear strange crackling sounds. He looked up and saw that not far in front of him, a large number of monsters of various shapes and sizes were scattered throughout the forest. These monsters are made entirely of bronze. Some are humanoid, some are beastoid, and some even fly at low altitudes. This is another creation of the evil alchemist from the legendary Nightmare Forest, the Bronze Couple. Unlike the Mystic Puppet, which starts at level 20, the Bronze Puppet starts at level 25. For Zhou Mo, who is now level 28, the level 20 Mystic Puppet Spirit can only provide 50 experience points, but the level 25 Bronze Vengeful Spirit should still be able to provide the full amount of experience points. While a level 25 Bronze Wraith is certainly stronger than a Mystic Spirit, it should still pose little threat to Zhou Mo at this stage. He took the Monarch's Scythe in his hand, then took out the Mystic Ring, Treasure, that he had kept in his backpack for a long time and selected Attribute Extraction. The Monarch's Scythe has reached its limit in extracting additional, rare, equipment attributes, so extracting the Mystic Ring, Treasure, at this point is not a waste. Mystic Ring, Treasure, Attribute Extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50, attack power plus 90, magic attack plus 0, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30, attack speed plus 5. At this point, the attributes of the Monarch's Scythe changed. Monarch's Scythe, Treasure attack speed 0.95, physical attack, 2090, physical defense, 1030, magic defense, 830, health plus 10,000 mana, 5,000, physical critical hit rate plus 30%, ignore defense chance plus 25%, combo rate plus 20%, skill side kill LV4, skill side absorb LV3, skill side transformation LV1. Zhou Mo discovered that although the Mystic Ring, Treasure, was a dual attack equipment that added both physical and magical attacks, it did not add any magical attack to his Monarch's Scythe when he extracted it. It was a small loss. However, Zhou Mo noticed that the Monarch's Scythe had started displaying the attack speed stat, and that his current attack speed was 0.95. Zhou Mo guessed that this was because the Monarch's Scythe's base attack speed had increased, roughly meaning that each attack would only take 0.95 seconds. Compared to attacking once per second before, although it's not much faster, it's at least an improvement. In the future, it will likely continue to improve to an even higher level. As long as the Monarch's Scythe extracts enough rare, great equipment, it should soon continue to advance to higher levels. There was no point in thinking too much, so Zhou Mo simply cast Acceleration and Strive on himself and charged forward. Chapter 118, the Second Transformation Era arrives. Acceleration is still the same acceleration spell that increases speed by 100, but the Strive skill is quite different from before. After leveling up a few more times, Zhou Mo had leveled up the Strive skill to LV8, which now increases attack power by 40. With the addition of the highest level Puppet Disguise, which can convert 50 attributes, Zhou Mo's attack power is now terrifyingly high. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. The level 25 Bronze Wraith only had 6,000 HP. Zhou Mo simply raised the Monarch's Scythe and swung it twice, and the Bronze Wraith fell to the ground and turned into a pile of broken copper pieces. Defeat the Bronze Vengeful Spirit. Experience points plus 125. Current experience points, 1,145 to 48,000. As expected, the experience points for the level 25 Bronze Couple were obtained in full, without any discount. Zhou Mo was overjoyed, so he began to diligently grind monsters in the area of the Bronze Couple. However, shortly after he began grinding monsters, the game system suddenly issued an announcement. Congratulations to player Dragonfly for successfully completing the second job advancement quest and becoming a second job swordsman. The announcement caused an uproar throughout the game. Zhou Mo gave a wry smile, realizing that the game was about to enter a new phase. During the period leading up to the Guild War, he leveled up to 28. Most of the other members of the Four Seasons Guild were also level 28, and some were even level 29. Those players who had already reached level 29, such as the members of the God War Guild, were naturally not going to just stand still. Although the experience points required to go from level 29 to 30 are enormous, over time, those level 29 veterans on the level leaderboard have gradually leveled up to 30. The level leaderboard is filled with level 30 players. The only exception is the fighter class. The top-ranked fighter is still only level 28, not even reaching level 29. However, in the past few days, Xia Qian has been busy leading the Four Seasons Guild members to conquer the boss, so she has fallen behind in leveling up. Her overall experience points are not as high as others, and she has already dropped from the position of the number 1 fighter. The person who replaced her as the number 1 fighter was not the original number 2 fighter, but an unknown guy. The original second-ranked fighter, Extreme Fist Master, has fallen to 3rd place, still behind Xia Qian. Recalling the battle between this person and Xia Qian, Zhou Mo chuckled inwardly. In this situation, I wonder what that arrogant guy is thinking. However, that's not his main focus right now. His current focus is on that second job player. Zhou Mo originally thought that second-class players would appear after the first Guild War ended. But unexpectedly, some players had already successfully changed classes before the Guild War even started. This makes the situation unclear. In fact, most of the information about the second job advancement has already been disclosed on the official forums. The player named Dragonfly chose the Swordsman class, which is actually one of the second job advancements for the Warrior class. The first job advancement is to become a warrior, and the second job advancement has 2 paths. One is to become a swordsman who focuses on attack, and the other is to become a knight who focuses on defense. Regardless of which path you choose, you will actually be much stronger than a first-tier warrior. With Zhou Mo's current attribute panel, he should be able to easily defeat any first-class player, regardless of their class. However, Zhou Mo didn't know if he would still have an advantage if he faced a second-tier player. After all, he had never actually interacted with second-tier players and didn't know how much stronger they were compared to first-tier players. Discussions about second job advancements quickly became heated on the public chat channel. Everyone is speculating about how many people are currently working on the job change quest and how many players will ultimately succeed in their second job change before the Guild War officially begins. But these things are a bit far from Zhou Mo's current focus. What he needs to do most right now is concentrate on leveling up. The Bronze Wraith has higher health and defense than the Mystic Demon, but it's not a big problem. For Zhou Mo, it's just a matter of whether it takes 1 or 2 hits. He is now incredibly powerful, and that's the confidence he has. While his experience gained from leveling up and fighting monsters in the Bronze Puppet area wasn't skyrocketing, it was certainly much faster than when he was fighting Mystic Spirits. After all, the experience points of these Bronze Vengeful Spirits were at least not discounted. The next day, the Four Seasons Guild did not gather to fight the boss again. So Zhou Mo went directly to the Bronze Couple area, wanted to make full use of the 5 hours of disguise and transformation, without wasting a single moment. On this day, he heard several more system announcements that several more players had completed the second job advancement quest and successfully changed jobs. The pressure on Zhou Mo grew, and since no one had targeted him during this time, he almost forgot that he was a wild monster. The peace and comfort I've been experiencing lately may just be a temporary illusion. The reason why players aren't targeting me as a wild monster is most likely because they're preparing for the first Guild War and don't have time. Besides, the strength of first-class players is indeed somewhat weak, and none of them could pose a threat to me now. But once the first Guild War ends and players have some free time, and most of them have completed their second job advancement, then more and more players will definitely enter the Mystic Demon area to challenge their leader-level boss. Although I can disguise myself as a player, I actually spend most of the day in the form of a monster. Once surrounded by a large number of second-tier players, even with my current strength, I cannot guarantee that I will survive. Zhou Mo's mind was filled with random thoughts, but he didn't stop swinging the Monarch Scythe in his hand, reaping another Bronze Widow. Defeat the Bronze Vengeful Spirit. Experience points plus 125. Current experience points, 26,452 to 48,000. Without the bonus from the double experience scroll, Zhou Mo found that his leveling speed was indeed slow. 3 hours yesterday and 2 hours today had only given him a little over 20,000 experience points. There's still 3 hours left to disguise myself today, and with tomorrow being the last day, it's really uncertain whether I can reach level 29 before the Guild War. Of course, this so-called lack of speed is only compared to Zhou Mo's previous performance. In fact, his leveling speed was much faster than that of other players. Other players aren't like him. They don't get countered when they attack jungle monsters. While he was lost in thought, he didn't realize that a player had already approached him. His long-standing vigilance jolted Zhou Mo awake, and he shouted, "What are you trying to do?" The player who touched him was startled by him. After a long while, the player finally came to his senses and tentatively asked Zhou Mo, "Are you the treasure hunter, Zhou Mo?" Chapter 119 Guidance from Master. Looking at the player in front of him, Zhou Mo was completely baffled. He looked at the man and asked, "Yes, that's right. I'm the legendary treasure hunter Zhou Mo. Can't you see my name?" The player smiled shyly, looking somewhat embarrassed. He said, "I did see you, but aren't you too famous? I didn't expect to run into you in the monster area so easily, so I didn't react for a moment." Zhou Mo had no idea why the other party had come, and simply said, "Well, and then, what do you want to see me about?" The player seemed even more embarrassed and said in a low voice, "My name is Dragonfly, and I just completed my second job advancement not long ago." Nonsense. Zhou Mo could see the other person's name and knew that the other person was the player who had been featured in the game announcement and was the first player in the entire game to successfully complete the second job advancement. Otherwise, he would have already swung the monarch's scythe and slashed down instead of wasting time arguing with the other party here. It was precisely because he saw that the other party was a second-tier player that Zhou Mo was unusually patient. After all, Zhou Mo remained quite restrained unless he was absolutely certain of defeating his opponent instantly. After all, constantly killing players would easily make too many enemies. At this moment, Zhou Mo subconsciously ignored the fact that he had once been universally hated. Looking at Zhou Mo in front of him, the player named Dragonfly still seemed undecided and somewhat reluctant to speak. What exactly happened? Zhou Mo was running out of patience. "I'm currently in a precious period of pretending, and every extra bit of chatting with the other person means less time to level up, which is a huge loss for me. Even if you kill the other person and gain experience points by continuing the conversation, it still won't make up for your losses." Urged by Zhou Mo, Dragonfly finally revealed her purpose. "Actually, I just completed my second transformation and wanted to test my strength, so I wanted to spar with you." Testing strength. Zhou Mo was filled with questions, and his face instantly turned ashen. "Why did you choose me to test your strength? Do I look like I have a lot of free time?" Seeing Zhou Mo's face turn very pale, Dragonfly was startled and quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, I heard that you fought against 100 people from the God War Guild all by yourself, so I thought you must be very strong, and that's why I wanted to find you to test my strength." Zhou Mo had lost all interest in leveling up and fighting monsters. He looked at the person in front of him, sighed helplessly, and said, "You really believe such nonsense as one person fighting against 100 people from the God of War Guild?" The Dragonfly actually nodded and hummed in agreement. Just as Zhou Mo was wondering whether to be happy or helpless, he pointed at the monarch's scythe in Zhou Mo's hand and said, "I believe there's no smoke without fire. I've never seen this piece of equipment before. It must be a powerful treasure-level piece of equipment, right? Congratulations, you guessed right." Zhou Mo was at a loss for words to refute. The Dragonfly in front of me looks silly at first glance, but its sense of touch is incredibly sharp in certain aspects. He easily guessed part of his secret. It has to be said that the Dragonfly was right. Its strength was indeed mainly due to the monarch's scythe. Dragonfly immediately adopted a stance and said, "Please, sir, do not hesitate to offer your guidance." Wow, you're the real boss. As the first person in the entire game to successfully complete the second job advancement, who would dare to call themselves a big shot in front of him? Zhou Mo had no intention of engaging in a sparring match with the other party. He stood there lazily and acted like a rogue. "You're a second-tier veteran, while I'm just a first-tier newbie. If you challenge me to a sparring match, isn't that blatant bullying?" Dragonfly was stunned for a moment, not expecting Zhou Mo to say such a thing. He had actually considered this point before. He was a second-stage cultivator, while his opponent was only a first-stage cultivator. It seemed that it would indeed be bullying for him to compete with his opponent. However, the opponent is not an ordinary first-class player, but someone who can take on 100 opponents and cause the God War Guild to suffer a great loss. Where's the problem? Looking at the Dragonfly in front of him, Zhou Mo was actually a little tempted. This was his first time getting up close to a second job player, and for him, it was actually a great opportunity to understand them. If we can figure out the general strength of second job players now, we won't be completely clueless when we encounter a large group of second job players in the future. So, looking at the dragonfly in front of him, a new idea struck him. He tightened his grip on a monarch's scythe and said, "Actually, if you want to spar, it's not impossible, but there's a small problem." "What's the problem? Tell me about it." Dragonfly was overjoyed. He had thought there was no hope for a sparring match, but unexpectedly, the other party had softened his stance. "It seems there's still a chance?" Zhou Mo blinked, looking somewhat embarrassed, and said, "How about you hold off on attacking for a bit? Let me test your defenses first. Otherwise, if everyone attacks, I might get instantly killed, which wouldn't be good." If Zhou Mo were just an ordinary first-tier player, such a request wouldn't be unreasonable. But the key issue is that Zhou Mo is not an ordinary first-tier player at all. But to his surprise, the other party actually agreed. Dragonfly pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I can also test my defensive capabilities and see if I can withstand the attack of the strongest first-tier player." The strongest first-tier player? Zhou Mo was speechless. When did he acquire such a title? Dragonfly laughed and said, "This isn't any official certification. It's just something we guys joked about in private." He added, "The few of US who got to the second job advancement ahead of others feel that taking on 7 or 8 players at once is no problem at all when we talk about the first job advancement players. But we still don't even dare to think about taking on 100 players at once. That's why I had the idea of asking you to verify it." "Okay, it's that rumor of one man taking on 100 again." Indeed, rumors are the easiest thing to hurt people. However, he was indeed curious about second-class players, wondering how he, with his current strength, could compare to them. Looking at the dragonfly standing calmly in front of him, Zhou Mo tentatively called out softly, "Are you ready? Here I come." The dragonfly gritted its teeth, clenched its fists, and squeezed out a voice through its teeth. "Don't worry, come on." "I really came." Zhou Mo confirmed it one more time, then cast an acceleration spell on himself, followed by a level 8 strive skill, and finally activated the scythe kill skill of Monarch Scythe. With this complete set in place, Zhou Mo has now reached his current full power state. "I'll chop." Zhou Mo raised the Monarch's scythe high and brought it down heavily. Chapter 120. I understand. The legends are all true. How high is Zhou Mo's attack power now? Including the 50 original attributes converted from LV10 Puppet Disguise, plus the slightly better physical attack of Monarch Scythe and the healer class itself, his current physical attack is as high as 2,500 points. With the additional bonuses of Strive 40 and Treasure Hunter 5, its attack power reaches a total of 3,625 points. Zhou Mo didn't know how much health and defense a second-tier swordsman could have, since the other party had also chosen to hide the attribute panel, but that didn't stop him from what he was going to do next. A full-scale attack is what Zhou Mo needs to do now. Critical hit. Ignore defense. Batter. Minus 7,250. Minus 7,250. Successfully killed player, Dragonfly. Experience points plus 300. The second-tier swordsman, who had turned into a point of soul light, was stunned, as was Zhou Mo, the instigator of this incident. He knew he had always been lucky, but he never imagined his luck would be this good. The Monarch's Scythe possesses 3 special effects: critical hit, ignore defense, and combo. In fact, all 3 were successfully triggered in the same attack. Or perhaps, this second-tier swordsman in front of me was just incredibly unlucky. Zhou Mo clearly saw that when the first damage number, minus 7,250, popped up, the swordsman player still had 1/3 of his health bar remaining. If this attack only triggered the critical hit and ignored defense effects, the swordsman player would still lose face, but at least he could survive. Unfortunately, after these 2 special effects, a combo attack followed. Dragonfly, a second-tier swordsman player with over 10,000 HP, collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound, turning into a speck of soul light. Of course, a dead person can no longer speak. But this is a game, and the impossible can become possible. The dragonfly, in its soul point form, looked at Zhou Mo beside it and said in the nearby chat channel, "Boss, you still say you're not a boss. Taking on 100 people at once is absolutely true. With attacks like yours, which first-tier player can withstand a single hit from you?" Strictly speaking, based on his current attribute panel, those first-tier players are indeed no longer worth considering. Oh no, first-tier players with treasure level equipment can still have some fun. "Boss, I get it. I'm just trash. I'm not worthy to spar with you. I'm only a second-tier player, so I might as well not bother. I'm going back to town. I'm going to talk to my buddies. You're not just the strongest first-tier player, you're the strongest player in the entire game, regardless of whether you're a first or second-tier player. Listening to the dragonfly's rambling, Zhou Mo waved his hands repeatedly and said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Don't worry. It was just an accident. Come on. I'll revive you, and we'll start over. With that, Zhou Mo clasped his hands together and began to use the resurrection spell on the soul light spots on the ground. As a physician, Zhou Mo chose the support route and gave up healing skills, but he still had to learn some classic skills like resurrection. The LV1 resurrection spell was incredibly weak, taking a full 12 seconds to successfully revive the dragonfly and bring it back to life. The dragonfly that was successfully resurrected by the LV1 resurrection spell had only 10 HP remaining at this point. The dragonfly, after getting up, had a droopy face and looked listless. Looking at the dragonfly, Zhou Mo suddenly felt a sense of guilt. He was a little embarrassed and said to the dragonfly in front of him, Hey, actually your health and defense are very high. I just happened to trigger the critical hit, ignore defense, and combo status effects, which is why I killed you with one strike. In fact, this is not accurate and is not my normal strength. Critical hits, ignoring defense, combos, one-hit kills. Hearing those words didn't improve the dragonfly's mood at all. In fact, it almost burst into tears. He's definitely a big shot. Even his luck is far superior to others. Dragonfly looked at Zhou Mo in front of her, shook her head, and said sadly, No, this is your strength, boss. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. If you're lucky enough to get 1, 2, or 3 pieces of treasure equipment, doesn't that all become part of your strength? Forehead. If that's the case, it does seem to make some sense, and Zhou Mo found that he couldn't refute it all. However, I can't let this guy go around bragging about how invincible he is. That would completely contradict my basic principle of keeping a low profile and quietly making a fortune. Dragonfly's mutterings continued. Sigh. I wish I had the luck of a pro. It's a pity that I've already completed my second job advancement, but I don't even have a single piece of treasure equipment. It's so embarrassing. Zhou Mo didn't know how to comfort the other party for a moment. After Qingding calmed down a bit, he said to him, Boss, we just tried ignoring defense, but we didn't get to test the defense effect. Shall we try again? I'm not coming. I'm not coming. Dragonfly waved her hands repeatedly. I'm a swordsman, not a knight. My defense is negligible. How can I withstand your attacks? Come on, your second-tier job. You're definitely not bad. After much persuasion from Zhou Mo, Dragonfly finally gave in and agreed to his request. Watching the other party slowly consume the potion to recover health, Zhou Mo couldn't help but cast a healing spell on him. Plus 475. The response numbers are still quite embarrassing. Although they're more than last time, they're still not respectable. Compared to the Dragonfly's health bar of over 10,000, this plus 475 healing spell is not even as fast as the speed at which he recovers health by using potions. Zhou Mo gave a wry smile and gave up the idea of using healing magic to help the other party recover. At that moment, the dragonfly seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. You're a doctor? Zhou Mo once explained to Xia Qian that he pretended to be a jobless person, a hidden profession. Although it was just a lie, Zhou Mo didn't want too many people to know. In response to the dragonfly's question, he replied generously, Yes, I am the doctor. You just realized that? Didn't you see that I just used the resurrection spell on you? The dragonfly's eyes widened in disbelief, completely unable to accept this reality. In fact, the acceleration technique, strive, and resurrection technique that Zhou Mo used before were indeed all skills of a physician. However, dragonflies are always slow to react, and they were so shocked by the fact that they were killed in an instant that they didn't have time to think about it. But now, after the initial shock, he finally recalled the terrible truth and was plunged into even greater shock. Why you? You're a healer/support class. A healer was one-shot by a support class. I was one-shot by a first-tier support class. The dragonfly was suddenly overwhelmed by inexplicable emotions, and its entire worldview seemed to be collapsing. 1 against 100? Huh? I get it. The legends really are true. Chapter 121, Could there be 2 accidental occurrences? Seeing the dragonfly in a strange state, Zhou Mo asked with some concern, Boss, are you ready? I'm coming again. At this moment, the dragonfly had fully recovered its health, but it stood there blankly, as if it had lost its soul. He suddenly didn't understand why he was standing there, why he was foolishly waiting to be stabbed again. Why don't you just not come? These words were stuck in his throat, and before he could even utter them, Zhou Mo had already gleefully raised the monarch's scythe once more. But when the monarch's scythe was halfway raised, he suddenly stopped. Dragonfly was startled at first, then overjoyed and asked, "Are you not coming? I also think there's no need to try anymore. I think your strength is already completely invincible." Zhou Mo certainly hadn't given up on the idea. He looked at the dragonfly, smiled slightly, and said, "No, wait a minute, boss. My strive skill just expired. Let me recast it first." "What? We need to replenish the strive status." Dragonfly's heart trembled as she said, "Wasn't it enough to just test the defense? Why do we need to replenish our status?" Zhou Mo chuckled and said, "Of course we should. That's the closest we can get to real combat." As Zhou Mo regained his striving state, the second-tier swordsman player, Dragonfly, closed his eyes and prepared to forcibly accept the opponent's attack. As for using defensive skills? No, that's not true. While a warrior's attack power does increase dramatically after their second job advancement to swordsman, their defense does not improve at all. The only difference is that after successfully completing the second job advancement, the base life and defense have increased significantly compared to the first job advancement. Moreover, after successfully completing the second job advancement at level 30, the equipment he used at level 29 was no longer suitable, so he switched to level 30 equipment that only second job advancement players could wear. Although it is still rare level equipment, this set, which can only be worn by second job players, naturally has far superior attributes compared to the level 29 set. Critical hit, minus 5,750. One side strike, and it's another critical hit. With Monarch Side's current physical critical hit rate of 30%, it is indeed quite easy to trigger a critical hit. The dragonfly shuddered, finally managing to calm itself down. Fortunately, this time the opponent did not trigger the ignore defense and combo effects, and was not able to kill him instantly. I still have half my health bar left. At this moment, Zhou Mo saw the same situation and had a general idea of the health and defense of second-tier swordsmen. Despite its own attack, the critical hit only dealt minus 5,750 damage, proving that the dragonfly's defense was indeed quite good. With its full set of rare equipment, this dragonfly's physical defense is probably between 700 and 800, which is almost on par with a shield-type warrior who has all their stamina maxed out. A second-tier job is still a second-tier job, and it is far superior to a first-tier job in every aspect. As for the dragonfly's health, it is around 11,000, which is about twice that of a level 29 first-job warrior. If a swordsman who focuses on offense is already like this, then a knight who focuses on defense would probably have even higher health and defense. With my current attack capabilities, dealing with him probably won't be so easy. These thoughts only flashed through Zhou Mo's mind. Then, seeing the damage numbers popping up above the dragonfly's head, he couldn't resist and swung the monarch's scythe again, slashing down once more. Minus 2,875. The dragonfly's health bar has turned red. He blinked, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Then, Zhou Mo swung his monarch's scythe once again. Ignore defense. Minus 3,625. With an incredulous expression, the dragonfly transformed into a speck of soul light once more. Successfully killed player, Dragonfly. Experience points plus 300. When Zhou Mo used the resurrection spell to revive her once again, Dragonfly's face had turned ashen. With a dark expression, he said to Zhou Mo, "Didn't you say it was just a test of our defenses? Why did you slash once and then slash again?" Zhou Mo was very embarrassed and apologized. "I'm really sorry. I was careless and couldn't stop in time." Dragonfly clearly couldn't accept this explanation. His face remained ashen. Could have happened twice by accident. Huh? Zhou Mo forced an apologetic smile. "I really didn't mean to. It's just a habit. My hand just wouldn't cooperate. You know, sometimes a person's hand has its own ideas. However, the experience points are really great." Zhou Mo secretly regretted. If only there were dozens of second-tier players lining up to give him experience. As a second-tier player, at the same level, the Dragonfly can't provide twice the experience points of a first-tier player. At level 30, it provides a full 300 experience points, which is much more satisfying than grinding monsters. Of course, There's no need to say these inner monologues aloud to the other person. If the dragonfly heard this, it might just turn on me on the spot. Of course, I'm not actually afraid of him turning against me. After the test, Zhou Mo had roughly figured it out. Second-tier professions are indeed much stronger than first-tier professions, but they still pose no threat to me at the moment. Of course, if it's a large-scale attack by second-class players, then that's a different story. I have to admit that even with my steadily increasing strength, I would be in an extremely dangerous situation if I were to be besieged by a large number of second-tier players. Alright, speaking of danger, we also need to test the attack capabilities of second-job players. So, looking at the dragonfly in front of him who was starting to doubt his existence, he tentatively said, "Boss, how about we try again?" I'm not coming. I'd be a fool to come again." The dragonfly, determined not to be a fool, shook his head violently, his gaze resolute. However, the next moment he decided to play the fool, because Zhou Mo said, "This time it's your turn to attack." Seeing Zhou Mo standing still, the dragonfly was eager to try. In fact, when he asked Zhou Mo to test his strength, it was to test his attack capabilities, not his ability to take a beating. If he enjoys getting beaten up, why did he choose the swordsman class instead of the knight class when he went for his second job advancement? When it comes to getting beaten up, the knight class is clearly more professional. Are you sure? I'm here. What goes around comes around. And this time it's the dragonfly's turn to say such things. Don't worry, I'm ready. Go ahead and attack. Zhou Mo nodded and smiled slightly, not feeling particularly nervous. Okay, you said it yourself, so don't blame me. As the dragonfly spoke, it gradually became excited. Two-handed sword accelerate. Battle spirit ignited. Raging sword slash. It could have silently unleashed its skills, but this dragonfly seemed to want revenge for the previous arrow and proudly shouted out every skill it used. You know how to add status effects, right? Sorry, I can too. Seeing his opponent wielding a sword with both hands and slashing at him, Zhou Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, ready for battle. Chapter 122 is about right. Zhou Mo didn't actually know much about second-tier professions. He only roughly knew that the second job advancement of a warrior was the swordsman, which was an attack-oriented job advancement, but he was completely clueless about the specific skills of the swordsman class. But dragonflies are different. As the first player in the entire game to successfully complete a second job advancement, he has a deep understanding of the power he possesses after the advancement. Of course, this was before meeting Zhou Mo. Two-handed sword acceleration is a status skill for swordsmen, which greatly increases the attack speed of swordsmen when using two-handed swords. Of course, compared to the doctor's speed boost, it cannot increase movement speed. While both are speed-enhancing skills, two-handed sword acceleration doesn't increase movement speed, but it surpasses acceleration spell in terms of increasing attack speed. A max-level acceleration spell only increases attack speed by 100, while a max-level two-handed sword acceleration spell increases two-handed sword attack speed by 150. Then, the battle spirit arousal used by the dragonfly is similar to Zhou Mo's strive skill, which increases its own attack power. However, compared to the healer's skills, both of these skills can only be applied to the swordsman himself and cannot provide buffs to others. After activating dual-handed sword acceleration, the swordsman's burst skill, Raging Sword Slash, immediately attacked Zhou Mo. Dragonfly gripped the sword hilt with both hands, and with a swing of her broad-shouldered sword, she cut through the air, slashing towards Zhou Mo from right to left. Fortunately, this was just in a game. Otherwise, Zhou Mo wouldn't have dared to use his body to meet such a fierce slash. 1 strike, 2 cuts, 3 strikes, 4 hit kill, 5 strikes. First from right to left, then from left to right, and then from right to left. 5 consecutive strikes, each stronger than the last, crashed down on Zhou Mo like a raging torrent. -1, -19, critical hit, -276, -257. -376. Dragonfly. Seeing that Zhou Mo looked like he hadn't lost a single drop of blood, Dragonfly found it completely unacceptable. He stared blankly at Zhou Mo in front of him and asked, "How much physical defense do you have?" Zhou Mo scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Not much. Even with all the buffs, it's only a little over 1,000 points. It's only a little over 1,000. The dragonfly was exasperated. Since when did the word only have to be added before a defense rating of over 1,000? He was still persistent and asked, "How much more?" Zhou Mo said shyly, "It's only 300 or 400 more." The dragonfly's eyes widened. In other words, Zhou Mo, the first-level physician in front of us, has a terrifying physical defense of 1,400 points. Although Dragonfly was a bit slow, she had some understanding of the game and knew that even with all the points allocated to stamina, a healer wouldn't have 1,400 physical defense at this level. There's only one truth. That is, the opponent's treasure level equipment provided him with physical defense far exceeding that of ordinary people. Are treasure equipment really that powerful? The dragonfly felt a pang of envy, jealousy, and resentment. No wonder, with my second job swordsman stats, a full set of second job, rare, equipment, and a total attack of around 1,200 after the battle spirit activation boost, I couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. If it weren't for the raging sword slash skill having 5 slashes, each stronger than the last, I probably would have ended up with 5-1s in the sad reality. Even with the 5th strike, boasting an attack ratio of 140, it only dealt a damage of -376. A powerful damage-dealing skill, with 5 strikes, only dealt a total of -929 damage, less than 1,000. Seeing Zhou Mo's seemingly unmoved health bar, Dragonfly couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, "How much health do you have?" "This cannot be revealed casually." Zhou Mo smiled shyly. "About the same as you, sir." Dragonfly stared at Zhou Mo, but ultimately chose to give up asking further questions. He had a general understanding of the other party's way of speaking. According to Zhou Mo's words this week, the not much and more or less probably meant something more. Since the dragonfly didn't press the matter further, Zhou Mo naturally couldn't reveal the fact that he now had tens of thousands of health points. Of course, even if he pressed for details, I still couldn't reveal it. Looking at the dragonfly in front of him, Zhou Mo, unusually generous, asked with a smile, "Big boss, shall we continue the attack?" Dragonfly waved her hand dejectedly and said, No. With your physical defense, if I only use dual-handed sword acceleration for normal attacks without using burst skills, I can't even break through your defense, let alone fight you." He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Looks like I really can't get by without treasure-level equipment. I need to find a guild to team up with and fight bosses. Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing for a second-class player to be unable to even beat a first-class player." Seeing the dragonfly with a droopy face, preparing to leave, Zhou Mo suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, boss. Big boss." The dragonfly was startled and turned around. "Boss, are you talking about me? Please stop making fun of me." "Okay, then I'll call you Dragonfly." Zhou Mo readily agreed. Dragonfly, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have a guild yet?" Dragonfly nodded. "Yeah, when I first entered the game, a guy told me that joining a guild was a waste of time, and that focusing on leveling up was the right way." "So you just focused on leveling up and ignored everything else?" Dragonfly blinked. "Yeah, fighting monsters is so much fun." Well, Zhou Mo didn't know what to say either. However, it's no wonder that this dragonfly was the first player in the entire game to successfully complete the second job advancement. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and those who work hard will indeed be rewarded. Although this reward was cruelly thrown to the ground and trampled on right in front of him. However, Zhou Mo was well aware that not everyone had his level of skill. Dragonfly, who had completed the second job advancement first, was already ahead of the game. What he lacked was simply an opportunity to obtain rare level equipment. Looking at the dragonfly, Zhou Mo had an idea and asked, "So, Dragonfly, would you be interested in joining our guild?" "What's the name of your guild?" Dragonfly looked puzzled, then a little embarrassed, and said, "I don't really care about many things. I just know you're quite famous, but I didn't know what your guild is." Zhou Mo quickly replied, "Don't worry. Our guild is called Four Seasons Guild. It's a very professional and ambitious guild, not some random guild. Let me tell you, although our guild is still small." "Okay, I'll join." Zhou Mo was taken aback. The dragonfly's straightforwardness left him feeling somewhat at a loss. What he originally wanted to say was, "Although our guild is still small now, we have ambitions and will definitely become a big guild in the future. You will definitely not regret joining now." Such as these. He knew very well that although Dragonfly seemed to be much weaker than him, it was because he lacked equipment. In fact, being the first to complete the job change quest, this Dragonfly is definitely a talent. Such talent would be welcomed even by a large guild like the Gods War Guild. It's generally not something a small guild like the Four Seasons Guild would have the chance to acquire. However, he did not expect that the Dragonfly would accept his explanation before he could even finish it. Zhou Mo was genuinely pleased to have recruited a second job player for the Four Seasons Guild, and he immediately posted about it in the guild chat channel. I'm bringing someone in later. Everyone please help welcome them. Don't let them feel neglected. Chapter 123 Dragonfly joins the club. When Zhou Mo spoke in the guild channel, the entire channel fell silent. After a long pause, someone finally spoke up. The vice president actually spoke up? Amazing. Zhou Mo smiled wryly. Was it really necessary? In fact, it's not really anyone's fault for thinking that way. It's just that he's been focused on leveling up these past 2 days and hasn't paid any attention to the casual chat in the guild chat channel. Over time, the new members who joined the guild all assumed that he had always been aloof and cold. Moreover, over the past few days, Zhou Mo, as the mascot with the title of Treasure Hunter, has helped guild members obtain several pieces of treasure equipment. Therefore, in the eyes of the guild members, Zhou Mo's prestige has gradually been established. Upon seeing Zhou Mo's statement, Xia Qian, as the president, replied, "Okay, bring him in." In the Four Seasons Guild, both the guild leader and the vice guild leader have the authority to recruit new members. Xia Qian had previously recruited Zhou Mo and other veteran members, and then Dongwan brought in more than a dozen new members. Zhou Mo, who was also a vice president, never brought any members with him. Everyone secretly thought that Vice President Zhou Mo probably had too high a standard and didn't even consider ordinary players, which was why he hadn't invited anyone to join the guild. In fact, the current guild limit is only 20 people, and there are already 19 people in the guild, leaving only one spot. Because the Four Seasons Guild has been frequently acquiring treasure level equipment recently, countless players have expressed their desire to join the Four Seasons Guild, but Xia Qian has rejected them all. However, when Zhou Mo said he wanted to invite someone to join the guild, she agreed without even asking any questions. None of the guild members felt that anything was wrong. In fact, Zhou Mo deserves great credit for the rapid improvement of the entire Four Seasons Guild strength. The increased drop rate of treasure equipment brought by the Treasure Hunter title is the biggest advantage of the Four Seasons Guild compared to other guilds. Therefore, even if Zhou Mo wanted to invite a player who had just left the newbie village to join the guild, none of the guild members would object. After all, Zhou Mo's face must be given. Didn't you see how shrewd Xia Qian, the president, was? She delegated authority without even asking a single question. In fact, they were all overthinking it. Xia Qian didn't ask because she trusted Zhou Mo. She knew very well that Zhou Mo was even more afraid of trouble than she was. But since he intends to recruit a new member, he must have his reasons. This member must have exceptional qualities and be able to bring benefits to the guild. Welcome to the guild, Dragonfly. The next moment, a notification sound rang out in the guild chat channel. Upon hearing this notification tone, the guild members began to stir. Why does this name sound familiar? Yes, I also feel that it sounds familiar. I've definitely heard it somewhere before. Some players directly opened the professional rankings. In the professional rankings, a new category for swordsmen appeared, and Dragonfly's name was prominently displayed, ranking first among swordsmen. It's actually a second-tier powerhouse. I noticed that too. This Dragonfly is the player who was mentioned in the game announcement before, the first player to successfully complete the job change quest and advance to the second job. Vice President Zhou's actions are indeed extraordinary. He can pull out anyone who is a big shot who can be featured in the game's announcements. So, it seems that all the truly powerful people are friends with other powerful people. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Hearing the various voices in the guild chat channel, Dragonfly was overwhelmed with emotion and thanked everyone with tears in her eyes. As for what to thank or why to express his gratitude, he couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. He had been so badly hurt by Zhou Mo that seeing so many people still revered him made him feel a sense of self-worth again. Indeed, people need to interact with ordinary people more often. You can't stay with abnormally strong people all the time, or you'll easily feel inferior and worthless. After a wave of welcome from everyone, Dragonfly, second-tier powerhouse, regained his confidence and was filled with hope for tomorrow. At this point, everyone spoke up, and their comments were roughly as follows. Hey bro, is the second job advancement really that strong? I'm a thief right now, Which path should I choose for my second job advancement? Hey bro, how do I complete the job change quest? Is it difficult? Hey bro, are there any new leveling areas after the second job advancement? When can we team up? Looking at the group of guys in the chat channel, Dong-won shook her head helplessly. Although she didn't intend to develop a relationship with these guys, she still felt uneasy seeing the situation. It seems that they're all now focused on their careers and are no longer so concerned about their goddess. Was it really a mistake to bring them into the guild? Putting aside Dongwon's inner turmoil, Zhou Mo watched Qingting chatting and fighting with everyone in the guild chat channel, and then quietly messaged Xia Qian, asking, "Do you have time tomorrow? What's up?" The two had built up a considerable level of trust over this period of time, so Xia Qian asked directly. Zhou Mo then shared his thoughts. He wanted to invite Xia Qian to team up with him and the Dragonfly in private to take down a boss. Guild-based boss raids are a must, but this time, he hopes to help Dragonfly get 1 or 2 pieces of treasure equipment. If the entire guild attempts to defeat the boss, then even if valuable equipment drops, there will still be a problem of how to distribute it. If Dragonfly, who has just joined the guild, were to give him the treasure equipment directly, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among the other members. Teaming up with Xia Qian in private is different. The equipment dropped by the boss among the group can be freely distributed privately. Xia Qian understood Zhou Mo's meaning. She wasn't bothered by the fact that Dragonfly was a new member. She was also well aware that the same treasure equipment would have vastly different effects depending on whether it was given to Dragonfly, a second-tier player, or to the first-tier members. The same piece of precious equipment in the hands of Dragonfly can naturally have many times the effect of a first-tier player. With guild wars imminent, this is a solution that can greatly enhance guild strength. She agreed immediately. However, she also has a small request. I will bring Xiao Qiu with me. If any equipment for mages drops, I hope I can give it to her first. Zhou Mo naturally wouldn't object. He knew about Qiu Liang, and he knew that Xia Qian was someone he knew in real life. Moreover, unlike the talkative Zhou Mo, Qiu Liang has always been quite introverted and doesn't talk much, so Zhou Mo felt at ease bringing her along. After all, when defeating the boss, his strength would definitely be displayed, and Zhou Mo did not want too many people to notice his abnormality. Xia Qian and Qingding are out of the question. If we have to bring one more person, then the introverted and taciturn Qiu Liang and the talkative Chun Mu would naturally be better choices. Chapter 124, Leader Level Necromancer. Another beautiful day. Not far from the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, 3 people were waiting in a certain area of wild monsters. Just as the appointed time arrived, the 3 saw a figure emerge from the Nightmare Forest not far away. It was Zhou Mo who initiated this operation. The 3 people waiting were Xia Qian, Qiu Liang, and the second-tier swordsman Dragonfly. This time, Zhou Mo gathered them together to make use of the last day before the guild war to forge a treasure-level piece of equipment for Dragonfly. The operation was so rushed that anyone else wouldn't dare guarantee that they would get a rare-level equipment. Zhou Mo was also unable to do so, but he could at least guarantee that the chances of getting rare equipment in this operation he initiated were far greater than those of others. After all, the effectiveness of the treasure hunter title has already been proven. When Zhou Mo arrived, Xia Qian nodded and said, "As agreed before, I've already checked out the leader-level necromancer swordsman not far away, and no one is going to take him down yet." Zhou Mo nodded and said, "Even the ordinary level necromancers are level 25, not to mention the leader-level ones. Most small teams don't have the strength to take on a leader-level necromancer, but we have a second-class necromancer, plus you and me, so we can give it a try." With no outsiders present, Zhou Mo stopped trying to hide anything and spoke with great confidence in his and Xia Qian's abilities. As for the Monarch level, the drop rate of top-quality equipment is naturally higher than that of the leader level, but is much more difficult to conquer than the leader level. Zhou Mo could not guarantee that his team could conquer it easily. In fact, after so many days of fighting bosses, the highest level Monarch level monster Zhou Mo had ever seen was the Monarch level Crimson Rock monster he had fought back then. As for the higher tier races, such as Mystic Spirits or Bronze Wraiths, Zhou Mo has not yet seen any Monarch level members of their respective races. Perhaps it was just taken down by someone else, or it's possible that these races' monsters haven't even had a Monarch level boss yet. As for the specific reason, Zhou Mo naturally didn't know. This is not a problem he needs to think about right now. Today's main goal is simply to craft a treasure piece of equipment for the dragonfly. Enough with the small talk, let's go. Xia Qian said something and took the lead, heading towards the location of the leader-level necromancer swordsman. Before long, the group arrived at a distance from the leader-level necromancer swordsman. Looking up, one could see a monster resembling a human swordsman standing in the center of the dark red mud in the distance. He held a huge two-handed sword in his hand, and wisps of black energy swirled around both the sword and his body. Zhou Mo's mind flashed through the background information of this necromancer swordsman. It is said that this necromancer was an extremely powerful swordsman in his previous life. But later, for some unknown reason, he was tempted by evil forces, turned to darkness, and became an evil swordsman who wielded his sword against humanity. Even after his death, his evil spirit remained, transforming into a necromancer who continued to serve the evil faction and slaughter humans. Of course, for players like Zhou Mo, background information is something they've never cared about. What they cared about was what kind of equipment this leader-level necromancer could drop, what the drop rate was, and how easy it was to defeat him. Looking at the leader-level necromancer swordsman in the distance, Zhou Mo said to Dragonfly, "See that? The sword in his hand is a treasure, level 2-handed sword. I've read the information. The chance of getting that type of equipment dropped when you kill a boss that wields a certain type of weapon is very high." Although the dragonfly was a bit slow to react, it wasn't really stupid. Upon hearing this, it immediately understood that Zhou Mo had arranged for it to take down this necromancer swordsman boss, mainly for his sake. Overwhelmed with emotion, he choked up and said, "Boss, Xia Qian glared at her. "We're all on the same side now. Why are you calling me Big Boss? We're not here just for you to call me Big Boss. Tomorrow's guild war. Let's crush the other guilds together. That's the best way to repay you." "Dragonfly." Zhou Mo smiled and said, "All right, let's begin. Dragonfly, although you're not a knight focused on defense, you're still a second-tier player with decent health and defense. Just deal damage based on the situation. As for Xia Qian, you have several pieces of treasure, equipment, and your attributes are not bad. But after all, you're a close combat fighter, which is more dangerous, so I will assist you more." As for the magician Xiu Yang, Zhou Mo didn't make any demands or arrangements for her. Indeed, while mages are usually the main damage dealers, they are not quite enough in the current team. First, there's a second-tier swordsman named Dragonfly, whose output surpasses that of a first-tier mage, and whose health and defense are also far superior, making their independent survivability on a completely different level. Then, although both were at the first level, Xia Qian possessed several treasure, equipment pieces with powerful attributes and extremely excellent operating skills, which Xiu Yang could not match. So, in fact, Xiu Yang was just there to make up the numbers in this team. As another key member of the team, Zhou Mo also chose the physician profession this time. Dragonfly has high health and defense, so he doesn't need to worry too much. He simply casts acceleration and strive on Dragonfly and focuses his main attention on Xia Qian. With the boosts from acceleration and effort, Dragonfly suddenly felt stronger than ever before and bravely charged towards the leader-level necromancer swordsman in front of him. He had activated dual-handed sword acceleration, and although he hadn't maxed it out yet, his attack speed had already reached the point where he could slash twice per second. After Zhou Mo cast the acceleration technique on him, his attack speed bonus reached a total of 200. It has already reached 3 swords per second. More importantly, the acceleration spell also increases movement speed. At this moment, he transformed into a storm, violently sweeping past the leader-level necromancer's side. A torrent of raging sword slash poured down on the leader-level necromancer swordsman. With a boost from battle spirit and strive, his attack power has now reached over 1,500 points. Raging sword slash, minus 178, minus 328, minus 478. Critical hit, minus 1,256, minus 778. 1 raging sword slash, dealt over 3,000 points of damage. A second-tier swordsman, indeed extraordinary. The dragonfly, however, was not satisfied. When the raging sword slash struck the leader-level necromancer swordsman, he could sense that the leader-level boss in front of him seemed to have a defense similar to that of Zhou Mo. If Zhou Mo hadn't also given himself the strive buff, which further increased his attack power, his attacks would probably still have failed to break through the boss's defenses. A player who has completed the second job advancement, failing to even break through the defenses of a boss of the boss class, is a laughingstock. Moreover, judging from the situation, this leader-level necromancer has more than 100,000 HP, so my 3,000 damage will have little effect. Chapitre 125 Armor Destruction. Seeing the dragonfly looking somewhat dejected after the attack, Zhou Mo had an idea and said to Xia Qian, "This leader-level necromancer's physical defense is too high. I'm afraid we need to find a way to reduce it, otherwise it will be very difficult to fight." Xia Qian, who was standing nearby, also noticed these things. She wasn't in a hurry and nodded, "Don't worry, after I leveled up to level 29, I learned a new skill that can cause some armor penetration. Let me try it." After saying that, Xia Qian rushed out. At this point, Xia Qian possessed several pieces of treasure, equipment, and her health and defense were already quite high. Although she might not be able to compare with the second stage dragonfly, she was not far behind. Zhou Mo simply cast acceleration and strive on her as well, and then stood aside to watch the show. Xia Qian didn't show off any impressive skills this time. She just charged straight at the leader-level necromancer swordsman and punched him squarely in the waist the instant he attacked the dragonfly. Crush the armor. Minus 1,231. The punch landed with the armor-destroying skill, which can only be learned by level 29 fighters. This skill doesn't involve many fancy moves. It's just a straight, heavy punch that can destroy part of the target's defenses. With Xia Qian's current skill level, this punch knocked away more than 200 points of the leader-level necromancer's defense. Although this punch was powerful, it still did not deal as much damage as Dragonfly's previous raging sword slash. Therefore, the leader-level necromancer's aggro is still on the dragonfly. It raised its great sword, shrouded in black mist, and swung it fiercely, unleashing the same raging sword slash. The dragonfly was startled, but there was nothing it could do but endure it. Minus 477. Minus 627. Minus 777. Minus 927. Minus 1,077. With just one skill, it directly dealt nearly 4,000 damage to the dragonfly. The dragonfly's health bar was immediately reduced to less than 2/3. Fortunately, he was a second-tier player, whose health and defense were far superior to those of a first-tier player. If it were an ordinary first-tier player, this attack would have instantly killed them. Zhou Mo seit invotli. No wonder no guild dared to attempt a boss of this level before. They simply couldn't afford the time and effort. This is the boss in its normal state. If this boss enters a berserk state, its damage output is simply unimaginable. When attacking first-tier players, it would probably be like mowing grass. With Dragonfly's current remaining health, if that leader-level necromancer were to unleash 2 more raging sword slash skills, he would be dead. However, as a burst skill, Raging Sword Slash still has a certain cooldown time and cannot be used indefinitely. During this interval, the dragonfly can slowly recover its health. As long as you're not instantly killed, there's still a chance. Dragonfly, step back and heal. Let Xia Qian take over. In a team that's going to take down a boss, the support class is usually the one in the center giving the command. Zhou Mo was just providing support and had plenty of free time. He was shouting and chanting incantations as he watched Xiao Liang begin chant. With 2 powerful attackers, Dragonfly and Xia Qian, Xiao Liang can unleash her magic skills without worrying about attracting the boss's aggro. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's arrangement, Dragonfly showed no resistance and immediately stepped back. As a second-class player, the first player in the entire game to successfully complete the second-class change, he showed no arrogance whatsoever and strictly followed Zhou Mo's instructions. As Xia Qian rushed to fill in, she glanced at the other person out of the corner of her eye and nodded to herself. Second-tier players are certainly rare talents, but if they are arrogant and disobedient, then no matter how strong they are, they're not the kind of people your guild needs. She strongly agreed with the Dragonfly's view on this matter. The Dragonfly retreated, and the leader-level necromancer swordsman followed, intending to continue the attack. However, at this moment, Xia Qian had already leaped from the side and kicked it in the shoulder. As a leader-level boss, this leader-level necromancer is unusually similar in size to a human, only slightly taller. Xia Qian's kick landed squarely on his shoulder, sending him staggering back several meters. Minus 1875. This kick, landing on its weakened defenses due to armor destruction, dealt considerable damage. The leader-level necromancer's hatred shifted to Xia Qian, and he swung his two swords down at her. But Xia Qian, who possessed the acceleration technique, didn't bother to fight it head-on. She pushed off the ground and retreated 2 meters. Boom! The massive, door-sized two-handed sword slashed down, carving a crater in the ground. But the sword's edge only grazed about 20 centimeters in front of Xia Qian. Meanwhile, the dragonfly, who was using a healing potion, gripped its greatsword tightly and launched an attack from behind. Minus 358. Minus 358. Minus 358. Although no burst skills were used, with the buffs from dual sword acceleration and acceleration spell, the dragonfly's attack speed had reached 3 attacks per second. The moment the leader-level necromancer chased after Xia Qian, he had already slashed her 3 times from behind. Normally, it would be quite difficult for a dragonfly's attack to break through the defenses of a leader-level necromancer, but with Xia Qian's armor destruction stayed in effect, each normal attack deals significantly more damage than before. 3 normal attacks also dealt roughly 1,000 damage. While it's still not much compared to a leader-level necromancer's slightly over 100,000 HP, it's certainly not a mere scratch. It'll work, let's play like this. Zhou Mo nodded in satisfaction and watched the show with a clear conscience. After all, the dragonfly had already been dealt a heavy blow, so now he needed a chance to show his worth and realize his potential. Otherwise, he might despair about the future. Having acquired several pieces of treasure-level equipment, Xia Qian was already capable of handling things independently and no longer needed to be constantly held back by the chain of life. Otherwise, with her stats before acquiring the treasure equipment, she would likely be instantly killed if touched by a leader-level necromancer swordsman, leaving her with absolutely no room for maneuver. Thus, with the combined efforts of Dragonfly and Xia Qian, along with Zhou Mo's support and Qiu Yang's magical attacks, the leader-level necromancer's health steadily decreased. Before long, the leader-level necromancer's health dropped to around 50. The leader-level monster's talent, Guardian of the Clans, was naturally triggered. At this point, Zhou Mo could no longer simply watch the show. He rushed over and separated the elite and ordinary necromancer swordsman summoned by the boss from the two of them. Then he said to Xia Qian and Qing Ting, "Qiu Yang and I will take care of the mobs. You two can continue attacking the boss." Chapter 126 Cooperation. Zhou Mo then shouted to Qiu Yang, "Qiu Yang, use an area of effect spell to pull these monsters over there, and I'll take care of them from behind." Qiu Yang was very obedient and didn't even consider what to do about attracting so many monsters while she was a fragile mage. She directly chanted a spell and released an area of effect skill. This horde of wild monsters instantly surged towards Qiu Yang like a tidal wave. Zhou Mo, wielding his monarch scythe, followed behind, launching a massive attack. His monarch scythe was about 2 meters long and had an area of effect attack. With just a few sweeps, he had already killed several ordinary-level necromancers. Since they had all worked together many times, Xia Qian wisely refrained from participating at this time, letting all the little monsters leave with Qiu Yang. She understood Zhou Mo's strength and knew that these minor monsters posed no real threat to Zhou Mo and Qiu Yang. Although the new dragonfly didn't have the same tacit understanding as the two, it was focused on dealing with the leader-level necromancer swordsman and had no time to deal with these smaller monsters. Zhou Mo followed the large group of monsters to the side, while Qiu Yang was startled when she saw the huge group of monsters in front of her. By then, it was too late for her to run away. Zhou Mo smiled slightly and said, "Don't panic." Then a chain of life is released, connecting him to the autumn chill. By this time, although the number of monsters was large, they no longer posed any threat to Qiu Yang. With his current health, he can easily withstand 90% of the damage from these monsters. Then, Zhou Mo cast acceleration and strive on his head, and the monarch's scythe in his hand swept out like a scythe cutting grass. Minus 3,245. Minus 3,245. These monsters don't have high defense, and Zhou Mo's ordinary attacks caused terrifying damage. With a series of swishes, the ordinary necromancer swordsmen collapsed like straws. The 4 elite-level necromancer swordsmen had slightly higher health and defense, allowing them to hold out longer, but they still couldn't last long against Zhou Mo, who had already activated Scythe Slaughter. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Zhou Mo had wiped out all 20-odd monsters by himself. In a short period of time, nearly 1,000 experience points were gained. Since we're in a team, These experience points need to be distributed equally. However, for Zhou Mo, who wanted to level up to level 29, these 1,000 plus experience points were still not enough. His experience points are now 29,145 to 48,000, which is still a bit short of leveling up. However, since they are currently fighting a boss, he needs to keep an eye on Xia Qian and Xingting's condition and cannot simply abandon them to level up on his own. After dealing with the smaller monsters, Zhou Mo returned to the leader-level Necromancer Swordsman and found that Xia Qian and Dragonfly had reduced its health to only 1/3. If you keep attacking, your health will soon drop to 20, triggering a berserk state. Under the current circumstances, Dragonfly and Xia Qian can certainly hold on, but once the boss triggers its berserk state, the two of them will probably find it difficult to endure. During the time Zhou Mo was away, he was unable to reapply acceleration and strength to the two of them, and they were already in a precarious situation facing the leader-level Necromancer Swordsman. The next moment, Xia Qian threw a punch, and the leader-level Necromancer's health dropped to the critical point of 30. The leader-level Necromancer roared, a burst of bloody light emanating from his body, and then he raised his two-handed greatsword into the air. While Xia Qian and the Dragonfly were still in shock, it had already started swinging the heavy swords, making them rotate around itself. Its raging blood whirlwind slashed. The Dragonfly cried out in alarm as it was struck by the spinning slash. -677. -634. -711. -645. A raging blood whirlwind slash struck the Dragonfly 4 times, dealing over 2,600 damage. This skill may not have higher attack power than Raging Sword Slash, but it is faster and has an area of effect, so it can attack all enemies around you. Its attack was incredibly swift. Even the agile Xia Qian couldn't react in time and was struck by it. -698. -734. -751. -765. Even with treasure-level equipment, Xia Qian is still only a first-tier fighter, and her defense is still somewhat inferior to that of Dragonfly. Despite being attacked in the same way, Xia Qian suffered significantly more damage than the Dragonfly. The two were not at full health to begin with, and, after taking this hit, their health dropped to less than half. If another hit comes, the two of them will probably be left with very low health. If they're unlucky enough to get a critical hit, they might just collapse. The leader-level Necromancer Swordsman, who had also activated dual-handed sword acceleration, took the opportunity to land 2 more normal attacks on the Dragonfly. -456. -476. The Dragonfly's health dropped another 1,000, bringing it one step closer to collapsing. Zhou Mo clicked his tongue in disapproval, then cast an acceleration spell on Xia Qian, causing her to retreat rapidly. As for Dragonflies, he's a second-tier swordsman anyway, so he should be able to hold on for a while. As Zhou Mo was thinking these things, he raised the Monarch Scythe and charged forward. At this point, it would be difficult for Xia Qian and Xingting alone to easily defeat this leader-level Necromancer Swordsman. Zhou Mo's defense was no less than that of the leader-level Necromancer Swordsman, and he had tens of thousands of health points, so he went up against him with great ease. You and Xia Qian should retreat and recover your health first. I'll hold them off for a while. Get ready to face its rampage. Zhou Mo spoke to the Dragonfly while attacking with a Monarch Scythe. -2,358. -2,358. With the acceleration buff, Zhou Mo's normal attack speed, while not as fast as Dragonfly's dual sword acceleration, which was activated simultaneously, still reached 2 attacks per second. As for this Scythe Kill skill, I just use it to deal with those small monsters, and it's still a little short of being fully charged. After several more attacks, Zhou Mo's terrifying attack power consistently dealt more than 2,000 damage to the leader-level Necromancer Swordsman with each strike. The higher the level of the boss, the stronger its resistance to effects such as critical hit and ignore defense seems to be. After several attacks, it was not triggered even once. However, Zhou Mo's attack power was simply too high. With just a few normal attacks, he had already dealt more than 10,000 points of damage, reducing the leader-level Necromancer's health to below 20. The leader-level Necromancer roared. A flash of blood-red light appeared on his body, and he immediately entered Berserk mode. In Berserk mode, the attributes of the leader-level Necromancer Swordsman are doubled, and their attack power is greatly increased. However, Zhou Mo understood his special status. As a wild monster, he would not be attacked by the necromancer swordsman. The position was good for a short time, and Xia Qian and Qing Ting were busy taking medicine to recover their health, so they probably wouldn't notice this detail. But given enough time, they will surely discover this unusual place. Zhou Mo's ability to freely change professions can be attributed to the unique nature of unemployed individuals with hidden professions, but his immunity to attacks from monsters is something that is difficult to explain. So, when the leader-level necromancer triggered the berserk state, he retreated while shouting, "Dragonfly, let's tank together and finish this off quickly." The third update is here. I'm gonna go look at the moon now. Chapter 127 Handsome for only 3 seconds. At this moment, the dragonfly that had retreated had fully recovered its health and rushed forward immediately upon hearing Zhou Mo's call. However, a boss that has entered a berserk state is definitely not something that a mere dragonfly can withstand alone. Xia Qian also rushed up. However, her health and defense are even worse than those of a second-tier dragonfly, so she will probably have a harder time facing a leader-level necromancer in a berserk state. While her skills are undoubtedly impressive, it will be incredibly difficult to showcase them against a boss with doubled stats. Zhou Mo then directly released the chain of life that had been broken long ago and linked it to Xia Qian. Stop showing off your skills. Let's go all out and try to finish this off quickly. As Zhou Mo spoke, he raised a monarch scythe in his hand and continued to slash at the berserk boss. Minus 1,126. Critical hit. Minus 2,252. After 2 normal attacks, Zhou Mo found that his terrifying attack power was not causing as much damage as he hoped when it hit the boss. The berserk state doubles the boss's attributes, and correspondingly, the boss's defense also doubles. If this is all the damage I can deal with my own attack power, what about the dragonflies? Zhou Mo glanced to the side and saw that the dragonfly beside him had just unleashed a move called Raging Sword Slash, a 5-hit combo that poured down on the boss like a raging torrent. Its momentum looked overwhelming and terrifying. The damage dealt was equally terrifying. Minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. 5 consecutive slashes dealt a total of minus 5 damage. The dragonfly's hand holding the sword trembled, and even its heart trembled. After the boss's attributes doubled, his Raging Sword Slash skill couldn't even break through the defense. This is even with Xia Qian's armor destruction status active on the boss. At this moment, Xia Qian also made her move. A straight punch landed squarely on the boss's chest. Heavy blow. Minus 240. Even after triggering the heavy hit effect, Xia Qian's direct punch still did not cause any damage. Although it felt a bit unfair, the dragonfly's mood inexplicably improved. See, Xia Qian, who has treasure, equipment, is the same. It seems that I'm not so weak after all. Although Xia Qian only dealt minus 240 damage, the boss roared and was still drawn to her aggro, directly slashing at her with his sword. Xia Qian instinctively tried to dodge, but then suddenly remembered what Zhou Mo had said, that there was no need to show off, so she stopped abruptly. However, she wasn't just passively waiting to be attacked. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed the fighter's river block skill. As a fighter's blocking skill, blocking the river can block 50% of the damage if the block is successful. Block. Minus 121. As expected of Xia Qian, her use of the blocking the river skill was exquisite, perfectly intercepting the sword that was about to strike her. On Zhou Mo's screen, a damage number also popped up. Minus 1,089. Under the effect of the Chain of Life, he helped Xia Qian absorb 90% of the damage. A little over 1,000 damage points is nothing to him with tens of thousands of health points, and minus 121 damage points are also nothing to Xia Qian. Xia Qian then relaxed, slowly threw a punch, and very quickly landed a punch on the boss. Dragonfly shook his head. He could see that although Xia Qian's attack power was stronger than his own, it was only by a limited margin. Against a boss whose defense had doubled, she couldn't pose a significant threat at all. Even he couldn't stand seeing him still struggling to output anything under these circumstances. However, the next moment, a damage number popped up above the boss's head that completely surprised him. Ignore defense. Minus 1945. Dragonfly, who had been focused on leveling up, knew a little about other classes, but not much about the fighter class, which had very few members. He didn't know that Xia Qian had just used a skill called Inch Punch. This inch punch skill involves throwing a punch at extremely high speed over a very short distance, capable of penetrating the target's outer armor and delivering a blow that ignores their defenses. Of course, as a special attack that can ignore defense, the inch punch skill has a low attack ratio, only 100%, just like a normal attack. If you're attacking a monster with low defense, this inch punch skill doesn't even have much of an advantage compared to a normal attack. However, when attacking a boss with such incredibly high defense, the inch punch skill can be used in unprecedented ways. The dragonfly was feeling depressed. He was already impressed that Zhou Mo could easily defeat him, but he didn't expect that Xia Qian could also so easily defeat him. It's just ignoring defense, right? Second-tier players will never be slaves. I'll get my all. The dragonfly lost its composure and, at that moment, recklessly used its most powerful abilities. Sword intent of desperation. With a loud cry, he raised his great sword high, and an aura rose into the air, with wisps of blood energy swirling around the blade. Zhou Mo rolled his eyes. He suddenly noticed that the dragonfly liked to shout loudly every time it used a move. Is this an illness? Or is it just for the sake of looking cool? However, in front of the boss in a berserk state, such a show of coolness probably won't last more than 3 seconds. Zhou Mo continued his silent attack, while at this moment, Dragonfly, who had unleashed the desperate sword intent, unleashed 8 consecutive sword strikes in the dual sword acceleration state, with her greatsword surging forward wave after wave. -1, -1, -100, -325. Critical hit. -1,100. -775. -1,000. -1,225. Xia Qian and Zhou Mo, who were standing to the side, both lit up. Dragonfly's desperate sword intent is indeed extraordinary. It can still deal such considerable damage to a boss whose defense has doubled. As expected of a second-tier job, it should not be underestimated. Having regained face in front of his 2 teammates, Dragonfly looked very pleased with himself, a broad smile on his face. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Having been attacked by his desperate sword intent, the leader-level necromancer finally turned his attention to him. He turned around and slashed at him with his greatsword. Raging Sword Slash. -2,400. -2,640. -2,880. -3,120. -3,360. With 5 consecutive slashes, over 14,000 damage was dealt, instantly killing the dignified second-tier player Dragonfly, turning him into a speck of soul light. The so-called sword intent of desperate struggle is actually the conversion of his defensive power into offensive power, resulting in 8 attacks that far exceed his own strength. However, after using it, his defense will drop to 0 for a short period of time, and he will suffer more damage than usual if attacked. This is the meaning of Absolute Land in Absolute Land Sword Intent. Using this skill is tantamount to putting oneself in a desperate situation. Zhou Mo's guess was correct. The dragonfly's cool demeanor only lasted 3 seconds. Chapter 128: The Dragonfly of Noble Character. Looking at the dragonfly that had fallen to the ground and turned into specks of soul light, Zhou Mo blinked and finally decided to give up on reviving it. Even if he's resurrected, he'll still be destined to lie down again. After all, without using Desperate Sword Intent, he couldn't break through the boss's defense at all, but once he used Desperate Sword Intent, he couldn't stand up. Therefore, spending time and effort to revive the dragonfly is not cost-effective. Zhou Mo then said with a smile, "You lie down first. Let's take care of this boss first." Now that the dragonflies were gone, the boss turned his attention back to Xia Qian. With the chain of life in place, Xia Qian was able to hold on simply by taking medicine to replenish her health. Zhou Mo, who was suffering a great deal of damage, was also under no pressure. With the bonuses of acceleration and strive, plus the activation of the Scythe Kill skill, he attacked the boss at a speed of 3 times per second, and the Scythe Absorption effect was frequently triggered. Even if you lose health from the attacks of a leader-level necromancer, the lifesteal effect of Scythe Absorption is enough to sustain you without any pressure. While in a 30-second berserk state, Zhou Mo's attacks could not deal much damage to the boss, and the leader-level necromancer swordsman with 40,000 HP remaining could still hold on. Finally, after Zhou Mo and Xia Qian attacked, the 30-second berserk state ended, and at this time, The boss's health was reduced to just over 10,000 points. All right, we can harvest now. As soon as Zhou Mo finished speaking, he and Xia Qian launched a fierce attack. The leader-level necromancer swordsman unleashed another, raging blood whirlwind slash, then collapsed with a roar, turning into black mist and dissipating. Amidst the various game notification sounds, a game announcement was broadcast to the entire game. Congratulations to player Dragonfly for defeating the boss-level necromancer swordsman and obtaining the necromancer's staff, treasure. Xia Qian, who won the MVP award, and Zhou Mo, who ranked second in damage output, did not receive the treasure equipment. When Zhou Mo revived the dragonfly was stunned, its face full of disbelief, and it opened its game inventory. Inside the backpack, a rare, level piece of equipment lay quietly, shimmering with a purple light. He was so excited he wanted to cry. There was a time when he thought he was unworthy of possessing precious equipment. A player who has completed 2 job advancements has fallen into such a predicament. But unexpectedly, after just joining the Four Seasons Guild and teaming up with Zhou Mo and the others to defeat a boss, he had already obtained a treasure-level piece of equipment. Although it was just a staff, not something suitable for a swordsman, it already excited him. People have already started contacting him on the game's public chat channel. Most of them were mages, asking if he would be willing to sell the treasure equipment he had just acquired. Some even said they happened to have a rare, 2-handed sword and wanted to trade with him. The dragonfly's expression showed a hint of struggle. For him, a suitable, rare, level piece of equipment was extremely urgent. If he has a suitable treasure piece of equipment, he can immediately go from a mediocre second-tier swordsman to a powerful second-tier master. Xia Qian and Zhou Mo also saw the message on the public channel. At this moment, they all fell silent, waiting to see what Dragonfly would do. Under their gaze, Dragonfly gritted his teeth, took the treasure grade staff from his backpack, and said, "This is for mages. I don't need it. Let Qiuyang use it first." Zhou Mo was shocked. This dragonfly was so noble and virtuous. If you obtain a rare, grade staff, you can give it to Qiuyang to use first. After all, treasure, level equipment is just nourishment material for Monarch's scythe to him. Although the demand is large, a single piece is not so irreplaceable. Moreover, with the title of treasure hunter, he is quite confident that he will be able to continue to acquire treasure, level equipment in the future. But Dragonfly is different. For a player who hasn't gotten any treasure, level equipment, even after his second job advancement, treasure, level equipment definitely has a different meaning for him. What might be dispensable, precious, equipment to a dragonfly could be its key to turning the tide. Honestly, if Dragonfly had a thicker skin, he could have simply chosen to trade with the others first, and then said that he would leave the suitable equipment for Qiuyang later, and they wouldn't have been able to say anything. Although the Dragonfly was reluctant, it still made this choice. Xia Qian looked at the dragonfly in front of her, nodded, gave him a deep look, took the necromancer's staff, treasure, from his hand, and handed it to Qiuyang. In this process, it naturally involves the consent of each individual. Qiuyang was a little embarrassed and said, "Qian, my level is still low, so I can't bring out the full effect of the treasure equipment. Why don't we change him to a more suitable one first?" Xia Qian simply said, "I promise to give you the treasure equipment, so you can keep it. As for Dragonfly, I'll make him another piece." As she spoke, she turned to look at the Dragonfly and asked, "Can you wait?" Dragonfly nodded and said repeatedly, "No rush, I'm not in a hurry." Then Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo and said, "Will you still help me?" Zhou Mo nodded slightly and smiled. "Of course, we can't let the noble and virtuous Dragonfly boss suffer a loss. There are also some bosses we've got our eye on. Let's go and take them down first, and then come back to take down this necromancer swordsman later." With a confident look on his face, he said, "If one doesn't work, try 2. If 2 don't work, try 3. I refuse to believe I can't forge a piece of treasure equipment." The dragonfly choked up a little. "Thank you." Zhou Mo laughed heartily. "We're all on the same side. No need for thanks. In fact, we should be thanking you more." Next, the group tackled a new boss. Over several hours, we defeated a total of 5 boss-level enemies. When they fought the boss-level necromancer for the second time, they finally obtained a rare level 2-handed sword. This treasure, grade 2-handed sword appeared in Xia Qian's backpack. Without hesitation, Xia Qian took it out and handed it to Dragonfly. In addition to this treasure two-handed sword, Zhou Mo also obtained a treasure level iron armor. Logically speaking, since both Dragonfly and Autumn Breeze have already obtained a treasure level piece of equipment, Zhou Mo could have kept it for himself. However, after thinking it over, Zhou Mo still gave the treasure grade iron armor to Dragonfly. In the team, only Dragonfly, being a swordsman, is able to wear iron armor. Considering that the guild war is tomorrow, Zhou Mo decided to give the treasure grade iron armor to Dragonfly first, in order to strengthen the Four Seasons Guild's strength in tomorrow's guild war as much as possible. Upon obtaining this treasure level iron armor, Dragonfly blushed with excitement. He suddenly took out several experience beads from his backpack and stuffed them into Zhou Mo's hand. Zhou Mo stared blankly at the experience beads and asked, "What are these?" Chapter 129, Monarch Level Mystic Spirit. Dragonfly was a little embarrassed and said, "These are some experience beads I prepared earlier. I've already accumulated enough experience points. I originally wanted to sell them to see if I could exchange them for a suitable piece of equipment." As the Dragonfly said this, its face flushed red. In fact, he did feel somewhat embarrassed. It's truly shameful that a player who has completed the second job advancement has been reduced to relying on accumulating experience or to sell for money in order to obtain a suitable piece of equipment. But Zhou Mo's focus was clearly not on that. His eyes widened in surprise. Your leveling speed is almost the fastest in the entire server, yet you still have time to fill up these experience orbs? It's no wonder Zhou Mo was surprised. This was indeed too unbelievable. It's important to understand that while experience orbs are valuable, storing experience orbs and using experience orbs are two completely different concepts. If you store experience orbs, half of the experience you gain while leveling up will be consumed by the experience orbs. In other words, if you want to save experience orbs, your leveling speed is halved. With everyone eager to advance to a higher level, very few people would be willing to do something so strenuous and thankless. But Dragonfly did more than that. What's most amazing is that, despite having saved up experience orbs, he was the first player in the entire game to successfully complete the second job advancement. That's pretty impressive. Remembering what the Dragonfly had said earlier, Zhou Mo sighed and said, "It seems that you really don't do anything else but level up." Those who are engrossed in leveling up are terrifyingly powerful. Although Zhou Mo was a little tempted by the experience beads that the Dragonfly offered, he still pushed them back, saying, "We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so formal. Just give them to me next time you get some treasure equipment." Dragonfly didn't take back the experience bead, saying, "Equipment is equipment, but this is just a small token of my appreciation. If you don't accept it, I'll really feel bad taking the equipment." Seeing the Dragonfly so earnest, Zhou Mo suddenly chuckled. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll take it. To be honest, I do need this experience bead." Without any hesitation, he took the experience beads and immediately chose to use them. Successfully used experience bead, experience points plus 10,000. Zhou Mo was startled and asked, "Is this experience bead worth 10,000 experience points?" Dragonfly nodded naturally and said, "This is a relatively high-level experience bead, which can be used even after the second job advancement." Successfully used experience bead, experience points plus 10,000. After crushing 3 experience beads in a row, Zhou Mo's experience points instantly increased by 30,000. The speed at which he gained experience points, like a helicopter ride, really shocked him. Even if there were an infinite number of monsters standing there for him to kill, he probably still couldn't reach that speed. Level up +1. Current level, 29. Current experience points, 11145,96000. Conditions met. Race level will be raised. Unknown changes have occurred. Raising is paused and will continue after the disguise is removed. Zhou Montag was stunt. He hadn't expected that something as simple as advancing directly to the next level would suddenly change. Even when I was in a disguised state, my skill level would still improve. Zhou Mo's heart sank, and he began to have a bad feeling about the matter. Ever since he learned that his real-life body was being controlled by the game's official team, he had felt like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he couldn't even stay still as a monster in the game. Anyway, by this point, Qiu Yang and Qing Ting had both obtained treasure level equipment, and continuing to fight might not necessarily bring them more luck. So he said to the others, "All right, let's call it a day. I have other things to do. See you in the guild war tomorrow." Without waiting for their response, he activated acceleration and scythe kill skills and ran away in a flash. Watching Zhou Mo's figure disappear rapidly into the distance, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, the three exchanged a glance. Xia Qian spoke first. "All right, everyone disperse. See you tomorrow." Dragonfly obtained 2 pieces of rare level equipment today and felt more powerful than ever before. At this moment, he was filled with excitement and his confidence was soaring. He looked at Xia Qian with a solemn expression. "Guild leader, thank you for your high regard. I will definitely perform well in tomorrow's guild war and show them the strength of our Four Seasons guild." Meanwhile, Zhou Mo was already rapidly returning to the Mystic Spirit area. He's logged off. As Xia Qian and the others said those words, Zhou Mo immediately dispelled his disguise and returned to his Mystic Spirit form. Conditions met. This race's rank has been raised, advancing to the Monarch level Mystic Spirit. The racial appearance has been subtly altered. The leader level Unique Talent, Royal Mandate, advances to the Monarch level Unique Talent, Imperial Mandate, increasing health tenfold and enhancing automatic health regeneration. The leader level Unique Talent, Clan Guardian, advances to the Monarch level Clan Guardian. When its health drops to 50%, it automatically summons 4 leader level Mystic Spirits, 8 elite level Mystic Spirits, and 40 normal Mystic Spirits to participate in the battle. The leader level Unique Talent, Berserk, advances to the Monarch level Berserk. When health drops to 20, the user automatically enters Berserk mode, doubling their attributes and unleashing area of effect attacks for 30 seconds. All of this was within Zhou Mo's expectations. After all, for Zhou Mo, who had already successfully advanced to the Monarch level once, this was nothing new. But this time, things are clearly different. Among these promotional messages, an untimely game announcement rang out, making Zhou Mo's heart leap into his throat. The first Monarch level leader has appeared in the Mystic Demon race. From now on, all wild monster races of level 20 and above will spawn Monarch level leaders. Changes to the monster mechanics. The era of monster raids has begun. From this moment forward, the peace between monsters will be broken. Monsters of different races will invade other monster areas under the leadership of Monarch level leaders. The areas of the losing side will be occupied, and their races will be driven out or even wiped out. Successfully conquering other monster groups in other areas will result in an overall upgrade. Once a certain level is reached, the group will unlock a new advancement level. Not only the other gamers, but also Zhou Mo, one of the parties involved, was stunned by what he saw. He never imagined that his recent advancement to Monarch level Mystic Spirit would have such a significant impact on the game. No wonder I only saw the Crimson Rock monster at the highest level Monarch before. It turns out it hadn't been opened yet and was waiting for me here. Now the problem is much bigger. My biggest advantage of not being attacked by wild monsters is gone, and leveling up and fighting monsters will not be so easy in the future. Moreover, each different monster race will fight against each other, and other Mystic Spirits are considered part of their own race's fighting force, so they can no longer level up by simply mowing down enemies like before. Zhou Mo frowned, completely bewildered by this change. Chapter 1, 30 Mystic Demon Legion. Putting aside Zhou Mo's inner turmoil, at this moment, the discussion about this matter was also in full swing on the game's public channel. Everyone has a vague feeling that the way this game is played is about to undergo a major change. However, with the first guild war in the game just one day away, everyone's attention is still mainly focused on the upcoming first guild war, and there is not much attention being paid to these changes to the monsters for the time being. Zhou Mo is different. As a Monarch-level mystic puppet spirit, this is something that is personally relevant to him. While tomorrow's guild war is important, the matter of the wild monster race is equally urgent for him. Upon returning to the Mystic Demon Zone, he discovered that things had changed. He had a vague feeling that he could control other mystic spirits. With this in mind, he tried issuing the command in his mind. Sure enough, the moment he issued the command in his mind, he noticed that the other magical puppets around him began to converge on him. Arrange them in 3 rows. Zhou Mo suddenly had a brilliant idea and mentally issued the following command to the surrounding magical puppets. Then he noticed that these magical creatures, which should have been mindless, started running quickly and arranged themselves in 3 neat rows in front of him, according to his own ideas. Zhou Mo was momentarily stunned as he looked at the hundreds of mystic spirits lined up in front of him. That's impressive. I can actually command these magical puppets. Besides these hundreds of mystic spirits, he could sense that even more mystic spirits were coming at his command. Finally, as time passed, a full 300 mystic spirits lined up before him. This is probably all the mystic spirits within a radius of 100 meters. As a monarch-level mystic spirit, he can now control mystic spirits within a radius of about 100 meters. Anything further away is beyond his control. Even so, Zhou Mo was already very satisfied. There were over 300 mystic spirits, including many elite ones, and even one leader-level mystic spirit. This can already be considered a monster army. If such a monster army were to attack players, even the top 3 guilds in the game would be no match for them. If I were to attack the human capital city in the game, could I succeed with this team of mystic spirits? Unfortunately, even Zhou Mo, who is now full of ambition, still retains a clear understanding. He knew very well that now that the game had progressed to this stage, allowing entire groups of wild monsters to invade other wild monster areas, it was impossible not to consider the possibility of monster sieges. Perhaps one day, a powerful monster army will be able to attack the human capital, but it is definitely not something he can do now. Not to mention the large number of players in the human capital city. The human NPCs guarding the capital city alone are far more than 300 mystic spirits could possibly conquer. While the human capital city may be difficult to conquer, the other monster-infested areas are much more likely to be conquered. With this in mind, Zhou Mo led the 300 mystic spirits directly towards the nearby monster area. As he continued on his journey, new mystic spirits joined his party. In the end, Zhou Mo discovered that his current limit was controlling 500 mystic spirits. Once the number exceeds 500, the other mystic spirits will no longer obey his commands. However, 500 mystic spirits were enough, so Zhou Mo continued forward. This time, his target was clear, the Crimson Rock Monster area, which was adjacent to the Mystic Spirit area. The starting level of the Mystic Demon race is 20, while the starting level of the Crimson Rock Monster race is 15. Given the strength of the Mystic Demon race, it can easily defeat the Crimson Rock Monster race. Despite having a large number of subordinates, Zhou Mo still intended to pick on the weakest link. As they passed through, a massive horde of mystic spirits swept across the area like locusts. Any player leveling up in this region who was caught by the monster army was destined to be crushed. Zhou Mo discovered that the mystic spirits, leading a large force, were practically sweeping away players. Furthermore, players killed by the numerous mystic spirits under his command will have their experience points fully refunded to him. Unfortunately, there were indeed fewer players leveling up in this area, so this amount of experience was negligible for him. However, while Zhou Mo was dissatisfied, the players were even more furious. They were just quietly leveling up and fighting monsters when an entire army of wild monsters charged at them. They rushed over, fine, but we were all very sensible and stayed out of the way, just watching the show. But unexpectedly, this monster army was so unreasonable that it didn't even spare the spectators. On the game chat channel, a player was on the verge of tears. I was just fighting some monsters on the outskirts of Nightmare Forest, and a whole bunch of mystic spirits rushed up and surrounded me. Seriously, have you ever been surrounded by a huge group of mystic spirits? It's just a bunch of mystic spirits surrounding us. That's normal. You don't know about the mystic spirits mirror image skill, do you? Who are you trying to insult? Everyone knows about the clone skill. I've been leveling up in this mystic spirit area for so many days. Do you think I don't know that mystic spirits have the clone skill? The player was clearly offended and became agitated. It wasn't 4 mystic spirits. It wasn't 6 mystic spirits. It wasn't 10 mystic spirits. It wasn't even 100 mystic spirits. It was hundreds of mystic spirits. Hundreds of mystic spirits swarmed around like locusts. Have you ever experienced that? From his expression, one could roughly sense some of his despair. In the chat channel, someone said, "Hugs, bro. My heart aches for you being surrounded and tormented by hundreds of mystic spirits." At this point, more and more players began revealing their identities on the public chat channel. I'm coming clean. I was actually there just now. I was one of the victims too. It turns out that so many players have experienced this. The player who spoke first suddenly felt that a situation wasn't so unacceptable after all. After all, if one is not the only one suffering, then it seems that some of that suffering can be shared. Then, in the next moment, everyone's focus shifted to another direction. Where do you think this large-scale mobilization of the mystic demon race is headed? One player who was killed at the scene commented, "Judging from the direction they went, I guess they might be heading towards the Red Rock Monster area." Haha, the Mystic Demon race is going to have a big war with the Crimson Rock Monster race. That's explosive. Let's go take a look. This is a rare opportunity. We must not miss it. With these messages appearing in the public chat channel, more and more players headed towards the Red Rock Monster area. Chapter 131, The Invasion of the Bronze Vengeful Spirit. A large number of players headed towards the Red Rock Monster area. Meanwhile, some players who were already leveling up in the Crimson Rock Monster area also received the news and stopped leveling up and fighting monsters, looking towards the mystic spirits. They were aware of the fate of the previous players, so they watched from a distance, ready to escape at any moment. In any case, most of the mystic spirits' targets are Monarch-level Crimson Rock monsters, so as long as we players don't block their path, we probably won't attract their attacks. However, not only players leveling up in the Crimson Rock Monster area, but also players who came from other places arrived, yet they still hadn't seen the main force of the mystic spirits. Forget about the main force. We haven't even seen a single mystic spirit. Some players became impatient. Is the information accurate? Are they really heading towards the Red Rock Monster area? Yeah. What if its destination isn't here? Wouldn't we have waited for nothing? Just then, a rogue player rushed over from afar, shouting, "The Mystic Demon Army has really arrived," but for some reason they're just standing at the boundary between two monster areas, and then they just stop moving. These thief players possessed the stealth skill and readily became scouts. At this time, they conveyed an unusual message to everyone. "It's not moving." One player frowned. Could it be that those mystic spirits are preparing some kind of powerful attack? That's overly cautious. It seems completely unnecessary. The level of the Crimson Rock monsters is already 5 levels lower than that of the Mystic Spirits. The Mystic Spirits clearly have a significant advantage. That's right, and the Monarch-level Crimson Rock monsters here are just basking in the sun like idiots, completely oblivious to any danger. Honestly, if the main force of the Mystic Spirits were to invade, it would be a one-sided massacre. Not bad, not bad. Once the Mystic Spirits break through, we'll probably have one less monster to level up with. Listening to the various chats among players in the chat channel, Zhou Mo felt quite helpless. Players unanimously have confidence in his Mystic Demon race, and he himself also has great confidence. However, he never expected that his wishful thinking of invading the Red Rock Monster area would not work at all. The Crimson Rock Monster clan starts at level 15 and is a clan below level 20. Therefore, it cannot be invaded. Please select a faction with a faction level of 20 or higher to invade. Just as he was about to lead his main force into the Red Rock Monster area, the game system gave him this prompt. What the hell? Does that mean I made a wasted trip? Only races of level 20 or higher can invade. So does that mean that my starting level, the Mystic Spirit race, is only level 20 and is at the bottom of the pyramid? In other words, in this era where wild monsters can invade and attack each other, his own Mystic Demon race is the lowest level race, and he is actually the weakest party? The game system really seems to have a grudge against me. Then, the many players who came to watch the show saw the large group of mystic spirits stand at the border for a long time before actually heading back home. What the heck? So they went to all this trouble, traveling all this way, only to make a show of it? Zhou Mo had no interest in paying attention to the players' thoughts. If these players weren't all standing in the Crimson Rock Monster area, he would have even wanted to sweep them away as well. After all, it's not easy for me to make this trip, so I should at least earn some money. Unfortunately, these players were very cunning. They only watched from a distance and never got close. Just as Zhou Mo gave the order for the numerous magical puppets to turn around, a system announcement suddenly appeared. A Monarch-level bronze-ranked wraith leads its clan in an invasion of the Mystic Demon realm. The game announcement simply stated a fact, but Zhou Mo was immediately shocked and couldn't believe it. Zhou Mo. Many players. No wonder the Mystic Demons were heading back home. It turns out their lair was about to be destroyed. This bronze wraith is quite cunning. While the Mystic Demons' main force was out, they secretly attacked their rear. Aha, let's go see if this mystic spirit can hold out. Let's go together. I feel it's risky. After all, the bronze wraiths are of a higher level, and their starting level is 25, which is much higher than the mystic spirit's level 20. At this moment, Zhou Mo had no time to listen to the nonsense of the players and led the main force back to the Mystic Spirit area. According to the game system's prompts, there are 2 conditions for determining the winner in battles between wild monsters. First, if a clan's monarch dies and no new monarch is born in a short period of time, then the clan's monsters will be considered to have failed, the area will be occupied, and the clan will be wiped out. Second, even if the monarch-level leader of the tribe is still alive, if the entire tribe is wiped out, the tribe will be judged as a failure, the territory will be occupied, and the tribe will be exterminated. Zhou Mo is now worried about the second point. Although he brought 500 mystic spirits with him, in reality, these 500 mystic spirits were not even 1/10 of the entire mystic spirit race. If he doesn't hurry back, he'll probably lose his place once all the poor mystic spirits in his base are wiped out. As for whether the mystic demon race will still exist after its extinction, that's unclear. But Zhou Mo was absolutely unwilling to try such a thing. He immediately led the main force of the mystic spirits and turned to flee. A large number of players were hanging in the distance, neither leaving nor getting closer. Such a battle between two groups of wild monsters is something I've never encountered since the game launched, so this is a rare opportunity that I absolutely cannot miss. With many players following him, Zhou Mo led the main force back to the mystic demon spirit area. There are still no signs of the bronze ogre invasion in this area. Zhou Mo frowned slightly and continued walking forward. Since it is a bronze wraith invasion, they should be located at the border between the bronze wraith zone and the mystic demon zone. Zhou Mo was right. When he led the large group of mystic spirits to their destination, they saw a large group of bronze wraiths in the distance. Normally, the bronze couple would never appear in this area. In the game setting, each type of monster will only move within its own area and will never leave the territory of its own kind. However, the game's progress is clearly different now. With the game now progressing differently, the bronze doll monsters can now enter the mystic spirit area. In Zhou Mo's view, a tall bronze wraith, leading hundreds of bronze wraiths, was slaughtering the mystic demon spirit race. That was the monarch-level leader of the bronze couple clan. The bronze wraith was already of a higher level than the mystic puppet, and with a monarch-level leader leading them, they swept through the battlefield, resulting in a one-sided battle. Even with the numerous mystic spirits launching a passive counterattack, they were still unable to stop the attack and fell one after another to the bronze wraith's assault. Zhou Mo's expression was grim. He issued a command in his mind, and 500 magical puppets charged out with him. Although the bronze couple clan is powerful, since they have already invaded, we have no choice but to fight back. In this situation, retreating will not solve the problem. Chapter 132: The Throwing of the Resentful Spear. Zhou Mo took the lead and rushed forward. Although the bronze couple clan was of a higher rank, he was not afraid of them. He has a very clear understanding of himself. Although he was a monarch-level member of the mystic puppet demon race, he was not necessarily inferior to a monarch-level bronze wraith. Because he is a special monarch, possessing the monarch scythe and being transformed from a player, my attributes are actually far superior to those of an ordinary monarch-level mystic spirit. Before launching the attack, Zhou Mo had already checked his attribute panel and clarified his strategy. Nama, Zhou Mo. Race, Mystic Demon, Monarch. Level, 29. Health points, 120,000 to 120,000. Magic points, 16800, 16800. Physical attack power, 960, all points allocated to strength. Magic attack power, 740. Physical defense, 560. Magic defense, 510. Zhou Mo asked himself, and he was certain that his current attributes were in no way inferior to those of a monarch-level bronze vengeful couple. Moreover, in addition to that, he also possesses the monarch scythe. This is what distinguishes him from other monarch-level monsters, and it's also the source of his confidence in facing other monarch-level monsters. Now that he has leveled up to level 29, in addition to the LV10 puppet disguise skill, he has also leveled up the puppet mirror skill to the highest level of LV10. Puppet Mirror, LV10, creates 9 mirror images of itself, each mirror image possessing 100 of its own abilities. Duration, 240 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Before charging forward, he immediately used the Puppet Mirror skill. Instantly, 9 mirror clones appeared, and a total of 10 monarch-level mystic puppet spirits rushed forward. Before him, no matter how many bronze wraiths stood in his way, they all fell like straws under the sweeping force of the 10 monarch scythes. Today, Zhou Mo, who possesses the LV10 Puppet Mirror skill, is practically an army on his own. Mine is 2,563. Mine is 2,563. 2,563. Minus 2,563. In an instant, several monarchs' scythes swung down, and the bronze wraiths in front of them turned into a pile of broken bronze pieces on the ground. Defeat the bronze vengeful spirit. Experience points plus 125. Defeat the bronze vengeful spirit. Experience points plus 125. The sudden notification sound startled Zhou Mo. As a jungle monster, he was already used to not getting experience points from killing jungle monsters. Normally, you can only gain experience points from monsters when you're disguised as a player, but now you're gaining experience points even though you're not in disguise. In other words, after the game progress changed, monsters can now gain experience points by killing each other. This is good news for Zhou Mo. After all, if he could gain experience points by killing monsters in normal conditions, he would have much more time to level up, instead of being limited to just a few hours of disguise time each day. Zhou Mo's easy kills of ordinary-level bronze wraiths clearly attracted the attention of the opposing monarch-level bronze wraiths. In the distance, the monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit looked up in this direction, raised its bronze short spear high, and then shot it towards Zhou Mo like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Mo only felt a flash of bronze light before the bronze short spear was already in front of him, striking directly between his chest and ribs. Critical hit. Minus 3,560. Zhou Mo was startled. With his current defensive capabilities, ordinary bronze vengeful spirits would have no way to break through his defenses, but unexpectedly, this monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit dealt him more than 3,000 damage with a casual strike. After advancing to the monarch level, with his own defense plus the defense from the monarch scythe, and taking into account the bonus from the treasure hunter title, Zhou Mo's physical defense has now reached over 1,600 points. Logically speaking, with such terrifying defensive power, even the attack power of a monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit might not be able to break through his defenses. After all, even a monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit should not have a base attack power exceeding 1,600 points. Unless, of course, that short spear throw was a skill with an extremely high attack percentage. As Zhou Mo was thinking this, he saw that as the monarch-level bronze vengeful puppet attacked, the other bronze vengeful puppets also raised their short spears and hurled them at Zhou Mo. In an instant, over 100 bronze short spears flew out of his hand and headed toward Zhou Mo. At that speed, Zhou Mo had no way to dodge it. He didn't even consider running away. As a monarch-level mystic spirit, he naturally had his own methods. At the same time, the 9 mirror images around him moved and instantly surrounded him, encircling his main body in the middle. Bronze short spears fell like rain. -1, -1, -1, -256, -276, -232, -1, -1, -658. In an instant, a large number of damage numbers popped up. All of these bronze short spears struck the mirror image clones outside. The short spear thrown by the ordinary grade bronze vengeful spirit hit the mirror image clone but could not break its defense. It only caused a forced -1 damage. Those elite-level bronze vengeful spirits, with their stronger attack power, can inflict over 200 damage. As for the leader-level bronze vengeful spirits, their bronze short spears, when thrown, could deal 600 or 700 points of damage to Zhou Mo's mirror image clone. Zhou Mo didn't know what the short spears these bronze vengeful spirits were, but some players in the game chat channel did. This is the spear throw skill of the bronze vengeful couple, which was just added to the game database. That's right, I saw it too. The official database was just updated. This is the main attack skill of the bronze vengeful spirit, which can deal 300 physical damage. This bronze wraith is already a higher level than the mystic puppet, and it has also been updated with this powerful ranged attack. The mystic puppet is probably in trouble. Not necessarily. Mystic spirits can create clones. Look at that monarch-level mystic spirit, it's very clever. It knows how to use clones to block and protect itself. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Listening to the players' comments on the public chat channel, Zhou Mo suddenly realized what was going on. So this short spear throw is a 300% attack skill. No wonder it can break through my defense. Even though the monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit only has a little over 1,000 attack power, if combined with a skill with a 300 attack ratio, it can still inflict considerable damage on itself. Not only monarch-level bronze vengeful spirits, but also leader-level and even elite-level bronze vengeful spirits can cause some damage to me. I just don't know how long the cooldown is for this so-called Spear of Resentment skill. Do the bronze couple have any other powerful skills? Zhou Mo didn't have time to check the official forum right now. He could only protect himself with 9 mirror clones and rush towards the monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit. Compared to the bronze puppet, her own mystic puppet demon spirit's attack method is close range, so she naturally has to find a way to get close. As for the numerous bronze vengeful spirits blocking the way, Zhou Mo showed no mercy, directly wielding the monarch's scythe and hacking them down with sweeping, powerful strokes. Chapter 133, Embracing the Disabled. It must be said that the bronze lackey, as a level 25 monster, is stronger than the mystic spirit overall, if we exclude Zhou Mo as an exception. When a common grade mystic spirit encounters a common grade bronze wraith, the battle is almost always one-sided. For ordinary level mystic spirits, the puppet mirror skill level is not high, and they can generally only create 1 or 2 clones. Moreover, these clones created by ordinary grade mystic spirits only have 50 of their own attributes and cannot withstand the attacks of the bronze wraith for long. In addition to spear throw, the bronze doll also has a close-range attack skill called spear strike, which can perform multiple strikes in an instant. Compared to the mystic demon race, the bronze wraith's attack method is completely different. Compared to the mystic demons, which lack burst attack skills, the bronze wraith's burst attack is extremely powerful. At this moment, Zhou Mo is probably like a tiger leading a flock of sheep. He himself is extremely brave, but the magical puppets under his command are incredibly weak. The common-level mystic golems fell one after another, and only the elite-level and leader-level mystic golems could barely hold on. However, the Bronze Wraith clan also has no shortage of elite and leader-level members, and the Mystic Demons clan is not at an advantage when facing these elite and leader-level members. Zhou Mo clearly felt that the number of magical puppets under his command was decreasing. However, this is, after all, the area of the mystic spirits, and Zhou Mo has the advantage of the terrain. The number of magical golems under his command was dwindling, but as Zhou Mo issued commands in his mind, a steady stream of magical golems responded to his orders and came to him. However, Zhou Mo knew very well that this was just an illusion. As the invading force, the Bronze Vengeful Spirit will not be able to end this campaign unless the Monarch-level Bronze Vengeful Spirit falls. At this moment, Zhou Mo finally made a decision in his heart. The Mystic Puppet race is definitely not as strong as the Bronze Wraith race. If our side wants to win, everything depends on me, the Monarch-level Mystic Puppet. 2 of the mirror images around him had already been killed, and the remaining 7 were not at full health. Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and used the puppet mirror skill again. Instantly, the numerous mirror images surrounding Zhou Mo trembled and vanished without a trace. Instead, 9 new mirror images appeared, standing around Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo did not stop there, and then used the rarely used Puppet Embrace skill. Puppet Show, Embrace the Broken LV1, summons a mirror image to return to the user, granting the recovered mirror images full HP and 20 to the attribute panel. Puppet Show, Embrace the Broken, cannot be used again until it is deactivated. The moment Zhou Mo used this skill, the 9 newly appeared mirror clones trembled violently again, and then, like phantoms and swallows returning to their nests, flew into Zhou Mo's body. As the 9 mirror images disappeared, Zhou Mo felt a warm sensation in his body, followed by an unprecedentedly powerful feeling that filled his entire chest. Zhou Mo knew what he was doing, but the other spectators did not. A new discussion has started in the chat channel. What is this Monarch-level Mystic Spirit doing? Why did it cancel its mirror image? That's right, the mirror image is a unique ability that distinguishes the Mystic Spirit from other monsters, yet it has given it up. What is it thinking? Who knows? Maybe this Monarch-level Mystic Spirit has lost its mind. I guess so. It's probably a setting in the game system. After all, the Mystic Demon race is a lower level than the Bronze Wraiths, so the game might have set it so they can't win. If that's the case, then it's no fun. I was hoping to see the underdogs overthrow the superiors. There's no such thing as insubordination. Save your breath. The results will be out soon. After you finish reading this, go back to wash up and go to bed. Amidst the gazes of numerous players, the Monarch-level Bronze Puppet on the opposite side launched another summoning attack. In an instant, countless bronze, short spears traversed space and rained down upon the Monarch-level Mystic Puppet. Many players stared wide-eyed, watching intently. Now that the 9 mirror clones are no longer protecting it, the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit will have to face this storm of bronze short spears alone. Can it really withstand it? Zhou Mo, the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit and the target of these bronze short spears, smiled slightly at this moment. The bronze short spears that filled his vision were already close, but he neither dodged nor avoided them. In fact, dodging wouldn't help. With such coverage, he couldn't hide anywhere. Puff, 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 puff. A series of sounds rang out, and hundreds of bronze dolls fell on Zhou Mo. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. A massive number of damage figures jumped up, blinding us. Many players were almost dumbfounded. These terrifying hundreds of short spears couldn't even break through the defense of that Monarch-level Mystic Spirit. The hundreds of short spears thrown only caused a few hundred points of damage, not even enough to whittle down the health of the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit, which automatically recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhou Mo felt his current strength and sighed inwardly. At first glance, Puppet Embrace may seem a bit useless, but when actually used in conjunction with the LV10 Puppet Mirror skill, it becomes surprisingly powerful. At this moment, each mirror image provided him with 20 attribute points. The 9 mirror images increased his attribute points by 180, bringing his total attribute points to 280, almost 3 times the original amount. In the Puppet Embracing the Broken state, Zhou Mo's physical defense has reached a terrifying 4,600 points. Even though the spear-throwing skill of these bronze vengeful puppets can deal 300 damage, it still cannot break through his defense. Amidst the clicking sounds, the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit slowly raised the bronze short spear in its hand. The next moment, a bronze short spear flew like lightning and struck Zhou Mo. Critical hit, -368. The Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit was indeed extraordinary. Even with Zhou Mo's current defensive capabilities, it still dealt over 300 points of damage to him when the critical hit effect was triggered. However, at this moment, Zhou Mo used Puppet Show, Embrace the Crippled, and his health was incredibly high. A mere 300-plus points of damage was not even a tickle. At this moment, a large number of other mystic spirits fell, but Zhou Mo was no longer worried. He weighed the monarch's scythe in his hand and swung it lightly. -8,967. -8,967. -8,967. The large number of bronze vengeful spirits in front of them collapsed instantly. With the puppet embracing the crippled buff, his attack power reached approximately 9,000 points, making his attacks on these bronze puppets an instant kill. Zhou Mo's gaze turned cold, and had already set his sights on the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit in the distance. Although the puppet embracing the disabled performance only lasts for 2 minutes, that should be enough. Chapter 134, Clan Advancement. A large number of bronze wraiths thrust their short spears at Zhou Mo, but Zhou Mo simply walked forward slowly, casually swinging the monarch's scythe in his hand, and the bronze wraiths fell down like grass. With his current attack power of nearly 9,000 points, ordinary bronze wraiths wouldn't last a single hit against him, and even elite and leader-level wraiths would only be able to swing a few more times. Bronze vengeful spirits fell in droves, and Zhou Mo continued forward until he reached the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirits. The bronze short spear in the hands of the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit suddenly thrust towards him. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. 8 consecutive thrusts struck Zhou Mo's body, but none of them broke through his defenses. Although Spear of Vengeance is also an explosive attack skill, it is a multiple attack, capable of striking 8 times in an instant. However, for Zhou Mo, whose defense has been enhanced to a terrifying level, he is least afraid of such repeated attacks. Zhou Mo completely ignored the attacks and swung out the monarch's scythe in his hand. This scythe slash skill was activated at this moment, and the monarch's scythe slashed twice on the opponent. Ignore defense. -8,967. -7,524. With just 2 light swings, he had already taken away more than 16,000 points of the opponent's health. The Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit's health has dropped slightly. Based on the rate at which the health bar dropped, Zhou Mo roughly estimated that this Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit had about 120,000 to 130,000 health points, similar to his own at the Monarch level. As a mystic puppet, Zhou Mo didn't have any explosive skills. He simply continued to raise the Monarch's scythe and slash again and again. So the scene became quite funny, with two Monarch-level monsters standing face to face, poking each other and slashing at each other, completely clueless. The bronze couple's skills look more powerful, but Zhou Mo's attribute panel is stronger. The Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit can only break through Zhou Mo's defenses and deal several hundred points of damage when it uses Vanity Spear Throw. However, each of Zhou Mo's attacks could deal several thousand points of damage to him. If you're lucky enough to trigger special effects like critical hit or ignore defense, the damage will be even more terrifying. In just a moment, the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit's health dropped to half, directly triggering clan protection and summoning a large number of minions. But this had no effect on Zhou Mo, who continued to strike intermittently with the Monarch Scythe. A few more seconds passed, and the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit's health dropped to 20, triggering the Berserk state. The numerous players in the distance watched with bated breath. They had never seen a boss defeated so easily. The mighty Monarch-level bronze vengeful couple, the current extremely powerful boss, was actually driven into a Berserk state in less than half a minute. On the chat channel, the shocked players started discussing it again. Are those mystic puppet spirits really a monster race that's a few levels lower than bronze wraiths? Yeah, how come it looks like now that the Monarch-level mystic spirit is completely dominating the Monarch-level bronze wraith? It might be a mutation in the wild monsters. The other mystic spirits are at a disadvantage when facing bronze wraiths, but only this Monarch-level mystic spirit has made a comeback. Yes, this Monarch-level mystic spirit may be a mutated wild monster, and its strength has already surpassed that of the mystic spirit race. So it seems that the higher-ranking bronze couples are doomed in this battle? No, it's already cold. As the player finished speaking, the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit in the distance roared and collapsed, turning into a pile of rotten copper pieces. Even in its berserk state, it was still no match for Zhou Mo. At this moment, with the demise of the Monarch-level bronze vengeful spirit, the other bronze vengeful spirits that came with it also roared and fell to the ground, all turning into broken pieces of bronze. Many players were startled, but then a game announcement was released. The Bronze Puppet Clan's invasion of the Mystic Demon Realm has failed. The Monarch-level Bronze Wraith has been annihilated. From this moment forward, the Bronze Wraith race is extinct, and its territory has been occupied by the Mystic Demon race. The Mystic Spirit race's level has increased by 5, and its starting level has risen to 25. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, a player who happened to be leveling up in the Bronze Couple area also spoke up. Holy crap! I was leveling up and fighting monsters in the Bronze Doll area, and while I was fighting, all the monsters around me changed from Bronze Dolls to Mystic Spirits. That's amazing! The Bronze Doll area is now full of Mystic Doll monsters? Does that mean there won't be any more Bronze Doll monsters in the future? Not to mention the player's surprise. Zhou Mo had been receiving constant game system notifications ever since he killed the Monarch-level Bronze Vengeful Spirit. The tribal warfare has ended. Defeat the Monarch-level Bronze Vengeful Spirit to obtain the Bronze Short Spear treasure. Hearing this notification sound, Zhou Mo was startled. Fortunately, the game system did not issue an announcement saying that he had obtained new treasure equipment. He thought for a moment and understood. It seemed that because he was currently in the form of a wild monster, obtaining treasure equipment would not be announced in the game. Otherwise, if other players clearly saw that the Monarch-level Bronze Vengeful Spirit was killed by the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit, but it turned out that Zhou Mo got the equipment as a drop, then that would be a big problem. Now that this wasn't a problem, Zhou Mo continued to pay attention to the next notification sound. Defeat the Monarch-level Bronze Mummy to achieve victory. The current starting level of your faction has been increased to 25. The tribe's territory has expanded. The original Bronze Couple area has been incorporated into the tribe's habitat. This race can acquire one random skill from the Bronze Vengeful Couple race. The clan has successfully acquired the Bronze Vengeful Puppet Clan skill. The current skill is Vengeful Spear Throw. Defeat a Monarch-level Bronze Vengeful Spirit to gain an additional 9 attribute points. Defeat a Monarch-level Bronze Vengeful Spirit to gain an additional 3 skill points. Current race level cap increased by 5. Activate the Evolution Encyclopedia to unlock all current evolution entries, allowing you to begin a new progression. With so much information, Zhou Mo's mind became a bit confused. However, he was still able to grasp the key points. The evolutionary encyclopedia seemed to be the most important, as it was related to his next advancement. He couldn't wait to open the evolutionary atlas and take a look. However, before that, the large group of players surrounding them was somewhat jarring. It's not their fault for watching the spectacle, but if it happens to them, they can only blame their bad luck. At that moment, Zhou Mo immediately deactivated the puppet, embraced the cripple skill, and used the puppet mirror image skill again. In an instant, 9 more mirror images stood beside him. He gave instructions to his people in his mind, and then raised the monarch's scythe in his hand, using the newly acquired puppet resentful spear throwing skill. Instantly, within a radius of several hundred meters, all the mystic spirits produced a bronze short spear in their hands, raised it simultaneously, and threw it outwards. Their target is the many players watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Chapter 135 Evolution Guide. Just moments before, many players were praising the mystic demon race for their underdog victory and their impressive feat, when suddenly they saw a barrage of short spears flying towards them. Only a few players can dodge ranged attacks. The short spears are thrown at extremely high speeds, and in the blink of an eye, they have already landed among the players. Numerous players cheered, and countless damage numbers popped up. Minus 243. Minus 265. Minus 225. Minus 765. Minus 723. Minus 1,233. A normal level Mystic Golem only deals a little over 200 damage with a short spear throw, but an elite level Mystic Golem can deal 700 or 800 damage, and a leader level Mystic Golem can deal over 1,000 damage. Each individual attack may not be fatal to the player, but when hit by a dozen short spears at the same time, the situation is quite different. A large number of players cried out and turned into white light, paying the price for watching this spectacle. As for the short spears thrown by Zhou Mo and his 9 mirror clones, they were even more terrifying. Minus 9,035. Minus 9,124. Minus 8,975. Minus 9,352. There were 10 short spears in total, and each one, once thrown, dealt approximately 9,000 points of damage. That's how terrifying puppet show. Resentful spear throw can deal 300 damage. Regardless of their profession, anyone hit by this short spear is instantly killed. After all, these onlookers are all first-tier players. There are no second-tier players like Dragonfly. Of course, even a second-tier player like Dragonfly would probably not be able to escape the barrage of short spears. In an instant, the numerous players who had gathered to watch the spectacle from afar were almost completely wiped out, leaving behind a ground covered in soul points. Once all the soul points chose to return to town to resurrect, and the lucky players who escaped the disaster quickly retreated, the area became quiet. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo was receiving a constant stream of notifications about gaining experience points. Killed player XXX, experience points plus 120. Killed player XXX, experience points plus 120. Killed player XXX, experience points plus 125. Killed player XXX, experience points plus 130. Not only the players killed by him and his mirror clone, but also the players killed by other mystic spirits, all had their experience points counted towards his account. Current experience points, 68,545 to 96,000. Just this one battle against the monster invasion, plus the cleanup of those bystanders, gave him tens of thousands of experience points. If it weren't for the excessive experience required to level up between levels 29 and 30, he would probably be leveling up again by now. At this point, the onlookers left, and he was too lazy to continue the pursuit. He simply led the Mystic Spirit Army back to the center of the area. Once everything had settled down, he finally had time to open the panel and observe the newly opened Evolution Encyclopedia. In the Evolutionary Atlas, various information is displayed in a tree diagram, and 2 branches on the tree are already lit up. Apart from these 2 branches, the other branches remain gray and their information is unknown. The 2 branches that have been lit up have different messages. One is Scarecrow, and the other is Mystic Puppet. Zhou Mo clicked on the Scarecrow branch and found that he could view all his previous attributes and information as a Scarecrow, as well as all of the Scarecrow skill information. On the Scarecrow's branch, there is another option, switch the current race. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhou Mo found a secluded spot and tried to activate the switch to current race option. The next moment, Zhou Mo felt a strange change in his body. When he looked down at his body, he found that he had transformed into a scarecrow in a long time. Zhou Mo was filled with doubt and surprise, and quickly opened the attribute panel. Nama, Zhou Mo. Race, Scarecrow, Monarch. Level, 29. Health points, 120,000 to 120,000. Magic points, 16800, 16800. Physical attack power, 960, all points allocated to strength. Magic attack power, 740. Physical defense, 560. Magic defense, 510. Aside from the change in race to a scarecrow, it seems that attributes such as health, defense, and even attack power remain unchanged. If that's the case, it seems like it doesn't really serve any practical purpose other than changing the skin. Zhou Mo was unwilling to believe that the evolution encyclopedia was such a useless thing, and then opened the skill panel. At this point, he finally discovered the difference. In his skill panel, the original skills of the mystic spirit had disappeared, replaced by the long-lost scarecrow skill. Of course, the puppet vengeful spear throw skill obtained from defeating the monarch-level bronze vengeful puppet is also displayed in the skill panel. However, puppet show with spear throwing has now become straw man with spear throwing. Crow's strike, Zhou Mo's most frequently used skill of the time, is now placed alongside straw man, resentful spear throw, as one of the two skills on the skill panel. Compared to the mystic spirits, the scarecrow race does seem to have fewer skills. However, after a moment's thought, Zhou Mo felt relieved. Scarecrows are, after all, wild monsters in the beginner village. As the lowest level wild monster group in the game, it's normal for them to have fewer skills. In addition, Zhou Mo discovered that the skill points he had already used in his skill panel had been returned. In other words, I can now allocate skill points again. He is currently level 29 and should have 27 skill points. With the 3 points awarded for annihilating the Bronze Wraith clan, he now has 30 skill points. He didn't care about anything else and immediately maxed out Crow's Peck and Straw Man, Resentful Spear Throw. And so, there are 12 skill points left. Having too few skills is truly frustrating. After adding the skill points, he carefully examined the attributes of the maxed out skill. After all, when he was a Scarecrow, he had never seen the LV10 Crow's Peck skill, and he had not leveled up the Spear Throw skill he had just acquired because he did not have enough skill points. All of this has now been resolved. There are even skill points left over. It's truly amazing how things work out in this world. Crow Peck LV10 consumes 150 mana, summons a flock of crows to peck at the target, dealing 40 to 100 peck damage to targets in a small area, with a 100% chance to inflict bleed, reducing health by 15 points per second for 20 seconds, stacking. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Zhou Mo was stunned after only seeing the Crow's Peck skill, and he didn't remember to read any further. The power of LV10's Crow's Peck far exceeded Zhou Mo's expectations. At this moment, a player in the nearby chat channel suddenly asked the following question. How amazing! I actually saw a scarecrow in the Mystic Spirit area. Am I seeing things? Chapter 136 Old Friends. In the nearby chat channel, some players even said they saw a scarecrow. Zhou Mo was startled and looked around, but he couldn't find any players at all. Before transforming into a scarecrow form, he had already confirmed that there were no players around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so bold. But unexpectedly, they were still discovered. Could that person be hiding thousands of meters away? Just then, another player spoke up in the area chat channel. You're just bragging. How could a scarecrow possibly appear in the Mystic Spirit area? Exactly. Although wild monsters can now invade other wild monster areas, the scarecrow area is in the starting village, which is a world apart from the mystic monster area. How could they possibly get there? And even if it gets there, how could a mere scarecrow, the lowest level wild monster starting at level 1, possibly invade a level 20 plus mystic spirit? Are the game developers as brain dead as you? On the regional chat channel, players were mocking the player from before, seemingly not believing what that player had said at all. Although he was involved in the incident, Zhou Mo couldn't help but find the player's conversation somewhat amusing. Even if I were to say it myself, probably no one would believe me. The player who had been mocking them earlier was clearly annoyed by the other player's sarcastic remarks. He said coldly, "You wait, I'll record this and post it on the forum, then let's see what you have to say." Record a video? How are you going to record it? You're not serious, are you, bro? It's just a joke, everyone can have a laugh, there's no need to take it so seriously. Yeah, It's not worth it to make yourself look bad. The player who had spoken earlier sneered. I have my own methods. I'm a thief. I'll secretly hide in front of that scarecrow right now, and once I take a picture with it, you'll have nothing to say. All right, that's enough. I'm about to start recording. You only have 3 seconds left to maintain your ignorant mockery. 3, 2. However, before he could even utter the word 1, he saw a flock of crows flying around him. The flock of crows seemed endless, and dark crows, obscuring his view, swarmed around him and pecked at him. He had actually seen the scarecrows in the beginner village before and had participated in the hunting activities of the monarch-level scarecrows. He had a strong impression of the move crows pecking. At that time, because of his low rank, he viewed the monarch-level crow pecking as a devastating threat. But he asked himself, during this time, he had leveled up, left the newbie village, and gotten new equipment. If I were to face that monarch-level scarecrow again, I could easily defeat it. However, he did not expect that when he leveled up and faced the crows pecking again, the devastating threat and the feeling of despair were not diminished at all. It was as if he had just entered the game and returned to the starting village, once again facing the so-called monarch-level scarecrow, which was known as the nightmare of newbies. Minus 2,856. Minus 2,856. A large number of damage numbers popped up, indicating that the damage was clearly excessive. In fact, after being pecked twice, his health bar was already empty, turning into a white light. Successfully defeated player, call me the strongest young generation. Experience points plus 125. Hearing the notification sound of the experience points gained, Zhou Mo was slightly taken aback, as he seemed to have some recollection of the name. If I remember correctly, the player in front of me should also have come from the same starting village as me. Back in the beginner village, I should have had some exchanges with them. No, saying it was a fight might not be accurate. It will probably be the same as now. They'll just take care of it. It's unbelievable that players who were only a few levels in the starting village back then have now reached level 25. It seems that I'm not the only one getting stronger. As he watched his opponent being killed and turned into soul specks, Zhou Mo frowned slightly, somewhat unsure of what was going on. Did the other party successfully record the video? I just heard the message in the chat channel, and based on a blind guess, I immediately placed a crow's peck on the open space in front of me, perfectly killing the player who was in stealth mode. I don't know if the other party had time to record the video. Other players spoke up in the area chat channel. Where's that young guy from the young generation? Did he successfully record the video? We're waiting for him. Yeah, why did you suddenly shut down? We were just waiting for you to slap us in the face. Yes, quickly put the video on the forum, and we'll go and post it to apologize on your behalf. Call me the strongest next generation, spoke with a dark face, while in the form of a soul light point. The recording failed just now. I was about to record when that scarecrow ambushed and killed me instantly. Now it's turned into a soul dot, and I don't have recording privileges. Upon hearing his words, the other players burst into laughter. Haha, you're really going all out to cover up this lie, buddy. It's true what they say. To tell one lie, you have to use countless lies to cover it up. If there's no video, there's no video. We're not blaming you. Why make up such a huge lie? Exactly, I even got one-shot by the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow in the newbie village can actually one-shot a level 25 player. It scared me to death. Believe it or not, I'll come back when I'm resurrected. I'll make sure to record it and shut you up. After saying that, call me the strongest generation, chose to return to the city to revive. Seeing the soul light in front of him disappear, Zhou Mo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly switched back to the mystic spirit state from the evolution encyclopedia. He was careless just now and didn't consider the possibility of a thief hiding. However, the existence of the evolutionary encyclopedia allowed him to discover even more possibilities. The LV-10 Crow's Peck has a very strong burst damage, which can make up for his lack of burst skills. Unfortunately, in his Mystic Spirit form, he can only use Mystic Spirit skills, which are not actually that convenient to use. But one discovery made him less disappointed with the Evolutionary Atlas. After switching back to his Mystic Spirit form, he discovered that his skill points had been reset once again. In other words, he can reallocate skill points to deal with different situations. As for the evolution chart tree diagram, the two branches that are lit up, the Scarecrow and the Mystic Spirit, each provide him with some attribute bonuses. Scarecrow branches. The normal level Scarecrow has been activated, increasing its attack power by 5. The elite Scarecrow tier has been unlocked, granting an attack power increase of 10. The leader level Scarecrow tier has been activated, increasing attack power by 20. The Monarch level Scarecrow tier has been activated, granting an attack power increase of 40. Mystic Demon Branch. The level of the common grade Mystic Spirit has been activated, granting physical defense, magic defense plus 10. The elite level Mystic Spirit tier has been unlocked, granting plus 20 to both physical defense and magic defense. The leader level Mystic Spirit level has been activated, granting physical defense, magic defense plus 40. The Monarch level Mystic Spirit level has been activated, granting plus 80 to both physical and magical defense. Zhou Mo nodded in satisfaction. Although such a boost wasn't much for him right now, it was better than nothing. Moreover, he could see that the attributes added to the illuminated illustrations became more powerful as he progressed through the series. Moreover, there are many grayed-out areas in the Evolution Illustrated Guide, which are functions that Zhou Mo has not yet accessed. The possibilities that the Evolutionary Atlas can offer him may far exceed his imagination. Chapter 137 Guild War begins. Things change very quickly. The day before, the Bronze Wraith Clan's invasion of the Mystic Demon Spirit area was still being talked about, but today everyone's attention has been drawn to another major event. After being hyped up for more than half a month, the first Guild War, which all the major guilds have been looking forward to, is today. At this moment, both large and small guilds were eager to get started. Guilds like God Wars, which are considered among the top 3 guilds, are confident in their own strength, but ultimately lack official recognition. If we win the first Guild War, then the title of a major guild will be well-deserved. Moreover, the rewards for this Guild War are very generous, and even players from the big guilds are eager to participate. It can both enhance the guild's reputation and bring rewards, so why not? As for small guilds, there's even less to say. These rewards are naturally even more precious and coveted by players in smaller guilds. If we can defeat those so-called big guilds as a result, and allow our small guilds to rise to the top, that would be even better. Four Seasons Guild is the kind of small guild that other players see. However, as one of the smaller guilds, the Four Seasons Guild is somewhat different in the eyes of many players. Although this Four Seasons Guild is small, only accommodating 20 members, there are some aspects that players find interesting. The fact that their guild leader was once the #1 fighter makes sense. After all, the fighter profession is quite different from other professions. At that time, the top fighter's level was much lower than that of other professions. However, the fact that this guild had someone as talented as treasure hunter Zhou Mo made everyone a little envious and jealous. A few days ago, the Four Seasons Guild went on a crazy quest to defeat the boss and was getting tons of rare level equipment drops. This made players from other guilds green with envy. Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter, is worth half a large guild. This is a common understanding among many guild leaders. Next, the Four Seasons Guild recruited a player named Dragonfly, which wasn't unacceptable. Although this Dragonfly is the first player to complete a second job advancement in the game, it's understandable that having a talent like Treasure Hunter would attract a second job advancement player. I really hope we don't run into the Four Seasons Guild in the early elimination rounds. This is what the leader of small guild said. As his deputy, the vice president of this small guild also nodded, emphasizing, no, not just the elimination rounds. Hopefully we won't run into them before the finals. As for the upcoming finals, the guild leader and vice leader of this small guild tacitly placed themselves in the runner-up position. Then, when they received the match list, the guild leader and vice leader of this small guild were so excited they almost jumped for joy. Haha, we didn't run into them. Haha, we're the luckiest people. Beside them, a player who was also the leader of a guild looked at them coldly and said disdainfully, "What are you guys so happy about? You don't actually think that Four Seasons Guild is like you, just signing up for a C-level competition, do you?" The guild leader and vice leader of that small guild were both taken aback. It turned out that it wasn't because I was lucky, but simply because the Four Seasons Guild didn't register for the C-level Guild War, which is why my guild didn't encounter them. The guild leader was taken aback at first, then became excited. Haha, so that means we won't just miss them in the knockout stage. We won't even miss them in the finals. The guild's vice president nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right. So in other words, we can still compete for the championship of this C-level Guild War." Haha, I knew we were lucky. We've got this Guild War championship in a bag. The person next to him rolled their eyes. The guild leader, still basking in his joy, looked at the person rolling his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old Huang, Didn't your guild sign up for the B-level guild war? This time it's your turn to run into the Four Seasons Guild. Ha! Good luck to you guys. Old Huang glanced at him and smiled coldly. Sorry, I've got the competition list, and I'm unlikely to run into the Four Seasons Guild. What? Old Huang, you're so lucky too? Impossible. That's impossible. You can't be the luckiest person. In response to his friend's question, Old Huang snorted, You're overthinking it. The Four Seasons Guild didn't even register for the B-level guild war. They didn't register for either the C-level or B-level guild wars. Could it be? Old Huang sneered. Not bad. They signed up for the A-level guild war. That's way too arrogant. The small guild leader blinked, looking quite shocked. I admit they're quite strong, but if they sign up for the A-level guild war and compete with the big guilds, do they really have a chance? Don't worry about it. Old Huang snorted softly and said, Don't forget that there is also a treasure hunter, Zhou Mo, in the Four Seasons Guild. He is a fierce person who can take on the God War Guild by himself. The guild leader scoffed. Old Huang, ordinary people might not understand, but we run guilds too, don't we know? He sneered. Zhou Mo does have some skills, but to say that he can take on the entire God War Guild by himself is a joke. Back then, he was only able to hold his own against the God War Guild because of his first mover advantage in treasure equipment. Now, all the major guilds have acquired a lot of treasure level equipment, and his advantage is not as great as before. Old Huang was too lazy to argue with him. He just pursed his lips and said, Let's wait and see. Anyway, I have high hopes for this Four Seasons Guild. Maybe they'll pull off a big surprise. The members of the Four Seasons Guild were naturally unaware of these players' discussions. They're currently reviewing the Guild War match rosters. As the list of participants for the A-level Guild War, it is naturally not those small, mediocre guilds that appear on it. These lists feature guilds that have been widely recognized as major guilds by players since the game's launch. Even if they aren't among the top 3 guilds like the God War Guild, they are at least level 5 or higher guilds. In comparison, the Four Seasons Guild, which is only level 1, seems somewhat out of place. A level 5 guild can accommodate 100 members, while a level 1 guild can only accommodate 20 members. According to the latest rules of this guild war, guilds can field a maximum of 20 players during the elimination rounds. Level 5 guilds can carefully select their 20 strongest members to compete. The Four Seasons Guild, which is only level 1, doesn't need to worry about selecting members. They can simply send all their members into battle. Looking at the battle list, Xia Qian, the guild leader, asked, Does anyone know anything about this guild? How strong are they? Chapter 138, The God Strategy. The Pantheon. These are the guilds that the Four Seasons Guild on the list will encounter. Upon seeing this name, Zhou Mo couldn't help but be startled. With a name like that, this guild's strength is probably no less than that of the God War Guild. Although the Four Seasons Guild doesn't have many members, some of them are quite well informed. Immediately, someone said, Although the name Pantheon sounds intimidating, it is actually far inferior to the 3 major guilds. Among the many guilds that have applied for A-level guild status, Pantheon is one of the weakest. If it's the weakest group, then we're practically guaranteed a win in this match, right? Qiuyang blinked and spoke up, a rare occurrence for her. Dongwan glanced at her, shook her head helplessly, and said, You're overthinking it. Our Four Seasons Guild is also among the weakest ones. Xia Qian clapped her hands and said, All right, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. The elimination rounds are about to begin, so everyone should get ready. Just then, not far in front of him, a person coldly looked at Zhou Mo in the crowd and said, I hope you don't fall in the elimination rounds so that I can teach you a lesson in the next match. Zhou Mo looked up and saw that this person was the captain of the second team of the God War Guild who had led his teammates to besiege him some time ago. He smiled slightly. Didn't I make you cry last time? The second team captain looked coldly at Zhou Mo, then glanced at Xia Qian beside him and slowly said, You will regret letting this guy join the guild. The God War Guild would not have been interested in a small guild like yours, but unfortunately you made an inappropriate decision. Xia Qian looked at him calmly and said lightly, If you're not convinced, just wait. If I can beat you up once, I can beat you up a second time. The captain of the second team of the God War Guild snorted coldly and turned to leave. Because of what happened before, he had a hard time in the guild and was ridiculed by members of other teams every day. He desperately needed to fight Zhou Mo and the others again to prove himself in the God War Guild. After the captain of the second team of the God War Guild left, a person walked out from the side, shook his head, and sighed. You really don't take us seriously, do you? You're so confident in deciding the outcome of the battle. He looked at Xia Qian and the others and said, "You don't really think you can get through the elimination rounds so easily, do you?" Looking at the guild leader of the Pantheon in front of her, Xia Qian nodded seriously and said, "Yes." The leader of the Pantheon Guild, his face ashen, said coldly, "Fine, we'll see in 5 minutes. Do you really think the Pantheon Guild doesn't exist? Don't even mention the Four Seasons Guild or even the God War Guild. After this guild war, it's still uncertain who will be the real top 3 guilds." 5 minutes seemed to stretch on for quite a while. Although the knockout stage has not officially started yet, as the first major event since the game's launch, the live broadcast of this first guild war has already begun on various external platforms. On a certain live streaming platform, Roy, who has gradually gained some fame recently, also started live streaming immediately. "Hello everyone, yes, it's me again, your cute and adorable little Roy. It's been a long time since the last Scarecrow Hunt event that there has been such a highly anticipated event. This guild war is sure to be an even more exciting event. Roy will be following it closely and connecting with everyone." Very good. Next, I will connect with the Dark Horse Guild of this year's guild war, the Four Seasons Guild. I heard that their guild leader is also a female player and was once the #1 fighter. She's truly a woman who doesn't fall behind men. Let's take a look. "Hello, guild leader Xia Qian. Are you confident about this guild battle? Will the upcoming elimination rounds pose any obstacles for you?" Xia Qian looked at Luo E in front of her indifferently, without any intention of speaking. Roy was a little embarrassed and just laughed it off. It seems that our student council president Xia Qian is not in a good mood. Perhaps she is under some pressure in the upcoming elimination rounds. She then turned the camera to Zhou Mo, who was standing to the side. "Hey, isn't this my old friend Zhou Mo? If I remember correctly, we started from the same newbie village, right? I wonder if this counts as being from the same hometown in some way." Zhou Mo looked at Roy in front of him and found it somewhat amusing. He did have some recollection of this pretty boy news anchor. "Back when I was still a Scarecrow, the other party generously gave me experience points a few times, which provided some nourishment for my advancement. However, Zhou Mo, who prefers to keep a low profile, is not too keen on being in the spotlight frequently." He reached out to stop them, then pulled the dragonfly beside him over and smiled slightly at Roy. "Let's interview him. Do you know who the first player to complete the second job advancement is? How to level up the fastest, how to quickly complete the job advancement quest. Aren't these what everyone is most concerned about? Before that, I'd like to know how you've been feeling since you received the Treasure Hunter title. Is there any room for reconciliation between you and the God War Guild?" Zhou Mo ignored her completely and said, "Sorry, I have other things to do." After saying that, he walked directly to the side. In fact, these are all just excuses. The knockout stage is about to start in a few minutes, so what could he possibly have to do at this time? Roy watched Zhou Mo walk away, then looked at the dragonfly in front of him, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhou Mo is indeed a star player recently, which is of great interest to the audience, but this dragonfly seems to be just as good. As the first player to reach the second job advancement, the viewers in the live stream should be quite interested in him. If I could interview him, my popularity would definitely rise even more. So, she pointed the camera at the dragonfly and asked with a smile, "Hello, Dragonfly Master, I'm Roy. I'd like to ask you how you level up so quickly. Do you have any secret tips? If you don't mind, could you share them with us?" Dragonfly scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Actually, there's nothing special about it. Just focus. Concentrate." Roy was a little confused and blinked. "Could you explain it in more detail?" "Expert." "Sure." Dragonfly nodded and said, "Just focus on leveling up and fighting monsters every day, apart from the 5 hours you need to sleep and eat." Roy's heart skipped a beat. "What about things like bathing and personal hygiene?" "Bath." Dragonfly smiled shyly. "Taking a bath does take a lot of time, so I try to reduce the frequency to once a week, which is included in those 5 hours. Roy was still not giving up and asked again, "What about the job change quest?" Some players have also reported that the job change quest is too difficult and very hard to complete. Difficulty? Dragonfly looked puzzled. "No way. It was pretty simple when I did it. It's like a swordsman job change quest. One part of it involves finding a lost iron sword in a maze. I only tried 43 times before I found the right route." Roy gave the dragonfly in front of him a deep look, exhaled, and forced a smile. "Okay, thanks for the Dragonfly's guide. See you next time." Dragonfly, I also have some insights to share." Roy, "Master, time's almost up. Your match is about to start. I won't disturb you any longer." She spoke as she hurried away. Dragonfly looked puzzled. "There are still 2 minutes left. How can it be starting?" Chapter 139, Elimination Rounds. 5 minutes passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was time for the knockout stage to officially begin. All the guild members who had registered for the competition were instantly transported to the designated competition venue. The knockout stage matches were held in the same venue, a vast open field with 2 walls. The rules of the competition are actually quite simple. Both sides have a guild flag. The guild that captures the opponent's flag and successfully brings it back to its own territory and survives for 1 minute without it being captured is declared the winner. Another, even simpler and more direct method is to eliminate all of the opposing team's participants, which would naturally lead to victory in the knockout stage. Zhou Mo once again disguised himself as a doctor. However, after advancing to become a monarch-level mystic spirit, his stats became significantly stronger than before. Although he knew that other players might not pose a threat to him in the guild war, Zhou Mo was still fully prepared and came in his strongest condition. Before using puppet disguise to impersonate a doctor, he first used the puppet mirror skill and then used the puppet embrace skill to raise his panel attributes to the current maximum. After switching forms from the evolution encyclopedia, his skill points were reset, and he then reallocated them to new skills based on the current situation. The highest level, puppet mirror, can create 9 mirror clones, each possessing 100 of the original's attributes. The highest level, puppet embrace, can summon a mirror image to return to the user, and the user will gain all the health points of the recovered mirror image and 40 attribute points. The highest level, puppet disguise, allows you to disguise yourself as any class of the same level, gaining 100 of the class's attributes and an additional 50 of your original attributes. Unfortunately, the puppet embrace skill can only be leveled up to level 5 and can only convert up to 40 attributes of the mirror image clone, which is somewhat of a drawback. Even so, he is now a true big boss. All 9 mirror clones were recovered, and he gained 360 attribute conversions. Combined with the original body's attributes, in the mystic spirit state, his attributes were already 460, which was terrifyingly strong. Even after transforming into a doctor through puppet disguise, one can still inherit the original body's 230 attributes. With the inherent attributes of a level 29 healer and the attributes of Monarch Scythe, his current stats completely overwhelm those of many players. Even the second-tier swordsman Dragonfly, who had already obtained 2 pieces of treasure-level equipment, was still no match for him. But for now, only Zhou Mo himself knows this. Xia Qian and Qing Ting knew he was strong, but they had no idea he was this strong. In short, Zhou Mo is currently a healer player on the surface, but his attack power has reached a terrifying 9,000 points. Even second-tier classes that specialize in attacking cannot compare to him. As for health and defense, they have reached a level that players today can't even imagine. However, Zhou Mo had some minor concerns. He felt that his strength was disrupting the game's balance, and if he went too far in the guild war, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it's best to keep a low profile. Seeing Xia Qian gathering the members to arrange tactical plans, Zhou Mo said directly, "Leave the flag to me. You guys go ahead and have fun. I can guarantee that they won't be able to steal our flag until the end of the competition." Xia Qian roughly knew that Zhou Mo was very strong, so she nodded and said, "Okay, everyone else, charge with me." Zhou Mo smiled bitterly to himself. Xia Qian's so-called tactics are often so simple and brutal. Just one word: charge. But the simplest and most brutal tactics are often the hardest to defend against. Xia Qian's tactical arrangement was naturally based on certain reasons. The Four Seasons Guild has acquired quite a few treasure-level equipment in the past few days, and its overall strength has improved significantly. Xia Qian, the guild leader, and Dragonfly, a second-class player, are at the very forefront of this elite force. Xia Qian, a first-tier fighter with several pieces of treasure, equipment, and Qing Ting, a second-tier swordsman with 2 pieces of treasure, equipment, took the lead and charged towards the enemy's position as the sharpest blades. The contestants selected by the Pantheon across the way were all top performers in their respective guilds. As soon as the Four Seasons Guild members rushed over, archers were already drawing their bows and shooting arrows without waiting for orders. The mage in the group had already begun chanting spells, preparing to unleash powerful magical attacks. Although this is a capture the flag game, The simplest and most direct way to win is to effectively kill or injure the enemy's manpower. The Four Seasons Guild also had no shortage of ranged attack classes, and they began their counterattack at the same time. Xia Qian and Qing Ting, who were at the very front of the group, were the first to be attacked by the enemy. Several arrows flew towards Xia Qian, but she dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. As Xia Qian rushed out, Zhou Mo subconsciously cast an acceleration spell on her, which allowed her to move with incredible speed. Combined with her superhuman skills, she easily dodged the arrows. Dragonfly, who was also charging at the forefront alongside Xia Qian, didn't possess Xia Qian's ability to dodge arrows. Moreover, because they rushed too fast, Zhou Mo's acceleration spell didn't have time to cool down, and he didn't get to cast acceleration spell on them. But Dragonfly had his own way of dealing with it. His status skill Dual Sword Acceleration was activated, and he swung his longsword repeatedly, cutting down several arrows. However, quite a few arrows were shot at him at the same time, and he was still hit by 2 of them. -102. -123. The Dragonfly suddenly realized that the 2 arrows that hit him didn't hurt him at all. Compared to when he faced Zhou Mo, this large group of opponents in front of him did not seem to put him under any pressure. The mere 200 points of damage were negligible compared to his more than 10,000 health points. Is this what makes rare level equipment so powerful? Dragonfly felt a surge of pride. With 2 pieces of treasure level equipment, he felt he could take on 10, no, 20. While he was sighing inwardly, Xia Qian, who had rushed out with him, had already dashed into the crowd on the other side. The acceleration spell increases movement speed by 100, making it impossible for others to catch up. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xia Qian was already standing next to the flag on the opposite side. This was also thanks to Xia Qian's powerful operating skills. With the help of the acceleration spell, she dashed left and right, rushing through the gaps in the crowd, and no one could stop her. Stop her! Don't let her take the flag! The guild leader of the Pantheon shouted in terror. Chapter 140 The Weakest. The guild leader of the Pantheon shouted loudly, but Xia Qian, who was already standing next to their guild flag, just smiled faintly. I'm taking the flag. Who can stop me? She slowly raised her head and said slowly, Besides, who said I was going to seize the flag? As she spoke, she had already left the guild flag of the Pantheon and punched a player next to her. This was just a casual strike, not a skill, yet the warrior player treated it as if facing a formidable enemy. Although both players were level 29, this warrior player still felt heavy-hearted facing the former number 1 fighter. -1,456. A damage number popped up, and even a warrior player with considerable defense seemed somewhat vulnerable in front of Xia Qian, who was now equipped with several treasure items. After landing a punch on the warrior player, Xia Qian spun around and moved behind him. He stretched out his hands and executed a complete back throw. -2,786. -1,238. After the back throw, Xia Qian gently added a light punch, and the warrior player instantly turned into a speck of soul light. The first casualty appears after the battle begins. Surround her, aim your ranged attacks, and wipe her out. The Pantheon Guild was clearly enraged by Xia Qian's attitude and completely abandoned everyone else, only wanting to deal with Xia Qian first. However, with superior equipment and superior skills, Xia Qian is no longer afraid of being outnumbered. As she charged left and right, 2 more people fell to her. Meanwhile, the second-tier swordsman Dragonfly also made a contribution, unleashing a raging sword slash that instantly killed a player blocking his path, turning him into a white light. Only when the target of his attacks changed to other players instead of Zhou Mo did he finally regain the confidence that a second-tier player should have. It turns out that as a second-tier swordsman, his output was quite powerful, unlike when he was just scratching the surface when facing Zhou Mo. Second-tier players, step up. Everyone else, retreat. The president of the Pantheon directed operations from the center, remaining calm despite the urgency. Although the Four Seasons Guild's approach with Xia Qian and the second job swordsman was indeed very effective, their side also had second job players, so they wouldn't collapse completely. However, he had barely uttered those words when he noticed a magical skill flying towards him out of the corner of his eye. Like an endless storm of arrows, they flew from the side of the sky and fell towards him. It was autumn, and the Four Seasons Guild was already preparing an Area of Effect spell, which was launched directly at the guild leader of the Pantheon. Ahead of Qiu Liang, a giant, several-meter diameter storm wheel had formed, from which countless storm arrows flew forward. This is precisely an area of effect spell that Qiu Liang has mastered. Storm Arrow. Minus 398. Minus 398. Minus 398. Even if the Pantheon Guild Master rushed to the side immediately, he simply couldn't dodge all of such area of effect magic. His medic teammates nearby immediately used their healing abilities on him. However, Qiu Liang's Storm Arrow attacked many times, and each attack dealt considerable damage. Even with the help of a healer, he couldn't hold on and was reduced to low health. If this skill had lasted even a little longer, he would have died instantly. The mage's output was indeed high, but he never expected that the mage, who was only at the first level of cultivation, would have such a high output. He almost capsized in the gutter. And at this time of autumn chill, I secretly lamented the loss. After acquiring the necromancer's staff, treasure, her magical attack power increased dramatically. With a single area of effect attack, she almost took down the opposing guild leader. Thief, take down that mage. The guild leader of the Pantheon was still shaken and quickly shouted in a low voice in the guild channel. However, Zhou Mo, who was bored out of his mind at this moment, directly cast True Sight on Qiu Liang. Qiu Liang stared blankly at the semi-transparent figure not far in front of her and asked, "Are you planning to ambush me?" Since the other party had already added True Sight, the thief didn't bother to hide it anymore and simply sneered, "You know it now, prepare to die." A smirk played on his lips as he confidently lunged forward, unleashing a devastating attack and preparing to unleash a 3-hit combo of cutting. While mages do possess strong offensive capabilities, thieves are equally formidable. Moreover, in close combat, a mere mage is like a fish on a chopping board, with absolutely no chance of survival. But the next moment his eyes widened in surprise. Minus 86. The stealth skill's reveal attack only dealt double-digit damage to the fragile mage. This is completely unreasonable. He was somewhat stunned, but still stubbornly swung his short sword, unleashing the cutting skill again. Ignore defense. Minus 75. Minus 46. Minus 46. 3 attacks, one of which even triggered the ignore defense effect, finally brought the total to over 100. In his despair, he finally noticed a strange light emanating from the magician in front of him. Chains of life. These are the damn skills that those damn medic players possess. As a thief, he felt that the person he hated most in his life was a doctor. Whether it's healing spell, true sight, or chain of life, they are all annoying skills. So, in a moment of impulsiveness, he launched an attack on the doctor he disliked. Zhou Mo, who had just connected with Qiu Liang using the chain of life and absorbed 90% of the thief's attack damage, felt all right at that moment. After all, a mere 1,000 points of damage posed no threat to him at this point. Even this thief player who rushed in without thinking is no threat. Zhou Mo smiled slightly and raised his monarch scythe. He had naturally already activated the True Sight ability, allowing him to see the thief in front of him. "Are you Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter?" Upon seeing the strangely shaped weapon, the thief who had rushed forward suddenly came to his senses. The treasure hunter is naturally famous, as is his scythe-shaped weapon. "Yes, it's me." Zhou Mo smiled slightly, picked up the monarch's scythe in his hand, and was about to charge out. However, a dozen arrows flew in and shot the thief player right out of the pincushion. In the guild chat channel, these archer players said very kindly, "You're a healer and a flag bearer, will definitely protect you." Looking at the thief who had turned into a speck of soul light, Zhou Mo sighed helplessly. I shouldn't have given them all the eye of true sight. With the battle nearing its end, he still hadn't had a chance to strike and kill the enemy. The insider in the guild was right. Pantheon was indeed among the weakest guilds that signed up for the A-level guild war. Chapter 141, 2 week. The knockout stage takes place in a dedicated competition venue, but the footage of the matches is broadcast live to all players in the game. Almost every player stopped what they were doing and focused on this grand event. As the guild that owns Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter, the Four Seasons Guild has naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, after watching for so long, the viewers were quite disappointed to find that Zhou Mo hadn't really made a move at all. Aside from casting a haste spell at the start of the game, he only used a few True Sight spells and a chain of life. At this point, some viewers suddenly remembered something. That treasure hunter is a doctor? I vaguely remember him not being one before. TCH, your information is outdated. Some players have already found out that Zhou Mo supposedly completed a hidden quest and changed his class to the hidden class, jobless, which allows him to use the skills of various classes. That's amazing. Where can I find this hidden quest? Wake up. I heard this is the only hidden quest that can only be completed by one person, and this hidden profession can only be done by one person. Wow, treasure hunter, and there's a hidden class? Is Zhou Mo a shill for the game's official team? Why does he get all the good things? What can we do? The incident caused such a big stir last time, and the official statement came out to deny it, saying that Mo's data this week is all normal. What else can we say? We can only feel envious of the fact that different people have different fates. The outside world continued to discuss the matter, but the battle on the competition field could not go on indefinitely. By this time, the 20 members of the Pantheon had been dealt with. Only the weakened leader of the Pantheon remained, struggling to hold on. In fact, his ability to hold on was a result of the Four Seasons Guild's deliberate actions. After all, as the first battle in the Guild War, the members of the Four Seasons Guild still thought it would be better to let their guild leader, Xia Qian, deliver the final blow. Looking at the 20 members of the Four Seasons Guild, and then at his own side where he was left all alone, the leader of the Pantheon Guild couldn't help but feel indignant. He was full of ambition, thinking he would make a name for himself in this guild war, but this was the only outcome he got. An entire squad couldn't even kill a single member of the opposing team? No, absolutely not. Looking at Xia Qian not far in front of him, he suddenly shouted, "Xia Qian, as a fellow guild leader, do you dare to have a duel with me?" Decisive battle? Xia Qian frowned slightly, looked at the president of the Pantheon not far in front of her, and gently shook her head. "You are not worthy." As she said this, she suddenly pushed off the ground, and with a leap, she rushed towards her opponent like a cannonball. At that moment, the guild master of the Pantheon brandished his greatsword and unleashed the attack skill he had prepared long ago. As long as he can land his greatsword on Xia Qian, he can continue to unleash a series of attacks. However, even such a prayer can only remain a pipe dream. The greatsword slashed out, but it couldn't catch up with Xia Qian's figure at all. Xia Qian twisted to the side halfway and landed behind him. With a sweeping kick, the Pantheon president was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away, turning into a white light before even hitting the ground. He didn't have much health left anyway. At this point, still thinking about a one-on-one duel with Xia Qian, it has to be said that he has lost his mind. Upon defeating the Pantheon Guild leader, all members of the Four Seasons Guild received a notification from the game system. Successfully defeated the opponent Palace of Gods in the knockout stage, successfully passing the knockout stage and qualifying for the round-robin stage. As the notification sound rang out, the members of the Four Seasons Guild were teleported out of the competition venue and back to the main city. At that moment, someone approached. It's that female anchor Roy again. Although the previous interview was somewhat unpleasant, the fact that the Four Seasons Guild had passed the round-robin tournament so decisively still impressed her. After all, although the Four Seasons Guild is called a dark horse, their guild is only LV1 and they are participating in an A-level guild war. It would be more accurate to expect them to be locked in a tough battle. It's quite unexpected that the Four Seasons Guild is now the first to successfully pass the A-level elimination round. So Roy was absolutely unwilling to let such an opportunity pass and rushed forward again, intending to ride the wave of popularity. After all, even a pretty-faced streamer has career aspirations. She can't rely on her looks to make a living forever. As a popular streamer, she genuinely wants to create content. She figured the people from the Four Seasons Guild should be in a good mood after their victory. So she went up to Xia Qian again and asked with a smile, "President Xia Qian, what do you think of your opponent in the elimination round, Palace of Gods?" Xia Qian glanced at her, this time without her face darkening, but she was still sparing with her words, only slowly uttering 2 words, "too weak." Roy's eyes lit up. Although Xia Qian seemed to dislike her, the 2 words she had just given were exactly what she wanted. For her, Xia Qian's answer, though only 2 words, was precisely the way to ignite a discussion. Roy faced his live stream audience directly, made an extremely surprised expression, and said, "Did you all notice that the dignified LV5 Guild Pantheon only received the evaluation of 2 weak from guild leader Xia Qian? But our guild leader Xia Qian's Four Seasons Guild is just a newly established LV1 guild. What is it that gives guild leader Xia Qian such confidence?" Having tasted success, Roy asked Xia Qian again, Guild leader Xia Qian, what are your expectations for this guild battle? Are you aiming for a top 3 finish? Xia Qian glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, why should I get 3rd place? Roy's expression froze, and for a moment he couldn't quite understand what Xia Qian meant. Dong Wan, who was standing next to Xia Qian, stepped forward and stood in front of her, smiling as she said, I'm also the vice president of the guild. Why doesn't streamer Luo plan to interview me? Do you think I'm not worthy of logging in a streamer Luo's live stream? Roy's eyelids twitched, and he forced a smile. Not at all, not at all. The Four Seasons Guild is so outstanding. Besides guild leader Xia Qian, vice guild leader, you must have made a great contribution as well. Haha, really? Dong Wan chuckled softly, beckoned, and most of the male members of the Four Seasons Guild swarmed forward, shouting, Anchor Luo, me too, me too. Chapter 142, Waking Up Unexpectedly. Roy was immediately surrounded by a large number of male players and could no longer continue to question Xia Qian, the guild leader of the Four Seasons Guild. Dong Wan only glanced at her from afar before walking straight away and coming to Xia Qian's side. Qian, the elimination rounds are over, but the upcoming round-robin tournament probably won't be so easy. And Zhou Mo, why did he suddenly go offline again? Dong Wan knew her own situation well. Although they were all members of the Four Seasons Guild, Zhou Mo was different from the others. As the vice president, he could certainly command others, but Zhou Mo had never really taken his words to heart. If they wanted to get him to come, they could only ask Xia Qian to do it. Xia Qian didn't notice at first, but when she looked at her friend list, she found that Zhou Mo's name had been darkened. She said in surprise, he didn't tell me about this. He probably just had something to do and left temporarily. You should be back soon, so don't worry. Dong Wan, thinking of Zhou Mo, who had already logged off and disappeared somewhere, sighed softly and said, I hope so. During the earlier elimination rounds, she noticed that Zhou Mo was completely nonchalant and didn't take it seriously at all. If it weren't for the fact that the Four Seasons Guild has indeed become much stronger over this period of time, and the Pantheon is surprisingly weak, then they might not have won the knockout stage so easily. Look at them now. They've won the knockout stage and are about to enter the round-robin stage. But Zhou Mo suddenly went offline and disappeared without a trace. This lack of regard for guild wars clearly indicates that the member has not yet integrated into the guild and does not feel much sense of belonging to it. Because of Zhou Mo's special circumstances, Dong Wan couldn't say anything. Unfortunately, Xia Qian, the only one who could have some influence over Zhou Mo, seemed to be indifferent to such matters. Hopefully, Zhou Mo can return in time and won't negatively impact the outcome of the guild war. However, Zhou Mo at this time was not as Dong Wan had imagined and was not indifferent to the guild war. In fact, having just won the knockout stage, he encountered some unexpected events on his way back from the independent competition venue. He discovered that he had not returned to the main city of the game as he had hoped, but had instead returned to some strange place. An unprecedented feeling of exhaustion washed over him, and Zhou Mo struggled to open his eyes. The soft light shone through, but it appeared somewhat dazzling and painful in Zhou Mo's eyes at that moment. What happened? Zhou Mo stared at the white wall in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. The next moment, he felt a touch on his body, and a certain guess in his mind was about to come to light. This is my own body, a body I haven't had in a long time, not those data points in a game. This place clearly belongs to the real world, and is not in a game. He finally realized that he was in a room of less than 20 square meters. There were no lights in the room, but the four walls naturally glowed with white light, giving it a high-tech feel. Zhou Mo's own body lay on a machine with various wires scattered on it, each connected to his limbs and body by a leech-like suction cup. Feeling a tingling or itchy sensation, Zhou Mo sat up directly from the device and casually unplugged the connecting cable. But when he jumped down, he discovered a serious problem. The four walls of this room seemed to be one piece, with no door at all, so he had no way to leave. But that's obviously impossible. Just as Zhou Mo was carefully searching for the room door, he heard a soft click sound. A section of one of the walls slid open to the side, revealing a doorway. A guy completely wrapped in a clean room suit slowly walked in. Upon seeing the empty instrument table in the middle of the room, the guy was clearly taken aback. But he reacted quickly, immediately reaching out to tap a hidden button on the wall. It was an emergency alarm. If he pressed it successfully, all the entrances and exits inside the building would be sealed off within a minute. Unfortunately, although he reacted quickly, Zhou Mo, who had been waiting on the sidelines, reacted even faster. Before his hand was even fully extended, Zhou Mo had already grabbed his hand that was about to press the alarm, and with his other hand, he clenched his fist and punched the man directly in the abdomen. Perhaps because he'd been lying down for too long, his muscles were reacting slowly, and Zhou Mo was not entirely satisfied with his move this time. However, the objective of this move was still achieved. The next moment, struck in the abdomen, the man in the clean room suit bent over like a shrimp and collapsed in pain. Zhou Mo stared blankly at his fist, then suddenly noticed something strange. He had just subconsciously assumed this was a game and started demanding of himself the abilities he had in the game. Although that attack was a bit slow, that was only based on my skill level in the game. In reality, such a strike would be considered earth-shattering. Only someone who has practiced martial arts for many years could easily deliver such a blow. Zhou Mo didn't have time to think too much. He simply walked through the door and rushed outside. As he rushed through the long corridor, Zhou Mo keenly sensed someone approaching from around the corner. He subconsciously used the thief's skill stealth from the game. The next moment, Zhou Mo suddenly woke up. I've spent too much time in the game, and I can no longer distinguish between reality and fantasy. We're clearly in the real world now. How could we possibly use skills from a game? However, something happened that completely surprised Zhou Mo. As he used the stealth skill, his body actually began to become transparent and merge into the air. Even in reality, he was able to use the stealth skill. Two people walked over from the corner of the corridor, talking as they passed by in front of Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo stood there steadily to the side, but they ignored him. Zhou Mo frowned slightly. The strangeness of what was happening before his eyes was completely beyond his expectations. Although he didn't know why this was happening, Zhou Mo was very clear that this was a golden opportunity for him. Taking advantage of the stealth effect of stealth attack, he fled forward. If I'm not mistaken, this should be somewhere in the game's official headquarters. Now that I've woken up, I must seize this opportunity to escape. However, even while in stealth mode, he discovered that escaping was not such a simple matter. Inside the building, the roads led in all directions, but Zhou Mo had no idea which way led out. After wandering around aimlessly for several minutes like a headless fly, Zhou Mo still couldn't find a way out. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded inside the building. Chapter 143 Escape. The alarm blared, leaving Zhou Mo in a dilemma in the corridor. Fortunately, he was in stealth mode at the time, and the people running towards him hurried past without giving him a second glance. Soon, someone else rushed over from the other side, shouting, "There's no one inside. Come with me and chase after them." As the man rushed forward, he shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Hey, watch the passage. Don't let him get outside the bronze door." Bronze door? Zhou Mo noticed these words, but didn't understand the specific details for a moment. A thought struck him, and in stealth mode, he followed the man forward. He discovered that in the real world, his stealth skill could last for about 2 minutes, but there was still a time limit. Although the duration of this stealth skill is much longer than in the game, Zhou Mo did not dare to be careless. He was always fully focused and ready. The moment the stealth duration expired, he immediately used it again to enter the stealth state again. Unless you keep staring at his location, it's virtually impossible to catch a glimpse of him appearing for even a fleeting moment. As Zhou Mo continued forward, he discovered that his plan was actually working. In just a short while, he arrived in front of a wall. On this wall stands a large bronze door that seems out of place with the building. This must be the bronze door that the man mentioned earlier. According to him, one should be able to reach the outside through this bronze door. The problem is that the bronze door is currently closed, making it impossible for him to pass through. At this moment, more and more people gathered at the bronze gate, and Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel anxious. The last time I used the stealth skill was 20 seconds ago, so I have about a minute left in stealth. However, with so many people gathered here, it would be extremely risky for him to continue his undercover operations here. Even if only one person sees you appear, the problem will be very serious. Just as he was getting extremely anxious, a middle-aged man walked over with a stern face. The guards present all saluted and greeted him. "Engineer Chun." Engineer Chen nodded and asked, "What happened? Why are all the alarms going off?" Seeing the expressions on the guards' faces, Engineer Chen's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Something happened in room 001? One of the guards replied, "Yes, the people inside have escaped." Engineer Chen looked ashen and said, "You all search carefully inside first." You shouldn't be able to get through the bronze door. Just in case, I'll go out and make some arrangements. You all search carefully inside. Having said that, he reached out and placed his hand on the bronze door. In an instant, a strange light flashed across the bronze door, and it silently cracked open to both sides. Engineer Chun walked quickly through, and the bronze door closed again. After passing through the bronze door, Engineer Chun frowned slightly and looked around, but couldn't see anything at all. He could only shake his head helplessly and walk forward. But where he couldn't see, Zhou Mo broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he had taken the opportunity to stealthily follow Engineer Chun through the bronze gate, he vaguely sensed a strong sense of crisis. It was as if the bronze door was a ferocious beast waiting to devour him as he stepped inside. Although it ultimately seemed like an illusion, that feeling of unease lingered in my heart and wouldn't go away. But he eventually followed Engineer Chun to the outside of the bronze gate. Once outside the bronze gate, it clearly resembled a game company. As Zhou Mo traveled along, he easily found a way out. But he didn't dare take the elevator, so he went down the emergency staircase floor by floor. To be honest, Stardust Games is quite impressive. It's an entire building with over 100 floors, and Zhou Mo was terrified as he walked through it. He used his stealth skill several more times along the way before finally arriving at the bottom of the building. Using his stealth ability, he walked unimpeded out of Stardust Games campus and onto the main street. Only then did Zhou Mo breathe a slight sigh of relief, appearing somewhat incredulous. He originally thought that he would have to go through a lot of hard work to escape, but he didn't expect to walk out so easily. After emerging from the bronze door, the entire building seemed completely undefended, and he was even confident that he could walk back and forth a few more times. Of course, that was just an example. In reality, he really didn't want to go back. Now that I've finally escaped this place, I must get away as quickly as possible and absolutely not fall back into their clutches. Zhou Mo was unaware that his escape nearly threw the bronze gate into chaos. After struggling for a while, and convinced that he had lost Zhou Mo's Engineer Chun, he mustered up his courage and went to where Old Wong was. However, he never expected that Old Wong would not be surprised at all upon hearing the news of Zhou Mo's escape. Not only was he not surprised, but Old Wong was also not in a hurry at all, and his face clearly showed an indifferent expression. "Mr. Wong, what do you think is the best way to handle this matter?" Seeing that Old Wong seemed indifferent, Engineer Chun tentatively asked a question. "Deal with." Unexpectedly, Old Wong simply smiled slightly and shook his head gently, saying, "Why should we deal with it? However, if a situation is publicized outside, it will not be a good thing for our company." When asked about Chen's concerns, Old Wong just smiled and said, "Young Chun, you are just a technician. You should focus on improving your professional skills instead of worrying about things like this." Before Engineer Chun could speak, Old Wong waved his hand gently and said, "You can go back now. I know about this matter, and I will handle it." After Engineer Chun left in frustration, Old Wong remained standing quietly in the same spot. Suddenly, as if he had heard a voice from an unknown source, his expression changed. After a long while, his expression calmed down, and he raised his wrist and gently called out to the communication device on it. In a short while, another person came to him. Facing the person standing respectfully before him, Old Wong slowly spoke, saying softly, "Go find that young man and observe him secretly." The man in front of me asked in a low voice, "What if he were to spread the word?" Old Wong smiled slightly. "Don't worry about him. If he asks for compensation, you can do so within your authority. Don't force him to do anything else." Unlike the previous Engineer Chun, the person in front of him did not question this illogical approach, but simply nodded and replied, "Yes." Then he turned and left, disappearing from Old Wong's sight. Old Wong's gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly muttering to himself, "Is it really coming soon?" Chapter 144, Sleepiness. Standing on the main road, Zhou Mo suddenly realized that he had nothing but a thin set of clothes on his body. They wanted to leave, but they didn't even have the fare for a ride. At this point, he suddenly remembered the city guards. Should I seek their help? However, looking at the Stardust Games building behind him, he dismissed the idea. Given Stardust Games' strength, they might have some connection with the city guard in this area. Going there on your own might not only fail to get help, but could also be like sending a lamb to the slaughter. At this moment, he could only continue to use his stealth skill and run forward along the main road. He dare not stop. At this moment, he was not far from the location of Stardust Games. If he revealed even the slightest trace of his presence, he would be very likely to be discovered and then possibly captured and taken back. He had considered exposing the malfunction of Stardust Games' gaming equipment, but that wasn't the most urgent matter at the moment. Moreover, he still had some doubts about it. He understood perfectly well that once he exposed that matter, he would be directly standing against Stardust Games and would inevitably face a storm of attacks from them. It would be difficult for someone all alone to fight against such an unknown and massive company. Besides that, there was another thing that concerned him greatly. Why was I suddenly able to use stealth skills in the real world? Is this related to Stardust Games? Before figuring out the matter, Zhou Mo was unwilling to put himself in the spotlight. While the news of the game equipment malfunction could certainly be a blow to Stardust Games, it would also draw attention to Stardust Games itself, causing significant negative impact. Zhou Mo's thoughts raced like a rolling wheel, never ceasing, and his footsteps never stopped. He kept running, and after running for who knows how long, Zhou Mo found that he wasn't even out of breath. After running for so long, I didn't feel tired at all. It felt as if I was not in the real world, but rather in a game world. However, after running for another half hour, Zhou Mo realized that he might have been too optimistic. He suddenly felt his eyelids become heavy. Even while running at top speed, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, as if he were about to fall into a deep sleep at any moment. As his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, Zhou Mo finally couldn't hold on any longer and found a small hotel by the roadside. After deactivating his stealth mode, Zhou Mo entered the small hotel. Would a guest like to book a room? The receptionist flashed her signature smile. Zhou Mo glanced around and said directly, "Give me a standard room." Okay, a standard room is 70 yuan per day. How many days will the guest be staying? Meeting his younger sister's gaze, Zhou Mo suddenly realized that his pockets were empty and he had no money at all. Zhou Mo smiled bitterly to himself, recalling the in-game currency that Xia Qian had sent him along with rare equipment in the game. I wish that money could be used in real life. In fact, it is indeed possible to exchange game currency for real-world currency through certain specific channels. With over 2 million game coins in Zhou Mo's game, if he could find a suitable buyer and exchange them for real-world currency, he could easily have over 20,000 yuan. The problem is, given my current situation, where can I find buyers to exchange my currency? Zhou Mo awkwardly reached into his pocket, fantasizing that he could pull out money from his empty pocket. Then, he suddenly found that he had some extra things in his hands. Reaching out his hand and looking down, Zhou Mo, who was already somewhat drowsy, broke out in a cold sweat. It was money, several thousand yuan. A few thousand yuan is certainly not an alarming amount, but its sudden appearance in his hand really startled Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo really liked this method of conjuring up money with just a thought. He slammed a 100 yuan bill on the counter and said generously, "Keep the change. Money that comes too easily is never truly appreciated." The receptionist smiled slightly and said, "Okay, sir, please provide your identification information so I can register you." Identity information? Zhu Montauk was startled. Although he had run away from Stardust Games Company a distance while in stealth mode, he still couldn't be completely safe at that distance. If you leave your personal information when you check into a hotel, it will be incredibly easy for others to track you down. Moreover, he currently has nothing of value and no identification documents to prove his identity. So Zhou Mo slapped out another 100 yuan bill and winked at the receptionist. However, the receptionist seemed not to understand his meaning and simply said in a rigid manner, "Guest, please provide your identification information." My eyelids felt heavier and heavier, as if I were about to collapse at any moment. Zhou Mo, in a fit of anger, slammed the several thousand yuan in his hand onto the counter and said, "I was in a hurry to leave and forgot to bring my ID. Please make an exception." The effects of spending several thousand yuan are indeed incomparable to spending 100 yuan. The receptionist smiled and said, "Okay, guest, we'll check you in right away." The moment Zhou Mo entered the room, closed the door, and touched the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. After falling asleep, Zhou Mo found that his mind suddenly became clear again. His consciousness drifted and floated across a dark area, heading towards a bright light. When he saw the light again, he realized that he had returned to the game world. It was still in the main human city, and the air was still filled with shrill cries. This familiar feeling made Zhou Mo realize that he had returned to the scene of the Guild War. What's going on? I didn't use any gaming devices, so how did I get into the game? If given a choice, Zhou Mo would never have wanted to continue entering the game in this way at this moment. The surrounding discussions continued unabated, despite his annoyance. That Four Seasons Guild is pretty impressive. Second-class players are indeed second-class players. That second-class swordsman named Dragonfly is a one-man army. Yeah, that's one thing, but their guild leader, that fighter, is truly terrifying. He's only a first-tier player, yet he just killed 2 second-tier players from the opposing guild. It's practically cheating. This is terrifying. Is this the power of the former #1 fighter? But where is Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter? It's been 2 matches, and I haven't seen a trace of him. I came here specifically to see him. Perhaps it's a secret weapon? We didn't need it in the simple battles so far. This Four Seasons Guild is too arrogant. It's one thing for a LV1 guild to fight in an A-level guild war, but they didn't even send their full roster, only 19 people. The leaders of those high-level guilds must be green with envy. But that's all for now. The Four Seasons Guild had a tough time in the second round. Although they won by a narrow margin, the third round will probably not be easy. Even if the treasure hunter comes out, he might not be able to win. At this point, the members of the Four Seasons Guild, who had won the second round of the tournament, were teleported back to the main city. Upon seeing Zhou Mo's online status, Chuanmu, who had been seething with anger, could no longer hold back. She directly questioned Zhou Mo in the guild chat. Zhou Mo, where did you go just now? You logged off just like that during such an important guild battle. Do you really want all our hard work and preparations to go to waste? You can exit chapter 145. It wasn't until Chuanmu began questioning Zhou Mo that everyone in the guild realized that Zhou Mo, who had just logged off, had suddenly logged back on. The expressions of the many members in the guild suddenly became strange. While they were working hard in the guild war, Zhou Mo was nowhere to be seen, but he came online right after the war was over. What a coincidence! However, Zhou Mo was, after all, the vice president and a treasure hunter, and he had contributed a lot to the guild's acquisition of treasure-level equipment, so no one dared to say anything to him. Only Chuanmu, who has never gotten along with Zhou Mo and is also a longtime member, was able to directly question Zhou Mo. Although Chuanmu's attitude was wrong, Zhou Mo also knew that his sudden logout had indeed had a certain impact on the guild's ability to fight. Although he was dissatisfied with Chuanmu's attitude, he only gave a wry smile and did not refute it. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a bit awkward, Dongwon quickly smoothed things over, saying, "All right, everyone has urgent matters to attend to. Anyway, we just won without any major incidents, and Zhou Mo just happened to be back. Isn't everything just perfect?" Chuanmu wanted to say something more, but Dongwon glared at her, and she reluctantly shut her mouth. Xia Qian, as the president, remained calm and did not comment on Zhou Mo's sudden offline departure. Everyone waited quietly for the start of the third round of the round-robin tournament. But at this moment, Zhou Mo's emotions were far from calm. He didn't understand why he suddenly entered the game. In the real world, he hadn't used any gaming devices, yet he entered the game without any warning. Moreover, my sleepiness came so suddenly and uncontrollably. I don't know how long my external body will remain asleep, or whether I will be able to wake up again. At that moment, he subconsciously glanced at his game inventory and suddenly realized that he had less game coins than usual. It's roughly 400,000 less, which, based on the current exchange rate between real currency and game currency, is roughly equivalent to the several thousand yuan I spend at the small hotel. This is rather strange. In-game currency can actually be directly converted into real-world currency. However, since the game skill stealth can be used in the real world, the fact that currency can be converted and used doesn't seem so hard to accept. But, in reality, am I in danger? Will I be able to wake up again before Stardust Games finds me? Zhou Mo grew increasingly worried as he thought about it, and finally couldn't help but make a very important decision. He messaged Xia Qian directly, saying, "I have something important I'd like to ask for your help with." Zhou Mo felt helpless. Only now did he realize that there were very few people he could ask for help from. At this point, Xia Qian was the only friend he had made in the game with whom he could entrust his affairs. Shortly after, just as the third round of matches was about to begin, Xia Qian suddenly spoke in the guild chat channel, saying that she had to log off temporarily. The entire guild was stunned. First, Zhou Mo went offline, and when Zhou Mo returned, the guild leader Xia Qian had to go offline again. What's going on? Are they all treating this guild war like a joke? Many members' faces suddenly turned very ugly. Although no one spoke out to question them in the guild chat channel, the atmosphere had already become somewhat unusual. After a long pause, Dongwon, the vice president, finally spoke up. Qian, what's the rush? There are only 2 round-robin matches left today. Can't we finish those matches first? Qian nodded. Yes, it's too urgent, I can't. Dongwon was somewhat helpless, but could only say, okay, then you go. Leave the round-robin tournament to me. Seeing that the atmosphere was obviously off, Zhou Mo sighed and said in the guild chat channel, I have something to ask the guild leader for help. It's really urgent, and I'm so sorry, everyone. Forehead. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Mu, who had already been suppressed by Dongwon, couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Zhou Mo, do you even take the guild wars seriously? It's one thing for you to log off when you have something to do, but now you're going to interfere with Qian? Qiu Yang weakly comforted him from the side. Don't be angry. Maybe he really has something important to do. At this moment, members of other guilds could no longer hold back. They had indeed received a lot of benefits from Zhou Mo, but seeing this important guild war being ruined like this was unacceptable to them. Vice President Zhou, what is it that's so important that you've repeatedly disregarded the outcome of this guild war? Yeah, just tell us, and we'll help you solve it after the guild war, right? That's good. Right now, isn't focusing on winning the guild war the most important thing? Some even sneered. All our hard work in supporting this guild war turns out neither the guild leader nor the vice leader takes it seriously. What's the point of all our efforts? This is the guild that has never received rare equipment. Aside from the prestige of Winter Evening, their main goal in joining the guild was actually to acquire treasure equipment through the Treasure Hunter event. After joining a guild, although many people obtained a lot of treasure equipment by defeating bosses, it was impossible for everyone to have one. So most people still did not get one. At this point, those who felt resentful were clearly filled with anger. Exactly. If you don't want to participate in guild wars, then say so now, so we can log off and go do whatever we need to do. Should we give you a piece of our mind? Do you really think we have time to play house with you? The entire guild suddenly descended into chaos. As the vice president, Dongwon's expression was solemn. She knew very well that if the current situation was not handled properly, the entire guild might fall apart. She looked at Qian, somewhat embarrassed. Qian. At this point, if Qian, as the president, were to offer a way out, these members would certainly accept it and wouldn't cause too much of a scene. However, how could Qian possibly be that kind of person? Under her gaze, Qian simply raised her head slowly and calmly said, anyone who doesn't want to continue can quit now. As soon as he said that, Dongwon knew he was in trouble. The saying goes, it's not poverty that's worrisome, but insecurity. Although the Four Seasons Guild dropped a lot of rare level equipment, it also made those who didn't get any resentful. If they are properly comforted and promised a future allocation, these people might be able to stay based on their expectations for the future. But Qian's words were like striking a spark on dry straw, and what followed was the straw burning out completely. People need face, and trees need bark. In this situation, even members who don't intend to leave the association are finding it difficult to back down. Several members asked with dark faces, President, are you serious? We've only just begun, and you're already kicking us out. Chapter 146, the guild collapsed. Several members stepped forward, their faces grim. Asking such a question is tantamount to laying your cards on the table. In fact, the Four Seasons Guild is indeed a pretty good guild. If all members work hard, they might actually achieve good results in this guild war. The problem is that Qian and Zhou Mo's current behavior is really disregarding their guild members. They directly pressured Qian to resign, also in order to increase their own voice and presence within the guild. Unfortunately, they still knew too little about Qian. Qian didn't care how many people were in the guild. She was confident enough to do the work of many people on her own. Faced with the members' questions, Qian directly confronted them, saying, That's right, I'm making this clear today. Anyone who doesn't want to stay, I will absolutely not keep them. Dongwon felt helpless, but could only try to comfort her, saying, Qian, don't say things out of anger. However, Qian calmly said, I'm not saying this out of anger. I'm serious. I created the guild to make myself feel comfortable, not to make myself miserable. Since we have different goals, it's best to part ways. Well, with no way to back down and in a fit of anger, the members simply chose to leave the guild. Triple X has left 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 the guild. 4 members have left the guild in a row, and judging from this situation, it's probably just the beginning. Chuanmu grew anxious and said to Xia Qian, Qian, are you really going to ruin the entire guild for one person? Xia Qian glanced at her indifferently and said matter-of-factly, don't worry, with me here, it won't collapse. These words caused several more members to lose face, and they chose to leave the guild. Triple X has left the guild. Triple X has left the guild. Triple X has left the guild. The guild, which originally had only 20 members, now has almost half of its members. Even those who obtained rare equipment chose to leave the guild. They were initially happy to join the Four Seasons Guild and acquire treasure equipment, but when they saw that guild leader Xia Qian seemed to disregard them, their pride was hurt, and they chose to leave the guild. When they left the guild, they couldn't help but think, the only way I'll get back in is for the guild leader to beg me. But they were overthinking it. Xia Qian had no intention of begging them to come back. Chuanmu was truly bewildered at this point. She shouted at those who had left the guild, you can leave, but leave your treasure equipment behind. As soon as Chuanmu said this, the faces of the few members who hadn't yet left the guild turned green. Why should we? In this situation, those who hadn't originally left the guild immediately did so. The treasure level equipment may indeed have been obtained because of the treasure hunter title, but once they've got it, it's simply impossible for them to hand it over. In the blink of an eye, apart from a few old members, only a handful of people remained in the entire guild. These people are currently struggling with this decision. Xia Qian directly said in the guild channel, if you want to leave, then leave. Take your equipment with you. Our Four Seasons Guild isn't that stingy. Shallow. Chuanmu blushed with embarrassment, but Xia Qian only glared at her. Dongwan sighed, pulled Chuanmu aside, and whispered, Qian is the president. Listen to her. Finally, almost all the new members in the guild left. Xia Qian looked at the remaining dragonflies and asked, what about you? Why aren't you leaving yet? Dragonfly chuckled. I came here with Zhou Mo. If Zhou Mo doesn't leave, why should I? In the end, apart from the old members, only Dragonfly remained as a newcomer in the Four Seasons Guild. Those who left the guild looked at Dongwan with grim expressions and said, Dongwan, you've seen it too. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that your guild leader is too willful. To be honest, it's impossible to run a guild well like this. Dongwan said coldly, go if you want. Let's end it here, whether in the game or in real life. Don't come looking for me again. Once everyone had left, the sudden change at the Four Seasons Guild finally caught the attention of others. Those who left naturally wouldn't keep the Four Seasons Guild a secret. Soon, the news could no longer be suppressed, and the current situation of the Four Seasons Guild became known to the public. The guild leader was overjoyed. They were originally worried about facing the Four Seasons Guild in the third round, but unexpectedly, a great piece of good news was thrown in front of them. Aha, maybe this is the chosen one. God is determined to make our guild move forward all the way. Chuanmu's voice was already trembling with tears. She stared at Zhou Mo and complained, now look what happened. Because of you, everyone in our guild has left, and we don't even have to fight this guild war anymore. Although Zhou Mo was a little embarrassed, he just smiled faintly after hearing Chuanmu's words and said, it's really good. It's easier now that they're gone. Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo and said slowly, I'm leaving. You must fulfill the promise you made to me. Zhou Mo laughed heartily, his heroic spirit rising. Don't worry, even if I'm the only one left, if I say I'll get first place in this guild war, I will definitely not just get second place. You're really good at bragging. Chuanmu, standing to the side, was still dissatisfied. Zhou Mo stated as if stating a fact. What I say, I can do. No one can stop me, not even the three major guilds together. You're not alone. You have me. The dragonfly nearby couldn't wait to state its position. Zhou Mo laughed heartily. Not bad. You're the most loyal one, dragonfly. After this, I'll help you get a full set of treasure equipment so they can see that second-tier players are not to be underestimated. The dragonfly didn't refuse, chuckling, okay, I'll wait. The third round of the round-robin tournament will begin in 2 minutes. Players, please prepare yourselves. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Xia Qian glanced at the group of people and then logged off. Zhou Mo looked at Chuanmu and the others and suddenly said, the three of you don't need to go on this round. Qing Ting and I will go on. Chuanmu sneered, fine, let's see how long you can keep up this act. Dongwan frowned slightly and asked, are you really confident? Qiu Yang, unusually, shook her head and said, no, although I'm not very strong, I still have to do my part. Zhou Mo looked at the three of them and said with a smile, all right, Qiu Yang Qing Ting, come up with me. You too can rest. You don't need to make this extra trip. Chapter 147, Unleash Your Indulgence. The third round of the round-robin tournament has begun. In one of the competition venues, the members of the Meteor Guild looked at their opponents and couldn't help but laugh. As their opponent in this round, the Four Seasons Guild only sent 3 people to the game. The leader of the Meteor Guild laughed heartily, looking extremely smug. What? Your Four Seasons Guild can't even gather enough people. Only a few of you big cats and little cats left? He looked at the Four Seasons Guild, his smile widening, and said, but unfortunately, even if only 3 of you take the stage, we still don't intend to show any mercy. Zhou Mo chuckled and said, don't hold back, otherwise I won't feel embarrassed when I beat you up later. Looking at the Meteor Guild members opposite him, Zhou Mo said to Qiu Liang, come on, unleash your magic skills to your heart's content. As he spoke, Zhou Mo had already cast buffs on himself, such as True Sight, Acceleration, and Strive. And Qiu Liang cooperated perfectly, already raising his staff and chanting incantations. As for Dragonfly, Zhou Mo didn't make any demands on him, and he made his own arrangements, rushing straight ahead. A second-tier swordsman equipped with 2 precious pieces of gear can avoid sudden death in this small battlefield if they are careful. At this moment, Zhou Mo added a chain of life between himself and Qiu Liang. After doing all this, he stood leisurely to the side, watching Qiu Liang cast her magic. With a rare, great staff, Qiu Liang can unleash devastating magic attacks on her opponents if she can cast spells with peace of mind. Zhou Mo believed that he, standing to the side, was the best shield to ensure that Qiu Liang could cast her magic with peace of mind. In an instant, several arrows flew towards Qiu Liang, who was casting a spell. Archers are the best choice for ranged attacks against mages. Although magicians possess powerful magical skills, the chanting time required to cast spells is rather long, which often puts them at a disadvantage when facing archers who can directly draw their bows and shoot arrows. Normally, the autumn chill would have caused a flurry of activity when faced with an archer attack. But now that Zhou Mo was by her side, she didn't care about anything else and just listened to Zhou Mo's instructions, focusing on chanting the incantation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew past, and Zhou Mo stepped forward. Wielding his massive scythe, and with the added boost from the acceleration spell, he successfully intercepted the arrows. From another direction, several arrows bypassed his cover and still struck Qiu Liang. However, with the chain of life connecting them, it's not a big problem. -78. -67. -62. After Zhou Mo absorbed 90% of the damage, only 10% of the damage actually affected Qiu Liang. The moment the 3 pitiful damage numbers appeared, Qiu Liang had already completed the spell in his hand. This is her most frequently used storm arrow. A giant whirlwind wheel, several meters in diameter, formed, for which countless whirlwind arrows flew out and shot towards the opposite side. -675. -712. -689. -672. Instantly, a large number of damage numbers jumped up, and the archers who were attacking Qiu Liang in the distance were enveloped by an endless storm of arrows. Their attacks on Qiu Liang didn't hurt much, but Qiu Liang's magical attacks were devastating to them. Although Qiu Liang is only a level 29 first-class mage, she possesses a great staff, making her magical attacks extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, 3 archers and 2 mages turned into white light. The 2 mages were still chanting spells, preparing to unleash their magic, but unfortunately, without precious level staffs, their spellcasting speed was still a bit slower than Qiu Liang's. A slight difference in the speed of casting magic can mean the difference between life and death. Their magic was still in their hands, yet they had never unleashed it when they had already lost their chance forever. The storm of arrows subsided, and Zhou Mo looked at Qiu Liang with a slight smile. Don't stop. Keep going. Release whatever you have. The Meteor Guild leader was in a bad mood after 5 members were instantly killed by a single magic spell. He shouted, all forces attack. Take out the enemy's mages first. Our remaining mages, don't think about using powerful spells. Just use fast-casting small spells to supplement the output. In an instant, all the remaining melee classes of the Meteor Guild rushed towards Qiu Liang's location, completely ignoring the dragonflies along the way. The mages no longer focused on unleashing powerful spells, but instead threw small fireballs and wind blades at Qiu Liang from afar. Dragonfly looked at the people who had abandoned her and felt helpless. She stood there and shouted, "Why are you running away? Come and fight me." He spotted a player who was just about to pass by him and shouted, "Fight me." However, the other party ignored him. Prioritizing attacks on mages is the opponent's primary objective, so naturally they have no interest in playing against this relatively tanky and high-defense second-tier swordsman. Feeling neglected, the Dragonfly shouted, "Dual-wielding sword, accelerate. Battle spirit ignited. Raging sword slash." Amidst a series of shouts, his two-handed sword slashed rapidly towards the player. After a frenzied onslaught, the level 29 player collapsed and died. Dragonfly snorted coldly. "If you won't fight me, do you think I won't attack you first?" Looking at the soul specks on the ground, he couldn't help but feel smug. Sure enough, the moves sound very impressive when shouted out, and the damage is also high. The player, now reduced to a speck of soul light, was filled with despair. Shouting out a move increases damage? I've never heard of such a thing before. At this moment, several players from the Meteor Guild had already rushed to Qiu Yang's side. A rogue player had already used the stealth skill to sneak up next to Qiu Yang. Although his invisibility was rendered useless by Zhou Mo's true sight, he still had an acceleration effect, so having stealth was better than not having it. But Qiu Yang didn't even glance at him, still focused on chanting the magic spell. At that moment, Zhou Mo glanced at him with a half-smile. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Zhou Mo in front of him seemed to him like a ferocious beast that would devour its prey. At this moment, Zhou Mo, the beast, raised a monarch scythe in his hand and smiled lightly. "With me here, you still want to assassinate a mage? Are you that disrespectful?" With a single slash of the sickle, a flash of white light appeared. It was just a simple normal attack, and the thief couldn't withstand it at all. Then Zhou Mo turned his gaze to another player on the other side and asked with a smile, "Are you also planning to give it a try?" The player, holding a shield and riding a two-legged, short-beaked beast, looked arrogant. "You think I'm like everyone else? What's different in Chapter 148? Looking at the player in front of him, Zhou Mo smiled slightly. "Oh, how are you different from the others?" The player remained arrogant, saying, "Looking at my mount, don't you have any particular thoughts?" Zhou Mo chuckled. "He's just a second-tier knight. I've seen second-tier players before. What's so special about him?" Enraged, the knight player, shield in hand, spurred his bipedal, short-beaked beast and charged at Zhou Mo, beast and all. This is a skill of a knight, heavy shield charge. As a knight's signature skill, this is a skill that combines both offense and defense. Faced with a massive shield that can cover most of a person's body, the attacker's attacks are often only blocked by the shield and cannot cause damage to the knight's body. The impact force of the knight and his mount, amplified by the massive shield, can inflict powerful damage on the target. If we had to point out a shortcoming of this skill, it would be that the skill is slow to activate and the attack gaps are too large, making it easy for agile opponents to dodge. But the knight was excited to discover that Zhou Mo had no intention of dodging at all. He had certainly heard of Zhou Mo's reputation and knew how powerful the other party was, but to have him directly endure his heavy shield assault was definitely an extremely unwise move. However, Zhou Mo did not think there was anything wrong with his response. He looked at the charging knight player and simply raised the monarch scythe. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful force struck Zhou Mo. The knight player blinked, looking at Zhou Mo in disbelief. Despite enduring such a terrifying impact, Zhou Mo remained completely still. -1. A terrifying damage number popped up. A dignified second-tier knight, a dignified heavy shield assault, couldn't even break through Zhou Mo's defenses. Just how high is Mo's defense this week? As one of the second job advancement paths for warriors, knights are known for their defense, and their attack power is not as good as swordsmen, but surely they shouldn't be unable to break through the defense of a first job advancement player. What balance is left in that game? Zhou Mo ignored the other party's shock and just looked at the stunned knight player, saying, "Is it my turn?" As he spoke, the monarch's scythe in his hand fell. Once, twice. -7,212. -7,212. The knight's defense is indeed much stronger than other classes. Even with multiple buffs stacked, Zhou Mo, whose attack power reaches over 9,000 points, can only deal a little over 7,000 damage in one hit. The knight class also has significantly more health than other classes. After 2 normal attacks, the knight players still had a sliver of health left. You're definitely cheating. How could an ordinary player have that kind of attack power? The knight player roared, but Zhou Mo just smiled and said, "Is that so? I'll wait for you to report me." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sickle again and slashed the other man into a streak of white light. As for being suspected of cheating, he was no longer worried about it at this point. Now that his body has escaped from Stardust Games, and he has the possibility of waking up and leaving the game, there's no need to continue to cower in the game. The fact that I turned into a monster in the game is definitely a bug in Stardust Games. If Stardust Games really dares to come after me for this, I might just turn the tables on them. In any case, Stardust Games isn't the wrong in this matter. As long as I can wake up and return to reality, I can attack or defend as I please, and I have nothing to fear from the game company. Thinking of this, Zhou Mo felt a surge of pride. He brandished the monarch's scythe in his hand and shouted, "Who else? Come on up, so I don't have to search for them one by one." Faced with Zhou Mo's sudden transformation into a demon king, the members of the Meteor Guild were dumbfounded. They had just seen it clearly. A second-tier knight, known as the knight class with the highest defense of all classes, was killed by Zhou Mo in a single move. How many hits can these fragile classes, or even those that have just been upgraded to fragile, withstand from the opponent? They were stunned for a moment. Just as the situation was at a standstill, suddenly, the guild flag of the Four Seasons Guild, which was standing in the very center, was carried up by someone. Zhou Mo turned his head and saw a thief from the Meteor Guild carrying the Four Seasons Guild's flag and running for his life. According to the rules, even if someone is in stealth mode, as long as they carry the guild flag, their stealth will be broken and everyone will be able to see them. Haha, well done, brothers. Give us your full cover. If we can hold out for just one more minute, victory in this battle will be ours. That's wishful thinking. Zhou Mo sneered and immediately activated the Scythe Kill skill of Monarch's Scythe. With the acceleration spell granted by his medical profession, Zhou Mo's current movement speed far surpasses that of anyone else in the arena. He wielded a huge black scythe, moving swiftly across the arena, flashes of white light streaking across the field. Finally, the white light subsided, and Zhou Mo arrived next to the other party's guild flag. Almost at the same time, the thief from the Meteor Guild returned carrying the Four Seasons Guild's flag. He planted the Four Seasons Guild flag on his own territory, panting, and said without turning his head, "Help us defend it. Victory will be ours in 1 minute." However, a voice came from behind him. "Do you think you can hold on for another minute?" The thief was startled and turned to look at Zhou Mo, who was standing next to his guild flag, exclaiming in shock, How could you be here? If I'm not here, then where should I be?" Zhou Mo smiled and asked in return, his gaze falling on the scattered points of soul light on the ground. The thief followed his gaze and realized that the entire Meteor Guild's participating group had disappeared. Of the 20 people, only he remained. What happened? I only carried the guild flag and ran around for a short time. How come a situation has changed so much? There isn't a single person left in the guild camp? The image of Zhou Mo before her eyes became sinister and terrifying. The thief player instinctively moved away, using the stealth skill again to escape. But Zhou Mo only gave him a meaningful look. At the same time, a wind dragon flew in and engulfed the rogue player. Wind Blade Tornado, a magical skill even more powerful than Storm Arrow. The chanting of the incantation took quite a while, and Xiu Liang was only successfully released now. The rogue player was sliced into a streak of white light by the Wind Blade Tornado. The dragonfly arrived late, looked at the white light covering the ground, and shook its head regretfully. Without Zhou Mo's speed boost, he would have no chance of competing with Zhou Mo for monsters. Successfully defeated Meteor Guild and won. Chapter 149, The Reason for Strength. The third round of the round-robin tournament has concluded. Even now, other players in the main city still find it hard to believe where the Four Seasons Guild is. The Four Seasons Guild was just a small LV1 guild, and they were already not considered a good candidate for the A-level guild war. The fact that they managed to gather a dozen or 20 people and barely win 2 rounds of the round-robin tournament already surprised the other players. Many players don't think they'll win the third round, especially when the Four Seasons Guild only fielded 3 players this round. Everyone thought that the Four Seasons Guild was going to give up the fight, and that the 3 people who went on stage were just going through the motions and saving face for their guild. Even after Zhou Mo easily eliminated the last member of the opposing guild, the audience still hadn't reacted. At this point, the audience suddenly realized that one of the people who came on stage this time was Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter. For some time, Zhou Mo fought against the God War Guild, one of the three major guilds, and the legend of him fighting against 100 men spread like wildfire. Players who have a good understanding of the game usually just laugh it off when they hear this rumor, and don't take it too seriously. If the idea of one person taking on 100 is truly possible, then what balance is left in this game? However, just a short while ago, Zhou Mo's actions made them gradually recall this legend. Perhaps this is more than just a legend. In a certain direction, near the location of the God's War Guild, a player asked the second team leader, "Is he Zhou Mo?" The second team captain nodded slowly, his face extremely grim. Looking at Zhou Mo's performance just now, he was reminded of the fear of being dominated in the past. Now that I have successfully completed my second job advancement, will the outcome be different if I encounter the other party again? But is becoming stronger really only possible for oneself? He shook his head, forcibly stopping his imagination. Meanwhile, on Zhou Mo's side, the female anchor Luo Yi approached him again. Although she could sense Zhou Mo's impatience with her, the Four Seasons Guild's performance this time was truly amazing, and she was absolutely unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity. "Zhou Mo, I just watched your match. You only had 3 people, yet you managed to kill all 20 of the opposing team and win the match easily. It was truly eye-opening. I wonder what your thoughts are on this match." Thinking, Zhou Mo looked at Roy in front of him and grinned. It's just a mere meteor guild. It's gone, so what? There's no need for any reflections. Forehead. Roy's expression froze, but he was overjoyed inside. That's it. That's the taste. She didn't expect Zhou Mo to be so cooperative. At this moment, being humble and cautious wouldn't attract attention. On the contrary, Zhou Mo's arrogant and domineering attitude was the most suitable thing for her to broadcast live. Isn't that how topics always start? Thinking about how to ignite the conversation, Roy continued, "Master Zhou Mo, I just saw you easily kill a second-tier knight. Do you have any tips or tricks?" Of course, many people say you're cheating, but I absolutely disagree with that. Seeing Roy's shifty gaze, Zhou Mo understood perfectly. Zhou Mo knew perfectly well what Roy was thinking, even though he said he didn't believe it. However, he didn't mind, as he also wanted to take this opportunity to clarify some things. Cheating. Zhou Mo gave a cold laugh. What the weak cannot comprehend is strength may just be seen as cheating in their eyes. Of course, if thinking that way makes them feel better, then it's not entirely unacceptable. He looked at Roy in front of him and said, "I didn't want to say too much. The weak can always find excuses for their weakness. However, for the players who really want to become strong, I want to say this. Go and get a full set of treasure equipment. When you are wearing a full set of treasure equipment, come back to me." Those who heard Zhou Mo's words were not only the viewers in Roy's live stream, but also other players nearby. In a short moment, the content of Zhou Mo's words spread like wildfire. The information contained therein is awe-inspiring. By saying such a thing, Zhou Mo is implying that he himself is already wearing a complete set of treasure equipment. Some players did indeed obtain 1 or 2 pieces of treasure equipment, but although these pieces of equipment were powerful, they could never achieve what Zhou Mo did, easily killing a second-tier knight as a first-tier player. According to Zhou Mo, wearing a complete set of treasure equipment would result in a significant leap in attributes. The news that Zhou Mo had obtained a complete set of treasure equipment also spread quickly. That treasure hunter, Zhou Mo, has actually acquired a complete set of treasure equipment without anyone noticing. But we haven't heard many announcements about him acquiring treasure equipment. Are you online 24/7? Just because you didn't hear it doesn't mean others didn't get it. Didn't the Four Seasons Guild frequently appear in announcements and acquire a lot of treasure equipment before? You mean Mo took all the treasure equipment for himself this week? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. No wonder the Four Seasons Guild just experienced a change, with a large number of members leaving the guild. That's right. Who could stand him eating all that food by himself? In the blink of an eye, many viewers found a reasonable explanation for the Four Seasons Guild's withdrawal from the guild. Zhou Mo smiled wryly, but he really didn't intend to clarify. After escaping from the game company headquarters, his awe of games has diminished considerably, and he no longer needs to deliberately hide it. Moreover, he needed to reveal considerable strength to fulfill the promise he made to Xiaqian. In this way, The excuse he comes up with can at least explain why he is too powerful. As for whether wearing a full set of treasure-level equipment would actually make him that strong, Zhou Mo neither knew nor cared. So far, no one in the game has been able to collect a complete set of treasure equipment, so no one can expose their lie for the time being. Having kept a low profile for long enough, I can no longer afford to remain, so if I want to win this first guild war. Soon, the fourth round of the round-robin tournament arrived, and this time the Four Seasons Guild won without any suspense. Now that he had revealed the fact that he possessed a complete set of treasure equipment, Zhou Mo simply stopped hiding it, directly adding acceleration and strive to activate Scythe Kill and enter Harvest mode. Until the end of the sixth round of the round-robin tournament, the Four Seasons Guild maintained its dominant position and easily secured the victory. The first day of the first guild war has come to an end, and the remaining matches will continue on the second day. After all, not every player is like Zhou Mo in the past, able to stay in the game 24 hours a day. The game developers also have to take the player's time into account. After finishing the sixth round of the round-robin tournament, Zhou Mo couldn't wait to leave the human main city and return to the Mystic Spirit area before deciding to log off. Chapter 150 offline. In the Mystic Spirit area, Zhou Mo, who had reverted to his monarch-level Mystic Spirit form, decided to log off. However, he was still frustrated to find that although he had a player panel, actively choosing to log off seemed to have no effect. Thinking of the unconscious body in that small hotel, Zhou Mo felt extremely anxious. Although he had already asked Xia Qian to go and take a look, Zhou Mo still felt uneasy. Will Xia Qian be able to get there in time? Once she gets there, will she be willing to stay by her side while she's unconscious? Even if she's willing to stay, has Stardust Games already noticed and tracked her down? Will Xia Qian be able to successfully escape with her unconscious self? Zhou Mo had all sorts of worries in his heart. However, he was unable to log off for a full 5 hours. Finally, just as his patience was about to run out, darkness fell. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he finally noticed that the log off option had lit up. Zhou Mo ignored everything else and went offline. The next moment, darkness descended, and he clearly felt that he had left the game world. The long-lost touch made him realize that he had returned to his body once again. Although the game can simulate the feel of human touch very closely, there will still be very subtle differences. Zhou Mo, who had been in the game for quite some time, was particularly sensitive to this. He opened his eyes. Facing him were a pair of big, round eyes. In just a very brief moment, Zhou Mo recognized the person in front of him from the face of those big eyes. Xia Qian. She's easy to recognize because her appearance in real life and in the game is almost identical. You can spot her at a glance. In contrast, when I entered the game, I chose to rebuild my facial model, and the appearance in the game is quite different from my real appearance. Xia Qian probably wouldn't recognize herself, right? You're Zhou Mo? Xia Qian took the initiative and asked directly. Zhou Mo smiled wryly, unsure how to respond for a moment. To say that I'm not Zhou Mo is not right, but to say that I am Zhou Mo seems a bit inappropriate. Wouldn't that expose me all at once? Xia Qian noticed his momentary hesitation. Xia Qian's expression remained unchanged as she calmly said, I've done what I promised you. What about what you promised me? Forehead. Zhou Mo felt helpless. He wanted to find some reasons to explain, but Xia Qian immediately concluded that the Zhou Mo in front of him was the Zhou Mo in the game. He wasn't given a chance to argue. Zhou Mo sighed and asked, How did you know? Xia Qian said matter-of-factly, As we all know, when something starts with I have a friend, it usually refers to that person. Looking at Zhou Mo's wry smile, Xia Qian blinked. Besides, the expression on your face when you woke up clearly showed that you recognized me. Your friend has never seen me before, so how could he show that kind of expression? Therefore, it is only natural that the friend you are talking about is yourself. Zhou Mo never expected that Xia Qian would see through him so easily. He had been trying to find some reasons to keep it from her, but now he didn't need any of them. He sat up, looked around, and asked, Where is this? In the sky. Clam. Xia Qian pointed, and, sure enough, there was a transparent window not far to Zhou Mo's side. Looking out through the window, she could see the top of a tall building flying backward. Zhou Mo, who had never eaten pork but had at least seen pigs run, tentatively asked, Flying car? Good. Such a huge flying car? Looking at the empty interior, Zhou Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. Xiaqian nodded as if it were a matter of course. If the table isn't this big, how can we fit your bed? Zhou Mo was a little embarrassed and said, I actually just wanted to ask you to help look after them for a bit. Where are we going? East Zone 1. Xiaqian looked at Zhou Mo and said, Someone is looking for you, and you're not awake, so I took the liberty of bringing you to East District 1. I hope it won't cause you any trouble. No. Zhou Mo was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect you to be in the East District 1. It's really too much trouble for you to come all the way to the South District. It's okay. I have a flying car anyway. I can still make it back to my first class tomorrow. Xiaqian shook her head, her expression momentarily blank. You still haven't told me how the guild war went. Just then, the flying car suddenly trembled slightly and slowed down. Zhou Mo, who had never ridden in a flying car before, was startled, but Xiaqian calmly asked, What's wrong? Her response came from ahead. Miss, we have just entered the East District and are passing through the checkpoint. Xiaqian nodded without saying anything. Before long, the flying car accelerated and flew forward. Just as Zhou Mo was about to explain the results of the guild war to Xiaqian, the communicator on Xiaqian's wrist started beeping. Xiaqian pressed the button to answer the call, and a voice came from the other end. Qian, where did you go? Why can't I get through to the communicator? Zhou Mo's heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Spring Twilight from the guild. All that could be heard was Spring's end, spewing out bitter grievances like a string of arrows. Qian, do you know what? Zhou Mo is so arrogant. He actually wouldn't let Wan and me play. Later, during one of the events, Xiao Qiu went up with him, but he didn't intend to protect her at all, and she was almost successfully attacked by someone else's thieves. I feel that after this guild war, we need to seriously consider whether we can keep Zhou Mo around. Zhou Mo, standing to the side, was clearly somewhat embarrassed. Xiaqian interrupted Chun Mu's speech directly and asked, Did you win? I did win, but Qian, let me tell you something. Beep, beep, beep. Xiaqian immediately ended the call. Zhou Mo was momentarily at a loss for words, chuckled awkwardly, and said, I didn't make things too difficult for you, did I? Xiaqian nodded. Zhou Mo almost couldn't catch his breath. What does this nod mean? Does he mean he didn't make things difficult for her? Or that he did make things difficult for her? Never mind, there's no point in thinking about it too much. Zhou Mo then asked, Is it convenient for you to get off the bus? Xiaqian glanced at him and said, You can get off the bus anytime you want, but do you have a place to stay in the East District? Zhou Mo thought of his old residence in District 37 of the East, and then smiled bitterly. Thinking about it this way, I really do have nowhere to stay. Moreover, I have lost all my documents and need to find an opportunity to replace them. Thinking about it this way, everything is troublesome. It's just that I'm trapped in the game for a while, but I feel like I don't belong to this world, and I feel like I'm having a hard time moving forward. Xiaqian seemed to sense his predicament and casually asked, Do you need my help? Chapter 151, Xiaqian's Villa. Xiaqian's question came at a very opportune time. To be honest, Zhou Mo really needs help. However, strictly speaking, Xiaqian and I are just ordinary online friends, so I feel a little embarrassed to accept such a gift from her. He looked somewhat embarrassed and said hesitantly, How could I possibly accept this? Xiaqian waved her hand lightly and said, No need to be embarrassed. Just help me forge 2 more pieces of treasure equipment. All right. Zhou Mo felt absolutely no embarrassment. Previously, a piece of precious equipment that I had was something a wealthy player was willing to trade for by spending an entire house. Although I don't know which district the house is in or what the average price is still a house. Even though a lot of treasure equipment has been released at the current stage of the game, the price remains high. By promising 2 pieces of precious equipment in exchange for Xiaqian's help in finding a place to stay, I can hardly say that I'm getting a bargain. Having known each other for so long, Zhou Mo understood that Xiaqian was not actually a greedy person. If it's not hers, she won't even bother to look at it. Zhou Mo knew very well that the other party was saying this to save face for him and to leave him no room to refuse. However, Xiaqian underestimated herself too much. When you're penniless, even though you have the ability to instantly convert game currency into real money, finding a safe and reliable place to stay is still not easy. If that's the case, why suffer for the sake of saving face? I don't need to worry about saving face. Judging from Xiaqian's appearance, she's probably another rich second generation, and handling these matters should be much easier for her than for me. Zhou Mo nodded seriously and said, "Okay, it's settled then. You help me arrange a place to stay here, and I'll help you get 2 pieces of equipment in the game. No, I'll get you a whole set of treasure equipment." Xia Qian shook her head and said, "2 pieces are enough. I'll charge you extra for a whole set." Well, it seems Xia Qian has some principles. The flying car continued forward, and it was already dark. The flying car flew a high speed in the air for hundreds of meters, easily passing through the gaps between various tall buildings. Its movements were smooth and fluid, without the slightest pause. The two sat in the car in a somewhat awkward atmosphere, so Zhou Mo tried to make conversation. "Wow, this driver is really good at driving. I'm so envious. I would never be able to drive a speeding car like this." In fact, not only flying cars, Zhou Mo also doesn't know how to drive ordinary cars that travel on the ground. However, there's no need to specifically bring this up and tell the other party. Xia Qian kept a straight face, simply nodded, and gave a soft Well, having been met with indifference, Zhou Mo could only listlessly stare out the window. At this moment, he began to miss the game world. In the game world, although he and Xia Qian might not be able to have a lively conversation, they would at least not seem as distant as they do now. Is this really how it usually ends when online friends meet in real life? After a moment of silence, Zhou Mo, who was turning to look out the window, suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Driving a flying car isn't difficult. If you want to learn, I can introduce you to a teacher." Well, Zhou Mo was helpless and could only awkwardly respond with a thank you. "I wasn't really concerned about learning to drive. I was just making conversation." Seeing Xia Qian close her eyes to rest again after saying those words, Zhou Mo sighed inwardly and tried to do the same. Bullshit. Although the experienced driver in front of him was skilled, this was Zhou Mo's first time dangling in midair, even if he managed to stay calm. Better safe than sorry. If something really happens, at least you'll be able to see this world one last time while you're still conscious. After an unknown amount of time, a voice came from ahead. "Miss, we're about to enter East Zone 1. Shall we go straight back to the academy dormitory?" Xia Qian suddenly opened her eyes and said to the person in front of her, "Let's go to residence number 2 first." The driver in front responded, and the car slightly adjusted its direction. Zhou Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. Judging from Xia Qian's way of speaking, with her mention of second residence, did she also have a first residence, or even a third or fourth residence? Zhou Mo, who was trembling slightly, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Actually, it's not necessary. You can just find me any small hotel." Xia Qian stared at Zhou Mo intently, then slowly shook her head. "There aren't any small hotels in District 1, and are you sure you can stay in a crowded and noisy place?" The smile that Zhou Mo had managed to put on froze, and he gave up. Xia Qian is right. Given her circumstances, it's really not suitable for her to stay in crowded and noisy places. Although I've escaped from Stardust Games, I still can't let my guard down and must remain cautious. Finally, after a long flight, the flying car arrived at its destination. The flying car slowly descended into a courtyard. During the descent of the flying car, Zhou Mo had already roughly observed the surrounding situation and found that apart from his courtyard, there were no other buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters. In other words, if his guess was correct, Xia Qian's so-called second residence occupied a large plot of land all by itself. District 37 in the east is already considered backward, but Zhou Mo, who grew up there, understands that even in District 37, such a large piece of land is definitely not something that ordinary people can occupy. Not to mention the prime real estate in East District 1. Xia Qian's extravagant lifestyle has once again raised the bar in his mind. After getting out of the flying car, Xia Qian said to the driver, "You go back and rest first, and come pick me up from the academy tomorrow morning." The flying car slowly took off again and gradually disappeared into the distance. Zhou Mo was still staring in shock at everything before him, then asked, "This terrifyingly large villa is the second residence you mentioned?" Xia Qian nodded and said, "I don't stay here often. This is only my second time here, including this time. You can stay here normally, so your safety and privacy should be guaranteed." As Xia Qian walked forward, she said, "You don't need to worry about the accommodations as they are usually maintained by dedicated staff. If you need anything for food, clothing, or other necessities, just tell Uncle Li." As she walked forward, a middle-aged man was already waiting patiently ahead of her with his head bowed. This must be the Uncle Li that Xia Qian mentioned. His character is probably that of a butler, which is a must-have in any villa. Zhou Mo was somewhat stunned. He felt his brain wasn't quite working properly. What am I now? There's something off about the art style. A domineering female CEO and her young, adorable husband? Zhou Mo suddenly shook his head, stopped in his tracks, and looked at the entrance to the hall ahead, his face full of difficulty. Maybe I should find another place to stay. Xiaoqian turned around and looked at Zhou Mo with some doubt, asking, "What? You're not satisfied? There's also residence number 1, or number 3, or number 4. You can change if you want." Chapter 152 Experiment. Zhou Mo ultimately decided to stay. Putting everything else aside, the location of this residence is quite good. Apart from the staff inside the residence, there is no need to worry about encountering any other irrelevant people. Moreover, the staff at this residence are well-trained and will absolutely not cause Zhou Mo any trouble whatsoever. After dinner, the staff left the accommodation, and the entire place suddenly became very quiet. Xiaoqian also went to the east side of the residence, while Zhou Mo settled into a room on the west side. However, even though it was late at night, Zhou Mo was still wide awake. He was the only person in the room, and at his request, no staff members were allowed to approach him, unless he calls out to him. Taking advantage of the opportunity to clean his body, Zhou Mo carefully examined himself, but could not detect anything abnormal. Aside from not being sleepy at all in the middle of the night, his body was perfectly normal. But Zhou Mo knew that was not the case. My body must have undergone some kind of change that I don't understand. Otherwise, how could I enter the game world without needing any gaming equipment, simply by falling into a deep sleep? This is completely illogical. Of course, it is also illogical for the original consciousness to be trapped in the game world. There are more than just one or two illogical things. Recalling what happened during the day, Zhou Mo had an idea and used the stealth skill again. Sure enough, the air rippled, and his body disappeared into the air once again. He looked in the bathroom mirror and saw that it reflected the wall behind him, but he, standing between the mirror and the wall, seemed to be non-existent. Zhou Mo frowned, picked up the shower head next to him, and with a forceful movement, unleashed another thief skill. Cut! But. The shower head slammed into the mirror in front of him 3 times in a row. The bathroom mirror shattered instantly. Shards of glass scattered all over the floor. Zhou Mo then realized what was happening and could only manage a wry smile. It's incredibly impolite to damage the owner's belongings so soon after moving in. He had never imagined that, in addition to the stealth skill, he could also use the cut skill. He had clearly seen that after using cut, he held the shower head in his hand and launched 3 lightning-fast attacks. These 3 attacks were not only swift as thunder, but also incredibly powerful, something I could never normally do. Even now, without using the cutting skill, I still can't make such a swift attack move. Zhou Mo felt like he was dreaming. He had finally managed to leave the game world, but everything in the game world seemed to have never left, always following him closely. After trying out these skills of the thief class, Zhou Mo's doubts only grew, and he had no intention of stopping this behavior. The next moment, he used an acceleration spell. Zhou Mo was trying it out while walking, but when he used the acceleration spell, he suddenly accelerated, and his movement speed increased to twice its original speed. With a loud bang, he slammed solidly into the door. Fortunately, the door was of decent quality, and the impact did not cause any damage to it. Otherwise, it will be even harder to explain tomorrow. Zhou Mo kept trying, and finally confirmed one thing. Almost any player skill that I've used in the game world can now be used in real life. Aside from the damage numbers jumping up when there is no target, the other effects are basically the same. Of course, he has no way to test things like resurrection techniques that are common to doctors for the time being. As for the archer's skills, he was limited by the lack of bows and arrows and could not test them for the time being. However, after gazing at the darkness outside the window for a long time and feeling his eyesight greatly improved, Zhou Mo realized that this was thanks to the archer's passive skill, Sharp Vision. Since Sharp Vision is effective, other skills that require a bow and arrow should also work without any problems. Zhou Mo felt that he had never experienced anything so bizarre in his life. All the skills in the game world had actually been successfully used in the real world. The next moment, after a slight daze, Zhou Mo suddenly had a bold idea. If player class skills have an effect, then what about the skills of monsters? He silently prepared to use a skill that summoned wild monsters. However, the thought only crossed his mind for a moment before he felt a sudden pang of heart palpitation and abruptly stopped the plan. He had a feeling that something bad would happen if he used a certain monster skill. Zhou Mo breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily abandoning the idea. In the darkness, somewhere unknown, something seemed to be causing its aura to suddenly become chaotic. Despite his curiosity about whether he could use the monster's skills in the real world, Zhou Mo trusted his intuition and suppressed the impulse with his strong self-discipline. In the stillness of the night, as he calmed down, he gradually heard strange noises coming from a certain direction. That's the north side of the residence. As a guest, and on his first night staying at someone else's house, Zhou Mo originally intended to tell himself not to meddle in other people's business. However, everything that happened tonight was so bizarre that he had become extremely anxious and was unwilling to overlook even the slightest change. Fine, I'll go and take a look secretly. If it has nothing to do with me, I'll come back quickly. After muttering to himself, Zhou Mo, having made up his mind, immediately entered the stealth state of stealth attack. With repeated use, he discovered that the stealth skill was actually getting stronger. When Stardust games escaped, stealth could only last for 2 minutes, but now it can last for nearly 3 minutes. According to Zhou Mo's senses, this increase in strength is far from reaching its limit. However, if he accepts this reality, then for him, becoming stronger in stealth is ultimately a good thing. With his body in stealth mode, Zhou Mo's mood calmed down considerably, and the lingering sense of crisis lessened somewhat. Xiaqian's second residence was indeed very large. It took Zhou Mo some time to reach his destination, following the direction from which the strange sound came. Click! A cracking sound came from somewhere, accompanied by a faint whistling sound of wind. What exactly was that sound? Zhou Mo felt a slight chill run down his spine. He turned around a corner and looked inside. In the brightly lit hall, a figure leaped high into the air, and one leg came down like a battle axe. With a sharp shout, the humanoid shadow beneath its legs slammed to the ground, its shape twisted in a terrifying manner. Chapter 153, The Scarecrow. The one who leaped through the air and delivered a powerful kick was Xiaqian. What struck her and fell to the ground was a humanoid robot with a metal shell. And there are many more of these humanoid robot puppets in this empty room. Zhou Mo hadn't expected that Xiaqian, who is so fierce in the game, would be just as fierce in the real world. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, they're here, kicking metal puppets. Is this something a normal person would do? Startled, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Even such a tiny sound was noticed by Xiaqian inside. Her gaze sharpened, and she abruptly turned to stare at the corner, shouting, "Who's there?" After a very brief moment of consideration, Zhou Mo finally canceled his stealth state and emerged from around the corner. Zhu Montak. Seeing Zhou Mo emerge from around the corner, Xiaqian lowered her guard and said softly, "Why aren't you resting? What are you doing running around like this?" Zhou Mo smiled wryly. "I slept all day. How can I fall asleep now? But what are you doing here so late at night?" He looked at the mess inside and really didn't know how to describe it. Following Zhou Mo's gaze, Xiaqian looked at the metal puppet that had been deformed beyond repair and said, "This is my daily homework. I wasted some time on the trip today, so I'm catching up now. It turns out this is daily homework." Zhu Montak sighed inwardly. No wonder Xiaqian was known as the #1 fighter in the game, and her skills were superb, allowing her to perform all sorts of amazing maneuvers. It turns out that in the real world, she possesses formidable fighting skills. Zhou Mo understood perfectly that this was precisely what made the game unique. Any special skill you have in real life can be fully utilized in the game. Given Xiaqian's terrifying strength in smashing a metal puppet with a single kick, is she stronger in the game or in the real world? It really is a bit hard to tell. It's almost midnight. I've finished my homework for today, so I won't stay with you any longer. Xiaqian glanced at Zhou Mo and then said, "If you really can't sleep, there are quite a few common tools in this training room, so you can exercise a bit." After saying that, Xiaqian prepared to leave. In the very center of the residence, the melodious sound of bells could be faintly heard. Tajda. 12 shots in a row. It's quite unusual that this residence still uses such an old clock. As the 12 bells rang, Zhou Mo felt a chill run down his spine. He stared blankly at Xiaqian's back, muttering, "Does your training room also have Scarecrow training posts?" Scarecrow. Xiaqian looked at Zhou Mo with some confusion and said, "No." At the same time, she also sensed the strange aura coming from behind her and suddenly turned around to face the same direction as Zhou Mo. As far as the eye could see, most of the training room was shrouded in white mist, which continued to permeate the entire room. White mist filled the air, but the lights in the training room seemed to have suddenly gone out. In a corner of the pitch-black training room, a terrifying presence stood silently. A chilly breeze, seemingly from nowhere, gently caressed the thin, straw-bound body, its two empty eye sockets appearing to draw the gaze of both people into them. Black feathers fluttered, and crows murmured. Click, click. A strange sound rang out, and the two men opened their eyes wide, looked at each other, and said in unison, "A scarecrow." This is exactly the scarecrow I've seen in the game. However, unlike the scarecrows in the beginner village, this scarecrow appears much more mysterious and sophisticated. Zhou Mo was quite helpless. Things are getting increasingly bizarre. First, skills from the game world could be used in reality. Then, monsters from the game world actually appeared in real life. Keep in mind, this is the real world, not a game world. Can't you please respect the basic rules of the world? But there was no time to think too much now. The scarecrow in front of them made a strange crackling sound and took two thin legs made of straw, approaching the two people. The scarecrow's movements didn't seem too fast, but Zhou Mo, trembling, couldn't move his feet for a moment. After all, it's just a game, but in reality, he was still a little taken aback when suddenly encountering such a bizarre situation. However, Xiaqian was different. While Zhou Mo was still considering how to respond, she had already rushed out. She seemed more accepting of such bizarre events in reality. For her, no matter how bizarre the events were, she would just kick away anyone who stood in her way. Comparatively speaking, Zhou Mo's reaction was slightly slower. But seeing Xiaqian rush out, Zhou Mo looked around, grabbed a short metal rod, and rushed out as well. Although the eerie scarecrow in front of her was terrifying, Xiaqian couldn't be left to face it alone. His reaction was a little slow. He had only rushed halfway with a short stick when Xiaqian was already in front of the scarecrow. She didn't use any fancy tricks. She simply kicked the scarecrow in the chest. A kick is obviously much more powerful than a punch. Faced with an opponent who didn't seem very agile, Xiaqian subconsciously chose a more powerful leg strike. It must be said that Xiaqian's awareness was correct. With a powerful kick, the scarecrow was sent flying backward. At this moment, Zhou Mo had already arrived. Ignoring the risk of revealing his special abilities, he swung the short stick in his hand and unleashed a thief skill called Cut. Puff, puff, puff. After 3 muffled thuds that almost came in a row, the short stick struck the scarecrow, sending straw fragments flying. The short stick struck the scarecrow, making a crackling sound, and then a large flock of crows swarmed towards it. The crows cackled and pecked at him. Zhou Mo shouted and took a step back. But it was too late. Several crows had already landed on his hands and back, pecking at his body until it was numb and painful. A flock of crows are pecking at it. Zhou Mo was both amused and exasperated. In the game world, this was clearly his specialty when he was a scarecrow, but now it was being used against him. The pecking of the crows was indeed painful, and the skin was broken, bleeding continuously. Sure enough, the bleeding effect of the crows pecking at the ground also existed. Before he could think too much, the scarecrow's slender arms, made of straw, reached out to grab him. Sizzle. Zhou Mo's long-sleeved shirt was torn, and a nearly 30-centimeter long bloodstain appeared on his arm. Pain, a burning pain. The pain felt so real that Zhou Mo finally remembered that he was no longer in the game world, but had returned to the real world. The presence of this real pain further confirms that what is happening before one's eyes is definitely not a dream. The scarecrow in front of him had just used the tearing skill that he had used before. What's wrong with the world? Chapter 154, The True Sword has arrived. Zhou Mo didn't know what was wrong with the world, but the scarecrow in front of him looked very similar to the scarecrow in the game world, and its skills were almost the same. However, the scarecrow before us is far more powerful than the scarecrow in the game world. If it were a scarecrow in the game world, with Zhou Mo's strength, he could easily knock it down and wouldn't allow the other party to fight back. Like Zhou Mo, Xiaqian was also surrounded by a large flock of dark crows at this time. The large flock of dark crows flew up and down, attacking Xiaqian indiscriminately. Xiaqian's gaze was resolute, but she completely ignored the pecking of the dark crows and charged forward, her target still the scarecrow. Zhou Mo understood that she wanted to capture the leader first. This time, Xiaqian charged forward fiercely, and with a shoulder strike, she unleashed an Iron Mountain Lean. A terrifying force appeared, sending the Scarecrow flying again, crashing directly into the metal puppets beside it and knocking them all down. Zhou Mo was overjoyed, but his mood immediately turned somber. Even after being struck by Xia Qian's immense force, the Scarecrow seemed to have suffered little damage. Meanwhile, the dark crows swarming around Xia Qian had already scratched 2 bloody marks on her face. "This won't do. We need to deal with the crows first," Zhou Mo shouted and approached with the short stick in his hand, waving it repeatedly to help Xia Qian drive away the dark crows. The short stick was very useful. With just 2 or 3 swings, the flock of flying dark crows were struck, their black feathers falling off, and they scattered and cawed as they flew away. But the Scarecrow had already stood up again and was approaching them once more. Zhou Mo stared intently into the other person's dark eye sockets, desperately suppressing the trembling in his heart. He gripped the short stick tightly with both hands and took a deep breath. "Drink!" he shouted and charged forward, his hiking stick tracing an arc as it struck the Scarecrow. It's another cutting skill. In a single strike, Zhou Mo felt that he had become more adept at using cutting. This time, the cutting was even more powerful, and he couldn't help but feel tired, with his arms feeling sore and weak. The Scarecrow, having taken a hit, had its body rippled with straw, its shape deformed, and it fell to the ground once more. Seeing it still struggling to get up, Zhou Mo suddenly realized the Scarecrow had clearly become weaker. In other words, their attacks were effective. Xia Qian reacted quickly, rushing to the Scarecrow's side and kicking it. The Scarecrow flew through the air and crashed into the wall. The straw on the Scarecrow was falling off even more badly. According to the game's lore, given the Scarecrow's current miserable state, its health bar has at least been halved. However, in the game world, a mere Scarecrow wouldn't even withstand one of his basic attacks. The next moment, Zhou Mo realized that he really was a jinx. With a thud, the Scarecrow crashed into the wall, and a red light emanated from its body. Suddenly, dozens of Scarecrows appeared in the training room, filling it to capacity. Having relevant experience, Zhou Mo naturally understood that the Scarecrow had triggered the tribe protection talent. Unique talent Clan Guardian upgraded. When HP drops to 50, automatically summon 4 leader-level Scarecrows, 8 elite-level Scarecrows, and 40 ordinary Scarecrows to join the battle. This talent, originally possessed by the Monarch-level Scarecrow in the game world, is now presented to Zhou Mo and Xia Qian in this bizarre way. "Should we leave?" Zhou Mo tried asking question. Xia Qian simply said, "There's no need. In fact, there's nowhere to escape to now, even if you're trying to save your life." The entire training room was filled with these Scarecrows, and Zhou Mo even noticed that, apart from the white mist surrounding the room, the doorway to the training room had disappeared. It felt as if, at this moment, Xia Qian and I had been removed from the training room. What the hell is going on? Zhou Mo was extremely annoyed and had a terrible headache. With just this short stick in his hand, how was he supposed to deal with these dozens of Scarecrows? He should have just picked a bigger one. The entire training room seems to have vanished. The equipment is nowhere to be found. In this nonsensical scene, he suddenly felt a pang of longing for his Monarch scythe. If this were in a game world with a Monarch scythe in hand, taking down these Scarecrows would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Zhou Mo suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come on, knife." In fact, what he was shouting was not important. What mattered was that he was fully focused and concentrating his mind on calling out from the bottom of his heart. Black mist swirled around. The next moment, amidst the swirling black mist, Zhou Mo held a 2-meter-long black scythe in his hand. It was the Monarch's scythe from the game world, and now it was miraculously summoned into the real world. The moment Zhou Mo summoned the Monarch's scythe, a chill ran through him, as if he were being watched by some terrifying ancient beast, and his blood seemed to stop flowing. This terrifying feeling came quickly and went quickly. The feeling vanished in the blink of an eye, after only a brief moment. If it weren't for the cold sweat still on his forehead, Zhou Mo would have almost thought that what he just felt was just an illusion. But that feeling was so terrifying and real that Zhou Mo could never forget it at this moment. Recalling the heart palpitations he felt when he wanted to try out the monster skills, Zhou Mo had a bad feeling. Whether it's Monarch Scythe or other monster skills, it seems that anything related to monsters triggers this terrifying feeling of unease. But now that the Monarch Scythe had materialized, Zhou Mo didn't think too much about it, and just wanted to clear away the Scarecrows in front of him first. With the Monarch's scythe in hand, he was indeed extraordinary. With a flick of his sickle, Zhou Mo easily harvested the scarecrows surrounding him, which were as fragile as straws. In no time, the dozens of scarecrows that had been summoned were all swept away. Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo, who was holding the monarch's scythe, and her usually calm face finally showed surprise. Zhou Mo looked at her helplessly and gave a wry smile. Let's deal with this formidable scarecrow first. With the monarch's scythe in hand, Zhou Mo's strength increased dramatically. Even when the scarecrow later went berserk, it was still unable to withstand him. The destroyed scarecrow transformed into a cloud of black mist, which split into two wisps of different sizes, clearly entering the bodies of Zhou Mo and Xia Qian. Zhou Mo and Xia Qian were both shocked, but they were powerless to stop it from happening. As the black mist entered his body, Zhou Mo keenly sensed that not only did he not feel any discomfort, but his bodily functions had even been significantly enhanced. This black mist actually seems to have a strengthening effect on the body. Then, the training room reappeared, the lights were still bright, and everything in the training room remained unchanged. Even the metal puppets that had been knocked down during the previous battle were still standing upright. It was as if the scarecrow's appearance had just been a dream. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Mo was still holding the 2-meter-long monarch scythe, it would really seem as if nothing had happened. Xia Qian's gaze inevitably swept over. Chapter 155, Almost Stolen. Faced with Xia Qian's gaze, Zhou Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. In the game world, the act of creating a cloud of black mist in one's hand and then transforming it into a weapon is nothing unusual. The problem is, we're in the real world now. This is something that is completely beyond our current understanding. He was just about to come up with an excuse when Xia Qian turned her head away, no longer paying attention. I'm going back to rest now. I'll head straight to the academy tomorrow. You can stay here without worry. After Xia Qian finished speaking, she took a step and left. Zhou Mo was completely bewildered. I was just thinking of an excuse to get out of this. And she's already stopped paying attention? The scarecrow that just appeared is clearly not a legitimate thing. After what happened, how could she possibly rest in peace? That's incredibly audacious. Zhou Mo hesitated for a moment. About the scarecrow? Xia Qian stopped and turned around slightly, saying, "This matter seems to be related to Stardust Games Company. I will have someone investigate." Zhou Mo then asked, "So, will you still be entering the game tomorrow?" Xia Qian nodded. "Of course, why not go in? Since something like this has happened, we should definitely go into the game. Only by understanding the game better can we figure out the ins and outs of everything." After a pause, Xia Qian continued, "If you need gaming equipment, you can contact Uncle Li. He'll arrange everything for you." Well, watching Xia Qian's departing figure, Zhou Mo realized that compared to her, he seemed to have been too hesitant. Since Xia Qian had already left and the strange scarecrow incident had just occurred, he was unwilling to stay in the training room any longer and went back to his room. But he was too energetic all night and couldn't fall asleep at all. After barely getting through the night, Xia Qian left for the academy. Sometime later, Zhou Mo gradually felt his head starting to feel foggy. Having had this experience before, Zhou Mo knew that it was probably time for him to fall into a deep sleep again. Although it was broad daylight, Zhou Mo quickly climbed into bed and closed his eyes. The next moment, boundless darkness descended, and Zhou Mo felt himself drifting aimlessly, not knowing where he was going. He felt as if he had walked a long, dark road, and on both sides of the dark road, there seemed to be some terrifying presence that was watching him closely. Zhou Mo let out a long breath and finally opened his eyes. Sure enough, what came into view was no longer the scene inside the room. Looking at everything before me, it's clear that I've already entered the game world and am on the outskirts of the nightmare forest. Then, Zhou Mo felt his own body. At this moment, he is in the form of a mystic demon. But what startled Zhou Mo was that his current state as a mystic puppet spirit was not ideal. As a monarch-level mystic spirit, his health has now dropped to around 30%, and the health bar keeps dropping. What's going on? Having just emerged from the darkness, Zhou Mo spent quite some time figuring out his current situation. Sure enough, he found himself being attacked by players as a wild monster boss. As a monarch-level mystic spirit, he was surrounded by dozens of players, while 7 or 8 players were attacking him. If you include those ranged attacks, the number is even greater. Among those who attacked him were some familiar faces. Keep it up. If you're lucky, you might get 2 or more rare pieces of equipment today. Not bad. We're really lucky today. I don't know if this boss is out of its mind. It's stupid and just keeps doing slow, normal attacks. Yeah, last time his boss used all sorts of skill combinations to perfection, but this time it just stood there dumbfounded. Either the game developers deliberately weakened it, or we've discovered a bug. If it's a bug, will the dropped equipment be recycled? Are you stupid? How would he know it's a bug? Anyway, if the game developers investigate, we'll just insist it's a normal walkthrough. The official stance on Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter, is already acknowledged. What are we even compared to? How did this get dragged into me again? Zhou Mo fell helpless, but also somewhat fearful. I had only been away from the game for a short time, yet the monster's body that I left behind in the game world was almost disposed of by someone else. If I come back any later, won't my ashes have already been scattered? However, Zhou Mo was still somewhat undecided. If my monster body is killed, will I be able to escape this strange state? After all, I've already recovered my real-life body, so even if I get killed in the game, I should be fine. Probably not. But no matter what, Zhou Mo still didn't have the courage to experiment like that, and even if he wanted to, it would definitely not be this time. We can't let these guys get away with this. These guys in front of me are members of the God War Guild. Zhou Mo never imagined that he would have such a connection with the so-called top 3 guilds, the God War Guild. Be careful, its health is about to reach 20. Let's retreat some people first, wait for it to activate its berserk state, and then come up in batches to tank it. We can't let it disengage from the battle. Everyone, stay alert. We lost some brothers when it triggered clan protection at half health. We can't be careless this time. It must be said that, as a team tasked with defeating the boss, their strategy was quite well organized and flawless. Players have never believed that monsters possess intelligence, so when strategizing against bosses, they don't mince words when planning tactics. They shout them out in front of the boss and communicate with each other. The problem is that the monarch-level mystic spirit in front of them is not an ordinary monster boss, but Zhou Mo, who is also human and possesses considerable intelligence. The current situation is indeed a bit off, but Zhou Mo is not very panicked. With a thought, a huge black scythe appeared in the hand of the monarch-level mystic spirit amidst the swirling black mist. The attribute panel instantly surged, and the attack damage also increased accordingly. Minus 2,468. Minus 2,369. Minus 2,574. Among the besieging crowd, 2 who already had very little health left had their health bars instantly emptied and turned into white light. There was a minor commotion within the God's War Guild. Damn it, its weapon was clearly gone just now. How did it suddenly reappear? Ignore it. Leave 2 second-tier heroes to hold the line, the rest retreat, and the healers in the back should follow up with healing. The commander who arranged the tactics remained calm. Looking at the numerous enemies trying to retreat, Zhou Mo smiled coldly to himself. Trying to run? The next moment, Puppet Mirror was unleashed and 9 mirror images instantly appeared, blocking their escape route. Sorry, I'm taking over this battle. With a light laugh, the 9 mirror images simultaneously swung their monarch scythes, and each retreating player was hit several times. With their current health and defense, how could these players possibly withstand tens of thousands of points of damage? A white light filled the air. Successfully killed player XX, experience points plus 145. Successfully killed player XX, experience points plus 145. Successfully killed player XX, experience points plus 300. Successfully killed player XX, experience points plus 300. 2 of them are second tier. During the half-day Zhou Mo was away from the game, more and more players successfully completed their second-class advancement. However, for Zhou Mo now, the first and second transformations are the same. They're both meant to become his experience points. The area around the monarch-level mystic spirit was instantly cleared. None of the 7 or 8 closest players managed to escape. Puppet Show, embracing the disabled. The next moment, the 9 mirror images trembled violently and flew into the main body, like swallows returning to their nests. The remaining health of these 9 mirror clones was entirely absorbed by the original body. Each mirror image clone only had a little over 20 HP left, but when the 9 mirror image clones were combined, their combined HP was not small. The monarch-level mystic spirit instantly regained its full health bar, returning to its peak condition. Chapter 156, The Wild Monster Speaks. On the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, the members of the God War Guild were all stunned. No one knows how much they sacrificed to defeat this boss. Before the first guild war began, they had entered this place in order to hunt down Zhou Mo. That time, they ultimately failed to catch Zhou Mo, but were instead hunted down and scattered by the mystic puppet spirits, becoming a laughing stock in the entire game. This time, Zhou Mo's Four Seasons Guild performed exceptionally well in the A-level round-robin tournament, putting immense pressure on the God War Guild. Most players in the game want to know who would emerge victorious if the Four Seasons Guild and the God War Guild clashed. In fact, for the God War Guild, which used to consider itself one of the top 3 guilds, it would be unacceptable if it could not defeat the Four Seasons Guild in a crushing manner. To achieve that goal, increasing one's strength is essential. At this point, before the start of today's guild war, the God War Guild planned to hone their skills at the last minute and try their luck at conquering the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit. Although we were badly hurt by the Mystic Demon last time, many members of the guild have reached the second job advancement this time, so the outcome of facing the Mystic Demon again will be very different. If we can easily hunt down a Monarch-level Mystic Spirit, it will be a good opportunity to wash away the shame and vindicate the guild. Their idea was undoubtedly excellent. Having many second-tier players has indeed greatly increased their strength, allowing them to easily whittle down the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit's HP to 30. Even when the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit triggered clan protection, during the process, they only had to pay the price of having some members resurrected once to get through it. If things continue to go smoothly, the Gods War Guild will be the center of attention today. Unfortunately, they never imagined that this Monarch-level Mystic Spirit was not an ordinary monster, but was controlled by a human. After Zhou Mo used Puppet Embrace to reclaim all 9 clones into himself, his overall attribute panel reached a terrifying level. With such power, even a dragonfly who is also a second-tier player and has 2 pieces of treasure, equipment cannot break through his defense, let alone the people from the God War Guild. Although Dragonfly had never joined any guild before, his strength was undeniable, given his achievement of being the first to successfully complete a second job advancement. Especially after equipping 2 treasure pieces of equipment, this power is enough to surpass the vast majority of players. However, this power was still useless in Zhou Mo's eyes, who was in the puppet embracing the disabled state. -1, -1, -1, -1. Right now, these players from the God War Guild are doing this utterly pointless work. Zhou Mo smiled inwardly and raised the Monarch's scythe in his hand. He retrieved 9 mirror clones, which provided him not only with formidable defensive capabilities, but also with terrifying offensive power. -8,821, -8,961, -8,797. With the side slaughter skill activated, Zhou Mo's speed increased dramatically, and he charged directly towards the other members of the God War Guild. With just a casual wave of his hand, most of these members, who were only at the first turn, fell down one after another. Even if they are at the peak of the first-tier players, it still doesn't change anything. For a first-tier player, unless they can wear a full set of treasure, equipment, they're nothing more than a matter of 1 scythe in front of Zhou Mo. Second-tier players are slightly better off, able to withstand a single scythe attack without dying. But what does it matter? Zhou Mo swung his sickle again. If 1 strike doesn't kill, then 2 strikes will do. It's such a simple and straightforward thing. The members of the Gods War Guild were devastated. While the previous Monarch-level Mystic Spirit's attack power was indeed strong, it could barely withstand several hits. Unlike now, it was instantly killed in 1 or 2 strikes. If that's the case, then what's the point of players even bothering to defeat bosses? Did it trigger Berserk State? No, it just hadn't lost any health to 20, and its health suddenly became full. Even if the Berserk State attribute is doubled, it's impossible to have such a high attack. There's absolutely no information about this in the official game forums database. What's going on? The members of the Gods War Guild frantically fled for their lives, while those who had already fallen and did not need to flee discussed the matter endlessly in the guild chat channel. With the Gods War Guild causing such a big incident, nearby players naturally noticed it as well. When players saw this scene from afar, the player chat channel became lively. Haha, see that? The guys in the God War Guild are being hunted down again. Why do you say again? Has this happened before? Brother, you don't know this, but not long ago, the God War Guild was already taught a lesson by the mystic puppet spirit. That's right. It's a pity that the God War Guild never learns its lesson and is just eagerly handing over the spoils to them again. Haha, everyone, guess how many members of the God War Guild will escape this time? I bet 1 game coin that they'll escape at most 3 this time. Brother, you're taking a big risk. I'll go with it. I'll bet 1 game coin. I bet none of them will escape. +1. Me too. Although the Gods War Guild is generally considered to be among the top 3 guilds, seeing them suffer misfortune naturally makes other players happy to watch the show. Isn't kicking someone when they're down basic tactic? Zhou Mo watched the members of the God War Guild desperately fleeing, a cold smile playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, "Escape? Do you really think you can escape?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Mo sensed that something was amiss. Almost simultaneously, an unprecedented message was sent out in the game's public chat channel. Monarch-level Mystic Spirit. Escape? Do you really think you can escape? Forehead. Zhou Montag was stunned. Many players who were just watching were also stunned. A moment later, the silent chat channel exploded with activity. No way, the monsters are talking. Is it the game-wide public chat channel? Could it be that the game has been secretly updated again, adding this little Easter egg? Haha, what a twisted game designer. The God War Guild is probably completely humiliated this time. Unlike the other players' surprise, Zhou Mo was covered in sweat. Fortunately, I didn't say anything outrageous just now, otherwise it would have been tantamount to self-destruction, which would have been a huge problem. He kept his mouth tightly shut, and a realization dawned on him. The next moment, a command was issued in his mind, and all the magical creatures in the entire area began to move. The mystical spirits, as numerous as mountains and seas, converged on Zhou Mo's location from all directions. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Countless magical golems stood shoulder to shoulder, layer upon layer, surrounding Zhou Mo and all the members of the God War Guild in the middle. The members of the God War Guild turned pale, while Zhou Mo's smile gradually blossomed. Now it's time to catch them in the act. Chapter 157, There's No Such Thing as Surviving. As the mystic spirits surged towards them like a tidal wave, most of the members of the God War Guild turned ashen-faced. In such a situation, unless they can fly, there is simply no way they can escape. Of course, even if they could fly, it was still uncertain whether they could actually escape with their lives at that moment. The army of mystic demons surrounded the members of the God War Guild and then stopped advancing. Zhou Mo, holding the monarch's scythe in his hand, slowly walked forward. He was very angry. Anger stems from lingering fear. He hadn't expected that he would be surrounded and killed by these guys from the God War Guild after only being away from the game for half a day. Therefore, at this time, he had to teach the guys from the God War Guild a lesson. The game has limitations. At this moment, the members of the God War Guild are in a state of combat and cannot log off directly. To log off, they must first leave this place and exit combat. But such a thing is simply impossible to do now. Seeing Zhou Mo slowly walking up, the members of the God War Guild trembled in their hearts, but they could only shout and rush towards Zhou Mo. As the saying goes, when 2 armies meet on a narrow path, the brave will prevail. At this point, they had no way to retreat, so they could only bravely move forward. Unfortunately, the adage, the brave prevail when the 2 sides are far apart in strength, doesn't hold true when they meet on a narrow path. -1, -1, -1. Their attacks, even when they landed on Zhou Mo, still couldn't break through his defenses. Zhou Mo walked along, gently waving the monarch's scythe in his hand, and the members of the God War Guild fell one by one. Successfully killed player XXX, experience points plus 145. Successfully killed player XXX, experience points plus 145. As he continued to gain experience points, Zhou Mo's anger gradually subsided. Finally, all the members of the God War Guild that could be seen before them turned into points of soul light on the ground. Zhou Montag chuckled softly. That number is incorrect. The number of members of the God War Guild that we saw at the beginning was definitely more than just this. Moreover, although he was just casually swinging his scythe to harvest, he was still able to roughly distinguish the professions of these players. None of the players who were killed were rogues. Stealth refers to a stealthy state. Zhou Mo, who often disguised himself as a thief, immediately understood. These thief players had a pretty good plan. They had just used the stealth skill to enter stealth mode during the chaos in order to avoid Zhou Mo's attack. It must be said that this method is feasible for the time being. At this moment, Zhou Mo was not in his medical professional state and did not have the true sight to see through invisibility, so he could not see where they were hiding. The problem is that they're surrounded by numerous mystic spirits, layer upon layer. Even if they enter stealth mode, they can only barely survive and have no way to escape. What can we do but wait it out? Zhou Mo knew that the stealth skill had a limited duration, and they would eventually have to reveal themselves. All I need to do is capture the moment they appear. In the unspeakable silence, time passed second by second. Finally, some distance to Zhou Mo's side, the air rippled, and a semi-illusory figure emerged from it. The moment it appeared, the figure immediately used the stealth skill again, its body becoming illusory once more, about to enter stealth again. That's wishful thinking. Zhou Mo chuckled inwardly, having already issued the command in his mind. Instantly, the surrounding mystic spirits all produced a bronze short spear and hurled it towards the area where the figure was located. At this moment, the thief player who had appeared had already re-entered stealth mode and moved a little distance to the side. If you were facing a mystic demon that only had melee attack capabilities, he might actually be able to outlast it with that method. Unfortunately, after defeating the bronze wraith in the battle, the mystic demon race acquired the bronze wraith's wraith spear throwing skill, which came in handy at this moment. A large number of bronze short spears hurled by the swarm of mystic spirits instantly covered an area of several meters around him, turning him into a pincushion. Even if he is in an invisible state, he cannot truly disappear. A flash of white light, and he was directly struck by the numerous short spears, turning into yet another point of soul light on the ground. The other members, who were also in stealth mode, felt a shiver run down their spines. Although they entered stealth mode a little later than the previous person, it wasn't much later. Soon it would be their turn to show up, and wouldn't they also be destined to be pricked like hedgehogs? Their plan was correct. Soon after, these thief players appeared one after another. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough for Zhou Mo to catch them. Just as they were about to revert to stealth, Zhou Mo issued another command, ordering a large number of mystic spirits to throw bronze short spears. It must be said that they are in a tragic situation after encountering the current mystic demon race. An endless barrage of bronze spears rained down like a sudden downpour, shattering the last shred of hope in the hearts of these rogue players. White light filled the air, and all the invading members of the God War Guild were turned into specks of soul light. Successfully killed player XXX, experience points plus 145. Successfully killed player XXX, experience points plus 300. Zhou Mo gained a lot of experience points again, and this time his experience bar was finally full. Current experience points have reached the maximum, level +1. Current level, 30. The bloodline feeding feature in the Evolution Encyclopedia is now available. After completing the bloodline feeding for the currently lit-up character in the encyclopedia, a new evolution stage will be unlocked. Zhou Mo was a little stunned. He thought that after he leveled up to level 30, he could advance again after accumulating enough experience points, just like last time. But things weren't that simple. Suddenly, it unlocked some kind of bloodline feeding function for itself. In other words, don't even think about advancing before you've completed this so-called bloodline feeding. Sigh. Just thinking about it makes me a little unhappy. Zhou Mo's gaze fell on the onlookers in the distance, and a sudden idea popped into his head, so he spoke up. At that moment, the same sentence appeared in the player chat channel. Monarch-level Mystic Demon. You reckless adventurers, those who dare to invade the territory of the Mystic Demon race, this is your fate. Seeing the fate of the God War Guild, and then considering the declaration of the Monarch-level Mystic Spirit, the players' expressions became quite interesting. Wow, this is interesting. The design of the monsters is quite something. Haha, I don't know what those game designers are thinking, but I like it. Let's hurry up. Didn't you see that Monarch-level Mystic Spirit looking this way? Yeah, its eyes are so sinister and scary, it's terrifying. How did you manage to see its eyes, boss? Seeing the crowd disperse, Zhou Mo turned back to the spot where the many soul points of the God War Guild had disappeared and quickly walked over there. This time, they also dropped a lot of equipment, and Zhou Mo decided not to waste it and picked it all up. Although the rare equipment is no longer useful to him, he can at least collect it and exchange it for some in-game currency in player towns. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, so we can't just throw it away. After all, in the real world, one can directly convert game currency into real-world currency. Picking up these rare items is like picking up money, although the amount of money seems rather small. Chapter 158 Bloodline Feeding. Although only the God War Guild was wiped out this time, the other players also felt the crisis. There's still a long time before the round-robin tournament resumes, and many players have already given feedback to the official team. The feedback was basically the same. The Monarch-level boss was able to control the entire race, which was terrifying. If that's the case, how will players ever be able to defeat the boss again? No matter how powerful your team is, when you're trying to defeat a boss, if the boss controls its entire race to attack, even the strongest team will be defeated. Among those who provided feedback, the majority were naturally from the God War Guild, which had just been wiped out. The official response was quite swift, with an announcement being issued very quickly. The next moment, a game announcement rang out. After technical adjustments, from this moment on, Monarch-level monsters can only control their own tribe during tribe battles. They do not have the ability to control their tribe at other times. Players can proceed with confidence. In fact, the game's official staff were also somewhat bewildered when they received the feedback. In their design, Monarch-level monsters are not supposed to control other monsters unless it is during clan war. I don't know what went wrong, but this Monarch-level mystic spirit can. After this announcement was made, Zhou Mo, a Monarch-level mystic spirit, suddenly felt that he had lost control over the other mystic spirits. His heart tightened. He realized that the game's official staff had revised the game rules. However, for him now, even without controlling the wild monsters of his tribe, his strength is already powerful enough, so he doesn't care too much. Now, he is carefully exploring the bloodline feeding function in the Evolution Encyclopedia. In the open panel, he found that under the Scarecrow and Mystic Spirit sections, there was a new bloodline feeding progress bar. The progress bar is currently at 0, meaning there's no progress at all. Looking at the progress bar, Zhou Mo had an idea. He took out the bloodline fragment from his backpack and crushed it in his hand. The next moment, a faint red light flashed, and the bloodline fragment in his hand disappeared without a trace. At this moment, when Zhou Mo looked at the bloodline feeding section in the Evolution Encyclopedia again, he found that some small changes had occurred. Under the Scarecrow section, the progress bar for bloodline feeding is no longer 0, but has reached 5. In other words, a bloodline fragment can only provide 5 feeding points to the bloodline feeding progress bar. Looking at the 6 remaining bloodline fragments in his backpack, Zhou Mo shook his head helplessly. These were the ones he had saved up before. Each fragment of his bloodline was hard-won. After all, it only drops from bosses of the boss level or higher, and it doesn't drop every time. However, there was no point in keeping these bloodline fragments at this point, so Zhou Mo chose to use them all. The next moment, the Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress reached 20, while the Mystic Spirit's bloodline feeding progress reached 15. This bloodline feeding is actually done randomly. Zhou Mo, somewhat dissatisfied. It seems I need to focus on defeating more bosses and acquiring more bloodline fragments. Otherwise, my path to advancement might be blocked. Compared to directly attacking the boss, Zhou Mo actually prefers to launch tribal warfare. The last time I wiped out the Bronze Wraith clan, I was rewarded with 2 bloodline fragments. Compared to trying my luck by seriously attacking the boss, this was much more reliable. However, after thinking it over, Zhou Mo abandoned the idea of launching an offensive war with the Mystic Puppet Demon Spirit clan. At this moment, the Mystic Demon race is in the eye of the storm. If they make any more noise, it will only attract more attention from those who are interested. Being too conspicuous is not what Zhou Mo is looking for. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mo disguised himself and left the area of the Mystic Puppet Spirit. After the Evolution Encyclopedia appeared, Zhou Mo's disguise time limit was no longer a limitation. In the Mystic Spirit state, he can choose the Puppet Disguise skill to disguise himself as a player. At this time, the disguise lasts for 5 hours, and the cooldown time of Puppet Disguise is 24 hours. In other words, the original Zhou Mo could only have 1 chance to disguise himself per day. However, with the Evolution Guide, everything changed dramatically. Zhou Mo disguised himself as a player and headed towards the beginner village. After arriving at the starting village, he continued towards the Scarecrow monster area. At his current level, although he can enter the beginner village, he cannot enter the monster area within the beginner village. This is a restriction imposed by the game's official developers. Zhou Mo, however, had his own methods. After arriving at a short distance outside the Scarecrow area, Zhou Mo found a secluded spot and carefully surveyed the surrounding area to make sure there were no other players before he felt safe enough to remove his disguise and revert to his mystic spirit form. During the survey, he even used True Sight to prevent any rogue players from hiding nearby. However, in this beginner village, there are certainly very few people who are that bored. New players who haven't yet changed jobs naturally won't be able to master the stealth skill, which is only available to the thief class. The moment he returned to the mythical spirit, Zhou Mo immediately opened the Evolution Encyclopedia panel and activated the Scarecrow form. The next moment, a Monarch-level Scarecrow appeared outside the Scarecrow area. Zhou Mo, in his Monarch-level Scarecrow form, slowly stepped into the Scarecrow area. Next time, he only needs to activate the Mystic Spirit form from the Evolution Encyclopedia panel again, and all of Mystic Spirit skills will be refreshed. Skills like Puppet Disguise can completely ignore the 24-hour cooldown and can be used again immediately. However, that was not Zhou Mo's purpose this time. When he stepped into the Scarecrow area, he clearly felt that some strange changes had occurred there. The next moment, a game system notification sounded in the area. A second Monarch-level Lord has appeared in the Scarecrow area, initiating a Lord contest to determine the Soul Lord. Then, Zhou Mo sensed that the Scarecrow's body seemed to have its own thoughts, and it was moving rapidly in a certain direction. Zhou Mo frowned, suddenly regained control of his body, and stopped in place. At this moment, he still felt a certain longing in his body for that direction, and he frequently wanted to walk in that direction. Zhou Mo also heard the system announcement and understood that there must be another Monarch-level Scarecrow in that direction. The game system is prompting me to go that way, probably so that the two Monarch-level Scarecrows can meet and then fight out. With that thought in mind, Zhou Mo stopped trying to stop him and let his body move forward instinctively. Chapter 159. The Scarecrow will definitely win. Zhou Mo, disguised as a Scarecrow, walked towards the center of the area, but he wasn't the only one heading in that direction. Although the game has been open for some time, new players are still constantly joining. At this time, there were quite a few players leveling up in the Scarecrow area, and they all heard the area announcement just now. A second Monarch-level Lord has appeared in the Scarecrow area, and a Lord battle will be held to determine the Soul Lord. Such opportunities to broaden one's horizons are rare and hard to come by, and most players are unwilling to miss them. Zhou Mo did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts as he traveled, and was quickly discovered by the players. Then, a large group of troublemakers followed behind him, advancing with him. Having just leveled up, Zhou Mo wasn't particularly eager for experience points, and he didn't think much of the experience points offered by these new players. So these novice players had no idea they had just narrowly escaped death, and were still happily following the Monarch-level Scarecrow in front of them. Although the Scarecrow area was quite large, the two Monarch-level Scarecrows quickly met as they walked towards each other. Seeing that the distance between the two Monarch-level Scarecrows was less than 100 meters, the newbie players present became excited. Which side do you think will win? I've already foreseen the secret. This battle will surely be won by the newcomer. What do you mean? As the saying goes, only a mighty dragon will cross the river. This one who dares to challenge must possess even greater strength. I was saying that even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. I bet this one will win. A newbie looked at the two veterans and asked the question that had been bothering him. To be honest, both of these appeared in the Scarecrow area. How did you manage to tell which one was new and which one was original? Forehead. The two bigwigs who had been speaking so eloquently were suddenly stunned. This seemed to be a problem. Another person chuckled and said, "It's no big deal. If you ask me, the Monarch-level Scarecrow will definitely win in the end." That makes sense. I bet the Monarch-level Scarecrow will win in the end. Anyone disagree? This is boring. Let's guess how long this battle will last before a winner is decided. Okay, I guess it will take at least 10 minutes after all. It's a Monarch-level being. 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? You're underestimating a Monarch-level boss. So how long do you think it will take? It definitely won't take 10 minutes, 8 minutes at most. No, 9 minutes will be enough. Anyone else want to place a bet? Hurry up. I guess. A Monarch-level Scarecrow has defeated another Monarch-level Scarecrow, ending the Lord battle. The currently surviving Monarch-level Scarecrow is the Soul Lord. Clam? What the heck? The numerous players who were about to place their bets were stunned. We weren't even ready to place our bets, and it's already over? Are there really such a huge difference in strength between these two Monarch-level Scarecrows? One player asked, "Did anyone see clearly which Scarecrow won?" One player who noticed the battle replied blankly, "I don't know, I just saw two Scarecrows approaching. Then a flock of crows flew around, and then the announcement went off." However, Zhou Mo, the main subject of their discussion, did not take this so-called Lord Battle too seriously. He knew his own abilities. On the surface, he appeared to be a monarch-level Scarecrow, but in reality, his attribute strength had long exceeded the limits of a monarch-level Scarecrow. With my current strength, I can easily kill a monster boss in the beginner village instantly. You don't even need skills. A simple normal attack is enough to take it down. However, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Mo did not want to go too far, so he did not just use a normal attack, but instead used the Crow's Pecking skill. At this time, his Crow Peck skill was at level 10. Crow Peck LV10 consumes 150 mana, summons a flock of crows to peck at the target, dealing 40 to 100 peck damage to targets in a small area, with a 100% chance to inflict bleed, reducing health by 15 points per second for 20 seconds, stacking. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Although he doesn't have the Puppet Embrace bonus now, with a Monarch Scythe, he still has more than 3,000 attack power, which is more than enough to deal with this Monarch-level Scarecrow. With a single Crow Peck attack, the crows had barely appeared when, with just one peck, the opponent with only 3,000 health points was instantly reduced to a handful of rotten straw. Because it was an instant kill, the opponent didn't even have a chance to trigger Clan Protection or Berserk. After killing his opponent, Zhou Mo naturally gained the position of the highest lord of the Scarecrow region. Defeat the Monarch-level Scarecrow to obtain Bloodline Fragment 1. Zhou Mo was pleasantly surprised to hear this news. He had only killed the beginner village boss and didn't expect to get anything good from it, but he was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward. However, aside from these bloodline fragments, Zhou Mo didn't bother to look at the rest of the scattered fragments scattered all over the ground. These were all low-level equipment of the highest quality, fine, which Zhou Mo didn't even consider worthy of his attention. Picking up equipment like that would be a waste of backpack space. Moreover, such low-level equipment is difficult to sell. If you insist on picking it up and contacting buyers to try and convert it into game currency, you could waste the time of defeating a high-level boss. Therefore, Zhou Mo had no intention of doing something that was completely unprofitable. However, Zhou Mo didn't want these things, but the novice players treasured them. For them, having this equipment means they won't need to worry about replacing their equipment before changing jobs. With such equipment, leveling up will be much easier and less stressful, allowing you to quickly leave the beginner stage. Seeing the Monarch-level Scarecrow standing there dumbly in the distance, these novice players gritted their teeth, and several of them rushed out. Their target was naturally the dropped, high-quality equipment. As the saying goes, the bold get rich while the timid starve. With such good equipment right in front of us, how can we let it go? Even if you don't find it, you won't lose anything, and if you do find it, you'll make a profit, so why not? Seeing these novice players each guarding a piece of equipment, waiting for the 1-minute loot protection period to pass, Zhou Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. However, having just lost a bloodline fragment, he was in a good mood and, being merciful, decided not to bother arguing with these newbies. Unfortunately, he was unwilling to argue, but some newbies just couldn't see the point. A novice player was standing next to the piece of equipment closest to Zhou Mo, looking at the motionless Monarch-level Scarecrow in front of him. Out of sheer boredom, he suddenly had a whimsical idea and poked the Scarecrow with his novice wooden sword. -1. It's impossible to break through the defense, but the -1 damage deduction lightly bounced up. Upon being attacked, Zhou Mo reacted instinctively, unleashing a crow's peck strike. In an instant, a flock of crows took flight. Chapter 160 Scarecrow Invasion. Originally, it would have been a wonderful and pleasant thing for everyone to be guarding their own piece of equipment. But a novice player with too many hands ruined everything. He merely poked the Monarch-level Scarecrow lightly with his beginner wooden sword, posing absolutely no threat to it. However, by the time the crows took flight, it was too late for regrets. -3046. A dark crow flew by and gently pecked at the player, instantly turning him into a white light, a single point of soul light on the ground. And the equipment he had been guarding for so long naturally left him. Since the crow's pecking attack has already been launched, it's impossible that it only takes one bird with it. Within the range of the crows, all the novice players followed suit. The players who were a little further away escaped unharmed, but they were still trembling with fear. Zhou Mo looked at the few newbie players who were just outside the range of the crow's peck attack and had not been attacked, and sighed softly in his heart. That's enough. They're just newbies. Why should I show favoritism? So he stepped forward and with a gentle swing of his monarch scythe, sent these players on their way. Successfully killed player XXX, experience points +1. Successfully killed player XXX, experience points +1. Forehead. Perhaps the level difference was too great, because killing these players only yielded a paltry 1 experience point. Sigh. That means all that hard work I put into dealing with so many newbie players was practically for nothing. Zhou Mo took a deep breath, stopped worrying about it, and headed straight for the monster area next door. That was his main purpose in coming here. In the game's setting, if a monarch-level lord of a clan enters another monster area, it is equivalent to launching a clan war. At that time, both sides' monarch-level lords will be able to command their tribe's monsters to attack the opposing tribe. Once tribal warfare begins, it is a fight to the death. However, the game's official team has made some new additions recently. Under the new rules, tribal warfare will no longer directly wipe out the entire defeated tribal group. That would result in a limited variety of monsters in the game, which would hinder the representation of the game world's diversity. Under the new rules, the losing monarch-level lord will also be eliminated, but the tribe he leads will not be wiped out, but will be placed under the command of the winning monarch-level lord. In other words, if a monarch-level Scarecrow advances upwards and remains undefeated, it may eventually lead to a situation where a Scarecrow commands various high-level monster groups. And Zhou Mo is now planning to become that kind of Scarecrow. Moreover, the chances of him succeeding in doing this are extremely high, because he is not a monarch-level Scarecrow in the ordinary sense. He left the starting village and then returned. This can be described as akin to a dimensional reduction attack. Meanwhile, a new announcement popped up in the game's world chat channel. The monarch-level Scarecrow leads its clan to invade the Red Mad Rabbit territory. Upon hearing this announcement, players immediately began asking questions. A Scarecrow? Isn't that a monster in the starting village? Which starting village did that happen in? Does anyone know? Give me a hint. I'm gonna go see some gossip. At this point, someone on the game channel had already responded. It's the newbie village number 12. I didn't expect to encounter something so interesting right after logging in. I've already reserved a spot. Everyone come quickly. Huh. Tell that Scarecrow not to attack yet. I'm coming over to watch the show right away. Brother, you're really something. These Scarecrows are my pets. How am I supposed to call them? However, amidst these excited words, there were also disheartening remarks. Still just watching the show? Don't you know that watching a show is the riskiest thing in the world? Last time, when the bronze vengeful spirits invaded the mystic demon realm, what happened to those who just watched? Have you all forgotten? Oh, what's the outcome? I'm a newbie and haven't heard of this before. Can someone please explain? It's nothing serious. It's just that the bystanders got themselves into trouble, and a whole bunch of onlookers got wiped out by the monsters. What we do now? Should we just watch the show? What's wrong with looking at this? It's a Scarecrow, not a magical golem. No matter how powerful it is, it can't break through my defenses. All right, I forgot. These are wild monsters in the beginner village. There's no need to feel any pressure. But are you allowed to go into the monster area of the starting village? All right, there's this kind of restriction too. However, the game developers had already taken this into account. New players who were able to enter the monster area of the beginner village immediately chose to share their first-person perspective. Other higher-level players who couldn't enter could directly connect to their shared perspective and enjoy watching the fun together with the newbies. In the eyes of the gossip-loving crowd, the Scarecrow army had already assembled and headed north towards the Red Mad Rabbit area. To be honest, they didn't think highly of the Scarecrow's attack on the Red Mad Rabbit clan. As is widely known, the starting level of Scarecrow is level 1, making it the lowest level monster group in many beginner villages. While the Red Mad Rabbit is also a group of wild monsters in the beginner village, its starting level is 3, and its aggression is much stronger than that of the Scarecrow. It is said that a rabbit will bite when cornered, and every single one of these crazy red rabbits is in a state of being ready to bite. Want to make a bet and see which group wins this time? What's the point of betting every day? Do you think every race is a mystic demon, capable of overthrowing their superiors? All right, there's no need to argue anymore. We'll just wait and see. The monarchs of the two races should be meeting soon. Brothers up ahead, keep up. Those Scarecrows are almost gone. I dare not. You don't know, this monarch-level Scarecrow is cunning. I'm afraid it will kill me first. Haha, what a ridiculous overreaction. What trouble can a mere Scarecrow, even if it's a monarch-level creature, possibly cause? Yes, hurry up and follow. If that Scarecrow dares to bully you, I'll avenge you. After all, I'm a level 20 expert. You're just bragging. You can't even get in. How are you going to avenge someone? And when did a mere level 20 become a big shot? The Scarecrow tribe has successfully invaded the Mad Rabbit's territory. The Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit has been annihilated. Effective immediately, the Red Mad Rabbit clan will be led by the Monarch-level Scarecrow. The Monarch-level Scarecrow will be upgraded by 3 levels and can now roam freely in 2 areas. The players who were waiting to see what would happen were stunned. Is that all? What happened? The camera was rolling. We didn't see anything, and it just ended like that. Let's go, let's go. What's the point of looking at this? We've come all this way, and we can't even get a bowl of hot soup. The Monarch-level Scarecrow leads its pack in an invasion of the Violent Cat territory. Oh no, not again. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We must keep up this time. We can't lose them again. Chapter 161, Continue the Invasion. The players became even more excited, as they had been disappointed not to have witnessed the battle between the Monarch-level Scarecrow and the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit. Now that the Monarch-level Scarecrow is heading straight for the Violent Cat area, how could they not be excited? However, Zhou Mo, the protagonist of the event and the instigator of this war, was quite calm at this moment. For him, attacking these monster groups in the beginner village was a task that was not difficult at all. With his current stats, even the most powerful monsters in the starting village would have no chance of stopping him. At this moment, as he walked towards the center of the Violent Cat area, his mind was focused on the spoils of the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit he had just annihilated. He was pleasantly surprised when the game system notified him that the Monarch-level Scarecrow had been upgraded to level 3. However, a moment later, he realized that he had been happy for nothing. He didn't know if the game system could monitor his current level in real time, but the reward given by the system, Level Up 3, was based on the ordinary Monarch-level Scarecrow. In other words, if he were just a normal Monarch-level Scarecrow, he would be level 9, but this time, by leveling up 3 levels, he can be directly upgraded to level 12. It is comparable to the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit. The problem is, he's no longer level 9, but level 30. Therefore, this reward only provides him with the experience points needed to level up from level 9 to 12, totaling 3,840 points. Zhou Mo. Although it wasn't the result he had hoped for, 3,840 experience points were better than nothing. This time, the entire Scarecrow clan did not come away empty-handed. After Zhou Mo's victory, although the Scarecrow clan did not directly gain a level boost, the level cap of the entire clan was raised to the same level as the Mad Rabbit clan. In other words, although the Scarecrow's starting level is still 1, it can gain experience points to level up to the same level as the Red Mad Rabbit clan. Of course, whether these Scarecrows can gain enough experience points to level up before being killed by players, like Zhou Mo did before, remains to be seen. Zhou Mo didn't care about this. However, when he just annihilated the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit, he was indeed rewarded with 2 bloodline fragments, which made him feel that the trip was worthwhile. It was because of the acquisition of these 2 bloodline fragments that he made up his mind to continue his efforts and include the Violent Cat clan in his attack targets. Aside from these 2 bloodline fragments, his best gain was probably the skill Berserk Blood Rampage, provided by the Monarch-level Crimson Mad Rabbit. Berserk Rampage LV1 consumes 20 mana, instantly enters a berserk state, rapidly ramming targets within a 10-meter radius 3 times, dealing a total of 350 impact damage. 30 chance to inflict a slow effect on the target, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. As a wild monster group that starts at level 3, the skill provided by the Red Mad Rabbit cannot be considered strong. However, as a single target burst skill, and a short to medium range attack method, it can be considered a supplement to Zhou Mo's existing methods and can be regarded as practical. Now in Scarecrow form, Zhou Mo had plenty of free skill points, so he didn't hesitate and directly added the Berserk Blood Rampage skill to LV10. Therefore, his current skills are Crow's Peck LV10, Straw Man, Resentful Spear Throw LV10, and Straw Man, Frenzied Blood Rampage LV10. Having just won the battle, the game system rewarded him with 3 attribute points and 1 skill point, bringing his total skill points to 32. Even if you level up all 3 skills to LV10, it only uses up 27 skill points, leaving 5 points free. However, once Bloody Rampage is upgraded to level 10, its strength becomes quite acceptable. Berserk Rampage LV10 consumes 110 mana, instantly enters a berserk state, rapidly rams into targets within 10 meters 3 times, dealing a total of 3,140 impact damage, 75% chance to inflict a slow effect on the target, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 90, lasting for 5 seconds, skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Zhou Mo also splurged on the spear throw skill, which he hadn't had enough points to max out before, and leveled it up to level 10 this time. Spear throw LV10 consumes 220 mana, throws a short spear to attack the target, dealing a total of 480 throwing damage to targets within 200 meters, 100% chance to inflict a piercing effect, has all health regeneration effects, lasts for 10 seconds, skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Although both are types of monsters, the Scarecrow skill variety is far less than that of the Mystic, so there are more free skill points to add to other skills. Zhou Mo discovered that he could gain a new skill every time he successfully conquered Tribe. However, if things continue like this, you'll acquire more and more skills, but you'll only have so many skill points. Eventually, you'll have to make a tough choice. However, things are better now. With only 3 skills, he can choose to have them all without having to make a choice. The figure of the Violent Cat could already be seen in sight. As a monster that starts at level 6, the Violent Cat is considered one of the more powerful monsters in this beginner village. In fact, even the leader of the Scarecrow tribe is only level 6. Of course, as a boss, a level 6 leader-level Scarecrow is definitely stronger than a regular Violent Cat. However, a level 9 elite-level Violent Cat is already strong enough to defeat a level 6 leader-level Scarecrow. But now Zhou Mo is facing a level 15 Monarch-level Violent Cat. Even though he had already dealt with the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit, in the eyes of the onlookers, as a Scarecrow, he still had little chance of winning against a level 15 Monarch-level Violent Cat. Of course, Zhou Mo himself did not have this concern. The Monarch-level ferocious cat before him was not at all the wildcat image he had imagined. Its size was so enormous that it was almost comparable to that of a cheetah. From the movements of that Monarch-level ferocious cat, every inch of its muscles revealed unparalleled power. If it were just an ordinary Monarch-level Scarecrow, its straw body would probably be torn apart in an instant by the opponent's sharp claws. Zhou Mo already had the Monarch's scythe in his hand. At this moment, his straw-bound body was over 2 meters tall. Although he looked a little thin, his physique was in no way inferior to his opponent's. Not to mention the 2-meter-long Monarch's scythe in his hand, surrounded by swirling black mist, which directly elevated his prestige by more than 1 level. Both are Monarch level, but I possess the cool and stylish Monarch scythe, while my opponent only has his original minions. Putting aside who is stronger or weaker, just the appearance alone gives me the upper hand. On the chat channel, board players started chatting idly again. I vote for Scarecrow. This design is amazing. Strength is not important. Being handsome should be a lifelong pursuit. Can being handsome put food on the table? Being handsome can certainly put food on the table. Ugly people are still working hard, while handsome people are already living off their wives. What do you think? Pa stench. Exactly. I'm ashamed to associate with them. The Scarecrow tribe has successfully invaded the Violent Cat territory. The Monarch-level Violent Cat has been wiped out. This, netizens. Chapter 162 Sweep. None of the onlookers who had traveled from afar expected that the Monarch-level Scarecrow would defeat the Monarch-level Violent Cat so quickly. No, in fact, they never expected that the Monarch-level Scarecrow could win. But reality is so magical. This Monarch-level Scarecrow not only won, but won decisively. Before they could even react, the Monarch-level Scarecrow had already easily dealt with their opponent. However, they realized a moment later that it was too early to be shocked. A Monarch-level Scarecrow leads its swarm to invade the area inhabited by cannibalistic bees. The Scarecrow swarm has successfully invaded the cannibal bee territory. The Monarch-level carnivorous wasp has been wiped out. The Monarch-level Scarecrow leads its horde to invade the drum frog's territory. The Scarecrow swarm has successfully invaded the drum frog's territory. The Monarch-level drumming frog has been wiped out. The Monarch-level Scarecrow leads its horde to invade the area inhabited by skeleton archers. The Scarecrow horde has successfully invaded the skeleton archer area. The Monarch-level skeleton archers have been wiped out. When the game announcement said that the Monarch-level skeleton archers had been wiped out, the players following behind were already stunned into silence. Borrowing arrows with a straw man. The skeleton archer is an entry-level monster of the undead race, and it is considered the most powerful monster in the starting village. These skeleton archers start at level 10 and have ranged attack capabilities. Once they advance to the Monarch level, even a level 20 player might not be able to defeat them. The game developers placed such groups of wild monsters in the starting village, but in reality, very few players actually went to farm these monsters to level up. After all, these monsters have high attack power and ranged attack capabilities, making them difficult and unrewarding to defeat. The lower-level monster groups are enough to provide enough experience points to leave the starting village. Therefore, although there is a group of skeleton archers in the starting village, there has never been a leader level or higher skeleton archer that has been defeated since the game was released. Today, however, the Monarch-level skeleton archers have been annihilated. In fact, not to mention the Monarch-level skeleton archer, which is the top boss in the beginner village, even other lower-level Monarch-level monsters are rarely successfully defeated. After all, for most players, the starting village is just a transitional area when they first enter the game. Often, they reach the level where they can leave the starting village before they have fully explored it, and naturally they go to a wider world, too lazy to stay in the starting village. There are even some stubborn newbies who only farm scarecrows from beginning to end until they reach a level where they can leave the starting village. They might even think that scarecrows are the only monsters in the starting village after they leave. In short, these bosses in the beginner village are basically just for show. Very few people would actually bother to fight them. Even if someone tries to use a strategy guide, they will be immediately reprimanded and then obediently go grind monsters to level up. But today is a disaster day for all the monsters and bosses in the beginner village. No matter what kind of race or level they are, they're all swept away with overwhelming force. The one who accomplished all of this was a Monarch-level Scarecrow from the lowest-level tribe in the beginner village. Whether they were newbies from the starting village or high-level players who came in from the outside to watch the drama unfold, everyone was utterly shocked at this moment. This day will definitely be remembered by many players, and may even be recorded as one of the top 10 most amazing events in gaming. Zhou Mo, however, was not as sentimental as they were. He hadn't originally planned to be so high-profile, but the reward from the game for annihilating other races' Monarch-level beings in the conquest were simply too generous. Starting with the violent cat, he successively attacked the man-eating bees, drumming frogs, and skeleton archers from Monarch-level races, each of which provided him with 3 spare attribute points and 1 skill point. In addition, each successful attack yielded 2 bloodline fragments, including the bloodline fragments obtained from killing the Monarch-level Scarecrow and attacking the Red Mad Rabbit at the beginning. Zhou Mo now has 11 bloodline fragments. In comparison, the equipment dropped during sieges is hardly worth mentioning. Even the highest-ranking Monarch-level skeleton archers only drop 1 rare level piece of equipment. For ordinary newbie players, rare level equipment is naturally a rare and highly sought-after item, but for Zhou Mo, it doesn't even qualify as food from Monarch Scythe. Although I put it in my backpack, I don't know if I can sell it for some game currency later. By annihilating the monarchs of these tribes, each of them was also given a unique skill specific to their tribe. Seeing that time was running out, Zhou Mo didn't have time to examine everything in detail and headed straight deeper into the area of the skeleton archers. As he continued forward, he casually chose to use all 11 bloodline fragments. A series of red lights flashed, and changes occurred in the evolution illustration. The next moment, the Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress reached 50, while the Mystic Spirit's bloodline feeding progress reached 40. This time, feeding bloodline fragments still had a random effect, but surprisingly, the Scarecrow's progress bar was still the luckier one, gaining more bonuses. Having wiped out all the Monarch-level monsters in the beginner village in one go, Zhou Mo knew that he probably wouldn't be able to obtain more bloodline fragments in large quantities in the short term. Reaching 100 in bloodline feeding to unlock a new evolution seems to require some time. But right now, what he needs to do is participate in today's Guild War round-robin tournament. After finding a secluded spot in the Skeleton Archer area, Zhou Mo directly opened the Evolution Encyclopedia, activated the Mystic Demon panel, and transformed into the Mystic Demon form. To be fair, the monster-infested areas of this beginner village do have some advantages, especially since the Skeleton Archer is the most powerful monster group in the starting village. There are almost no players leveling up in the area. As long as Zhou Mo hides deep inside, he doesn't have to worry about being discovered no matter what he does. After transforming into the Mystic Demon Spirit form, Zhou Mo immediately activated the puppet mirror skill, instantly creating 9 mirror clones. But the game announcement he was worried about didn't ring out. It seems that the appearance of mystic spirits, a race outside the starting village, in a monster area of the starting village was something the game designers hadn't considered. The game's main program seems unaware of this vulnerability. However, Zhou Mo did not dare to linger. He immediately used the puppet embrace skill to retrieve the 9 clones, instantly returning them to their extremely powerful state on the attribute panel. When he chose puppet disguise to switch back to player mode, he immediately felt a strong push, and his entire body was involuntarily moved outside the monster area. At this point, the game system finally detected that his level was too high and did not allow him to remain in the monster area of the beginner village. Zhou Mo ignored everything else, breathed a sigh of relief, left the starting village, and headed back to the main city. The round-robin tournament is about to begin. Chapter 163, Unfair. Main city. All the participants from each guild have arrived. Looking at Zhou Mo, who walked up to her, Xiaoqian nodded slightly to him. At this moment, Dragonfly came up and put her arm around Zhou Mo's shoulder, chuckling, remember to take me flying with you today. After joining the group for a while and fighting together many times, Dragonfly has gradually opened up and is no longer as reserved as before. Since the new members left, the guild now only has Zhou Mo, Dragonfly, and 4 others: Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. Chunmu secretly asked Zhou Mo, "What exactly did you ask Qianqian to do for you yesterday? She didn't come back all night." Zhou Mo chuckled and changed the subject. "The 7th round of the round-robin tournament is about to begin, right? Which guild are we going to face in this match?" It no longer matters which guild he fights. Once Zhou Mo decides to stop hiding his strength, no matter how many of these guilds come, they won't be enough to defeat him. The day's round-robin tournament ended with another perfect record, without any major setbacks. At this moment, in the eyes of all the guilds participating in the A-level guild war, the Four Seasons Guild is no longer just a dark horse guild, but the most terrifying obstacle. Since the start of the guild wars, no guild has been able to gain the upper hand against the Four Seasons Guild. Even though the Four Seasons Guild only fielded a few players, they still had an overwhelming advantage against the 20 players from other guilds. The details of the 3 most impressive performers in the Four Seasons Guild have already spread throughout the game and beyond. Whether in the game or on forums outside the game, discussions about the 3 members of the Four Seasons Guild are currently the hottest topic. First is Xia Qian, the guild leader of the Four Seasons Guild. As a female player, she chose a fighter with extremely high skill ceiling, and no one expected her performance in guild battles to be so amazing. She is still only level 29 and hasn't even completed her 2nd job advancement yet, but she is not at a disadvantage when facing 2nd job advancement players in guild battles. Possessing several pieces of rare level equipment, her attribute panel was in no way inferior to that of 2nd-tier players, and she was even superior in some respects. Besides that, her combat skills truly opened everyone's eyes. Even when surrounded by 5 or 6 players, she still managed to advance and retreat with great skill, turning defense into offense, making it seem as if she were the one attacking 5 or 6 players. The second highlight of the Four Seasons Guild is the 2nd job swordsman, Dragonfly. Although more and more players have completed their 2nd job advancement in the past few days, Dragonfly, as the first player to successfully complete the 2nd job advancement, still did not disappoint. With 2 pieces of treasure, equipment, he is even more able to unleash the full potential of a 2nd-tier player. Although his performance wasn't particularly amazing, with just 2 pieces of treasure, equipment, he was able to hold his own against 2 or 3 2nd-tier players. But when these 2 are placed next to Zhou Mo, the treasure hunter, they are completely outclassed. Zhou Mo was still pretending to be a doctor, as if he had fallen in love with this support profession. However, with the buffs from acceleration and effortless power, once the massive monarch scythe is raised, no one would dare to regard him as a support class. Those guilds that dare to sign up for A-level guild wars are all top-ranked guilds in the game. Those chosen by the guild to participate are the best of the best within the guild. Although there aren't many players who have completed the 2nd job advancement, those who are selected by the guild to participate in matches are, even if they aren't 2nd job advancement players, they're among the top players among the 1st job advancement players. Of course, Xiaoqian and Zhou Mo are exceptions. However, no matter how powerful a 1st-tier player is, There is simply no match for Zhou Mo's gentle sweep of the monarch scythe. The 2-meter-long monarch's scythe swept across, and the damage numbers jumped up, guaranteeing an instant kill. There's absolutely no logic to it. Those players who have completed the second job advancement naturally have much higher health and defense. However, it wasn't much better against Zhou Mo's monarch scythe. It could only withstand 1 or 2 more attacks. When these enemies' attacks landed on Zhou Mo, whether he was a first-class or second-class player, they would basically only cause a forced reduction of -1 HP. It can't even break through defenses. Anyone could see that Zhou Mo's current stats far exceeded the level of current players. His existence is fundamentally disruptive to the game's balance. It's not that no players have reported any issues, but the response they received was always, "The data is all normal, and there are no abnormalities. Please enjoy the game." The game developers seemed completely oblivious to Zhou Mo's extraordinary attribute panel. The players who submitted feedback were helplessly and tragically cut in a white light by Zhou Mo's single strike, leaving them feeling extremely frustrated. How can we enjoy the game like this? Is it fun to get stabbed? After the official response to the reports about Zhou Mo's attributes was not received, more and more rumors about Zhou Mo began to circulate. I heard that Zhou Mo has already assembled a complete set of treasure equipment. Yes, I heard that Zhou Mo has a hidden profession. Not only can he switch to any profession, but his attributes are also increased by 50. I heard that Zhou Mo is the biological son of the CEO of a game company. I heard that Zhou Mo was a plan arranged by the game. Chunmu, from the same guild, looked at Zhou Mo, blinked, and asked, "Zhou Mo, are you really the game's favorite son, or are you a shill?" Zhou Mo rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay any attention to her. Some guilds have given up, with their guild leaders publicly stating, "With a bug like him around, what are we still fighting for? Let's just give up and go to sleep." Regardless, Zhou Mo's strength has deeply impressed people. It is said that some guild leaders are already preparing to poach Zhou Mo offline, offering extremely generous rewards in an attempt to get him to transfer. Oh, it's not just hearsay. One guild leader has already come to us directly. The guild leader said, "If you're willing to transfer to our guild, I can provide you with a house and a car, plus $1 million in cash. Moreover, joining the guild will be considered your job, and I'll give you an additional 30,000 yuan salary every month." The vice president, who came with the president, said smugly, "You're lucky to have caught the eye of our president." Zhou Mo smiled and shook his head. "No need." The vice president frowned and said, "Zhou Mo, no matter how well you play the game, it's still just a game. No matter how powerful you are in the game, you still have to eat and live in reality. What our president can provide is far beyond your imagination. Do you know that it's a house in a high-end residential area in the East 3rd District and the latest flying car from Tianqin Company? Ordinary people can't buy it, even if they have money." Zhou Mo said helplessly, "Really, it's not necessary. Actually, our guild leader has already provided me with food and lodging." "Provide food and lodging?" The vice president laughed and said, "I must say, you're so cute and naive that it's almost endearing. Haven't you realized your own worth yet? With your abilities, are you only fit for a place with room and board?" His gaze fell on Xia Qian beside him, and he shook his head, saying, "Girl, I understand your desire to improve the guild, but isn't it a bit unethical to treat talent like this?" "That's unfair." Xia Qian raised her eyelids and slowly said, "A residence covering 1,500 acres in the south of East District, one shouldn't be considered unreasonable, right? If you can provide something better, you can invite people over." Chapter 164, The Cold Blade. As soon as Xia Qian finished speaking, before the other guild members could react, the members of the Four Seasons Guild erupted in chaos. "What? Qian, you actually secretly hid him in your villa? This is late spring. Qian, you finally figured it out, but using your 1,500-acre villa directly is a bit too extravagant. This is a winter evening." Qiu Yang, who is usually quiet, stared wide-eyed in shock. "Qian, you think you could just say you have one? Do you think people have never seen the world? In the East District, where land is incredibly valuable, you're lucky to have a basic house, let alone a 1,500-acre villa? That's laughable." The guild's vice president sneered, not believing Xia Qian's words at all. With a mocking smile, he looked at Zhou Mo and said, "It's one thing for them to put on a brave face, but you are involved in their vital interests. Why bother making a fuss with them? As long as you agree to the transfer, our president, young Master Zhang, will immediately fulfill his promise." At this moment, the chairman Zhang Xiao, he mentioned, stepped forward and said to Zhou Mo, "All right, I'm in a good mood today. If you agree to transfer, I'll give you 2 million in one go, and I'll also double your monthly salary." Not to mention Zhou Mo himself. Even the other onlookers who noticed this scene were amazed and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. 2 million, and a monthly salary of 60,000 yuan. Wow, you can get rich just by playing a game. Why didn't I get the treasure hunter title? That's right, and there's also a house in the East 3rd District and the latest flying car from Tianxin Company. I can't even dream of it. Zhou Mo has hit the jackpot. Yes, I admit I'm jealous. Hearing the exclamations of surprise from those around him, young Master Zhang was beaming with pride and extremely pleased. He knows very well what others admire and marvel at, and he knows how to take advantage of that. When he first entered the game, he even proudly chose the name Young Master Zhang. Leveraging his real-world financial resources, he thrived from the moment he entered the game, even becoming the leader of a major guild. All of this was obtained in exchange for real-world wealth. He understands very well how attractive real-world wealth is to so-called experts in games. The vice president next to him was once a gaming expert, and he was extremely arrogant. However, this so-called expert quickly put aside his pride and served him diligently and without complaint. All of this was simply because I had spent a tiny fraction of my real wealth. He was confident that Zhou Mo, the man in front of him, was no different. When that treasure hunter became famous, I was unable to contact him. But in this guild war, the opponent's performance was even more unexpected, and I've also bet on them, so I'm sure they won't let me down. However, Zhou Mo simply shook his head and said, "No need. What President Xia Qian gave me is 10 or 100 times better than what you gave me. To be honest, I really don't care about the little bit you're trying to give to a beggar." You, the vice president next to young Master Zhang, glared at him, about to explode in anger. Young Master Zhang's gaze also turned cold. Just then, a player nearby chuckled. Amid the laughter came the following words. "Xiao Zhang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you want to swindle people away without being willing to invest any money. That won't work." Zhang Xiao turned his head and his expression changed, becoming somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Zhou, why are you here too? Didn't you say you weren't participating in the guild war?" The man straightened his expression and said, "Why are you calling me Brother Zhou? Call me by my game name, Blade Cold." His words drew gasps of amazement from the surrounding players once again. He is the #1 assassin on the ranking list. The first person to complete the second job advancement in the thief class chose the assassin specialization, which focuses on burst damage. I heard that he also created a guild called God of Slaughter, but he didn't sign up for this guild war. Dao Feng Lung approached the group, smiled at Dong Wan from afar, and said, "Wan, long time no see." Dong Wan, with a cold face, said, "Who do you think you are to call me Wan?" Her eyes flashed, and she said, "You know these guys? They're just as vulgar as you." Blade Cold nodded quickly. "I'll send them away right away." He said, "Get out," to their faces, but Zhang Xiao still kept a smile on his face, without the slightest hint of anything amiss. Blade turned around to face young Master Zhang, his expression immediately turning cold. Zhang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked in a low voice, "Brother Zhou Dao, do you know any of the people from the Four Seasons Guild?" Blade's cold expression didn't soften. He simply said, "Little Zhang, your little thing is beneath my notice, so don't embarrass yourself with it. With my family's wealth, we're not even worthy of carrying Miss Dongwan's shoes. I don't know Miss Xia Qian, but since she's a friend of Miss Dongwan, then naturally." Zhang Xiao understood what he meant. There may be friendships that transcend social status, but most friendships are between people of the same social class. While his family background was certainly better than 99 people's, it paled in comparison to Blade Cold's. Blade Cooling felt he wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the other side. Zhang Xiao's face turned pale. He wanted to apologize to the Four Seasons Guild, but he didn't know where to begin. In fact, he didn't do anything wrong that required an apology. However, things in this world cannot be simply explained by the words right and wrong. He said to Zhou Mo and Xia Qian, "I am very sorry. It was I who was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I apologize to you all." After saying that, he turned and left. This time, we really lost face. Zhou Mo called out from behind, "Take care. Transferring is impossible, but if you want treasure, equipment, you can come and order it from me. The price is negotiable." Zhang Xiao's face turned pale and then purple, and he walked even faster. I had just acted rashly, and I could only accept being ridiculed. In fact, he wronged Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo genuinely wanted to close the deal. After all, for Zhou Mo now, the game currency he earns could be converted into real money. It's good to get some game currency and exchange it for real money. After all, having money in hand gives you peace of mind. Although he is now living in Xia Qian's villa, he can't very well ask Xia Qian for money again. That would be too embarrassing. Anyway, after this guild war, treasure, equipment should gradually become more common. If I don't take this opportunity to do some business, this treasure hunter will soon lose its usefulness. After hearing Zhou Mo's words, Xia Qian looked at him and blinked. Are you short of money? Chapter 165 Deposit. Zhou Mo chuckled at Xia Qian's words. Who doesn't need money? Xia Qian replied. If you need money, just tell me. How much? Zhou Mo responded with an awkward smile, but he felt something was off about actually asking Xia Qian for money. At this moment, upon hearing Xia Qian's words, Chun Mu, standing to the side, was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Qian, you're keeping him as a sugar daddy? Xia Qian glared at her and said, Can't you put something serious in your head? Chun Mu pouted. You provide accommodation and give money. If this isn't being kept, then what is? Dong Wan laughed. All right. Our vice president Zhou Mo is a rare talent. Qian will definitely have to put in some effort to keep him in the guild. Zhou Mo was too lazy to argue with them and said, The round-robin matches are over for today. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. See you tomorrow. Xia Qian nodded to Zhou Mo and said, I won't be going back today. If you need anything, remember to tell Uncle Li. Amidst the strange looks from the others, Zhou Mo walked away into the distance. As he walked outside the main city, a thought struck him, and he suddenly cast a true sight spell on himself. Sure enough, his guess was right. Under the eye of true sight state, a semi-transparent figure appeared right under his nose. It was that cold-blooded blade from just now. He was hiding with his invisibility skill and had been following me from inside the main city to outside the main city. Zhou Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His mind was a bit unsettled today, but fortunately he still retained the good habit of using true sight before transforming. Otherwise, switching to monster form right under the opponent's nose would be impossible to explain. Zhou Mo was in a bad mood, and his tone was equally unpleasant after his big secret was almost exposed. He stared at the cold blade before him and asked coldly, What brings you with me? Do you want to spar with me? Or are you planning to assassinate me outside the main city? Blade Cold canceled his stealth mode and shook his head. Now everyone knows that you, Zhou Mo, possess a complete set of treasure equipment. If I were to compete with you, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Looking at Zhou Mo, Blade Cold asked with some curiosity, I see you're already level 30. Why haven't you done your second job advancement yet? Is the hidden job advancement quest difficult? Zhou Mo was caught off guard by the question and could only hum in response. In fact, he had no idea why he hadn't made a second job advancement. Although he has reached level 30, when switching forms using puppet disguise, he can only switch to the first job class and cannot switch to the second job class. Zhou Mo had some suspicions that this situation might only change after he completed the bloodline feeding. Looking at Zhou Mo like this, Dao Feng Lung hesitated for a moment, then asked, Is what you said earlier about ordering treasure equipment true? Zhou Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at the cold blade in front of him and asked, You want to order treasure equipment? Blade Cold nodded and said, That's right. Although I've already completed the second job advancement, I'm still lacking in equipment. It would be best if I could get a few pieces of treasure equipment. Zhou Mo looked closely at the cold blade and said seriously, Are you really going to order it? It's not cheap. Nature. Blade coldly looked at Zhou Mo and tentatively said, How about I order one treasure piece of equipment for 1 million? If the attributes are excellent, more is not a problem. Zhu Montag was stunned. He suddenly realized something. Surely, I'm not the only one in the whole game who's broke. They casually ask for $1 million. Do they really think money falls from the sky? He seemed unsure and asked again, Is the 1 million you mentioned in real currency? Blade Cold nodded matter-of-factly. That's right. How could you possibly buy treasure equipment for 1 million game coins? If that were the case, what kind of treasure would this treasure equipment be? Zhou Mo felt a little dizzy. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, I agree, but it may take some time. I'm quite busy these days. Blade nodded coldly. Of course. Treasure Equipment isn't something you can just drop like that. I'll give you a deposit first, and you can contact me again when the equipment comes out. After saying that, Blade Cold asked Zhou Mo for his real-world bank account number. However, Zhou Mo was unwilling to reveal any information about himself in real life. Moreover, since he escaped from Stardust Games, those things are no longer reliable. He smiled slightly and said, "A deposit is fine, but no real money transfer. Just give me the game currency directly according to the agreed ratio." Game currency? Blade Cold seemed quite surprised. In fact, his surprise was not unfounded. While there is an exchange rate between game currency and real-world currency, finding a suitable buyer is necessary, making the exchange process quite inconvenient. For most people, having real currency in their hands is definitely more appealing. He naturally didn't know that Zhou Mo possessed a strange ability in reality, which allowed him to directly convert game currency into real-world currency. Looking at Zhou Mo in front of him, he was filled with emotion. After a long pause, he nodded and said, "All right, I originally planned to give you 500,000 as a deposit, which according to the exchange rate is 50 million game coins." Blade Cold was clearly a little embarrassed, and then said, "But converting game currency into real currency is always a bit troublesome and unstable, so I'll just give you 100 million game currency directly. Once you get the equipment, we can talk about the rest." After saying that, he immediately chose to send it by email. Zhou Mo was completely stunned when he saw the 100 million game coins sent directly to him via the email system. The only people he had traded with were Xia Qian and Dao Fenglong, who was standing in front of him. But these two people were so straightforward, it didn't seem like they were making a deal at all, but rather like they were deliberately giving away money. Although the arrival of 100 million game coins was both swift and unexpected, Zhou Mo certainly wouldn't refuse it. He accepted the offer immediately and said to Blade Cold, "All right, I'll take the deposit. You're an assassin, right? I'll contact you when the right equipment comes out." After a long while, looking at Dao Fenglong, who was still standing in front of him, Zhou Mo blinked and asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" As if waking from a dream, Dao Fenglong said somewhat embarrassedly, "You don't seem to have added me as a friend yet." "I see. Zhu Montak Laukit. If you take money but don't add someone as a friend, they might be seen as a scammer who specializes in cheating people out of money. Because of his special circumstances, he has always been reluctant to add people to his friend list. However, since this person in front of us is a major benefactor, we really need to make an exception." After regaining his composure and adding the other person to his friend list, Zhou Mo stared at Dao Fenglong in front of him and said, "Now that I've added you, can I leave?" Watching Blade's cold figure disappear into the distance, Zhou Mo finally found a secluded spot and switched back to his monster form after a while. Chapter 166, My Warrior. Zhou Mo's focus is not on leveling up and gaining experience by fighting monsters for the time being. With the ability to switch between evolution illustrations, there is no longer a limit to how much time he can disguise himself as a player each day. However, regardless of the circumstances, when the option to exit the game became available, he immediately quit the game and returned to the real world. He clearly understands that, for him, the real world is what he needs to focus on most right now. However, fearing that he would be attacked while offline like last time, he played a trick this time. Instead of logging off in the Mystic Spirit area, he first went to the beginner village, transformed into a monarch-level Scarecrow, and entered the beginner village's monster area. Logging off in the monster-infested area of the starting village is probably the safest thing for him right now. High-level players cannot enter the monster area of the beginner village, and even if all the players in the beginner village ganged up on him, they would not be able to pose any threat to him at his current level. Only after ensuring his safety did Zhou Mo choose to log off. At this point, more than 2 hours had passed since the end of the round-robin tournament. When Zhou Mo exited the game and opened his eyes, he found himself still in the room. Judging from how dark the sky was, it must have been evening by now. He glanced at the clock, and sure enough, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. He spent almost an entire day in the game. After finishing his meals and cleaning up, Zhou Mo felt bored in his room. On a whim, he headed to the training room from the previous day. With Xia Qian not around, he didn't bother the staff at his residence, so he simply used his stealth skill to become invisible and head towards the training room. He was still troubled by the strange events that happened there yesterday and wanted to go and investigate. He used the key Xia Qian left behind to open the training room door and entered the huge training room. Unfortunately, everything in the training room was normal, and there was nothing unusual. The entire training room was empty and eerily quiet, especially on nights like this. Being in this empty, cool, and deserted training room, I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zhou Mo couldn't help but admire Xia Qian. She actually dared to exercise alone here late at night. But now that he was here, Zhou Mo didn't intend to leave empty-handed. The staff at the residence were instructed not to let anyone come here without being summoned. Zhou Mo then scouted the area while still invisible, and only after confirming that no one was around did he finally feel relieved. His expression was very solemn. Today, he decided to make a bold attempt. The player skills in the game world have been confirmed to be usable in real life, but now Zhou Mo wants to try it out and see if the skills of wild monsters are the same. The next moment, Zhou Mo silently recited in his heart. As he closed his eyes, an unprecedented darkness descended, and in his hazy state, Zhou Mo seemed to connect with the evolutionary encyclopedia. It was a very strange experience. Even though this was not in the game world, Zhou Mo felt that the evolution chart was real. The next moment, following his thought, the Scarecrow panel in the evolution encyclopedia began to glow. He didn't know where it was, but he could hear the roars of ferocious beasts and the murmurs of demons. Zhou Mo felt as if he had suddenly found himself on a crimson-black plain, with heavenly fire raging and corpses scattered everywhere. He suddenly awoke. All of that was gone, but he keenly sensed that his body had changed. He raised his hand, and what he saw was a familiar yet unfamiliar scene. An arm made of straw. He looked around, and everything in the training room was still in his sight, proving that he was indeed still in the real world. At least, I'm still in this training room. Against the smooth wall of the training room, Zhou Mo clearly saw the reflection of a 2-meter-tall scarecrow. With a thought, a wisp of black mist appeared in his hand, and a huge black scythe materialized. But at that very moment, a murmur arose in his mind. "My warrior, go forth and tear apart everything you see." With that murmur, Zhou Mo suddenly realized that he had no control over his body and vanished without a trace in the training room, turning into black mist. When consciousness returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by wisps of white mist that enveloped a large area. Besides Zhou Mo, who had transformed into a scarecrow, there were several other humans in this area. Looking at the appearance of the people opposite him, Zhou Mo had a guess in his mind that these people might not be from his world. After all, such an unusual outfit is rarely seen in real life. Of course, if these people are audiophiles, then that's a different story. These people do look quite similar to the characters in the game. But Zhou Mo could roughly understand that this was not the game world. First of all, I had just come out of the game world not long ago, and this time I did not fall into a deep sleep, which is different from the signs I usually show when entering the game world. He then tried calling the game panel, but found no response. This made him even more certain that he was not in a game world, but in a real world. As for whether it is the real world I've always lived in, that remains to be seen. After all, having experienced various strange events, Zhou Mo was quite accepting of things like time travel. A guy who looked like a warrior shouted, "This is the lowest level monster in the demon realm, the Scarecrow. Don't be afraid." Zhou Mo clearly recognized that this was not the language of his own world, but he still understood the other person's meaning perfectly. One of the women dressed as a doctor said, "This area is only the outermost edge of the demon realm. We are blessed by the power of the divine realm, so dealing with these outer demons will not be a problem at all." As she spoke, the woman dressed as a doctor raised her hand, and a white beam of light descended upon Zhou Mo, who was in the form of a scarecrow. Zhou Mo was somewhat stunned. Judging from their previous behavior, these people should have rushed up to attack me. So why did they suddenly use a healing spell on me? Could it be that I've misunderstood, and the other party isn't actually trying to harm me, but rather to spread love and peace? The next moment, he felt an unbearable burning sensation coming from his body, and the black mist surrounding his body gradually dissipated. This so-called healing technique was actually able to harm him. What's going on? Why does it look different from how it is in the game? Is it because the game version hasn't been updated yet? Go on. I've already cleared away a lot of its demonic mist. Once we've dealt with it, we can continue on our way. Something is very wrong. Encountering such a bizarre event so suddenly, Zhou Mo could no longer remain calm and immediately unleashed a crow's pecking attack. Chapter 167 again. This was the first time Zhou Mo had used a monster skill like crow's peck outside of the game. To be honest, He didn't know if the skill would work before he used it. Fortunately, despite his bizarre predicament, the crows pecking did not disappoint him. A large number of dark crows took flight, their cries like weeping and lamenting, circling and dancing around him. The first to attack was the guy who looked like a warrior. If this were in the game world, Zhou Mo would just give a crooked smile. How could a mere first-tier warrior dare to charge at me? Even second-tier players would never dare to be so presumptuous. But this wasn't in the game world, and Zhou Mo had no way to open the attribute panel. Therefore, he doesn't know whether he is strong or weak right now. What made him uneasy was that he also didn't know whether the other party was strong or weak. The warrior exclaimed in surprise even before he got close to Zhou Mo. A large number of crows flew down onto him and pecked at him with their sharp beaks. The warrior couldn't get through it all and kept crying out in pain as he desperately retreated. However, after only taking a few steps back, he collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. Zhou Mo was shocked. Dead? This isn't a game world. Unlike in a game world where killing a player turns into a white light. This world is strange, but looks like the real world. In such a world, birth, aging, sickness, and death would probably not be much different from one's own world. Seeing the blood seeping from where the crow had pecked at him, Zhou Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party was charging at him with a broadsword, aiming to kill him, so of course he wasn't going to waste his time feeling sorry for them. The problem is, there's more than one person on the other side. Besides the one who fell down, the other three are staring at him with serious expressions. I feel like I won't be able to leave until I take care of a few people today. However, Zhou Mo realized that he might have overestimated the other party. The woman who looked like a healer exclaimed, "Retreat first. This isn't an ordinary Scarecrow monster. It's probably at least a leader level. We might not be able to handle it." Besides, Aaron was attacked by the demonic crows and invaded by the demonic mist. We need to go back and treat him quickly. Within the opposing team, this woman seemed to be the key figure. As soon as she spoke, the two men rushed forward without hesitation, picked up their fallen teammate, and desperately fled back with her. Zhou Mo was somewhat confused. However, in this situation, he did not act rashly and chase after them. The group opposite them escaped the area shrouded in white mist. Zhou Mo felt the murmur he had heard earlier gradually fading away, and the white mist in front of him began to churn. The white mist swirled and enveloped Zhou Mo, who was a scarecrow, from all directions, completely enveloping the 2-meter-tall scarecrow. The white mist churned, gradually turning black, and finally transformed into wisps that all entered Zhou Mo's scarecrow body. Zhou Mo discovered that even without the attribute panel, he could clearly feel that he had become much stronger. This feeling of becoming stronger is an intuitive feeling from the bottom of my heart, not based on any data. After the white mist turned into black mist and was completely absorbed, the scene before Zhou Mo's eyes had changed. He returned to the training room at Xia Qian's residence once again. Somewhat bewildered by what had just happened, Zhou Mo did not continue in his monster form. He switched back to human form directly through the evolution guide. The moment the switch returned, the faint, eerie murmur finally disappeared completely. Looking at everything in the training room, Zhou Mo broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling he just experienced was so real that he couldn't help but wonder, does the so-called demon realm really exist in this world? Or perhaps it really is related to one's current reality? But no one answered Zhou Mo's question. After this incident, Zhou Mo lost interest. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the training room, Zhou Mo returned to his room. However, the more he prayed for sleep, the less sleepy it became. Before we knew it, the night had deepened again. Zhou Mo was helpless. If things continued like this, he would not be able to sleep at night and would feel dizzy during the day. Wouldn't he never be able to stay awake during the day? When will I be able to go out and take care of some things? For example, the processing of identity information and the management of currency accounts. In any case, I now have over 100 million game coins, which would be worth over 1 million in real currency. It's probably not appropriate to keep such a large sum of money in hand. As Zhou Mo drifted into thought, the midnight bells rang, striking 12 times in succession. Zhou Mo was startled. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten something very important. Last night, when I was with Xia Qian, a strange scarecrow appeared right at the stroke of midnight. So, will something strange happen tonight at the same time? Just as this thought crossed Zhou Mo's mind, he felt the lights in the room flicker. He silently spat. unable to resist the urge to slap himself across the face. Good things don't come true, but bad things do. It seems this strange thing is about to happen again. The lights flickered for a moment and then disappeared completely. Zhou Mo only saw wisps of white mist rising in the room. Just like last night, white mist filled the surroundings, enveloping him. A large area was enveloped in white mist. The room Xia Qian arranged for Zhou Mo was certainly spacious, but it was definitely not as large as the area they were in now. Zhou Mo understood perfectly well that it was absolutely impossible for such a large area to exist in his own room. In other words, I'm probably no longer in the room. A series of coo-coo-coo sounds came from the white mist, and a half-meter-tall shadow emerged. Zhou Mo looked up and immediately recognized what the shadow was. In the past, he might not have been so sure, but Zhou Mo, who had just swept through the newbie village, was extremely familiar with the figure in front of him. The figure that emerged was covered in soft, white-red fur, had blood-red eyes, and ears that stood upright on either side of its head. It was the Red Mad Rabbit, one of the wild monsters in the beginner village. The Red Mad Rabbit in front of us is more than half a meter tall, and about 70 to 80% of its soft fur has turned red. Based on the appearance of this Red Mad Rabbit, Zhou Mo was able to determine that it was a leader-level Red Mad Rabbit. Yesterday, he was a Scarecrow. Today, he's a Mad Rabbit. Zhou Mo felt somewhat helpless. What should tomorrow bring? He felt a deep sense of distress and didn't know where to turn to relieve it. Why do I have to keep encountering these kinds of things? However, the Red Mad Rabbit on the other side didn't care about his mood and charged straight at him. Like a streak of red and white lightning, the Mad Rabbit instantly charged in front of Zhou Mo. Chapter 168. This Mad Rabbit isn't mad at all. A frenzied rampage. It was precisely the method used by that Mad Red Rabbit. This skill may seem insignificant in the game, but in the real world, it feels incredibly fast and difficult to defend against. In the blink of an eye, the Red Mad Rabbit had already crashed headfirst into Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo took the hit and felt a great force crashing into him, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. But that wasn't the end of it. After the first collision, the Mad Rabbit stomped its feet and rammed into the ground again and again. In the blink of an eye, it had already struck Zhou Mo 3 times in a row. Zhou Mo was unable to withstand the force of the impact and was sent flying backward. Even after falling to the ground, Zhou Mo was still somewhat dazed. Feeling my chest almost numb, I could barely catch my breath. It was just a mere leader-level Red Mad Rabbit, yet it managed to knock him flying. In a game world, such a thing would be impossible. Zhou Mo's heart sank. Although he didn't know why he had fallen into this situation again, he had a general understanding that while it was related to the game world, it was also different from it. In the real world, even if I could use the same skills as in the game world, I wouldn't have the strength to directly defeat a leader-level Red Mad Rabbit like I do in the game world. The real world and the game world seem to be two interconnected yet independent entities. While one's actual strength in the real world is influenced to some extent by the game world, it is not a direct copy. If I were to act as casually as I did when dealing with a Mad Rabbit in the game world, I probably wouldn't even know how to spell the word death. Zhou Mo had a lot on his mind, but he didn't just wait foolishly. He immediately rolled over and got up. I've already acquired the Monarch's Scythe. However, the Red Mad Rabbit on the other side did not continue its attack as he had expected. Its eyes were wide open, and it remained frozen in place, making uneasy noises. Zhou Mo didn't bother thinking about anything else and immediately cast an acceleration spell on himself. In an instant, he felt his body become lighter. With the speed boost spell on him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the Red Mad Rabbit were to charge at him again, he was confident that he could defend himself thanks to the acceleration spell. However, there's no harm in strengthening one's own condition, so he planned to activate the Scythe Kill skill that came with Monarch Scythe. However, the Monarch Scythe did not react. In the real world, the Monarch Scythe has not yet been fully charged and cannot use the Scythe Kill skill. However, with the acceleration technique on him, his speed should be about right. Zhou Mo then added Strive to his skill and took the initiative, rushing towards the Red Mad Rabbit. The leader-level Red Mad Rabbit seemed startled, let out a shriek, and charged at him again. This time, the Red Mad Rabbit's impact was closer and harder to dodge. But Zhou Mo didn't try to dodge. He directly swung the Monarch's Scythe in his hand and slashed at the Crimson Mad Rabbit in front of him. Red Mad Rabbit leaped away, dodging Zhou Mo's first strike, and moved to the other side of his body. Upon landing, it crashed into us again with even greater force. If it were the previous Zhou Mo, this might have been difficult to defend against. But now that he has the acceleration spell, his reactions are much faster. With a flick of his monarch scythe, he slashes down again. This time, the mad rabbit couldn't dodge in time and was slashed across the back by the monarch scythe. After a sharp scream, dark red blood splattered in the air, along with scattered reddish-white down. The mad rabbit rolled to the side, failing to make its third mad blood rampage. The moment Monarch's scythe struck the crimson mad rabbit, Zhou Mo clearly felt a strange power flowing out of the crimson mad rabbit's body and into Monarch's scythe. This wasn't in a game world, and Zhou Mo didn't know much about Monarch's scythe. A thought struck him. Could this be the charging of the Monarch's scythe in the real world? Zhou Mo carried the Monarch's scythe and walked towards the fallen red mad rabbit. Even outside the game world, he wouldn't have the slightest pity for this mad rabbit. Having learned from his previous experience, he knew very well that if he couldn't kill the crimson mad rabbit, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the white mist and return to his true real world. The red mad rabbit had already fallen to the ground, but the moment it heard Zhou Mo's footsteps, it suddenly rolled over and looked back at Zhou Mo. After that one glance, seemingly realizing the difference in their strength, the crimson mad rabbit suddenly turned around and rushed into the depths of the white mist. Zhou Mo was genuinely stunned. He had hunted monarch-level red mad rabbits in the game world and knew very well that this race was extremely irrational. As you can tell from its name, this red mad rabbit is the kind of person who won't turn back even after hitting a brick wall. For a red mad rabbit to run away like this is truly unheard of. But the mad red rabbit in front of them really did run away. After just one failed attack, it quickly made its escape. Such keen senses, it's not madness, it's just incredibly sharp. Indeed, there's a certain sense of alienation between the real world and the game world. The area shrouded in white mist wasn't particularly large to begin with, but as the red mad rabbit desperately fled, the area of white mist continued to expand. In such an area, let alone a single room, even the entire number 2 residence probably couldn't fit all. Zhou Mo instinctively felt that he couldn't let the other party escape. He immediately raised the monarch's scythe and followed. However, as he continued his pursuit, he realized that catching up with the fleeing red mad rabbit would not be easy. With the acceleration spell bonus, his speed shouldn't have been slower than that red mad rabbit. However, as he walked through the area of white mist, he discovered that the mist had a strange suppressive effect on him. Walking through this area of white mist always gave me a feeling of trepidation, and my speed also slowed down considerably. The further you chase after it, the slower you become. As the red mad rabbit fled further and further away, Zhou Mo began to feel anxious. If things continue like this, I'm afraid I might really lose track of her. In that case, wouldn't I be stuck in the white mist area forever and unable to get out? Zhou Mo's gaze turned cold, and he twirled the monarch's scythe in his hand, having made up his mind. The next moment, he activated the scythe transformation skill that came with Monarch's scythe. Amidst the swirling black mist, the 2-meter-long Monarch's scythe vanished, replaced by a dark longbow. Accompanying it was a black quiver, filled with black feathered arrows. Sure enough, even in the real world, the form switching of the Monarch's scythe can still be used. Without waiting any longer, Zhou Mo drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the fleeing red mad rabbit. Chapter 169 can't be logged off. The red mad rabbit ahead was now dozens of meters away from him, and it was moving away at a relatively fast speed. Once Zhou Mo stops, the speed at which he moves away will double. In the blink of an eye, the red mad rabbit ran forward another 10 meters or so. Without further hesitation, Zhou Mo released the bowstring, and the black arrow flew out. In the real world, he had never practiced archery, but once he got his hands on a bow and arrow, he became incredibly skilled. At this moment, he used the archer's skill from the game world, rapid-fire arrows. As Zhou Mo used this skill, he was shocked to discover that the hand drawing the bow seemed to have its own thoughts. After firing one arrow, the hand holding the bowstring swiftly drew a second arrow from the quiver and fired it just as quickly. Zhou Mo performed this action 3 times with his right hand. Including the first arrow he shot, Zhou Mo shot a total of 4 arrows in the blink of an eye. The 4 arrows, seemingly lined up in a straight line, shot towards the red mad rabbit, which was dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was already behind the red mad rabbit. However, This red mad rabbit was truly extraordinary. Even while fleeing, it seemed to react to the threat behind it, leaping and dodging 3 arrows with incredible speed. But Zhou Mo's rapid-fire arrows were no simple matter. Even when they were dozens of meters apart, one of them still managed to hit it. The red mad rabbit had an extra arrow in its right thigh, which noticeably affected its running speed. Moreover, along its running path, drops of bright red blood were falling. However, after the single shot, Red Hair had already run forward several dozen meters. The red mad rabbit is now more than 100 meters away from Zhou Mo. Having just used the rapid-fire skill, Zhou Mo wanted to use it again, but found that he could no longer find that same ease of use. It seems that the rapid-fire skill has entered its cooldown period. Fortunately, the archer class doesn't only have one skill, rapid fire. He exhaled softly, slowly drew back the longbow in his hand, and knocked another arrow. Concentrate and fire. This is exactly the archer skill that Zhou Mo is going to use. The red mad rabbit continued to run forward at top speed, but Zhou Mo seemed not to see it, simply holding the longbow quietly, keeping it fully drawn. Concentrated shot requires 15 seconds of focused charging before firing the arrow. The longer the charging time, the higher the effective range, attack damage, hit rate, and critical hit rate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red mad rabbit had already run a full 200 meters away. Zhou Mo remained oblivious, still holding his bow quietly. For seconds, 5 seconds, the mad rabbit ran several dozen meters more. If it weren't for the archer's passive skill, sharp vision, Zhou Mo probably wouldn't have been able to see the crimson mad rabbit clearly amidst the swirling white mist. But now, the red mad rabbit's every move seemed to be right in front of him, and as long as he released the bowstring, he would surely hit the target. It was a strange feeling. Zhou Mo seemed to have an inexplicable connection with the bow and arrow in his hand, and he had unprecedented confidence in this strike. A bolt of lightning shot out, and only after the arrow had passed did a whooshing sound fill the air. The red mad rabbit, running in the distance, seemed oblivious, as if it had completely lost its previously sharp senses. The next instant, a black bolt of lightning appeared behind it. It seemed that it had finally realized the impending catastrophe and began to tremble. Then it was all too late. It tried to hop to the side to avoid the arrow, but before the thought even formed, the arrow was already at the back of its head. Zhou Mo aimed his arrow directly at its head. Although the red mad rabbit was more than half a meter tall, it looked incredibly small from this distance. Zhou Mo's confidence in aiming at its head was extreme. The arrow entered through the back of the head and exited through the forehead. A wave of weakness washed over him, and the mad rabbit could no longer move, collapsing straight down. Zhou Mo clearly saw a red light flash across the crimson mad rabbit's body, but went out the instant it appeared. He guessed that the mad rabbit might have reached the threshold that triggered its rage. Unfortunately, the arrow fired by concentrated shot was too powerful, and even with the berserk state activated, it still couldn't withstand the arrow. The fallen crimson mad rabbit transformed into a wisp of black mist, traversing over 200 meters of space to instantly arrive in front of Zhou Mo, and then, without any regard for reason, entered Zhou Mo's body. This time, a sense of power welled up in Zhou Mo's heart, and he clearly felt that his physical fitness had become stronger. The effect this time was even more significant than the result of cleaning up the Scarecrow last night. Zhou Mo clenched his fist, feeling the power within. The lack of an attribute panel is indeed somewhat inconvenient. Although I know I have become stronger, it is difficult to tell how much stronger I have become. The white mist surged and then vanished in an instant. Zhou Mo looked around and found that he was indeed back in the room. If it weren't for the vivid memories, everything that just happened would seem like a dream. Strange things happened for 2 consecutive nights, and Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel alarmed. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Xia Qian. Last night, she and I encountered a Scarecrow attack together. Tonight, I encountered a mad red rabbit. Will Xia Qian have the same experience as me? I'll ask her again when I log into the game tomorrow. As for whether Xia Qian would encounter a monster attack tonight, Zhou Mo wasn't too worried. In the game world, he might be stronger than Xia Qian, but that might not be the case when he returns to the real world. Having seen Xia Qian practicing in the training room yesterday, Zhou Mo felt that Xia Qian's strength in the real world was probably even greater than that in the game world. Although he was strangely able to summon the Monarch's Scythe and use some skills from the game world. Strictly speaking, he couldn't really say he could defeat her. In any case, if Xia Qian were to encounter the same red mad rabbit in the real world, she would definitely be fine. Time passed gradually. When sleepiness came over him the next day, Zhou Mo entered the game again. Although the current situation is strange, Zhou Mo can only accept it for the time being, as there is no solution. As for his personal safety while he was asleep, Zhou Mo could only entrust it to the security system of residence number 2. He had heard Xia Qian say that this number 2 residence was not only staffed with people like Uncle Li who were visible on the surface, but also had a large number of security personnel deployed in secret. According to Xia Qian, it would be impossible to breach the security forces here without a well-equipped and well-trained squad of 100 people. Zhou Mo naturally believed Xia Qian's words. Since he had known Xia Qian, he had never seen her make any boastful claims. If she said it was possible, then it was naturally possible. His purpose in entering the game this time was not only to continue participating in the final day of the Guild War round-robin tournament, but also to ask Xia Qian about her experience last night. However, before he could even go to find Xia Qian, he had already received an email from her. The contents of the email stunned Zhou Mo. I'm stuck in a game and can't log off. Chapter 170. Xia Qian is also in trouble. Zhou Mo had considered many possibilities, but he never expected that Xia Qian's message would contain this kind of content. Xia Qian was also stuck in the game world and couldn't log off. Zhou Mo was startled. Even with his experience, he couldn't understand why Xia Qian was also stuck in the game world. He quickly replied, "Is there a problem with the gaming equipment?" Xia Qian's message came immediately. "I bought the highest level flagship version, which has the highest level of functionality and security. It shouldn't be possible for such a thing to happen." When Zhou Mo found Xia Qian using the coordinates she sent, he discovered she was diligently leveling up and fighting monsters. Zhou Mo was helpless, even somewhat amused and exasperated. After something like this has happened, you still have the mood to level up and fight monsters? Xia Qian said matter-of-factly, "Anyway, we can't log off for the time being, and we're just killing time anyway. Wouldn't it be great to level up and get to the second job advancement sooner?" Zhou Mo shook his head and said with a wry smile, "You really have a big heart." The conversation quickly turned to the issue of being unable to log off. Xia Qian looked at Zhou Mo and asked, "Do you think my inability to log off this time is the same as your situation?" Zhou Mo was startled and instinctively said, "I didn't do anything wrong." However, seeing Xia Qian staring intently at him, Zhou Mo finally chose to keep quiet. In fact, Xia Qian already knew quite a bit about herself. She wasn't stupid, so she naturally had some guesses about her strange state. Denial was pointless, so Zhou Mo asked Xia Qian, "Have you been offline since yesterday? Do Dongwan and the others know?" Xia Qian nodded and said, "At first I just told them I wanted to level up a little longer, but now a whole day has passed, and I still haven't logged off. They must be getting anxious." She added, "I didn't log off all night yesterday. They checked on me last night and last night this morning. I've already told them about the situation and asked them to check my device." "Is there something wrong with the equipment?" "No." Xia Qian frowned slightly. "The device shows everything is normal, and as you know, I bought the deluxe flagship version. The game company claims that this version can support 72 consecutive hours of online play, but the official game recommendation is not to play for more than 12 hours at a time." Zhou Mo pondered for a moment and said, "I understand why you asked me to come here, but unfortunately, I don't know when or how I can log off." Xia Qian didn't seem disappointed. She nodded and said, "Okay, there's another reason I asked you to come over. After you log off, please inform Uncle Li and ask him to arrange for someone to pick me up and take me back to my residence number 2. Given my current condition, it's not really appropriate for me to stay outside." Zhou Mo smiled wryly. "I'm afraid I'll have to log off later." Xia Qian didn't ask why and said, "All right, anyway, we have to finish the last round of the round-robin tournament today." Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised. "You still have a mind to participate in guild wars?" Xia Qian nodded matter-of-factly. "Why not fight? There's no use rushing now anyway. I've been preparing for this guild war for a long time, and I can't just give up halfway." Soon it was time for the round-robin tournament to begin, and Zhou Mo and Xia Qian arrived in the main city. Dongwan appeared and came before the two of them. She first looked at Xia Qian, then subtly glanced at Zhou Mo beside her. Xia Qian smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, he already knows." Dongwan frowned slightly. seemingly displeased that Xia Qian had casually revealed this matter. However, since Xia Qian had already made such a decision, she couldn't say much more. After a moment's thought, she said in a low voice, "The two of them will stay in the apartment and keep watch. They can't really help in the game anyway. What are your plans?" Xia Qian said calmly, "I will contact my family to pick me up. It's not suitable for me to stay in the apartment right now." Dongwon glanced at Zhou Mo and understood immediately, saying, "All right, have your family pick you up first. With your family's resources, they should be able to find a way. They can also talk to the game company. It's best not to." Faced with Zhou Mo's sudden interruption, Dongwon and Xia Qian stared at him, asking with some confusion, why? The two were indeed puzzled. Since the problem originated in the game, contacting the game company for assistance was naturally the best solution. Zhou Mo hesitated for a moment, as the events that had happened to him were not easy to explain. Faced with their gazes, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's bring them back and see how things go. Don't rush to contact the game company." Dongwon still frowned, while Xia Qian gave Zhou Mo a deep look, nodded, and said, "Okay." Since Xia Qian had already made her decision, Dongwon couldn't say anything more. She simply said, "For the next period of time, Xiao Qiu and I will take turns going online. If you have any questions, please tell us as soon as possible." As they were talking, the start time of the round-robin tournament was approaching, and Dragonfly arrived right on time. The three of them then fell silent and stopped talking about the topic. Such things are naturally not something to be spread around. Although today's round-robin tournament is the last day of the tournament, it's no different from yesterday's. With just Xia Qian, Zhou Mo, and Dragonfly on the field, they easily won several matches. During this process, the Dragonfly was killed at most twice. With her several treasure, pieces of equipment, and her excellent operating skills, Xia Qian always managed to defeat her opponents first, even in perilous situations, and never actually fell down. As for Zhou Mo, needless to say, with his current attribute strength, it would be difficult for these players to break through his defenses. Among the other guilds that signed up for the A-level guild war, everyone looked grim. They initially thought the Four Seasons Guild was a dark horse, but they never imagined it would be more than just a dark horse. It was practically a black dragon, rampaging with unbridled ease. In the blink of an eye, only the last 2 round-robin matches remain. By this time, Zhou Mo's Four Seasons Guild had won 16 consecutive matches. With their current points, the Four Seasons Guild is already a shoe-in for the top 3. So far, besides Four Seasons Guild, there are 2 other guilds that have maintained a winning streak in A-level guild battles. One is Zhou Mo's old friend, God's War Guild, and the other is Red Lotus Temple, which, like God's War Guild, is one of the 3 major guilds that everyone in the game usually recognizes. In the next match, Zhou Mo and his team will face their old rivals, the God's War Guild. But upon entering the competition area, Zhou Mo looked at the captain of the opposing second team and laughed. "What a coincidence, it's you again." The captain of the second team of the God War Guild sneered. "Do you think you've already won?" Zhou Mo showed no modesty whatsoever, retorting, "Otherwise what? Do you think you can break through my defenses?" The second team leader sneered, "You really think that just because you've been swaggering around these past 2 days, we haven't prepared any countermeasures?" Chapter 171 Dangerous. As soon as the second team captain finished speaking, someone behind him patted him on the shoulder and said, "Zhou Mo is indeed quite capable this week. It seems I misunderstood you before." The captain of the second team's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "President, you are too kind. I was indeed too careless before, otherwise he would not have developed into what he is today." He then turned to look at Zhou Mo in the distance opposite him and smiled gently. "However, after today, the myth of the treasure hunter will be shattered." The guild leader of the God's War Guild nodded and instructed, "Although we have prepared methods to deal with him, everyone must not be careless. Today's battle is one of victory or defeat, otherwise our guild will truly be doomed." On the other hand, the Four Seasons Guild only fielded Zhou Mo, Qian, and Qingting. As a level 29 warrior who has undergone a first job advancement, Dongwon's equipment is not superior, so there is not much point in her coming into the game. The success or failure of the guild war actually rests solely on the shoulders of Zhou Mo and his 2 companions. Looking at the members of the God War Guild opposite him, Zhou Mo suddenly felt a sense of unease. He said to Xia Qian and the other woman, "I have a feeling something's not right. Let's both be careful later, so we don't end up in a mess." However, He had barely finished saying those words when he realized that something was really wrong. The captain of the second team opposite them waved his hand, and several tough-skinned men stepped in front of them. Then, a scroll that was flashing with a dark black light rose into the air. The scroll was activated by a second-class player from the God War Guild. Zhou Mo knew that he was probably a magic-based class, but he really couldn't tell what class he had changed to. Zhou Mo took the lead and rushed out. Since we can't figure out what the other party's plans are, we might as well strike first. This has always been the main strategy of the Four Seasons Guild. No, it should be said that it is the only strategy. With this strategy, they have made it all the way to the top-tier guild wars without ever suffering a defeat. The strategy wasn't particularly brilliant, so the fact that it achieved such good results was naturally due to Zhou Mo's exceptional strength. However, this time, this strategy has finally been challenged. The scroll that shimmered with a dark, black light turned to ashes, and a dark beam of light flew out from it, landing squarely on Zhou Mo's head. This black light was extremely fast, and Zhou Mo had no way to dodge it. He felt his forward speed decrease significantly, and a sense of weakness spread through his entire body. At the same time, two arrows had already streaked across the air and were heading toward Zhou Mo. The two arrows were flying at an extremely fast speed, and Zhou Mo couldn't dodge them either. He didn't need to look to know that this was an arrow fired using the concentrated shot technique. From the very beginning, the archers from the Gods War Guild had their eyes on him. However, thanks to his powerful attribute panel, Zhou Mo has never been worried about his defenses being breached, so he's been too lazy to dodge. Minus 117. Critical hit. Minus 246. Even if one of the two concentrated shots with an attack coefficient as high as 350 were to trigger a critical hit, the combined damage to Zhou Mo would only be a few hundred points. For Zhou Mo, who has over 100,000 HP, a few hundred points of damage is negligible. However, what Zhou Mo cared about was not that, but the meaning represented by this injury. The archers who fired those two arrows were clearly first-tier archers. With their attack power, it would have been absolutely impossible for them to inflict any damage that broke through their defenses. Even if they possess one or two pieces of precious equipment, and even if they use concentrated shot with an extremely high attack coefficient, it is absolutely impossible. Therefore, it's clear that it wasn't that the two archers were too strong, but rather that I had become weaker. Thinking back to the scroll that had been emitting a dark, eerie light, Zhou Mo already had a clue. He quickly opened his attribute panel and glanced at it. After just one glance, Zhou Mo's expression turned serious. Sure enough, at this moment, with a dark, ominous aura surrounding him, his overall attributes had decreased by more than half compared to before. His attack power is now less than 4,000 points, and his physical defense has dropped to around 3,000 points. Although these attributes are still powerful compared to the average player, Zhou Mo felt a little guilty thinking that his attributes had been reduced by half. If another scroll like this comes along, I'm afraid I'll be in a lot of trouble. Even with his current attributes, it would probably not be easy for him to face all 20 members of the God War Guild alone. Seeing that the two archers' attacks could break through the defenses, the second team captain laughed heartily. This Shadow Curse scroll really works. It was worth the high price to acquire it. Meanwhile, the guild leader of the God War Guild smiled and commanded in the guild chat channel, "You hold them off, everyone else follow me to take care of those two first. Shadow Curse only lasts for 10 minutes, so we must reserve most of the time to deal with Zhou Mo." As he instructed, the captain of the second team produced a scroll, tore it open, and charged toward Zhou Mo. Upon seeing the second team captain, who was now enveloped in a hazy golden light, Zhou Mo exclaimed in surprise, "The scroll of the God of War's descent." The second team leader revealed a cruel smile and said smugly, "Not bad. Didn't expect that, did you? Did you really think your guild had taken all the benefits?" Zhou Mo's mood became truly heavy. At this moment, Xia Qian and Dragonfly were surrounded by the other members of the God War Guild and were engaged in a fierce battle. Although Zhou Mo was worried, he had no time to think about anything else. If the Shadow Curse scroll only caused him to fall from the sky, then the second team captain who activated the God of War's Descent scroll might just trap him in the quagmire. He could tell that this second team captain, like Dragonfly, was already a second-tier swordsman. With the God of War Descend scroll, even if his equipment is inferior to Dragonfly's, his terrifying power far surpasses it. Once the God of War Descend scroll is triggered, In addition to magic immunity, it also possesses several extremely powerful special effects. First, physical damage reduction plus 70. Secondly, the attribute value increases to 300. Then, the cooldown time of all your skills is reduced by 70%, and your mana is unlimited. After the opponent, a second-tier swordsman, activates the God of War Descend scroll, his attack and defense attributes are probably no worse than his current level. No, I'm afraid it's even worse. At this moment, the captain of the second team had already rushed to Zhou Mo's side. The will to fight is ignited. Two-handed sword speed boost. A furious sword strike. With a series of skills used, the broad two-handed sword slashed straight at Zhou Mo. 5 sword strikes followed, each stronger than the last, all landing squarely on Zhou Mo's body. Minus 2,894. Critical hit. Minus 6,970. Minus 4,075. Minus 4,666. Minus 5,257. It was just one skill, yet it took away more than 20,000 points of Zhou Mo's health. Zhou Mo found it. Normally, let alone being hit with thousands of points of damage, it was impossible for him to even break through someone's defenses. The combination of the Shadow Curse scroll and the God of War Descend scroll creates a terrifying effect. This is dangerous. Chapter 172, if you've got the guts, don't run away. After successfully landing the attack, the second team captain laughed heartily amidst the golden light. The guild leader told me to hold you off for now. You're overthinking it. You'll fall even faster than your 2 teammates. Zhou Mo found it. At this moment, the captain of the second team, in his God of War Descend state, was indeed a threat to him. Seeing Zhou Mo's furrowed brows, the second team leader continued smugly. You didn't expect us to get this scroll, did you? We have to thank your guild leader. If it weren't for her dominating the battlefield with this God of War Descend scroll, we wouldn't have known there were such useful auxiliary items in the game. After some effort, we finally received the scroll before today's guild war. There was no point in saying more, so Zhou Mo ignored him and just smiled coldly. He raised the monarch's scythe in his hand, and the scythe kill skill was activated. Combined with the healer's skill, acceleration, the attack speed bonus reached an additional 260. Zhou Mo's base attack speed is 0.95, and after this boost, his attack speed has reached 0.26, meaning he can attack approximately 4 times per second. Although he cannot have the same 70% skill cooldown reduction as his opponent, who is in the God of War state, he does have a higher frequency of normal attacks. The monarch's scythe swept directly towards the second team captain's head. Minus 415. Minus 415. Ignore defense. Minus 1,190. Critical hit. Minus 830. Zhou Mo's monarch's scythe struck the opponent 4 times in a row, dealing a total of more than 2,000 points of damage. The captain of the second team laughed heartily. The God of War Descend state is indeed very powerful, not only tripling the defense, but also providing 70% physical damage reduction. Zhou Mo, whose attack power is usually terrifying and rampant, managed to inflict only a little over 2,000 points of damage on himself despite his hard work. Even when the ignore defense effect was triggered, it only caused a little over 1,000 damage. While ignore defense can ignore defense, it cannot ignore damage reduction. In his triumph, he also landed a normal attack on Zhou Mo. Minus 2,894. Minus 2,894. The 2 attacks in quick succession dealt far more damage than Zhou Mo's. Zhou Mo finally realized that the seriousness of the matter far exceeded his expectations. Faced with the attack from the second team captain, he raised an eyebrow, suddenly changed direction, and ran away. Run? Do you think you can run? The captain of the second team, full of vigor, immediately took a step and followed. In addition to providing him with 3 times the attributes, the God of War Descend scroll also doubles his movement speed, so he doesn't have to worry too much about being kite. However, the next moment, he found that he really couldn't catch up with Zhou Mo. With the bonuses from acceleration and scythe kill, Zhou Mo's movement speed increased by an additional 150, making him much faster than him. Seeing Zhou Mo about to escape, right under his nose, the second team leader could not tolerate it. The cooked duck was about to fly away, and he became anxious, shouting loudly, "Doctor, cast acceleration on me!" Since the opponent relied on an acceleration spell, and some unknown acceleration skill, then with his God of War Descend state plus an acceleration spell, he would naturally be far superior to the opponent. However, the next moment a speed boost spell landed on his head and vanished instantly. The healer companion on the other side, who had cast acceleration on him, exclaimed helplessly, "It's no use. With your immunity magic, I can't even apply any buffs." It turns out that after using the God of War Descend scroll, although one can be immune to damage from enemy magic, all buffs will also be unavailable. This is a restriction on the God of War Descend scroll. The God of War Descend scroll is already powerful enough. If it could be stacked with additional buffs, then no one else would need to play at all. The second team leader was somewhat dissatisfied, but since the God of War Descend scroll had such limitations, he could do nothing about it. He could only silently continue chasing after Zhou Mo. Unfortunately, he was just a swordsman who used the God of War Descend scroll. If he were an archer or something similar with ranged attack capabilities, with the God of War's Descent buff, Zhou Mo would have been completely trapped and wouldn't be as slippery as he is now. "Stop him for me." The second team captain shouted again. He had suffered greatly at Zhou Mo's hands in the past, and now that he had the chance to overpower Zhou Mo, he had absolutely no patience left. Xia Qian and Dragonfly were still struggling to hold on, while the God War Guild was not under much pressure. They immediately sent a few people to block Zhou Mo's path. In their view, since Zhou Mo had already been suppressed by the Shadow Curse scroll, his strength must have dropped significantly. Even though the few of them on their side were still no match for Zhou Mo, they could still manage to stop him for a while. Once the captain of the second team catches up with the God of War Descends buff, they'll be trapped like turtles in a jar. Seeing the people blocking his way, Zhou Mo smiled slightly. The actions of these people were exactly what he wanted. "Come on, my blood-drawing machine." For people surrounded them, all of them being tough, warrior-type characters. Of the four, only one had completed the second transformation and was riding a two-legged, short-beaked beast, blocking the way at the front. This is one of the warrior's second job advancement paths, Knight. He felt confident that he could hold his own against Zhou Mo and raised a shield with great confidence. Zhou Mo swept past him like the wind, rushing straight past him and attacking the three first-tier warriors behind him, leaving him bewildered in the wind. This week, Mo didn't follow the rules at all. He didn't even glance at me when I struck this fighting pose. The Monarch's scythe rises and falls. Minus 3,145. Critical hit. Scythe absorption. Minus 6,220. Plus 3,110. Minus 3,215. The advantage of Monarch's scythe's area of effect attack became apparent. When three people stood together, a single strike would cause 3 damage numbers to jump up. It also triggered the scythe absorption effect once, restoring 3,110 health points. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. The Monarch's scythe rose again and fell. Minus 2,785. Minus 2,857. Minus 2,908. 3 more damage numbers popped up. Although the 3 warrior players had the endurance passive skill, which increased their defense as their health decreased, they still couldn't withstand Zhou Mo's second strike. They thought that Zhou Mo would be greatly weakened after being subjected to the Shadow Curse, but they never expected that even after being weakened, Zhou Mo would still be far stronger than them. Without their God of War Descend state, their attempt to stop Zhou Mo was nothing but wishful thinking. Despite this, Zhou Mo still managed to easily take down 3 of them, leaving the second team captain utterly humiliated. He chased after him, shouting, "Zhou Mo, if you got the guts, don't run away. Fight me head on." As Zhou Mo ran, he shouted, "If you're so capable, then catch up with me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" His target has now shifted to the other members of the God's War Guild. Chapter 173, He's Not As Fast As Me. The second team leader was chasing after them, while Zhou Mo was running ahead. Zhou Mo said he wasn't flustered at all. Although the second team captain was in God of War mode, he couldn't run as fast as Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo, who was running much faster than his opponents, had already crashed headfirst into a group of members of the God War Guild. The God War Guild had originally arranged for most of its members to surround Xia Qian and Dragonfly. In this short period of time, Xia Qian and Dragonfly were already in grave danger and almost had to leave the scene. However, Zhou Mo's arrival stirred up the waters, giving them a chance to catch their breath. The Monarch's scythe, capable of area of effect attacks, has a particularly significant advantage in crowds of enemies. Often, a single slash would hit 4 or 5 people. Zhou Mo didn't linger in battle. He would usually swing his scythe once or twice, and then continue charging forward to avoid being caught by the second team captain. For those who are not in the God of War state, the danger of a casually swung monarch's scythe is no less. With a single swing of the blade, their health bars would drop significantly. If Zhou Mo hadn't been mindful of the second team leader behind him and dared not linger, half of these people would have been dead long ago. Even so, they appear to be in very poor condition. In contrast, Zhou Mo's condition was much better than before. He attacked other members of the God War Guild multiple times. In addition to suppressing many members of the God War Guild, he also triggered the scythe absorption effect multiple times. The triggering of the scythe absorption effect, along with his automatic health regeneration, allowed his health to gradually return to full value while he was running. If things continue like this, the God of War Descend scroll used by the second team captain will only be a joke. If you can't even catch up with them, how can you talk about taking them down? However, Zhou Mo knew that this situation could not continue indefinitely. The scythe state can only be maintained for 50 seconds. In order to continue using it, in addition to continuing to charge it, you also need to wait for a 2-minute cooldown period. Like him, the captain of the second team, who is currently in God of War mode, was also very anxious. He thought that with the God of War Descend scroll, he could easily defeat Zhou Mo and wipe away the previous humiliation, but he never expected that Zhou Mo would shamelessly turn around and run away. The duration of God of War's descent will also be quite short. This God of War Descend scroll, which cost the God of War Guild a huge sum of money, lasts for 180 seconds. The fact that the captain of the second team was able to use such an extremely rare scroll was not only because he was a second-tier swordsman with considerable strength, but more importantly because the guild leader was willing to give him a chance to personally bury his shameful past. If the mission is not completed perfectly this time, the second team leader can already imagine his tragic end. As they charged forward with Zhou Mo, the captain of the second team noticed, out of the corner of his eye, the second-job swordsman from the opposing guild. He flew into a rage. You're asking for it. A raging sword slash was unleashed, slashing to the side and front. 5 sword strikes landed on the dragonfly. Minus 3,986. Minus 4,385. Minus 4,783. Minus 5,181. Minus 5,580. Dragonfly is not Zhou Mo. Even though he is a second-tier swordsman and has 2 pieces of treasure equipment, he is still no match for the second team captain in the God of War Descend state. With just 1 skill, the dragonfly was instantly killed, turning into a streak of white light. Having killed the dragonfly, the second team leader felt as if he had swatted a fly, but his anger subsided slightly, and his gaze returned to Zhou Mo. At that moment, Zhou Mo swung his monarch's scythe, just in time to take down 3 more members of the God War Guild. The two looked at each other across the distance. Zhou Mo had a cold face, while the second team captain had red eyes. However, Zhou Mo's scythe kill state still had more than 20 seconds left, and the second team captain still couldn't catch up with him. The second team leader was unaware of Zhou Mo's scythe killer background. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Zhou Mo for the time being, he set his sights on the other person remaining in the Four Seasons Guild. At this moment, Xia Qian had escaped the siege of the God War Guild thanks to Zhou Mo's interference. Just as the second team leader's gaze fell upon her, she delivered a powerful kick, killing a player from the God War Guild. The second team captain abandoned Zhou Mo and rushed towards Xia Qian. Zhou Mo frowned, but Xia Qian had already gently shaken her head at him. The second team captain's idea was simple, to force Zhou Mo to come over. If Zhou Mo came, it would naturally fulfill his wishes. If Zhou Mo didn't come, he could simply kill Xia Qian and wipe out everyone else in the Four Seasons Guild. Zhou Mo understood what he meant, but at Xia Qian's prompting, he continued to move away and attack other Divine War Guilds. But before that, Zhou Mo still remotely cast an acceleration spell on Xia Qian. Although Xia Qian's attributes in all aspects cannot compare with the current captain of the second team, with the addition of an acceleration spell, she can at least keep up with the speed. With her excellent skills, she might be able to hold out a little longer. Yes, Zhou Mo knew very well that all Xia Qian could do was hold out in front of the second team captain for a while. It's simply impossible to pose a threat to, or even kill, the captain of the second team. The captain of the second team raised his sword and swung it. However, halfway through the sword's trajectory, Xia Qian had already moved to the side, as if by magic, ending up behind him. In the extremely short instant before the second team captain could react, Xia Qian had already punched him in the waist. -1. The punch was incredibly fast, but the result was utterly despairing. With Xia Qian's several pieces of precious equipment, she couldn't even break through his defenses. The triple attribute bonus from God of War descends is incredibly powerful. The second team captain swung his sword backhand. However, Xia Qian had already retreated as if she were a ghost. As the second team captain swung his two-handed sword to his side and behind, Xia Qian had already reached his other side and threw another punch. -1. It is also impossible to break through the defense. The captain of the second team was enraged. Both players were moving at the same speed, but at this moment his maneuvering was completely outmatched. Although his opponent couldn't break through his defenses, being hit twice in a row made him lose face. God of War Descends has a -70 cooldown effect, and by then his raging sword slash has already completed its cooldown. He disregarded everything and unleashed a skill without hesitation. The broadswords in both hands surged forth like waves, one after another. However, using skills did not help him hit Xia Qian. This furious blow still only hit air. The second team captain wasn't stupid after all. He understood that he couldn't outmaneuver Xia Qian in terms of skill. After calming down, he made a new decision. Since the other party couldn't break through his defenses, he simply ignored them and turned to walk towards Zhou Mo. On the other side, the other members of the guild were being slaughtered and were screaming in agony. Suddenly, the light went out. The second team leader looked up blankly and saw a petite figure twirling and falling through the air. Snap! A foot slapped him on the forehead. Chapter 174, Just Do It. Puff! A muffled thud. At the same time, a damage number popped up. -1. The defenses remained unbroken. In fact, the captain of the second team could have ignored it. But the reality is, his face has become even blacker than the bottom of a boiler. Xia Qian's shoes weren't that dirty, and there were no marks on his face. The second team leader's dark face was a sign of anger. Xia Qian's repeated provocations, though unable to break through his defenses, still managed to breach his psychological barrier. At this moment, Zhou Mo and everything else had been forgotten by him. What he wants most right now is to teach the arrogant Xia Qian a lesson. He charged forward, sweeping his broadsword horizontally. But Xia Qian leaped and still narrowly avoided it. The second team captain ignored them and charged again. Xia Qian avoided it again. Time passed slowly, and members of the God War Guild fell one after another, while the captain of the second team still couldn't touch Xia Qian. As long as she focuses on avoiding him, it won't be easy for the second team captain to catch her. At least, absolutely not during the duration of the acceleration spell. Finally, Xia Qian's backward leap paused slightly. The duration of the acceleration technique had ended. The second team captain followed up with a timely normal attack. -4,286. Struck by this attack, Xia Qian's health bar plummeted, losing more than half of its value. Fortunately, she possessed several pieces of precious equipment whose attributes far surpassed those of ordinary first-tier players. Otherwise, with the HP and defense of a first-tier fighter, this attack would probably turn them into white light. But even with several pieces of treasure equipment, she definitely couldn't withstand a second hit. The instant her health dropped, a large amount of lava flames suddenly surged from Xia Qian's body, spraying outwards, and her health points rapidly recovered. +500, +500, +500, +500. In an instant, Xia Qian's life points were restored by a full 2,000. However, for the captain of the second team, who could cut her more than 4,000 times with a single sword strike, such a response was still not enough. Xia Qian quickly stepped back. The second team captain, who was slightly startled by the molten lava and flames surging around her, finally came to his senses and approached again. Xia Qian just triggered the Purgatory Resurrection ability from the Treasure Crimson Rock Light Armor, which allows a large amount of lava flames to surge out as a defense when the health drops below half, and also restores a certain amount of health. By the time the second team captain remembered that he was under the magic immunity state of God of War Descends, Xia Qian had already retreated quite a distance. But this is not very meaningful. At this point, Xia Qian, who had already lost her acceleration spell, had no chance of escaping from the second team captain, whose movement speed had doubled. The captain of the second team raised his broadsword and launched a furious sword strike at Xia Qian. Since the opponent's speed has been greatly reduced, It is naturally impossible for them to dodge this move. Using this powerful burst skill to send her to her death is a form of mercy on my part. However, a beam of light flew in from nowhere and connected Xia Qian to one end. The raging sword slash landed, and the damage values that jumped out were not enough to send Xia Qian away as hoped. Minus 428. Minus 471. Minus 514. Minus 557. Minus 600. 5 damage numbers popped up, dealing a total of over 2,000 points of damage to Xia Qian. Although Xia Qian's health bar was reduced to less than half again, she was ultimately allowed to survive. The second team leader turned his head and saw Zhou Mo rushing over from the other side. All the other members of the God War Guild are gone. Even under the Shadow Curse state, Zhou Mo still overwhelmingly wiped out everyone else. At that moment, one end of the life chain was attached to Zhou Mo, absorbing 90% of the damage from the attack. As Zhou Mo approached, he said, "All right, now it's time for the two of us to settle the score." The second team captain felt a chill run down his spine. Zhou Mo's strength was beyond his expectations. If I hadn't been in God of War form, I probably would have been one of those people easily wiped out. Fortunately, there are still 2 minutes left in the God of War Descends event. If we focus on dealing with Zhou Mo, there shouldn't be any problems. The premise is that he doesn't run away. He was gloomy inside and looked coldly at Zhou Mo, saying, "Why aren't you running anymore?" Zhou Mo chuckled. "Who said I ran away? I'll just clear out the eyesores first. Next, let's fight it out. Whoever runs away is a coward." The second team leader asked with some doubt, "You're really not going to run anymore?" "Of course I won't run," Zhou Mo said confidently. "I won't bully you. It'll be the two of us standing and fighting. Whoever wins will naturally win the game." He said to Xia Qian, who was standing next to him, "You should leave first, otherwise he'll worry that we'll gang up on him." The second team captain sneered, "She can't even break through my defenses. Why would I worry about being surrounded?" Xia Qian hesitated for a moment, but Zhou Mo had already sent her a message through the private chat channel. "Trust me, in your current state, you absolutely must not be killed. The consequences would be unimaginable." Xia Qian glanced at him and then abruptly left the competition area. She knew very well what kind of state Zhou Mo was referring to when he said this state. Since Zhou Mo had said so, as someone with relevant experience, she certainly couldn't ignore his opinion. The second team leader was somewhat surprised and glanced at Zhou Mo. "She actually quit?" Zhou Mo nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course, if it's called a one-on-one fight, then it's just me fighting you. Any extra punches or kicks don't count as a one-on-one fight." "Okay, this is interesting." The second team leader nodded, looked at Zhou Mo, and said, "Let's go." Zhou Mo raised the monarch scythe, and the captain of the second team also raised his broadsword. Close combat, ready to erupt at any moment. Theoretically speaking, Zhou Mo's attribute strength is currently at a disadvantage compared to the second team captain in his God of War Descend state. If he had a choice, he would certainly prefer to keep running until the duration of the opponent's God of War Descends ended. However, this scythe kill duration had ended, and for at least 2 minutes, he no longer had the ability to kite his opponent. However, the fact that the other party actually attacked Xia Qian forced him to choose to confront them head-on. If I were to continue casting the acceleration spell on Xia Qian, perhaps with her excellent operational skills, Xia Qian could actually hold her own against the captain of the second team. But nothing is ever truly safe from unforeseen circumstances. What if Xia Qian makes a mistake and fails to escape the opponent's attack? With Xia Qian's current remaining health, let alone being hit by a skill, even a normal attack would kill her instantly. After dying in the game, Zhou Mo had no idea whether Xia Qian in the real world would also die, but he felt it was wrong to take such a risk. While the chain of life can provide temporary protection, its range is limited. With the second team captain, who is in God of War Descend state, between the two, one wrong move could mean certain death for either of them. With no worries about the future, Zhou Mo felt a surge of pride. It's just a God of War Descend state, let's just do it. Chapter 175, Don't Misuse This for Recovery. At this point, only 2 people remained in the entire competition venue. Zhou Mo was the only one left on the Four Seasons Guild side, while the God War Guild side naturally had the second team captain who possessed the God of War Descend state. The two had already approached each other, their weapons clashing as they attacked one another. At this point, Zhou Mo, who no longer had the Scythe Kill skill bonus, had seen his attack speed decrease solely due to the acceleration technique. Now it can only attack about twice per second. Minus 415. Minus 415. The opponent's God of War Descend status was still active, and Zhou Mo's 2 attacks couldn't even deal 1,000 points of damage. However, the attack from his second team captain landed on Zhou Mo, but it was completely different. Minus 2,894. Minus 2,894. The two had similar attack speeds, but the damage they inflicted was vastly different. The second team captain casually slashed twice, dealing over 5,000 damage. After attacking each other a few times, his skill cooldown was ready again, and he used the Raging Sword Slash skill once more. Minus 2,894. Minus 3,485. Minus 4,075. Minus 4,666. Minus 5,257. This time, no critical hit was triggered. However, even with the power of the God of War Descend state, this single skill still took away 20,000 points of Zhou Mo's health. The second team captain, under the God of War's Descent buff, was indeed powerful in attack. However, after using this skill, he found that Zhou Mo's health bar only dropped by a very small amount. The second team captain was momentarily stunned. He looked at Zhou Mo and asked, "Just how long is your health bar?" Zhou Mo chuckled, "Guess." The second team captain scoffed, "So what if you have a long health bar? Under my powerful attacks, do you think you can recover?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Mo had already unleashed a skill. It is another skill of the physician, the fog barrier. For someone who always crushes his opponents with superior attributes, this skill is rarely used. Mist barrier is one of the optional skills for the healer class. It can create a fog in a small area, weakening the attack ability of enemies within it, and giving allies a slow recovery status. In mobile warfare, this skill is actually not very useful, because the mist summoned by the mist barrier is fixed and covers a small area. Once the opponent leaves the fog-shrouded area, the skill will naturally become ineffective. Therefore, apart from leveling up and fighting monsters and bosses, this skill is generally not very useful in battles with other players. After all, players have brains. They'll leave if they sense something's wrong. But the captain of the second team had no intention of leaving. In his God of War Descend state, he was immune to magic, so what was there to be afraid of? The only purpose of this mist barrier is to restore a pitiful amount of health to Zhou Mo. Seeing Zhou Mo use the mist barrier skill, he smiled smugly. "How many points of health can a mist barrier add? Why don't you just use heal on yourself to replenish your health?" Zhou Mo said with a cold expression, "Don't underestimate mist barrier as a healing skill." The next moment, under the cover of the fog barrier, a reply number popped up, plus 4,500. Zhou Mo's lost health points quickly recovered. It was only then that the captain of the second team understood the characteristics of the fog barrier. Fog barrier has never been highly valued as a skill for physicians. For healer players, this skill is practically useless. In particular, the LV1 fog barrier does not provide a particularly good persistent effect. The LV1 mist barrier can reduce the enemy's all attributes by -5 and restore 1 HP per second. A typical level 29 first job player has only a few thousand HP, and even a second job player only has a little over 10,000. For second-tier swordsmen like Dragonfly, a level 1 HP recovery only restores about 100 HP per second, which is practically negligible in combat. Even if you spend skill points to upgrade to the advanced level, it only increases the attribute reduction to -7 and the health regeneration to 3 per second. For players, its practicality is still not very high. But at this moment, this skill is used differently on Zhou Mo. The -7 attribute reduction has no effect on the second team leader who is immune to magic, but the 3 HP recovery per second is of great significance to Zhou Mo, whose HP bar reaches 150,000. A health recovery of 3 means that 4,500 health points can be recovered per second. The second team captain was very unhappy. Seeing Zhou Mo continuing to recover his health, he was furious and continued to attack Zhou Mo. "Let's see if you can reply faster, or if I can chop faster." Minus 2,894. Critical hit. Minus 5,788. Without a doubt, even with the mist barrier to help him recover, Zhou Mo's health recovery couldn't keep up with the amount of health he lost. After all, the opponent's means of output are not limited to normal attacks. With a cooldown reduction bonus of 70, Raging Sword Slash has a very short cooldown time, allowing for a skill to be used every short while, instantly reducing Zhou Mo's health. As for the second-tier swordsman's other burst skill, Desperate Sword Intent, the second team leader has not used it. Zhou Mo understood his concerns. That's a skill that converts defense into attack power. When attacking, your own defense will be reset to 0. The second team leader was naturally worried that the 0 defense would put him in danger when launching an attack. After all, even with the God of War Descends buff, his maximum health bar was only a little over 30,000 points, which was no match for Zhou Mo. As long as he doesn't use Desperate Sword Intent, his defense won't be zeroed out, and he'll be in the God of War Descends state. Zhou Mo's attacks will only deal a few hundred points of damage to him now. Even if he's not allowed to use healing items during the match, he's confident he can withstand it. The two continued their tug-of-war over health as the second team captain attacked, and the mist barrier restored their health. Zhou Mo's health bar was steadily decreasing, and judging from the rate of decrease, it was clearly exceeding that of his opponent. Seeing Zhou Mo's health bar nearly dwindling to half, the second team captain, looking at his own remaining health bar, felt a surge of pride once more. At this point, there was still a little over a minute left in the God of War Descend state. This battle is in the bag. Zhou Mo, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? After gaining an overwhelming advantage, the second team leader began verbally attacking the other side. It must be said that Zhou Mo's previous actions were something he deeply resented and held a grudge against. When health drops to 50, clan protection is triggered. The current form is unique, and clan protection undergoes unpredictable changes. Chapter 176 is reasonable. As the notification sound came on, Zhou Mo felt a strange sensation rising within his body. Then dozens of Zhou Mo appeared surrounding the area. Zhou Mo roughly counted them and figured out that there were a total of 52 Zhou Mos that had just appeared. This perfectly matches the number of minions summoned by a Monarch-level boss when it triggers clan protection. Upon witnessing such a bizarre event, the captain of the second team was startled and turned pale. He couldn't control his emotions for a moment and exclaimed, "What kind of damn skill is this?" Zhou Mo was in a great mood and chuckled. As a hidden professional player, isn't it reasonable for me to know some weird and wonderful skills? Dozens of Zhou Mo launched an attack on the second team leader simultaneously. The second team captain was pale, but with the God of War Descending state active, he wasn't completely terrified and quickly raised his greatsword to meet the attack. The next moment, his heart, which had been hanging in midair, finally fell to the ground. These dozens of Zhou Mo look scary, but in fact they're not that bad. He discovered that the attributes of these Zhou Mo were completely different from those of the original Zhou Mo. Even when I was in God of War mode, the original Zhou Mo still managed to inflict considerable damage on me. But the Zhou Mos rushing up now are completely different. At the same time, several Zhou Mo attacks landed on the second team captain, who was unable to dodge in time and was hit squarely. He was startled, only to find that he wasn't seriously injured at all. -1, -1, -1, -1. Several damage numbers popped up, indicating that these attacks from Zhou Mo couldn't even break through his defense. It only resulted in a forced -1 point health deduction. The second team leader laughed loudly. Your hidden profession, all that fancy stuff, is completely useless. Who said it's useless? Zhou Mo chuckled softly, then stepped back and hid behind the many Zhou Mos. The Zhou Mo that just appeared are actually the leader level, elite level, and ordinary level minions summoned by Zhou Mo in his identity as a wild monster and guardian of the clan. However, since he is currently in a player disguise state, all the creatures he summons have taken on the same appearance as him. In fact, the strength of these summoned Zhou Mo is the same. Among them are 4 Zhou Mos, which correspond to leader-level underlings. Their attribute panels are basically only half of Zhou Mo's, and their health and defense are also much worse. For the others, the difference in attributes between elite and normal levels is even greater. Even if there are many of these summoned Zhou Mo's, it is basically impossible for them to pose a threat to the captain of the second team, because these Zhou Mo characters simply cannot inflict any damage on the second team captain. However, the moment these Zhou Mo appeared, Zhou Mo had already made up his mind. The purpose of these Zhou Mo figures is certainly not to help him get rid of the second team captain. In fact, it cannot be solved. But there's one thing they are capable of doing. That is, to be cannon fodder for Zhou Mo's main body. When Zhou Mo's true form retreated behind these Zhou Mo's, the second team leader instantly understood Zhou Mo's meaning. His face flushed red, and he thought about following them. Unfortunately, with dozens of Zhou Mos surrounding him, he couldn't move his legs at all. At least, before he could deal with these Zhou Mos, he had no chance of breaking through the encirclement and attacking Zhou Mo's main body. The second team captain disregarded everything else and unleashed a raging sword slash. Minus 3,894. Minus 4,485. Minus 5,075. Minus 5,666. Minus 6,257. With a single skill, Zhou Mo was instantly reduced to white light. However, there's still 51. The second team captain was conflicted. As a swordsman, he didn't have many ranged attack methods, and each of the 51 Zhou Mo required him to wield his broadsword. Normal attack, slash, slash, slash. 2 more Zhou Mo cases were resolved. Outside the encirclement, Zhou Mo watched leisurely, nodding inwardly. These 2 are probably normal level, with 2 low health and defense, and they were taken down by the opponent in just 2 or 3 normal attacks. The next moment, after the skill cooldown was over, the second team captain unleashed another raging sword slash. However, despite this powerful attack, Zhou Mo in front of him only lost half of his health. This one is considered leader level, with over 50,000 HP, enough to withstand 2 furious sword slashes. As time passed, the number of Zhou Mo characters decreased one by one. At this point, most of the 52 Zhou Mo had been eliminated, leaving only about 20. However, at this point, the God of War Descend state only had less than 30 seconds left. The second team captain was already in despair. The remaining 30 seconds are certainly enough to deal with these Zhou Mos, but the question is, what happens after we get rid of them? How should we deal with the remaining real Zhou Mo? The second team captain was very self-aware, knowing that without his God of War Descending state, he was simply not qualified to face Zhou Mo directly. Finally, after another 10 seconds or so, the second team leader had dealt with most of the remaining 20 Zhou Mos. There are only 6 Zhou Mos left now. 6 Zhou Mos were no longer enough to hold him back. The second team captain, no longer willing to fight, let the 6 Zhou Mos go and broke out of the encirclement. He was going to attack Zhou Mo's main body. However, when he broke through the encirclement, he was suddenly at a loss. Zhou Mo was not in front of him. Strictly speaking, Zhou Mo was in front of him, but only at a very far distance. While he was fighting against dozens of Zhou Mo, the real Zhou Mo had leisurely walked to the other side of the arena. The 2 were separated by an entire arena. At this moment, the second team captain's God of War Descend state only had 10 seconds left. In the God of War Descend state, the double movement speed is astonishing, allowing one to travel a great distance in 10 seconds. But the distance between the 2 seems to be exactly the distance he could run in 10 seconds. Zhou Mo seemed to have planned this all along. Come on, let's fight again when you get here. Zhou Mo's smile was very bright. At this point, his health bar had been fully restored. The second team leader was momentarily at a loss. He looked at Zhou Mo, who was 10 seconds away, with resentment and said through gritted teeth, "You are shameless." Cut. Zhou Mo didn't take it seriously at all. You guys are shameless for using scrolls, but I'm shameless for using my own skills? What a double standard. He looked at the second team leader in the distance and laughed. Come here, let me teach you how to conduct yourself in society. I won't. The second team leader didn't even know what he was persisting in. He just stood there stubbornly. Finally, after 10 seconds, the golden light on the second team captain dissipated and the God of War Descend state finally ended. Chapter 177, Generous Rewards. All right, you don't need to come over. Looking at the 6 Zhou Mos, not far from the second team captain, Zhou Mo shrugged and simply sat down to watch the show. Of the remaining 6 Zhou Mo, 1 is a leader level, 1 is an elite level, and 4 are ordinary level. If the second team captain was still in the God of War Descend state, these 6 Zhou Mo wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. However, things are different now. Without the triple stat boost and 70% damage reduction from God of War's Descent, The second team leader was quickly reduced to white light under the siege of 6 Zhou Mo. With this, the round-robin tournament came to an end, and the God War Guild was completely wiped out. The Four Seasons Guild has won 17 consecutive matches, maintaining an undefeated record. At this point, the only remaining guild was the Crimson Lotus Temple. However, after learning the details of the battle between the Four Seasons Guild and the God War Guild, the Crimson Lotus Temple, after a brief discussion, chose to abstain. The Four Seasons Guild won without a fight. It's not entirely the fault of the Red Lotus Temple, seeing that the God War Guild had even used the Shadow Curse Scroll and the God of War Descend Scroll, yet still ended in defeat. They realized that the Four Seasons Guild was beyond their control. The God of War Descends Scroll is extremely rare and cannot be purchased at will. If the God's War Guild hadn't made preparations in advance and spent a huge amount of money, it wouldn't have been possible to acquire it. In the final elimination round, the withdrawal of Red Lotus Temple secured the first place for Four Seasons Guild. The God War Guild, which had just lost to the Four Seasons Guild, was now facing another guild in a final battle. Perhaps it was just bad luck today, but in this final battle, the God War Guild was caught off guard by the opponent's flag-capturing tactics and ultimately had no chance of turning the tide. As the game announcement played, the first guild war came to an end. In the A-level guild war, the Four Seasons Guild undeniably ranked first with a winning streak. Following closely behind is the Crimson Temple, which ranks second with 17 wins. There are two guilds with 16 wins, God War Guild and Sea King Castle, which fought God War Guild in the final battle. Although the two guilds had the same record, Sea King Castle won the final battle, so the third place went to Sea King Castle. The ambitious God War Guild only ranked fourth. At that moment, the entire game chat channel exploded. Before the war began, everyone had heard of the Four Seasons Guild's reputation as a dark horse. But no one expected that the Four Seasons Guild would actually take first place. Not only did they utterly defeat the God War Guild, one of the three major guilds by default, but they also scared off another one of the three major guilds from daring to accept the challenge. Those guys who left the Four Seasons Guild earlier are now kicking themselves. Leaving aside the generous rewards for winning first place in the guild war, the mere title of a member of the number one guild is already an unparalleled honor. Surprisingly, their departure from the guild had no impact on the Four Seasons Guild. With only a few members remaining, the Four Seasons Guild fought its way to first place. In comparison, doesn't it seem like their existence is completely useless and they're just a bunch of slackers? Game announcements kept popping up. Congratulations to Four Seasons Guild for winning first place in the A-level guild war. All members of the Four Seasons Guild have been awarded the title, Stardust Radiance. This title will be revoked upon leaving the guild. Stardust Radiance. All attributes +2. Experience points +5. 10-point discount on supplies purchased in town. Four Seasons Guild obtained 5 second job change scrolls. Second job advancement scroll. Players who have reached level 30 and completed the first job advancement can use this scroll to directly choose the corresponding second job advancement without needing to complete any job advancement quests. All members of the Four Seasons Guild received 1 million Stardust coins each. The Four Seasons Guild has been awarded the Treasure Hunter title, which can only be given to guild members. The Four Seasons Guild has obtained 1 God of War Descend scroll, 1 Shadow Curse scroll, and 1 Heavenly Fire Spread scroll. The Four Seasons Guild has obtained 3 rare level equipment pieces, of which the type is selectable, and can only be distributed to guild members. Looking at this game announcement, many players are already numb with envy. Hehe, a second job advancement certificate. I reckon the Four Seasons Guild will become even stronger after today. See that? Another Treasure Hunter title. Now the Four Seasons Guild has 2 Treasure Hunter titles. Yeah, so they'll be wholesaling treasure equipment from now on. What do you mean later? They've already given us 3 items as a reward. Isn't that already wholesale? Is it too late for me to join the Four Seasons Guild now? Save your breath. Offering help in times of need is fine, but adding to someone's success is something they don't really appreciate anymore. Besides, you're clearly trying to suck up to someone and get something for nothing. I'm just glad I didn't kick you out. As the first place winner in the A-level guild war, the Four Seasons Guild received very generous rewards. The second and third place winners also received corresponding rewards, but they were far inferior to those of the first place Four Seasons Guild. As for the winners of B-level and even C-level guild wars, there are of course rewards, but the level of rewards is naturally 1 grade lower than that of A-level. After the announcement of the rewards, the much-anticipated version update arrived. The game will undergo a major update. This update is a non-downtime update. Players can continue playing. All unusual changes occurring in the game are due to the update, and players should not panic. The original class-based ranking system has been cancelled and replaced with a 3-tiered ranking system based on combat power, sun, moon, and stars. The power ranking rewards are generous. We encourage players to actively participate. Please check the relevant section for detailed rules regarding the power ranking. The gate to the demon realm and the land of the gods are now open, and the world will undergo dramatic changes. Players are encouraged to explore on their own. The constant updates have kept players incredibly excited. In no time, the guild war that had just ended seemed to have been forgotten by many players. Unlike the excitement of the other players, Zhou Mo felt a tremor in his heart. When the game announcement said, "The gate to the demon realm and the land of the gods are open," the world trembled, and he clearly felt something different happening to him. At this moment, Xiaqian had already found him. "I still can't log off. Wan and the others have already gone to make preparations. Please ask Uncle Li to arrange for someone to pick me up." Zhou Mo understood what she meant and was about to say that he couldn't log off for the time being. However, the next moment, his expression changed slightly, and he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll log off now," to inform him. It turned out that during that tremor, he suddenly discovered that he could log off freely. The strange restriction that had previously prevented him from logging off had completely disappeared. Chapter 178, Picking Up People. Although the offline restriction had inexplicably disappeared, Zhou Mo still dared not log off directly. He bid farewell to Xiaqian and returned to the starting village. After switching to Scarecrow form, he logged off. After all, his true form in the game is a monster, and Zhou Mo is unsure if there will be any negative consequences if he logs off in player form. If you were to log off and then reveal your true form as a monster in the human capital city, that would be a really big problem. Opening his eyes from his deep sleep and looking at the bright sky, Zhou Mo was overwhelmed with emotion. How long has it been since I last logged off during the day? However, he was concerned about the matter Xiaqian had entrusted to him and had no time to be sentimental. He went straight out of the room and contacted the staff at the accommodation. Soon, Uncle Li came to him. After hearing his words, Uncle Li's expression turned very serious. Uncle Li did not doubt the truthfulness of Zhou Mo's words. In fact, Xiaqian's ability to arrange for Zhou Mo to come here showed her great trust in him. Uncle Li quickly gathered all the defense forces in Residence Number 2 and said to Zhou Mo, "I will lead a team to pick up Miss Zhou. There are still people in the residence who are at your service. If you need anything, please feel free to give the order." Seeing a large group preparing to depart, Zhou Mo hesitated for a moment and asked, "Uncle Li, can I go with you?" He looked at Uncle Li in front of him and said, "I know Xiaqian's situation relatively well. Going with her might be of some help." Uncle Li frowned slightly, but finally nodded. So from this second residence, dozens of flying cars took off and headed in a certain direction. Zhou Mo and Uncle Li were on the largest flying car in the very center, escorted forward by dozens of other flying cars. Within the East Zone 1, a long procession of flying cars moved forward, traversing one area after another. Anyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. Who is this important person traveling with such a grand entourage? These flying cars look like they're all made by Tianqin Company. They're not cheap. More than that, didn't you see the Liang logo on the car? That's Tianqin Company's Liang line product. The models in this product line are all limited editions, and you can't buy them even if you have the money. Limited edition? These dozens of planes flew out in full force, and you're telling me they're limited editions? Believe it or not, didn't you see that behemoth flying car in the middle? It said that the entire Tianqin Company only produced 3 of them. Zhou Mo, of course, couldn't hear these discussions. He sat in the central flying car, quietly watching the scenery fly by. It didn't take long for the speeding team to arrive at their destination. Xiaqian had already made arrangements on her side. A flying car flew out from a corner and went straight into the formation of dozens of flying cars. The flying vehicle flew all the way to us, and the huge flying vehicle in the middle split open a hatch to welcome the flying vehicle in. Uncle Li's breathing only stabilized after the hatch closed and the flying car came to a stop. Zhou Mo, witnessing this scene, felt as if his heart had been swept by a storm. He was still thinking about how to pick up Xiaqian when she drove in a flying car. One flying car swallowed another flying car whole. The car's hatch opened, and 3 young women pushed the game pod out. Inside the game pod, Xia Qian was still fast asleep. You must be Uncle Li. I'm Young One. I brought Qian here on her behalf. The woman at the head of the group spoke to Uncle Li. Uncle Li quickly replied, Okay. You must be Miss Wan. My young lady mentioned it to me. This time, I'm really troubling you all. When Zhou Mo saw the woman, a thought couldn't help but arise in his mind. No wonder. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Winter Evening from the Four Seasons Guild. Although Dong Wan's appearance in the game was excellent, she wasn't much better than other beautiful female players. Zhou Mo couldn't understand where her many suitors came from. It wasn't until this moment, after meeting the person in person, that Zhou Mo finally understood the source of the other party's confidence as a Sea King. It turns out that the character's appearance in the Winter Evening game was actually lowered. In the game, Dong Wan's appearance can only be described as very pretty. According to Zhou Mo's rating standard, out of 100 points, she would only score 95 or 96. But when Zhou Mo saw Dong Wan's real appearance, he realized that Dong Wan's test paper was not just a simple 100 points. She had even answered all the bonus questions correctly. At this moment, he felt a greater understanding for those who willingly jumped into the winter fish pond. Meeting Zhou Mo's direct gaze, Dong Wan remained calm and asked, Who are you? Zhou Mo chuckled, looked away, and said, Didn't you already guess? Why are you asking? I'm Zhou Montak. At that moment, Dong Wan remained expressionless, while the two women behind her cried out in shock. Having been in the same guild for so long, this was the first time they had ever seen Zhou Mo in person. They were also very curious about the guy that Xia Qian had secretly hidden away. Zhou Mo looked at the waning spring and the chilly autumn, nodded, and that was his way of saying hello. Uncle Li glanced at Xia Qian, who was still asleep in the game pod, and could not hide the worry in his expression. Dong Wan naturally understood and quickly said, Given Qian's condition, we need to go back and get someone to diagnose her as soon as possible. We won't stay any longer. After the three men's flying car departed in the winter evening, Uncle Li ordered the convoy to return. The journey had been peaceful, and the escort convoy hadn't caused any trouble. But Uncle Li will not let his guard down because of this. He was well aware of Xia Qian's significance to the family, and once someone with ulterior motives found out, they would definitely not let such an opportunity pass. But the return voyage was just as calm as the journey there, and nothing happened. Zhou Mo felt that his trip, apart from meeting a few people from the guild, hadn't served any purpose. He saw Xia Qian's condition, but to be honest, he didn't know how to help. Upon returning to residence number 2, Uncle Li immediately arranged for Xia Qian to be settled in, while the various experts who had been contacted beforehand were secretly brought in one by the guards. Although they kept their movements discreet, for Zhou Mo, this was probably the liveliest day he had ever spent in residence number 2. As time passed, Zhou Mo was in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, Uncle Li stood before me with a worried expression. He didn't care about anything else and went straight to the point. Can you contact my young lady? Zhou Mo understood what he meant, nodded, and said, Yes. Uncle Li then said, There is something that Miss needs to decide now, and I would like to trouble you, esteemed guest, for your help. Chapter 179 Allocation. Uncle Li's request for Zhou Mo's help was simple. He wanted Zhou Mo to introduce him to someone in the game. In fact, Uncle Li had never played the game Stardust, but in order to contact Xia Qian, he still chose to enter the game world. The matter requiring Xia Qian's decision was extraordinary, and he was unwilling to have it relayed through a third party. Zhou Mo pretended to connect to the gaming device and enter the game world. Then, as Uncle Li instructed, he contacted Xia Qian, who was focused on leveling up in the game, and brought her to the agreed-upon starting village. There, Uncle Li, who is at level 1, is waiting. After the two met, Zhou Mo left alone. He didn't know why Uncle Li wanted to see Xia Qian, but he understood that he should be careful to avoid suspicion when necessary. Not long after, Uncle Li logged out of the game, and Xia Qian contacted Zhou Mo again. She didn't mince words and asked directly, Have you looked into it? Is my situation the same as yours? Zhou Mo shook his head, unsure. I don't know, it looks like it, but maybe not. He looked at Xia Qian in front of him and said, But there is one thing I must solemnly remind you. Never die. In your situation, if you die in the game, no one can say for sure what will happen. Xia Qian nodded and said, Fine, since we can't leave for the time being, why don't you come with me to explore the Demon Realm Gate in the Land of the Gods? Zhou Mo felt a stirring in his heart. He had also felt a strange sense of emotion when the game version was updated previously. This gate to the demon realm and the land of the gods may be quite unusual. After all the strange things that happened, he no longer regarded this game world as an ordinary game world. This game world must have some unique aspects that I haven't yet noticed. However, Zhou Mo still shook his head and said, "Don't be too hasty. Just from the names, these two places are extraordinary. With our current strength, it would probably be very dangerous to go there." Xia Qian said, "Didn't you notice anything different about me?" Zhou Mo looked at Xia Qian carefully and hesitated before asking, "You've got an extra Stardust Radiance title? Anything else?" Zhou Mo then shook his head. "I can't tell." Xia Qian smiled gently. "Didn't you notice that I'm already level 30? Zhu Montauk suddenly realized. Under Zhou Mo's gaze, Xia Qian took out a second job change certificate and chose to use it directly. Zhou Mo was exasperated and asked, "Since you're already level 30, why didn't you just use the job change scroll? Why wait until now?" Xia Qian said matter-of-factly, "Actually, when you contacted me, I had just reached level 30 and was preparing to choose a job change path. There are two second-tier branches for fighters, martial artist and jiu-jitsu master. Martial artists excel at attacking opponents with powerful punches and kicks, while jiu-jitsu practitioners excel at using various body techniques to grab opponents and inflict damage through slams, throws, and other methods." Xia Qian had already considered it. Given her fighting style, a martial arts master would be more suitable for her. Without hesitation, she chose to use the second job advancement scroll. A flash of light appeared, and she became a second job advancement martial artist. Xia Qian's attribute panel naturally saw a significant improvement. Looking at Zhou Mo in front of her, she suddenly said, "How about we have a match?" Zhou Mo's face fell, and he said with some difficulty, "Forget it." Xia Qian didn't necessarily want to compete. She looked at Zhou Mo and asked, "You haven't reached the second stage yet?" Zhou Mo then realized that she was asking about his hidden profession, the jobless one. The problem is that the fact that he is a jobless person with a hidden profession is a lie. It was made up at the time to fool people. Sure enough, once you tell one lie, you have to tell countless more to cover it up. Zhou Mo could only nod and mumble, "Yeah, almost there." In fact, he had no idea how to change jobs. By the way, how do you change the class of a wild monster? It seems that everything still depends on bloodline feeding. He suddenly had a whimsical idea and asked Xia Qian, "Have you ever seen a game item called Bloodline Fragment?" Zhou Mo felt very uneasy. As more and more players underwent a second job change, and with the appearance of the Demon Realm Gate in the Land of Gods, he felt that his current strength was somewhat insufficient. Obtaining bloodline fragments by defeating wild monsters and bosses on your own is ultimately too slow. If we could acquire them from other players, it would save a lot of time. However, being a wild monster, he never paid much attention to these things, so he never knew if players had such items. Bloodline fragments? Xia Qian frowned slightly. "I think I have two, but I don't know what they're for, so I've just kept them in my backpack. You can have them if you need them." As she spoke, Xia Qian took out two bloodline fragments from her backpack and handed them to Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. Given their long-standing partnership, and considering that these are just two bloodline fragments, any further hesitation would seem hypocritical. He directly chose to use the two bloodline fragments. Two beams of red light flashed, and a change occurred in the evolution illustration. The next moment, the Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress reached 60, while the Mystic Spirit's bloodline feeding progress remained at the original 40. This time, both bloodline fragments were used on the Scarecrow platform. Xia Qian saw the red light flashing on Zhou Mo's body, but didn't ask any further questions. She simply said, "Now that I've completed my second class advancement, shall we go explore the newly opened Demon Realm Gate?" Zhou Mo blinked. "Why not the Land of the Gods?" Xia Qian said matter-of-factly, "Because the gate to the Demon Realm is nearby." Then she asked, "We've discussed it. There are 3 pieces of equipment, treasures, one for the dragonfly, one for me, and one for you. What kind do you need?" This is where the treasure, equipment obtained from guild battles will be distributed. During the guild war, the 3 made the greatest contribution, so these 3, treasure, pieces of equipment should naturally be allocated to them. For Zhou Mo, treasure, equipment was merely nourishment for the monarch's scythe. The type of equipment was irrelevant. But he didn't want Xia Qian to know this, so he nodded and said, "I'll take a short sword." Comparatively speaking, short swords offer decent attack power, and their critical hit rate and armor penetration rate are relatively high, making them more suitable for monarch-size development. The next moment, Zhou Mo received a message. Obtain the Battle Spirit Short Sword, Treasure, Equipment. This is a rare piece of equipment with a level requirement of 30, and its attributes are much stronger than any rare equipment Zhou Mo has ever seen before. Zhou Mo made up his mind and said to Xia Qian, exploring the gate to the demon realm is an option, but I need to make some preparations first. Chapter 180 Acquisition. What Zhou Mo meant by making preparations was none other than wanting to complete the bloodline feeding process first. He had thought it through. Since Xia Qian had 2 bloodline fragments, other players might have them too. Then why bother going through all the trouble of defeating the boss alone to obtain bloodline fragments? Just acquire it directly. Anyway, I have 50 million Stardust coins in hand, which should be enough to buy bloodline fragments. At this time, only Dragonfly was online in the Four Seasons Guild. After Zhou Mo inquired, Dragonfly directly mailed over 3 bloodline fragments. He actually had more bloodline fragments than Xia Qian. He firmly refused Zhou Mo's offer to pay. He knew very well that since joining the Four Seasons Guild, he had benefited greatly from Zhou Mo's presence. It would be shameless of mere bloodline fragments, things I have no idea what use they are, to ask Zhou Mo for money again. After getting a total of 5 bloodline fragments for free from the 2 guild members, Zhou Mo felt a little embarrassed. However, we're all on the same side, so there's no need to be too fussy. He chose to use the 3 newly acquired bloodline fragments, and this time, the Scarecrow piece still received the most feed. 3 red lights flashed, and the Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress reached 70, while the Mystic Spirit's bloodline feeding progress remained at the original 45. Of the 3 bloodline fragments, 2 were applied to the Scarecrow plate. It seems that if the acquisition of the bloodline fragments goes smoothly, I will probably be able to feed both segments in a short time. Without waiting any longer, Zhou Mo posted the message directly in the game's public chat channel. Zhou Mo, we're buying bloodline fragments, as many as you want. 1 is not too few, 10 is not too many. The price is generous, so hurry up. As he spoke out, many players in the game's chat channel took notice. Hey, it's Treasure Hunter Zhou Mo. Wow, I'm a fan of yours. Is your guild still recruiting? Big boss, I have bloodline fragments. I don't need them for money. I just want you to let me join your guild. Zhou Mo, I also have bloodline fragments, but I'm already in a guild, so I can't join yours. But when can we team up to take down a boss together? I'd like to get some treasure equipment. Many people responded, and quite a few of them did indeed possess bloodline fragments. However, Zhou Mo misjudged one thing. Given his current fame, these people had no intention of doing normal business with him. Anyone who contacts him either wants to join the Four Seasons Guild or is asking to team up with him. Some even directly demanded to exchange precious equipment for it. Zhou Mo hadn't expected things to turn out this way. I was too hasty. I should have had someone else announce the acquisition for me. Now that things have turned out this way, the acquisition of bloodline fragments is unlikely to end well. At this moment, Dongwon suddenly spoke up in the guild chat channel. Zhou Mo, are you going to buy bloodline fragments? She had just logged on and saw the message Zhou Mo posted in the game's public chat channel. Zhou Mo quickly replied, "That's right. Do you have any?" No. Dongwon first said something that disappointed Zhou Mo, then added, "However, I can arrange for someone to help you acquire it. What price are you willing to pay?" Zhou Mo understood that this was a better solution, so he said, "I can accept any amount as long as it is no more than 10 million Stardust coins. I will send you 50 million Stardust coins first. I will accept as many as possible, and if it is really not enough, I will use treasure equipment to offset it." Zhou Mo spoke with great confidence. Although he doesn't have a single piece of treasure equipment to trade right now, as long as he's determined and goes all out to defeat the boss, he'll eventually get some treasure equipment. He just hasn't had a moment to spare because things have been piling up these past few days. Dongwon didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the 50 million Stardust coins sent by Zhou Mo, saying, "Okay, leave it to me. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some first. We should have results by today." At this moment, Xia Qian suddenly said, "Wan, try your best to help him acquire it. If he doesn't have enough money, I have plenty more here." On the other end of the chat, Dongwon rolled her eyes and said, Qian, are you really planning to support him? Do you think I'm really short of a few game coins? He should pay for what he's owed." Zhou Mo quickly added, That's right, it's all right. Don't you all know me? I can easily get a few pieces of treasure, equipment, and that'll be enough game currency. If all else fails, I can auction off a spot for a team to help you fight bosses. There are plenty of people vying for it. Xiao Qian was slightly taken aback, then realized that was indeed the case, so she stopped insisting. After Dong inquired about her actual health condition, she could only offer some words of comfort. Xiao Qian then said to Zhou Mo, "Shall we go now?" Since someone else had already taken care of acquiring the bloodline fragments, Zhou Mo didn't wait any longer and followed Xiao Qian forward. During this journey, Zhou Mo directly extracted the attributes of the battle spirit short sword, treasure, he had just obtained. Successfully extracted attributes for the battle spirit short sword, treasure. Current extraction ratio, 50%. Physical attack power plus 150, critical hit chance plus 8, ignore defense chance plus 6, combo chance plus 3, attack speed plus 5. After extraction, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe will naturally be improved. Monarch Scythe, treasure attack speed 0.90, physical attack, 2360, physical defense, 1120, magic defense, 940, health plus 11,000, mana, 5500, physical critical hit rate, plus 38%, ignore defense chance, plus 31%, combo rate, plus 23, skill scythe kill, LV4, skill scythe absorb, LV3, skill scythe transformation, LV1. The attributes of equipment at the treasure level are all extraordinary, and each extraction of equipment attributes can provide a significant attribute boost to Monarch Scythe. The enhancement of the Monarch's Scythe boosted Zhou Mo's confidence. He followed Xia Qian forward, and through the spatial magic circle in the main city, he was teleported to a certain area of the game. This was clearly a place I had never been before. Looking at the pitch-black abyss ahead, Zhou Mo felt a sudden tremor and asked Xia Qian beside him, "Is this the gate to the demon realm?" The answer is yes. The gate to the demon realm lies beneath this dark abyss. Has any other player explored this area? In response to Zhou Mo's question, Xia Qian simply shook her head and said, "I don't know, but in such a short time, I guess even if there are any, there aren't many." Xia Qian walked forward and noticed that Zhou Mo was not moving. She turned around and asked in surprise, "Aren't you leaving?" Zhou Mo frowned deeply. The aura emanating from this dark abyss made him extremely uncomfortable. He looked at Xia Qian in front of him and asked hesitantly, "Do we really want to explore now? Can't we wait? For example, until the issue of you not being able to log off is resolved." Chapitre 182 Monique Aura. Xia Qian shook her head at Zhou Mo's question. She was somewhat uncertain, but still said, "I don't know how to say it, but I have a strange feeling that the solution to this problem lies at the gate to the demon realm." A strange feeling? Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised. "Did you receive some kind of hint?" "No, it's just a strange feeling. I can't quite put my finger on it." Zhou Mo then stopped asking questions. Since Xia Qian said that, it might not be without reason. Since entering this game world, all sorts of things have happened one after another. Xia Qian has some strange sensations, but he doesn't find it surprising at all. The human capital city has a space magic teleportation array, but can only transmit to a short distance outside the dark abyss. As Zhou Mo and Xia Qian continued forward, they discovered that this dark abyss covered an extremely vast area. On the dark red earth, the entrance to the abyss looked like a colossal beast with its mouth wide open, facing the sky. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see the boundary of the abyss entrance. The two were deeply shocked, but they did not give up. They found a winding path leading down the abyss and continued down it. Xia Qian's skills are beyond question, but Zhou Mo's control over his body in the game world is also on a completely different level. Although the path was winding and steep, the two of them walked as if on flat ground. Zhou Mo even cast an acceleration spell on both of them, making them rush downwards at top speed. After all, time is precious to Zhou Mo and cannot be wasted. He still had things on his mind in the real world. The monster attacks that occurred at midnight 2 days ago made it hard for him to understand them as mere coincidences. In other words, there is a very high probability that the same thing will happen at midnight tonight. Therefore, I must log off before midnight. Otherwise, if the monsters attack while you're still fast asleep, wouldn't you just be giving them away for nothing? We must hurry in exploring the gates to the demon realm. With the boost from the acceleration spell, the two moved at incredible speeds and quickly reached the bottom of a dark abyss. But at this point, the scene before them had changed dramatically. To their surprise, the abyss was not as dark as they had imagined. The two were standing on flat ground in a vast plain. The soil on the plain was dark red, and there were still embers everywhere. The soil beneath our feet still carried a scorching heat, and the air was thick with an indescribable, burning smell. Zhou Mo felt that the scene in front of him seemed familiar. In the far distance ahead, there stands a dark and majestic castle, towering at the edge of the earth, almost obscuring half the sky. In such a dark abyss, there are boundless plains, majestic castles, and even a vast sky that belongs to you alone. Zhou Mo is hard to understand. At that moment, the game system announcement sounded. Players Zhou Mo and Xia Qian entered the dark abyss and stepped into the Crimson Earth Plains, a frontline outpost of the demon realm, attracting the attention of the remnant spirit of a demon general in Crimson Dark City. The Red Earth Plains map is now available. Red Dark City map is now available. The demon realm aura gameplay is now available. Demonic energy is surging within the demon abyss, and any monster in the game may absorb this energy to evolve. When monsters become powerful enough, the Monster Siege gameplay will be automatically activated. This game announcement naturally sparked a lot of discussion among players. However, at this moment, the two people on the Red Earth plane had already encountered their own troubles. A monster appeared in their path and blocked their way. For Zhou Mo, this monster was an old friend. The one in front of you is a Scarecrow. However, it was somewhat different from the Scarecrow monster he had in mind. The Scarecrow in front of him was over 2 meters tall, about the same height as this Monarch-level Scarecrow. Besides height, other physical characteristics also differ. This Scarecrow is different from ordinary Scarecrows. The straw that makes up its body is dark red. The Scarecrow, with its dark red body, was surrounded by wisps of black mist. If I'm not mistaken, this might be the aura of the demon realm. Xia Qian spoke up. This Scarecrow is a different kind. It's called a Nightmare Scarecrow. Zhou Mo naturally knew that, no matter what, they were still in the game world, and he could still roughly see the other party's racial information. This Nightmare Scarecrow is actually level 30 or higher. Zhou Mo was still considering when Xia Qian rushed out. She's always been this direct. However, the Nightmare Scarecrow waved its arm, and a wisp of black smoke flew out, heading towards Xia Qian. The black mist didn't seem to be flying very fast, so Xia Qian suddenly jumped to the side to avoid it. There was no information about the Nightmare Scarecrow on the game's official forum, so Xia Qian naturally didn't know the purpose of the black energy. However, her long-standing combat instincts made her feel that she shouldn't let the black energy hit her. After Xia Qian dodged it, the black mist made a sharp turn in the air and flew towards Xia Qian again. This time, the black energy moved twice as fast. With the boost from the acceleration technique, Xia Qian leaped again and still managed to dodge. The black mist then changed direction again, doubling its speed once more. Xia Qian ultimately had no choice but to be engulfed by the black aura. The black energy struck her, but Xia Qian did not lose any health. This black aura is not a damaging skill at all, but Xia Qian suddenly couldn't move. Her eyes rolled around, but her body wouldn't obey her commands and remained frozen in place. Black mist filled the air, and a large flock of dark crows flew out, swooping down to peck at Xia Qian. A flock of crows are pecking at it. Although this Nightmare Scarecrow is different from the ordinary Scarecrow, its crow's pecking skill is the same. Zhou Mo immediately swung the Monarch's scythe and charged out. Xia Qian is completely immobile now, and if I don't help her, she will be beaten for nothing. Zhou Mo's Monarch's scythe did indeed drive away and shoot down some dark crows, but quite a few dark crows also attack Xia Qian. Minus 756. Minus 756. Minus 756. The damage wasn't high, nor was it low, but given the sheer number of dark ravens, if they all attacked Xia Qian, the accumulated damage would be terrifying. In just 2 seconds, Xia Qian finally regained her mobility, rushed out of the crow flock, and punched the Scarecrow in front of her. That black aura just now looks like a control skill. It was roughly possible to keep Xia Qian still for about 2 seconds. Xia Qian threw a punch, which accurately hit the Nightmare Scarecrow. Minus 1,768. After the second job advancement, Xia Qian's attack power increased significantly. However, after that punch, just as Xia Qian was about to press her advantage, the Nightmare Scarecrow in front of him suddenly exploded, turning into dark red straw that flew everywhere. Chapter 182 Nightmare Scarecrow. Xia Qian became much stronger after her second transformation. However, she knew very well that she was not powerful enough to shatter her opponent into pieces with a single punch. She leaped backward, escaping the encirclement of scattered straw. The next moment, the scattered straw in the air transformed into a flock of dark red crows, cawing and swooping towards Xia Qian. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and retreated first, otherwise she would have been surrounded by crows by now. The crows' attack on Xia Qian failed, and they flapped their wings in the air, cawing, before gathering back towards the center. In the blink of an eye, a dark red scarecrow reappeared before the two of them. It was the same nightmare scarecrow from before. This scarecrow's methods seemed much more powerful and bizarre than the scarecrow in the beginner village. But at this moment, thinking about it was useless. Zhou Mo directly raised the monarch's scythe and slashed at the nightmare scarecrow. Minus 8,554. With a single decisive strike, Zhou Mo's current attack power of over 9,000 indeed inflicted significant damage on the nightmare scarecrow. This attack also shows that the nightmare scarecrow's defense is indeed much higher than that of ordinary monsters. Moreover, even as the damage number, minus 8,554, jumped up, the scarecrow's health bar only dropped a tiny bit. Based on the way the health bar dropped, Zhou Mo could roughly estimate that this nightmare scarecrow probably had close to 100,000 health points. This is almost the same amount of health as many monarch-level monsters. The nightmare scarecrow in front of them was not a monarch-level monster, nor even an elite-level monster. It was just a common-level monster. Zhou Mo's attack dealt such high damage that it immediately attracted the aggro of the nightmare scarecrow in front of him. Since the last monster raid began, Zhou Mo has lost this cheat code of not attracting monster aggro. Although it's a bit of a shame, Zhou Mo, who is now much stronger, no longer needs to rely entirely on these cheating tricks. With his own strength, even in a head-on confrontation, most wild monsters would probably be no match for him. Of course, that was before the gate to the demon realm and the land of the gods opened. Now that these two places are open, Zhou Mo has no idea what's inside. Leaving aside the land of gods, just this gate to the demon realm alone, I had only arrived at the outer perimeter when a nightmare scarecrow appeared, and its strength was already extraordinary. But no matter what, Zhou Mo will not back down. The monarch's scythe in his hand swung rapidly, and the nightmare scarecrow's health kept dropping. If an ordinary player were to come, even a second-class player, they would probably perish facing this nightmare scarecrow. But Zhou Mo is different. His strength far surpasses that of ordinary second-tier players. Even a second-tier player like Xia Qian, who possesses several pieces of treasure, equipment, might not be his match. Having nearly 100,000 HP is indeed a lot, but won't last long against Zhou Mo's powerful attacks. When the nightmare scarecrow's health bar was down to only 20, a wisp of black energy flew out from its body again and landed directly on Zhou Mo. It was exactly the same black energy that had attacked Xia Qian earlier. Zhou Mo instantly felt that his body could not move. This control skill is indeed terrifying. It seems impossible to dodge. Of course, Zhou Mo did not try to avoid it. 2 seconds of control time is not a big problem for Zhou Mo, who has more health than his opponent. As the black energy controlled Zhou Mo, the nightmare scarecrow once again spread its arms, and 2 blazing dark blood-red chains fell onto Zhou Mo and Xia Qian respectively. Just like the original black mist, the blood-red chains were still difficult to avoid. Zhou Mo felt his health suddenly drop. Minus 800. Minus 800. Minus 800. Minus 800. Zhou Mo's blood was drained multiple times at 0.5-second intervals. In an instant, it was drained 4 times, and 3,200 points of health were drawn along the crimson chain into the nightmare scarecrow's body. Xia Qian, who suffered the same fate as Zhou Mo, was also drained twice in an instant, losing a total of 1,600 health points. Even though she possessed several pieces of treasure, equipment, and had just completed her second job advancement, her health bar was only around 20,000 points, still less than Zhou Mo's. After 1,600 points of health were drained, her health bar dropped noticeably. However, Xia Qian was not controlled by the previous black energy. After being attacked by the blood-red chains, she pushed off the ground and retreated backward. Minus 800. After her blood was drained again, Xia Qian had already retreated more than 10 meters. The crimson chain snapped instantly, making it impossible to extract any more of her blood. Then she realized the skill's weakness and exclaimed, "The skill's effective range is only 10 meters. Just back away." But Zhou Mo did not heed her advice. -800. -800. 2 seconds passed quickly, and Zhou Mo regained his ability to move. However, instead of backing away, he moved closer to the nightmare Scarecrow. The crimson chain continued to operate, and Zhou Mo's blood was constantly being drained. But with his health pool of over 100,000, such a small amount of extraction is not a problem for the time being. Zhou Mo had already closed in on his opponent and was once again in front of the nightmare Scarecrow. The monarch's side swung up again, ruthlessly. -8,554. The nightmare Scarecrow had just recovered some health, but with this swing, it lost it all again. Zhou Mo sneered. "You know how to draw blood, right? Keep drawing. Let's see if you can draw faster, or I can chop faster." As he spoke, he swung the monarch's scythe in his hand once more. A flock of crows had already taken flight in the air, pecking at Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo ignored it all. Batter. -8,554. Critical hit. -17,108. The attack triggered both combo and critical hit effects. The nightmare Scarecrow in front of him had its health instantly depleted, turning into a pile of scattered dark red straw. Slay the nightmare Scarecrow. Experience points plus 270. Based on the fact that experience points are shared equally among teammates and that a 20-point bonus is provided, this nightmare Scarecrow can provide 450 experience points. In fact, this nightmare Scarecrow is only level 30. A normal level 30 jungle monster provides 150 experience points, but this nightmare Scarecrow, which isn't even an elite monster, provides 3 times the experience points of a normal jungle monster. Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed that the red earth plane beneath the dark abyss was an excellent place to level up and fight monsters. At this time, a series of happy things happened to Zhou Mo. In the guild chat channel, Dongwon directly called him. "I've contacted the seller of the bloodline fragments you wanted, but he seems like a merchant who hoards items. He's asking to sell 20 fragments together in a package. Are you sure you want them all?" Zhou Mo was taken aback. So fast. Dongwon. "Otherwise, do you want it or not?" While marveling at Dongwon's extensive social circle, Zhou Mo said, "I want it all. If I don't have enough money, I'll go farm, treasure, equipment right now to sell." Dongwon didn't mind and said, "No rush. I'll pay for it first. You can pay me back when you have time." Zhou Mo was overjoyed, but just then, the ground beneath him suddenly began to shake. Chapter 183, The Exploration Team with Unfulfilled Ambitions. On the red earth plane, the ground tremors grew stronger and stronger. Then, Zhou Mo noticed that the ground where he was standing was gradually rising. As the ground rose, it began to crack, and the cracks widened rapidly. Zhou Mo naturally wouldn't stand there foolishly and wait. He and Xia Qian quickly retreated. Before their eyes, a terrifying gaping hole appeared in the ground, and a giant beast emerged from underground. The roar was deafening, as if it would shake the sky itself. -2,000. -2,000. Just hearing that roar caused Zhou Mo and Xia Qian to lose a significant amount of health. The amount of health lost was not only quite a lot, but it also seemed to ignore defense. The two had different defenses, but the amount of health lost was the same. Such attacks are transmitted through sound waves. By the time the sound is heard, the health bar has already dropped. Xia Qian has always been best at dodging attacks, but at this moment, even she has no way to dodge. The roars of the giant beast continued unabated. -2,000. -2,000. A second later, the two were attacked again by the roar. Zhou Mo and Xia Qian exchanged a glance, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. This behemoth is not to be trifled with. What should you do if you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat? Zhou Mo and Xia Qian were both very straightforward. They immediately turned around and ran away. Zhou Mo, of course, wouldn't forget to cast Speed Boost on both of them. However, one cannot flee haphazardly. Accompanied by the roar of the giant beast, a large number of monsters appeared from all directions, swarming in like a tide. Zhou Mo was confident in his own strength, but he still shuddered at the sight of the endless tide of monsters. If these monsters are as strong as the nightmare Scarecrow from before, then for the two of them to charge and would undoubtedly be suicide. After changing directions several times, The two finally found a direction with relatively few monsters and fled there. And this direction is exactly where the two of them came from. That makes sense. As long as we run back up to the top of the dark abyss, we can escape the danger. At that time, you'll have the choice to either leisurely return to the human capital or log off directly. As he fled, Zhou Mo cursed the game's official representatives. What is this gate to the demon realm? Judging from the current situation, its danger far exceeds the current progress of the game. Did the game developers think that players weren't dying enough, so they deliberately gave players new ways to die? Even with such powerful attributes, I don't dare to rush into the monster horde. If other ordinary players came, they probably wouldn't even make a ripple. The ground trembled, the giant beast roared, and monsters surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. The two fled for their lives. -500. -500. The farther away you are, the less damage the roar of the giant beast will cause. When the two had escaped far enough, the roars could be faintly heard, but by then, the roars could no longer harm them at all. However, at this moment, Zhou Mo and Xia Qian suddenly discovered something strange. Looking at the dark red mountain range in front of him, Zhou Mo stared blankly at Xia Qian. If I remember correctly, there weren't any mountains here when we came here, right? Xia Qian nodded. No, there isn't. This dark red mountain range stretches endlessly across the southwest of the Red Earth Plain, facing the crimson dark city to the north. How could such a mountain range appear so silently? What are the game's developers up to? However, that's not the point. If the two want to leave the Red Earth Plains and return to the Dark Abyss, they can only cross this dark red mountain range. Zhou Mo and Xia Qian are currently only in a small part of this mountain range. They have been running all the way, but suddenly found it difficult to move forward. This mountain range is composed of a large amount of hard rock, which is dark red, so the mountain range is also dark red. And above this mountain range, a large amount of black mist permeated the air. As soon as the two stepped into the mist, they found their health points plummeting. -300, -300, -300, -300. Although the amount of health lost each time is not much, it is continuous. With a health bar dropping by 300 every half second, given the vastness and height of this mountain range, even Zhou Mo's tens of thousands of health points would probably not be enough to cross it. But the horde of monsters behind them continued to surge forward. The roar of the giant beast gradually became clearer again. This put them in a difficult situation, with nowhere to go and pursuers behind them. Zhou Mo frowned. Impossible. The game's official design is completely unreasonable. How could anyone escape like this? He did not underestimate himself. During the First Guild War, he had already come to a profound understanding of his own strength. If even with my own strength, I cannot escape this Red Earth Plain, then no matter who comes in the game, they will only die. As the two ran along the mountain range, Xia Qian suddenly said, "There's a passage ahead." Zhou Mo looked up and saw a crack between two cliffs not far ahead, wide enough for 2 or 3 people to squeeze through side by side. Given how narrow it is, the large horde of monsters behind them definitely can't get in. It seems that this is the escape route the game designed for players. The two enter the crevice directly. With towering cliffs on both sides, the two walked along the crevice and after some time, finally arrived at an open area. As soon as they entered the open area, the two of them simultaneously received a notification from the game system. Hidden quest triggered. The unfulfilled ambition of the exploration team. The Crimson Moon Empire's exploration team entered the Demon Abyss for exploration, but encountered a horde of demons that fled to this place. With no way back and obstacles ahead, the exploration team buried their findings here, waiting for someone destined to find them. Although the light in this open area was dim, it was still barely visible. Zhou Mo and Xia Qian looked around, but did not find any so-called Crimson Moon Empire exploration team. Zhou Mo pondered for a moment and said, "Could this Crimson Moon Empire be the human empire from 1,000 years ago in the game's background story?" Xia Qian nodded. "It should be. We've encountered a hidden quest. Let's check if there's anything hidden around us. Hidden quests usually have pretty good rewards, right?" After searching carefully, the two found a dark metal box inside one of the stone walls. The box was buried deep in the stone wall, and the two would have had trouble finding it if the system hadn't given them a notification sound when they got close. Discover the exploration team's buried treasure, bring it back to the Crimson Moon Empire's Legion commander, and you will receive a generous reward. Zhou Mo blinked, somewhat unable to accept it. In the game's setting, the Crimson Moon Empire has long since perished. Who are we supposed to ask for these rewards from? The game's official storyline design is really careless. Xia Qian didn't care. She took the box and said, "Let's open it and see what's inside." Chapter 184, The Dark Two-Headed Serpent. The quest was triggered, but the reward provider had already gone out of business. When faced with this situation, the two of them tacitly chose to open the box. If the box contained something good, the two of them would naturally accept it with pleasure. If there's nothing good in the box, then there's even less reason to make the trip. Oh no, the Crimson Moon Empire has become part of the game's background story, so there's no way to escape it now. The box was locked, and it seemed that a key was required. Zhou Mo felt somewhat helpless. This so-called exploration team was really too unethical. Asking someone with a special connection to help them take their things back while being so cautious, isn't that judging others by one's own petty standards? Am I that kind of person? However, while he was feeling annoyed, he heard a loud clang. Zhou Mo was startled and turned to look, only to see Xia Qian had already punched the box. His eyelids twitched, and he asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" Xia Qian shook her head. Zhou Mo shook his head. "That won't work. Since the game has designed a lock, it shouldn't be broken. You need to find a corresponding key." Clang. Before she could finish speaking, Xia Qian had already thrown another punch. This time, she used even more force, and it was already effective. The box was clearly dented and cracked at one corner. Xia Qian pressed on, smashing the box open with 3 consecutive punches. Then, Xia Qian picked up the box, pulled hard with both hands, and the box split in two. Zhou Mo never imagined that the box could actually be opened using such a violent method. The game's turn of events was beyond his expectations. However, considering that the person who submitted the task has already disappeared, and the game caused such a huge blunder, it seems that brute force is not so hard to understand. In short, from now on, just stop treating this as a serious game. Thud. The box was opened, and the contents fell out and landed on the ground. Zhou Mo clearly felt a chilling aura sweeping through the cave. Xia Qian picked up the fallen object, which turned out to be a round bead. Both of them were able to view the information about the beads through the game's features. The remnant eye of the Demon King, the eye left behind by a fallen Demon King during an ancient battle, containing a strong aura of the demon realm. The remaining Demon King's eye has a fatal attraction for monsters. Obtaining and absorbing it may allow a monster to undergo rapid evolution. The remaining Demon King's eye is also a core material for crafting magical artifacts. Artifacts made from this material possess terrifying power and are lethal against low-level monsters. The two exchanged a glance. In that case, there's no need to hesitate about submitting this task. The remaining eye of the Demon King in the box is of extremely high value in itself. So Zhou Mo said, "Let's put it away for now and go back to see how to make a magical artifact and create a powerful piece of equipment." Xia Qian didn't stand on ceremony with him and immediately put away the Demon King's eye. However, at that moment, a chilling, low, whistling sound came from the front of the cave. Neither of them were the type to back down in the face of trouble. Instead, they walked towards the direction from which the low, whistling sound came. With a terrifying horde of monsters and a monstrous beast that attacks with sound waves behind them, retreating was out of the question. If you want to get out, you have to move forward. The two walked another 100 meters or so, and the howling sound became much louder, making the rock walls on both sides tremble and causing mud and dust to fall continuously. Zhou Mo was even a little worried that the rock walls on both sides would collapse and bury him underneath. A light appeared ahead, and the two looked up. They saw that the end of the light seemed to be the world outside the dark abyss. However, at the juncture of light and darkness, a strange monster lurks in wait. The monster seemed to grow from the two rock walls, with a serpentine body extending from each side. The two viewed the information using the game's features, and it naturally came into view. The dark two-headed serpent lives in the dark mountains, coexisting with them. It cannot leave the mountains until it absorbs enough demonic energy to advance and molt. It is a demonic creature that guards the passage to the dark mountains. The dark two-headed serpent coexists with the dark mountains. It cannot be killed until the mountains are destroyed. The dark two-headed serpent cannot move. If you survive its attacks, you can pass safely. If you choose to return to town after being killed, you will automatically respawn at an external save point. Zhou Mo found it. Seeing Xia Qian walking straight ahead, he quickly reached out to stop her. "Your health is low. Let me test its damage output first." Zhou Mo looked at Xia Qian and emphasized again, Until the issue of your offline account is resolved, you must not be killed. Then he slowly walked forward. With the acceleration technique activated, Zhou Mo charged forward. When Zhou Mo approached within 10 meters of the dark, two-headed serpent, its two bodies extended like lightning, striking directly at him. Zhou Mo tried to dodge, but it was too late. The attack from the two halves of the dark, two-headed serpent was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Minus 7,685. Minus 7,685. He was hit twice in an instant, losing more than 10,000 health. Zhou Mo continued to charge forward, and the two halves of the two-headed snake attacked again. Minus 7,685. Minus 7,685. Another 10,000 plus points of health were lost to him. In a very short time, his health points had dropped by more than 30,000. At this moment, Zhou Mo had already rushed past the location of the dark two-headed serpent's body and had rushed forward several meters. However, the dark two-headed serpent attacked again. Minus 7,685. Minus 7,685. By the time Zhou Mo finally ran more than 10 meters away, he had already been attacked 3 times. The player lost over 40,000 HP, nearly 50,000. At this point, if he wanted to leave, he could simply walk outside. Based on the recent test, the dark twin-headed serpent's attack range is 10 meters in front and behind. Once he crosses this 20-meter range, the dark two-headed serpent will no longer be able to attack him. As for the attack power of this dark two-headed serpent, it was truly the strongest output he had encountered since entering the game world. The two halves of his body, each strike dealing over 7,000 damage to him. This is even though his defense is far superior to that of ordinary players. Zhou Mo guessed that if it were Xia Qian, she would probably be left with almost no health after 1 round of attacks, and would definitely die after 2 rounds. I had just rushed across the 20-meter range, which took a little over a second, and was still attacked 3 times. In other words, the attack speed of this dark two-headed serpent is also extremely terrifying, roughly 3 times per second. With Xia Qian's current health level, it's simply impossible for her to get through. After resting for a while, and waiting until his health had recovered to a certain level, Zhou Mo turned around and rushed back. Although we had more experience this time, we were still attacked 3 times. Hard power cannot be achieved through trickery. He returned to Xia Qian's side and asked, "You saw just now, right? Do you think you could have dodged the two-headed snake's attack?" After all, Xia Qian was known for her operational skills, and Zhou Mo still held a glimmer of hope. However, Xia Qian is a pragmatic person. She said directly, "The attack range and speed are too great. I can't dodge it." Chapter 185 Racial Leap Forward. Zhou Mo gave a slight, bitter smile. He understood Xia Qian. Xia Qian was never one to back down from trouble, but she never spoke empty words. Since she said she couldn't escape it, then she really couldn't escape it. It seems that it will be difficult for Xia Qian to leave this place by overcoming the defenses of the dark two-headed snake. If Xia Qian hadn't happened to encounter the strange event of being unable to log off, then things would have been simple. Charge straight ahead, and if you die, so be it. Just choose to return to the city to respawn, and you'll naturally return to the human capital city outside. However, since Xia Qian is currently unable to log off, she cannot act recklessly. Just as he was struggling with this, Zhou Mo noticed that his email system was flashing. He opened it directly and found that Dong wanted sent him the bloodline fragments she had acquired. As expected, Dong 1 did not disappoint him. The email contained a full 20 bloodline fragments. The person who traded with Dong 1 was probably the kind of game merchant who hoards items. This time it was convenient for Zhou Mo, saving him the trouble of finding people to buy them one by one. Within this dark mountain range, Zhou Mo extracted a total of 20 bloodline fragments. Having obtained the bloodline fragment, he didn't wait a moment longer and immediately chose to use it. A series of red lights flashed, and the degree of bloodline feeding continued to increase. Soon, the Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress reached 95, while the Mystic Spirit's bloodline feeding progress reached 55. Zhou Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and used another bloodline to feed it. The next moment, the red light returned to normal. But Zhou Mo felt that this red light was very different from usual. This time, the bloodline fragments did indeed affect the Scarecrow feeding area. The Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress has reached 100%. A notification sound rang out. The Scarecrow's bloodline feeding progress is complete. The current evolution encyclopedia section can now perform one racial leap. Zhou Mo didn't wait long and immediately confirmed. The Scarecrow faction has successfully undergone a racial leap, transforming into the Nightmare Scarecrow. In the evolution encyclopedia, behind the Scarecrow section, there's a new encyclopedia entry called Nightmare Scarecrow. At this moment, more notification sounds began to play. Upgrade the Nightmare Scarecrow level in normal difficulty. Attack power plus 20. Upgrade the Elite Nightmare Scarecrow level. Attack power plus 40. Upgrade the Nightmare Scarecrow to Leader level. Attack power plus 80. Upgrade the Monarch level Nightmare Scarecrow tier. Attack power plus 160. Nightmare Scarecrow? Isn't it just like the Scarecrow that Xia Qian and I encountered before? The previous Nightmare Scarecrow was only of the ordinary level, yet it was already so powerful, while I directly activated the Monarch level Nightmare Scarecrow. Zhou Mo was very excited. If his guess was correct, he would be able to directly switch forms for any monsters that were lit up in the Evolution Encyclopedia. How powerful would I be if I switched forms and became a Monarch-level Nightmare Scarecrow? Alright, there's also a Mystic Spirit. Zhou Mo's hands trembled slightly as he continued to use the Bloodline fragments. The red light continued to flash, and soon the Bloodline feeding progress of the Mystic Spirit plate reached 100%. Previously, when there was a Scarecrow board, the chance of feeding the Mystic Spirit board was not high, but now that there is only one left, naturally all of them have fallen on it. The Mystic Demon's bloodline feeding progress is complete. The current Evolution Encyclopedia section can now perform one racial leap. Having gained experience, Zhou Mo chose to confirm again. The Mystic Demon sector has successfully undergone a racial leap, and the racial leap has become? In the Evolution Encyclopedia, behind the Scarecrow section, there is a new encyclopedia entry titled. Aside from the name being, the encyclopedia entry is still grayed out, appearing to be inactive. Zhou Mo was also full of questions. What exactly happened? There were no problems with the Scarecrow section, so why did this blunder happen with the Mystic Spirit section? Fortunately, the prompt sound cleared his head at that moment. The leap forward races have not yet been encountered. The event will officially begin after they are encountered. So that's how it is. The races that need to advance must actually be seen by oneself. The Nightmare Scarecrow was able to leap forward successfully precisely because it had encountered this race before. Since there was still no progress on the matter of the Mystic Demon Spirit's leap forward, Zhou Mo temporarily put it aside and instead pondered the Nightmare Scarecrow section of the Evolution Encyclopedia. Seeing that Zhou Mo seemed to have finished his work, Xia Qian said from the side, "Since you were able to rush over, you should go out first. I'll stay and think of another way." Zhou Mo gave Xia Qian a deep look, then suddenly asked, "Do you really have a way?" Xia Qian's expression was unusually unsteady, and she replied somewhat awkwardly, "Not for now, but I'll think about it slowly. Anyway, I can't log off, so I'm not in a hurry." After much deliberation, Zhou Mo finally made up his mind. He looked at Xia Qian with a complicated expression and slowly said, "I do have a way to get out, but you have to agree to one condition." Xia Qian was somewhat surprised. "What are the conditions?" Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and said, "I hope you won't ask about what happens next, and I also hope you won't let anyone else know." "Good," Xia Qian answered readily. If it were anyone else who answered so naturally, Zhou Mo would definitely have thought about it more carefully. But since it was Xia Qian, such a straightforward answer seemed perfectly reasonable. "Okay, I'm ready. When I tell you to charge, just charge." After saying that, Zhou Mo exhaled and threw a mist barrier skill at the location of the dark two-headed serpent, and then threw an acceleration spell at Xia Qian. Then his eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Don't be too surprised." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Nightmare Scarecrow section in the Evolution Encyclopedia. The next moment, a cloud of black mist swirled around him, and Zhou Mo, who was standing in place, disappeared. In his place stood a Nightmare Scarecrow that was more than 3 meters tall. Xia Qian, who was standing to the side, was shocked by the sudden change. Her eyes lit up with amazement. But she remembered what Zhou Mo had just said and quickly calmed down. Zhou Mo, now transformed into a Nightmare Scarecrow, nodded inwardly, quickly added skill points, and then shouted, "Charge!" The shout, short yet powerful, emanated from the Nightmare Scarecrow's body, shaking the entire space. Even while in his monster form, Zhou Mo still possessed the ability to converse. Apart from the acceleration spell on his body and the mist barrier spell from the dark twin-headed serpent that slightly reduces some of its attributes, nothing has changed much. At this moment, Xia Qian rushing out would clearly be suicide. But when the shout came from the nightmare Scarecrow in front of her, Xia Qian did not hesitate for a moment and rushed forward like a storm. Chapter 186 Nightmare Mark. In the blink of an eye, Xia Qian had rushed to within 10 meters of the dark two-headed serpent, entering its attack range. The dark two-headed serpent reacted extremely quickly. Its body, which grew on both sides of the rock wall, suddenly lashed out and attacked Xia Qian. Like a black lightning bolt, the two-headed snake's body traversed 10 meters of space and attacked Xia Qian. The attack was already in front of her, as if it would strike Xia Qian at any moment. Normally, she would rely on her excellent skills to dodge. But now her gaze was resolute, and she rushed forward at top speed, as if she didn't even see the attack that was about to hit her. Since Zhou Mo told her to charge forward, all she had to do was move forward. Xia Qian was in front, and Zhou Mo was behind. At this moment, Zhou Mo, who had already transformed into a nightmare Scarecrow, raised his arm, and a wisp of black energy flew out of thin air. The black mist was flying at an extremely fast speed, and it accelerated again halfway through its flight. The black mist was naturally faster than Xia Qian's forward rush. By the time Xia Qian had entered the 10-meter range, the black mist had already passed her and landed on the dark two-headed snake in front of her. As the black aura enveloped them, the dark, two-headed snake's body suddenly stiffened. The two extended body parts were now suspended in midair. His body, which was still half a meter away from Xia Qian, stopped there and did not move forward. Xia Qian rushed past like the wind. We passed the body of the dark, two-headed serpent and entered the next 10 meters. Xia Qian continued forward. In a very brief moment, the dark two-headed serpent trembled and regained its mobility. The two halves of the body retracted and struck Xia Qian from behind, who was about to escape within 10 meters. Its speed was unparalleled, but ultimately it still fell short. As the two bodies attacked Xia Qian from behind, Xia Qian had already taken a step that covered a distance of 10 meters. For the dark two-headed serpent, a distance of 10 meters is an insurmountable chasm beyond its reach. Zhou Mo, who had transformed into a nightmare Scarecrow behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had taken a gamble. What he used earlier was Nightmare Scarecrow's skill, Nightmare Mark. This is the black aura emitted by the Nightmare Scarecrow, the one used to control Xia Qian. The so-called Nightmare Mark, once released, will increase in speed and will not stop until it hits its target. Once it hits, it can cause a 2-second control effect on the opponent, putting them into a static state and preventing them from performing any actions. The LV1 Nightmare Mark skill can control for 2 seconds, but Zhou Mo just unlocked the highest level Nightmare Mark skill, which has a control time of up to 5 seconds. However, the dark two-headed serpent is a companion monster of the Dark Mountains, and its resistance to this abnormal state is far superior to that of ordinary monsters. The 5-second control effect, when applied to it, only lasts for about 1 second. This dark, two-headed serpent has a resistance of up to 80% to abnormal statuses. Fortunately, she had maxed out the highest level of Nightmare Mark. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to control it for even a second, and Xia Qian would have been in danger. His transformation into the Nightmare Scarecrow was brief, but during that time, he was already experiencing some strange thoughts. From somewhere, a strange murmur arose again. My warrior. Zhou Mo felt that his body was once again in a situation where he had no control over it. Although it wasn't the first time, he was still in a bad mood. Black mist swirled and began to envelop Zhou Mo's entire body. Perhaps in the next moment, he will disappear from this place and go to some unknown place. At the same time, he uttered his final words, "You go out first." Before he could finish speaking, his entire body had already disappeared into the swirling black mist. When his consciousness returned, Zhou Mo realized that he was surrounded by a surging tide of monsters. This time, it was different from the last time. There were no strangely dressed humans. He was facing an endless stream of monsters. Although it is said to be endless, in reality, those around him are all monsters just like him now, nightmare scarecrows. This is just a nightmare scarecrow tribe. Zhou Mo had a sudden realization. He could command all the nightmare scarecrows he saw before him. In his heart, that voice rang out again at that moment. Go forth, my warrior. and bring destruction and calamity. Zhou Mo looked into the distance and saw a giant human city in the distance. Outside the human city, a cavalry platoon lined up, blocking the way for the Nightmare Scarecrow tribe. Before the two sides even made contact, a grand chanting arose between heaven and earth. For human mages took to the sky. Zhou Mo could tell that these four were all human mages who had mastered the flight technique. Before he could figure out what was happening, half the sky suddenly turned crimson, as if it had been scorched by heavenly fire, accompanied by the chanting of the human mages. Then, in Zhou Mo's view, endless fireballs fell like fire meteors. Zhou Mo had seen this magic before. When they offended the God War Guild, the God War Guild used the magic scroll, Heavenly Fire Meteor, to clear the area. The magic summoned by this meteor shower scroll is a large-scale spell of the sub-forbidden level, with extremely powerful effects. However, given Zhou Mo's current strength, he wouldn't face much pressure if he encountered the meteor shower scroll again. The problem is that this meteor shower, unleashed by the human mage, is far larger than anything I've seen before. Each fireball was at least 3 times the size of any he had ever seen before, and the range and frequency of the meteor shower far surpassed anything Zhou Mo had ever witnessed. Zhou Mo couldn't understand all of this, but he knew that if he ate this meteor shower, things would definitely be very bad. You must never be passive and take a beating. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mo had already used the skill Nightmare, Crow's Peck. After the race advances to become Nightmare Scarecrow, the Scarecrow's own skill, Crow Peck, naturally advances to Nightmare Crow Peck. An endless horde of dark crows took flight, heading towards the fireball falling from the sky. At the same time, all the Nightmare Scarecrows in the entire group simultaneously unleashed the Nightmare, Crow's Peck skill. In an instant, a multitude of dark crows, blotting out the sun, took flight and met the equally blotting out fireball. Each raven is the size of an adult's head. When they gather together, they form a sea of ravens, creating towering waves that crash against the fireballs in the sky. A raven met a fireball head-on, instantly turning into black mist and dissipating, but another raven was already following closely behind. Under the relentless onslaught of dark crows, the fireball falling from the sky finally gave way, turning into a wisp of smoke and dissipating along with the dark crows that had transformed into black mist. A strange sight appeared in the field. The upper half of the sky was fiery red, occupied by endless fireballs, while the lower half was dark, occupied by boundless dark crows. Chapter 187 Projection. Red and black. Fireballs and ravens engaged in a seemingly endless tug-of-war. The sky was split in two, and the sounds of fireballs exploding and crows disappearing replaced everything else. On the human side, the 4 mages flying in the air finally landed. A meteor shower completely drained the 4 people's magical power. At this point, they couldn't even cast a simple fireball spell. Unfortunately, the forbidden spell Meteor Shower, which drained their magical power, ultimately failed to achieve the desired result. 4 mages landed on the ground, and the commander of the night squad below stepped forward to pay his respects. One of the 4 mages, his face grim, said, "We have done our best, but this horde of Nightmare Scarecrow monsters seems different. If I'm not mistaken, there's probably a Monarch-level leader among them." Monarch level? The Knight Commander was startled. Hasn't it been a long time since we've seen Monarch-level monsters? Could it be that the aura of the demon realm is starting to revive, which is why Monarch-level monsters can be bred? The monk frowned. What you're saying may not be mere fantasy. The Knight Commander's expression was also very bad. He looked at the horde of monsters in the distance and said to the 4 mages, "Mages, please return to the city to rest. Leave these monsters to us. With us here, they won't be able to take another step forward." Meanwhile, on the monster horde side, after leading numerous Nightmare Scarecrows to unleash Nightmare, Crow's Peck, Zhou Mo's mind began racing. The meteor shower had indeed been extinguished by the endless ravenous attacks of the monsters, but Zhou Mo was not at ease. Looking at the distant formation of knights, his heart remained heavy. He didn't know where he was, but according to the rules of the game world, the entire knight formation in front of him looked like they were all second-tier job classes. Zhou Mo, a second-tier professional, is not a problem, but a whole squad of second-tier professionals is a bit troublesome. Of course, Zhou Mo himself is no less capable. He is now a Monarch-level Nightmare Scarecrow, and has an entire Nightmare Scarecrow clan under his command. The question is, Should we attack now? I transformed into a nightmare scarecrow at that dark, two-headed snake, and then inexplicably found myself here. First, a barrage of meteors rained down. Then an entire squad of knights blocked their way. Should I really launch an attack? Or just foolishly do something for nothing? However, no matter what he thinks, there's no going back now. On the opposite side, the knight commander at the head of the formation had already raised his sword, and immediately after him, all the members of the knight formation raised their swords in unison. With a tidal wave of shouts, the entire knight formation surged forward like a tide. Faced with the entire nightmare scarecrow horde, the opposing knight formation chose to charge forward. Zhou Mo could sense that the entire clan was beginning to stir. He didn't have time to think too much and simply gave the command in his mind. The entire tribe mobilized and met the attacking knight formation. The bipedal, short-beaked beasts beneath the knights galloped at top speed, carrying the knights forward like cones, piercing towards the horde of monsters. Nightmare Scarecrow and the knights were suddenly engulfed in a chaotic battle. Zhou Mo did not move forward. He didn't intend to recklessly risk his life before he had a clear understanding of the situation. As a monarch-level Nightmare Scarecrow, he was hiding at the very back of his tribe at this moment. Looking at the chaotic battle ahead, he couldn't help but have a strange thought. Should I just run away? He tried switching back to player mode from the Evolution Encyclopedia to see if he could return directly. Unfortunately, at this point, the toggle function in the Evolutionary Encyclopedia stopped working. When he came to his senses from his disappointment, he found himself surrounded. The knight squad ahead was still engaged in a fierce battle with a monster horde when these few people suddenly appeared in front of them from nowhere. Someone in front of them shouted, "The Archmage used projection to project us here. We must not let the Archmage down, nor can we let the people of this city down." Another person echoed, "That's right. No one has ever seen a monarch-level monster. Today, we will kill this monster and become heroes of the Empire." Empire? Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, "What empire?" However, his words turned into a terrifying roar. "Enough talk. This monster is enraged. Attack." A broadsword as large as a panel slashed down at Zhou Mo. A furious sword strike. Zhou Mo recognized the move at a glance. It was definitely a skill of a second-tier swordsman. Meanwhile, the one attacking from the other side wielding a short sword is probably a second-tier thief. The remaining ones are all player classes available in the game world. Zhou Mo could no longer distinguish whether he was in a game world or a real world. However, sitting idly by and waiting for death is not his style. Black mist swirled around him, and the monarch's scythe was already in his hand. Seeing the approaching attackers, Zhou Mo remained calm, and a wisp of black energy flew out. As soon as the black energy was released, it split in two in mid-air, becoming two streams of black energy. The two streams of black energy flew out, and each landed on one of the people. The two people struck by the two streams of black energy suddenly found themselves unable to move. It was the control skill Nightmare Mark that Zhou Mo had used before. With Zhou Mo's skill level, he could control two targets simultaneously for 5 seconds. These two are not dark twin-headed serpents, so their resistance to negative effects is not that high, and they were completely overwhelmed by the 5-second control effect. After using Nightmare Mark, Zhou Mo immediately used another skill. The usual tactic Crow's Peck is used, but this time it is no longer the ordinary Crow's Peck, but Nightmare Crow's Peck. Nightmare, Raven Peck LV10, consumes 500 mana, summons a flock of nightmare crows to peck at the target, dealing 80 to 100 peck damage to a wide area of targets, with a 100% chance to inflict nightmare status, randomly causing weakening, bleeding, slowing, silence, poisoning, or curse effects, lasting 10 seconds. Different effects can coexist. Skill cooldown, 15 seconds. In an instant, crows flew in, enveloping the people around them. No damage numbers appeared on any of the player's characters. From this, Zhou Mo could roughly deduce that this place did not seem to be in the game world. However, after being pecked by a large number of crows, these people did not fare well. In an instant, the bodies of several people were torn apart and exploded into scattered light. None of the people who attacked Zhou Mo survived. Chapter 188 Awake. Zhu Montag Flaunet. The men who had been attacking him all disappeared. Even though they thought it was the real world, when these people were being dealt with, it suddenly turned into a burst of light. This makes it a little confusing for me. Recalling what the person had mentioned earlier about projection techniques, Zhou Mo understood somewhat. Those people just now might not have come in their real bodies at all, but rather projected a mirror image of themselves through some means. This also explains how they could suddenly appear next to you. Although it wasn't his real body, Zhou Mo still gained considerable benefits after taking down the group. The bodies of those people exploded, and wisps of light flew out from the explosions and entered Zhou Mo's body. Zhou Mo could feel that as these wisps of light entered his body, his attributes also increased slightly. Then, he suddenly discovered that the evolution encyclopedia function was working again. At this moment, the Nightmare Scarecrow tribe in front was engaged in a chaotic battle with the Knights formation. Zhou Mo did not intend to get involved. Although he appeared to be a Nightmare Scarecrow on the surface, he did not actually feel any sense of belonging to the Nightmare Scarecrow race. He stood far behind, having dealt with those men, and there was no one else around him. He immediately used the evolution guide function to switch back to human form. Zhou Mo's attempt was effective. After switching to human form, he found his consciousness beginning to detach from the battlefield, and when he came to his senses, everything in front of him had become dark. He returned to the dark mountains once more, facing the dark two-headed serpent. Xia Qian had already disappeared from sight. Presumably, she had already left. Zhou Mo didn't wait long and rushed forward. Although the dark two-headed serpent's attack power was terrifyingly strong, its health and defense were extremely high, allowing it to withstand the attacks and charge forward. Then he continued forward, and when his eyes suddenly lit up, he knew he had finally escaped the dark abyss. He opened his friend's list and found that Xia Qian's name had turned gray. Zhou Mo was overjoyed, as this meant that Xia Qian had successfully logged off. Xia Qian's earlier assessment was indeed correct. After making a trip to the Demon Realm Gate, she was indeed able to log off. Although he didn't know the reason, Zhou Mo quickly chose to return to the city and then headed towards the newbie village. The area around the gate to the Demon Realm was rather strange and eerie, and he was unwilling to linger there. After all, the strange voice only summoned people when they switched to monster form in the real world, but such a bizarre thing never happened when they switched to monster form in the game world. But even though I was in the game world today, in this dark mountain range, and had switched to monster form, I was still summoned. After returning to the game's starting village, Zhou Mo hesitated. The next moment, he gritted his teeth, switched into Scarecrow form, and stepped into the monster area of the beginner village. If we want to truly take it offline, this is something that must be done. Fortunately, after switching to Scarecrow form, Zhou Mo did not hear that strange murmur. After waiting a while longer, Zhou Mo finally felt relieved and logged off. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world. A pair of round, bright eyes were staring at him. "You're awake." The calm tone was Xia Qian's. Just as Zhou Mo had guessed, she woke up from the game world. But why is she in her own room? Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised and asked, "Did you need something from me?" Xia Qian shook her head slightly and said, "No, I just wanted to see if you could wake up." "Forehead, now that you're awake, I'm leaving," Xia Qian said as she walked outside. After taking a few steps, Xia Qian finally couldn't help but turn back to look at Zhou Mo, hesitant to speak. Is something really wrong? Seeing her like this, Zhou Mo knew exactly what was going on. Xia Qian hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "I can use the skills in the game too." Zhou Mo was startled at first, then chuckled softly. "Didn't you already know martial arts?" Xia Qian simply shook her head slowly and said, "It's different. Some martial arts techniques are too difficult. I haven't actually mastered them in the real world. I can only use them in the game world by relying on skills." She looked at Zhou Mo and continued, "But now, in the real world, I can easily use those martial arts skills that I haven't mastered, including the martial arts skills I just acquired after my second job advancement." Zhou Mo sighed and shrugged. "Actually, I don't know why either. It seems that the common point is that they went into a malfunction and went into sleep mode. After going into sleep mode, they can bring out the skills in the game world when they log off again. Such a thing is very strange, but since it has already happened, and happened to both of them one after the other, they can only accept this reality even if they can't believe it. Moreover, aside from experiencing some strange events as a result, mastering the skills of the game world does them no harm." Unable to get a useful answer, Xia Qian opened the door, preparing to leave again. Boom! A loud bang rang out, and both of their ears were ringing. Immediately afterwards, there was another loud bang. The house felt like it was about to shake. Check-on les risques de communicateur. It was Uncle Lee's voice. Miss, an unknown explosion has occurred on the west side. There may be unknown intruders. You should go to the center to take shelter immediately. I will arrange for the guard team to go and investigate. After arriving at residence number 2, everything had been peaceful. Zhou Mo never imagined that he would one day experience such a dramatic event. His gaze fell on Xia Qian's face, and he couldn't help but ask what happened. Xia Qian showed no sign of panic, but simply shook her head slightly and said, I don't know either. Come with me to the center first. Uncle Lee will handle it. Since they were at each other's residence, Zhou Mo naturally followed Xia Qian's arrangements. The two opened the door and came out. Zhou Mo followed Xia Qian and rushed towards the center. Looking at Xia Qian running ahead, Zhou Mo initially wanted to cast a speed boost spell on her, but then changed his mind. This isn't a game world, so I'd better take it easy. Xia Qian chose routes that were far from the western explosion point, and at their speed, they could reach their destination in just a few minutes. Suddenly, Zhou Mo saw Xia Qian, who was running ahead, stop abruptly, push off with her feet, and fall to the right. As the wind whistled past, a dark figure appeared where Xia Qian had been standing, a short blade in his hand, almost invisible in the darkness. The man in black was clearly surprised when his attack missed. Looking at Xia Qian, who had jumped to the side, the man chuckled softly, his laughter sounding like a broken bellows. Interesting. As expected of the Xia family, they have some skill. Chapter 189, You Think You're Funny? It wasn't just one man in black who suddenly appeared. At the same time, 8 men in black appeared, forming a circle in the darkness of the night, surrounding Xia Qian and Zhou Mo. A man in black said, Xian Shi, I've told you the Xia family members aren't ordinary people, but you still don't believe me and insist on trying. Another man in black laughed and said, All right, hurry up and take her back. That will conclude this mission. Xian Shi, who was the first to make a move, did not look good. He stared at Xia Qian in the encirclement and smiled coldly. I know that the Xia family is said to have ancient martial arts inheritance, but I did not expect that she could actually learn something. Xia Qian frowned and looked in a certain direction. Xian Shi's gaze turned cold as he said in a low voice, No need to look. There are special people handling this over there. Your guards can't get here. If you know what's good for you, just surrender obediently. Otherwise, we don't mind spending more effort. It wouldn't look good if you ended up with broken arms and legs. Zhou Mo was still standing next to Xia Qian at this moment, and surprisingly, he was not overly flustered when he saw this scene. Perhaps it's because I've gotten used to being besieged in the game world. He asked softly, An enemy? Xia Qian slowly shook her head and said, I don't know either. Zhou Mo then put on a smile and asked the group of men in black, Gentlemen, could you please let me out first? Xian Shi sneered. You think you're funny? His expression gradually turned cruel, and he uttered a sentence. Capture the women alive, kill the men. Are you kidding me? Zhou Mo, who clearly felt he was being treated differently, got angry at this moment. His smile vanished. You think those lines you learned are cool? As he spoke, Zhou Mo's figure disappeared from the sight of the many men in black, blending into the night. It was precisely by employing the stealth skill. Where are they? What kind of illusion is this? The men in black were momentarily stunned, but then they saw Xian Shi's entire body suddenly fly sideways, crash into the wall beside him, and then slide to the ground. Then it remained motionless. Behind Xian Shi, Zhou Mo was slowly retracting one of his raised feet. He had just used the stealth skill to become invisible behind Xian Shi and kicked him away. Since waking up after logging off in the game world, Zhou Mo's physical abilities have greatly improved, almost to the point of being inhuman. In stealth state, the revealed attack has a significant attack power bonus. Zhou Mo's kick sent Xian Shi flying, instantly rendering him unable to fight. Before the other men in black could even recover from their shock, Xia Qian suddenly leaped out from the encirclement. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. As Xia Qian moved, she threw 3 punches in a short time, each punch landing on a man in black. If this were in a game world, then what Xia Qian just used would be the most basic fighter skill, a direct punch. But this isn't the game world. The direct punch that Xia Qian uses is actually quite extraordinary for her in the real world. It's not that she can't deliver a direct punch, but in the real world, while this direct punch may seem simple, the method of applying force is quite complex. While it's possible to do that, it would be very difficult to do it as effortlessly as before, casually throwing 3 punches in a row. But she just did it with ease. She sensed at the moment the punch was thrown. This punch seemed to have been sealed in place, as if guided by something to instantly complete the technique of exerting force, and was thrown out with ease. She not only completed the 3 punches better than before, but also faster. For someone who has practiced martial arts for many years, it is not easy to be even a fraction faster in each punch. Those 3 lightning-fast punches just now have already raised her strength to a whole new level. Xia Qian's 3 punches surprised not only herself, but also the remaining men in black. They only saw Xia Qian move once, and then 3 punches were thrown out like lightning. Then, 3 of his teammates fell down. 1 punch, 1 kill, no logic whatsoever. Given the strength of their Xian class team and their long-standing brutal training, if someone told them that their comrades couldn't even withstand a single punch, they would absolutely think it was a joke. But now, this reality, which seems like a joke, is starkly presented to them. It was their Xian team that became a laughingstock. Of course, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In a short moment, Xia Qian launched a sudden attack, knocking down 3 men in black, and then turned her attention to the remaining few. The remaining men in black were shocked, but they did not retreat. They rushed towards Xia Qian at the same time, making a strange gesture with their hands. Almost at the same time, a poof sound rang out, and Xia Qian's forward movement paused. Zhou Mo was startled and immediately cast an acceleration spell on himself. A black scythe appeared in his hand amidst the swirling black mist. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else and directly summoned Monarch's Scythe. In the real world, Monarch's Scythe does not allow you to increase attack power or other stats like in the game world. However, when the Monarch's Scythe was grasped, a powerful force emanated from it and flowed throughout Zhou Mo's body. In that instant, not only his strength and speed, but also his entire physical attributes were greatly enhanced. With 1 or 2 steps, Zhou Mo strode forward, his 2-meter-long Monarch's Scythe sweeping across the body of several men in black. Fortunately, he still had some rationality and remembered that he was in the real world and had not directly harmed anyone, but only struck with the back of the sickle. Even so, with his current immense strength, the men in black, struck by the scythe, all let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Based on the tactile feedback from the scythe, the black-clad men who were hit likely had several broken bones. Zhou Mo didn't care about any of that and rushed straight to Xia Qian, asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" Xia Qian frowned, grabbed him, and hid behind a wall not far away. "There are gunmen lying in ambush," she said in a low voice. Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow and looked at Xia Qian. "You got shot?" Xia Qian first shook her head, then nodded and said, "I sensed it and dodged in advance, but I only got a few scratches." Following her gaze, Zhou Mo indeed saw that Xia Qian's clothes were torn on her left thigh, with a short bloodstain. A bullet must have just grazed this spot. Luckily, Xia Qian reacted quickly, otherwise her leg would probably be ruined. Zhou Mo was puzzled. Weren't they trying to capture him alive? Why did they open fire? Chapter 190 is here. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Mo sensed that something was wrong with Xia Qian in front of him. After wielding the Monarch's Scythe, his sensory sensitivity increased dramatically. He could clearly sense that Xia Qian's breathing was becoming weaker. Compared to before, he is much weaker than half. If the original Xia Qian was as fiery as the sun, now she is like the setting sun. Her breathing began to become erratic. Xia Qian clearly noticed this change herself. She breathed heavily and whispered, "There's something wrong with this bullet." After saying this, Xia Qian found it even harder to breathe, and her eyelids began to droop. Zhou Mo's face was ashen. He could tell that the bullet probably contained some kind of drug. Although Xia Qian was only grazed by the bullet, the drug components in the bullet had already begun to take effect. From this perspective, it seems that the other party was not lying when they said they wanted to capture him alive. No wonder the other party only aimed at Xia Qian's leg. The opponent's move was clearly intended to strike Xia Qian, rendering her unable to fight and thus forcing her to surrender. As for why they didn't fire the guns from the start, but instead sent 8 men in black to deliver the food, Zhou Mo had no idea. Or perhaps these 8 men in black were just cannon fodder to distract Xia Qian. In fact, Zhou Mo was overthinking things. Although the other side had prepared a gunman, the gunman did not intend to be exposed unless absolutely necessary. They thought that with the 8 men in black from the Xian team, they could easily deal with Xia Qian. Unexpectedly, Xia Qian and Zhou Mo were stronger than they had anticipated. Seeing Xia Qian about to fall into a deep sleep, Zhou Mo pondered for a moment and said, "Wait for me here. I'll take care of that gunman first." Xia Qian shook her head. "They have guns, and we don't know how many of them there are. It's too dangerous for you to go out. Let's wait for the guards to come. I don't believe they can hold off my family's guards indefinitely." Seeing Xia Qian's increasingly erratic breathing, Zhou Mo suddenly had a brilliant idea and cast a healing spell on her. A soft light flashed by, flowing like water and covering Xia Qian's body. The spot on Xia Qian's leg where the bullet had grazed her began to wriggle visibly, and before long, the small wound had disappeared completely. The healing spell can actually work in the real world. However, while healing techniques can heal wounds, they cannot cure the negative effects of the drug's ingredients. Looking at Xia Qian, who seemed about to fall into a deep sleep at any moment, Zhou Mo sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat regretful. "It's a pity that I can't use the second job advancement skills yet. Otherwise, the healer would have the skill to dispel negative effects after the second job advancement." Zhou Mo helped Xia Qian sit down against the wall. Facing Xia Qian's slightly worried gaze, he smiled gently and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I have the ability to become invisible. Have you forgotten?" As he spoke, Zhou Mo used the stealth skill in front of Xia Qian and entered a state of invisibility. Looking at the empty air in front of her, Xia Qian finally nodded and said, "Okay, if all else fails, you could just go invisible and ask Uncle Li for help." There was nothing in front of him, and he didn't know if Zhou Mo was still there or if he had heard him. In the empty corner, Xia Qian looked at the equally empty night and felt a sense of loss for the first time in her life. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo had already stepped out from behind the wall. The monarch's scythe in his hand was over 2 meters long, and it also entered a state of invisibility along with him, leaving no trace in the night. He didn't know where the enemy's gunmen were hiding, so he could only use the most rudimentary method, searching outwards little by little. Heavy breathing could be heard on the ground outside. A man in black, leaning against the wall, struggled to his feet again. It was Xin Qi, who had been kicked away by Zhou Mo at the beginning. After a brief period of unconsciousness, he finally regained consciousness. However, Zhou Mo's kick was so powerful that even with his physical abilities, he was still struggling to recover. "Where are they?" He was breathing heavily, and his deep, hoarse voice rang out. He was the first to fall, unaware that all his teammates had also collapsed. "It's here." A voice came from behind him. Then he felt a pain in his buttocks, followed by a strong force that sent him flying again. He fainted again when his face hit the wall once more. This time, the unexpected fracture of his nasal bone should put him in an even deeper state of unconsciousness. Although it was still a kick like before, Zhou Mo's physical abilities were much stronger after summoning the monarch scythe, and the power of this kick was more than twice as strong as before. After kicking Xin Qi away, Zhou Mo suddenly retreated and used the stealth skill again, entering stealth mode once more. And his guess was correct. Just as he kicked Xin Qi away, a poof sound rang out, and a bullet hit the wall not far in front of him. Judging from the height, this bullet didn't seem to have only hit Xia Qian's leg like it did when it was aimed at him. It was aimed directly at his upper body. Having grown accustomed to being treated differently, Zhou Mo didn't have time to get angry and ran out while invisible. With the movement speed bonus from acceleration and the movement speed bonus from stealth, his running speed is incredibly fast. At that moment, the wind whistled in his ears as he sprinted through the dark night, leaping lightly to the top of a building several meters high. That shot just now clearly came from here. On a windowsill, a man in black, his hand resting on the dark barrel of a gun, squinted and stared intently down below. Where is he? He's disappeared again. The man in black, his hand on the gun barrel, muttered to himself, cold sweat already dripping down his forehead. The bizarre situation he witnessed made him question the meaning of life. However, in the dim light of the night, he forced himself to believe that the other party was simply too agile, appearing briefly before disappearing into his blind spot, which caused this strange situation of sudden disappearance. However, at this point, things became more than just a little strange. A voice came from behind him. "It's here." Then, he felt a chill on his neck. It was cold and stinging. It felt like a sharp blade had caught in my throat. "Give me the antidote." The sound continued, but the man in black glanced back out of the corner of his eye and clearly saw no trace of it. "Where's the antidote for the bullet? Tell me, or I'll slit your throat." The cold touch on my neck was real, but I couldn't see a single person. In a flash, the gunman lunged to the side, drawing a short-handled pistol from his waist. The well-trained man understood that he could never let others lead him by the nose. He had to take the initiative himself. Chapter 191 Undercover. The man in black who was lying in ambush reacted incredibly quickly. His action of lunging to the side wasn't inherently wrong. His mistake was that he didn't understand Zhou Mo at all, nor did he understand the weapons Zhou Mo used. Generally speaking, if you sneak up to him and hold a weapon to his throat, the weapon you would use would be a short dagger. Only then could such clandestine actions be sustained. The man in black never imagined that what Zhou Mo used to hold against his throat was a 2-meter-long scythe. When the man in black lunged to the side, Zhou Mo knew he was in trouble. He retrieved the monarch's scythe immediately, but he was still a little too slow. The man in black lunged to the side, already gripping a short-handled pistol. But that's all. A strange yet familiar sensation came from my throat, and blood gushed out. In that instant, his throat was slashed. Zhou Mo stopped quickly, but he still couldn't stop the man in black from courting death. "Where's the antidote? Give me the antidote." Taking advantage of the man in black's last breath, Zhou Mo quickly asked the question he cared about most. However, no sooner had he finished asking the question than the man in black tilted his head to the side and fell silent. He wasn't an important figure after all, and he didn't receive the kind of treatment that allowed him to spend half a day explaining his final wishes before he died. Having taken someone's life for the first time, Zhou Mo had a strange feeling. It wasn't fear, but his hands and feet were still trembling. Having experienced all sorts of bizarre events, he had become much more accepting of them, but the loss of a living being still left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. However, he still remembered the most important thing at the moment, and immediately began to rummage through the man in black's pocket. But nothing was gained. Zhou Mo sighed, knowing in his heart that this was nothing unusual. Although the enemy's bullets contained drugs, they wouldn't be foolish enough to shoot themselves, so it's normal that they didn't prepare an antidote. Unable to find the antidote, Zhou Mo didn't linger and hurriedly returned to Xia Qian's hiding place. Although I was only gone for a short while, Xia Qian has basically lost her fighting ability now, so I can't leave her alone for too long. With a few quick moves, Zhou Mo returned to Xia Qian's hiding place. Xia Qian was still leaning against the corner of the wall, and nothing unexpected happened. However, at this moment, Xia Qian's upper and lower eyelids were drooping, and she was almost asleep. The drug component in that previous shot likely had an anesthetic and sedative effect. At this moment, Xia Qian, still half asleep, opened her mouth and asked, "Are you back?" Seeing Xia Qian's eyes glazing over, Zhou Mo gave a soft hum. At this point, he had already exited the stealth state. Looking at Xia Qian in front of him, Zhou Mo had an idea. He grasped Xia Qian's hand, then silently chanted in his mind, and used the stealth attack skill again. The next moment, Zhou Mo's conjecture came true. Xia Qian actually entered a stealth state along with him. In the real world, this stealth skill can actually be applied to other people you come into contact with. That would make things much simpler. Zhou Mo held Xia Qian's hand and then picked her up in his arms. Xia Qian was petite to begin with, and although she practiced martial arts, she was not considered heavy. After leaving the game world, Zhou Mo's physical abilities were greatly enhanced, and he could easily pick up Xia Qian. So, Zhou Mo, who was invisible, carried Xia Qian and rushed towards the center of residence number 2. This time, the progress went very smoothly. The noise continued to come from the west side of residence number 2, indicating that the guards still hadn't dealt with the situation properly. Along the way, Zhou Mo vaguely sensed that someone was lurking in the shadows, but he was invisible and passed by easily without attracting any attention. Zhou Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the central area. As Xia Qian entered stealth mode along with him, he clearly felt the pressure increase. What could have sustained the stealth state for several minutes can now only last for 2 minutes. Upon reaching a point not far from the center, he wanted to take Xia Qian into stealth mode, but discovered that the stealth skill was no longer usable. It seems that taking Xia Qian into stealth mode with him has made the cooldown time of the stealth skill even longer. Fortunately, Xia Qian had told him that they had arrived at the central area. After carefully surveying the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, Zhou Mo carried Xia Qian and rushed directly into the central area's gate. Unfortunately, the so-called central area was nothing more than an ordinary, dark hall. After entering it, Zhou Mo had no idea what to do next. Just as he was struggling with his decision, he suddenly felt something move in his arms, and a voice said, "Go to the wall on your left." Zhou Mo was overjoyed. "You're awake?" It was Xia Qian, who had previously fallen into a deep sleep, who had now regained consciousness. Xia Qian nodded and said, "The effects of the medicine may be wearing off soon, but I still don't have much strength." Zhou Mo secretly cheered for his good fortune. He certainly didn't believe that the men in black had only used this drug for a few minutes. It's likely that Xia Qian was only grazed by the bullet, so the amount of the drug that penetrated her was small. Also, she often practices martial arts, so her resistance is relatively strong, which is why she woke up in just a few minutes. He followed Xia Qian's instructions and came to the wall. Xia Qian struggled to raise her hand and pressed it against the spot on the wall. A moment later, as Zhou Mo waited with great excitement, the wall remained completely unresponsive. Xia Qian frowned. Zhou Mo gave an awkward smile. "Did I come to the wrong place?" Xia Qian shook her head slightly and said, "The location is correct, but I don't know what went wrong. The entrance to the central protective room can't be opened." The two had already made their appearance, and Zhou Mo was undoubtedly very nervous. An unbelievable thought crossed his mind, and he said, "Could it be that you have a mole within your ranks who deliberately cut off the route to the central protective room?" Xia Qian was taken aback, but the dimly lit hall suddenly lit up with bright lights filling her vision. A voice rang out, "You little rascal, you're right. It was indeed I who sealed off the protective room." From where the voice came, a middle-aged man stood with a smile on his face, and beside him was a young man in his early 20s. The young man looked at Zhou Mo and Xia Qian with cold eyes, his gaze revealing a disdainful contempt. Seeing Xia Qian's somewhat surprised look, the middle-aged man smiled lightly and said, "Miss, you can probably understand now. It was Steward Li who sent me to protect you. I have been by Steward Li's side for 3 years, all for this day." He sighed softly and said, "It was actually beyond my expectations that Miss was able to escape here. However, now that I am here, Miss's fate is already sealed." Chapter 192, The Chosen One. After the middle-aged man said a few words, Zhou Mo and Xia Qian hadn't made any response yet, but the young man beside him couldn't wait any longer. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Is this wrangling ever going to end? I don't have much time. I need to go back." The middle-aged man was very tolerant of him. Despite being treated so badly, he still smiled and replied, "Okay, you can take care of that little guy for me. We spent a lot of money along the way, and he still managed to escape here. He must be something special." He then sighed softly and said, "Luckily, Miss was hit by the tranquilizer gun. Otherwise, I really wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you alone." The young man beside him snorted and rushed out. Before Zhou Mo's horrified eyes, the air around the young man rippled, and then his entire body disappeared into thin air. Zhou Mo was shocked. He was actually very familiar with this scene. He had seen this long scene countless times in the game world. Not to mention in the game world, he has used it many times in the real world as well. This is clearly the stealth skill of a thief in the game world. Just before this moment, I had used it many times. He had previously thought that he was the only one who could use game skills in the real world, but later Xia Qian joined him. Seeing the scene before him, he realized that there were probably far more people in the real world who could use game skills than he had imagined. The incident happened so suddenly that Zhou Mo was too shocked to react quickly enough. When he felt the chill from his side, he broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly kicked out. Although he couldn't see the opponent's figure, Zhou Mo, who had used the stealth skill many times, was very familiar with it and could judge the opponent's approximate location based on the direction of the attack. The kick landed squarely on the target. The young man himself was kicked back several meters and almost lost his footing. The young man who landed and became visible looked terrible. He never expected that his attack, which had never failed before, would be detected and countered just before he could make his move. Zhou Mo also felt uneasy. Looking at the short-handled dagger gleaming coldly in the young man's hand, he felt lingering fear. Although my physical condition has improved a lot, I would probably not feel good if someone stabbed me in the waist. After all, this isn't a game. Getting stabbed in a vital spot could really be fatal. He looked at the young man not far away, still somewhat incredulous, and asked, "What is this?" The young man became smug and laughed. "Looks like you've played Stardust too. You can tell that I used the thief skill stealth, right?" You have no idea how wonderful it is when I can bring game skills into the real world. Zhou Mo's eyes widened as he asked, "How many people like you are there?" "How many?" The young man laughed wildly. "You think everyone could do this?" "Of course, this kind of thing can only happen to a chosen one like me." "The chosen one?" Zhou Mo smiled bitterly to himself, unsure of what to think. Knowing that it seemed only the young man could use the game skills, Zhou Mo felt slightly relieved. The young man opposite Zhou Mo was unaware of his thoughts. He stared at Zhou Mo like a venomous snake and slowly said, "This time, I'm going to attack the back of your neck. Guess from which direction I'll attack. Will you be able to stop me this time?" As he spoke, the air around the young man rippled, and he once again entered stealth mode. Seeing the young man disappear again, Zhou Mo also moved at the same time. A dark eyeball flew out and hung above his head. This is precisely the skill of a physician, the eye of true vision. With the added benefit of true sight, Zhou Mo could clearly see the young man secretly reaching for his right side within his field of vision. Then, Zhou Mo, without any regard for reason, threw a punch. Since the other party had played the game Stardust, Zhou Mo did not intend to easily reveal his monarch scythe. What he's using now is a fighter skill he's never used before, a direct punch. At this moment, he was holding Xia Qian, and only one of his hands was free. The incident happened suddenly. As the dark eye of true sight flew up, Zhou Mo's direct punch was already right behind it. The young man, who was invisible, never expected that Zhou Mo could see him. When he noticed the eye of true sight, his shock far surpassed that of Zhou Mo before. In his shock and bewilderment, his reaction was a beat slow. However, given Zhou Mo's current attack speed, even if he were to concentrate fully, he might not be able to dodge it. Puff! A punch landed squarely on his face, instantly breaking his nose. The young man collapsed without uttering a sound. Even as he collapsed, his eyes remained wide open in anger, a single thought swirling in his mind. Why can the other person also use game skills? Shouldn't I be the only chosen one? But his question was destined to remain unanswered, and Zhou Mo's gaze had already fallen on the middle-aged man on the other side. Regardless of the consequences for now, this middle-aged man witnessed me using my game skills, so I absolutely cannot let him get away with it. The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. The young man was an extraordinary individual they had recruited, possessing strange abilities such as invisibility. He didn't believe the nonsense that young people could apply their gaming skills to the real world. In his view, this is precisely the kind of tactic that young people deliberately use to confuse people and conceal the origins of their heritage, and it should not be taken seriously. But he never expected that the young man protecting Miss Yaqian was also a strange person with extraordinary abilities. The dark eyes hanging from the leader's head. However, strangely, they were able to break through the invisibility spell of this extraordinary being, were of unknown origin. It seems that the Xia family has also put a lot of effort into recruiting extraordinary individuals. The middle-aged man retreated in terror. The situation was hopeless, but he had to escape at least to save his own life. He was well aware that although the world may appear peaceful and calm on the surface, it still retains the most primitive and cruel rules on certain levels. The organization he was in, as well as the Xia family, were in fact at this level. Having done such a thing, if I fall into the hands of the Xia family, I will have no chance of dying. Having followed Uncle Li for 3 years, he deeply understood that the man was not just a smiling, kind old man. The next moment, the middle-aged man felt a piercing pain and looked down blankly, only to see a dark arrow protruding from his chest. The middle-aged man slowly fell to the ground, the dark arrow protruding from his chest, turning into a cloud of black mist and dissipating. Meanwhile, some distance behind the middle-aged man, Xia Qian had already been put down. In Zhou Mo's hand, the monarch's scythe, which had switched to the monarch's dark bow form, was slowly dissipating into black mist. Chapter 193 Departure. The noise from the west side has gradually subsided. By the time Uncle Li arrived with the guards, the effects of the anesthetic on Xia Qian had almost worn off. All the intruders were brought under control by the guards, and the middle-aged undercover agent who had already lost consciousness was naturally dealt with as well. Not long after, Uncle Li walked up to Xia Qian and said in a low voice, "Miss, the master asked us to escort you home first." Xia Qian didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, "What about these people? Have their origins been confirmed?" Uncle Li's eyes were cold as he said, "We've already made progress." Since they dared to make a move, they should naturally bear the responsibility of our counterattack. I've already summoned all the manpower in District 1. We'll have to wait until Miss returns home before we can discuss anything else. As night fell, squadrons of flying cars flew in from above, circling around residence number 2. Xia Qian eventually disappeared into the distance, escorted by the caravan. Zhou Mo declined Xia Qian's invitation to go with him. He could tell that Uncle Li was quite curious about the fact that he had managed to eliminate so many invaders. Faced with the other person's probing gaze, Zhou Mo subconsciously wanted to move away. There are some secrets that Xia Qian might not mind knowing, but he still doesn't want everyone to know them. Since Zhou Mo was unwilling, Xia Qian did not force him. Everyone in residence number 2 had evacuated, leaving only Zhou Mo behind. Before leaving, Uncle Li also brought Zhou Mo various replacement identity documents. Watching the car convoy disappear into the night, Zhou Mo stood quietly for a moment before turning and leaving the area. Since those men in black have already appeared here, it can no longer be considered safe. If the men in black appear again when I enter the game next time, then the problem will be very serious. Anyway, now that I've replaced my ID, I can just go to any other place. Zhou Mo used his stealth skill to keep moving through the night, and gradually sensed that something was wrong. Xia Qian's second residence was indeed surrounded by vast and sparsely populated land. But logically speaking, she had already traveled for so long that she should have covered 7 or 8 kilometers by now, and it shouldn't still be so desolate. As the East Zone won, this is simply impossible. The surrounding darkness gradually became hazy, turning into a surging, swirling white mist. The white mist swirled in, engulfing Zhou Mo within it. Zhu Montag found it. It wasn't even midnight yet, so how could this have happened so quickly? He was too busy to pay much attention to the time, but he still knew whether it was midnight or not. The white mist didn't give Zhou Mo much time to think. As it surged and swept in, Zhou Mo found himself back in that strange place. Sure enough, a demon stood before them. However, this time it's not a new variety. Still an old friend, Red Mad Rabbit. The only difference is that, compared to last time, this time it is no longer a leader-level Red Mad Rabbit, but a monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit. Although it was just a Red Mad Rabbit, Zhou Mo did not take it too lightly. He knew very well that the real world and the game world were ultimately quite different. In the game world, he could easily defeat a monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit, but in the real world, he would have to be fully focused. At this point, he began to miss the game world. At least in the game world, there are things like level and attribute panels that allow him to clearly see the strength comparison between himself and his opponent. Unlike now, where every encounter with a monster causes anxiety, with no idea of its strength or whether one might be caught off guard and suffer a setback. However, having already gained experience many times, Zhou Mo didn't wait any longer and launched an attack directly. The Monarch's Scythe had to be summoned, and then he immediately entered the stealth state, sneaking towards the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit. As expected, the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit did not notice anything. He raised the Monarch's Scythe and brought it down. The result was obvious. Under his sneak attack, the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit was unable to withstand it and turned directly into a cloud of black mist. As usual, the black mist swirled and entered Zhou Mo's body. A surge of power welled up within Zhou Mo, and he knew that he had become stronger once again. This time, the increase in strength surpasses that of the last time. It seems that each time he kills a stronger monster, he can absorb a stronger amount of black mist, and thus his power increases accordingly. The surrounding white mist dissipated, and Zhou Mo returned to the real world. This time, it only took less than 10 seconds to deal with the Monarch-level Red Mad Rabbit. The scenery on both sides reappeared, and Zhou Mo could see the lights shining brightly in the distance. We just need to run a little further ahead to find a place to rest. Zhou Mo didn't believe that the men in black organization would follow him no matter where he went. After all, those men in black were mainly after Xia Qian, and they probably didn't know he existed before they met him. In residence number 2, all those who had seen him and knew of his existence had been dealt with by Uncle Li, so he should no longer attract the attention of the men in black organization. As for the people from Stardust Games, they haven't shown up for a while. Although Zhou Mo is still wary, he is no longer so timid. Being able to use game skills in the real world is a powerful tool for him. With these safeguards in place, as long as one is careful and cautious, ensuring personal safety should not be a problem. Moreover, just in case, the ID document that Uncle Lee prepared for him at his request was actually forged. He randomly checked into a hotel, and if others were to search for him based solely on the hotel's registration information, they would never be able to find him. Of course, with his current wealth, he can easily afford to stay in a hotel. Although the game still owes Dongwon a lot of money due to the acquisition of bloodline fragments, these problems are not significant. Spend some time crafting a few pieces of rare equipment, and you should be able to pay off the debt easily. But today, everything seems to be a little different. The monsters didn't necessarily attack until midnight, and Zhou Mo discovered that he didn't need to wait until he was passively put into a deep sleep to log into the game. As he lay down on the bed, focusing his mind on this idea, the scenery before him began to change. The next moment, he appeared in the game world. To be honest, this is the first time in a long time that he has actively taken control of logging into the game world. As soon as Zhou Mo entered the game world, he received a different notification sound. Current bloodline feeding progress complete. Current level experience bar full. Next racial advancement unlocked. Chapter 1, 94 frequently appears on the screen. Despite being surprised by the sudden notification sound, Zhou Mo managed to control his emotions well. He didn't rush to find out more, but calmly logged off again. The next moment, in the real world, Zhou Mo opened his eyes in his hotel room. Sure enough, this time, he was able to log in and out on his own initiative. When Zhou Mo entered the game again, he was in no hurry. He opened the current panel directly. Current level, 30. Current experience points, 12455, 112000. Zhou Montauk smiled wryly. He had to admit that at this stage of his level, the experience points required to level up further were simply too many. Leveling up is probably not something that can be done in a short period of time. Now that the first guild war has come to an end, Zhou Mo felt he should spend more time on his own affairs. He had received a deposit of 50 million game coins from Blade Cold, but the promised treasure equipment was nowhere to be seen. Then he asked Dongwon to help him acquire bloodline fragments. He got the bloodline fragments, but Dongwon also helped him pay for most of the expenses. To repay all of this, I need to quickly acquire some precious equipment. He glanced at the guild status and found that only Dragonfly was online. It seems he really is a hardcore gamer. It's like he's always online whenever I log on. So Zhou Mo extended an invitation to Dragonfly. Dragonfly, how about we go fight a boss together? That's certainly a good thing. The Dragonfly, who was engrossed in leveling up, readily agreed. Although he already has 3 pieces of treasure equipment, he can never have too many top-quality equipment. The two hit it off immediately and agreed on a location right away. Zhou Mo then switched to player mode and left the starting village. Soon after, the game announcements began a new round of bombardment. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for obtaining the treasure level equipment. The Necromancer's short sword treasure. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for obtaining the treasure level equipment. The Necromancer's staff treasure. Congratulations to player Dragonfly for obtaining the treasure level equipment. The Necromancer's ring treasure. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for obtaining the treasure level equipment. The dark necklace treasure. Congratulations to player Dragonfly for obtaining the treasure level equipment. The shadow armor treasure. Congratulations to player Zhou Mo for obtaining the treasure level equipment. The thunder bracelet treasure. When such news was announced every now and then, many players in the game are frightened. Although I can't believe it, I have no choice but to believe it. They recalled the fear of being dominated by treasure hunters on social media. One player stared blankly at himself and muttered, "The treasure hunter has started hunting again?" After the first guild war, Zhou Mo was no longer the only one to hold the title of treasure hunter. However, for most players, Zhou Mo, who was the first to obtain this title and frequently appeared in announcements, still holds an irreplaceable position. After the first guild war, other people who obtained the treasure hunter title also seem to have organized large-scale boss hunting teams. Unfortunately, even with the title of treasure hunter, the treasure equipment still doesn't drop whenever you want. Since the end of the guild war, the game announcement has only been broadcast once. It's even more impossible for someone like Zhou Mo to create such overwhelming pressure. In just a moment, a large number of players contacted Zhou Mo, wanting to buy treasure equipment from him. Zhou Mo naturally ignored all of these. Most of the treasure equipment we obtained already has an owner. Those suitable for Dragonfly will naturally be given priority, since they are one of our own. Becoming stronger will always benefit both Dragonfly and the entire guild. Then, promise to leave the treasure equipment for Blade Cold free. There's still those who owe Dongwon, and they need to be saved to repay them. He could tell that Dongwon, Xia Qian's friend, seemed to be someone who wasn't short of money. Since that's the case, we can simply repay the debt to her with treasure equipment. Even after everything else is dealt with, the remaining treasures and equipment will still be of great use to Zhou Mo. After all, the Monarch's scythe has been at the treasure level for a long time, and there's been no sign of it advancing further. I need to extract more equipment. Everyone thought it was easy for him to drop the treasure, but it was not easy at all. His chances of getting treasures from bosses are actually not higher than other treasure hunters. The reason he gets treasure equipment so often is because he has defeated enough bosses. With his current attribute panel, he could take on a boss in a very short time, even if he were to fight it alone. Others only saw him drop a few pieces of treasure equipment like they were spamming the screen, but they had no idea that he had already defeated dozens of bosses for those few pieces of treasure equipment. After distributing the equipment suitable for Dragonfly to him, Zhou Mo mailed out the equipment he had promised Blade Cold, and then took his leave. He planned to go through the gate to the Demon Realm again. Although something bad happened at the Demon Realm gate last time, Zhou Mo had already gained some experience. As long as you don't switch to monster form, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The high experience points from monsters on the red earth plains of the Demon Realm gate are what he desperately craves right now. While equipment is important, the drop rate is low, and you can't defeat too many bosses in a day. Instead, it's better to increase your experience points as soon as possible to advance your race, which will improve your strength faster. Each time Zhou Mo returned to the real world, he could feel that as his attributes in the game improved, his strength in the real world would also become stronger. In the real world, monsters attack every night. Moreover, the attacking monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Although I can still easily deal with them now, if I don't quickly improve my strength, I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to withstand the attacking monsters. This time, however, entering the red earth plains is different from the last time. Descending into the pitch-black abyss, a dark mountain range stretched across the sky before them, separating their side from the red earth plain. To enter the red earth plains, one must either traverse the dark, unpredictable mountains or pass through the passage guarded by the dark, two-headed serpent. Beneath the pitch-black abyss lay another world, and Zhou Mo had no idea where the sky came from. Crossing the towering mountains was impractical. To save time and have time to fight monsters and level up, you must pass through the passage as quickly as possible. Fortunately, passing through the passage guarded by the dark two-headed serpent was not a big problem for Zhou Mo, who had extremely high health and defense. Chapter 195 Cristallise de Monique Aura. Having returned to the red earth plain, Zhou Mo's feelings were quite different from before. This time, he wasn't just there to explore. He planned to stay for a long time and use the monsters here to level up. This time, Zhou Mo switched to the Archer class. In fact, in terms of raw stats alone, the Archer class doesn't have much of an advantage. After all, due to the Scythe transformation limitation at LV1, the Monarch's size attribute strength is only 70 after switching to bow and arrow form. However, for him who wants to level up and fight monsters on the red earth plane, the Archer form might indeed be a better choice. Although he can only switch to a first-tier job right now, even a first-tier job, combined with his powerful attribute panel, is powerful enough. The Archer's passive skill, Sharp Vision, can greatly enhance his field of vision. On this perilous red earth plane, he could detect the monsters that appeared first, thus avoiding being caught in a horde of them. Despite the powerful attribute panel, Zhou Mo did not become arrogant. The monsters on this red earth plane are extraordinary. If I were surrounded by a large number of monsters, I might not be able to handle it. Although the speed boost and power skills of the healer class are gone, the Archer's burst skills and ranged attack capabilities make them actually more efficient at fighting monsters than the healer. With this in mind, Zhou Mo ventured deeper and deeper into the red earth plane. The direction he was heading was towards Crimson Dark City, which was far ahead. Soon, a monster appeared in their field of vision. It's an old friend, the Nightmare Scarecrow. On this red earth plane, the Nightmare Scarecrow seems to be the lowest level monster, which can be encountered as soon as you enter the outer area. The two sides were hundreds of meters apart. Zhou Mo saw the Nightmare Scarecrow, but the Nightmare Scarecrow did not notice Zhou Mo's approach. At least for the Nightmare Scarecrow, a distance of several hundred meters is far from being considered close. Zhou Mo immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow, using the archer's skill Concentrated Shot. Concentrated Shot is a skill that requires charging up an attack. Zhou Mo was not in a hurry. He slowly drew his bow and waited until the maximum charge time of 5 seconds before releasing the bowstring. Buzz! The bowstring twanged, and the arrow instantly traversed hundreds of meters of space like a black lightning bolt, reaching the Nightmare Scarecrow. An arrow is fired and damage numbers appear. Critical hit. Ignore defense. Minus 62,869. With the additions of Puppet Disguise and Puppet Embracing the Broken, and the 5 bonus from Treasure Hunter. Even though Monarch Dark Bow only has 70 attributes for Monarch Scythe, Zhou Mo's attack power has now reached 8,981 points. A fully charged focus shot that lasts for 5 seconds can deal 350 attack damage and also triggers the Ignore Defense and Critical Hit effects, making this attack's damage value unprecedentedly high. It can be said that Zhou Mo has never dealt such high damage numbers since entering the game. With that one hit, the Nightmare Scarecrow's health bar dropped by more than half. This is an extremely terrifying thing for a Nightmare Scarecrow with over 100,000 HP. Having taken this blow, the Nightmare Scarecrow was finally drawn to Zhou Mo's hatred and charged towards him. Despite its straw body, the Nightmare Scarecrow moves quite fast, faster than an adult man running at full speed. For this Nightmare Scarecrow, a distance of several hundred meters would only take a few dozen seconds to run to Zhou Mo's side. Zhou Mo was not flustered. A few dozen seconds was more than enough time for him. After using Focus Shot, he drew his bow again, and another skill, Rapid Fire, was already in use. Critical hit. Minus 14,362. Critical hit. Minus 14,362. Batter. Minus 7,181. Minus 7,181. Ignore defense. Minus 8,981. The Rapid Fire skill frequently triggered various attack effects. As a Monarch's Scythe continuously extracts equipment, the trigger rate of various attack effects gradually increases, making it extremely useful. With a single skill, Nightmare Scarecrow's health bar was emptied, and it collapsed to the ground. The Nightmare Scarecrow with over 100,000 HP was thus killed. At this point, it had only run 2 or 3 meters. Zhou Mo, having switched to archer form, didn't need to get close at all. He took down a Nightmare Scarecrow in just a few moves. Slay the Nightmare Scarecrow, gained 450 experience points. Zhou Mo was very satisfied with the 450 experience points he had gained. The monsters on this Red Earth Plains are indeed rich in experience points. At the same level, their experience points are 3 times that of wild monsters outside. Of course, its strength is indeed far superior to that of wild monsters from the outside world. If it weren't for Zhou Mo, for an ordinary player, killing this common Nightmare Scarecrow would be no less difficult than defeating a wild monster boss in the outside world. Besides the experience points gained from killing the Nightmare Scarecrow, it also dropped a strange item. Spas Demon Realm Aura Cristallin. It was a black crystal the size of a fingernail, but apart from its name and dark appearance, Zhou Mo was unable to detect any other information. After all, it was produced by monsters from the Red Earth Plains, and Zhou Mo couldn't give it up easily. Although he didn't know what it would do for the time being, he still put it into his game inventory and stored it. Next, Zhou Mo slowly ventured deeper, using his powerful attribute panel and ranged attack advantage to effortlessly reap the monsters on the Red Earth Plain. Experience points poured in, and each monster also provided a corresponding Demon Realm Aura Crystal. However, it was quite strange that the ordinary monsters on this Red Earth Plain did not drop a single piece of equipment. Perhaps only elite level or even boss level monsters will drop equipment. However, having a lot of experience points is enough. Zhou Mo doesn't ask for too much. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhou Mo had already killed a large number of Nightmare Scarecrows. This Red Earth Plain seems to be more expansive than when I last came here, but I don't know if it's just my imagination. The area I entered seemed to be the habitat of Nightmare Scarecrows, and all I could encounter were Nightmare Scarecrows. However, after leveling up here for almost half a day, I haven't encountered a single Nightmare Scarecrow of elite level or higher. That's really amazing. Zhou Mo opened his attribute panel and found that after half a day of leveling up, his experience points had increased significantly. Current level, 30. Current experience points, 70,955 to 112,000. Currently, he can kill a nightmare Scarecrow in less than 10 seconds, but that doesn't mean he can kill a nightmare Scarecrow every 10 seconds. Besides killing the monsters, finding them also takes time. Space démon réal aura cristal 153. Zhou Mo glanced at the demonic aura crystal in his backpack. Although he didn't know what it was for, he still felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Almost every one of these nightmare scarecrows drops demon realm aura crystals, and some even drop more than 2. Zhou Mo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go back and log out of the game to rest when a game announcement shocked him. Player Blade Cold has completed the special quest, Land of the Gods, and become a chosen one of the lesser gods. The Chosen One's gameplay is now available. Chapter 196, The Chosen Ones. A land where gods descend? Those favored by God? Where are all these things? Also, isn't this Blade Cold the guy I traded with before? After sending him the treasure, equipment that I had agreed to trade, I immediately deleted him from my friend list after receiving the final payment from him. In retrospect, this action seems somewhat hasty. As someone caught in all sorts of bizarre situations, Zhou Mo was just as concerned about the changes in this game as anyone else, because it is very likely that each of these changes will be closely related to oneself. After considering it with extreme caution for a second, Zhou Mo ignored the already chaotic public chat channel in the game and directly sent a friend request to Blade Cold. To be honest, Zhou Mo was nervous when he sent the friend request. He remembered that many people had previously requested to be his friends, but he had always ignored them completely. Who can escape the wrath of heaven? Now, is it my turn to bear these consequences? However, it turned out that Zhou Mo was overthinking things. People as rude as him are ultimately a minority. I just sent a friend request, and the other person accepted it immediately. Blade Cold, is this Zhou Mo? I received the treasure equipment you sent. Thank you so much. I've already sent you the final payment. No. As the saying goes, it's never wrong to be overly polite, and Zhou Mo's mood improved considerably. It's all just a fair transaction. There's no need for thanks or anything like that. Zhou Mo was previously worried about being blamed. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Mo was pondering how to broach the subject and inquire about the chosen one of gods from Dao Fenglong. Before he could even speak up, Blade Cold on the other side had already spoken up, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Blade Cold, Zhou Mo, do you have any time? I'd like to purchase a few more treasure pieces of equipment from you. Oh no, 2 or even 1. Seemingly afraid that Zhou Mo would refuse, he quickly added, price is not a problem. I can pay you the full amount first. Since the other party is asking for my help, things become much simpler. Zhou Mo said unhurriedly, don't worry, the treasure equipment is easy to handle. However, you just posted in the game announcement. What's this chosen one of gods thing? I'm a little curious. Blade Cold was overjoyed to hear that Zhou Mo was interested in the chosen ones of the gods. He was just wondering how to get closer to Zhou Mo when he unexpectedly found something that Zhou Mo cared about. It was truly a stroke of luck. He didn't deliberately keep Zhou Mo in suspense. He directly shared the details with him. It turns out that the so-called chosen ones are a class that exists independently of the player class system. After completing special tasks in the Land of the Gods, you can gain divine favor and become a chosen one of the gods. Once one becomes a chosen one of the gods, one can, to some extent, summon and utilize divine power to greatly enhance one's own strength. It is said that becoming a high-level, chosen one of God allows one to summon extremely powerful divine power to enhance oneself, gaining a power boost no less than that of the God of War Descend scroll. Zhou Mo was startled. He is very qualified to speak on just how powerful the God of War Descend scroll is. Even when her level and strength weren't that great, Xia Qian easily fought against the main force of the God War Guild with just a God of War Descend scroll. In the recently concluded First Guild War, even though his attribute panel was already far stronger than that of the current players, the captain of the second team of the God War Guild was able to hold his own against him for the duration of the God of War Descend scroll. If all players had such means, then my carefree days would probably be over. Since we can't prevent other players from acquiring this method, we must at least have the corresponding method ourselves. After obtaining the specific details from the Cold Blade, Zhou Mo was satisfied and replied, "Good. Treasure, equipment is easy to discuss. How many more do you want?" Zhou Mo suddenly became generous, which made Dao Feng Lung feel somewhat flattered. He tentatively asked, "2, no, 3? How many pieces do you need?" 5 items. Having finally managed to connect with Zhou Mo, Blade Cold decided he couldn't let the opportunity slip by. If I acquire 5 more treasure pieces of equipment, along with the one I already have, then I will have a complete set of treasure equipment. 5 items? Zhou Mo chuckled. "Big brother, you have a good appetite." Blade Cold quickly replied, "There's no rush. Just contact me when you finish playing it, and I can pay you in advance." Zhou Mo pondered for a moment, then asked, "However, what if you collect a whole set of treasure, equipment, and then try to assassinate me? You know, a lot of people have always disliked me." Forehead, what benefit would I get from assassinating you? Blade Cold was truly surprised that Zhou Mo's thinking was so unconventional, even considering these aspects. However, as a second-tier assassin, assassinating others is simply his job. How can I convince Zhou Mo that I won't betray him and harm him? He thought about it for a few seconds and actually came up with a solution. He replied directly to Zhou Mo, "I can leave the God of Slaughter Guild and join your Four Seasons Guild. According to the game's restrictions, the damage value when attacking players in the same guild is halved. In that case, even if you are worried that I will attack you, you can definitely withstand half the damage value with your attributes." Zhou Mo originally just wanted to raise the price, but unexpectedly, Blade Cold directly expressed his desire to join the Four Seasons Guild. But thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so bad. With Blade's strength as a second-tier assassin, joining the Four Seasons Guild would only bring benefits and no harm to the guild. Moreover, providing him with treasure, equipment in the future would be equivalent to enhancing the strength of the Four Seasons Guild, thus keeping the benefits within the family. Zhou Mo readily agreed. "Okay, that's settled." He then said to Blade Cold, "Previously, one piece of treasure equipment cost 100 million Stardust coins. So, if you have 3 pieces, I'll give you a discount and charge you 500 million. If you have 5 pieces, I'll just charge you 1 billion for the package. Isn't that reasonable?" Surprisingly, Blade Cold did not express any dissatisfaction with this amazing algorithm, but simply said, "Not bad. This is very reasonable." In fact, Zhou Mo said it as if he was joking, but if you think about it carefully, there is some truth to it. After all, for every piece of treasure, equipment Blade Cold possesses, the type of equipment required for the next treasure equipment becomes more restrictive. If it is not mass-produced, the difficulty of collecting them all will increase exponentially. Now that the deal was agreed upon, Blade Cold said, "I don't actually have that much in-game currency. How about I give you real-world currency directly at a certain ratio?" Chapter 197 is about to advance. Zhou Mo had actually anticipated Blade Cold's extravagant wealth. Only after getting to know Xia Qian and Dong Wan did he discover something terrifying. He discovered that for these people, real-world currency was no different from game currency. They didn't consider it money at all and could easily throw handfuls at people. For Zhou Mo, who had once been destitute, this was something unimaginable. However, these things are no longer of much significance to him now. For some reason, he can now directly convert the in-game currency he takes out of the game world into real-world currency. Although he can't compare to those nouveau riche types at all, Zhou Mo is no longer living in an era of food and clothing shortages. Moreover, Zhou Mo speculated that because of the influence of this game world, the world might undergo some incredible changes. In the future, the role of real currency may not continue to be the same as it is now. So Zhou Mo said to Blade Cold, "No need. I'm not interested in real currency. You can just exchange it for game currency for me. Of course, it would be even better if you could help me buy the corresponding bloodline fragments." Although Zhou Mo had previously asked Dong Wan to acquire 20 bloodline fragments, it doesn't mean he no longer needs them. 20 bloodline fragments are used for bloodline feeding. Although we have already fed the Scarecrow and Mystic Spirit plates, we will definitely need more in the future. I only have 3 bloodline fragments left now, so there's nothing wrong with stockpiling some in advance for the future. The two sides reached an agreement, and the next moment, an announcement rang out in the Four Seasons Guild's guild chat channel. Congratulations to player Blade Cold for joining the guild. At this time, only Zhou Mo and Dragonfly were online in the guild. Upon learning that Zhou Mo had invited her in, Dragonfly politely offered a welcome and then fell silent. Based on Zhou Mo's understanding of him, he was probably back to leveling up. Monsters on the Red Earth plane naturally have higher experience points, but Zhou Mo did not invite Dragonfly to come and level up. After all, to enter the Red Earth plains, one must pass through a passage guarded by the dark two-headed serpent, and with the Dragonfly's low health and defense, it would be very difficult to withstand the dark two-headed serpent's attacks and pass through the passage. Unless Zhou Mo switches to Nightmare Scarecrow form as before, using the Nightmare Mark control skill to help him. But Zhou Mo did not intend to do that. After all, when he transformed into the Nightmare Scarecrow, something bad happened, and he was dragged into the Nightmare Scarecrow's siege force. In any case, Zhou Mo did not plan to transform into a monster form within the Dark Abyss until he figured out the whole story. Leaving the Crimson Earth Plains and easily withstanding the attacks of the Dark Two-Headed Serpent, Zhou Mo returned to the Dark Abyss once more. Although he could log off at will, Zhou Mo still didn't plan to leave himself in the wild. When other players log off, their characters in the game world simply disappear, but things might be a little different for me. The last time he logged off and logged back in, he discovered that his monster form had almost been secretly attacked. Therefore, every time he logs off, he must first return to the starting village and switch to Scarecrow form before he can feel at ease. With his current strength, switching to his Monarch-level Scarecrow form makes him completely invincible in the monster-infested areas of the beginner village. After logging off and returning to the real world, Zhou Mo took care of his physical needs and then entered stealth mode to patrol the surrounding area. In fact, Zhou Mo was not sure if anyone was watching him. He was just being cautious and trying to find out as many factors as possible that might be detrimental to him. At this moment, Zhou Mo seemed to be suffering from paranoia, patrolling back and forth around the hotel where he was staying. He could sense that every time he left the game world, he would become stronger in the real world. Now, using the stealth skill, he can remain invisible for about 5 minutes. Each use grants him 5 minutes of invisibility, making his exploration much easier. Zhou Mo's actions were merely subconscious, and the exploration did not reveal anything unusual. He gradually calmed down and secretly returned to the hotel. Thinking about it carefully, after leaving Xia Qian's second residence, he did not use any means of transportation that could leave a trace. He simply ran here on foot. I carefully used stealth to run here, so I shouldn't be easily noticed by others. Even if someone was watching you from behind, after this series of actions, they will most likely lose track of you. After confirming that he was safe for the time being, Zhou Mo rested for a while and then re-entered the game. At this moment, it seems that he really has nothing else to do besides logging into the game. After logging into the game this time, he still didn't rush to explore the land of the gods. Although I learned some information about the chosen ones from Blade's Coldness, in this situation, the most important thing is to first accumulate enough experience points and complete the racial advancement. This time, upon entering the Red Earth plane, he focused solely on leveling up, ignoring everything else, and soon his experience points reached the limit. Current level, 30. Current experience points, 112,355 to 112,000. The conditions for racial advancement have been met. The subsequent advancement will be completed after the disguise is removed. Zhou Mo was overjoyed, as he hadn't advanced again for a long time since becoming a mystic spirit. He was incredibly excited that he had finally met the requirements for advancement. Although our current strength is sufficient for now, who would refuse the opportunity to become stronger? He didn't want to remove his disguise on the Red Earth plane, as that would allow him to be pulled away and fall into a strange situation. He planned to leave the Crimson Plains first, return to the Dark Abyss, and then proceed with his next advancement. However, the next moment, he found himself unable to leave for the time being. Not far in front of him, an unusual nightmare Scarecrow appeared. Zhou Mo recognized it at a glance. It was a leader-level nightmare Scarecrow. To be honest, Zhou Mo found it a bit strange that after leveling up on this Red Earth plane for so long and killing countless nightmare Scarecrows, he hadn't encountered a single one of elite level or higher. Now, a leader-level nightmare Scarecrow has suddenly appeared. Although its arrival was somewhat abrupt, Zhou Mo is still very happy. Our departure from Chitahura may have to be postponed a little longer. With the leader-level nightmare Scarecrow right in front of him, Zhou Mo had no intention of letting it go. After all, a nightmare Scarecrow of this level might drop some incredible rare items, and letting it go would be completely against Zhou Mo's principles. Chapter 198, Leader-Level Nightmare Scarecrow. On the Red Earth Plain, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow was still more than 500 meters away from Zhou Mo. Beside it, two elite-level Nightmare Scarecrows followed. Zhou Mo had been leveling up for so long without ever seeing an elite-level monster, but suddenly two appeared. He didn't care about anything else, and immediately drew his bow and used the skill Concentrated Shot. After a 5-second charging time, the arrow shot out, heading straight for the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow. Critical hit. Ignore defense. Minus 62,869. It was still an incredibly powerful strike, and the damage satisfied Zhou Mo greatly. However, in the next instant, Zhou Mo sensed that something was wrong. After taking this hit, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow's health bar didn't change much at all. The long health bar had only lost a negligible amount, not even 1/10. Judging from a percentage of health bar loss, this leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow probably has more than 600,000 health. If we were to calculate it more precisely, it would probably be at least 650,000. Having been a boss for so long, Zhou Mo didn't even realize that leader-level monsters possessed the King's Mandate talent. With the Royal Mandate talent bonus, boss-level monsters will have 5 times the health. However, even though his opponent had over 600,000 health points, Zhou Mo did not back down. With only 600,000 plus HP, I can still put up a fight based on my current stats. Since the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow has a relatively high health pool, Zhou Mo decided to let it go for the time being. Let's deal with the two elite henchmen of the subordinate first. A rapid-fire skill was fired, heading towards an elite Nightmare Scarecrow next to it. Critical hit. Minus 13,170. Critical hit. Minus 13,170. Batter. Minus 6,585. Minus 6,585. Ignore defense. Minus 8,981. Elite-level Nightmare Scarecrows have stronger defense than regular-level ones, so Zhou Mo's attacks deal less damage to elite-level ones. However, with the Monarch's Scythe now upgraded, the trigger rate of various special effects is high enough that it can easily trigger various special effects and cause tons of damage. A single rapid-fire skill dealt nearly 50,000 damage to the elite Nightmare Scarecrow. The elite Nightmare Scarecrow's health dropped by about a quarter in an instant. As an elite-level creature, its health is only about twice that of a regular-level Nightmare Scarecrow. With Zhou Mo's attack, taking down the elite-level Nightmare Scarecrow would take a bit more effort, but it wouldn't be considered difficult. After the rapid-fire attack, Zhou Mo didn't wait at all and immediately used another scatter skill. While archers don't have as many status-boosting skills as healers, almost every skill they use is a damage skill. In a short period of time, their output is far greater than that of healers. Scatter Shot LV-10 instantly fires 6 volleys of 72 arrows, dealing 72 plus 30 damage to targets in a small area. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Countless black arrows flew out like a swarm of locusts, landing in front of the elite-level Nightmare Scarecrow. 2 elite-level Nightmare Scarecrows stood on either side of the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow. Zhou Mo's scattering skill, with its 6 rounds of 72 arrows, only managed to cover one of the elite-level Nightmare Scarecrows. A large number of damage numbers popped up. Minus 298. Minus 298. Minus 298. Although the scatter skill fires 72 arrows in 6 rounds, the attack ratio of each arrow is relatively low, only 30%. With Zhou Mo's current attack power and an attack ratio of 30, he can only deal a little over 2,000 damage. However, the physical defense of the elite Nightmare Scarecrow is also quite high, exceeding 2,000. Therefore, each arrow attack on an elite Scarecrow can only cause a pitiful damage value of minus 298. However, because so many arrows are fired, the number of times various attack effects can be triggered is also extremely high. Critical hit. Minus 596. Critical hit. Minus 596. Ignore defense. Minus 2,694. Batter. Minus 298. Minus 298. Ignore defense. Minus 2,694. Of the 72 shots in this skill, 26 were critical hits. The number of times ignore defense was triggered was less, but still 20 times. As for the triggered combo effect, it only occurs 15 times, which is indeed much less than the previous one. This single scattering skill, combined with the triggered special effect, dealt over 80,000 damage. It's just an area of effect skill, yet it deals more damage than a single target burst skill like rapid fire. Actually, it's not that this scattering skill is more powerful than a rapid fire arrow. It's just that Zhou Mo's attack power is high enough that even after deducting the opponent's defense, he can still deal damage. Furthermore, the various high-probability special effects of his Monarch Scythe are also a major source of damage. Otherwise, if someone else were to come, with slightly lower attack power, they probably wouldn't even be able to break through the defense of an elite Nightmare Scarecrow. At most, it can probably only cause a forced health reduction of -1 points. A scatter shot is probably just a token gesture, causing a total of only -72 points of damage. Moreover, compared to the scatter skill with a 10-second cooldown, rapid fire has a 3-second cooldown, and its overall output within 10 seconds is still much better than scatter. After 2 skills, the elite-level Nightmare Scarecrow's health bar dropped by more than half, and at this moment, it was only a few meters away from Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo remained calm and unhurried. After a few normal attacks with his bow and arrow, he unleashed a barrage of arrows, instantly finishing off the elite Nightmare Scarecrow with its last sliver of health. Defeat the elite Nightmare Scarecrow, EXP plus 990. In addition, a crystal of demonic aura dropped, but Zhou Mo was too far away and there were 2 monsters around, so he didn't have a chance to pick it up. At this moment, less than 10 seconds had passed since Zhou Mo launched his attack. The remaining 2 were still several hundred meters away from him. After spending some more time, Zhou Mo also dealt with the other elite-level Nightmare Scarecrow. At this point, only the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow remained charging forward. At this moment, the leader was only 200 meters away from him. Zhou Mo dared not be careless and began to retreat. He knew very well that once he got within 100 meters, he would be within the Nightmare Scarecrow's attack range. Since I'm currently playing as an archer, it's best to respect that class and opt for a kiting tactic. That would be perfectly reasonable. When Zhou Mo was about to retreat and fly the kite, he couldn't help but smile wryly. At this point, he realized that without the speed-up spell of the physician profession, flying a kite seemed a bit difficult. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow's movement speed didn't seem to be much slower than my current speed. Chapter 199 Rampage. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow kept walking forward, but Zhou Mo found that at his speed, it would be difficult to fly a kite. Fortunately, although the healer class's acceleration spell is gone, the Monarch side-slash skill is still available, and has been fully charged during the recent battle. With the side slaughter skill activated, Zhou Mo instantly gained 160 attack speed and 50 movement speed. Originally, Zhou Mo's movement speed was only slightly faster than that leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, but after activating the Scythe Kill skill, he was able to completely surpass his opponent. With an attack speed bonus of 160, he retreated while attacking his opponent with normal attacks. Of course, he will also unleash burst skills like Rapid Fire and Scatter Shot without hesitation once their cooldown is over. However, while the Rapid Fire skill is fine, the Scatter Shot skill is somewhat inadequate for dealing with the current leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow. -1. -1. Critical hit. -1. A Scatter skill is used, and a large number of damage numbers jump up. However, most of them are forced health deductions, such as -1. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow's defense is far superior to that of the elite level 1. With each scatter arrow only having a 30% attack ratio, it's impossible to even break through its defense. Even if the critical hit effect is triggered because the defense is not broken, it will only cause a forced -1 point of damage. Of course, it wasn't that none of the 72 attacks broke through the defense. Ignore defense. -2,694. This triggered the ignore defense effect more than 10 times, which still managed to cause considerable damage. However, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow has too much health. Even with more than 10 ignore defense effects, it only dealt a little over 30,000 damage, so the opponent's health bar wasn't under much pressure. The Nightmare Scarecrow, a leader-level creature with over 600,000 HP, saw its HP steadily decrease as Zhou Mo kited around. -5,642. This leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow has a defense of approximately 3,000 points. With Zhou Mo's powerful attack, a normal attack can only deal a little over 5,000 damage to it. With the attack speed bonus provided by Scythe Kill, Zhou Mo can fire about 3 normal attacks per second. Zhou Mo deliberately maintained his distance, continuously using normal attacks and skill attacks, quickly reducing his opponent's health to half. At this moment, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow couldn't even touch Zhou Mo. When the duration of Scythe Slaughter was reduced to half, a red light burst from the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, triggering the leader-level boss's Clan Guardian talent. In an instant, 4 elite-level Nightmare Scarecrows and 20 ordinary-level Nightmare Scarecrows appeared in Zhou Mo's sight. Despite the many minor monsters that appeared, Zhou Mo did not intend to pay them any attention. Right now, he's focused on flying kites and fighting monsters, so there's no need for him to clear out the smaller monsters. He continued circling around, shooting at the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow from a distance. He had about half of the Scythe Kill duration remaining and didn't intend to waste a single second of it. Finally, as the duration of Scythe Kill was about to end, Zhou Mo reduced the health of the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow by a significant amount. At this point, its health had dropped to around 20. This time, its body surface emitted an even more intense red light. The red light enveloped the body and lingered for a long time. Zhou Mo knew that this meant the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow's health had dropped to 20, and it had entered a rage state. When a normal monster or boss enters a berserk state, its attributes double and it switches to area of effect attacks, which last for a period of time. Zhou Mo didn't know exactly what the Nightmare Scarecrow's rage state was like, but he figured it shouldn't be any worse than the boss monsters he'd seen before. A barrage of arrows. The skill cooldown was over again, and Zhou Mo, ignoring that the opponent had just entered the berserk state, used another skill. Minus 2,581. Critical hit. Minus 5,162. Minus 2,581. Minus 2,581. This time, the skill's damage has been significantly reduced. A single rapid-fire skill only dealt a little over 10,000 damage to the opponent. The Nightmare Scarecrow, whose health bar had already dropped to 20, now has doubled its health, reaching approximately 300,000 health again. The mere 10,000 points of damage dealt only caused the opponent's health bar to drop by an extremely small amount. When a Nightmare Scarecrow enters Berserk mode, its attributes are not simply doubled. Its movement speed has also doubled. Originally, with the Scythe Kill skill bonus, Zhou Mo was able to keep it hovering hundreds of meters away and slowly kite it, but now that's no longer possible. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, possessing double the movement speed, began rapidly approaching Zhou Mo. However, in a very short time, it had already reached a distance of 200 meters from Zhou Mo. With its movement speed doubled, Zhou Mo simply couldn't outrun it. At this point, Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and decided to give up on retreating. My current movement speed is no match for the opponent's. Even if I continue to retreat, the distance between us will continue to shorten. With nearly 200,000 health points, I should be able to withstand a Nightmare Scarecrow in its berserk state. The next moment, Zhou Mo realized that he had underestimated the other party. Even though they were still 200 meters apart, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow raised its arm, and a wisp of black smoke flew out of thin air, crossing the 200-meter space and falling onto Zhou Mo. The black mist was flying at an extremely fast speed, and Zhou Mo had no way of dodging it at his current state. The black aura landed directly on Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo instantly felt his movements freeze, and he had lost control of his body. This is Nightmare Scarecrow's skill, Nightmare Mark, which can control the target and prevent them from acting. Zhou Mo originally thought that the opponent's attack range was only about 100 meters, but he did not expect that the opponent could attack him from 200 meters away. It seems that after this Nightmare Scarecrow enters Berserk mode, not only do its attributes double, but its attack range also doubles. The Nightmare Mark on the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow must be of a high level. 2 seconds later, Zhou Mo was still under control and unable to move at all. At this moment, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow had moved forward by several dozen meters. 4 seconds later, the black aura surrounding him disappeared, and Zhou Mo finally regained his mobility. At this moment, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow was already within 100 meters. Countless dark crows took flight, enveloping Zhou Mo. Nightmare, crows pecking at you. The attack range of this skill seems to be much smaller than that of Nightmare Mark, as the opponent only used it when they were at least 100 meters away. Having just regained his mobility, Zhou Mo was now facing an endless barrage of pecking from the dark crows, which he couldn't avoid at all. Chapter 200 Demon War Order. An endless swarm of dark crows pressed down on Zhou Mo like a blanket. Minus 686. Minus 686. Critical hit. Minus 1,372. A large number of damage numbers popped up. Zhou Mo's defense is now over 5,000 points, but this leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, once it enters Berserk state, will likely have over 6,000 attack power. Each Dark Raven peck can still deal several hundred points of damage to Zhou Mo. With the Nightmare Scarecrow skill level at the leader level, this Nightmare Crow's peck attack landed a full 60 times. The skill triggered attack effects such as critical hit and ignore defense. And this single skill alone dealt Zhou Mo 60,000 to 70,000 points of damage. This is the first time in all his years since his debut that a wild monster has been able to inflict such terrifying damage on Zhou Mo in an instant. In addition, the Nightmare Crow's peck attack occurred extremely frequently, and during the attack, it also put Zhou Mo into a nightmare state. He was immediately afflicted with all sorts of negative status effects, including weakening, bleeding, slowing, silence, poisoning, and curses. With these negative effects hanging over him, his various attributes dropped significantly. In silence, skills also become unusable. It's fair to say that he is much weaker now than before. Meanwhile, the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow had gotten even closer. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow spread its arms, and a blazing dark blood-red chain crossed space and landed on Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo's health began to drop steadily. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,200. Zhou Mo's blood was drained multiple times at 0.5 second intervals. This is another skill of Nightmare Scarecrow, Nightmare Grab. This skill can link enemy targets with blood-red chains, draining their health to replenish the user's own, which is extremely shameless. Zhou Mo's health kept dropping, and he was afflicted with various negative status effects, leaving him unable to cope for the time being. Nightmare Grab only lasted for 4 seconds, but it had already drained nearly 10,000 points of Zhou Mo's health. Of course, the Nightmare Scarecrow also recovered nearly 10,000 health points as a result. The Nightmare Grab skill deals fixed damage, and the damage extracted is unrelated to attack or defense. Fortunately, this leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow's Nightmare Grab skill level is not high, only able to drain 1,200 health points per hit. Zhou Mo's health has already dropped by more than half, and soon it will probably drop to less than half. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow continued forward, and Zhou Mo ignored it all, constantly drawing back the Monarch Dark Bow in his hand, shooting arrows one after another at the opponent. Minus 2021. Beset by various negative status effects, Zhou Mo's attributes have been severely reduced, and his damage output has become even lower. Soon, under the attack of the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, Zhou Mo's health dropped below 50. When health drops below 50%, the Guardian of the Clan's talent is triggered. Currently in a disguised state, the effect is adjusted accordingly. In an instant, 52 Zhou Mo appeared around and joined the battle. Of these 52 Zhou Mo, 4 are considered leader level, 8 are considered elite level, and 40 are considered ordinary level. Comparatively speaking, the attribute panels of these summoned Zhou Mo are far inferior to those of his original self. However, it was enough to block the other Nightmare Scarecrows that had just followed. Even Zhou Mo, who was in a free state, launched an attack on the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow. These Zhou Mo characters with slightly worse attribute panels certainly wouldn't pose much of a threat to the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, but they would be enough to serve as cannon fodder to shield the enemy. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow could not distinguish between the real Zhou Mo and the fake Zhou Mo, and many attacks fell on the summoned Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo's main body finally escaped the attack from the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow. Taking advantage of the large number of Zhou Mo surrounding the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow, Zhou Mo retreated slightly and continued to attack it. The leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow's health bar was visibly dropping, and even with the Nightmare Grab skill to restore health, its health bar still couldn't be stabilized. Nightmare Grab does have a cooldown period and cannot be used indefinitely. The leader-level nightmare Scarecrow's rage state seemed to last a long time, but with the help of many Zhou Mo's, Zhou Mo eventually managed to resolve it. When Zhou Mo saw that the leader-level nightmare Scarecrow's health bar was completely empty, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He was only a leader-level being, but he was more powerful than any monarch-level being he had ever encountered, and the pressure he faced was unprecedented. At this point, Zhou Mo's health was down to only about 30. Successfully defeated the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow. Experience points plus 2,700. Unfortunately, despite the unprecedentedly arduous process of completing the challenge, no equipment dropped. There were some dim glimmers of light where the leader-level Nightmare Scarecrow had fallen. Zhou Mo picked it up immediately. A crystallized aura of the Demon Realm, 1. The ruined Demon Battle Pass, 1. It was also a dark crystal, about the size of a fingernail, but the black color was much more intense than the previous crystal with its thin demonic aura. It seems that the demonic aura contained in this crystal is much stronger than the previous ones. Another trophy was a tattered token about the size of a palm. It felt cool to the touch, but it didn't feel like metal. I didn't know what it was made of. As Zhou Mo was about to examine the token closely after receiving it, a notification sound rang out. You have obtained a tattered demon war token. Do you wish to use Demon Realm Aura Crystals to repair it? Zhou Mo was somewhat surprised. He had never known what the Demon Realm Aura Crystals were used for. So this is what they're used for? Since that was the case, Zhou Mo naturally chose yes. The next moment, the demonic aura crystals in the backpack were rapidly consumed, and hundreds of them disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the broken token in his hand also changed, seemingly becoming much more complete, with wisps of black energy swirling around it. The Demon Battle Pass has been repaired. Do you wish to use it? On a whim, Zhou Mo immediately chose to use it. In an instant, the Demon War token in his hand turned into a wisp of black mist, disappeared from his palm, and entered his body. Then, a game announcement rang out on the game's public chat channel. Player Zhou Mo completed the special quest Gate to the Demon Realm and became a lower-level demon general. The Demon War gameplay will be available immediately. Starting today, the faction system is available. After completing simple tasks, players can freely choose to join either the divine or demonic faction.